Dasha Kingdom, Jiangnan City. Yesterday, the head of the Gu family from Ao Island, Gu Qianhua, experienced further deterioration in his condition. The eldest son of the Gu family has issued a statement on public platforms, stating that the family is preparing for Gu Qianhua's funeral arrangements. Moving on to the next news report, Jiangnan's richest man, Lu Kailong, has once again announced a global reward, promising to offer 100 million yuan to anyone who can cure his daughter Lu Ruyan's genetic disease. In an apartment building, Zhou Luo suddenly woke up with a start. I've transmigrated? I've actually returned to the time before the era of mutation? Looking at the scrolling news on the television, Zhou Luo's expression shifted from initial confusion and doubt to overwhelming joy. He hurriedly picked up his phone to confirm the date on the screen, and only then did he gradually calm down. Sure enough, there's only 1 month left until the era of mutation arrives. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, and when his gaze fell on the bold words Lu Ruyan displayed on the television, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In 1 month, the beasts will descend upon the human world, ushering in the era of mutation, and all humans carrying illnesses will be instantly strengthened. The more severe the illness, the stronger the enhancement. Someone contracted pink eye, and after awakening, their eyes emitted destructive lasers, unstoppable wherever they went. Someone had a fever of 48 degrees, and after awakening, they were engulfed in flames, burning everything in their path. Someone else was infected with avian flu, and after awakening, mastered the ancient Koan fist, with every punch being invincible. As for Gu Qianhua from Ao Island, mentioned on TV just now, he carried 5 types of cancer in his body before the advent of the mutation era, enduring until the era began. Surrounded by 5 cancers, he instantly became one of the greatest beneficiaries of the era of mutations, with all 5 organs strengthened into immortal organs, and every movement exuding terrifying power. Meanwhile, those who were healthy and free of illness instantly fell to the bottom of the food chain. In his previous life, he was captured by the most powerful force in Jiangnan City, the Lu Group, and sent to the mines to dig, working 16 hours a day non-stop, almost to the point of death. The Lu Group owed its position as the most powerful force in Jiangnan City entirely to Lu Ruyan. This woman had an extremely rare genetic disease in her body even before the era of mutation began. Her father, Lu Kailong, sought medical help everywhere but found no solution. Who would have thought that misfortune could turn into a blessing? As soon as the era of mutation started, Lu Ruyan became the legendary Calamity Sacred Body, with a cultivation speed hundreds of times faster than ordinary awakeners. In just 1 month, the Lu Group, under her leadership, grew into one of the most renowned major forces on Blue Star, rivaling the Gu family controlled by Gu Qianhua. Since I've been reborn, I must seize this opportunity. Zhou Luo stood up from the sofa, his eyes flashing with anticipation. 1 month is enough for me to collect various viruses and transform myself into someone plagued by countless diseases. With the advent of the era of mutation, the more diseases in the body, the stronger the power. If I can absorb all those rare viruses in the world, won't I directly erupt after mutating? Zhou Luo picked up his phone and dialed a number. Yo, brother Luo, looking for me? A rough voice from Hongge came through the phone. Hongge, you mentioned before that my house could still be mortgaged for $1 million, right? I want to go ahead with the mortgage. Zhou Luo got straight to the point. No problem, but you need to understand, the house is mortgaged for $1 million. You'll only get $880,000, and in a month, you'll have to repay $1,300,000. Can you accept that? No problem. I'll head over to you right now. Can the money be transferred today? Of course, just wait for you to come. Zhou Luo took out the property deed and went out the door. He walked out of a residential building, took out his phone, and saw the extra $880,000 in his bank account, a smile involuntarily curling at the corner of his mouth. This was his start-up capital. Those rare and uncommon pathogens were all incredibly valuable, and collecting the full set wouldn't come cheap. Although Brother Han's loan shark interest rates were terrifyingly high, Zhou Luo had no intention of paying it back. When the era of pathological changes begins, loan contracts will be no different from waste paper. By then, whoever has the bigger fist will call the shots. Even this $880,000 makes Zhou Luo feel a bit uneasy. I remember that in my previous life, the wealthy businessman Lin Yuan, who awakened the water bear sacred body, even boasted about it in an interview. He said that in the last 24 hours, when the Calamity Heavenly Tao issued the notification, he suddenly remembered that he had once spent $500,000 at an auction to buy a water bear carrying a mutated virus. He quickly poured water into the seal jar and swallowed the water bear, and only then did he finally awaken. The location of that auction was in Jiangnan. Zhou Luo, quick-witted, immediately connected it to an interview she had seen in her previous life. At that time, when Lin Yuan was being interviewed, his expression was extremely complex, filled with a mix of proud boasting and faint regret. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Luo remembered that interview vividly. No time to lose. The auction is being held tonight. We need to act quickly. Without much thought, Zhou Luo immediately called a Didi and headed to the address he remembered. Zhou Luo got out of the car and stood at the entrance of a hotel. Hello, may I ask if there's an auction here tonight? He walked to the front desk to inquire. Yes, sir, would you like to to participate? The receptionist responded with a smile. Yes, please help me make a reservation. Before making a reservation, we need to verify your assets. They must exceed 1 million for us to assist you. Alright, wait for me a moment. Joe Luo walked to the side, took out his phone to operate for a while, and then returned to the front desk with a phone showing an account containing 1 million in funds. Alright, you can proceed with the capital verification. Okay, please wait a moment. Capital verification completed. Your reservation has been successfully made. This is your pass. Please keep it safe. After receiving a delicate little card from the front desk, Joe Luo turned and left the hotel lobby. Watching his gradually receding figure, the receptionist finally couldn't hold back and quietly nudged the colleague beside her, her expression strange. That person just now, did he go for an online loan? He was shaking his head and nodding just now. Definitely. What was he thinking? Taking out a loan just to attend an auction. I really don't get it. The colleague rolled her eyes helplessly, looking utterly baffled. The auction officially began. Due to the extraordinary nature of the mutated tardigrade, its collectible value has not been recognized by most people. As a result, Joe Luo easily acquired it for a price of 1 million. The reason he spent 1 million was because he had a fierce bidding war with Lin Yuan. In the end, when the other party saw that Joe Luo was willing to pay such a high price for something with almost no collectible value, they had no choice but to give up. Joe Luo was more than happy to see this outcome. 1 hour later, he knew clearly that the value of this thing far exceeded the measure of 1 million. Even if someone offered 100 million now, he would never let it go easily. The holy body of the water bear. With it, when the era of mutation arrives, I will surely become a dominant force. Joe Luo's expression was filled with excitement. You should know, Lin Yuan, who awakened the tardigrade sacred body in his previous life, could be called the immortal body. Not only does it have astonishingly high defense, but it can also recover rapidly in an extremely short time after being injured. These two traits, taken individually, are already lethal. The auction gradually came to an end. Joe Luo paid 1 million backstage to obtain the tardigrade protobody and was preparing to go home. He did not plan to swallow the tardigrade immediately. After all, there was still a month until the mutation era, and no one knew what would happen after being infected with the tardigrade virus. If this thing turned out to be too toxic and killed him within a few days, that would be the end. It was safer to wait until the last day to take it. It's not enough. Relying solely on the tardigrade sacred body is not sufficient to make me invincible in the world. But where can I find those other rare viruses? Joe Luo put away the seal jar, pondering as he prepared to leave the hotel. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw a familiar name. Shin Cece? A trace of coldness flashed in Joe Luo's eyes. Shin Cece was his current girlfriend. Recently, she was diagnosed with mid-stage kidney cancer and had been subtly hinting for him to donate a kidney to save her. But Joe Luo believed that the doctor said surgery could potentially cure her, so he arranged for Shin Cece to be hospitalized in preparation for the operation, covering all the expenses himself. He felt that he had done his best. Who could have imagined that Shin Cece would hold a grudge against me just because I refused to donate a kidney to her? In the previous life, when the era of mutations began, she developed kidney cancer, which caused her strength to skyrocket, and on that very day, she abandoned Joe Luo. Later, at Lu Ruyan's invitation, she joined the Lu Corporation, directly found Joe Luo, and forcibly sent him to a black mine, where he worked to death. Shin Cece, I never expected you to be so vicious in my previous life, but now, when the era of mutation begins, I will definitely settle this score. Joe Luo hung up the phone fiercely, blocked the other party, and acted decisively. Afterward, he put the phone in his pocket and stepped out of the hotel door. He had just left not far. A magnetic male voice suddenly came from behind. Brother, please wait. Joe Luo turned around and saw that the person calling him was a man wearing a black trench coat and glasses. Less than 20 minutes. He instantly became alert, gripping the seal jar containing the tardigrade tightly in his pocket. Sorry to bother you. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the one who bought that tardigrade at the auction just now, right? The man with glasses smiled and introduced himself. My name is Chang Shua, and I'm the seller of the tardigrade. Seller? What do you want with me? Joe Luo frowned slightly. If this guy regrets selling the tardigrade and wants to buy it back, then he definitely won't hold back and will just tell him to get lost. Are you kidding? A hard-earned opportunity like this, how could it be given up so easily? Heh, you misunderstood. I'm not here for the tardigrade. Chang Shua seemed to see through Joe Luo's thoughts and immediately showed a friendly smile. You spent so much money to buy this tardigrade, it must be for some large biological laboratory, right? Joe Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, his vigilance undiminished. What's it to you? Don't be nervous, I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you. Chang Shua licked his lips. I work at a biological research base of Daxia in the Eagle Nation, and I can get my hands on many rare virus samples. This tardigrade was accidentally obtained during an experiment at our research base. I secretly brought it out. If you want rare virus samples, you can come to me. 500,000 per sample, no bargaining. How about it? After Chang Shua finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Joe Luo. Although there was still a smile on his face, the tension was evident. Listening to this, Zhou Luo fell silent. He suddenly understood a fact. In his previous life, when Lin Yuan was interviewed, why he showed a regretful expression on his face now all made sense. It turned out to be because of Chang Shuo. At that time, after Lin Yuan photographed the tardigrade, Chang Shuo must have approached him for collaboration. But Lin Yuan was not part of the biology lab and had no need for those virus samples, so he rejected Chang Shuo. Who would have thought that the era of mutation would erupt like this? Heaven's will. After understanding the truth, Zhou Luo was overwhelmed with joy. His heart pounded violently, almost losing himself in excitement. This is the true great opportunity. I was just wondering where to get rare virus samples, and now Chang Shuo has come to me voluntarily. But excitement is one thing. Chang Shuo just said that a virus sample costs 500,000, which is not cheap. I need to think about where to raise more money. Zhou Luo calculated silently in his heart. Seeing Zhou Luo remain silent, Chang Shuo grew a little anxious. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate further. A virus sample, I can lower it to 300,000, but that's the lowest price. You know, the Eagle Nation's biological laboratory has extremely strict security. I took a big risk sneaking something out. After speaking, Chang Shuo's gaze once again fell on Zhou Luo's face, carefully observing his reaction. Zhou Luo snapped back to reality, suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, and said seriously, 300,000, it's still a bit expensive. It's not expensive. 300,000 is already the bottom price. Chang Shuo gritted his teeth. If you think it's not possible, I'll go to other biological laboratories in Daxia. Well, alright, 30,000 it is. Seeing that the other party was adamant and unwilling to compromise further, Zhou Luo had no choice but to agree. He added, however, my demand is quite large. Can you handle it? How high is the demand? Chang Shuo listened with some excitement and asked eagerly, how many types of viruses are there in your research base? Well, about over 100, most of them are rare and uncommon viruses. Chang Shuo pondered for a moment. Then if I want one of each, can you provide them? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel excited. Over 100 types of viruses, what does that mean? If I can get them all and infect them completely before the era of mutation arrives, wouldn't that be a direct ascension? No problem, I have connections. Chang Shuo nodded repeatedly and then added, however, you need to pay half the deposit first. That's not a problem. Zhou Luo nodded. Then let's add each other as friends. I'll contact you if I need anything. Alright, but you need to hurry. I only have 3 weeks left here. After 3 weeks, I'll be transferred, and there won't be any more opportunities. As soon as Zhou Luo agreed, Chang Shuo felt a surge of excitement. This was truly a big deal. If it worked out, his future days would surely be carefree and comfortable. After adding the friend, Chang Shuo hurriedly left. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his mind racing. Over 100 types of viruses, each costing 300,000, at least 30 million will be needed. Such a large sum of money can't be secured through loans alone. I'll have to try that method. His gaze instantly became sharp. In his previous life, when he was a slave at a mine under the Lu Corporation, he occasionally overheard some minor leaders at the mine chatting, saying that the Lu Corporation was frantically collecting Tianshan snow lotus everywhere and even concentrating on destroying them. At that time, he speculated whether this was because the Tianshan snow lotus posed a threat to Lu Ruyan. In other words, could the Tianshan snow lotus be the miraculous medicine capable of curing the genetic disease in Lu Ruyan's body before the era of mutation arrived? Although it was just speculation, it couldn't be verified at the time. Now it's different. The era of pathological changes has not yet arrived, and the Lu group is still searching globally for a cure for Lu Ruyan. If the speculation is true, as long as the information is sold to the Lu group, would funding still be an issue? Even if he guessed wrong, the Lu group couldn't do anything to him. Heh, Lu Ruyan, in your past life, you enslaved me to death. This time, the outcome might be reversed. If I truly cure you and cause you to miss an excellent opportunity, wouldn't you still have to thank me? Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation in his heart. He took out his phone, found the number left by Lu Kailong in the news replay, and dialed it. The phone rang a few times, and someone quickly answered. But it wasn't Lu Kailong. Instead, it was a clear female voice. Hello, this is the chairman's office of the Lu group. How may I help you? Tell Lu Kailong that I have a way to cure his daughter. Zhou Luo was straightforward. Alright, please hold on. A slightly weary male voice followed. It's inconvenient to discuss in detail over the phone. Please come to Lu group in person, and I will arrange for someone to receive you. Zhou Luo agreed. After hanging up the phone, a large Rolls-Royce quickly pulled up in front of him. Truly worthy of the Lu group, they can find me without even asking for the address. Zhou Luo got into the car, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. This was good. He was just hoping the Lu group would act more efficiently. The era of mutation is about to arrive, and there's no time to delay. He has many things to take care of, so saving time is naturally the best. The car drove steadily away. Soon, it arrived at the building of the Lu group. Led by the driver, Zhou Luo took the elevator directly to the chairman's office. Lu Group Chairman's office. Lu Kailong sat at the desk, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the girl in the wheelchair by the floor-to-ceiling window. The girl was stunningly beautiful, but her figure was unusually frail, evoking a sense of pity in those who saw her. She quietly gazed out the window, her expression calm, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. "Ruyan, hold on a little longer. Dad will definitely find a way to cure you." Lu Kailong's voice was full of guilt. The calmer his daughter appeared, the more it pained him, because he understood that this strange illness was constantly tormenting his daughter's body. 10 years ago, when the strange illness in Lu Ruyan's body first showed signs, it caused her to faint in school from the pain. Upon receiving the news, Lu Kailong rushed over immediately and took her to England for treatment. However, after 3 whole years, there was still no result. During this time, he also learned that Lu Ruyan endured pain every day that was even more intense than childbirth. After 3 years, Lu Ruyan's legs had lost all sensation. 7 years have passed, and not only has the sensation in both legs disappeared, but also in both arms. It can be said that if it weren't for Lu Ruyan's strong willpower, he might have already lost his beloved daughter. At this moment, the office door was knocked. Lu Kailong took a deep breath and called out, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Zhou Luo, led by the driver, walked into the office. As soon as he entered, Zhou Luo saw Lu Ruyan sitting in a wheelchair by the window. Her stunningly beautiful face and frail figure made her look like a motionless maiden, but Zhou Luo didn't think that way in his heart. The moment he saw her, his pupils involuntarily contracted. In his previous life, even though he worked in the mines every day, he had heard of Lu Ruyan's renowned name. These 4 words instilled fear in everyone under the heavens. A month after the advent of the era of mutation, an extraordinary treasure suddenly descended upon Shoha City, east of Jiangnan City, drawing countless powerful figures who flocked to vie for the opportunity. In the end, Lu Ruyan relied on her calamity-sacred body to carve a bloody path through the crowd of strong contenders and claimed the treasure for herself. If it were only this, she would not be worthy of the title Demon Emperor. The key lies in the fact that after seizing the treasure, she ruthlessly slaughtered all living beings in Shoha City, using their heart's blood to refine the supreme treasure. This method can be described as the most demonic of all demons. Some speculate that her cold and ruthless nature is likely a result of the torment caused by that strange illness. If I can cure this woman, I suppose I will have done a good deed. Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze and turned his eyes away. This woman is simply like a poisonous rose. He doesn't want to invite trouble. While Zhou Luo was sizing up Lu Ruyan, Lu Kailong was also scrutinizing Zhou Luo. After receiving Zhou Luo's call, he had someone thoroughly investigate Zhou Luo's background. Graduated from an ordinary university, currently working at a tech company, truly an ordinary person. If Lu Ruyan had just fallen ill and encountered someone claiming they could cure his daughter, he would have definitely told them to get lost. "I clearly have so many top medical experts to turn to, so why would I trust you, a mere kid?" But now, Lu Kailong's mindset has completely changed, holding on to the thought of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. As long as Zhou Luo's plan isn't absurd, he's willing to give it a try. "Go ahead, how do you plan to treat my daughter?" He cleared his throat and asked. "Before that, I want to confirm one thing." Zhou Luo smiled. "Mr. Lu, if my method can truly cure your daughter's illness, can you afford a reward of 100 million? "Of course, I have plenty of money. I'm just afraid you don't have the qualifications to take it." Lu Kailong impatiently waved his hand. "Stop wasting time. Either tell me the treatment plan directly or leave quickly. I'm still waiting for someone like this." Seeing this, Zhou Luo said no more and spoke up. "Your daughter's illness can be cured with Tianshan Snow Lotus." Tianshan Snow Lotus? And then? Lu Kailong raised his eyes and glanced at Zhou Luo, his gaze calm as water. He had seen many people like Zhou Luo who would mention a medicine name as soon as they spoke, claiming it could cure Lu Ruyan. But among these people, not a single medicine had proven to be truly effective. Over time, Lu Kailong gradually became somewhat numb. "That's it, there's only the Tianshan Snow Lotus." Zhou Luo spoke very decisively, with a look of confidence on his face. Of course, this confidence was nothing more than an act he deliberately put on. After all, whether the Tianshan Snow Lotus, which the Lu Group had extensively collected and destroyed in his previous life, could actually treat Lu Ruyan's illness was still completely unknown. Everything is just his speculation. "Alright, go get me a portion of Tianshan Snow Lotus, prepare it and let Ruyan drink it." Lu Kailong didn't say much and immediately instructed his secretary to prepare the medicinal ingredients. Although most Tianshan Snow Lotus on the market are counterfeit and genuine ones are extremely rare, this is not a problem for him at all. While the secretary went to fetch the medicine, Zhou Luo's gaze occasionally glanced toward Lu Ruyan. "I really didn't expect that the renowned Ruyan Demon Emperor from my previous life would be so quiet before awakening. TSK, if those who were killed by the Ruyan Demon Emperor saw her like this now, they probably wouldn't believe it, would they?" Zhou Luo secretly complained in his heart. The contrast of Lu Ruyan before the advent of the era of mutation was simply too stark for him. From the moment he entered the office until now, Lu Ruyan had been quietly gazing out the window, silent and motionless, completely unlike the image evoked by the titled Demon Emperor. Zhou Luo didn't notice that while he was observing Lu Ruyan, Ruyan, Lu Kailong's eyelids were twitching incessantly. Damn it, how much longer is this kid going to stare at my daughter? My daughter is indeed stunningly beautiful, but isn't it too much for you to stare so blatantly? Just wait, if your method doesn't work, see how I'll deal with you. Lu Kailong roared inwardly, yet on his face, he pretended to be indifferent, appearing unusually calm. About an hour later, the secretary who went to fetch the medicine knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, the medicine is ready. It only contains Tianshan Snow Lotus, with no other ingredients added. The secretary placed a thermos cup in front of Lu Kailong. Lu Kailong picked up the cup, glanced at Zhou Luo, then stood up and walked over to Lu Ruyan. He first took a sip himself, then poured some into the cup lid and brought it to Lu Ruyan's lips. Daughter, drink this and see if it has any effect. Lu Ruyan responded softly and slowly drank the medicine from the cup lid. Mr. Lu, it's better to let Miss Lu drink it all. The effect might be too weak otherwise. Zhou Luo reminded from the side. I know, don't rush. Lu Kailong ignored Zhou Luo, poured another small cup, and repeated the previous action. Just like that, it took nearly 10 minutes for the cup to slowly empty. How are you feeling, daughter? Feeling any better? Lu Kailong set down the thermos cup, his gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's brows were tightly furrowed, and her pale complexion gradually showed a hint of redness. My hand. Her previously calm and unruffled gaze suddenly rippled, her eyes fixed on her right hand. Lu Kailong quickly followed her gaze and saw that the right hand, which had long lost sensation, was now slightly raised. Is it really working? Lu Kailong was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He never expected that such a hastily brewed cup of herbal medicine would actually be effective for his daughter's condition. After the shock came overwhelming joy. Ah, my daughter, you're saved. Truly saved. Lu Kailong laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the office. Zhou Luo, who was standing nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been pretending to be calm, he was actually extremely nervous just now. Luckily, it worked. A trace of relief flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. If there weren't people around him now, he would have wanted to bow to himself in gratitude. Fortunately, he had carefully remembered that piece of gossip when he heard it. Otherwise, those over 100 viruses would truly be troublesome. Lu Ruyan gently waved her fair right arm, a rare trace of joy appearing in her eyes. Afterward, she tried to move her left arm, but this time it didn't go as she wished. Her left arm remained obediently on the wheelchair, completely motionless. Father, my left hand still doesn't work. There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. Lu Kailong quickly looked at Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, what's going on here? Mr. Lu, please don't worry. Zhou Luo coughed lightly twice, then continued. Treatment always requires a course. As long as you give Miss Lu Tianshan Snow Lotus every day, her condition will gradually improve. Ah, I see now. I was too impatient. Lu Kailong suddenly understood, and at this moment, he completely trusted Zhou Luo. Over all these years, Zhou Luo was the only one who proposed a treatment plan that worked. Seeing the trusting look from Lu Kailong, Zhou Luo couldn't help but secretly laugh to himself. Not buddy, I just said it casually, and you actually believed it. Although Zhou Luo didn't understand why the Tianshan Snow Lotus could cure Lu Ruyan's illness, that wasn't the most important thing right now. He licked his lips and said to Lu Kailong, since my treatment method worked, shouldn't the 1 billion reward be fulfilled? Of course, Lu Kailong, always keep my word. Lu Kailong waved his hand and directly instructed his secretary, go, transfer 100 million to Mr. Zhou's account. The secretary quickly left the office. Soon, only Zhou Luo and Lu Kailong, along with his daughter, were left in the room. Mr. Zhou, if my daughter's illness is truly cured, I will give you another 100 million as a token of gratitude, Lu Kailong said excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will forever remember your kindness. The usually quiet Lu Ruyan also spoke at this moment. She looked at Zhou Luo with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her face full of gratitude. No need. It's only right. Being able to cure your illness is my honor. Zhou Luo's expression instantly became strange, and he quickly said, this great demon of the Lu family, he had always kept his distance from her. How could he dare let her repay him? In fact, if Lu Ruyan's illness could truly be cured before the era of mutation, once the era of mutation arrived, Zhou Luo would not hesitate to kill her directly. He hadn't forgotten that in his previous life he had died at the hands of the Lu Corporation. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's phone, which had been kept in his pocket, buzzed. He took out his phone and saw a text message notification. Zhou Luo's breath paused as he stared at the long string of numbers on his bank card, his heart instantly filled with excitement. Even after living 2 lifetimes, he had never seen so much money. However, he quickly calmed down. The most urgent thing now is to quickly contact Shang Shua and have him prepare those 100+ types of viruses. If he can get hold of these viruses, when the era of mutation arrives, he can have whatever he wants. 100 million will then be nothing more than a string of useless numbers. Mr. Lu, I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you any further. Zhou Luo casually found an excuse and prepared to leave. Take care, Mr. Zhou. Lu Kailong cupped his hands toward Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, thank you. Lu Ruyan also looked at Zhou Luo gratefully. Seeing this scene, Zhou Luo almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. When the Heavenly Tao gives a prompt the day before the era of disease mutation, what expressions will these two have? Would you wish you could kill him? Take care, you two. After leaving the Lu group, Zhou Luo said nothing and immediately sent a message to Chang Shuo. The money is ready. I want all the over 100 types of viruses from your research base. Can you make it happen? Not long after, the other party quickly replied, no problem. Prepare the deposit and come to this address for an offline transaction. Afterward, a string of addresses was sent to Zhou Luo's phone. He immediately went to the bank, withdrew the deposit, and then rushed to the destination. In a high-end hotel, Zhou Luo met Chang Shuo, placed the deposit on the table, and the other party's eyes instantly became fervent. Let me see your identification first. Chang Shuo was about to take the deposit when Zhou Luo reached out to stop him. Chang Shuo handed Zhou Luo a work ID. Shunite Biopharmaceutical Research Base. Name, Chang Shuo. Position, Virus Database Management Head. The identification card clearly displayed Chang Shuo's personal information. After confirming it was correct, Zhou Luo handed the item back to Chang Shuo. I'll give you 2 days. After this deadline, you need to bring the virus I want here. As for me, I'll bring the remaining payment. We'll exchange money for goods. No problem, right? Chang Shuo nodded. At the mention of the remaining payment, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. This huge sum of 30 million, once it falls into his hands, will ensure a worry-free life for the rest of his days. Just as he was immersed in the joy of a carefree future, Zhou Luo's voice pulled him back to reality. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Can you put all my over 100 types of viruses into a single test tube? Zhou Luo had already thought this request through carefully. After all, the viruses in Chang Shuo's research base were all extremely lethal. Who knows, he might not even last an hour after swallowing them. So, he plans to swallow them all in one go at the very last moment of the diseased epic's arrival. If he were to carry over 100 test tubes and swallow them one by one, that would be far too troublesome. It would be best to combine them all together for easier handling. But when these words reached Chang Shuo's ears, their meaning became entirely different. He was stunned for a moment, then stared at Zhou Luo with an extremely puzzled look. If you do this, the research value of these viruses will be gone. As someone from the Biological Research Institute, don't you even understand this? Moreover, if these more than 100 types of viruses are all mixed together, there's a high chance of secondary or even multiple uncontrollable mutations. By then, no one can predict what the viruses will turn into, and it might even end up infecting an entire city. As he said this, a trace of fear flashed in Chang Shuo's eyes. He was well aware of the terrifying viruses stored in his workplace. Mutated Ebola, mutated rabies, mutated smallpox. Any one of them alone is enough to strike fear into people's hearts. And now, Zhou Luo actually wants him to put all these horrifying viruses, capable of killing hundreds or thousands, together for cultivation? Damn, is this guy playing with his life? Chang Shuo sized up Zhou Luo for a few moments, secretly speculating in his mind. Why do you care? I pay you, and you just do as I say, right? Zhou Luo was not frightened by Chang Shuo's words. Instead, he was unusually excited. The more mutations, the better. He couldn't wait for these viruses to become stronger and stronger. It would be best if they turned into an extremely terrifying supervirus capable of destroying the world in minutes. That would make him even happier. Chang Shuo was instantly at a loss for words. After a long silence, he stiffly nodded. No problem, I'll do as you say. He also figured it out. Anyway, once he gets the money, he'll immediately flee far away, escape beyond the borders of Daxia, and stay far from this troublesome place. By then, whatever Zhou Luo wants to do will have nothing to do with him. As long as the money arrives, he'll leave. 2 days later, see you there. Seeing the other party agree, Zhou Luo also felt relieved. The two left the hotel separately. These over 100 types of viruses will definitely allow my strength to reach a terrifying level. Even top-tier experts like Emperor Gu from my previous life, who had all 5 cancers, might not be my match. Thinking of this, a fighting spirit ignited in Zhou Luo's eyes. In his previous life, he was enslaved by the Lu Corporation, working day and night as a black laborer in dark mines, ultimately dying in despair. In this life, he would never allow himself to fall into such a situation again. He would climb step by step to the pinnacle of Blue Star. Not enough, this is far from enough. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his gaze growing sharper. These 100+ types of viruses are indeed formidable, but he still felt uneasy. With the large population of Blue Star, there are naturally many patients with rare and incurable diseases. After the era of pathological mutation descended in the previous life, many powerful individuals emerged worldwide, each more formidable than the last. Top-tier figures like Lu Ruyan and Gu Qianhua also began to make their mark. There were also some people who were originally healthy wealthy but due to extraordinary luck, accidentally obtained certain treasures, causing their strength to skyrocket and turning them into the fortunate ones? There were too many variables, and Zhou Luo truly couldn't guarantee that he could dominate the world with just these 100 or so viruses. Since I've been reborn, I must become the strongest, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this rare opportunity? Zhou Luo licked his lips, already having a plan in mind for the next step. As for the virus, he had almost finished collecting it. But after the era of mutation arrives, the factors that can make one stronger are not limited to illness. Anything that can negatively affect the body counts. Chemical waste and nuclear wastewater, things that ordinary people avoid at all costs, might actually help someone soar to success. Perfect, there's a large chemical plant in Jiangnan City. I need to go check it out and see if I can get some chemical waste. As long as it can give me a negative status, I have to give it a try. This is my one and only chance. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo immediately walked to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and sped toward the chemical plant. The required materials were collected at the chemical plant. In the blink of an eye, 2 days quietly passed. Soon, it was time for the agreed transaction with Chang Shuo. Zhou Luo brought the other half of the cash to the hotel and, sure enough, found Chang Shuo waiting anxiously in the room. I've brought the money. Where's the thing I want? Zhou Luo placed the box of money on the ground and looked across. This is it. Chang Shuo carefully took out a small box and gently placed it on the table. He gently opened the lid of the box, and a spiral-shaped test tube with a futuristic feel came into Zhou Luo's view. According to your request, I've put all 105 types of mutated viruses from our research base into it, Chang Shuo said as he took out a USB drive. This contains detailed information on these 105 viruses. You must take good care of it. If you lose it, I won't be able to get another one. Zhou Luo glanced at the USB drive, then quickly shifted his gaze back to the test tube. The translucent outer wall contains an unknown light blue liquid. To the naked eye, it seems ordinary and unremarkable. But Zhou Luo knows that what's inside is the true elixir that can propel someone to the pinnacle. Chang Shuo saw him staring at the test tube in silence for a while and couldn't help but cough twice. Ahem, just to clarify, this was all because you insisted on having me put all the viruses together. I can't guarantee that the virus specimen inside will remain intact after you take it back. Looking at Chang Shuo's "don't come to me if something goes wrong" expression, Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I definitely won't trouble you. He closed the box and slipped it into his pocket. Afterward, Chang Shuo counted the cash in the box, and after confirming it was correct, the transaction was successfully completed. Then I'll be off. See you if fate allows. Zhou Luo left without looking back. Chang Shuo, having received the money, also prepared to leave. But he suddenly noticed that the USB drive containing detailed information about the virus was still left on the table. What's going on? How could you forget to bring the data? Chang Shuo scratched his head. Logically speaking, the contents of this USB drive are even more important than the virus itself. As a biological researcher, how could such a crucial thing be left behind? It's truly baffling. Forget it. Anyway, the money is in hand, and the rest has nothing to do with me. Chang Shuo shook his head, not wanting to meddle in other people's business. He took the money and left the hotel immediately. There was only 1 week left until the arrival of the cataclysmic era. At noon, inside a high-end apartment in Jiangnan City. This was the new residence purchased by Zhou Luo. Your international express delivery, please sign for it. Zhou Luo opened the door, signed the delivery slip, and carried the package sent from Sakura country into the house. The nuclear wastewater from Fukushima has arrived as well. Now everything is ready, only the crucial east wind is missing. Opening the package, Zhou Luo took out the only small bottle containing nuclear wastewater inside, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is a precious treasure he specially had someone bring from Sakura country's Fukushima island. 100% pure nuclear wastewater, far purer than the seawater those people from Sakura country drank in his previous life. He was well aware of that. With these things, once the era of mutation arrives, won't I be completely invincible? He carefully placed the bottle into the storage cabinet, a trace of anticipation surging in his heart. The phone on the table rang again. Zhou Luo picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, so he answered. From the other end of the line came Qin Cici's slightly irritable voice. Zhou Luo, what's wrong with you? Not answering my calls? Did you block me? And also, why hasn't the hospital bill been paid these past few days? Do you think I'd become a burden and don't want to save me anymore? Truly revealing your inner thoughts, huh? Listening to her powerless yet angry voice on the other end of the phone, Zhou Luo sneered coldly. Qin Cici, we're already over. Don't bother me again in the future, understand? Before the furious and broken voice of Qin Cici on the other end could be heard, Zhou Luo directly hung up the phone. Over 100 mutated viruses, combined with the tardigrade virus, and now this nuclear wastewater. He silently resolved in his heart, I will undoubtedly become the strongest person in the era of mutation. Qin Cici, I wonder what expression you'll have when you learn the truth. A trace of amusement appeared at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth. Ever since he obtained those over 100 types of viruses from Chang Shuo that day, in the days that followed, he still did not stop stop his pursuit of becoming stronger. Every method of enhancement he could think of was collected one by one. At this moment, his storage locker was filled with various treasures. Closing the cabinet door, Zhou Luo walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of cold cola, and then returned to the sofa, staring at the TV screen. Breaking news: 10 minutes ago, the Copper Gate Bridge in Eagle Country suddenly collapsed. The casualties remain unclear. On the TV, the news anchor was reporting rapidly. Occasionally, chaotic shots are interspersed between the scenes. Although the image is blurry, it can be vaguely recognized as the famous Copper Gate Bridge of Eagle Country. However, the originally majestic and spectacular Copper Gate Bridge is now broken in the middle, as if it had been split apart by some kind of force. Sure enough, the era of mutation is coming. Upon seeing this news, Zhou Luo was filled with excitement. He remembered that in his previous life, the collapse of the Copper Gate Bridge in the Eagle Nation was caused by a beast king that descended upon the Eagle Nation. That beast king was called the Crimson-Tailed Scorpion. Since the era of mutation had not officially begun, its realm upon its first descent only reached the second realm, the Transformation Realm. For this reason, the Eagle Nation's military was ultimately able to kill it using thermal weapons. Even so, Zhou Luo still remembers that the appearance of the red-tailed scorpion directly caused 50,000 casualties in Eagle Nation. Initially, Eagle Nation tried to block the news to prevent the existence of the red-tailed scorpion from being exposed. But they didn't anticipate that, in this age of the internet, information spreads rapidly. Moreover, the commotion caused by the red-tailed scorpion was too significant to conceal. Within just 2 days, photos and videos of the red-tailed scorpion battling Eagle Nation's military were leaked, plunging the entire blue planet into a state of panic. After all, the massive body of the crimson-tailed scorpion, standing over 10 meters tall and dozens of meters wide, along with its terrifying tail pincers capable of slicing through the Copper Gate Bridge in a single strike, was truly awe-inspiring. Great, my preparations weren't in vain. Zhou Luo secretly clenched his fist. He had once suspected a possibility. Have I returned to the normal world line with this rebirth? But now, seeing this news, the unease in his heart has finally been completely shattered. The era of mutation is indeed approaching step by step. A week later, he will completely reverse the fate of his previous life and become the strongest in this world. The era of mutation is about to begin. In 24 hours, all humans will undergo evolution. The more severe the diseases and negative conditions in the body, the higher the level of evolution. Time remaining until the era of mutation begins: 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. In the early hours of the morning, this voice simultaneously echoed in the minds of everyone on Blue Star. Although the voice was indistinguishable in terms of gender, it carried an unparalleled sense of authority. Just 1 minute later, the entire internet on Blue Star erupted instantly. Did you hear it? Someone said the era of mutation is about to begin. So, I wasn't the only one who heard it? I thought I was imagining things. All of humanity is going to evolve? Is that for real? The more severe the illness, the higher the level of evolution? I was just diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer yesterday. Does that mean there's really hope for me? Awesome. Late-stage lung cancer? You're not just saved, you're directly ascending. News about the era of pathogenesis has sparked wave after wave of heated discussions online. That night, no one on Blue Star slept. Those who were originally healthy suddenly beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing they had more ailments. Meanwhile, those who had long been tormented by illness were overjoyed, shouting that heaven had finally opened its eyes. Zhou Luo's apartment building. Qin Sisi, who had changed her phone number, called again. Zhou Luo, did you hear? The era of mutation is about to begin. Ah, it seems heaven has eyes, knowing that my fate, Qin Sisi, shouldn't end. Don't you think so? Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If you'd agreed to donate your kidney back then, I would have long been just an ordinary person. Zhou Luo, once the era of mutation begins, I will make you regret it. Regret it for the rest of your life. The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of madness. Zhou Luo listened, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. He then adjusted his tone, pretending to sound pitiful. Sisi, when the era of mutation begins, can you come out and meet me? On the other end of the phone, Qin Sisi was momentarily stunned before bursting into wild laughter. Zhou Luo, now you know regret? Fine, I'll give you a chance. On the day the era of mutation begins, come to my house. Let me see how sincere your apology is, and then I'll consider whether to let you off. After speaking, she decisively hung up the phone. Staring at the gradually dimming phone screen, a playful smile returned to Zhou Luo's face as he chuckled softly and said, Qin Sisi, you might think you're the hunter, but you don't know that once the era of mutation begins, I will only grow stronger, becoming someone you can only look up to. The hunter will only be me. Inside the chairman's office. Damn it, how could the era of mutation suddenly arrive? Lu Ruyan, seated in a wheelchair, was full of confusion and puzzlement, mixed with an undeniable sense of regret. According to the will of the heavenly Tao, once the era of mutation begins, the more severe the illness in one's body, the stronger they will become. During the time she was treated with the Tianshan Snow Lotus, her condition had already improved by nearly 40%. In other words, Otherwise, when the era of mutation arrives, her strength will be greatly diminished. Damn it, it's all Zhou Luo's fault. All his fault. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, burning with rage. I must kill him. Inside the room, Lu Keilong's face was grim. Had he known the era of mutation would arrive, he should never have let Lu Ruyan consume the Tianshan Snow Lotus. But now that things have come to this, regret is useless. Daughter, don't worry. Lu Keilong snorted coldly. That guy Zhou Luo is perfectly healthy. When the era of mutation arrives, he'll definitely end up at the bottom of the food chain. And you, despite being plagued by illness, this rare genetic disease will actually allow you to rise as a strong individual. As soon as the era of mutation begins, we'll capture Zhou Luo. By then, you can take your revenge however you want. Lu Ruyan could only temporarily suppress the anger in her heart and nodded heavily. Alright, father, I'll wait for that day. I will make Zhou Luo regret coming into this world. Zhou Luo stayed inside the room, with several conspicuous bottles and jars placed on the table in front of him. The most striking among them was the test tube in the middle. It's been almost a month. The virus inside must have mutated to an unprecedented level. Zhou Luo looked at the test tube, unable to hide his excitement. The originally blue liquid had completely turned black. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be something constantly moving within the black liquid. It was as if a fierce battle was unfolding inside. I wonder how many surprises you will bring me. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, trying to steady his mind, and his gaze fell on the several bottles beside him. They contained mutated tardigrade specimens he had bought at an auction, chemical wastewater sent by Mingxing Chemical, nuclear wastewater purchased from Sakura Country, and deadly poisons he had collected through other channels. Concentrated dichlorvos, toxic mushrooms from Yunshan, lethal Ganges water. Zhou Luo had almost gathered every poison capable of taking a life. No matter which type it is, as long as a normal person takes it, they will kick their legs and die completely. However, for Zhou Luo, these are priceless treasures, the kind of rare items that he would never trade no matter how much money was offered. Let's mix it first, so we don't run out of time later. Zhou Luo moved swiftly, pouring all the liquids from the bottles in front of him together and stirring them. Soon, a small bottle filled with dark green liquid emitting a foul stench appeared in his hand. It contained a mixture of tardigrade protozoa, nuclear wastewater, chemical wastewater, and a host of unidentified toxic substances. As for the test tube containing the mutated virus, he did not unseal it. Zhou Luo planned to consume the virus separately. After completing all this, he sat down silently, quietly waiting for the arrival of the era of mutation. Time until the era of mutation begins, 1 minute 31 seconds. Time until the era of mutation begins, 1 minute 30 seconds. Time until the era of mutation begins, 1 minute. The last minute has arrived. Zhou Luo trembled all over. Without hesitation, he picked up the test tube containing the virus, opened it, and fiercely poured the black liquid inside into his mouth. As soon as the black liquid entered his mouth, a burning sensation immediately spread from the root of his tongue. Immediately, the throat, esophagus, and all the way to the stomach, a wave of sharp pain spread through. As the pain in the stomach gradually intensified, Zhou Luo suddenly felt cold sweat seeping from his back without knowing when it started. At the same time, waves of pain began to spread throughout his body. The pain grew from weak to strong, and in just a few seconds, it almost made him faint. Hold on. Zhou Luo clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and with great effort raised his arm to grasp the bottle of premixed poison, downing it all in one go. Perhaps the virus injection earlier had mentally prepared him, as this time he didn't feel anything particularly intense. The excruciating pain throughout his body had completely consumed his attention, leaving him oblivious to the faint sting in his throat. If anyone were to see him at this moment, they would surely be scared out of their wits by his appearance. Bulging eyes, a face flushed dark red like pig liver, blood vessels densely covering the body surface, the whole person resembling a demon emerging from hell. Time until the start of the mutation era, 10 seconds. Time until the start of the mutation era, 9 seconds. Time until the start of the mutation era, 1 second. As the final second of the countdown arrived, it was as if an invisible giant hand gently swept across the world. All humans suffering from illness and pain instantly felt the ailments within their bodies vanish completely. They were astonished to discover that their bodies had undergone a complete transformation. Lung cancer patients inhale and exhale large amounts of spiritual energy with each breath, exponentially enhancing their physical strength. Those with skin diseases find their epidermis as hard as rock, impervious to blades, bullets, water, and fire. There are also those born with disabled legs who now feel their legs brimming with boundless strength, able to leap over 10 meters high with a light jump. Just like them, at this moment, Zhou Luo had completely turned around from the excruciating torment he had just endured. Infected with tardigrade virus, acquired talent, immortal body, limb regeneration. Infected with mutated rabies virus, acquired talent, brain operation speed increased by 1000%, comprehension ability increased by 1000%. Infected with mutated Ebola virus, acquired talent, golden divine blood, emperor's blood, spiritual energy absorption speed increased by 10,000%. Infected by nuclear contaminated water, acquired talent, physical constitution constitution enhanced by 1000%. One powerful amplification effect after another rapidly manifested within Zhou Luo's body. With each amplification effect that appeared, he could clearly feel his physical strength further increasing. Detected individual negative conditions totaling 138, reaching a state of being plagued by numerous illnesses. Initiating enhanced fusion. Fusion progress, 98%. Fusion progress, 99%. Fusion successful. Afflicted by all diseases, 9 nether chaos body. 9 nether chaos body, impervious to all laws, resonating with heavenly principles, star marrow and jade bones, imperial blood and sacred heart, law eyes and word spirit, divine soul transforming into void. Zhou Luo felt an extremely formidable power erupting within his body. At that moment, centered on him, the spiritual energy within nearly half the area of Jiangnan City began to continuously condense. The spiritual energy converged into a massive vortex, endlessly pouring into Zhou Luo's body. At this moment, Zhou Luo had already become the eye of this spiritual energy storm. Initial realm level 1, initial realm level 2, initial realm level 3. Zhou Luo's realm was continuously rising. In just a short while, he directly broke through to the 9th level of the initial realm. Even so, he could still feel himself channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The vortex of spiritual energy continued unabated, still flowing into his body. Initial realm 9th level, transition realm 1st level. Zhou Luo's entire body trembled. At this moment, his realm had already stepped into the 2nd stage, the realm of transformation. Even in his previous life, Lu Ruyan's Calamity Saint physique took a whole week to break through to the realm of transformation. But now, Zhou Luo had achieved it in less than 3 minutes. No, it's not stopping yet. Zhou Luo held his breath and focused once again. The dantian within him, like a black hole, continued to wildly absorb and release spiritual energy. He could clearly sense that the 1st level of the transformation realm was far from his limit. Transformation realm level 1, transformation realm level 2, 2nd level of transition realm, 3rd level of transition realm, 5th level of transition realm, 6th level of transition realm. Finally, Zhou Luo's realm stopped at the 6th level of the transition realm, and his dantian gradually stabilized. 6th level of transition realm. He gently felt the awe-inspiring power within him. Without a doubt, as long as he wished, with a mere wave of his hand, this apartment building would collapse in an instant. Is this what it feels like to be strong? Zhou Luo took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. He is no longer the helpless lamb from his previous life, left at the mercy of others. At this stage, there are probably few in the Great Xia territory who can rival his strength at the 6th level of the limb transformation realm. Shin Sisi, if I recall correctly, you were only at the 3rd level of the initial realm when you awakened, right? TSK, let's see if you can withstand a single move from me. Forget it, I'll make you disappear from this world in a moment. Zhou Luo sneered coldly. Just as he was pondering, the apartment building beneath his feet suddenly began to sway and teeter. Deafening explosions sounded outside. It was as if a dozen grenades exploded simultaneously. It's it, the silver-armored mystic Jiao. Zhou Luo immediately understood what had happened. At the beginning of the era of mutation in the previous life, a silver-armored mystic flood dragon at the 1st stage of the transitional realm suddenly appeared near a boarding elementary school in Jiangnan City. At that time, the era of mutation had just begun, and even those who had awakened their constitution were only at the initial stage. The sudden attack of the silver-armored mystic flood dragon caused countless deaths and injuries. Numerous children from countless families tragically perished under its claws. At that time, the order of the Great Xia had not completely collapsed, and Zhou Luo had not yet been captured by the later rising Lu group. This elementary school happened to be near his original residence, and it could be said that Zhou Luo almost witnessed that horrific massacre firsthand. I remember in my previous life, after the silver-armored Black Jiao died, its dragon spine would transform into a silver spear with astonishing power. I'm in need of a weapon, so I'll use it. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, and in the next instant, his entire figure disappeared from where he stood. At the entrance of Sunshine Elementary School, the Jiangnan City police looked at the terrifying silver-armored black dragon in the sky, their faces full of solemnity. It was nighttime, and the children of Sunshine Elementary School were all resting in their dormitories. If this silver-armored black flood dragon were to charge into the dormitory building, it would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. Open fire first, draw that beast's attention, and don't let it harm the children. The leading squad captain, Chen Dao, immediately issued the order. Upon hearing it, the team members raised their guns and fired continuously at the silver-armored black flood dragon in the sky. Countless bullets rained down. These bullets, which could easily kill carbon-based lifeforms in an instant, seemed to lose all their power upon touching the hard surface of the silver-armored black flood dragon, bouncing off completely. Not even a single scratch was left. However, their goal was still achieved, as the attention of the silver-armored black flood dragon quickly shifted away from the students. Its scarlet eyes fixed on the police team members at the gate, a trace of disdain flashing in its gaze. Mere ants, and you dare to disturb my feast? In the next instant, the silver-armored black dragon swept through the air like a swimming dragon, suddenly lashing out with its tail. The tail sweep was incredibly fast, leaving the team members no time to react as they were struck one after another. Some coughed up blood, others fell to the ground. The once fully armed team members were now in utter disarray. Damn beast! Chen Dao clenched his teeth tightly, with traces of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The team he led was temporarily assembled after the advent of the mutation era, and all its members were awakened individuals afflicted by illness. Even so, the highest cultivation level in the team was only at the third stage of the initial realm, completely incapable of contending with the silver-armored black flood dragon before them. Captain Chen, how much longer until reinforcements arrive? A young man with a clean and neat crew cut stood up from the injured team members, his gaze firmly fixed on the captain. The bureau said they've already contacted the military to mobilize firepower. It will take about 10 more minutes. Chen Dao pondered for a moment and replied, currently, there are no top-tier experts in Jiangnan City. To deal with this silver-armored mystic Jiao, we can only rely on large-scale thermal weapons. A week ago, the crimson-tailed scorpion at Copper Gate Bridge in Eagle Country had proven that although such transitional beasts are strong, they still cannot withstand the fierce bombardment of modern weapons. His mission was to do everything possible to hold off the silver-armored black Jiao before reinforcements arrived, protecting the children of Sunshine Elementary School from harm. 10 minutes, ha! The short-haired young man heard this number, and a decisive glint flashed in his eyes. Xianzhe, what do you want to do? Chen Dao's heart tightened at the sight, a sense of foreboding surging within him. At this moment, the silver-armored mysterious dragon in the sky seemed quite satisfied with its earlier attack. Ignoring the group of ants who had lost their fighting strength, it turned and flew toward the dormitory building. Captain Chen, how many grenades did we bring? The spiky-haired youth, known as Qianzhe, didn't answer directly but instead asked in return. 13 grenades. Chen Dao instinctively responded. Qianzhe chuckled lightly and said to the captain, before the era of mutation began, I had a leg disability. In a moment, I'll draw that beast's attention, and you all throw the grenades at it together. Let's blow its rear wide open. Chen Dao frowned deeply, his eyes full of worry. That beast is too strong. Rushing in like this is very dangerous. Exactly. My sister is still in the dormitory. If I don't take on this task, who will? Qianzhe waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone relaxed. Alright, I'm heading out. Don't let me down, or I'll hold you accountable, he said half-jokingly. Immediately, Qianzhe's lips curled into a smile. His eyes fixed on the silver-armored black dragon in the sky, he roared, Beast, your grandpa Qian isn't dead yet. Why are you running? Before his words had finished, he raised his rifle again and wildly fired at the silver-armored black dragon. The attack, as if merely scratching an itch, once again enraged the silver-armored black dragon. It let out a furious roar and charged at Qianzhe once more. Come on, hurry up and find your grandpa Qian. Qianzhe laughed heartily, his movements agile like a monkey, instantly leaping onto the rooftop of the guardroom at the gate. The silver-armored mystic Jiao saw that Qianzhe not only didn't flee but even provoked it, and immediately flew into a rage. Its entire body shimmered with a faint silver glow, preparing to harshly punish the ant before it. But just as it flew in front of Qianzhe, less than 10 meters from the ground, in the squad, the pins of 13 grenades were pulled simultaneously and thrown toward the direction of the silver-armored mystic flood dragon in the sky. A blazing flame instantly exploded in the air. The deafening sound of the explosion spread throughout the entire Jiangnan city in an instant. The silver-armored black flood dragon was struck so suddenly and heavily that its vision went black and its entire dragon head was drenched in blood, especially its pair of scarlet eyes, which were now a bloody, mangled mess. The intense pain continuously tormented the silver-armored black flood dragon, causing it to fly aimlessly through the sky. And Qianzhe, being too close to the silver-armored mystic Jiao, was also affected. The bulletproof vest on his body was already shattered, wounds covered his entire body, yet the smile on his face remained unchanged. Using the last ounce of his strength, he leapt back into the squad and shouted to Chen Dao and the others, Brothers, open fire. Countless bullets shot toward the exposed head of the Jiao, causing the silver-armored mystic Jiao to howl in pain. At first glance, the situation seemed to have completely reversed. However, what Chen Dao and the others did not expect was that in less than 3 minutes, the bloodied and mangled head of the silver-armored black flood dragon had already begun to heal rapidly. Its scarlet eyes reopened, scanning the surroundings before finally locking onto Qianzhe's figure on the ground. At this moment, Qianzhe had fallen into a coma due to severe injuries, but the silver-armored black flood dragon clearly had no intention of letting him go. It let out a low roar, its figure swiftly darting above the squad like a silver lightning bolt. The silver-armored black flood dragon's claws were half-clenched in front of its chest, and a sphere of light imbued with terrifying thunderous power instantly formed. How could its recovery speed be so fast? Chen Dao's face was deathly pale. He clearly felt that as soon as the thunderball was unleashed, their entire squad would be annihilated. At this moment, only 5 minutes remained until reinforcements arrived. Chen Dao's heart was filled with unwillingness. Only now did he truly understand what the onset of the era of mutation meant. Strength, ultimately, is still strength. strength. If he also possessed the power of the Liming Realm, would he still fear this little flood dragon before him? Chen Dao slowly closed his eyes, silently reciting in his heart. But after a while, the anticipated searing pain from being scorched by thunder still did not come. Captain Chen, someone is coming. At this moment, a team member's excited voice suddenly rang out. Is it reinforcements? Chen Dao's heart jolted sharply, and he immediately opened his eyes, thinking it was the army's reinforcements arriving in time. However, when he opened his eyes, the scene before him left him stunned. In the night sky where the bright moon hung high, a figure stood prominently in mid-air, confronting the silver-armored black dragon. The silver-armored black dragon stared at the sudden appearance of this man, a trace of anger flashing in its eyes. I haven't finished teaching these ants on the ground a lesson, and now another roadblock appears? The silver-armored black flood dragon's mind trembled, and the thunderball in its hand was already fully formed. With a wave of its claws, the thunderball roared out, carrying the power of violent lightning straight ahead. Petty tricks, just perfect for testing my 9-nether chaos body. The figure in midair was none other than Zhou Luo, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. With his hands clasped behind his back, he faced the incoming violent thunderball with a calm expression, showing no trace of fear. The thunderball swiftly flew toward Zhou Luo. The power of thunder exploded instantly, forming a thunderous domain filled with an aura of destruction all around. The silver-armored black dragon looked at the scene before it, a satisfied expression flashing in its eyes. This thunderball was nearly a full-force strike, and the human who suddenly appeared in front of it absolutely couldn't withstand it. Next, it would be time for it to enjoy its blood feast. The silver-armored black dragon was about to turn and leave, but then a voice came from behind. Did I agree to let you leave? The silver-armored black flood dragon suddenly turned its head, only to see the thunder domain slowly dissipating at this moment. At the center of the domain, the figure standing with hands behind his back still stood tall. 9-nether chaos body, impervious to all laws. With a calm expression, steady breathing, and no signs of injury. How is that possible? The silver-armored black flood dragon was shocked and horrified. I heard your dragon's spine is quite impressive. In that case, leave it behind and become my weapon. Zhou Luo grinned, giving the silver-armored black flood dragon almost no chance to react, and suddenly struck out with a fierce palm. A palm imprint nearly as large as the silver-armored black flood dragon's body suddenly appeared, slamming heavily onto its body with lightning speed. The silver-armored black flood dragon was slammed to the ground by this powerful strike, its massive body crashing onto the deserted playground of Sunshine Elementary School, instantly creating a deep, giant crater. This scene left everyone present utterly speechless in shock. Whether it was the teachers, students, or the members of Chen Dao's support team who had rushed over, all were dumbfounded. Such a terrifying silver-armored black flood dragon couldn't even withstand a single round under Zhou Luo's hand? Who on earth is this person? The silver-armored black flood dragon that had fallen into the pit let out an unwilling roar, trying to struggle to its feet. But Zhou Luo gave it no chance at all, directly approaching above it and grabbing it by the spot 3 inches away. Still want to struggle? What makes you think you have the guts for that? Zhou Luo smiled faintly, his right hand suddenly reaching out, and an illusory giant hand abruptly grabbed the head of the silver-armored black flood dragon. The illusory giant hand exerted force, leaving the silver-armored black flood dragon powerless to resist as its spine was forcibly extracted. Only the headless body of the flood dragon swayed in the pit, as if unwilling to meet its demise. The extracted spine of the silver-armored black flood dragon gradually shrank, eventually transforming along with the dragon's head into a long spear radiating a dazzling silver light. The flood dragon's head transformed into the spearhead, and its spine became the shaft. The entire spear exuded an aura of chilling menace and deadly intent, truly worthy of being an extraordinary artifact. Zhou Luo weighed the silver flood dragon spear in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. After all, since the onset of the era of mutation, a person's strength is no longer solely determined by their cultivation. The number of treasures one possesses is also an important factor in determining the level of strength. Zhou Luo still remembered that in his previous life, many healthy but mediocre individuals, simply due to extraordinary luck, obtained some supreme treasures of heaven and earth, causing their strength to skyrocket and eventually dominate a region. To become the strongest in the world, such supreme treasures must not be missed. Although the silver flood dragon spear cannot be called a supreme treasure, at this stage, it can still be considered a rare treasure. Zhou Luo carried the silver flood dragon spear on his back and turned his gaze to Sunshine Elementary School on the ground. After the fierce battle just now, Sunshine Elementary School was already in ruins. Fortunately, the dormitory building was still intact, and the students were all safe and sound. When Zhou Luo looked at those children, they also turned their gazes toward him. Countless innocent eyes were now filled with admiration. In this lifetime, they would probably never forget everything that happened today. Zhou Luo glanced around, preparing to leave. The silver-armored black flood dragon was dead, and he had more important matters to attend to. His figure gradually faded into the distance. After he completely disappeared from everyone's sight, Chen Dao finally reacted. He hurriedly dialed the headquarters. This is Chen Dao. The silver-armored black dragon that appeared appeared at Sunshine Elementary School has already been dealt with by a mysterious individual. And also, call an ambulance immediately. My team member's life is in danger. Make it quick. After leaving Sunshine Elementary School, Zhou Luo, carrying the Silver Flood Dragon Spear, quickly returned to his apartment. Next, he needed to refine the Silver Flood Dragon Spear as soon as possible. After the onset of the Mutation era, the first major opportunity to arrive in Jiangnan City will be the Nanshan Secret Realm in 3 days. Memories flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. The Nanshan Secret Realm was a renowned great opportunity after the onset of the Mutation era in his previous life. The Secret Realm was filled with countless treasures, the most precious of which was the innate supreme treasure known as the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc. Zhou Luo clearly remembered that in his previous life, Wu Qiyun, who obtained the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc and was later hailed as the Divination Armor Heavenly Venerable, had been nothing more than a rookie at the initial stage before acquiring this so-called strongest defense treasure. After obtaining this treasure, his strength instantly skyrocketed. In fact, during a Beast King siege battle, he single-handedly fended off an attack launched by 5 Beast Kings of the Forbidden Realm using the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc. Initial Realm, Transitional Realm, Divine Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Forbidden Realm. These are the 5 major cultivation realms defined by the will of the heavens after the onset of the era of mutation. The 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc, I must get my hands on it. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. In his previous life, at this point, no one had realized the importance of the secret realm. But he was different. He was a reborn. The 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc, he was determined to obtain it. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Luo's gaze returned to the silver dragon spear in his hand. A sudden thought surged from his mind and directly infused into the silver dragon spear. As the thought entered the spear, the first thing Zhou Luo felt was an intense hatred. Heh, you little dragon really hold grudges. Even in death, you refuse to fall into my hands? Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. But it's a pity, now that you're in my hands, you must obey my orders. The lingering consciousness of the silver-armored mystic Jiao within the silver Jiao spear was instantly shattered by him. This is precisely the power granted to Zhou Luo by the 9 Nether Chaos Body. To put it bluntly, in today's world, no one can rival Zhou Luo in the strength of his soul. After shattering the consciousness of the silver-armored mystic Jiao, Zhou Luo began the process of refining the silver Jiao spear. Without the obstruction of the silver-armored mystic Jiao, the entire refining process went exceptionally smoothly. In less than half an hour, the silver Jiao spear was completely imprinted with Zhou Luo's soul mark. At this moment, Zhou Luo truly felt that the silver Jiao spear had completely become his own. Using the phrase "as if an arm directs a finger" to describe it would not be an exaggeration. Very good, the refinement of the silver Jiao spear is complete. Before heading to the Nanshan Secret Realm, I need to take care of one matter first. Zhou Luo put away the silver Jiao spear and immediately left the apartment. In a residential neighborhood, Zhou Luo quietly arrived in front of a household's door. Before long, a slender woman with delicate features stepped out. Zhou Luo, you really dare to come? Qin Sisi stared at Zhou Luo outside the door, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. She immediately reached out into the air, and the cultivation of the 3rd level of the initial realm within her body suddenly erupted, attempting to pull Zhou Luo into the room. However, the moment she touched Zhou Luo's wrist, no matter how hard she tried, Zhou Luo remained completely motionless. Qin Sisi, do you think your strength in the initial realm is very powerful? Zhou Luo looked at Qin Sisi, who appeared like a clown, and sneered mockingly. His entire body suddenly trembled, and the aura of the transformation realm abruptly emerged. A strong sense of oppression instantly enveloped Qin Sisi. Transformation realm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be in the transformation realm? How could you possibly be an awakened? Qin Sisi widened her eyes, staring intently at Zhou Luo, her face full of shock and disbelief. She remembered clearly that Zhou Luo's body had no illnesses at all. Qin Sisi, now I ask you, who should regret it? Zhou Luo's face was full of amusement. Qin Sisi reacted quickly. The malicious expression on her face instantly turned into one of obedience, even with a hint of flattery. Zhou Luo, you're so strong. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why should I tell you? Before she could finish speaking, Zhou Luo had already let out a cold laugh, and a silver dragon spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Do you think a dead person needs to know so much? The silver flood dragon spear thrust straight out. The spear tip, like a silver streak tearing through the air, directly pierced Qin Sisi's heart, splashing a spray of blood. The ingratiating expression on Qin Sisi's face still hadn't faded, but her eyes were filled with disbelief, completely unable to understand why Zhou Luo had suddenly become so decisive and personally killed her. The light in her eyes gradually faded. Zhou Luo withdrew the tip of the gun, and the frail body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The first revenge, considered repaid. Next, it's your turn, Lu Ruyan. Zhou Luo flicked off the blood on the gun's tip and slowly walked away. Just as Zhou Luo was focused on his cultivation, Jiangnan City, inside the Lu group, Lu Ruyan had already left the wheelchair and was sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling the flow of spiritual energy between heaven heaven and earth. I understand. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Damn it, damn Zhou Luo. If it weren't for him, how could my Calamity sacred body be so incomplete? Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face was now filled with deep resentment. She had long been mentally prepared that after the onset of the mutation era, her constitution would inevitably decline significantly compared to before. She never expected the decline to be this severe. She had already known that she originally had the chance to become the legendary Calamity sacred body, with a cultivation speed thousands or even tens of thousands of times faster than ordinary people. But now, after several treatments with the Tianshan Snow Lotus, her Calamity sacred body has been damaged, leaving only a broken version. Not only has her cultivation speed significantly slowed down, but the unique talents of the Calamity sacred body have also completely disappeared. If it weren't for the most crucial talent of the Calamity sacred body, resurrection, still remaining, her mental state would have already collapsed. However, precisely because the Calamity sacred body is incomplete, she can only use this talent once. Once used, it will become completely ineffective. Father, have you found where Zhou Luo is? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan was so furious that her whole body turned cold, and her gloomy gaze immediately fell on Lu Kailong nearby. Lu Kailong, drenched in sweat under her stare, quickly shook his head. Our people found the place where he used to live, but that house was mortgaged by Zhou Luo a month ago, and he hasn't been back there during this time. Whether he is still staying in Jiangnan City or not is still unknown. Lu Kailong's tone was filled with helplessness and uncertainty. Then check his bank transactions. No matter where he runs, he has to use money, right? Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth, unable to suppress her anger. She hated Zhou Luo to the core. Clearly, with her Calamity sacred body, she was now capable of dominating in this new era of mutation and ranking among the strongest. But because of Zhou Luo, everything turned into nothing. She even suspected that Zhou Luo might have foreseen the arrival of the mutation era and deliberately set her up. However, this thought was simply too absurd, so Lu Ruyan didn't dwell on it. There was a problem with the bank. We can't reach the relevant personnel, and we can't check. Lu Kailong sighed. Since the era of mutation arrived, the whole world has fallen into chaos. He clearly foresaw that before long, the old order would inevitably collapse. Strength will be the only hard currency in the future. As for Zhou Luo destroying Lu Ruyan's Calamity sacred body, Lu Kailong also hated him to the core. If Zhou Luo could be found, he would never let him go easily. Suddenly, the office door was knocked on. Mr. Lu, we have found the person you were looking for. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong both perked up. Quick, come in. Lu Kailong gestured with a wave of his hand. The secretary walked in holding a notebook. A video was playing on the screen. In the video, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, floating in midair, facing a massive silver dragon. Then, the young man casually struck out with a palm. A massive palm print suddenly appeared in the air, striking fiercely at the dragon. The awe-inspiring dragon was actually slapped into the ground with one blow. Next came the scene of the young man forcibly extracting the dragon's spine. Perhaps due to the distance of the shot, the image quality wasn't very clear, but the shocking scene still captivated the viewer's eyes. The most crucial thing was that Lu Kailong and Lu Ruyan both knew that the young man who casually killed the flood dragon was precisely Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo? Time passed slowly. Lu Kailong's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful eyes were also filled with shock at this moment. How can he be so strong? Lu Ruyan's tone was complex, her emotions difficult to calm. She never expected that Zhou Luo, who appeared healthy, would become so powerful after the advent of the era of mutation. This strength far surpasses her incomplete Calamity sacred body. Even if it were the complete version, she still wouldn't be able to compete with Zhou Luo in the video. Daughter, it seems, we can no longer proceed according to the original plan. Lu Kailong gritted his teeth and said, since Zhou Luo is so strong, we can only try to win his favor and act when the opportunity arises. A knocking sound came from outside the door. No matter what, the Lu Group and Zhou Luo have collaborated once, and I even gave him 100 million. That counts as some form of goodwill. After listening to her father's words, Lu Ruyan could only silently nod in agreement. She was not foolish and understood clearly when to do what. Now, Zhou Luo's strength obviously far surpassed hers. If she wanted revenge, she could only wait until her own strength improved and exceeded Zhou Luo's before it could be achieved. Until then, she could only endure for now. Lu Kailong felt relieved when Lu Ruyan did not refuse. He turned to the secretary and said, help me find Zhou Luo's contact information. I want to visit him personally. The secretary responded and left. At this moment, Zhou Luo was about to leave when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from the Lu Group. The corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile as Zhou Luo pressed the answer button. This is Zhou Luo. What can I do for you? On the other end of the line, Lu Kailong's excited voice immediately came through. That's great. It's really you, Mr. Zhou. I've been looking for you these past few days to repay you for treating my daughter's illness. I finally found you. Lu Kailong's words were filled with excitement. Zhou Luo listened and couldn't help but laugh. Coincidentally, he was was already planning to visit the Lu group and take care of Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong. Now, they had truly delivered themselves to his doorstep. He replied with a smile, Mr. Lu, how do you plan to repay me? The voice on the other end of the phone quickly responded, your kindness to our Lu group is too great to express over the phone. Mr. Zhou, how about this? You tell me your address, and I'll bring my daughter to visit you personally. Zhou Luo readily agreed. Alright, I'll send you my home address. I'll be waiting for you. After sending the location of the apartment building, Zhou Luo slowly walked back, preparing to wait for the two to come to the door. After receiving the address, Lu Kailong's mouth almost stretched to his ears. Sure enough, Zhou Luo was thinking about the favor from our Lu group. Being able to connect with a strong figure of this level, the future of the Lu group is definitely bright. Lu Kailong was in a great mood. He smiled and said to Lu Ruyan, daughter, come, let's visit Zhou Luo together. Remember, never show any hatred in front of him. Wait until your strength improves to take revenge. Lu Ruyan nodded slowly and parted her red lips slightly. Father, I know what to do. I won't let Zhou Luo notice anything. That's good. No time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Lu Kailong smiled and quickly led Lu Ruyan out of the Lu group, heading toward Zhou Luo's residence. Zhou Luo's door was knocked on. Mr. Zhou, I am Lu Kailong. My daughter Lu Ruyan and I have come to visit you. As the sound came, before long, the door was opened from the inside. Zhou Luo also appeared in front of Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong. Mr. Zhou, you finally opened the door. Seeing Zhou Luo, Lu Kailong's face immediately lit up with a smile. Looking at his expression, Zhou Luo couldn't help but find it amusing. Before the era of pathological changes arrived, the Lu group was one of the largest enterprises in Jiangnan City. When out and about, no one dared to disrespect Lu Kailong. But now, this immensely wealthy chairman was actually bowing and scraping in front of him, wearing a flattering smile. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly, realizing that all of this was due to the gap brought about by strength. He knew in his heart that it must have been the footage of him slaying the flood dragon at Sunshine Elementary School being uploaded online, which Lu Kailong and the others saw, prompting them to seek him out. But this was fine too. Lu Kailong and Lu Ruyan taking the initiative to find him saved him a lot of trouble. Mr. Zhou, you. Lu Kailong saw Zhou Luo remain silent for a long time and immediately tried to use the words he had prepared in advance to get closer. As soon as he spoke, he was interrupted by Zhou Luo. Chairman Lu, you must have seen my feat of killing that silver-armored mystic Jiao at Sunshine Elementary School, and that's why you came to find me, right? Zhou Luo's lips curled into a playful smile as he spoke bluntly. These words left Lu Kailong momentarily speechless. However, he quickly recovered and responded, Mr. Zhou, the scene of you slaying the flood dragon has already spread across the internet. Truly a young hero, so gallant and dashing. Oh, and then? Zhou Luo still stared at Lu Kailong, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Kailong's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that he had said something wrong just now? Seeing the atmosphere about to turn awkward, beside him, Lu Ruyan immediately stepped forward, her face beaming as she looked at Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, you saved my life. These past few days, I've been thinking about how to repay you. But no matter how much I ponder, I can't come up with a suitable way, so I came to ask you in person. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan moved a step closer to Zhou Luo. Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her water-like, beautiful eyes fixed tightly on Zhou Luo. Tell me, how should Ruyan repay you? Ruyan will do her utmost to fulfill your wish. A faint maidenly fragrance wafted into the air. Zhou Luo looked at Lu Ruyan before him and couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. As expected of the demon Empress Ruyan, she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. If he weren't a reincarnator, he might truly be deceived by her appearance and willingly become her devoted follower. After all, although Lu Ruyan was ruthless and cruel, this face was universally recognized as the most beautiful in the world in her previous life. Such a woman must not be spared. Zhou Luo took a step back, coughed lightly twice, turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, and revealed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of repayment, there is indeed something I would like to ask for your help with. What kind of help? Please feel free to ask. Ruyan will certainly complete it without fail. Lu Ruyan instantly beamed with joy, yet her expression remained gentle and shy, like a charming beauty exuding allure at every turn. Since you're so sincere, I'll be straightforward. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, and his tone suddenly turned icy. I want to kill you. At some point, a bright silver spear had suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's hand. The spear tip resembled a dragon's head, and the spear shaft looked like a dragon's spine. An ordinary person would feel a chilling killing intent at just one glance. Lu Ruyan's heart suddenly surged with a sense of foreboding. She was about to retreat when she felt an icy chill at her heart. The silver dragon spear thrust forward abruptly, piercing straight into Lu Ruyan's heart as if entering an unguarded territory. Blood splattered, staining the wall behind her red. Zhou Luo moved swiftly, and it wasn't until Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually lost their luster that Lu Kailong, standing beside her, realized what had happened. Zhou Luo, you. Lu Kailong was utterly terrified, completely unable to understand why Zhou Luo had so resolutely killed his daughter. Could it be that she had offended him somehow? Before he could think further, the silver flood dragon dragon spear had already been pulled out from Lu Ruyan's heart. Immediately, the spear tip turned and, as fast as lightning, pierced Lu Keilong's heart. The father and daughter fell straight to the ground. In private, he considered it as avenging himself by completely eradicating the Lu corporation that had tormented him in his previous life. In official matters, he also saw it as removing a great scourge for the world. In this life, the tragic events in Chioha City from his previous life would never happen again. After confirming that Lu Ruyan and Lu Keilong were truly dead, Zhou Luo did not linger and directly left the newly purchased house. The era of mutation has begun, and houses are no longer as important as they used to be. As long as his strength is sufficient, he can go wherever he wants. Is this house dirty? It's okay, I'll just change to another set and be willful to the end. About an hour after Zhou Luo left, in the corridor, a black light suddenly burst out from within Lu Ruyan's body, which had previously stopped breathing. The black radiance quickly spread throughout her body, beginning to heal every wound inside and out. Before long, the wounds completely healed. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that came into view was Lu Keilong, who lay dead with his eyes wide open, and the walls around, stained with blood. The memories in her mind gradually returned. Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face slowly twisted. Resentment, anger, various negative emotions surged in her heart, like a turbulent undercurrent. Zhou Luo, Lu Ruyan, will never coexist with you. She clenched her teeth tightly, her lips bleeding from the force, hysterically roaring in anger. At that moment, the door of Zhou Luo's neighbor suddenly opened, and a burly man with a bare chest stepped out. Who's going crazy here? Can't people sleep anymore? As soon as he appeared, the shocking scene before him instantly left him stunned. Murder, murder. The burly man hadn't even shouted out his words. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned icy cold as she instantly dashed in front of him, her right hand snapping up to grip his throat tightly. In the next moment, the sound of his neck snapping echoed sharply. After killing him, Lu Ruyan showed no trace of guilt or hesitation. Without sparing even a glance at the burly man's corpse, she moved on as if nothing had happened. She walked straight to Lu Keilong's corpse, silently picked him up, and then entered the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a drop of blood tear quietly slid down the corner of Lu Ruyan's eye. Zhou Luo, you killed my father and caused my calamity sacred body talent to fail. In the future, I will make you experience all my pain. Lu Ruyan murmured softly. Inside a room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. With each breath he took, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body. Until reaching a critical point, Zhou Luo's dantian suddenly trembled. 6th level of the transformation realm, 7th level of the transformation realm. He let out a long breath. He reopened his eyes. As expected, I have broken through to the 7th level of the limbo transformation realm. Although his cultivation level had improved, Zhou Luo still felt somewhat dissatisfied. I can clearly sense that the efficiency of my 9 nether chaos physique in absorbing spiritual energy is astonishing, but it lacks a good breathing technique to aid in the conversion. Zhou Luo shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. If there were a suitable breathing technique, his realm would never stop at the 7th level of the transitional realm. The Nanshan secret realm is about to open. Hopefully, I can find a decent breathing technique there. Zhou Luo stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked straight out of the room. After leaving the building, he looked up at the sky. Not far away, the clouds split open into a massive fissure, with countless beams of golden light shooting out. The place illuminated by the golden light was directly south of Jiangnan City, the mountain known locally as Qinan Mountain. That was the location where the Nanshan secret realm would be opened. There's still plenty of time. Let's go online and see what's been happening in the world these past few days. In this lifetime, with me as a variable, I wonder if things will develop the same way as in the previous one. Zhou Luo's thoughts shifted, and he picked up his phone. After looking for a while, a trace of joy appeared on his face. It seems my rebirth hasn't brought much change. Zhou Luo smiled faintly. This was undoubtedly a great thing for him. Since nothing in the world has changed, as someone reborn, he could enjoy more benefits. Being able to foresee the future in advance brings tremendous advantages. The Great Xia still has 5 major forces. The Bailey Group, overseen by the Black Feather King, and the Gu family of Ao Island, controlled by Gu Qianhua with the 5 viscera immortal body. Then there's the Skull Society, where Skeleton Lord Yang Tianying resides, as well as the Great Xia Alliance. The only difference is that the Lu Group is missing, but there is an addition of Jiangnan Villa, which was absorbed by the Lu Group in the previous life, located in Jiangnan City where I am. Zhou Luo put away his phone and once again turned his gaze toward the direction of Qinan Mountain. Now that he has awakened the 9 nether chaos body, his strength is already the greatest in Xia. It could even be said that he is the strongest on Blue Star without exaggeration. These forces pose no threat to him at all. The only thing he needs to do now is to head to the Nanshan secret realm and find Wu Qiyun, who obtained the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc in his previous life. As long as he finds Wu Qiyun, he will be the biggest winner of this trip to the Nanshan secret realm. It's time to set off. Zhou Luo regained his focus and quickly stepped towards Qinan Mountain. After breaking through to the Linbian realm, his physical qualities had reached their peak. Even Even flying directly through the air posed no difficulty for him. However, the technique of flying through the air consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Unless dealing with aerial beasts like the silver-armored mystic Jiao, it wasn't particularly necessary. If only I could break through to the divine anomaly realm earlier, then I could fly freely without worrying about the consumption of spiritual energy. Zhou Luo sped toward Mount Qinan while pondering silently in his heart. About 20 minutes later, Zhou Luo finally arrived at the foot of Mount Qinan. A lot of people had already gathered at the foot of the mountain. He just glanced briefly and determined that most of them were awakened. Why are there so many people? Isn't the Nanshan secret realm usually not very crowded? Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of doubt arising in his heart. Just as he was pondering, the crowd in the distance suddenly stirred. People from the Bailey group are here. The one walking at the very front should be the Black Feather King's sister, Lu Yuer, right? That's right. I heard the strange illness on the Black Feather King is hereditary in the family. Although his sister's condition is milder, her strength is still at 60%. The discussion nearby caught Zhou Luo's attention. He turned his gaze toward the front of the crowd. The most striking figure was a young woman dressed in a black gauze dress. The woman appeared to be quite young, around 20 years old. Black Feather King's sister? Zhou Luo looked at Lu Yuer, who was walking toward them, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. He had indeed heard this name in his previous life, but it was definitely not related to the South Mountain's secret realm incident. Moreover, in the secret realm of Nanshan in the previous life, the Bailey group did not exist at all. It seems that the collapse of the Lu group has indeed caused some changes in the world line. However, this is not a big deal. No matter who comes, the biggest winner of this Nanshan secret realm is destined to be Zhou Luo alone, because only he knows who ultimately obtained the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc in the Nanshan secret realm this time. Find that person, and the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc will change hands. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Lu Yuer, and instead began searching for Wu Qiyun's figure among the crowd. In his previous life, he had seen Wu Qiyun many times on television, and his appearance was very clear. With the visual enhancement brought by his current limbo realm and the 9 Nether Chaos body, as long as Wu Qiyun appears on the scene, he will definitely not escape his discerning eyes. Just as Zhou Luo was about to start searching, suddenly, the crowd around him quickly retreated. Soon, there was no one around Zhou Luo, leaving him standing quietly in place. Because the Bailey group led by Lu Yuer is approaching this way, the surrounding onlookers tactfully made way for the Bailey group. Only Zhou Luo remained completely still, standing in place without moving, drawing many curious glances. What is this guy daydreaming about? The Bailey group is almost here, and he still dares to stand in their way? Awesome, this guy is purely reckless. The Bailey group has just cleared out Taishan City. Who would dare to offend them? Fight, fight. Just the chance to see how powerful the Bailey group really is. Bro, come over here, don't just stand there like an idiot. The onlookers began whispering among themselves. Some busybodies took pleasure in others' misfortune, not only making sarcastic remarks on the side but also wishing the Bailey group would take direct action. There were also those who couldn't stand it and urged Zhou Luo to quickly step aside. All these voices reached Zhou Luo's ears, but he showed no intention of backing down. In the previous life, due to insufficient strength, too many grievances were endured. In this life, after being reborn and awakening the 9 Nether Chaos body, if he still keeps retreating everywhere, Zhou Luo feels he might as well find a block of tofu and smash himself to death. From the day of rebirth, Zhou Luo made a vow in his heart. In this life, only others must yield to him. The kind-hearted persuasion failed to make Zhou Luo move an inch. At this moment, the people from the Bailey group had already approached Zhou Luo. The leader, Lu Yuer, saw that Zhou Luo remained motionless, not even sparing a glance at their Bailey group, and her cold eyes narrowed slightly. Time passed slowly. Are you blind? How dare you block the path of the Bailey group? Are you looking for? The lean man following beside Lu Yuer immediately stepped forward, ready to give Zhou Luo a proper lesson. But Lu Yuer raised a hand, stopping him in his tracks. As Lu Yuer's red lips parted slightly, the lean man instantly halted, not daring to take another step. However, the look of defiance on his face was still hard to conceal. Lu Yuer ignored him and silently took a step forward, coming to stand before Zhou Luo. She asked, "Sir, which faction do you belong to?" "Just a lone wanderer," Zhou Luo said indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers around couldn't sit still. I thought this kid had some powerful backing to dare block the path of the Bailey group, but turns out he's just a loner? Must be tired of living, daring to act so pretentious. To be fair, he really pulled off the act, but the consequences won't be pretty. Hee, trying to show off but ended up losing your life. That's a huge loss. Lu Yuer heard Zhou Luo call himself a loner, and her purple eyes flickered slightly. Then, she turned her head and waved to her subordinates. "Ignore him, let's go." The subordinates promptly obeyed the order. Led by Lu Yuer, a group quickly split into two teams, passing through the side of Zhou Luo. This action immediately left everyone around dumbfounded. Lu Yuer actually let him go? Is this for real? When did the Bailey group become so soft that they can't even handle a young punk blocking blocking the way. Everyone looked puzzled. Don't forget, yesterday news came from Tai City that the 100 Miles Group, led by the Black Feather King, directly swept away all local forces, big and small, in Tai City. Anyone who refused to submit to the 100 Miles Group was ruthlessly suppressed. Such an iron-fisted 100 Miles Group actually let Zhou Luo, who blocked the way, go today? Zhou Luo couldn't help but glance at Lu Yuer when he saw she had no intention of causing trouble for him. If Lu Yuer had ordered her subordinates to act earlier, he wouldn't have held back and would have completely subdued the people from the Bailey Group. Since Lu Yuer didn't make a move, he was happy to stay relaxed. The people from the Bailey Group quickly passed by Zhou Luo. In the distant sky, a shadow suddenly streaked across. Gradually, the shadow came closer and closer, eventually transforming into a handsome man who appeared before everyone's eyes. Yuer, my sister. As soon as the man landed, he called out to Lu Yuer. Then, he steadily landed beside Lu Yuer. Third young master of Jiangnan Villa, Ruan Yanfeng. Sure enough, Jiangnan Villa has come as well. I knew it. How could Jiangnan Villa, as a major local power, remain silent when anomalies appear in Qinan Mountain? I heard that before the era of mutation began, Jiangnan Villa and the Bailey Group were old acquaintances. I didn't expect it to be true. The situation for the other major forces might not be very good. The onlookers quickly recognized the identity of the handsome man. Yuer, little sister, why are you the only one here today? Where's your brother? After landing, Ruan Yanfeng smiled and asked Lu Yuer. My brother has other important matters to attend to, so only I came. Lu Yuer spoke in a calm tone, seemingly unimpressed by Ruan Yanfeng's enthusiastic demeanor. But Ruan Yanfeng didn't mind at all. He nodded slightly and said, that's fine too. My family only sent me to check on the situation at Qinan Mountain, so now the two of us can join forces. After speaking, his gaze shifted to Zhou Luo not far away, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Yuer, little sister, I saw what happened just now. This guy dared to block your way, how about I help you teach him a lesson? Lu Yuer frowned tightly upon hearing this. Before coming here, my brother specifically reminded me that it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just leave this matter alone. Don't worry, Yuer, little sister. I just broke through to the 6th level of the initial realm yesterday. Although I can't compare to your brother, dealing with a little brat is more than manageable. Ruan Yanfeng revealed what he thought was a dashing smile. Wait for me here, I'll be back in no time. With that, he headed straight toward Zhou Luo, ignoring whether Lu Yuer agreed or not. Zhou Luo frowned slightly upon seeing this. He had just thought he could enjoy a moment of peace, but unexpectedly, such a sycophant suddenly appeared. Since this young master Ruan from Jiangnan Manor wants to court death, he doesn't mind granting his wish. And while he's at it, he might as well destroy Jiangnan Manor altogether. In this way, wouldn't the event line coincide with the previous life? I really am a genius. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly as he turned to look at Ruan Yanfeng, who was walking toward him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ruan Yanfeng quickly walked up to Zhou Luo. Seeing Yuer today has put me in an especially good mood. Ruan Yanfeng narrowed his slender eyes slightly and stared at Zhou Luo, saying calmly, I'll give you a chance to choose. If you want to live, kneel and apologize to my sister Yuer, and I'll spare your life. If you don't want to live, then I'll kill you. Ruan Yanfeng's tone was so calm it was almost eerie. Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat after hearing these words. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Zhou Luo, wanting to see what decision he would make. However, most people had already arrived at the answer in their hearts. It must be choosing to kneel and apologize. As long as Zhou Luo isn't a fool, the only path he can take is this one. Otherwise, is he really going to choose death? I told you pretending to be tough would backfire. Just now, he stood still and refused to make way for the Bailey Group. Now it's better, if he doesn't kneel, he has to wait for death. Let's see if he dares to act arrogant in the future. Everyone's faces were filled with expressions of anticipation for the drama. Ruan Yanfeng listened to the surrounding discussions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly curve upward. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now that the era of mutation has arrived, their Jiangnan Villa, as the strongest force in Jiangnan City, must establish its prestige. When coming to investigate the anomaly at Qinan Mountain this time, the boss had instructed him that no matter what happened at Qinan Mountain, they must create a big stir. Let the world remember the name of Jiangnan Villa. From now on, anyone who encounters people from Jiangnan Villa must show respect, or else they'll end up like Zhou Luo today. This is his true purpose. Making way is just a pretense. Is there no third option? Zhou Luo looked at the arrogant Ruan Yanfeng in front of him and asked calmly, No, kneel or die, choose one. Ruan Yanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling displeased. I've already given you a way out, yet you still want a bargain? He had already decided in his heart that if Zhou Luo continued to be ungrateful and didn't kneel immediately, he would strike and kill him directly. Just as he was thinking, Ruan Yanfeng suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he discovered that Zhou Luo was now holding a long spear that gleamed silver all over, though he didn't know when it had appeared. The spearhead had already deeply pierced his heart. Ruan Yanfeng's eyes widened abruptly, and he opened his mouth to speak, but a gush of blood suddenly surged from his throat. The pupils began to dim and, in the blink of an an eye, life had faded away. Zhou Luo calmly pulled the silver jiao spear out from Ruan Yanfeng's chest and casually flung it to the ground. The blood on the spearhead was shaken off clean, leaving it shining as if brand new. He glanced at Ruan Yanfeng, who lay on the ground with empty eyes, and a faint smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Then let me tell you, the third option is, I kill you. The entire foot of Chinan Mountain was now echoing only his voice. Everyone present was stunned by the scene unfolding before their eyes. It was simply too fast. From Zhou Luo drawing his gun to killing Ruan Yanfeng, it all happened in less than a second. No one even saw how he drew the silver flood dragon spear. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. One by one, the gazes directed at Zhou Luo turned into astonished stares, as if looking at a monster. The few who had mocked Zhou Luo earlier were now as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound, fearing that Zhou Luo might turn around and trouble them. Not far away, Lu Yuer at this moment had only shock and confusion flickering deep in her beautiful eyes. Zhou Luo, who exactly is he? Just now, her gaze had never left Zhou Luo and Ruan Yanfeng. With her current cultivation at the 7th level of the initial realm, she should be considered among the highest-ranked cultivators present. It can be considered that she was one of the few who had reached near the peak of cultivation just as the era of mutation began. However, even so, she still couldn't see clearly how Zhou Luo made his move to slay Ruan Yanfeng. Without the slightest motion of drawing the gun, it was as if in the blink of an eye, the tip of the silver jiao spear had already pierced through Ruan Yanfeng's heart. This is truly spine-chilling. At this moment, Lu Yuer felt incredibly fortunate about her earlier decision. Thankfully, she hadn't foolishly insisted on making Zhou Luo step aside. Otherwise, she was almost certain that the one lying on the ground right now might not be Ruan Yanfeng, but herself. Under the gaze of many eyes, Zhou Luo's mind moved, and the silver dragon spear in his hand suddenly began to shrink, eventually being tucked into his sleeve. This is a special effect after the silver dragon spear has been refined, allowing its size to change according to Zhou Luo's will. Just like the Rui Jingu Bang in the hands of the great sage, the people present were all astonished by this seemingly magical transformation. This kind of ability was something they had only heard about in TV dramas and novels before the advent of the mutation era. But why did this ability, which originally existed only in myths and legends, appear in reality as soon as the mutation era began? Feeling the shocked gazes around, Zhou Luo's heart was exceptionally calm. This function of changing size is actually not uncommon. It's just that the era of mutation has just begun, and most people have yet to understand it. A true sacred artifact can be directly absorbed into the body. This is far more powerful than simply changing size. For example, the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc in the Southern Mountain Secret Realm possesses such an ability. After retracting the silver flood dragon spear into his sleeve, Zhou Luo continued searching for Wu Qiyun's figure among the crowd. Calculating the time, there are only a dozen minutes left until the opening of the Nanshan Secret Realm. Wu Qiyun must be hiding among the crowd at this moment. He must be found, or this rare opportunity to obtain the innate treasure will be missed. Whether it's coincidence or inevitability. When Zhou Luo's gaze swept across the crowd, he happened to catch sight of a familiar face. In the crowd, not far from Zhou Luo, a thin old man with a goatee was secretly sizing up Zhou Luo. Seeing Zhou Luo looking in his direction, the man with the goatee immediately averted his gaze, afraid of being noticed by him. But everything was already too late. Zhou Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. This goatee elder was precisely Wu Qiyun, the person he was looking for. In his previous life, this old man had appeared multiple times on the Dasha Alliance's interview programs, so his face was already deeply etched in Zhou Luo's mind. Found Wu Qiyun. Zhou Luo did not keep staring at him but quickly looked away, as if he had just casually glanced over. As Zhou Luo's gaze shifted away, Wu Qiyun felt a sudden sense of relief in his heart. There's no way around it. The strength Zhou Luo just displayed was truly shocking. That ruthless killing intent, without a hint of hesitation, is something never seen in peaceful times. If targeted by such a ruthless person, he would never want to stay involved and only wish to slip away quickly. The situation returned to calm. After Ruan Yanfeng's death, no one dared to underestimate Zhou Luo. Not even a single person dared to approach him by half a step. This led to a large vacant area at the foot of Chinan Mountain, which was originally crowded with people. On the vacant ground, apart from Zhou Luo and Ruan Yanfeng's corpse, there was no one else. Zhou Luo naturally enjoyed his leisure. Although he appeared somewhat conspicuous, no one dared to provoke him anymore. Lu Yuer looked at Zhou Luo, who had a calm expression and was gazing steadily at Qi Nanshan, with a slight ripple flashing in her eyes. After pondering for a moment, she stepped forward lightly, slowly walking toward Zhou Luo. Miss, someone behind her wanted to speak but hesitated, the words swallowed under Lu Yuer's gaze. Lu Yuer approached Zhou Luo. Sir, Yuer was rude just now and has specially come to apologize to you. Her voice was clear and elegant, carrying a typical mature charm. Zhou Luo saw her take the initiative to apologize and couldn't help but take another look at her. This woman is definitely no ordinary person. Obviously, he hadn't offended her at all just now, yet at this moment, under the gaze of many, he took the initiative initiative to apologize to her. As for the purpose, Zhou Luo could see it clearly. Lu Yuer wanted to use this opportunity to establish a connection with him. However, Zhou Luo had no intention of getting involved at the moment. He would first obtain the innate treasure, the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, before considering anything else. Alright, you can leave. Zhou Luo waved his hand, signaling Lu Yuer to leave. Seeing this, Lu Yuer showed no trace of displeasure on her face. Instead, she nodded slightly. Yuer takes her leave. With that, she turned and left. This scene left the onlookers wide-eyed. Amazing, the little princess of the Bailey group personally came to apologize, and he's not being polite at all. If you had her kind of confidence, you could do the same. Is this the aura of a strong person? Hey, what do you think, between him and Lu Yuer's brother, the Black Feather King, who is stronger? Is that even a question? Definitely the Black Feather King. The Black Feather King is one of the 5 acknowledged top experts in Daxia. This guy may be unknown, but if he truly had strength, how could we have heard nothing about him? That's true. The sound of discussions drifted into Lu Yuer's ears as she just returned to the Bailey group. She did not refute these words. In her view, although Zhou Luo was strong, he was definitely no match for her brother. The swift speed with which Zhou Luo had just slain Ruan Yanfeng could equally be achieved by her brother. Lu Yuer returned to the Bailey group. Everyone's attention gradually shifted away from her and Zhou Luo, refocusing on the strange changes occurring on Mount Qinan. As time slowly passed, the golden divine light streaming through the clouds was about to envelop the entire Mount Qinan. Zhou Luo picked up his phone and glanced at the time. 3 minutes left. He took a deep breath, his gaze slightly sweeping toward Wu Qiyun in the crowd. Wu Qiyun, like everyone else present, was staring intently at Qi Nanshan, who was covered in a golden robe, his eyes filled with shock. Such a scene would have been absolutely impossible before the advent of the mutation era. Second level of the initial realm, just stepping into the ranks of the awakened, the speed shouldn't be too fast. Zhou Luo secretly observed Wu Qiyun's cultivation. In his previous life, Wu Qiyun only mentioned that he obtained the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc in the Nanshan secret realm, but did not reveal more details. Therefore, Zhou Luo still needed to remain vigilant. If Wu Qiyun possesses some unknown special abilities that caused him to escape, it would be a big problem. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering, a sudden loud noise erupted from the sky. The clouds were instantly dispersed by an extremely vast golden light, and the entire Qinan mountain was completely enveloped. The ground beneath suddenly began to tremble with a rumble. The majestic Qinan mountain started to slowly transform along with the tremors. Qinan mountain unexpectedly split into two, revealing a crack that resembled a heavenly gate. Dazzling golden divine light emanated from the crack, making it impossible for those outside to see what lay within. But everyone present could feel it. Within this crack, there is definitely an extremely shocking secret hidden. Charge! No one knows who shouted this first. Immediately, everyone at the foot of the mountain seemed to go mad, desperately rushing toward the crack. Among them was Wu Qiyun. Zhou Luo quickly noticed this and immediately followed the crowd. No, to be precise, he followed behind Wu Qiyun, heading toward the crack together. However, he did not go too far forward. Stay within 10 meters of Wu Qiyun to ensure you don't get separated. Wu Qiyun, perhaps due to his relatively thin and weak build, couldn't push through the robust crowd and ended up at the back of the group. Just as everyone was frantically rushing toward the fissure, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared within the fissure. Immediately afterward, the dark shadow slowly emerged from the golden light. Everyone finally saw its appearance clearly. A massive black python. This giant python was several dozen meters long, with a body thicker than a sturdy concrete pillar. As soon as it appeared, it twisted its massive body and quickly moved to the front of the crowd. Then, it opened its gaping bloody mouth, its body slightly leaning forward. 5 or 6 unlucky souls were instantly swallowed by that gaping mouth, disappearing into the giant serpent's belly, their fate unknown. Run, run! The monster is here! Everyone was instantly thrown into a panic. Those who had been charging at the front now frantically turned around to flee, wishing they had 4 legs to run faster. However, there were a few who were exceptionally brave. It's just a snake, isn't it? We've already awakened, so what is there to fear? Follow me, let's kill this beast together, and then enter the heavenly gate to find treasures. These words unexpectedly motivated many who originally wanted to flee. They immediately steadied their steps, preparing to join forces to resist the giant python. However, in the next second, the python merely flicked its tail lightly. Those awakened who wanted to besiege the giant python were instantly struck by its tail and sent flying dozens of meters away, dying on the spot. The remaining survivors didn't think twice and immediately turned to flee for their lives. Wu Qiyun was among them. These scenes were all taken in by Zhou Luo. Sure enough, that mountain-guarding divine beast appeared again, exactly the same as in the previous life. Zhou Luo's eyes flickered slightly as he gazed at the giant python rampaging through the crowd before him. He remembered that this giant python had killed many people in the Nanshan secret realm. Its presence caused heavy losses to the first group of people who entered Qinan Mountain, with no one able to break through its defenses to enter the secret realm. It wasn't until the Great Xiao Alliance sent strong reinforcements and everyone worked together to slay the giant python python that the Nanshan secret realm truly opened to the public. But what exactly happened, and why did Wu Qiyun, an unremarkable awakener, ultimately become the recipient of the Nine Suns Bagua disc? All of this still needed Zhou Luo to witness firsthand. Thinking of this, he silently stepped back a few paces, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Qiyun. As soon as he made a move, Zhou Luo would immediately follow. The crowd retreated like a tide, quickly returning to the foot of Mount Shinan. But the giant serpent guarding the mountain relentlessly pursued them, claiming over a dozen lives every minute. The once dense crowd was rapidly dwindling. Not sure if it's a blessing or a curse, Wu Qiyun, who was initially squeezed to the back, now had the upper hand in escaping. He returned to the foot of the mountain and quickly found a large tree to use as cover, hiding behind it. After entering the shelter, he occasionally peeked out, glancing toward the giant python's direction. But little did he know, not far from him, a pair of eyes was secretly watching his every move. The mountain-guarding giant python charged into the crowd, immediately revealing its ferocious nature. With a casual flick of its tail, it could kill a large group of unlucky souls. Its massive mouth then swallowed several people alive. Those who recklessly charged toward the Heaven's Gate are now filled with regret. The Bailey group, which refrained from following the crowd's charge early on, is instead in an extremely safe position. Lu Yuer looked at the scene of the frenzied slaughter before her, with not a trace of pity in her eyes. Instead, she slightly narrowed her eyes, as if deep in thought. After a long while, she turned to look at the people from the Bailey group behind her and said softly, "Stay here and wait for me. I'll go deal with this little pest." "Miss, it's too dangerous. You can't go." "That's right, Mississippi. If something happens to you, how can we explain it to young Master Heiyu?" Voices of opposition rose one after another, but Lu Yuer was completely unmoved. "No matter, my abilities are similar to my brother's. This little bug has no chance of catching me. I don't want to repeat myself. I brought you here, not for you to reject my orders." Someone else tried to persuade her, but was immediately rebuffed by Lu Yuer. At this, the few who had been eager to speak up earlier all fell silent. Lu Yuer said no more. Her mind stirred, and suddenly a pair of wings full of black feathers unfolded behind her. The wings gently flapped, and she flew toward the giant python. This commotion caught Zhou Luo's attention not far away. "So, this is the ability that shares the same origin as the Black Feather King." Zhou Luo carefully examined the pair of black wings. As a nine-nether chaos body, his eyes had long been endowed with the ability of Law Eye Speech Spirit. With just a glance, he could directly discern the power characteristics of these black wings. Speed, pure speed. No wonder people in past lives said that the fastest in the world was none other than the Black Feather King of the Bailey group. Rumble. Even the incomplete version of Black Wings awakened by the Black Feather King's sister could make her speed astonishingly fast. If you add the Black Feather King himself, who suffers from a more severe condition and has awakened the complete Black Wings, the speed he could achieve is unimaginable and terrifying. Lu Yuer leaned forward and dashed above the mountain-guarding giant python. She waved her black wings, giving them a gentle flap. Dozens of black feathers whistled out, shooting straight toward the giant serpent. When these black feathers touched the serpent's scales, they were not entirely deflected like other attacks but instead pierced directly through the scales, embedding deeply into its flesh. The mountain-guarding serpent shuddered in pain, its icy snake eyes bursting with intense killing intent as it lashed its tail fiercely toward Lu Yuer in midair. But Lu Yuer was even faster. At the moment the snake's tail was about to hit her, she nimbly dodged with ease. After evading the attack, Lu Yuer used that move again, and dozens of black feathers pierced into the giant python's body once more. It seems she has gained the upper hand. This scene also reignited a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the other people fleeing for their lives. If Lu Yuer could directly take down this giant python, wouldn't they be able to enter that door smoothly? Watching the giant python howl in pain as it was stabbed, Zhou Luo silently shook his head. This is purely scraping, he was very clear in his heart. Although the giant python looked miserably beaten, but in reality, Lu Yuer's two waves of attacks could at most make it feel a slight pain, far from causing any real injury. After several consecutive attacks by Lu Yuer, the giant python seemed completely enraged, emanating a blood-red aura all over its body, as if entering a berserk state. A sound pierced through the air. A tail whip, with speed multiplied several times, suddenly lashed toward Lu Yuer. This time, Lu Yuer was clearly unable to react in time, dodging hastily only when the snake's tail was about to strike her cheek. But it was too late. The attack did not hit her body directly but struck her wings hard. Lu Yuer was flung into the air and fell heavily to the ground. Her black gauze dress was instantly covered in dirt, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The people of the Bailey group immediately gathered around. Lu Yuer struggled to stand up, her face already pale, now even more bloodless, as fragile as a willow swaying in the wind. "Retreat, quickly retreat." She was just about to speak. The giant python had already swum to within 10 meters of her. The blood-red mouth suddenly opened wide, lunging straight at Lu Yuer. Despair and regret flashed in her eyes. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the strength of the giant python before her. After all, the era of mutations had just begun, and they lacked experience experience in dealing with such beasts. Just as she was in despair, a dark shadow suddenly appeared 3 inches away from the giant python's body. The shadow gathered strength and delivered a fierce punch. The giant python seemed to be struck heavily, its body jerked violently, and its gaping bloody mouth quickly snapped shut. Hiss hiss. Its body twisted, retreating hundreds of meters in an instant, its cold snake eyes fixed intently on the newly appeared figure. It's someone from the Great Xia Alliance. Zhou Luo also turned his gaze in that direction and instantly recognized the person who had acted. It was a burly man with a crew cut, dressed in a distinctive uniform. This uniform was the official attire of the Great Xia Alliance. In his previous life, Zhou Luo had some connections with the Great Xia Alliance and recognized it at a glance. The Great Xia Alliance has indeed arrived, just like the development in the previous life. He glanced again in the direction of Wu Qiyun. Wu Qiyun was still hiding behind that big tree, peeking at the battlefield ahead, with no intention of leaving. It seems the real variable will likely appear only after entering the Nanshan secret realm. Zhou Luo originally thought that Wu Qiyun had triggered some special mechanism to enter the Nanshan secret realm ahead of time and, with ordinary strength, obtained the treasured 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, but now it seems that this guy probably just got lucky. After entering the Nanshan secret realm with the others, he somehow stumbled into the storage place of the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc and took the treasure away. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Zhou Luo's gaze turned cold. He had refrained from taking action against the giant python all along precisely to observe Wu Qiyun's movements. Now that the outcome was clear, there was no need to delay any further. Dealing with the giant python first and letting Wu Qiyun enter the Nanshan secret realm was the top priority. Next, it was his turn to act. The battle on the battlefield remained fierce. After Lu Duer left the stage, the giant python and the burly man from the Great Xia Alliance exchanged blows, locked in an evenly matched fight. Roar! But as time slowly passed, it became clear to any keen observer that the burly man was gradually falling into a disadvantage. The strength of this mountain-guarding giant python far exceeded everyone's expectations on the field. Not only powerful, but so strong it strikes fear into the heart. This is definitely a mutant beast at the transitional stage. Damn it, this python is way too fierce. The burly man was struck heavily by the python's tail, forced to retreat over 10 steps, cursing incessantly in his heart. His name is Chu Hanyun, a top expert of the Daxia Alliance in Jiangnan City, with cultivation at the 8th level of the initial realm. Upon hearing that a giant serpent, an exotic beast, had appeared in Mount Qi, he was immediately dispatched by the Jiangnan City headquarters to provide support. He originally thought that as the strongest in the Daxia Alliance of Jiangnan City, he could easily handle the giant serpent, but the reality was completely different. Not to mention defeating it, he was almost taken down by it instead. Just now, he had sent a distress signal to headquarters. Headquarters responded that the armed forces were on their way and were expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. But could he hold out for these 10 minutes? Lu Duer could also see that Chu Hanyun was on the verge of collapse. She clenched her teeth and fixed her gaze on Zhou Luo. In her view, among everyone present, the only one qualified to fight this giant python was Zhou Luo. But since earlier, she had been secretly observing Zhou Luo and found that he didn't seem to intend to make a move. It seems we won't be able to enter this mutated Qinan mountain this time. No, we must evacuate immediately. If the Great Xia Alliance can't hold on, I fear I won't escape unscathed either. I need to hurry back and inform my brother. This anomaly at Qinan Mountain is definitely not ordinary. It might be hiding an earth-shattering opportunity. Lu Duer had already decided to have her subordinates escort her away. At that moment, the figure she had been watching, who had been standing still all along, suddenly moved. Is he going to make a move? Lu Duer felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Not far away, Zhou Luo decided to act, directly pulling out the silver jiao spear from his sleeve. He gripped the silver jiao spear and quietly approached the top of the giant python's head. The giant python, which had just gained the upper hand in its struggle with the burly man, now saw another insect approaching, and a trace of disdain flashed in its snake eyes. It casually swung a tail whip, sweeping toward Zhou Luo in midair. The snake's tail tore through the air, roaring toward Zhou Luo at an extremely fast speed. On the ground, Chu Hanyun, who had paused to catch his breath, saw this and hurriedly shouted at Zhou Luo, trying to warn him. The next second, he widened his eyes, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. Zhou Luo faced the incoming attack with a calm expression, completely unafraid. Petty tricks. He lightly raised his hand and waved. The thick snake tail instantly flew back like a kite with a broken string, directly slapped away by his palm. A piercing pain suddenly shot through the tail of the mountain-guarding giant python, even more intense than when Chu Hanyun's punch struck it earlier. Hiss hiss. A pair of vertical pupils fixed tightly on Zhou Luo in the sky. The mountain-guarding giant python was racking its brains on how to counterattack. However, it quickly noticed something unusual. Where was the person who had just been above its head? The snake's pupils swiftly shifted, scanning all around, yet Zhou Luo's figure was still nowhere to be found. Just as the giant python was puzzled, a voice with magnetic charm came from directly above its head. Stop looking, I'm right here. The giant python flicked its tongue and immediately immediately opened its mouth, ready to spray venom at Zhou Luo. This venom is its most formidable trump card, capable of instantly dissolving a transmutation realm expert of the same level. But before it could unleash it, Zhou Luo, standing atop its head, had already thrust the silver Jiao spear in his hand downward with force. The silver Jiao spear, like an arrow piercing through the clouds, instantly penetrated the giant serpent's head from top to bottom. The massive serpent guarding the mountain twisted its body violently, wreaking havoc at the foot of Qinan Mountain in mere moments. However, the silver dragon spear in Zhou Luo's hand seemed to be nailed to its head, completely motionless, until streams of black blood dripped down from the tip of the silver dragon spear. The serpent's body gradually lost its vitality. The light in those vertical pupils also slowly dimmed and dissipated. The mountain-guarding giant python ultimately lost its breath of life. Beasts from the early era of mutation are indeed too weak, not even worth my effort. Looking at the cold python corpse beneath his feet, Zhou Luo exerted a slight force with his right hand, and the silver Jiao spear was pulled out from the giant python's head. No, I should say, I am too strong. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. In this life, he had finally tasted the feeling of being powerful. No longer the weakling from the previous life who couldn't even trust a chicken. Dead? On the ground, Shu Hanyun saw the giant python perish, his eyes almost bulging out. The beast that nearly killed him just now was taken down by Zhou Luo in just 2 moves? Not even a chance to resist. Completely crushed. Is there really such a figure hidden in Jiangnan City? Shu Hanyun quickly glanced at Zhou Luo a few times. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. Isn't this the mysterious man who killed the silver-armored black dragon that appeared above Sunshine Elementary School a few days ago? After recognizing Zhou Luo's identity, Shu Hanyun immediately felt relieved. At that time, the era of mutation had just begun. Most people's strength was still at the early stage of the initial realm, and when faced with the powerful silver-armored black dragon in the transitional realm, they could only rely on the might of advanced firearms to confront it. Just as the Great Xiao Alliance's reinforcements were about to arrive, Zhou Luo's sudden appearance shocked everyone, including the commander-in-chief of the Great Xiao Alliance. A single person actually tore apart the nearly invincible silver-armored mystic Jiao with his bare hands. The scene was utterly terrifying. Afterward, Zhou Luo chose to leave, but the Great Xiao Alliance continued to search for his whereabouts everywhere. Unexpectedly, he was encountered here. Lu Yuer was equally shocked to see Zhou Luo take down the mountain-guarding giant python with a single shot. This scene looks so familiar, just like the moment Zhou Luo instantly defeated Ruan Yanfeng, as if casually kicking a stray dog to death by the roadside. That shot effortlessly took down the terrifying giant python in the Linian realm. It was me who underestimated him too much. Lu Yuer redefined Zhou Luo's strength in her heart. She vaguely felt that Zhou Luo's strength might be on the same level as her brother's. After Zhou Luo killed the mountain-guarding giant python, the crowd on site was stunned in place, completely overwhelmed by Zhou Luo's immense power. So much so that no one realized they could actually enter the Nanshan's secret realm. Zhou Luo looked at this group of motionless people, his brows slightly furrowed. This won't do. Given the current situation, if no one enters the Nanshan's secret realm first, others are unlikely to take the initiative to go. But he still has to act together with Wu Qiyun. What should he do? Zhou Luo was momentarily caught in a dilemma. However, he quickly came up with a solution. He flew directly toward the golden fissure in Qinan Mountain that resembled a heavenly gate. When everyone saw him take action, they immediately reacted. Now, with the only giant serpent blocking the path slain, isn't this the perfect opportunity to rush into that heavenly gate? What are they still hesitating about? Charge! In an instant, everyone reignited their initial fervor and rushed forward. Wu Qiyun was naturally among them. Lu Yuer and Shu Hanyun, though slightly hesitant, ultimately chose to follow and stepped into Qinanshan. The faster runners had already successfully entered the golden fissure of Qinanshan, disappearing from everyone's sight. It seemed as if there was another world behind the fissure. Some cautious individuals were initially hesitant, but seeing the crowd follow suit, they gritted their teeth and also stepped into the golden fissure. Just as everyone rushed into the fissure, no one noticed that Zhou Luo was quietly hiding in the nearby bushes. That's right, he did not directly step into the Nanshan's secret realm. He pretended to enter the golden fissure, but quickly retreated at the critical moment and found a hidden spot to hide. The goal is only one: to wait for Wu Qiyun to enter the Nanshan's secret realm together. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. Not far ahead, at the rear of the team, Wu Qiyun finally reached the edge of the fissure. Looking at the massive fissure emitting golden light before him, a rare trace of greed flashed across Wu Qiyun's shrewd old face. As a smart person, Wu Qiyun understood that once the era of mutation began, strength would be the only guarantee for survival. And he, as a low-level figure among the awakened, how could he miss such anomalies that might conceal great opportunities? Otherwise, he would be doomed to a lifetime of being at the mercy of others, to be exploited and slaughtered. Without hesitation, Wu Qiyun followed the crowd and stepped into the secret realm. Almost at the moment he entered, Zhou Luo also took action, entering the Nanshan secret realm almost simultaneously. A flash flash of white light streaked past. All those who stepped into the fissure have already entered the Nanshan secret realm. Zhou Luo was no exception. As his vision cleared, Zhou Luo looked around and found himself, like the other companions, in the midst of a dense forest. Not far away, there was a relatively large open space, with an ancient tower-like structure standing in the center. Apart from this tower, there were no other noticeable landmarks around, only clusters of trees. The people who had been transported here were now looking around, their faces full of curiosity. After confirming there was no danger, many of them turned their attention to the small tower. This tower is the most crucial place in this mysterious space. If there is any great opportunity, it is highly likely to be hidden within. The bolder ones no longer linger and have started heading toward the tower. With someone leading the way, the crowd follows closely behind. Together with Wu Qiyun, Zhou Luo, who was teleported here, was now at the back of the team, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Is this the Nanshan secret realm? Although the four words Nanshan secret realm had been heard so often in his previous life that his ears grew calluses, those were all things said by others. This time, he personally stepped in. This tower should be the legendary Pagoda Tower, right? Zhou Luo looked at the tower-shaped building in front of him. The Pagoda Tower is the most important structure in the Nanshan secret realm. The structure inside the tower is simple, with only a first-floor hall and a spiral staircase leading directly to the top. It sounds unremarkable, but it is precisely this staircase that blocked all participants of the Nanshan secret realm in past lives. Whether ordinary awakeners or top-tier geniuses, no one could reach the top of the tower. This became the regret of all geniuses in past lives, because the Nanshan secret realm never reappeared afterward. No one knows what will happen after reaching the summit. Nevertheless, Wu Qiyun once obtained an innate treasure, the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc from the southern mountain secret realm. Later, someone asked him if he had reached the top of the Pagoda Tower, but he shook his head and denied it. However, when asked how he got the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, he refused to say a word. He went to the Pagoda Tower. Zhou Luo's eyes shifted. Not far away, Wu Qiyun was following the main group toward the Pagoda Tower. Didn't this guy say he had never climbed the Pagoda Tower? Zhou Luo became puzzled. Could it be that Wu Qiyun used an unknown method to reach the top of the tower but refused to reveal it? Thinking of this, Zhou Luo immediately quickened his pace. The two entered the Pagoda Tower one after the other. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Zhou Luo saw many people trying to climb the spiral staircase. After all, apart from this staircase, the tower was almost empty, and everyone knew there must be something good at the top of the stairs. Wait, why am I finding it harder and harder to move? The climbers quickly discovered a serious problem. With each step upward, their footsteps grew increasingly heavy. Until the end, even lifting a leg became difficult. But once the thought of giving up arose and retreating was desired, the thighs suddenly became agile and free. Are you guys too weak? Can't even climb these few stairs? A small number of people seemed unaffected by the pressure, looking at those who could only make it to a dozen or so steps before stopping, their gaze resembling that of someone looking at fools. They paid no attention to the people who stopped, focusing solely on climbing quickly up the stairs. Zhou Luo took in the entire scene. Is this the legendary staircase? People in the previous era had long since thoroughly analyzed the staircase inside the pagoda. The higher the talent, the higher the level one can reach. Here, no other factors are considered. Willpower and mental strength have no effect at all. I wonder if Wu Qiyun's 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc is really as he says. That wasn't obtained inside the pagoda. If what he says is true, then I can follow him to get the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc and try climbing the tower myself, can't I? Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something. With his 9 nether chaos body, formed by gathering over 100 types of negative states, wouldn't climbing the pagoda tower be a piece of cake? Now it depends on whether Wu Qiyun's words are true or not. He went up. Zhou Luo's gaze sharpened. Ahead, Wu Qiyun was already standing at the bottom of the stairs, his face full of eager anticipation. Under Zhou Luo's watchful eyes, Wu Qiyun quickly began climbing the stairs. At the beginning of the first few levels, he was relaxed and at ease, without any discomfort. But when he reached the 15th level, Wu Qiyun suddenly felt that the effort required to take a step was several times greater than before. In the end, he was trapped on the 19th level, just one step away from the 20th floor. But no matter how hard he gritted his teeth and tried to push himself, exerting all his strength to lift his leg, his flushed face was of no use. Wu Qiyun couldn't help but let out a curse. Though he had given up, his gaze toward the top of the pagoda of Buddha was still filled with unwillingness. Clearly, it was just climbing a staircase, yet it might reverse fate, but he was so unmotivated. Regret surged in his heart. He slowly retreated, eventually descending the stairs and returning to the hall. But he was not willing to give up just like that. Turning around, he walked toward the pagoda's main gate, planning to look for opportunities in the dense forest wilderness. Oh, I didn't expect the words he said in his previous life to actually be true. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. In that case, during this trip to the Nanshan secret realm, he might very well obtain 2 great opportunities. I never expected that the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc isn't the greatest opportunity in the Nanshan secret realm. realm. What exactly is hidden at the top of the pagoda? Zhou Luo decided that after obtaining the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, he must ascend to the top of the pagoda to investigate. But for now, the most important thing is to quickly catch up with Wu Qiyun. After leaving the pagoda tower, Wu Qiyun chose a direction based on intuition and ventured deep into the dense forest. Where exactly is this place? How could such a vast world be hidden within Mount Qinan? I've wasted the first half of my life. I should have come to Qinan Mountain earlier. Wu Qiyun moved through the forest while cautiously scanning his surroundings. He ventured 300 meters deeper. Suddenly, a fierce beast's roar came from behind, startling Wu Qiyun to the core. He turned around and saw that not far away, a strange beast had silently appeared. This beast had a strong build and looked very much like a tiger, but it had a large horn growing from the center of its forehead. Wu Qiyun didn't think much and, in a panic, picked a direction and ran for his life. The strange beast, of course, was unwilling to let him go and pursued him relentlessly. Although Wu Qiyun was weak, he was still unawakened. At this moment, he ran with all his might, unleashing a speed far beyond his age. But the speed of the beast was equally astonishing, closely following behind him. Suddenly, a cave appeared not far ahead of Wu Qiyun. The entrance to the cave was narrow. Wu Qiyun roughly estimated that even he would have to turn sideways to squeeze through. As long as I can squeeze in, the beast behind absolutely won't be able to catch up. Escaped from death this time. The excited Wu Qiyun quickly ran to the entrance of the cave and immediately turned sideways to squeeze in. Sure enough, that tiger-like beast couldn't get in at all. It lingered at the entrance for a moment, then finally turned away angrily and left. Inside the cave, Wu Qiyun saw the strange beast walk away but did not choose to leave. Instead, he turned to look into the pitch-black depths. Should I go in and take a look? Maybe I'll discover something new, he thought to himself. So he began walking deeper into the cave. The cave was pitch black, with only a few rays of sunlight streaming in through the entrance, and no other light source. But for Wu Qiyun, a modern man, this was no problem at all. He quickly took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. Instantly, the entire cave was illuminated. Wu Qiyun also saw clearly the structure of the cave. The cave was not large, estimated to be only a few dozen square meters. The only entrance and exit was the crack he had just entered through. When he illuminated the entire cave, his gaze was immediately drawn to an object. At the deepest part of the cave, by the wall, stood a half-meter-high stone platform. On the stone platform lay a bagua disc. Wu Qiyun was just about to step forward and take the bagua disc. So this thing was hidden here all along. Wu Qiyun trembled all over in fright. He hurriedly turned around and discovered that someone had quietly entered the cave without him noticing. Moreover, this person was extremely familiar to him. It was the terrifying man who had slain the giant python on Qinan Mountain earlier, Zhou Luo. The moment he saw Zhou Luo, Wu Qiyun's expression turned grim, and without hesitation, he lunged toward the bagua plate. Although he didn't understand why Zhou Luo was following him, Zhou Luo's words just now made him realize. This bagua plate is no ordinary item. If he could snatch it. Just as the thought emerged, Wu Qiyun was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. Turning around, he saw Zhou Luo firmly gripping his back collar, the immense strength making it impossible for him to break free. Quite clever, worthy of being the hexagram armor heavenly lord. However, the owner of this 8 trigram disc is no longer you. Rest assured and go your way. Before the words had even faded, the silver dragon spear in Zhou Luo's hand had already pierced through Wu Qiyun's chest. Wu Qiyun's eyes gradually dimmed and lost their light, and he finally died silently. Zhou Luo coldly tossed his corpse aside. You deserve to die too, don't blame me for being ruthless. He looked at the corpse and muttered to himself. In his previous life, Wu Qiyun had participated in several actions to resist the Beast King, but his nature was not good. He was purely a lustful devil. If it were just ordinary lust, it could be excused. After all, what man isn't lustful? But this old bastard's desires were directed at disturbingly young girls. Such a person deserved to die. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo turned and left, paying no further attention to Wu Qiyun's corpse, and his gaze turned to the bagua disc on the stone platform. This is actually the legendary innate treasure, the 9 Suns bagua disc, hidden in such an inconspicuous cave. Zhou Luo stepped forward without hesitation and directly picked up the 9 Suns bagua disc. The moment he touched the bagua disc, the originally dust-covered bagua plate suddenly flashed with a dazzling golden light. Zhou Luo immediately felt his mental energy being slowly absorbed by the bagua plate in his hand. Although the absorption was not strong, Zhou Luo only frowned slightly and did not let go of his hand. The bagua plate gradually returned to calm. Could it be that it has successfully recognized its master? His heart stirred, faintly sensing that an indescribable connection had been established between himself and the bagua disc. I've heard that such innate supreme treasures possess self-awareness and can autonomously recognize their master. It seems that this is indeed true. A surge of joy welled up in Zhou Luo's heart. At this moment, he finally possessed his very first innate supreme treasure. In his previous life, Wu Qiyun was just an ordinary person, yet with only a 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, he could stand at the pinnacle of the world and earn the title of Heavenly Venerable of Divination. But now, Zhou Luo not only possesses the monstrous 9 nether chaos physique but also holds this innate supreme treasure, the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. In this world, who could possibly be stronger than him? Since the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc is already in hand, it's time to explore the pagoda tower. Let me see what secrets are hidden at the top of this pagoda tower. Zhou Luo's thoughts stirred, and the 8 trigrams disc was instantly absorbed into his body. Without hesitation, he turned and left the cave, heading toward the pagoda tower. When Zhou Luo had just stepped out of the narrow cave entrance, a sudden gust of wind swept past his side. The tiger-shaped beast that had once forced Wu Qiyun into the cave suddenly appeared in his sight. "You beast, you're quite clever, waiting at the entrance for me. Your strength at the 9th level of the initial realm is barely sufficient. I'll use you to test the defensive power of the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc." Zhou Luo's heart stirred. The 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc instantly appeared in his hand. A mysterious reddish-yellow halo blossomed from the center of the disc, and immediately, 8 large characters emerged around Zhou Luo. Xian, Dui, Li, Jin, Sun, Kan, Zhen, Kuan. These 8 large characters, formed by ink diffusion, created a protective shield as tough as an eggshell, firmly enclosing Zhou Luo at the center. The tiger-shaped beast swung its claw with full force, striking the protective shield fiercely. Only a buzz sound was heard. The claw's force was unexpectedly deflected. Not even the slightest ripple appeared on the protective shield. Truly worthy of being an innate supreme treasure. A glimmer flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, and taking advantage of the moment the tiger-shaped beast was stunned by the recoil, he decisively killed it with a spear. The 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc was immediately reabsorbed into his body. Unfortunately, the realm of this exotic beast is too low to unleash the full power of the 8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. However, he could also sense from that strike just now that even if an exotic beast at the divine phenomenon realm appeared, the 8 trigrams disc could still provide him with an impenetrable defense. What's more, as one's cultivation improves, the power of the 8 trigrams disc will also increase accordingly. Just like Wu Qiyun in his previous life, who relied on the peak strength of the spirit transformation realm to withstand the fierce attacks of 5 forbidden realm beast kings. This is enough to prove just how terrifying the defensive power of the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc truly is. If only this treasure also had offensive attributes. Zhou Luo shook his head, sighed, and then quickened his pace toward the direction of the pagoda. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: hurry to the top of the pagoda to investigate, and then leave the Nanshan secret realm as soon as possible. Meanwhile, numerous challengers were gathered in the spacious hall inside the pagoda, their gazes fixed on the direction of the staircase, eyes filled with regret. Most people have already attempted to climb the stairs, only to find themselves lacking the strength and returning empty-handed. At this moment, there are only a handful of people still challenging the stairs, but each of them is an exceptionally gifted awakened one. Chu Hanyun and Lu Yuer are 2 of them. They were the last to enter the Nanshan secret realm as part of the team, so they were also the last group to enter the pagoda tower. After entering the pagoda tower, the 2 immediately searched for Zhou Luo's figure. However, after asking everyone without success, they decided to challenge the staircase to uncover its secrets. At this moment, the 2 had already climbed to the 36th level of the staircase consecutively. Looking up from the hall, the 2 were positioned right in the middle of the pagoda. From this, it can be inferred that the pagoda's staircase has a total of approximately 72 floors. It's getting harder and harder. With each step they took, Chu Hanyun and Lu Yuer felt increasingly exhausted, especially Lu Yuer, whose realm and talent were both a notch below Chu Hanyun's. Taking that step onto the 36th level nearly exhausted all her strength, but she did not give up easily. Clenching her silver teeth and exerting all her might, she finally stopped at the 38th level, unable to move any further. Is this as far as I can go? Lu Yuer was filled with unwillingness. What made her even more regretful was seeing Chu Hanyun step onto the 39th level with force, which deepened her remorse. If she had known earlier that the phenomenon at Chi Nanshan was due to the opening of a secret realm, she would have definitely persuaded her brother, Lu Feiyu, to come alone, instead of forcing herself to go alone. This time, she suffered a huge loss. She gazed toward the end of the staircase, sighing inwardly. However, seeing Chu Hanyun still struggling to reach the 40th floor, she felt somewhat reassured. She knew that Chu Hanyun, like her, would be unable to reach the summit. In this way, the Great Xiao Alliance, like her Bailey group, would also fail to obtain the opportunity at the top of the tower. Although failure is frustrating, seeing others succeed is even more heartbreaking. I can't get it, and neither can you. Thinking this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lu Yuer was about to give up, a noise suddenly came from behind. She turned around and was instantly stunned. A familiar figure was seen below the staircase, leaping 3 steps at a time and rushing over at full speed. "Excuse me, please make way, I'm in a hurry." In less than 30 seconds, Zhou Luo was already by Lu Yuer's side. Hearing this, although Lu Yuer was completely puzzled, she instinctively stepped aside to make room. Subsequently, Zhou Luo seemed to encounter no obstacles, effortlessly passing her and stepping onto the 41st floor. Chu Hanyun, who was gritting his teeth and preparing to sprint to the 41st floor, was dumbfounded. "Buddy, didn't you feel any pressure at all?" He watched Zhou Zhou Luo stride forward briskly, unable to resist asking a soul-searching question. Pressure? What pressure? It's way too easy. Zhou Luo provided the answer through his actions. Before the words had even faded, he swiftly took a step forward, leaping directly from the 41st floor to the 44th floor. His movements were smooth and effortless. This formed a stark contrast to Chu Hanyun, who was red-faced and drenched in sweat while struggling to reach the 41st floor. Shit! Chu Hanyun was completely stunned. He knew Zhou Luo was strong, but being this strong was simply unbelievable. Not to mention that the era of mutation had just begun a few days ago, and he had already reached the 8th level of the initial realm. This rate of progress has firmly placed him in the top tier of Jiangnan City. According to statistics from the headquarters of the Daxia Alliance, his talent is considered outstanding even across Daxia. Yet even so, within the Pagoda of Buddha, he was instantly defeated by Zhou Luo in one move. The 41st level that he struggled with all his might to overcome, Zhou Luo crossed in a single step. It seemed as if the stairs beneath his feet posed no obstacle to him. Chu Hanyun felt indignant, but no matter how unwilling he was, Zhou Luo's figure had already gradually disappeared from his sight. Zhou Luo moved swiftly, stepping onto the 44th floor without pausing, and continued striding toward the top of the tower. He smoothly crossed the last 72 levels without the slightest pause. Is this the top floor of the pagoda tower? Zhou Luo stepped onto the top of the tower, and what appeared before him was a secret chamber. On the floor at the center of the chamber was engraved a mysterious array diagram. At the center of the formation diagram stood a short, stubby pillar. The top of the pillar was empty, and its shape made Zhou Luo feel a vague sense of familiarity. Isn't this the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc? Zhou Luo frowned slightly and walked over to the pillar for a closer look, discovering that the empty part of the pillar perfectly matched the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc. Could it be that the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc is the key to unlocking the opportunities within this pagoda tower? A glimmer of light instantly flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. Back then, choosing to follow Wu Qiyun to obtain the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc was truly the right decision. If he had directly entered the tower at that time, he would probably have been left helplessly sighing at this pillar before him. After confirming that the vacancy on the pillar perfectly matched the shape of the Zhouyang Bagua disc, Zhou Luo did not hesitate and directly summoned the Bagua disc from within his body. Immediately afterward, he firmly embedded the Bagua disc into the gap. As it happened, the Bagua disc and the pillar fit seamlessly, without the slightest gap. At the moment when the Bagua plate and the pillar merged into one, the mysterious formation beneath Zhou Luo's feet suddenly activated, and the entire secret chamber was instantly shrouded in a faint mist of light. Seeing this, Zhou Luo quickly stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the range of the formation. He still didn't understand what this formation was, and he would never gamble with his own safety. Under Zhou Luo's gaze, the formation gradually condensed into an energy sphere as dazzling as a giant sun, which ultimately merged into the Bagua plate at the top of the pillar. As soon as the words were spoken, the secret chamber then returned to silence. After absorbing the energy of the giant sun, the Bagua plate unexpectedly displayed a continuously flowing crimson halo on its surface, exuding an extraordinary sense of mystery. Zhou Luo stepped forward and gently touched the body of the Bagua plate, tentatively sensing its reaction. Unexpectedly, this touch made the affinity of the Bagua disc toward him deepen further. He finally completely relaxed. He directly retracted the Bagua disc into his body, sensing its changes. I understand now. For a long time, Zhou Luo's face revealed an expression of ecstatic joy. After the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc absorbed the energy of the giant sun, it unexpectedly gained an entirely new function. It can reflect all attacks back to the attacker one by one. What's even more impressive is that Zhou Luo can use spiritual energy to enhance the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc, making the reflected damage far exceed the original. This is simply a divine skill. Zhou Luo's breathing gradually became rapid, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He knew that the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc he had heard of in his previous life had no legend of rebound damage. Otherwise, Wu Qiyun wouldn't have been mocked by his nemesis as the Turtle Shell Heavily Lord. It seems that in his previous life, Wu Qiyun never ascended the pagoda. He obtained the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc entirely by accident while being chased by a strange beast in the dense forest. No wonder when people asked him about the origin of the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc he always kept silent. If it were me, I wouldn't mention such an embarrassing experience either. Zhou Luo suddenly felt enlightened. This is truly an unexpected surprise. The original defense of the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc was already extremely formidable, and now it has gained a powerful counterattack capability. It truly deserves to be called an innate supreme treasure. After retrieving the 8 Trigrams disc, Zhou Luo looked around and found no other treasures in the secret chamber, so he turned and headed down the tower. On his way down the tower, Zhou Luo unexpectedly discovered that Chu Hanyun had already reached the 42nd floor and was recuperating, preparing to challenge the 43rd floor. Your perseverance is remarkable, my friend. But I must remind you, I've already taken all the opportunities at the top of the tower. There's no point in going up. Considering he was a member of the Great Xia Alliance, Alliance, Zhou Luo kindly offered a word of advice before heading downstairs past him. Watching Zhou Luo's departing figure, Chu Hanyun's mindset was on the verge of collapse. "Thank you," he shouted at Zhou Luo through gritted teeth, wearing a fake smile. After that, he no longer had any intention of climbing the tower and turned around to give up completely. What's the point of climbing now? All the opportunities were taken by Zhou Luo. If I don't leave now, won't I become a laughingstock? After Chu Hanyun went downstairs, he realized that Zhou Luo's figure had already disappeared. Upon inquiry, he learned that Zhou Luo had immediately left the pagoda tower as soon as he landed. "I must thoroughly investigate this person's identity when I return. It would be best if we could also bring him into our Daxia alliance." Chu Hanyun secretly made up his mind. During this trip to Qinan Mountain, Zhou Luo's displayed strength was undoubtedly top-notch in Jiangnan City. It seems even Jiangnan Manor might struggle to compete. The Jiangnan Mountain Villa has already clearly rejected the invitation from the Daxia alliance, evidently intending to establish its own faction. Its attitude towards the Daxia alliance is also quite subtle, and it is not impossible for conflicts to erupt between the two sides in the future. Under such circumstances, the only thing the Daxia alliance can do is to strive to win over all the lone strong individuals within Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo clearly fits the standard of a lone wolf strong individual. After awakening, this person first slew the silver-armored mystic Jiao to protect Sunshine Elementary School, and later saved my life at Qinan Mountain. He must have a favorable impression of our Daxia alliance. Chu Hanyun murmured to himself, already beginning to calculate how to bring Zhou Luo into the alliance. Not far away, among the crowd of the Bailey group, Lu Yuer's thoughts were quite similar to Chu Hanyun's. Seeing Zhou Luo walking briskly on the stairs of the pagoda tower just now, she realized she had underestimated him before. His strength is likely already at the pinnacle of Daxia, on the same level as her brother. Such a person cannot be easily recruited, nor can they be offended. After returning, it is essential to thoroughly investigate Zhou Luo's background and find ways to win his favor as the right course of action. After leaving the pagoda tower, Zhou Luo began exploring alone in the dense forest surrounding the area. In the previous life, the Nanshan secret realm was only open for 1 hour, after which everyone inside the realm would be teleported out. Currently, there are only 20 minutes left until the 1-hour limit ends. Although time was tight, it was enough for Zhou Luo to search the surroundings thoroughly. "This secret realm is truly amazing. I wonder how it was formed," Zhou Luo remarked as he looked around in awe. He had almost completely figured out the essence of the Nanshan secret realm. It was merely a moderately sized special space. Seeing no further anomalies, Zhou Luo sat down cross-legged and meditated, waiting for the hour to pass and for the secret realm to send him out. An hour quietly arrived. A streak of white light suddenly flashed across the sky, and the surrounding scenery gradually faded away. When his vision returned, Zhou Luo found himself back at the foot of Qinan Mountain. Looking toward Qinan Mountain, the golden fissure that served as the entrance to the secret realm had long disappeared without a trace. Qi Nanshan returned to his original state. "The Nanshan secret realm has ended. It's time to go back and strive for the divine realm." Zhou Luo stood up from the ground. Although he is now very powerful, he still does not dare to relax in the slightest, because he knows that the month following the end of the Nanshan secret realm is the critical moment for a major reshuffle in this world. The Beast King descends, the supreme treasure appears, and forces clash. Despite the numerous dangers, opportunities have also surged. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Of course, during this month, what Zhou Luo misses the most is still that breathing technique claimed to be the world's best. Before that, breaking through to the divine realm is the proper priority. Only after reaching the divine realm can I securely obtain that breathing technique. Zhou Luo muttered to himself. The breathing technique is the treasure he needs most right now, and he will never let anyone touch it easily. In Jiangnan Manor, inside an opulent reception room, after hearing his subordinates report on the situation over at Qi Nanshan, Wan Qingtian's fury became uncontrollable. With a loud slam, he shattered the table in front of him. "Scoundrel! How dare he lay a deadly hand on my son? Zhou Luo, I want you dead." Wan Qingtian gritted his teeth, his face twisted with rage. He never expected that as soon as the era of mutation began, someone could so easily kill Wan Yinfeng in seconds. Moreover, this person is actually in Jiangnan City. He originally thought that with Wan Yinfeng's strength, sending him to investigate the anomaly at Qinan Mountain would be foolproof. After all, in the 3 days since the era of mutation began, Jiangnan Manor had already cleared out most of the forces in Jiangnan City. Logically speaking, a strong figure like Zhou Luo should never suddenly appear. This was truly a major miscalculation. On the sofa in the reception room, a stunningly beautiful figure was seated upright, exuding a cold yet slightly alluring aura, causing the subordinate who came to report to glance a few more times. Wan Qingtian's anger had not subsided. That stunning figure slightly parted her red lips and slowly spoke. "Master Wan, I told you long ago that there is a peerless expert hidden in Jiangnan City. If you had taken my advice back then, your young master would not have fallen so easily." This woman was none other than Lu Ruyan. After Lu Kailong was properly buried, Lu Ruyan immediately headed to Jiangnan Jiangnan Manor. The reason is very simple. Lu Ruyan knows full well that if she wants revenge, relying solely on her incomplete calamity sacred body is far from enough, and Jiangnan Villa is undoubtedly her most ideal ally. It's already too late, everything is too late. After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Wan Qingtian was filled with regret, his eyes bloodshot. Ruan Yanfeng ranks second in talent among the three sons. If given more time to grow, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Jiangnan Manor in the future. But all of this was shattered because of Zhou Luo. Master Ruan, can you now consider the terms I proposed earlier? Lu Ruyan's expression was calm, her gaze resolute as she looked at the deeply regretful Wan Qingtian. Help me repair the damaged calamity sacred body, and then I will join forces with you to completely eliminate Zhou Luo. As long as I kill him, I will leave Jiangnan City. Your Jiangnan Manor will still be the leader of this land, and its status will remain unchanged. What do you think of this condition? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes fixed on Wan Qingtian, waiting for his response. I agree with you. Wan Qingtian took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. The Nanshan secret realm has now come to an end. Judging from Zhou Luo's performance in the secret realm, he is undoubtedly a top-tier expert in the Lingdian realm. As the highest-ranked individual in Jiangnan Villa, Wan Qingtian has currently only reached the first level of the Lingdian realm. He knew clearly that relying on himself alone, the path of revenge would be difficult to tread. According to intelligence, Zhou Luo obtained a mysterious opportunity within the pagoda of the Nanshan secret realm. As for what this opportunity specifically was, Wan Qingtian was unsure, but he understood that Zhou Luo's strength must have greatly increased because of it. Under such circumstances, he urgently needed an ally to join forces and counter Zhou Luo. And Lu Ruyan is the best candidate. She has a deep-seated grudge against Zhou Luo and possesses extraordinary talent. With only the incomplete calamity sacred body, Lu Ruyan managed to cultivate to the 7th level of the initial realm in just 3 days. If the sacred body could be fully restored, Wan Qingtian couldn't imagine how terrifying she would become. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to find a way to repair your calamity sacred body. When your calamity sacred body is fully restored, we will join forces and catch Zhou Luo off guard. Wan Qingtian immediately made the decision, his eyes burning with fury. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's lips curved into a breathtakingly beautiful smile. The two were completely unaware. Outside the reception room, a young man with a gloomy expression clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger and sorrow, standing quietly. After standing for a moment, he seemed to make up his mind and turned to leave. After leaving the Nanshan secret realm, Lu Yuer immediately left Jiangnan City and rushed back to the Bailey Group, intending to report everything that happened at Qinan Mountain in detail to her brother, He Yuang. Xu Hanyun quickly returned to the Dasha Alliance headquarters in Jiangnan City to report the matter to the branch leader. We must recruit him. Such talent must be secured by any means necessary. The Jiangnan City branch leader, Wang Lin, waved his arm vigorously after hearing this, his eyes filled with a longing for talent. Helplessly, the Great Xiao Alliance is truly short of people nowadays. Although it is an official organization, almost all awakened individuals with some talent want to establish their own factions, and few are willing to join the Great Xiao Alliance. Of course, the most crucial reason is not that the Great Xiao Alliance offers poor treatment. Rather, it is because the Great Xiao Alliance has an ironclad rule, no harming innocent civilians and no committing heinous acts. This rule was followed by everyone during times of peace. However, once the era of mutation began, everything changed. Those newly awakened individuals who gained immense power were completely unwilling to be bound by the rules of the old era. Moreover, most of the awakened had suffered from severe illnesses for years, battling disease for a long time, and over the years, many of them had developed deeply distorted psyches. Such groups are even less likely to easily join the Great Xiao Alliance. Even if they don't establish their own factions, most of them would choose to align with other powerful forces. Of course, Wang Lin's intention to win over Zhou Luo involves far more considerations than just these. A piece of news from the icy and snowy northern border of Great Xia has arrived. A supremely powerful beast king suddenly appeared in Mosui City. The Great Xiao Alliance joined forces with numerous strong fighters to resist, but they couldn't even hold out for an hour against the beast king. In just 1 hour, Mosui City was completely overrun. Even the incredibly destructive thermal weapons developed before the onset of the mutation era were utterly ineffective against the beast king. After the Great Xiao Alliance's defeat, the entire city turned into a hellish scene of devastation. The tragic scene made the messenger who narrowly escaped tremble uncontrollably while recounting it. Wang Lin's greatest fear was that such a beast king might suddenly appear in Jiangnan City as well. If that were to happen, relying on the strength of the Great Xiao Alliance would be absolutely insufficient to resist. Therefore, he had to take precautions in advance. Do everything possible to prepare before disaster strikes. He absolutely did not want to see his hometown, Jiangnan City, fall into such an apocalyptic scene. Wang Lin put on his coat and turned to Chu Hanyun, saying, "Hanyun, let's go. I'll go with you to visit this Mr. Zhou." Chu Hanyun was instantly surprised. "Alliance leader, you're personally going with me? Of course, only in this way can we demonstrate the sincerity of our Great Xia Alliance. Wang Lin nodded, then strode toward the conference room door. There's no time to lose, set off immediately. Inside a residence, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded from within his body, as if a shackle had been broken, and his realm soared abruptly. Ninth level of the Limian realm. After stabilizing his internal realm, Zhou Luo exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes, filled with surprise and delight. The power of the nine nether chaos body far exceeds my expectations. Breaking through was completely effortless, as natural as flowing water. He was well aware of how terrifying this trait was. In his previous life, countless people were stuck at a certain realm, unable to advance even an inch despite all their efforts. Even those with exceptionally gifted constitutions could not escape this calamity. Now, Zhou Luo doesn't need to worry about such issues at all. Breaking through is as effortless for him as breathing, and this is even without using the breathing technique. If he mastered the breathing technique, Zhou Luo couldn't even imagine how fast his cultivation speed would be. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly. He sensed two presences approaching outside the door. One of them was somewhat familiar to him. Before long, the door was knocked on. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Mr. Zhou, it's me, Chu Hanyun. Hearing Chu Hanyun's voice, whom Qi Nanshan had met, Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow. It seems someone from the Daxia Alliance has come to visit. His mind stirred, and he quickly understood the purpose of Chu Hanyun's visit. Zhou Luo got up and walked over to open the door. Outside the door, besides Chu Hanyun, there was another face Zhou Luo was very familiar with. Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you. This is... When Chu Hanyun saw him come out, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he was about to introduce Wang Lin. Before he could speak, Zhou Luo quickly said, so it's Alliance leader Wang. In his previous life, he had read quite a bit of information about Wang Lin. This person was the deputy leader of the Daxia Alliance in Jiangnan City, known for his righteousness, especially his dedication to civilians, and had a very good reputation. Oh, so Mr. Zhou knows me? Wang Lin was somewhat surprised. He remembered that he had never interacted with Zhou Luo. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, he was the leader of the Jiangnan branch of the Daxia Alliance, so it wasn't surprising that Zhou Luo knew him through other channels. Since Mr. Zhou knows me, that makes things easier. Wang Lin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Mr. Zhou, this time I am here on behalf of the Daxia Alliance to invite you to join us. You can rest assured regarding the treatment and conditions, we will definitely grant you the rank of division leader. Of course, if you don't want to personally manage affairs, you can also choose to hold a nominal title. Wang Lin revealed all the conditions for recruiting Zhou Luo without any reservations. He was well aware that when dealing with someone as powerful as Zhou Luo, sincerity was the most important thing, and there could be no holding back. After listening to Wang Lin's introduction, Zhou Luo still shook his head. Sorry, I have no plans to join any faction for the time being. To be honest, the conditions offered by Wang Lin were already very generous. The treatment of a deputy leader ranks at the top level within the Great Xia Alliance. In terms of power alone, it means becoming the ruler of a city. How many men dream of achieving such a position? Not to mention the resources, the Great Xia Alliance has promised that all kinds of heavenly treasures and magical artifacts produced in the future will be prioritized for distribution to the leaders of the various sub-alliances. It can be said that the Great Xia Alliance has already shown the utmost sincerity. But none of this moved Zhou Luo. Although he appreciates the image and style of the Great Xia Alliance, he currently has no intention of joining any faction. Right now, the most important thing for Zhou Luo is just one, enhancing his strength. As a reborn individual, he possesses a unique advantage in information, allowing him to know in advance about various upcoming events and treasures that are about to appear. At this stage, recklessly joining a faction is definitely not a wise choice. Is that so? Upon hearing Zhou Luo's decision, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel a bit dejected when he was truly rejected. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Mr. Zhou, I have one more request that might be presumptuous. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Luo. If one day Jiangnan City faces a crisis, could I ask you to contribute to the Daxia Alliance? As long as you agree, all the conditions I mentioned earlier will still stand. Whatever you want, the Daxia Alliance will do its best to fulfill. After speaking, Wang Lin stared at Zhou Luo intently, his expression carrying a hint of unease. What are you talking about? Zhou Luo frowned slightly upon seeing this. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. 2 days passed, so it still won't work after all. Just as he was thinking this, Zhou Luo's voice rang out again. I was born and raised in Jiangnan City. If Jiangnan City is in danger and I don't step forward, who else will? The disappointment in Wang Lin's heart instantly vanished. His gaze became passionate and excited. Mr. Zhou, truly righteous and courageous. Seeing his expression, Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. I still need to train. Alright then, we won't disturb you. Han Yun, let's go. Wang Lin immediately understood and left with Chu Han Yun without any hesitation. Shu Han-yun sighed and said, I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to agree. Wang Lin responded with a smile. When he said those words, I knew Mr. Zhou was definitely a man of loyalty. It seems there are still quite a few people with faith in Daxia. After speaking, he let out a long sigh. It's a pity we couldn't truly bring him into the alliance. The two gradually walked away. Inside the room, Zhou Luo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the figures of Wang Lin and Shu Han-yun gradually fade into the distance downstairs, a trace of a sigh appearing on his face. The Great Xia Alliance, what a pity. Recalling the previous life, the Great Xia Alliance gradually declined under the joint attacks of several major forces. Although they acted righteously and treated the people very well. In chaotic times, who cares whether you are righteous or not? Strength is the most convincing thing. The reason he agreed to help the Great Xia Alliance at a critical moment was because of a favor from his past life. At that time, a beast king descended upon Jiangnan City, and he suffered as well. It was the Great Xia Alliance that stepped in and saved him from the disaster. This life can be considered as repaying this kindness. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It's close, only 3 days left until the opening of Taishan Mansion. A trace of anticipation flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. Mount Tai Mansion, the birthplace of the world's most powerful breathing technique in a previous life, known as the Dai Zong Si calming art. This breathing technique is incredibly powerful. It is said that those who master it will have spiritual energy surging within them like raging waves of the deep sea, and their exhalations can cause mountains to tremble. Those who achieve mastery can synchronize their breathing rhythm with the earth's veins, carrying the force of the 5 sacred mountains and the sea calming power in every gesture. Legend has it that at its peak, one could stabilize a 100-mile tsunami with a single breath. Such a supreme breathing technique must belong to me. Zhou Luo made a firm decision in his heart, vowing to master this breathing technique. No one can stop him. While Zhou Luo was still in the room focused on his cultivation, on a nearby hillside, found you, Zhou Luo. Dare to kill my brother, I will make you pay with your life. The shadowy man who had been eavesdropping outside Ruan Qingtian's reception room was now holding a military-grade binoculars, observing the interior through the glass. He was none other than Ruan Yanfeng's elder brother, Ruan Shanlin. Upon learning that his younger brother Ruan Yanfeng had been killed, the usually doting Ruan Shanlin was almost furious to the point of fainting, especially when he was about to go to his father, Ruan Qingtian, to discuss plans for revenge. He overheard Ruan Qingtian and Lu Ruiyan's scheme, which seemed to suggest they did not intend to seek immediate revenge but rather planned to wait patiently. How could this be acceptable? Ruan Shanlin believed that with the advent of the mutation era, no matter how strong Zhou Luo was, he could never surpass the power of heavy thermal weapons. Therefore, behind Ruan Qingtian's back, he secretly redirected an elite unit hired by Jiangnan Manor after the start of the mutation era and personally came to seek revenge against Zhou Luo. Behind him, more than a dozen fully armed men, each holding a powerful heavy sniper rifle, lay prone with their gun barrels all aimed at Zhou Luo. In the sky, an Eagle Nation-imported military helicopter equipped with heavy machine guns hovered over the forest of Ruan Mountain. The gun barrels were also locked onto the house where Zhou Luo was located. About 100 meters away from Ruan Mountain, 2 imposing tank-armored vehicles had already loaded their ammunition, ready to flatten the villa where Zhou Luo was located at Ruan Mountain's command. In order to deal with Zhou Luo, Ruan Shanlin almost brought out all the trump cards of Jiangnan Manor, especially these 2 tank-armored vehicles. When the era of mutation began, Jiangnan Manor paid a great price to acquire these 2 tanks. Young master, should we open fire? The commander of the elite troops beside Ruan Shanlin immediately asked. Seeing that everything was ready, Ruan Shanlin's lips curled slightly, and a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Zhou Luo, go to hell and apologize to my brother. Ruan Shanlin gave the order. A dozen heavy sniper rifles fired simultaneously, large-caliber armor-piercing bullets capable of penetrating steel shot toward Zhou Luo's forehead with blazing flames. Military helicopters circling in the sky, their gun barrels spinning rapidly at this moment. Tanks on the ground spewed 2 bursts of flames from their cannons. In just an instant, the single villa where Zhou Luo lived collapsed with a loud crash, turning into ruins. Ha, Zhou Luo, who else but you would die after provoking Jiangnan Manor? Third brother, big brother has avenged you. Zhou Luo will soon join you. Ruan Shanlin burst into wild laughter, but after laughing for a while, he suddenly broke into uncontrollable sobs. However, shortly after he finished saying these 2 sentences, the commander beside him suddenly widened his eyes. Young master, something's wrong. At the location of the villa, the dust gradually dispersed. A figure was slowly emerging. Jiangnan Mountain Villa. I originally planned to deal with you after obtaining the breathing technique, but I didn't expect that you would insist on seeking death. Zhou Luo held the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, surrounded by a black and white shield, with a chilling killing intent in his eyes. The moment Ruan Shanlin's troops opened fire earlier, he sensed something amiss and decisively summoned the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc for protection. Therefore, even under heavy fire, Zhou Luo remained unscathed, with not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Still too careless. A trace of regret flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He should have gone straight to to Jiangnan Manor after leaving the Nanshan secret realm to settle this trouble once and for all. Although he is not injured now, being interrupted during cultivation is undoubtedly a bad thing, especially since he had just found a suitable place to stay. Now he can't live there again. After dealing with the trouble later, he'll have to find another place to settle down. What a waste of time. That's not right. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. I want to destroy Jiangnan Manor, so why bother looking for a place to stay? Why not just move directly into Jiangnan Manor? A thought became clear, and Zhou Luo's face revealed a hint of a smile. He looked toward Wan Shanlin on the distant hillside, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Here to avenge your brother, are you? No problem, since you two brothers are so close, I'll grant your wish and let you reunite soon. Avoid suffering such longing again. Wan Shanlin felt Zhou Luo's gaze fall on him, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Just now, seeing Zhou Luo effortlessly withstand a round of firepower from his subordinates, he could hardly believe his eyes. You must know, under this round of firepower, even a strong expert at the Lingdian realm would undoubtedly perish with regret. How did Zhou Luo manage to bear this? Not only did he doubt his own life, the commander beside him also turned his gaze to Zhou Luo at this moment, his eyes full of shock and confusion. If it were before, if someone had told him that a person could withstand simultaneous fire from over a dozen heavy sniper rifles, a heavy machine gun, and 2 heavy cannons and still survive, he would have thought that person was insane. But today, Zhou Luo proved it possible. After this round of relentless bombardment, the villa where Zhou Luo stood was already in ruins, completely unrecognizable. But he himself stood there steadily, as if nothing had happened. The commander swallowed hard, his heart filled with fear. Keep going, keep firing. He survived the first round. I don't believe he can survive the second. Wan Shanlin clenched his teeth and immediately issued the order. The commander reacted quickly upon hearing this and immediately ordered the troops to continue firing. Countless flashes of fire bloomed once again. The same firepower as before once again covered Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo not only chose not to evade but instead stood still, quietly waiting for the attack to come at him. Countless bullets rained down on the shield formed by the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. The moment the bullets touched the shield, the disc in Zhou Luo's hand suddenly emitted a crimson glow. All the bullets striking the shield seemed to be drawn by an immense force, abruptly changing direction and flying straight back toward their shooters. The dozen or so snipers lying on the ground instantly had their foreheads pierced by their own bullets, their pupils gradually dilating in shock. In the sky, the alloy shell of a military helicopter was instantly riddled with holes, flames erupting from its body as it plummeted straight toward the ground. 2 tanks equipped with heavy weaponry met an even grimmer fate. With a deafening roar, the tanks exploded, and their operators were reduced to ashes in an instant. This well-equipped and heavily armed elite unit was completely annihilated. The sound of explosions echoed one after another. Wan Shanlin and the commander were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Why were all our attacks reflected back? The commander held his head, his face full of shock. He simply couldn't comprehend it. He had never imagined that the elite unit under his command, equipped with top-notch gear, would one day perish by his own hand. Am I digging my own grave? The commander was nearly insane. Wan Shanlin was completely stunned as well. He turned his head to look at the dozen snipers who had been hit, as if he were in a dream. Why? His heart was filled with regret. Back then, he shouldn't have hidden it from Ruan Qingtian and secretly sought revenge on Zhou Luo, because he had never expected Zhou Luo to be so terrifying. Not only did Zhou Luo withstand 2 rounds of bombing from his men, in the second round, he directly counter-killed everyone. How is this any different from a deity? Just as the two were still immersed in shock, Zhou Luo's figure had already appeared before them. Jiangnan Mountain Villa, right? He gripped the silver dragon spear, the tip pointing directly at Ruan Shanlin's throat. Tell me, where is your lair? Ruan Shanlin snapped back to his senses. He stared at Zhou Luo and suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. I will never betray. The words were not yet finished. The silver dragon spear had already pierced through his throat. Blood slowly dripped along the tip of the spear. The commander on the side was almost scared to wet his pants at this moment. Don't kill me. He fell to the ground, sitting on his backside, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Zhou Luo. Having lived in an era of peace for too long, today was the first time he truly faced death. He could betray Daxia and lead his troops to join Jiangnan Manor. He was never much of a hero or a man of great character, naturally fearing death and clinging to life. Alright, but you have to tell me the exact location of Jiangnan Manor's base. Zhou Luo snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him. I'll tell you. Jiangnan Manor is located in the Wutong district, where there's a large private estate. The commander unhesitatingly revealed the exact location of Jiangnan Manor. The silver flood dragon spear similarly pierced through his throat. The commander's eyes gradually dimmed and closed with resentment. After dealing with the two, Zhou Luo did not hesitate, carrying the silver jiao spear, and walked straight in the direction indicated by the commander. Today, he will surely level Jiangnan Manor. No one can stop him. Ruan Qingtian stood up in a fury after hearing his subordinate's report. What did you say? That brat actually redirected our troops? troops? This disobedient fellow actually dared to hide such a big matter from me? Yuan Qingtian was furious. He knew in his heart that Yuan Shanlin must be mobilizing troops to seek revenge on Zhou Luo. As a father, he understood his son's character very well. Seek revenge without delay, never postponing it to the next day, especially for the murder of a brother. At this moment, a handsome man who bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Qingtian walked into the reception room. He was none other than the second eldest of the Yuan family's three brothers, Yuan Haiyun. Yuan Haiyun smiled and said to Yuan Qingtian, "Father, elder brother acted after careful consideration. The era of mutation has just begun, and no matter how strong Zhou Luo is, he can't be invincible. Our troops have powerful firepower. Even a strong individual at the transitional mutation stage would find it hard to escape death in front of two cannons, not to mention the deployment of two tanks." Hearing him say this, Yuan Qingtian's anger slightly subsided, but his tone remained stern. "Don't make excuses for your elder brother. I know he couldn't have quietly transferred the troops without your help. When he returns, I'll teach both of you a lesson." Yuan Haiyun listened without fear, merely sighing. "As long as we can avenge our third brother, father, whatever punishment you give me and elder brother, we are willing to endure." "Humph, you've said all the good things." Yuan Qingtian let out a cold snort. Although he was angry at Yuan Shanlin and Yuan Haiyun's actions, he also understood their feelings. If he hadn't known about Zhou Luo's formidable strength, he would have wanted to confront Zhou Luo himself. After all, Yuan Yanfeng, who was killed by Zhou Luo, was his own son. Seeing that his father did not truly blame him, Yuan Haiyun felt a sense of relief in his heart. He quickly turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, who was sitting on the sofa. Beautiful, truly breathtakingly beautiful. Yuan Haiyun had long heard that the eldest daughter of the Lu group was an unparalleled beauty. Seeing her today, she indeed lives up to her reputation. Just as he was about to step forward to greet Lu Ruyan stood up from the sofa and asked Yuan Qingtian, "Master Yuan, may I ask where the restroom is?" Yuan Qingtian was about to answer. Yuan Haiyun quickly said, "Miss Lu, the restroom is right in the hall. How about I take you there?" The words were not yet finished when Lu Ruyan politely declined. "No need, I'll go by myself." After speaking, she gracefully moved her steps and left the reception room. After Lu Ruyan left, Yuan Haiyun's gaze remained fixed in the direction of the door. Seeing this, Yuan Qingtian couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. "Stop looking. Lu Ruyan has already reached a collaboration with my Jiangnan Villa. No matter what, we're all in the same boat now. You'll have plenty of opportunities to get close to her in the future." Father is right. I lost my composure. Yuan Haiyun quickly regained his composure as well, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But what they didn't know was, after Lu Ruyan left the reception room, she did not go to the so-called restroom. Instead, she decisively avoided everyone's gaze and quickly left Jiangnan Villa. After leaving the premises of Jiangnan Villa, Lu Ruyan decisively chose a direction and swiftly dashed away. Damn Yuan Shanlin, of all things to do, why did he have to provoke that lunatic? Lu Ruyan complained about Yuan Shanlin as she ran. The so-called elite troops led by Yuan Shanlin couldn't even harm Zhou Luo. Not only that, whether Yuan Shanlin is still alive remains unknown. After killing Yuan Shanlin, Lu Ruyan was very clear in her heart that Zhou Luo would definitely go straight to Jiangnan Manor. Staying at Jiangnan Manor would only mean waiting for death. Fleeing quickly is the only way out. It was so hard to find a glimmer of hope to complete the Calamity Sacred Body, and now it's gone just like that. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth in anger. Originally, she estimated that with the vast power of Jiangnan Manor, completing the Calamity Sacred Body would only take a few days. But unexpectedly, Yuan Shanlin turned out to be so impatient, really incapable of accomplishing anything, only good at ruining things. It seems I can only look for another force to help me complete the Calamity Sacred Body. Lu Ruyan thought to herself as she quickly left the boundaries of Jiangnan City. Inside the guest room of Jiangnan Villa, Yuan Qingtian and his son chatted while waiting for Yuan Shanlin to return. They were completely unaware that Lu Ruyan had already quietly escaped under the pretense of going to the restroom. Judging by the time, he should be arriving soon. Yuan Haiyun glanced at his watch. It had been an hour since Yuan Shanlin set out with his team. This period of time is enough to kill Zhou Luo. I hope Big Brother can bring Zhou Luo's corpse back intact. Yuan Haiyun's eyes flashed with cold sharpness. He dared to kill third brother. If I don't hang him at the gate of Jiangnan Manor for 7 days and 7 nights, I won't be able to quell this anger in my heart. Yuan Qingtian sneered upon hearing this. I'm afraid that's impossible. Under that kind of firepower coverage, not even a single bone of Zhou Luo would be found. Yes, it really is such a pity. Yuan Haiyun sighed. However, just as his words fell, a voice suddenly came from outside the reception room door. Regret? I don't see it that way. The father and son looked warily toward the direction of the main door. The next second, a figure suddenly burst through the door and landed squarely in the center of the reception room. Big Brother? Seeing the figure clearly, Yuan Haiyun was initially delighted, but his smile quickly froze. The one who flew in was none other than his big brother, Yuan Shanlin. At this moment, a large hole had been pierced pierced through Ruan Shanlin's throat by an unknown object, and blood soaked half of his upper body. His eyes were lifeless, pupils unfocused, staring fixedly at Ruan Hyun, sending chills down one's spine. Big brother! Ruan Hyun's joy turned to sorrow, and a sudden surge of anger ignited in his chest. Ruan Qingtian's face was extremely grim, his gaze fixed on Zhou Luo, who had already appeared at the door. Zhou Luo, you're courting death. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with naked killing intent. I've brought the corpse of Ruan Shanlin here. Instead of thanking me, you want to kill me? Is this how Jiangnan Manor treats its guests? Zhou Luo smiled faintly, and his words almost infuriated Ruan Qingtian and Ruan Hyun. After killing both of my sons, do you really think I, Ruan Qingtian, am a pushover, ready to be trampled on? Since you dared to come today, then stay forever and accompany my sons in death. Ruan Qingtian's expression turned grim. The next moment, an extremely majestic and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, undoubtedly the power of the limiting transformation realm. Ruan Qingtian took a single step forward. His entire figure instantly vanished from where he stood, only to reappear in front of Zhou Luo. His arm bent tightly like a fully drawn bow, with violent spiritual energy frantically converging at the peak of his fist, before finally blasting out. This was almost his full-force punch, smashing fiercely onto the black and white shield that Zhou Luo had conjured out of thin air, producing a thunderous roar. Break for me! Ruan Qingtian's heart was filled with disdain. Since the onset of the mutation era, he had encountered many similar shield artifacts or talents, but without exception, none could withstand this strike of his. Zhou Luo's layer of shield is absolutely no exception. Just as this thought emerged in his mind, Ruan Qingtian immediately sensed that something was amiss. He realized that his punch had not caused the slightest damage to Zhou Luo's black and white shield. Not even a ripple was stirred. Before he could react to what had happened, a strong counterforce surged through his arm. This counterforce was no weaker than the punch earlier, directly shattering the bones in Ruan Qingtian's right arm. The master of Jiangnan Manor has only this much skill? Nothing impressive at all. Zhou Luo sat steadily inside the shield, staring at Ruan Qingtian as if watching a clown. Poof! Ruan Qingtian was so provoked by these words that his whole body trembled, unable to hold back a mouthful of old blood. As the master of Jiangnan Manor and a leading figure of the 5 major forces in Daxia after the onset of the mutation era, he had never been ridiculed like this before. Father, I'm here to help you. Inside the house, Ruan Hyun saw his father at a disadvantage and immediately prepared to step forward to assist. But before he could make a move, a flash of cold light suddenly magnified before his eyes. A silver dragon spear pierced straight through Ruan Hyun's chest, finally pinning him to the wall. Ruan Hyun's body gradually fell, silent. Adults are fighting, kids shouldn't meddle. Zhou Luo casually waved his hand, summoning the silver jiao spear back, then coldly looked at the flushed face of Ruan Qingtian. Master Ruan, don't you agree? Zhou Luo, I, Ruan Qingtian, will never coexist with you. Ruan Qingtian's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could tear Zhou Luo into pieces. In just one day, his 3 sons were gone like this, and the murderer turned out to be the same person. Such a deep-seated hatred almost completely consumed Ruan Qingtian's sanity. But in the end, he was not overwhelmed by hatred. With his reason still intact, Ruan Qingtian knew that he alone was no match for Zhou Luo. Lu Ruyan, come out and help. Otherwise, you won't escape either. He shouted loudly outside the reception room, trying to get Lu Ruyan to join in. But after a long time, there was still no movement outside the door. Lu Ruyan, don't be a coward. If you don't help me, neither of us will survive. Ruan Qingtian shouted towards the door again. Still, no one responded. Seeing this situation, Ruan Qingtian's heart tightened sharply, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Could it be Lu Ruyan had already fled far away? This thought instantly surfaced in his mind. Lu Ruyan? Zhou Luo heard the name called out by Ruan Qingtian and frowned slightly. What exactly is going on? Lu Ruyan was killed by him, so how could she still be alive? Are you talking about Lu Ruyan, the daughter of Lu Kailong from the Lu group? A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he questioned Ruan Qingtian. Ah, that's right. You didn't expect it, did you? She's still alive. After Lu Ruyan escaped, Ruan Qingtian knew that he was unlikely to survive today, so he betrayed Lu Ruyan without hesitation. You don't fulfill your filial duty, so I won't let you have it easy. He recounted in detail the story of how Lu Ruyan managed to survive. Those matters had already been candidly explained by Lu Ruyan when she approached him to show her sincerity, so repeating them wasn't difficult. I didn't expect the Calamity's sacred body to have 2 lives. I was truly careless. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. In his previous life, he only knew that the Calamity's sacred body cultivated at an extremely fast pace and had exceptional talent, but he never anticipated it could revive once. The characteristic of the Calamity's sacred body was definitely kept as a trump card by Lu Ruyan in her previous life, so it was normal for him to be unaware of it. After learning about Lu Ruyan's whereabouts from Ruan Qingtian, Zhou Luo did not hesitate, casually thrusting a spear that directly pierced through Ruan Qingtian's heart, ending his life. Jiangnan Manor, at this moment, completely ceased to exist in name and reality. reality. After dealing with Ruan Qingtian, Zhou Luo's gaze locked onto the window, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. As expected of the misty demon emperor, acting with such extreme caution. I haven't even arrived in person, and she's already fled. But it doesn't matter. Even your complete calamity's sacred body in the previous life can no longer pose a threat to me, let alone this incomplete version. Zhou Luo cleared his mind and stopped dwelling on it. Since Lu Ruyan has already fled in advance, she has most likely left Jiangnan City by now. If he wants to track her, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, a futile effort. But this does not mean Zhou Luo will let Lu Ruyan go. If he obtains any clues about her in the future, he will still go without hesitation to kill her. You'd better pray I don't find you. Zhou Luo withdrew the silver Jiao spear and immediately began clearing out the remaining forces of Jiangnan Manor. With only a few days left until the opening of Taishan Prefecture, he had to seize the time to break through to the Divine Anomaly realm and secure the Daizong Jinhai art. At such a critical moment, Zhou Luo had no time to waste even a shred of effort on Lu Ruyan. The news of Jiangnan Mountain Villa's destruction quickly spread throughout Daxia. When people first heard about the collapse of Jiangnan Mountain Villa, their initial reaction was disbelief, thinking it was a joke. However, when someone found the corpses of Ruan Qingtian and his sons near Jiangnan Mountain Villa and took photos, everyone was instantly shocked. This corpse is Ruan Qingtian. I saw him before. Ruan Qingtian is really dead? Who killed him? So impressive? Jiangnan Villa is too tragic. As one of the 5 major forces, it was wiped out just a few days after the beginning of the Mutation era. Who exactly did it? It's terrifying. Hey, I have a friend who knows the inside story. Here's what actually happened. The prestigious Jiangnan Villa, one of the 5 major powers recognized by the Great Xia after the onset of the Calamity era, just disappeared like that? Not only that, but someone uncovered the inside story and revealed the entire truth. It turned out to be Zhou Luo, who single-handedly stormed in, first killing Ruan Yanfeng, then slaying Ruan Shanlin, and finally kicking open the gates of Jiangnan Villa to take down Ruan Qingtian and Ruan Haiyun together. This earth-shattering feat immediately stunned all the onlookers. Really? One person can defeat one of the 5 major forces? Zhou Luo is too powerful. Who would dare provoke him now? What level has this big shot's cultivation reached? He must be far ahead of all humanity, right? I am willing to call him the Jiangnan God of Death. Online, discussions about the destruction of Jiangnan Mountain Villa are unusually heated. Some even gave Zhou Luo a nickname, respectfully calling him the Jiangnan God of Killing. The reason is simple. Zhou Luo's methods are decisive and ruthless, and with just a disagreement, he directly wiped out the entire Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Such decisive slaughter, isn't it the true nature of a god of killing? It truly inspires fear in people's hearts. On this day, Zhou Luo's name was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Far away in the Baili group in Tai Mountain City, Lu Yuer also saw the news online about Zhou Luo and the destruction of Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Zhou Luo acted so swiftly, directly wiping out Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Lu Yuer slightly parted her lips, utterly shocked. She had witnessed Zhou Luo's strength and had long anticipated that one day Jiangnan Mountain Villa would fall at his hands. After all, Ruan Yanfeng was reckless and insisted on provoking Zhou Luo, despite being unable to stop himself, ultimately meeting a tragic end. With Ruan Yanfeng's death, it also meant that Zhou Luo and Jiangnan Villa had completely become enemies. The problem, however, is that Zhou Luo's strength is far too terrifying, far surpassing Jiangnan Villa. Therefore, in Lu Yuer's view, Zhou Luo is undoubtedly the ultimate winner. But she hadn't expected everything to happen so quickly. She had just returned from Jiangnan City when she received the news of Jiangnan Manor's destruction. This person must not be provoked. Lu Yuer mentally labeled Zhou Luo as someone absolutely not to be provoked. In the future, if anyone from the Bailey group dares to offend Zhou Luo, she will not hesitate to cripple their limbs first and then personally bring them to apologize to Zhou Luo. I wonder how my brother's strength compares to his. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yuer's mind. She walked out of the room and asked the butler at the door, "Has there been any news from Mount Tai?" The butler respectfully replied, "Miss, 10 minutes ago, the young master successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the Lingbian realm by absorbing the earth fiend Qi emanating from Mount Tai. Expected to break through to the 4th level of the Limian realm within 2 days." Hearing this, Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she then asked, "Have the sources of the earth fiend Qi been identified?" "Not yet, but our people are close to tracing it back to the source. It seems to be emanating from beneath Mount Tai. The specific thing emitting the earth fiend Qi is still unknown at this time," the butler reported truthfully. Lu Yuer nodded lightly and returned to the room. Her gaze turned to the window, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Just yesterday, Mount Tai, the eastern peak of Tai City and the origin of its name, was suddenly shrouded in dense earthly fiendish energy. As the largest force in Taishan City, the Bailey group immediately sent people to investigate. However, their people discovered that the earth fiend energy was not only harmless to the human body but could also be absorbed, greatly enhancing cultivation. Upon learning the news, her brother, the Black Feather King, rushed to Mount Tai without hesitation to undergo secluded cultivation. His cultivation speed exceeded everyone's expectations, breaking through from the second level of the transitional realm to the third level in just one day. Always feel that something big is about to happen. Lu Yuer sighed softly. Recently, news of Beast Kings descending has been spreading from all over the world. Every time a Beast King appears, it is always followed by the destruction of a city. What she worries about the most is whether the anomaly at Mount Tai might be a sign of a Beast King's arrival. If that is truly the case, the Bailey group might find it hard to escape disaster. Should we get in touch with Zhou Luo? Lu Yuer felt a stir in her heart. The Earth Fiend Shi is undoubtedly a rare treasure, capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation. At present, apart from the Bailey group, no one knows this news. If this matter is disclosed to Zhou Luo and the Earth Fiend energy is shared, wouldn't that also count as forming a deep bond with him? Moreover, the Earth Fiend energy is so abundant that it's impossible for my brother to absorb it all on his own. Besides, if Zhou Luo is brought to Taishan City in person, in case a Beast King truly appears in Taishan in the future, the Bailey group would at least have an additional ally. Thinking of this, Lu Yuer's eyes immediately sparkled. Then, she left the room. This matter must first be reported to her brother. If he agrees, she will immediately contact Zhou Luo. Lu Yuer shared her concerns and thoughts with Lu Feiyu. On the other end of the phone came a calm response. Yuer, your concerns make sense. Let's do as you suggested. Alright, I'll go right away. Lu Yuer felt a surge of joy. After hanging up, she immediately found the newly added Zhou Luo's number in her contacts and dialed it. Inside the secret room, Zhou Luo listened to Lu Yuer's voice on the other end of the phone, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. The energy of the Earth Fiend, there's actually such a treasure? No wonder in the previous life, the Black Feather King, despite being less talented in cultivation compared to Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan, was the first among the leaders of the 5 major forces to break through to the divine realm. It turns out it was due to the assistance of this Earth Fiend energy. Zhou Luo suddenly realized. Mr. Zhou, have you thought it over? Would you like to come to our Tai city? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yuer, seeing his prolonged silence, urgently pressed him. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your kind invitation. I will set off as soon as I finish handling my current matters. Zhou Luo did not refuse and readily agreed. He now urgently needs to quickly improve his cultivation and break through to the divine anomaly realm, so he has no reason to refuse Lu Yuer, or rather, the goodwill of the Bailey group. Being able to share such precious Earth Fiend Shi, the Bailey group has undoubtedly shown great sincerity. This favor, Zhou Luo kept in mind. That's great. Please contact me directly when you arrive in Taishan City, and I will send someone to pick you up. Seeing Zhou Luo agree, Lu Yuer's tone carried a hint of joy. She had witnessed Zhou Luo's strength firsthand. If a king of exotic beasts truly appeared in Mount Tai, Zhou Luo's presence would undoubtedly be the greatest assurance. The call ended quickly. This earthly fiendish energy has come at just the right time. Once I finish absorbing it and break through to the divine realm, the opening time of the Taishan mansion will be just around the corner. By then, with my divine realm cultivation, no one in Great Xiao will be able to compete with me for the Daizong Si calming technique. Zhou Luo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then stood up and set off in the direction of Taishan City. In less than half a day, Zhou Luo arrived at the foot of Mount Tai. The majestic Mount Tai is indeed as Lu Yuer described, now shrouded in clusters of dark red mist. Is this the earthly fiend Shi? Zhou Luo paused to sense it, and indeed could detect the presence of spiritual energy within the dark red mist. Moreover, this spiritual energy is extremely pure. Such purity, could it be generated by the Daizong Si suppression technique? A guess emerged in Zhou Luo's mind. It is widely known that the core function of breathing techniques is to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it easier for awakeners to absorb. A good breathing technique is like a divine weapon on the path of cultivation. Like Zhou Luo, even though he possesses the top-tier 9 nether chaos body, without a good breathing technique to assist him, it is akin to Lu Bu riding a dog. Despite his high talent, he is far inferior to Lu Bu riding the red hare. Lifting his eyes to gaze at the pure spiritual energy contained within the earth fiend Shi before him, it was exactly the same as the spiritual energy refined by the breathing technique. This must be the merit of the Daizong Si suppressing technique. Zhou Luo became increasingly convinced of this speculation in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel excited. The phenomenon created alone contains such pure spiritual energy, so what would be the effect of practicing the Mount Tai Si suppression technique itself? The world's #1 breathing method truly lives up to its reputation. Mr. Zhou. At this moment, Lu Yuer's voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Yuer had already arrived with the butler. Mr. Zhou, my brother is currently deep in Mount Tai practicing cultivation. I've already informed him in advance, so you can go straight in. During this time, I will guard the outskirts of Mount Tai to ensure your safety. If there's any sign of trouble, I will notify you immediately. Walking to Zhou Luo's side, Lu Yuer gently parted her red lips and spoke. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhou Luo was equally straightforward. After thanking Lu Yuer, he directly entered the aura of Earth Fiend. The moment he stepped into the aura of Earth Fiend, Zhou Luo felt as if all the pores in his body had been completely opened, greedily absorbing the pure spiritual energy around him. In just an instant, he sensed a slight increase in his cultivation level, and this was merely the moment he entered the range of the Earth Fiend Shi, before he even began formal cultivation. Once he truly started cultivating, Zhou Luo couldn't even imagine how fast his progress would be. Is this what it feels like to have a top-tier breathing technique? Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his determination to master the Daizong Jinhai technique growing even stronger. He continued deeper into Mount Tai, and upon reaching the area with the densest earthly fiend energy, he sat down cross-legged. The nine-nether chaos body operated at full power. Zhou Luo had just started cultivating. Immediately, energy tides composed of earth fiend Shi surged around him. The tides roared and gradually converged into a massive vortex, swirling beside Zhou Luo. He, as the vortex's core, frantically devoured the incoming earth fiend Shi. Cultivation rapidly ascended. In less than 5 minutes, it had already broken through to the mid-stage of the 9th level of the transformation realm. The vortex of earth fiend Shi around continued to surge violently, growing even larger, drawing all the earth fiend Shi within a range of hundreds of meters. This phenomenon immediately alarmed Black Feather King Lu Feiyu, who was also cultivating deep within Mount Tai. Lu Feiyu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the massive vortex of earthly fiendish energy before him, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. However, he recalled what his sister had just told him. Zhou Luo had already ventured deep into Mount Tai, and only then did he suddenly understand. Yet, a new question quickly surfaced in his mind. How exactly did he create such a commotion? Could it be that the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is similar to Gu Qianhua's awakened talent? Lu Feiyu speculated silently in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it for long, quickly clearing his thoughts and re-entering a state of cultivation. This earth fiend energy is extremely precious, absorbing even a little more is worthwhile. Who knows if there will be another opportunity like this in the coming days? Lu Feiyu continued to absorb the surrounding earth fiend energy. Before long, a small vortex slowly formed beside him. This vortex bore a striking resemblance to the one created by Zhou Luo, but its scale was far smaller. The difference between the two was like the distinction between the Milky Way and the solar system. Lu Feiyu was focusing on his training when his brow suddenly furrowed. Why does it feel like the spiritual energy in the earth fiend's aura has become thinner? He opened his eyes in confusion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was instantly stunned. The vortex of earthly fiendish energy gathered by Zhou Luo has almost covered the entire Mount Tai, and Lu Feiyu, who is within the range of the vortex, has become an innocent victim. The surrounding earthly fiendish energy was all taken by Zhou Luo. Despite his desperate attempts to absorb it, only thin wisps of energy remained. Seriously, bro? You are cultivating, but how did you also manage to steal my earth fiend energy? You're practically a robber. Lu Feiyu was completely dumbfounded. He swore that he had never in his life felt so genuinely inclined to call the police as he did today. Zhou Luo was completely unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, he had his eyes tightly closed, with the nine-nether chaos body operating at full speed. Every pore and drop of blood in his body was greedily absorbing the surrounding earth fiend Shi. His cultivation surged, instantly advancing to the late stage of the 9th level of the transformation realm. Only one final step remained to break through to the divine anomaly realm. When the spiritual energy in the Dantian reaches the critical point, Zhou Luo's entire body trembled, and an extremely powerful aura instantly spread in all directions. Divine realm, breakthrough successful. Finally broke through. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes and casually waved his hand toward a large tree 100 meters away. A sharp sound of something piercing through the air rang out. The massive tree, thick enough for 5 people to encircle, was unexpectedly cut in half, the incision smooth and neat. Divine realm, where a single thought can spark killing intent, and every gesture conceals extraordinary power. The realm I once looked up to, now in just a few short days, I have already set foot in it. A majestic sense of viewing all mountains as small surged in Zhou Luo's heart. If nothing unexpected happens, he is very likely the first person to break through to the divine realm at this point in time. Even the leader of the Gu family from Ao Island, the head of the 5 major forces, Gu Qianhua, whose internal organs have transformed into immortals, is far inferior to his speed. Although I've already broken through to the divine realm, I still need to proceed steadily and cautiously. Zhou Luo quickly restrained the arrogance he had just displayed. He understood that the first outbreak period after the onset of the era of mutation had not yet arrived. At that time, treasures will emerge one after another, geniuses will appear from all sides, and beast kings will be countless. Although the divine anomaly realm is powerful, it is still far from being invincible in the world. After all, the lowest level of the beast king realm also belongs to the divine anomaly realm, while the transformation spirit realm is even more commonplace. Keep cultivating. Zhou Luo cleared his mind, preparing to begin the second round of cultivation. This earth fiend Shi is a precious resource. Before obtaining the Daizong Jinhai technique, he absolutely cannot waste it. Let me see how many levels of the divine phenomena realm this earth fiend Shi can help me break through. A familiar humming sound echoed. The surrounding earth fiend energy once again converged towards Zhou Luo. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu, who had just gained a moment moment to breathe from Zhou Luo, was now seizing the time to absorb the surrounding Earth Fiend energy. Seeing that the terrifying giant vortex had finally stopped, he naturally didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Just as Lu Feiyu was immersed in his own world of cultivation, his brows suddenly furrowed tightly again. Lu Feiyu immediately felt that something was wrong. As soon as he opened his eyes, he indeed saw that familiar giant vortex slowly starting to form again. Lu Feiyu almost couldn't help but curse. Didn't it just stop? Why has it started again? His mindset was almost on the verge of collapse. He originally thought Zhou Luo had already absorbed enough Earth Fiend Qi and was preparing to break through to the next realm. But not long after, Zhou Luo actually started absorbing the Earth Fiend's energy again? Could it be that in just a few minutes, Zhou Luo has already completed his breakthrough? That's impossible, right? Lu Feiyu's eye twitched uncontrollably. You should know, it took me nearly half a day to break through from the second level to the third level of the Limbo realm recently. This speed is considered fast, but for ordinary people, even breaking through the first level of the initial realm would require immense effort. It could take as short as 1 or 2 weeks, or as long as several months or even years. Does this guy have no bottlenecks at all? Lu Feiyu felt so bitter inside that he wanted to cry. At this moment, he even regretted whether he should have agreed to his sister's request to call Zhou Luo over. Now, if he wanted to cultivate, he could only snatch the sparse Earth Fiend energy scattered outside the Great Vortex. This feeling was like eating Zhou Luo's leftover scraps. Truly eating leftovers. A surge of endless sorrow instantly welled up in my heart. Back in the day, the mighty Black Feather King, leader of one of the 5 great forces of the Grand Xia, now reduced to living off others' scraps. Just as Lu Feiyu's mind was in turmoil, he suddenly noticed that the Earth Fiend aura enveloping Mount Tai was rapidly dissipating. Damn! The Earth Fiend aura of Mount Tai is almost completely absorbed. Lu Feiyu's heart tightened, and he immediately dared not slack off, exerting all his strength to absorb the remaining faint Earth Fiend aura from outside the Great Vortex, just one step away from reaching the 4th stage of the transitional realm. No matter what, let's break through first. Eating leftovers is eating leftovers. Anyway, if I don't tell anyone, no one will know. Lu Feiyu clenched his teeth and fully activated his Dantian. An hour passed. He saw his Dantian tremble, and his realm instantly rose from the 3rd level of the transformation realm to the 4th level. After completing the breakthrough, Lu Feiyu had no intention of continuing his cultivation in Mount Tai. He glanced at the massive vortex still exhaling and inhaling the deadly aura, his forehead covered in black lines. There's no way to compete, absolutely no way. Zhou Luo is simply inhuman. The speed at which he absorbs the Earth Fiend's energy is ridiculously fast. No wonder my sister kept mentioning Zhou Luo after returning from Jiangnan. This guy is truly abnormal. Sai, let's head down the mountain first. He stood up, ready to return to the foot of Mount Tai to meet his sister. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yuer, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward to greet him. Brother, why did you come out so quickly? Lu Yuer looked at him, her face full of confusion. Didn't you say you would stay inside until the Earth Fiend Qi disappeared? Isn't it a bit early to come out so soon? Ahem, the Earth Fiend Qi inside Mount Tai has been getting thinner and thinner recently for some reason, so I came out early. Lu Feiyu coughed awkwardly twice and quickly added, but I also took the opportunity to break through to the 4th level of the transformation realm, so I guess it's a small gain. Lu Yuer nodded as if she understood but wasn't entirely sure. She looked toward the sky above Mount Tai and could clearly see the earthly fiendish energy gradually dissipating. However, quite a bit still remained. Would leaving directly be a bit wasteful? I understand. This question flashed through her mind. Seeing that her brother didn't seem inclined to continue the topic, she suppressed her doubts. By the way, bro, what about Mr. Zhou? Why didn't he come out with you? Lu Yuer asked again. Hearing his sister mention Zhou Luo, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. You really dare to bring up Zhou Luo, huh? The devils were brought into the village by you. If it weren't for Zhou Luo, I might still be trapped in that sinister energy, unable to escape. I just went to check. He's currently breaking through. He'll come out as soon as he's done. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Yuer in his heart, Lu Feiyu still found an excuse to brush it off. Then let's wait for Mr. Zhou together. Lu Yuer did not doubt it, smiled, and nodded as she spoke. Alright, I actually want to see for myself what kind of person this Mr. Zhou is. Lu Feiyu did not refuse. Instead, he looked toward the depths of Mount Tai with great interest. Previously, his impression of Zhou Luo was merely limited to the word amazing as described by Lu Yuer. But now, he really wanted to meet Zhou Luo and see what this monster, who had almost completely absorbed the Earth Fiend energy of the entire Mount Tai, actually looked like. After Zhou Luo completed the final great circulation, the Earth Fiend energy covering the entire Mount Tai finally dissipated completely. Second level of the Divine Anomaly realm. Opening his eyes, Zhou Luo felt the state of his cultivation within and couldn't help but let a smile curve at the corners of his mouth. In less than a day, his cultivation had leapt from the 9th level of the transformation realm to the 2nd level of the Divine Phenomenon realm, thanks in no small part to the Earth Fiend Qi. Without this Earth Fiend Qi, breaking through to the 2nd level of the Divine divine phenomenon realm would have taken him at least half a month. Time to descend the mountain. After slightly stabilizing his state, Zhou Luo began to walk down the mountain. Soon, he arrived at the foot of Mount Tai and saw Lu Yuer and Lu Feiyu waiting there. "Mr. Zhou, you've come down." Lu Yuer was the first to step forward to greet him. When she first met Zhou Luo, she immediately sensed the change in him, as if he were a completely different person from before entering Mount Tai. Could it be that Mr. Zhou has already advanced to the late stage of the transitional realm? This thought instantly arose in Lu Yuer's mind, causing her to feel a trace of fear. The epoch of mutation had only just begun a few days ago, and her brother Lu Feiyu, one of the top talents of Great Xia, had only just stepped into the mid-stage of the transitional realm, at the 4th level. But Zhou Luo directly skipped the mid-stage of the transformation realm and reached the late stage of the transformation realm. The third step of that divine realm must not be far away, right? "Miss Lu, this is..." Zhou Luo smiled and turned his gaze to Lu Feiyu, who was standing beside Lu Yuer, and asked curiously, "Mr. Zhou, this is my brother Lu Feiyu." Lu Yuer introduced with a hint of pride. "So it's the Black Feather King. I've heard much about you." Zhou Luo nodded slowly, guessing Lu Feiyu's identity at first glance. After all, although the siblings didn't look exactly alike, they were very similar. "Not at all. It should be me who has long admired Mr. Zhou's great reputation. Ever since my sister returned from Jiangnan City, she has been mentioning your name constantly. Now that I see you today, Mr. Zhou's cultivation is indeed unfathomable." Lu Feiyu spoke with a humble tone. However, due to the fact that the Earth Fiend Shi had just been completely absorbed by Zhou Luo, there was always a trace of undisguisable resentment in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Luo. After all, the Earth Fiend energy that was supposed to help him smoothly break through to the late stage of the transformation realm was snatched away by Zhou Luo, which no one could accept. However, Lu Feiyu's mindset was relatively good and he had no intention of pursuing the matter, merely burying a trace of resentment in his heart. Zhou Luo also noticed the subtle trace of grievance in his eyes. He was initially somewhat puzzled, but quickly understood the reason behind it. He paused briefly, then spoke, "Brother Lu, if there was any offense in what happened earlier, I hope you can forgive me. If the Bailey Group ever needs assistance in the future, as long as it's within my capabilities, I will certainly do my utmost to help." "Oh, Brother Zhou, you're being far too polite. We hit it off right away. How can friends be so particular with each other?" Ha ha ha. Lu Feiyu felt overjoyed upon hearing Zhou Luo's words. Exchanging the Earth Fiend energy for a friend like Zhou Luo, this deal was absolutely worth it. It could even be said to be a complete windfall. After all, Zhou Luo is the kind of fierce character who can single-handedly break through Jiangnan Manor. This achievement can be described as the most spectacular since the beginning of the mutation era. The two were chatting enthusiastically, but Lu Yuer seemed a bit confused. What exactly just happened? How did these two become good friends after just a few words? Friendship between men is truly baffling, completely incomprehensible. Just as Lu Yuer was racking her brain trying to figure it out, boom boom, the world suddenly changed dramatically. The ground beneath trembled violently as if struck by an earthquake, and the towering Mount Tai shook along with it. Countless massive rocks tumbled from the mountain's peak, stirring up a dragon-like plume of thick smoke. Dust instantly filled the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is happening? Lu Feiyu and Lu Yuer felt their hearts tighten, their gazes simultaneously turning toward the heights of Mount Tai. They saw that the Jade Emperor Peak, shrouded in a sea of clouds, was now dazzling with golden light, and the surrounding sea of clouds had also been dyed a brilliant gold. Heaven and earth phenomenon, heaven and earth phenomenon. Lu Feiyu furrowed his brows, his expression grave. Whenever a heaven and earth phenomenon appears, it signifies that something major is about to happen within Mount Tai. Thinking positively, it might be a hidden realm emerging, like Chinan Mountain in Jiangnan. But if thinking negatively, it could be the arrival of the Beast King. If that were truly the case, the entire Tai Mountain city would face catastrophic destruction. The era of mutation has only just begun, and even someone like him, at the peak of human strength, is utterly powerless against the Beast King, whose lowest level is the divine realm. Lu Yuer also understood this point, her eyes filled with worry as she gazed at the Jade Emperor Peak. Unlike the two's panic, Zhou Luo saw the anomaly at the Jade Emperor Peak, and not only was there no panic on his face, but it was instead brimming with joy. The Taishan Mansion is about to open ahead of schedule. Unexpectedly, by absorbing all the earthly fiend energy, I was able to trigger the early opening of the Taishan Mansion. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Zhou Luo was overjoyed beyond measure. In his previous life, the sign of the Taishan Mansion's opening was the appearance of a light gate atop the Jade Emperor Peak. Humans who stepped into the light gate would be directly transported underground to Mount Tai, entering the legendary domain of the Taishan Mansion Lord, a secret realm housing the world's greatest breathing technique, the Daizongzhen High Art. Of course, it also has a famous nickname, Hell. According to those who have safely escaped from the Taishan Mansion secret realm, upon entering Taishan Mansion, the first thing they face is tens of thousands of hellish ghosts. Although each ghost's strength is only at the first level of the initial realm, their overwhelming numbers mean that, if not for the top experts from the 5 major forces, including the Black Feather King, assisting at the time, the vast majority of people would have perished at the hands of these endless ghosts. Brother Zhou, let's leave here first. Luffy Yu withdrew his gaze from Jade Emperor Peak, intending to leave Mount Tai with Zhou Luo and Lu Yuer. No other reason, at present, no one knows what this phenomenon truly signifies, and he absolutely refuses to risk gambling on whether the king of exotic beasts will appear. It's more prudent to retreat from the Mount Tai area and observe from a distance for a while. Alright, let's go. Zhou Luo also understood Lu Feiyu's intention. However, he did not directly state that Mount Tai was fine, but chose to accompany Lu Feiyu. After all, from the appearance of the phenomenon at Jade Emperor Peak to the official opening of the Mount Tai mansion, there was still a need for 3 days of preparation. 3 days later would be the best time to enter the Mount Tai mansion. These 3 days of buffer time were just enough for him to stabilize his cultivation and attempt to break through to the third level of the divine phenomenon realm. The news of the Mount Tai phenomenon quickly spread throughout Great Xia. At first, people speculated whether a beast king had arrived. After all, 2 beast kings had recently appeared within Great Xia's borders, and this Mount Tai phenomenon further made everyone as jittery as startled birds, filling their hearts with fear. Even many awakened individuals in Taishan City hurriedly fled to nearby cities upon hearing the news that evening, fearing it might affect them. Helplessly, the Beast King is simply too terrifying. The Beast King that descended upon Mosui City is still alive to this day, and humanity's current combat capabilities are completely ineffective against it. The Great Xia Alliance once attempted to use powerful thermal weapons, but these Beast Kings seem to be naturally immune to such weapons. Unlike ordinary awakened individuals, thermal weapons cause them negligible harm. The only thing that seems capable of harming them is the spiritual energy controlled by the awakened. Fortunately, after destroying Emoshue City and 3 surrounding cities, this Beast King remained in place, with no immediate plans to move elsewhere. Otherwise, the casualties would likely be several times greater than they are now. The news spread quickly, yet time continued to pass slowly. By the second day, people's doubts had significantly lessened. In the past, when the 2 Beast Kings descended, the anomalies would last no more than half a day. However, this time, the anomalies on Mount Tai persisted for an entire day, with no sign of any Beast King appearing. This undoubtedly meant that the anomalies on Mount Tai were very likely the opening of a new secret realm. Since the news of the Chinan Mountain's secret realm was announced, countless awakened ones who couldn't go have been filled with regret, wishing they could slap their thighs in self-reproach, wondering why they didn't go at the time. If they had gone, would the opportunities on the pagoda of Futua have fallen into their hands? More importantly, someone in the dense forest of the Chinan Mountain's secret realm obtained numerous opportunities. From exotic fruits that can enhance talent and cultivation to ancient spiritual treasures, everything is available. Anyone who has not given their all to conquer the pagoda tower has gained something to some extent. Moreover, the mortality rate in the Chinan Mountain's secret realm is particularly low, with almost no danger. Who wouldn't want to take part in such a great opportunity? Therefore, when no Beast King appeared in Mount Tai the next day, those eager awakeners set out for Tai City. Some more cautious awakened wanted to wait a bit longer, but by the third day, with no sign of the Beast King, they could no longer hold back. Countless awakened swarmed into Taishan City. Various major forces within the Great Xia territory also sent people rushing over. Apart from Jiangnan Manor and the Bailey Group, the other 3 major forces also arrived in Taishan City on the third day, waiting for the opening of the Taishan secret realm. The Skull Society, the Gu family, and the Great Xia Alliance each sent their strongest experts. Yang Tianying, known as the Skull Sovereign, Gu Qianhua, the Immortal Body, and Shui Lingfei, the Mountain and River Splitter. All 3, without exception, have stepped into the transitional realm. Especially Gu Qianhua, who possesses 5 immortal organs, has reached the 4th level of the transitional realm. According to the original trajectory, the one among the 5 major forces whose cultivation should advance the fastest is Lu Feiyu, who has fully absorbed the Earth Fiend Qi. But now the Earthly Fiend's energy was intercepted by Zhou Luo, causing Lu Feiyu's cultivation to fall behind Gu Qianhua. Apart from the destroyed Jiangnan Manor, the other 4 major forces of the Great Xia gathered at Mount Tai, and with Zhou Luo's presence, the scene was extraordinarily lively. Time moved to the 4th day. At this moment, the Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai was radiating golden light, dyeing the sky within a radius of dozens of miles into a golden hue. The awakeners who came to participate in the Taishan secret realm almost filled the entire Mount Tai. On the platform in front of the Jade Emperor Peak, Zhou Luo and the Lu family siblings had already arrived, quietly waiting for the opening of the Taishan mansion. Not only them, Yang Tianying of the Skull Society, Gu Qianhua of the Gu family, and Shui Lingfei of the Great Xia Alliance each brought their people to Yuwang Peak. Zhou Luo stood beside Lu Feiyu, carefully observing these 3 individuals. Gu Qianhua looked like a dying man, his figure hunched and lacking the upright posture of his peers. However, the sharp glint that occasionally flashed in his eyes revealed a stark contrast to an ordinary elder. Shui Lingfei, on the other hand, was an unremarkable middle-aged man with no distinctive features, making him difficult to identify in a crowd. But it was precisely such a person who became the top awakener of the Great Xia Alliance. Truly taking "Don't judge a book by its cover" power to the extreme. The two of them were not unfamiliar to Zhou Luo, as he had seen them multiple times on television and in the news. As for Yang Tianying of the Skull Society, this was Zhou Luo's first time meeting him. With long hair, a gloomy expression, a skeletal thin frame, and large tattoos covering the back of his hands. At first glance, he looks just like a typical thug, but Zhou Luo knows that this guy is far from ordinary. In terms of ruthlessness, Yang Tianying is even more terrifying than Lu Runyan, who was known as the Smoky Demon Emperor in the previous life. It is said that before the era of mutation began, Yang Tianying was once captured by a mafia boss he had offended. That boss mercilessly stomped on Yang Tianying's limbs, breaking them one by one. He then used special methods to shatter every bone in Yang Tianying's body, piece by piece, forcing him to endure unimaginable agony. To top it off, he made him consume a specially crafted drug that inflicted excruciating pain. However, what the gang boss didn't anticipate was that Yang Tianying not only survived this inhumane torture but also endured through the onset of the mutation era. The torment twisted Yang Tianying's psyche beyond repair. When the mutation era caused the bones within his body to evolve into supreme jade bones, elevating him to a whole new level, he turned the tables. He captured the gang boss, along with his entire family without missing a single member, and subjected them to torture methods so horrifying that they struck fear into all who heard of it. Since that day, Yang Tianying's way of doing things became extremely perverse and ruthless. Even his subordinates in the Skull Society gradually started imitating him. Massacring entire families had long become a routine matter for them. I remember, the Daizong Jinhai technique seems to have been taken by him. Zhou Luo sized up Yang Tianying, pondering silently in his heart. According to rumors, the Daizong Jinhai technique is a treasure that can only be found in the core area after breaking through 3 checkpoints upon entering the Taishan mansion. The reason Yang Tianying was able to become the ultimate owner of the Daizong Jinhai technique was precisely due to the uniqueness of the supreme jade bone within him, which gave him an absolute advantage in one of the checkpoints, allowing him to lead the others into the core area and ultimately obtain it. Unfortunately, this time, with me here, the Daizong Jinhai technique can only belong to me. Zhou Luo's mind gradually calmed down. His 9-nether chaos body also possesses the characteristic of a star marrow jade bone, which is in no way inferior to Yang Tianying's supreme jade bone. More importantly, the 9-nether chaos body also grants him the talent of law eye and word spirit, allowing him to see through any obstacle at a glance. Golden light filled the sky, gradually converging and finally transforming into a golden portal under the gaze of countless eyes. This scene made everyone present hold their breath. The Taishan mansion has opened. Zhou Luo's expression was grave. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment the light gate appeared, a burly man couldn't wait to be the first to enter the Taishan secret realm. He rushed straight to the front of the line, even overtaking the 4 major forces, including the Bailey group. I missed the Chinan Mountain secret realm, but this time, I must be the first into the Taishan secret realm. The opportunities inside might just belong to me. The burly man's mind was consumed by greed, completely unaware of the cold killing intent behind him. The next moment, Skeleton Lord Yang Tianying's figure flickered and silently appeared behind the burly man. A cold glint flashed in Yang Tianying's eyes as his right hand suddenly thrust forward, directly piercing through the burly man's chest. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, turning back with a face full of disbelief as the vitality in his body rapidly drained away. Even until the end of his life, he couldn't understand how he had offended Yang Tianying to provoke such a fatal disaster. In your next life, remember this, never walk ahead of me. Yang Tianying coldly spat out the words, emotionlessly withdrawing his right hand from the burly man's chest, blood splattering everywhere. The burly man's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness as he gazed toward the glowing portal ahead. The entire process was astonishingly swift, with Yang Tianying acting without a shred of hesitation. It felt like he wasn't killing a person, but a stray chicken or wild dog. What's going on? This scene deeply shocked everyone present. The era of mutation had just begun a few days ago, and most people hadn't yet adjusted their mindset from a peaceful society. Therefore, seeing Yang Tianying kill so recklessly struck a heavy blow to their hearts. Yang Tianying, what are you doing? Among the crowd, the representative of the Great Xiao Alliance, Cui Lingfei, immediately stepped forward and shouted angrily, killing someone in public, do you really think there is no law in this world? Law? Ha! Your words are truly a joke. Yang Tianying sneered, showing no respect for the Great Xiao Alliance backed by the authorities. Instead, his tone carried a hint of mockery. The chaotic times have arrived. Your Great Xiao Alliance can't even take care of itself, so why bother with the law? In this world, strength is the law. Yang Tianying hit the nail on the head. Although Cui Lingfei was filled with anger, he couldn't find a single reason to refute. Since the onset of the mutation era, their Great Xiao Alliance had been striving to maintain the original social order. However, all of this is nothing but futile. Social order could only be considered normal on the first day of the era of disease. After that day, killers killed, arsonists set fires, and various heinous incidents erupted one after another. The entire Great Xia, no, more accurately, the entire blue planet had already descended into chaos. This is the torrent of the era, no one can resist it. All of you, listen to me. Yang Tianying no longer paid attention to Cui Lingfei. He turned his head and swept his gaze over everyone present. From now on, anyone who dares to offend me, Yang Tianying, or provoke my Skull Society will surely face the consequences. This time in the Taishan secret realm, only I, Yang Tianying, will be the first to enter. Anyone else who dares to come will die. After saying this, he strode toward the light gate. The crowd, which had been eager to move, was stunned by his words and dared not take a single step forward, fearing they might provoke Yang Tianying again. Cui Lingfei also showed no intention of acting, as Yang Tianying possessed the supreme jade bone and had extremely formidable combat power, making him nearly invincible among those of the same realm. Representing the Great Xia Alliance on this trip, his goal was solely the opportunities within the Taishan secret realm, and there was no need to waste strength unnecessarily. Not only Cui Lingfei, but Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu shared the same thoughts in their hearts. Since Yang Tianying is so arrogant, let him be arrogant. After all, entering the secret realm first doesn't necessarily mean obtaining the opportunity. The Chinan Mountain secret realm is the best example of this. Time passed slowly. Just as everyone was preparing to watch Yang Tianying step into the light gate, Zhou Luo suddenly took action. He strode forward with great strides, heading straight toward the light gate amidst countless astonished gazes. Moving at an extremely fast speed, he caught up with Yang Tianying within just a few breaths and stood in front of him. Brother Zhou. Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned upon seeing this and hurriedly tried to call out to Zhou Luo, but the latter was too fast. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Luo had already passed Yang Tianying. Others were even more puzzled. Is this person crazy? How dare they provoke a madman like Yang Tianying? Didn't they see what happened to that guy just now? Yang Tianying is a ruthless killer who doesn't even blink. How can they still dare to confront him? Their courage is impressive, but the second corpse might appear very soon. That's not right. That's not right. This guy looks really familiar to me. I remember now. Isn't he the god of killing? God of killing? Are you talking about Zhou Luo, the one who wiped out the entire Jiangnan Manor by himself? It's really him. The god of killing isn't someone to mess with. If these two meet, there's bound to be big trouble. Some sharp-eyed individuals had already recognized Zhou Luo, the infamous Jiangnan god of killing, who caused a huge stir not long ago. With the strength of one person, he crushed Jiangnan Manor, one of the 5 major forces. His power is utterly terrifying. Zhou Luo, do you want to go against me? Yang Tianying saw Zhou Luo pass by him, and a trace of hostility immediately appeared on his face, his tone icy cold. He naturally recognized Zhou Luo's identity as well. If it were someone else, he wouldn't say a word and would act directly. But Zhou Luo's formidable strength made him have to tread carefully. Jiangnan Villa ranks at the bottom among the 5 major forces, otherwise, it wouldn't have been destroyed by the Lu group. However, to single-handedly annihilate the entire Jiangnan Villa, Yang Tianying admitted that even he would have to put in considerable effort to achieve such a feat. Hearing Yang Tianying's words, Zhou Luo stopped in his tracks, looking at him calmly. This Mount Tai secret realm isn't your family's. Do I need to get your permission if I want to be the first to enter? Zhou Luo, I won't beat around the bush. Do me a favor and let me step into the light gate first. The Skull Society will consider you a friend. If not, don't blame me for taking action. Yang Tianying lowered his voice and said, he had already spoken earlier, and if Zhou Luo really got ahead of him, he would lose face completely. Moreover, although he was wary of Zhou Luo, it didn't mean he wouldn't dare to make a move. If you don't show me respect, then don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Luo did not agree. Instead, he said nonchalantly, then hurry up and make your move. Stop saying these useless things. I'm in a hurry. Yang Tianying was completely enraged and immediately stopped holding back, fiercely clawing at Zhou Luo's chest. That claw, filled with intense killing intent, had just reached midair when it was directly intercepted by Zhou Luo's silver jiao spear. Yang Tianying's claws collided with the silver jiao spear, producing a loud sound of metal clashing. This is the power of Yang Tianying's supreme jade bones. Every inch of his bones is like a divine weapon, both incredibly hard and exceptionally sharp. How can mere ordinary spiritual weapons withstand my offensive? Yang Tianying saw the silver dragon spear in Zhou Luo's hand, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His figure erupted with movement, and sharp claw strikes rained down like a storm, overwhelming Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged as the silver dragon spear moved nimbly, deflecting every attack one by one. Yang Tianying's cultivation level was merely at the transformation realm, yet none of his attacks could escape the eyes of Zhou Luo, who had already reached the divine phenomenon realm. Although Zhou Luo perfectly neutralized all the attacks, he realized that the silver dragon spear in his hand was gradually unable to withstand the pressure, and it seemed it was about to crack under the barrage of claw strikes. Truly worthy of the supreme jade bone, such formidable combat power. Zhou Luo secretly sighed in his heart. In fact, dealing with Yang Tianying was quite simple. He only needed to directly summon the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. Yang Tianying wouldn't be able to harm him at all and would instead have to guard against being counterattacked. The reason he he didn't do it was simply to test his current strength. After this round of competition, Zhou Luo clearly felt that he completely overpowered young Tianying. As long as he wanted, he could immediately force young Tianying to retreat in embarrassment, leaving him with no power to fight back. However, what Zhou Luo didn't expect was that before he truly made a move, the silver Jiao spear in his hand was already struggling to hold on. After all, it's not an innate treasure. Zhou Luo shook his head silently. It seems that I'll have to find myself a suitable weapon in the future. At the very least, it should be at the level of a spiritual treasure, and an innate treasure would be even better. The silver dragon spear in his hand was already struggling to keep up with his pace. Heh, how much longer can that broken spear in your hand hold out? Young Tianying's offensive showed no signs of slowing down, and he occasionally taunted, as if he were the one with the upper hand instead of Zhou Luo. Indeed, it won't last much longer. Zhou Luo sneered coldly, then without hesitation, retreated violently, escaping Young Tianying's attack range. Trying to run? A mere god of death is nothing special. Young Tianying thought Zhou Luo couldn't hold on, a playful smile appearing on his face. But in the next moment, he realized he was wrong. Zhou Luo not only did not leave but instead pointed his gun directly at his throat. I still have use for this gun, so I won't mess around with you for now. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, and the spear in his hand suddenly struck, accompanied by a loud shout. The tip of the silver flood dragon spear was already pressed against young Tianying's throat. Young Tianying felt a chilling killing intent envelop his entire body, leaving him completely immobilized, as if all his energy had been drained. A crisp sound rang out. When the silver flood dragon spear pierced young Tianying's throat, it only broke through the skin but was forcibly stopped by the throat bone. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone had thought young Tianying would die at Zhou Luo's hands, but unexpectedly, the silver Jiao spear couldn't pierce his throat bone. Young Tianying suddenly burst into loud laughter. He stared provocatively at Zhou Luo, his tone full of amusement. My entire body is made of supreme jade bones, impervious to blades and spears. Ordinary weapons can't harm me at all. Zhou Luo, I admit you're powerful, but so what? Ha ha ha. Just as he burst into wild laughter, suddenly, another voice rang out again. This time, the sound was no longer the crisp clash of metal, but rather more muffled. The crowd had not yet reacted when another muffled sound echoed. On young Tianying's face, two distinct slap marks had appeared at some unknown time. The one who struck was none other than Zhou Luo. What use is it? Let me tell you exactly what use it is. Zhou Luo struck with both hands, mercilessly slapping young Tianying's gaunt, skin and bones face. The slaps fell on young Tianying's face like raindrops, leaving him dazed and utterly bewildered. So what if I can't kill you? Tell me, what can you do if I can't kill you? Pick up your ear. I said, pick up your ear. Another round of relentless beating. Young Tianying's cheeks and both ears instantly swelled up like a pig's head. In the end, Zhou Luo kicked young Tianying in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The entire process left everyone present stunned. Countless gazes swept back and forth between Zhou Luo and young Tianying, each face filled with shock. Impossible. Is this really possible? Isn't young Tianying one of the most powerful figures in Xia? How could he be beaten into such a state by Zhou Luo? Completely unable to fight back, the face was swollen from the beating, and this was indeed a fact. After delivering a satisfying round of blows, Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh, tossed out two words that nearly made young Tianying explode with rage, and then gracefully stepped into the light gate. Damn! His figure gradually faded away within the light gate. Young Tianying, whose teeth were almost ground to pieces, slowly climbed up from the ground, his gaze extremely vicious as he stared at the light gate. The secret realm within Mount Tai is indeed a great opportunity, but in his current state, he simply cannot enter and compete with others. What's more, Zhou Luo is still inside. If he goes in, it would be no different from seeking his own death. After young Tianying completely left, the people present finally came to their senses. We can enter the secret realm now. No one will stop us anymore. Brothers, charge! In an instant, the crowd surged like a torrent toward the light gate. The Bailey group, the Gu family, and the Great Xiao Alliance were the fastest, stepping into the light gate's range in an instant and disappearing from everyone's sight. Deep beneath Mount Tai, Zhou Luo, who had long been transported inside, was now staring intently at the ancient city ahead. On the gate of the ancient city, three bold and majestic characters were engraved. Finally made it in. Zhou Luo slowly exhaled, feeling a growing sense of uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Now, young Tianying, who had obtained the Daizong Jinhai technique in his previous life, had already been driven away by him. No matter how daring young Tianying might be, he wouldn't dare to come in and compete for the opportunity with him. In other words, the biggest variable on his path to obtaining the Daizong Jinhai technique had already disappeared. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. Really sorry. This time, the ultimate winner of the Taishan Mansion secret realm is reserved by me again. As flashes of white light passed by, the awakened ones who entered the light gate along with Zhou Luo were transported into the secret realm one after another. What an oppressive feeling. After seeing the scene inside the secret realm, everyone's first reaction was extreme suppression. An impenetrable dome, a chaotic and desolate landscape filled with jagged rocks, and the dark, oppressive ancient city ahead. Everywhere exuded an eerie atmosphere. Mount Tai Mansion? Could this really be the legendary underworld? In the crowd, Gu Qianhua furrowed his brows tightly after seeing the three large characters on the city wall. As the oldest person present, he was well informed and naturally understood the weight of the words Taishan Mansion. His reminder sent a shock through everyone present. The four words Netherworld are familiar to every citizen of the Great Xia. Now, have they actually stepped into the Netherworld themselves? Is he still alive? Everyone began to check their own bodies. Soon, they found that there was nothing unusual about themselves. I always feel that this secret realm is completely different from the one at Qinan Mountain. In the Great Xia Alliance, Cui Lingfei gazed at the towering city walls ahead, a sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. The greatest threat in the Qinan Mountain secret realm was none other than the exotic beasts lurking deep within the dense forest. Although their numbers were few, they still posed a certain level of danger. But this time, the Taishan prefecture seemed off to him no matter how he looked at it. The majestic city walls stood in the darkness, resembling a bottomless abyssal maw, as if ready at any moment to devour all who dared to step inside. To hell with it, what kind of nonsense underworld is this? It's probably just a scare tactic. There must be great opportunities hidden in this ancient city. I'm not afraid of any ghosts or gods. The hot-tempered person could no longer sit still, cursed loudly to boost their courage, and then walked straight toward the city gate. The majority of the awakened ones were still bold. As one person took the lead and rushed out, the others quickly dismissed the rumors of the underworld and followed closely toward the city gate. We're leaving too. Cui Lingfei saw everyone moving and felt a stir in his heart, no longer hesitating. However, Gu Qianhua and the Lu Feiyu siblings did not follow, seemingly wanting to observe a bit longer. Brother Zhou, do you think there is any danger in this Taishan mansion? Luffy Yu walked up to Zhou Luo and asked him softly. In his view, Zhou Luo was the big winner of the Qinan Mountain secret realm, ultimately obtaining the opportunity at the top of the pagoda tower, and naturally had his own unique insights into the secret realm. I don't know. Zhou Luo shook his head, not revealing what he knew in his heart. According to memories from his past life, the first trial of the Taishan mansion, 10,000 ghosts paying homage, takes place right here. However, his strength in his past life was too weak, and he had never truly entered the secret realm of the Taishan mansion. What he knew was merely hearsay, so he had to observe cautiously. Although his current strength was enough to stand above the masses, having endured the darkness of his past life, Zhou Luo still acted with prudence. Seeing Zhou Luo shake his head, Lu Feiyu did not ask further and simply shifted his attention back to the gate of the Taishan mansion. If the people led by Cui Lingfei enter smoothly, he will not hesitate to follow with the Bailey group. If any unforeseen events occur, that's another matter. Under Cui Lingfei's leadership, the group quickly arrived at the city gate. This gate is actually closed. How should we open it? In the distance, it was hard to see clearly due to the dim light, but now upon closer inspection, it turned out that the gate of Taishan mansion was tightly shut. Why bother opening the gate? We're not like those powerless mortals from before. Can't we just break it open with a combined strike? Someone in the crowd sneered, then threw a punch at the massive city gate. The reason was simple. A loud boom resounded. The city gate remained motionless and unscathed. So tough? The person who struck round and glanced at the crowd. Everyone, let's act together and open the gate. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was preparing to join forces and strike, that tightly sealed, towering city gate suddenly emitted a strange creaking sound, slowly opening inward. However, the people beneath the city wall, upon seeing this scene, did not show the slightest hint of joy on their faces. Instead, it was filled with terror. When the city gates were completely opened, what came into view was a horde of terrifying demons. They had emaciated skeletal frames, green faces with fangs, their entire bodies shrouded in rolling black mist like boiling smoke. Resentment condensed into a thick miasma, accompanied by piercing wails carried on the surrounding eerie winds. There really are ghosts. Among the crowd, the timid ones had weak knees and cried out in fear. However, most of those who came here were composed. Despite the fear in their hearts, they could still see that most of these evil spirits were at the first level of the initial realm. Don't be afraid. These ghosts aren't very strong. They're all at the first level of the initial realm. If we join forces, we can definitely wipe them out completely. Cui Lingfei, as the leader, waved his hand to signal and took the lead in charging with the subordinates of the Great Xia Alliance. With strength close to the mid-stage of the Limian realm, Cui Lingfei dealt with these evil spirits as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. With a casual strike, he slew several evil spirits, leaving them no chance to fight back. That's right. Everyone, strike together. Seeing those evil spirits being easily killed by Cui Lingfei, everyone no longer hesitated and joined the battle. The scene instantly became chaotic. The strength of these evil spirits was indeed weak, and their numbers quickly dwindled under the combined attacks of the group. However, everyone soon noticed something unusual. I see. The miasma released by the explosion of the demon's body after death actually interferes with their minds. Why the hell are you hitting me? Demon, prepare to die. I'm a human. Did you even look properly? As time passed, many people on the field had their minds corrupted by the miasma and began attacking their companions. Many had not anticipated such a situation, resulting in being caught off guard by sneak attacks and suffering severe injuries. Meanwhile, inside Mount Tai Manor, the evil spirits seemed endless, with one group falling only to be followed by another. In this way, the humans who had just held an overwhelming advantage were completely at a disadvantage. In the distance, Zhou Luo, who had been observing the battlefield, already had a conclusion in his heart. In his previous life, he had heard that the first gate of Mount Tai's mansion caused massive casualties among the Awakeners, but he had been half skeptical. After all, they were all just first-level novices in the initial realm. No matter how many there were, couldn't they just join forces to resist? It seems that the root cause of the massive casualties is not the evil spirits themselves, but the miasma they emit after death. This miasma is indeed tricky. A slight lapse in caution can lead to losing one's sanity. Zhou Luo's gaze locked onto Cui Lingfei in the battlefield. Although he was the strongest on the field, his eyes gradually turned red under the layers of poisonous miasma. After some more time, his mind might also struggle to hold on, and by then, he would instead become the greatest accomplice of the evil spirits. It's my turn to act. I must break through the first stage quickly and seize the Daizong Sea calming technique. Zhou Luo remained calm and directly summoned the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. Others fear the miasma, but he is completely unafraid. With the shield of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, these miasmas cannot approach him at all and are completely kept at bay. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc is activated. Zhou Luo strides forward, advancing toward the battlefield. Since Brother Zhou has taken action, wouldn't it be unreasonable for me to keep watching? Lu Feiyu saw this and joined the battle without hesitation. Yuer, stay here and wait for me. I'll go lend Brother Zhou a hand. After instructing Lu Yuer, he went alone. This miasma poison is truly strange. Even he cannot guarantee he won't be affected. He absolutely cannot allow Lu Yuer to fall into danger. The time has come. In the distance, Gu Qianhua saw the top-tier combatants making their moves and no longer hesitated. He summoned an exquisite pagoda to join the battle. With Zhou Luo and the other two assisting, the previously retreating human faction instantly turned the tide, suppressing the demons so thoroughly that they could hardly step out of the gate. The most striking figure was Zhou Luo, who had a 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc suspended behind his head, with black and white light constantly flowing. Each strike of the silver flood dragon spear in his hand took down several evil spirits. The miasma released by the evil spirits upon their death immediately recoiled like mice encountering a cat when it came into contact with the black and white shield. In just a few minutes, a large area of ground around Zhou Luo was cleared, covered in the ashes of the vanquished evil spirits. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. As early as on the Jade Emperor Peak, when Zhou Luo crushed Yang Tianying with overwhelming force, he had already shocked everyone. But at that time, he had not yet unleashed the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. Now that the 8 trigrams disc has appeared, Zhou Luo's combat power has increased several times over. Could that 8 trigrams disc be the treasure he obtained inside the pagoda tower? What incredible fortune! Someone was eyeing Zhou Luo's 9 Suns Bagua disc, with greed flashing in their eyes. But soon, this greed was replaced by rationality. Are you kidding? After the Yang Tianying incident, who would dare to provoke Zhou Luo? That would be tantamount to seeking death. There must be another treasure similar to that 8 trigrams disc in the Taishan secret realm. If I can obtain it, wouldn't I also be able to stand at the pinnacle of great Xia like him? Everyone's minds were quick, and they soon focused their attention on the Taishan secret realm. Thinking of this, their enthusiasm grew even stronger. Everyone is eager to quickly deal with these pesky evil spirits to truly enter the depths of Mount Tai's mansion and seize opportunities. Tens of thousands of evil spirits are rapidly decreasing. The greatest contributors to this, apart from Zhou Luo, are none other than Gu Qianhua, who summoned the pagoda. The exquisite pagoda radiates 5-colored divine light, and with a gentle wave from Gu Qianhua, a beam of divine light sweeps swiftly through the horde of evil spirits. Any evil spirit touched by the divine light immediately had its skin torn and flesh split, turning into a pile of ashes in an instant. Just finished dealing with a large group of evil spirits. Zhou Luo's gaze involuntarily fell on Gu Qianhua, who was holding the pagoda, the 5-colored exquisite pagoda. He instantly recognized the origin of this pagoda. It was one of the most powerful treasures in Gu Qianhua's possession in his previous life. It was rumored that this 5-colored exquisite pagoda was originally just one of Gu Qianhua's collectibles. When the Calamity Era descended, it suddenly radiated divine light, revealing the power of an innate supreme treasure. Gu Qianhua then refined it for his own use. Although it is also an innate supreme treasure, it still falls short compared to my 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, shaking his head inwardly. The 5-colored exquisite tower specializes in slaughter. With a single sweep of its divine light, flesh and bone cannot survive. However, the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, as the strongest defensive treasure in existence, can completely block the 5-colored divine light as long as the wielder's cultivation is not excessively inferior. Moreover, the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc in Zhou Luo's hands is a complete version, not only invincible in defense but also capable of reflecting attacks back. This is far more powerful than the incomplete 8 trigrams disc held by Wu Qiyun in his previous life. Unfortunately, the greatest opportunity in this Taishan mansion is the Daizong Jinhai technique. There are no innate treasures hidden here, otherwise, I would have gained another powerful weapon. Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts, stopped being distracted, and turned back to focus on eliminating the evil spirits. With everyone's joint efforts, the evil spirits were completely eradicated. During this time, Cui Lingfei, having been exposed to the miasma poison too early, briefly lost his sanity and even turned to attack his companions. Fortunately, Zhou Luo was nearby and quickly noticed the anomaly, promptly taking action to restrain him. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much just now. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have been consumed by inner demons. After the battle ended, Cui Lingfei walked up to Zhou Luo and sincerely expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, it was just a small effort. Zhou Luo shook his head slightly, saying no more. At this moment, all the evil spirits had been eradicated, and the first stage of Mount Tai's 10,000 ghosts worship had been broken. He only wanted to quickly enter the second stage and obtain the Daizong Si calming technique as soon as possible. Once we leave here, I, Cui, will surely visit to express my gratitude. Seeing this, Cui Lingfei cupped his hands in farewell and refrained from further disturbance. After the evil spirits were completely eradicated, the scene within the Taishan mansion finally appeared before everyone. It was an enormous square covering a vast area. The square was incredibly empty, with no clutter piled up, exuding an indescribable eerie atmosphere. Why is it so empty? It's completely different from what I imagined. Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. This square is definitely suspicious. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing the empty square, all showed expressions of confusion. In their eyes, within the gates of this Tai Mountain mansion, which resembled an ancient city, there should have been rows of buildings, but the first scene they saw upon entering was such a strange and empty large square. Clearly, there must be something unusual about this square. Yet there was no other path ahead. To go deeper, they could only step into this square. Unlike the others' confusion, Zhou Luo looked at the square, and a name instantly flashed through his mind. The second challenge, the Great Array of Reversed Five Senses. The Great Array of Reversed Five Senses, as the name suggests, overturns all five senses of anyone who steps into the array. Front may turn into left, and right may turn into back. What the eyes see, the ears hear, and the nose smells are all illusions. To pass the challenge, one must hold firm to their true self, carefully perceive the location of the erase core, and only then can the formation be broken. Could it be that young Tianying has taken the lead over everyone else at this stage? Zhou Luo suddenly thought of this, and his heart stirred slightly. In his previous life, young Tianying became the master of the Daizong Jinhai technique precisely because, in this second trial, he was the first to locate the formation's core with unmatched speed and subsequently broke through the formation. His method was extremely crude, relying entirely on the toughness of the supreme jade bone and his own perception, recklessly charging forward. If told to go forward, he went forward. If told to retreat, he retreated, completely ignoring other factors. As a result, he accidentally struck the correct formation core by sheer luck and shattered it directly. This time without young Tianying, I shall be the fastest to break through the formation. My 9 nether chaos bodies bestowed law I speech spirit can see through all formations. Breaking formations is simply effortless for me. Zhou Luo moved with a thought and, under everyone's gaze, was the first to step into the center of the square. The god of killing has gone up. Isn't he afraid there might be traps in the square? How reckless. You're so silly. With the strength of a killing god, what trap would he fear? Have you forgotten how he just killed those evil spirits? The surrounding crowd saw Zhou Luo take the lead and rush into the square, immediately starting to discuss fervently. Gu Qianhua and the others noticed Zhou Luo's actions and also cast their attention toward him. Soon, Zhou Luo stepped into the square. A buzzing sound was heard. The entire square suddenly revealed a mysterious formation, causing everyone to retreat. There really is a trap. What kind of formation is this? It actually covers the entire square. The path ahead is blocked. We can only proceed by entering the formation. What on earth is going on? The grand formation of reversed five senses completely shrouded the road ahead. Everyone quickly realized that to delve deeper into Mount Tai's domain, they must break through the formation before them. Wait, let's see how he handles it first. Someone, with a meticulous mind, decided to observe Zhou Luo's performance within the formation. If even Zhou Luo cannot break the formation, they can only retreat in despair. After all, if a powerhouse of Zhou Luo's level cannot pass through, what hope do they have? Among the crowd, Lu Feiyu saw Zhou Luo step forward, his expression slightly tense. Brother Zhou dares to take the lead. Very well. If there is danger within the formation, I can rescue him from outside in time. He had already prepared himself mentally. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would immediately step forward to assist Zhou Luo. The moment Zhou Luo entered the formation, his five senses were instantly stripped away. The scene before his eyes was dreamlike and illusory. Though it seemed real, it was entirely a false image created by the grand formation of inverted senses. The same went for for his ears and nose. Everything he heard and smelled was an illusion. Zhou Luo tentatively stepped forward, but in people's eyes, he seemed to step to the left. Taking another step, he appeared to step to the right. Zhou Luo knew he was testing the inverted formation, but the crowd didn't understand and simply thought he was breaking the formation. First to the left, then to the right. Got it. Everyone secretly memorized each of Zhou Luo's every move, fearing they might misinterpret. What an impressive five senses reversal formation. On the stage, after Zhou Luo tentatively took 2 steps, he stopped all movements. He clearly felt that as long as his mind remained calm and he refrained from deliberate actions, he could sense the correct path in the unseen. This should be the normal method to break the formation. Zhou Luo immediately understood everything and no longer suppressed the power of the divine ion incantation within him. A faint golden light shimmered in his pupils, and the scene before him instantly changed. The illusion created by the sensory reversing grand formation immediately reverted to the original appearance of the square. The formation patterns beneath his feet became clearly visible, with several key formation nodes prominently displayed. After identifying the location of the formation's core, Zhou Luo did not hesitate and stepped toward one of the formation cores. With the assistance of the magical ion linguistic spells, even if affected by the reversal formation and heading in the wrong direction, he could quickly adjust his angle based on the core's position. In just 13 short steps, he directly entered the formation core. The moment he entered the formation's core, Zhou Luo felt his sense of direction instantly return, completely free from the interference of the grand array that inverted the 5 senses. The entire process was incredibly effortless, taking less than 3 minutes. Brother Lu, I'll go ahead and wait for you up front. After passing through, Zhou Luo turned back and waved toward Lu Feiyu's position, then proceeded straight into the depths of the Taishan prefecture. Lu Feiyu, who was called by name, was a bit dazed at the moment and only reacted after a while. The reason was simple. Zhou Luo's process of clearing the level was just too easy, so easy that it made people suspicious. You must know, the formation on this square looks extremely mysterious just by observing it. Definitely a top-tier ancient grand formation. Logically speaking, such an awe-inspiring formation should be exceptionally difficult to break. Yet Zhou Luo managed to break it effortlessly in less than 3 minutes? Could it be that this formation is merely for show and is actually astonishingly simple? Lu Feiyu immediately came up with such a guess in his mind. The others, seeing Zhou Luo leave the formation so effortlessly, also began to feel tempted to try. This formation is too overrated. It looks intimidating, but in reality, others can get through it in just a few minutes. No way, I have to hurry over, or the opportunities in Mount Tai Mansion will all be snatched by the god of killing. If he eats meat, I at least need to drink some soup. That's right, this formation is so simple, watch me easily break it. Ha ha ha, I remember every step the god of killing took just now. If I just follow his steps, I'll definitely break the formation faster than him. Countless confident people no longer hesitated and stepped into the range of the inverted formation, but some more cautious individuals chose to stay where they were and continue observing. Soon, those who stayed in place to observe noticed something unusual. Why were the people who entered the inverted formation all walking in circles? Not only were they circling, but they would occasionally bump into the people around them. The people inside the formation were even more confused. I clearly followed every step Zhou Luo took, repeating them several times, so why haven't I gotten out yet? Even though there's a wide road ahead, taking just one step feels like being fiercely struck by someone? Everyone was filled with doubt in their hearts. Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, and other experts saw the scene within the formation and immediately understood. The reason Zhou Luo passed through so effortlessly earlier was not because the formation was merely superficial. It's entirely because Zhou Luo is too powerful. Look at this group of people who went in. They still haven't figured out what exactly happened. Luckily, I wasn't the first to go in. Otherwise, just understanding the operational logic of this formation would have taken me half a day. Lu Feiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had already figured out the effect of this formation, which most likely disorients people and disrupts their 5 senses, making it impossible to know where the path is. If I blindly followed those people into the formation, it would take quite some effort to understand the logic. The time has come, I can't fall too far behind Brother Zhou. You error, come with me. If I break the formation first, I'll wait for you outside to assist. Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate and led Lu Yuer into the formation. Gu Qianhua made the same choice. While everyone was fully focused on breaking the formation, deep within the Taishan mansion, Zhou Luo had already arrived at an extremely magnificent grand hall. Is this the 3rd level? Zhou Luo looked around and saw countless meditation cushions placed throughout the hall. These meditation cushions had an exceptionally beautiful name in the previous life. The 3rd level of Mount Tai's mansion is a test of one's comprehension. Whoever sits on the meditation mat will have a blank heavenly book appear in their mind. The stronger the comprehension, the words on the blank heavenly book will gradually reveal themselves. When all the words on the blank heavenly book are fully revealed, the book will manifest its true form, transforming into the Dai Zong Si suppression technique. And comprehension is often closely tied to talent, which is why in his previous life, Yang Tianying relied on his talent and the the time advantage brought by the Supreme Jade Bone to become the recipient of the Daizong C suppression technique. Testing comprehension. Isn't this just a free gift? Zhou Luo smiled faintly and sat directly on the closest meditation mat without hesitation. Among the many characteristics of the Nine Nether Chaos Body, the Imperial Blood Sacred Heart represents ultimate comprehension. This third challenge, in front of Zhou Luo, is simply effortless. The moment he sat on the meditation mat, an unwritten heavenly book suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's mind. However, Zhou Luo's eyes did not show the expected joy. Instead, they were filled with confusion. Clearly, it was said to be an unwritten heavenly book, but isn't it full of words? On the so-called wordless heavenly book, countless tiny characters were densely engraved. Zhou Luo, unwilling to give up, flipped through a few pages and found that every page was the same. Logically, he should decipher the wordless heavenly book to obtain the Daizong Jinhai technique. But now that there are clearly words, how is he supposed to decipher it? Unable to decipher the wordless heavenly book, what will happen to his Daizong Jinhai technique? Zhou Luo's mind was momentarily a bit dazed. However, he quickly noticed something unusual. No, the content written in this book seems to be actually a breathing technique. A glimmer of light instantly flashed in his eyes. After carefully examining for a long time, Zhou Luo's gaze gradually turned ecstatic. What is written here is actually the Five Peaks Scripture. This heavenly book provides a detailed introduction, stating that the Five Peaks Scripture is the advanced technique of the Mount Tai Si calming art, and the Mount Tai Si calming art was derived from the Five Peaks Scripture. Only those with extremely high talent and perception can detect the existence of the Five Peaks Scripture on the meditation mat. In his previous life, no one had ever been able to observe the Five Peaks Scripture on the meditation mat, let alone know that the so-called #1 breathing technique in the world, the Mount Tai Ocean calming technique, was merely a small part of the Five Peaks Scripture. Truly unexpected. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. He had thought the Mount Tai Ocean calming technique was already invincible, but he hadn't anticipated the existence of something even more profound. He merely glanced briefly at the Five Peaks Scripture and already felt the supreme power of this breathing technique. The Five Peaks Scripture is divided into 9 levels. Upon reaching the first level, one can bear the phantom of Mount Tai and crack the ground 3 inches with their steps. At the third level, one can comprehend the sword aura of Mount Hua Sea of Clouds, condense unparalleled sword intent, and pierce gold and jade with flying petals, refining the essence of Mount Hang's geothermal fire in 5 stages, exhaling to burn rivers dry and seas barren. At the 7th stage, one absorbs the millennia-old cold marrow of Mount Hong, summoning the 9 nether cold tide, freezing 3,000 miles with a single palm. If cultivated to the 9th stage of perfection, one can merge with the essence of Mount Song's earth veins, achieving resonance between flesh and the earth veins, standing as an unshakable and towering Buzhou mountain. Such a powerful technique should rightfully belong to me. Zhou Luo suppressed his inner excitement and immediately began comprehending the Five Peaks Sutra. The Enlightenment Mat does not easily bestow the Five Peaks Sutra upon others. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, approximately half an hour, if Zhou Luo cannot fully comprehend the Five Peaks Sutra and successfully cultivate to the first level, the Five Peaks Sutra will forever dissipate into the heavens and earth. Such a powerful breathing technique naturally possesses spiritual awareness. If even the most gifted person in the world cannot master it within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it would rather not appear in the world than lower itself to the mediocre. Inside the grand hall, it remained as tranquil as ever. Zhou Luo sat upright on the meditation mat, his breathing becoming rhythmically steady. The Five Peaks Sutra was being meticulously studied by him. Within the great array of reversed senses, the people who first stepped into the array have already begun to comprehend the profound mysteries of this reversed array. Those who entered later, including Lu Feiyu and others, have also calmed their minds and quietly sensed the guidance hidden in the void. Their progress is far faster than the pioneers, with Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua being particularly ahead. They are less than 10 meters away from the nearest array core. About 10 minutes passed. The two finally entered the array's core area, and their distorted senses instantly returned to normal. Little guy from the Bailey group, I'll go ahead first. You take your time looking after that little girl. Gu Qianhua broke through the array without any pause and headed straight into the depths of Taishan Mansion. Luffy Yu stayed in place, trying to find a way to guide Lu Yuer, who was still trapped in the formation. After all, as one of the top talents of the Great Xia, with Luffy Yu's help, Lu Yuer successfully broke out of the formation in just 3 minutes. Yuer, let's go. Come with me to find Brother Joe and see how things are going on his side. Without another word, Luffy Yu took Lu Yuer and headed deeper into the Taishan Mansion. Because Lu Feiyu and his sister's talents leaned towards speed, despite a 3-minute delay, he and Gu Qianhua almost arrived outside the main hall at the same time. This little guy is actually this fast? Gu Qianhua was secretly surprised in his heart. He had been traveling at full speed, yet Lu Feiyu still caught up with him. However, he didn't think much of it and quickly shifted his attention back to the main hall. I saw Mr. Zhou. Lu Yuer had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Zhou Luo sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion. What exactly is this meditation cushion? Gu Qianhua, standing standing nearby, was also examining the rows of meditation cushions in the hall, his eyes full of confusion. Could the opportunity be hidden within? Lu Feiyu pondered softly. Without hesitating for long, he had already stepped into the hall with his sister and imitated Zhou Luo by sitting on the meditation mat. Gu Qianhua did the same. Since Zhou Luo was already seated on the mat, it indicated that the mat was highly likely to contain an opportunity. Even if the mat held no opportunity, it was very likely the key to unlocking the next challenge. In short, following Zhou Luo to sit down is definitely the right choice. However, just as the three were about to take their seats, the meditation cushion where Zhou Luo was sitting suddenly emitted several dazzling rays of light, enveloping the entire great hall. Moments later, the light gradually subsided. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy. The first level of the Five Peaks scripture had been completely mastered. The heavenly book had also merged into his mind, as if it had acknowledged him as its master. You all came too, ha? Zhou Luo stood up from the meditation mat, turned his head to look at Lu Feiyu and the other two, and saw them staring at him with bewildered expressions. He then smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, what is going on?" Lu Feiyu's expression was complicated. When he saw Zhou Luo sitting on the meditation mat earlier and the phenomenon appearing, a suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that they really arrived too late? Just like the pagoda mentioned by my sister, has the opportunity within the Tai Mountain mansion already been seized by Zhou Luo? If that's really the case, then there's no need for him to sit on the meditation mat and waste time for nothing. Brother Lu, I can only say that there is a mystery to this meditation mat. Zhou Luo shook his head and did not elaborate further. Although the Five Peaks Sutra has already been mastered by him, the Mount Tai Si calming technique still resides within the meditation cushion. If Lu Feiyu can comprehend it faster, he still has a chance to obtain the Mount Tai Si calming technique. Though not as powerful as the Five Peaks Sutra, it is still one of the top-tier breathing techniques. Understood, thank you, Brother Zhou. Lu Feiyu did not hesitate and directly sat on the meditation mat to begin comprehending. Since Zhou Luo said so, he naturally dared not doubt it. Lu Yuer and Gu Qianhua saw this and quickly followed suit. The three soon immersed themselves in the mysteries of the heavenly book. I've already obtained the greatest opportunity in the Taishan mansion. As for the remaining minor benefits, I can't be bothered to compete for them. Zhou Luo was already prepared to leave the Taishan mansion's secret realm. Indeed, the secret realm still harbors many divine weapons and treasures of heaven and earth waiting for destined individuals to discover. But these are now completely useless to Zhou Luo. His talent and comprehension have already reached their peak, and no miraculous fruits or treasures can further enhance his abilities. As for divine weapons, Zhou Luo remembered the strongest weapon discovered in the secret realm of Mount Tai in his previous life, which was of the same level as the silver flood dragon spear in his hand. Moreover, searching for those things is a complete waste of time and not worth his effort at all. Right now, what Zhou Luo needs most is to find a quiet place to properly cultivate the Five Peaks Sutra. This grand hall is obviously unsuitable. Lu Feiyu and the other two were just the first to enter, and soon, the awakened ones will flood into this inverted formation, making it inevitably noisy and chaotic. The silver flood dragon spear can indeed no longer keep up with my strength. Zhou Luo shook his head silently. On the Jade Emperor Peak, although he could suppress Yang Tianying with absolute strength, he lacked a suitable weapon to deliver a decisive blow. A weapon capable of slaying a supreme jade bone can only be an innate supreme treasure. As for the innate supreme treasures he currently possesses, there is only the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc, which does not yet include weapon types. It doesn't matter, the day the Tai sword emerges is also fast approaching. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, already having a plan in mind. Since he was reborn, he had naturally already chosen his weapon, and the Tai sword, this innate treasure with an extremely heavy aura of slaughter, is undoubtedly his top choice. Just as Zhou Luo was deeply immersed in cultivation, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun stood before a virtual panoramic military map, their expressions exceptionally grave. On the map, several colossal beasts, as massive as small mountains, were entrenched within a mountain range. If Zhou Luo were present, he would immediately recognize that this mountain range was none other than Qinan Mountain. Hanyun, Jiangnan City is now at the brink of life and death. Are you ready to face death? Wang Lin's gaze was resolute as he stared directly at Chu Hanyun. I've been ready for a long time. Chu Hanyun's expression was composed, his eyes sharp as a torch. As a Daxia citizen with unwavering faith from the moment he joined the Daxia alliance, he had resolved to sacrifice his life for Daxia. What's more, this crisis had descended upon his very own homeland where he was born and raised. Just an hour ago, several beasts suddenly appeared on Mount Qinan, each possessing the strength of the Lingbian realm. If it were only this, Jiangnan City would not yet be at the brink of life and death. The key lies in the fact that these exotic beasts are not wantonly destroying but are gathering together, seemingly waiting for something. This phenomenon is all too familiar to the Great Xia Alliance. They are waiting for the arrival of the king of exotic beasts. Jiangnan City is facing the imminent arrival of a king of exotic beasts. The moment the news arrived, Wang Lin immediately ordered a notification for the citizens of Jiangnan City City to evacuate as soon as possible. The farther away from Jiangnan City, the better. Even the surrounding neighboring cities must be evacuated. Otherwise, when the Beast King descends, the impact will not be limited to Jiangnan City. Several surrounding cities will also be hard to escape. However, Jiangnan City has a large population, and even if the notice is issued, it will be difficult to evacuate everyone in a short time. Based on past experience, the arrival of the Beast King is only 1 hour away. This 1 hour is the final chance for the Great Xiao Alliance to counterattack. These few mutant beasts must be slain. Otherwise, once the Beast King arrives, these transitional stage beasts will become its most formidable allies. This will bring endless trouble to the entire Daxia. Have you managed to get in touch with Mr. Zhou? Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, then opened them moments later and looked at Chu Hanyun to ask. Since learning of the Beast King's arrival, Wang Lin had been trying to contact Zhou Luo, but no matter what, the call couldn't go through. Zhou Luo's phone had no signal at all. Investigations revealed that Zhou Luo had gone to Tai City 3 days ago and is currently still in the Tai Mountain secret realm. Still haven't been able to reach him. Mr. Zhou should still be inside the secret realm. Chu Hanyun shook his head, his expression somewhat helpless. This time the secret realm has lasted so long. It seems difficult to count on Mr. Zhou for timely assistance. Wang Lin sighed. The Qinan Mountain secret realm lasted only an hour, while the Taishan secret realm has already been open for 3 hours. As for Zhou Luo, he was the only person Wang Lin could think of who was most likely to help Jiangnan City through this crisis. Now Zhou Luo cannot be reached, they can only rely on themselves. Notify the military district, mobilize all heavy firepower, and vow to annihilate these beasts. Wang Lin issued the order without hesitation. Chu Hanyun quickly went to convey the message to the military district. The military district's firepower was already prepared, waiting only for Wang Lin's command. Wang Lin waved his hand, signaling the launch of a missile, which exploded deep within Qinan Mountain. The deafening roar echoed through the valley, and dust instantly filled the sky. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, several exotic beasts at the center of the explosion were completely unscathed. Wang Lin was utterly shocked. The power of this missile was enough to flatten a small mountain, more than sufficient to deal with beasts at the Linian realm. Yet after a round of missile bombardment, these exotic beasts were not only unharmed but didn't even have a single scratch. What exactly is the reason? Leader, these exotic beasts seem to have a protective shield around them. Chu Hanyun frowned deeply and raised his voice to warn. Wang Lin hurriedly looked over and indeed saw a thin, milky white shield enveloping the exotic beasts. The color of this shield is completely consistent with the aura being brewed by the beast core. Could it be that the Beast King is protecting them? A trace of despair flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Since the onset of the mutation era, the Beast Kings descending upon the blue planet all possess at least the strength of the divine anomaly realm, and most of them are late-stage divine anomaly realm powerhouses. At this level, unless large-scale indiscriminate thermal weapons like nuclear weapons are used, ordinary firepower cannot harm them at all. If this shield is truly released by the Beast King, then their plan is likely to fail completely. Currently, the residents of Jiangnan City have not been fully evacuated. If nuclear weapons are used rashly, it will inevitably cause innocent casualties. Such actions violate humanitarian principles and go against the original intentions of the Daxia Alliance. Keep firing. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and issued the order again. The second round of missiles was quickly launched. After the dust settled, the shield remained intact. Keep going, fire the last missile. Wang Lin refused to resign himself to fate. The missiles reserved by the military district were completely launched in the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, yet the shield remained unscathed. Wang Lin's expression gradually turned to despair. He had never felt so powerless. Beside him, Chu Hanyun was equally silent. The command room fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Wang Lin trembled as he touched the metal on his chest, his lips moving slightly. Hanyun, go, leave Jiangnan City. Although Chu Hanyun had long expressed his determination to fight to the end, Wang Lin still couldn't bear it at the final moment. Chu Hanyun was young and exceptionally gifted. As long as he lived, his future potential would be limitless. He was unwilling to watch such a young man perish here. However, Chu Hanyun did not answer Wang Lin. He simply stood in place, his gaze as resolute as iron. Silence is the most powerful response. Wang Lin let out a long sigh, his tone complex. Hanyun, you truly are remarkable. He couldn't tell whether he felt joy or sorrow in his heart. Soon, he composed himself. In that case, today we shall fight side by side. Even if we can't kill these beasts, we must strip them of a layer of skin. Wang Lin's eyes were fierce. As a soldier of Daxia, this kind of ferocity had long been ingrained in his bones. I can die, but the enemy must never have it easy. This is the soul of a soldier. As the golden light gate between heaven and earth gradually dissipated, everyone who entered the Taishan secret realm was transported out at this moment. Among them was Zhou Luo. Luffy Yu looked at Zhou Luo beside him, vaguely sensing a subtle change in his aura. But upon closer thought, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. He asked Zhou Luo, Brother Zhou, where are you planning to go next? Back to Jiangnan City? Yes, the secret realm has ended and I should return to continue my cultivation. Zhou Luo nodded lightly. Just now, he had fully mastered the cultivation method of the Five Peaks scripture. At this moment, every breath he took contained the power of the Five Peaks, long and powerful. More importantly, with this top-tier breathing technique, Zhou Luo's cultivation speed experienced a qualitative leap. It was just 2 hours in the secret realm, and he directly broke through to the third level of the divine anomaly realm. The speed was much faster than when absorbing the earth fiend chi. Then I won't stay any longer. Brother Zhou, take care. Mr. Zhou, Yuer will take her leave for now. If there's an opportunity in the future, you must visit our Bailey group. Luffy you saw that Zhou Luo had made up his mind to leave, so he no longer tried to persuade him and left with Lu Yuer. Gu Qianhua also did not linger in Taishan City. This time, he gained a lot from the Taishan secret realm, having acquired the Daizong Jinhai technique. Now, he must hurry back to Ao Island to practice the breathing method. Soon, the surrounding people gradually dispersed. As Zhou Luo left the Taishan area, his phone kept ringing. Has the Beast King appeared in Jiangnan City? Could it be that guy? Seeing the messages sent by Wang Lin and Shu Hanyun, Zhou Luo's expression changed drastically. In his previous life, it was precisely because of the Beast King that descended upon Jiangnan City that he almost lost his life. Fortunately, the Great Xia Alliance saved him in time. But now, he already has enough strength to handle it. Perfect. I also want to test how much my strength has improved after practicing the Five Peaks Sutra. By the way, I'll let that guy taste my power, beat him black and blue, and have some fun. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed toward Jiangnan City. If it really is that, the timing seems a bit off. Along the way, Zhou Luo was filled with doubts. According to his experiences in his previous life, within 3 months after the start of the mutation era, no Beast King had descended upon Jiangnan City. The Beast King that had almost cost him his life only appeared in the 4th month. But now, a sudden mutation occurred. Could it be that my rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? Zhou Luo secretly speculated in his heart, as this was the only explanation that seemed reasonable. After all, before his rebirth, Wu Qiyun had not perfected the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc in the Pagoda of Buddha. The world's #1 breathing technique was not the current Five Peaks Sutra, but the Mount Tai Si suppression art. If it really is him, could his strength still remain at the spirit transformation realm? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering in his heart. In the previous life, the Beast King reached the spirit transformation realm just 4 months after its arrival, possessing extremely terrifying strength. Now, with his current strength, he can easily handle a Beast King at the divine phenomenon realm, even one in the late stage of the realm. However, if the opponent truly is at the spirit transformation realm, the situation would become somewhat tricky. Still, this does not mean he is completely powerless to fight back. Now he had cultivated the 5 Sacred Peaks Sutra to the 1st level, and his combat strength was worlds apart from before he entered Mount Tai. In terms of defense, he had the 9 Yang 8 Trigrams disc for support, while his offense relied on the mighty power of Mount Tai brought by the 1st level of the 5 Sacred Peaks Sutra. With both offense and defense in balance, he could even put up a fight against a spirit transformation realm opponent. Such a pity. If the Tai sword were already in my hands, I could even slay a spirit transformation realm opponent. Zhou Luo sighed softly. What he lacked most at the moment was an innate supreme treasure for offensive and destructive purposes. But such things cannot be forced. After all, the Li Mountain where the Tai sword resides still requires several days to open, so for now, he could only wait patiently. At this moment, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun had already flown to the skies above the Qinan mountain range. People were talking animatedly. Ahead, 3 strange beasts suddenly appeared. Behind the two, there was no one else in sight. The other members of the Jiangnan City Great Summer Alliance had long been driven away by Wang Lin. Some were unwilling to leave, but Wang Lin directly knocked them unconscious and forcibly took them away. No other reason, simply because their strength was too weak. Still in the initial stage, for these exotic beasts that have already reached the transitional stage, it's simply delivering food and poses no threat at all. Letting them retreat is Wang Lin's responsibility for their lives. Facing such a powerful enemy and stepping forward to fight is inherently his and Chu Hanyun's responsibility. After all, they are the only 2 powerhouses in Jiangnan City's Daxia Alliance who have reached the transitional stage. The greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility. Sky-splitting falcon, golden-tailed white wolf, earth-shaking black bear. Wang Lin gazed at the 3 exotic beasts before him, his heart slightly heavy. As soon as the 3 exotic beasts appeared, he had already requested the headquarters to retrieve their information. After the era of mutation began, many exotic beasts appeared one after another, and these 3 types are considered relatively common species, but only within the initial realm. As for those in the transitional realm, this is the first time Wang Lin has encountered them. Han Yun, I excel in speed. I'll hold off the sky-splitting falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf. You go deal with the earth-shaking black bear. Make sure to kill the earth-shaking black bear as soon as possible so I can support you. Got it? Wang Lin immediately arranged the tactics. Chu Hanyun nodded solemnly, understood. The earth-shaking black bear has the lowest realm among the 3. free, only at the first level of the transformation realm. And Chu Hanyun also broke through to the first level of the Linean realm, and with the support of weapons, killing it is only a matter of time. The premise of all this is that Wang Lin must hold off the sky-splitting falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf. If either of the two beasts manages to break free and support the earth-shaking black bear, Chu Hanyun will be in danger. Since everything is ready, let's charge together. Wang Lin gave the order, and the two rushed into the shield together. This shield is highly resistant to thermal weapons but offers no defense against spiritual energy, allowing awakened individuals to easily penetrate it. After entering the shield, the three alien beasts clearly understood this as well and quickly formed a defensive formation. Inside the shield, Wang Lin immediately engaged the sky-splitting falcon, then swiftly pulled the golden-tailed white wolf into the battlefield, completely denying it the chance to support the earth-shaking black bear. Chu Hanyun did not disappoint, forcing the earth-shaking black bear to retreat step by step in their confrontation. Being able to slay these three before the Beast King arrives is at least some effort. Wang Lin felt a slight sense of relief as he saw the earth-shaking black bear gradually retreating. Although they couldn't contend with the Beast King, taking down these three underlings would still be a morale boost. Just as Wang Lin thought the situation was under control, the ground beneath the earth-shaking black bear's feet suddenly began to churn. Immediately after, a crimson scorpion tail shot out from the soil, thrusting straight toward Chu Hanyun. As the words fell, Chu Hanyun had not anticipated this move at all. In his frantic attempt to dodge, the earth-shaking black bear seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to his chest. Blood spurted from Chu Hanyun's mouth, and his momentum plummeted instantly. At the same time, the owner of that scorpion tail also emerged from the ground. It was the red-tailed scorpion that had previously appeared in Eagle Nation. There's actually a fourth one. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically, and his heart sank into complete despair. He never expected that a beast would be hiding, lurking underground. You want to die? The situation instantly underwent a complete reversal. Bastard, even if I die, I'll make sure we both go down together. Chu Hanyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smile curling at his lips. Seeing this, Wang Lin felt a wave of sorrow rise in his heart. He understood that Chu Hanyun intended to sacrifice himself in a self-detonation to take the earth-shaking black bear down with him, a life for a life, with unwavering resolve. The earth-shaking black bear seemed to sense the danger and tried to retreat, but Chu Hanyun's speed was far faster than its own. In an instant, he was already beside the earth-shaking black bear. Let's go together. Chu Hanyun gritted his teeth, preparing to use the spiritual energy in his dantian to trigger a self-detonation. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Chu Hanyun turned toward the sound, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Mr. Zhou. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Luo. After rushing urgently, Zhou Luo finally made it back to Jiangnan City. Just a few beasts, why fight so desperately? Zhou Luo had witnessed the scene just now and was deeply impressed by Chu Hanyun, unwilling to let him sacrifice in vain. You retreat first, I'll handle these beasts. With a wave of Zhou Luo's hand, Chu Hanyun felt an immense force envelop him, instantly sending him out of the battlefield. This move was something Zhou Luo had just mastered. After mastering the first level of the Five Peaks Sutra, he discovered he could merge the mighty power of Mount Tai with the power of the divine realm, enabling him to command all things with a mere wave of his hand. Mr. Zhou's cultivation. Chu Hanyun was sent out of the battlefield, his heart filled with shock. If he remembers correctly, this kind of technique can only be performed by those in the divine realm, right? Could it be that Zhou Luo has already broken through to the divine realm? Before he could think further, Wang Lin on the battlefield saw Zhou Luo arrive and was overjoyed. Mr. Zhou, I'll hold off the sky-splitting falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf. The remaining two are up to you. He shouted loudly and continued to grapple with the two beasts. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly as he said calmly, it's not that troublesome. He waved his hand again, and an immense force instantly enveloped Wang Lin, sending him to Chu Hanyun's side. Mr. Zhou, what are you? Wang Lin's face was full of confusion. Why send him out as well? Could it be that Zhou Luo intends to take on all four alone? Zhou Luo offered no explanation, merely looking down at the four beasts from above, his eyes filled with blade-like killing intent. No matter why you have descended upon Jiangnan City, today will be your end. Let this place become your final resting ground. Zhou Luo's entire body trembled, and a vast aura instantly spread in all directions. Behind him, the phantom of a towering mountain suddenly appeared. He raised his hand and waved, and the phantom of Mount Tai immediately erupted with supreme power, crushing toward the four exotic beasts. The majestic phantom of Mount Tai roared and exploded, enveloping immense might, subduing the four exotic beasts one by one. They only felt as if Mount Tai was truly pressing down on their heads, their bodies involuntarily prostrating as they let out continuous cries of pain. However, the four strange beasts still refused to give up, struggling with all their might to resist Zhou Luo's suppression. Mere beasts of the Lingbian realm dare to challenge me? Zhou Luo frowned deeply and immediately stopped holding back. The spiritual energy within his body circulated rapidly, and the towering shadow of Mount Tai became even more solid. In the next instant, the four strange beasts could not withstand the pressure. Their bodies exploded one after after another, and beast blood almost splattered across the entire Chinan mountain. What kind of terrifying power is this? Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were dumbfounded. These were beasts at the transformation realm, not ordinary wild animals at the initial realm. Just moments ago, these four beasts had nearly put the two of them in mortal danger. Zhou Luo casually made a move and instantly slaughtered these four exotic beasts. They didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. After killing the four exotic beasts, Zhou Luo withdrew his imposing aura, and the towering shadow of Mount Tai slowly dissipated in midair. The five sacred mountain scripture is truly formidable, he marveled secretly in his heart. The shadow of Mount Tai, condensed from the essence of the five sacred mountains, possessed a might far beyond that of ordinary breathing techniques. Even practicing to the first level granted such immense power. If one were to cultivate it to the ninth level of perfection, reaching the realm of resonating with the earth's veins, standing as if becoming Mount Buzhou, what kind of scene would that be? Is it just a light breath that would suppress the four beasts without exception? Lost in thought, Zhou Luo had already walked to Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun's side. After the fierce battle just now, both were seriously injured, especially Chu Hanyun, whose internal injuries were extremely severe, and his breathing had become irregular. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your assistance. Nevertheless, when the two saw Zhou Luo arrive, they still respectfully clasped their fists in salute. They knew in their hearts that if Zhou Luo hadn't stepped in to save them, they would undoubtedly have died today. There was no suspense whatsoever. Faced with three transmutation realm exotic beasts, they could still barely put up a fight. But against four exotic beasts, they truly stood no chance. That crimson-tailed scorpion was extremely insidious, hiding underground and catching everyone completely off guard. No need to thank me. Jiangnan City has always been my hometown. How could I allow them to wreak havoc here? Zhou Luo shook his head, saying little. Then, he turned his gaze toward the milky white aura brewing not far away, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. This Beast King's aura is becoming more solid. It seems it will descend soon, and a fierce battle is likely unavoidable. Your injuries are severe. It's better for you to retreat further away to avoid being affected. Zhou Luo instructed the two of them. The realm of the approaching Beast King is still unclear. If it is at the Divine Anomaly realm, it would be manageable with some effort. But if it truly is at the Spirit Transformation realm, then he would have no choice but to fight with all his might. By then, the scope of the battle might be extremely wide, and he would be unable to ensure the safety of the two. Crossing a major realm to confront a Beast King is already fraught with extreme danger. If one's mind is distracted, it will likely result in a tragic demise. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun obediently complied, understanding the reasoning behind it, and quickly left Chinan Mountain. Once the two had gone far, Zhou Luo took a deep breath, preparing to fully concentrate on facing the impending Beast King. It is said that a few rare and special Beast Kings possess an innate spiritual treasure, and some even have the blessing of an innate supreme treasure. If it can be slain, not only can treasures be obtained, but the Beast King pill can also be extracted from its body. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation. Thinking of this, a trace of excitement flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. The supreme treasures of the world are divided into three levels: acquired treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and innate supreme treasures. With Zhou Luo's current strength, acquired treasures no longer attract him, only innate spiritual treasures are worthy of his level. Therefore, if he could obtain an innate spiritual treasure focused on offense and slaughter from this Beast King, it would make up for his lack of the Tai sword. Not to mention the Beast King pill that could enhance cultivation. Within the milky white shield, the aura of the Beast King continued to condense, until dark clouds covered the sky and fierce winds swept across. Ha 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 ha, that aura finally became complete. In an instant, the milky white shield was covered with layers of solid ice, then suddenly shattered with a loud explosion, sending countless sharp ice spikes shooting in all directions. Zhou Luo was within the range of the ice spikes, but he was well prepared and immediately summoned the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc, blocking all the incoming ice spikes one by one. Where are my people? I have descended, why aren't you coming to greet me? A hoarse voice suddenly emerged from the breath. Zhou Luo turned his gaze toward the sound, and a massive silver-white figure instantly appeared in his sight. The figure stood 100 zhang tall, resembling a qilin, entirely silver-white, with every strand of flowing fur tipped with century-old black ice. Between the two horns on its forehead, however, thunder filled with a destructive aura flickered. Frost Thunder Howl? It's actually not him. Zhou Luo's eyes revealed a trace of surprise after seeing this figure clearly. In his previous life, the Beast King that descended upon Jiangnan City was called the Scarlet Fire Lizard, not Frost Thunder Howl. However, Zhou Luo was not entirely unfamiliar with Frost Thunder Howl. Before his rebirth, the Frost Thunder Howl had already appeared on Blue Star. However, the place it descended upon was not Daxia, but the west. The timing wasn't that early either. At the time, it caused a massive uproar, directly annihilating a nation and shocking the entire world. The Western countries were in a state of panic, and their leaders held emergency meetings overnight. They ultimately decided to mobilize their strongest individuals the next day, combining powerful firepower for a joint assault, vowing to annihilate the Frost Thunder Howl. The battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Countless Countless experts at the Divine Realm fell, and even one expert at the Spirit Transformation Realm was slain before the Frost Thunder Howl was finally killed. At that time, it had just descended, with its strength only at the Spirit Transformation Realm. If given time to evolve to the Forbidden Realm, Blue Star would likely face countless catastrophes. Who killed my people? Just as Zhou Luo was immersed in his thoughts, Tianquan Leiho also noticed that the 4 exotic beasts that were supposed to greet it had all perished. The blood of beasts scattered across the mountains became the most direct evidence. Was it humans who killed my people? Tianquan Leiho's purple-dulled pupils suddenly turned toward Zhou Luo. The reason was simple. Within a radius of dozens of miles, Zhou Luo was the only one present. Who else could it be? It was me. So what? Zhou Luo showed no fear, meeting its gaze with a calm demeanor. How dare a mere human blood sacrifice harm my people? You deserve death. The aura of the Frost Thunder Howl erupted suddenly. The powerful pressure of the Spirit Transformation Realm instantly enveloped the entire Nan Mountain. Sure enough, it's the Spirit Transformation Realm. Zhou Luo's expression changed slightly, but he remained fearless inside. He knew that the Frost Thunder Howl held a supreme treasure in its hand, the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl, commanding the might of thunder. Its destructive power was not to be underestimated. In his previous life, the Spirit Transformation Realm expert who fell at the hands of the Frost Thunder Howl was killed by this very treasure. Although it's not a weapon, it perfectly fills the gap of lacking a lethal treasure in my hands. Zhou Luo was already eager to give it a try in his heart, just taking this opportunity to test how strong he had become after cultivating the 5 Peaks Sutra. In a military camp far away from the Nan mountain range, it's a beast king of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Inside the command center, Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun watched the real-time footage transmitted by the satellite in the sky. Seeing the Frost Thunder Howl, their eyes filled with shock. Why does it have to be a beast king of the Spirit Transformation Realm? Wang Lin revealed a look of despair. He admitted that Zhou Luo's strength was indeed remarkable, but he had only just reached the Divine Anomaly Realm. Facing a few Transmutation Realm exotic beasts, he could naturally handle them with ease. However, the Frost Thunder Ho before him was a genuine Spirit Transformation Realm beast king. The realm between the Divine Anomaly and the Spirit Transformation is a complete major boundary. No, I can't let Mr. Zhou go to his death like this. Wang Lin's expression was resolute, and he had already made up his mind. Alliance leader, are you thinking? Xu Hanyun seemed to understand something, and his expression became serious. That's right, I'll immediately notify headquarters and request the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. Zhou, so young, has already reached the Divine Realm. If given more time, reaching the 5th level of the realm announced by the will of heaven, the Forbidden Realm, is only a matter of time. Such a genius must not be allowed to die easily at the hands of the Beast King. This will be a major loss for our great Xia. Wang Lin nodded heavily, his tone firm. Currently, the citizens of Jiangnan have mostly been evacuated. Launching nuclear weapons at this moment will not affect the populace. The downside is that it will cause environmental pollution. But now Zhou Luo is caught in a life and death crisis, so what does environmental pollution matter? Xu Hanyu listened silently without saying much. He also agreed with Wang Lin's perspective. Even though Zhou Luo did not agree to join the Great Xia Alliance, through these interactions, he clearly understood that Zhou Luo was by no means the kind of demon who would act recklessly once he gained power. Such a person exists, and it is precisely the blessing of Daxia. He must not be allowed to fall like this. Alliance leader, then I'll go inform Mr. Zhou to have him evacuate the battlefield as soon as possible to avoid being affected by the nuclear weapons. Xu Hanyun immediately said, alright, I will also confirm the launch time with headquarters to ensure Mr. Zhou won't be harmed. You go quickly. Wang Lin nodded in agreement. A mere human in the Divine Anomaly Realm dares to approach me so recklessly, quite bold indeed. Tianquan Leiho sensed the pressure of the Spirit Transformation Realm it had released. Seeing that Zhou Luo not only didn't flee but seemed eager to try, it let out a cold snort and spoke. Since that's the case, I shall grant you a swift death today. A flash of blue mystical light suddenly appeared in the pupils of the Frost Thunder Howl, and in the next moment, the area within a 10-mile radius was instantly covered in frost. A raging blizzard swept down like a destructive force, and where the snowflakes landed, they instantly solidified into solid ice. 9 Suns 8 Trigrams Disc, activate. Zhou Luo saw this and did not hesitate, immediately summoning the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams Disc. Oh, you actually possess such a treasure? Tianquan Thunder Howl watched as the snowflakes were completely blocked by the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams Disc, a trace of greed flashing in its eyes. Mere human, how dare you possess such a supreme treasure? Once I kill you, this treasure will be mine. Ice Sword Transformation, unleash. Following the command of Tianquan Leiho, countless snowflakes instantly transformed into countless sharp ice swords, piercing toward Zhou Luo like a storm. The ice swords continuously struck the shield formed by the 9 Yang 8 Trigrams Disc, accompanied by the sound of shattering. However, the 8 Trigrams shield remained intact, only becoming slightly thinner. Zhou Luo sneered coldly, then continued to channel spiritual energy. The 9 Yang 8 Trigrams shield quickly restored itself to its original state. What a treasure! What a treasure! Upon seeing this, the Frost Thunder Hull not only showed no disappointment but became even more excited. In its eyes, the stronger Zhou Luo's treasure was, the greater the benefits it would reap after killing Zhou Luo. He never doubted that he would fail. After all, Zhou Luo was merely a human at the divine phenomenon realm. In his eyes, he was no different from a small insect. However, what Tianshuan Leiho failed to notice was, after the recent attack, the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc suspended behind Zhou Luo's head gradually lost its balance between black and white, with black slightly increasing. You seem to be laughing quite easily now, but soon I'll make sure you can't laugh anymore. Zhou Luo looked at Tianshuan Leiho's smug expression and sneered inwardly. He was using the attacks of the Frost Thunder Howler to accumulate the counterattack power of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Once enough power was accumulated, he would release it, delivering a heavy blow to the Frost Thunder Howler, catching it off guard. Zhou Luo knew that as someone in the divine anomaly realm, if he wanted to slay the Frost Thunder Howler of the spirit transformation realm, he had to rely on the power of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. If this strike succeeded, the Frost Thunder Howler would undoubtedly suffer a grievous and irreparable injury. At that time, he will be able to rely on the power of the 5 mountains scripture to directly suppress and slay the Frost Thunder Hull. Before that, he only needs to focus entirely on operating the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc to accumulate sufficient momentum. However, there is a hidden variable within. That is the ultimate treasure in the hands of the Frost Thunder Hull, the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl. If Tianshuan Leiho unleashes the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl with full force, Zhou Luo's 9 Yang 8 trigram disc is highly likely to fail. After all, there is a whole major realm of difference between the two. If Zhou Luo were currently at the late stage of the divine anomaly realm, there would naturally be no need to worry, but he is currently only at the early stage of the divine anomaly realm. There's no choice but to take a gamble. Zhou Luo thought to himself silently. The next frost attack from the Frost Thunder Hull followed closely, but was still blocked by the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, which greatly shocked the Frost Thunder Hull. This treasure is actually so powerful, able to block my attacks twice without a scratch? Frost Thunderhound stared at the intact 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc and the black and white shield, unable to help but admire them. It seems I have no choice but to bring out that treasure. He no longer hesitated. The purple lightning between his horns suddenly intensified, and soon a smooth, small purple orb gradually emerged. The surface of the small orb was surrounded by thunder, instantly emanating a violent aura that permeated the entire Chinan mountain range. Above the sky, thunder roared and exploded. This 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Orb, in the hands of the Frost Thunder Hull, could actually summon celestial phenomena. Such divine might. Zhou Luo solemnly stared at the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl, his heart heavy. The next moment, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body, quickly replenishing the incomplete energy in the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. The 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl was unleashed, both a disaster and an opportunity. As long as he could withstand 3 attacks, the energy he had accumulated would instantly be fully charged, and then he could launch his strike. In the sky, thunder continued to roar and explode. The 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl on the head of the Frost Thunder Hull was about to unleash its first attack. Suddenly, a voice came from afar that only Zhou Luo could hear. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Luo turned toward the sound and discovered that Chu Hanyun had quietly returned at some point. What are you doing here? Zhou Luo frowned deeply, suddenly reaching out to grab Chu Hanyun and pulling him into the shield. Mr. Zhou, please evacuate immediately. Our leader has already requested permission from the higher-ups to deploy nuclear weapons against this spirit transformation realm Beast King. If you don't leave quickly, you will also be affected by the nuclear weapons. Chu Hanyun succinctly explained the plan he and Wang Lin had devised to Zhou Luo in detail. After listening, Zhou Luo was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned to joy. He said to Chu Hanyun, "Go back and tell your leader not to have any concerns, launch the nuclear weapons immediately." Ha, Mr. Zhou, if that's the case, the nuclear weapons will also affect you. Chu Hanyun's face was full of confusion. I just want it to affect me. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly as he casually uttered a sentence that left Chu Hanyun completely baffled. Chu Hanyun wanted to keep asking questions, but Zhou Luo didn't give him the chance. He flung him thousands of meters away. Do as I say, don't worry about me. I have my own plans. After sending Chu Hanyun away, Zhou Luo's gaze once again turned to the Frost Thunder Hull. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. Originally, he had to rely on the Frost Thunder Hull's attacks to recharge, but now, it's no longer necessary. As long as the nuclear weapon is successfully launched, it will not only deal a heavy blow to Tianshuan Leiho, but also inject massive energy into his 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield. By then, with just one strike, Tianshuan Leiho can be severely injured. Alliance leader, Mr. Zhou told us not to worry about him and to launch the nuclear weapon directly. After returning to the command center, Chu Hanyun reported to Wang Lin immediately. Are you sure you didn't miss here? Wang Lin was utterly shocked upon hearing this, his face full of disbelief. This is no ordinary weapon. A nuclear weapon's destructive power is immense, enough enough to severely injure or even kill a beast king of the divine realm. This is by no means an exaggeration. Not long ago, a beast king from the divine realm appeared at the border of Eagle Nation and was directly annihilated by the military using a low-yield nuclear weapon. This incident also made humanity realize that beast kings above the divine realm are not invulnerable, and powerful nuclear weapons can still inflict fatal damage on them. However, nuclear weapons are ultimately a double-edged sword. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would use them lightly. Wang Lin had no choice this time and applied to headquarters in order to save Zhou Luo. Nowadays, Zhou Luo actually wants me to launch nuclear weapons to bomb him. This is too dramatic. Leader, it's absolutely true. Mr. Zhou said so himself, asking us not to worry about him as he has his own plans. Xu Hanyun wiped his cold sweat, his heart equally filled with doubt. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin finally gritted his teeth and said, then let's do as Mr. Zhou said. I'll immediately request headquarters to launch the nuclear weapons. Leader, could this be? Xu Hanyun still had concerns, but Wang Lin waved his hand to interrupt. Since Mr. Zhou said so, he must have his own plans. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. With that, Wang Lin contacted headquarters without hesitation. Seeing this, Xu Hanyun had no choice but to suppress his doubts and choose to trust Zhou Luo. The headquarters of the Dasha Alliance, upon receiving the report, quickly launched a nuclear missile toward the Chinan mountain range. The warhead pierced through the clouds, rushing toward the Chinan mountain range at an extremely high speed. The area around Zhou Luo was already in ruins. Just moments ago, the Frost Thunder Hull had used the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Orb to unleash a devastating attack. Thunder roared, and the surroundings were almost reduced to scorched earth. But under the protection of the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams shield, Zhou Luo remained completely unharmed. Ha ha, human, is defending all you know? Don't you understand how to attack? Your treasure is indeed impressive, but with your divine phenomenon realm cultivation, how long can you hold out? Why not offer it with both hands? I might consider sparing your life and taking you as a lackey. Tianquan Lei Ho launched his attack while laughing wildly. In his eyes, Zhou Luo's efforts were nothing but futile. After all, the gap in strength between the two was plain to see. No matter how strong the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc's defense is, it is hard to make up for this gap. Moreover, he still holds the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl in his hand. Being a little brother? That does sound somewhat interesting. Zhou Luo listened and a trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. What? Tempted? Then hurry up and hand over the treasure. Seeing this, Tianquan Lei Ho thought he had already convinced Zhou Luo. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face, and he stopped attacking at once. If Zhou Luo really gave up resisting as he said and handed over the 9 Yang 8 Trigram disc, he would indeed spare his life. After all, as the Beast King descended upon this world for the first time, having a powerful human to run errands for him would be excellent. But he was completely wrong. Zhou Luo had no intention of being anyone's underling. Instead, he wanted to make the Frost Thunder Hull his own. Taking a Beast King as a subordinate, why didn't I think of this earlier? These past few days, I've been shuttling back and forth between Jiangnan City and Tai City. Although the spiritual energy consumption isn't much, to be honest, it's quite exhausting. If only I had a mount, how much easier would that be? The more Zhou Luo thought about it, the more it made sense, and a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. The Frost Thunder Hull, a mythical beast in the form of a Qilin, is just perfect as a mount. Human, what do you mean by that look? Tianquan Lei Ho also noticed Zhou Luo's expression. He was extremely angry because he had seen this kind of look more than once. Before descending to Blue Star, its meaning was already understood on the ancestral star. This brat actually wants to use me as a mount? Tianquan Lei Ho's pupils suddenly burst with purple lightning, burning with rage. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. He let out a long howl toward the sky, and the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl between his horns suddenly unleashed its divine power. In the distant sky, a nuclear warhead pierced through the clouds, heading straight for the airspace above Chinan Mountain. Seeing this, Zhou Luo's expression changed dramatically. He immediately channeled the spiritual energy within his body, elevating the power of the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc to its peak. Tianquan Lei Ho also noticed the incoming nuclear warhead. Though it carried no trace of spiritual energy, it still filled him with apprehension. In a hurry, he activated the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl, forming a thunder barrier in an attempt to block. The nuclear warhead struck the thunder barrier with precision, erupting in a deafening roar. The Chinan mountain range shook violently, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. All living creatures within the blast radius were annihilated, instantly reduced to dust by the scorching heat. Tianquan Lei Ho felt the barrier painstakingly formed shatter in an instant, and a scorching sensation spread across its skin. The scorching heat lasted for several minutes. When the explosion, smoke and dust were blown away by the fierce wind, Tianquan Lei Ho's aura had greatly diminished, appearing much more dispirited. But this still won't kill him. On the surface, he appears to be on the verge of death, but in reality, it's just a superficial wound, not even considered a serious injury. Human, today I will kill you. Tianquan Lei Ho was furious beyond measure. Never in his life had he been so humiliated humiliated. Not far away, Zhou Luo, protected by the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc, remained unscathed in the explosion. Most importantly, the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc suspended behind his head was now surging with energy, radiating intense brilliance. The time has come. Zhou Luo no longer wanted to waste words with the Frost Thunder Howl. Sensing that the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc was ready, he focused his mind, and the disc suddenly soared into the sky. A crimson-yellow divine light, as dazzling as the blazing sun, abruptly shot out from the center of the 8 trigrams disc, directly targeting the location of the Frost Thunder Howl. The Frost Thunder Howl was instantly filled with terror upon seeing this. He had never expected that the treasure in Zhou Luo's hands could actually launch an attack. Moreover, the power of this divine light clearly far surpassed that of the nuclear warhead from earlier. Frost Thunder Lei Ho secretly felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. The divine light rapidly approached and silently landed on him in the blink of an eye. At the brink of life and death, the terror was overwhelming. When the divine light fell on him, Frost Thunder Lei Ho unhesitatingly released the Nine Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl between his two horns. The Nine Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl floated in mid-air, instantly unleashing supreme power as countless destructive thunderbolts surged toward the divine light. Another wave of earth-shaking tremors erupted. The entire Chinan mountain range trembled incessantly due to the fierce battle between Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl. It lasted no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The Nine Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl could no longer hold on, unable to release the purple destructive thunder anymore. Eventually, it lost its radiance and silently fell. With the Nine Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl no longer blocking, the Crimson Sun divine light surged forward like a breaking bamboo, completely enveloping the Frost Thunder Howl. Roar! 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 Tianquan Thunderhound felt unbearable pain all over its body, with its internal energy rapidly declining, instantly becoming dispirited. Until the divine light dissipated, it was already seriously injured. However, relying on its cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, it still retained the strength to fight. Humans, without that treasure, I want to see how you will face me. Tianquan Lei Ho glared angrily at Zhou Luo, his hatred burning like fire as he gritted his teeth. A mere divine realm cultivator has actually forced him to such a state. If those Beast King friends were to find out, how could he possibly face them? He swore to skin this human alive, strip his tendons, devour his flesh, and drink his blood. Otherwise, the hatred in his heart would never be appeased. However, very soon, Tianquan Lei Ho realized he was wrong. I understand now. Zhou Luo put away the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc that had already burned out and floated alone above Tianquan Lei Ho. He looked down at the Tianquan Thunder Howl on the ground, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Tianquan Thunder Howl. Right? I'm Zhou Luo, not exactly a bad guy. I'll give you a chance to live. Are you willing to be my underling and follow my orders? Impudent brat, don't even think about it. Tianquan Thunder Howl roared furiously, immediately preparing to fight Zhou Luo to the death. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's body erupted with immense power, and the phantom of a towering Mount Tai appeared behind him. He raised his hand and struck. The phantom of Mount Tai then struck towards the Frost Thunder Howl with supreme pressure. Creak, creak. The Frost Thunder Howl's expression was filled with terror as it struggled to resist, but already battered and bruised, how could it possibly withstand Zhou Luo in full form? As the sound of bones unable to bear the strain echoed, it was already drenched in sweat. If I keep fighting like this, I might really die. At the critical moment of life and death, Tianquan Lei Ho roared loudly, Big brother, please spare your little brother's life. Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of surprise, then withdrew the shadow of Mount Tai. Only the sound of a thud was heard. The front legs of the Tianquan Thunderhound knelt to the ground, bowing deeply to Zhou Luo. Big brother above, little brother greets big brother. The voice was filled with utmost humility. I still like your unruly demeanor. Zhou Luo saw this and couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. Just now, he really thought Tianquan Lei Ho would fight to the death, but it turned out this guy was utterly spineless, kneeling as soon as he was told to, so fast that even he almost couldn't react. Big brother, you're joking. I was just momentarily confused earlier. How would I dare to be unruly? Since he was already kneeling, Tianquan Lei Ho simply abandoned the last shred of dignity and said with a fawning expression, there was no other way. Zhou Luo's strength was truly terrifying, and he really couldn't win. Who would want to die if they can live? Besides, there are plenty of examples on the ancestral star where the same species serve as mounts for others. Tianquan Lei Ho silently comforted himself in his heart. Alright, get up. Zhou Luo shook his head helplessly, his face full of black lines. Why hadn't he heard in his previous life that the Frost Thunder Howl had this kind of appearance? Oh, right, it seemed that in his previous life humans never even gave it the chance to kneel. Thank you, big brother. Tianquan Lei Ho quickly got up. Zhou Luo slowly descended, not worried that Tianquan Lei Ho would suddenly go back on his word and launch a sneak attack. Now, Tianquan Lei Ho's condition was already extremely weak. As long as he had the slightest thought of resistance, Zhou Luo would immediately notice. At that time, Zhou Luo would no longer give him any chance and would directly suppress him. As for how to deal with the situation if the Frost Thunder Howler suddenly turns against them after regaining its peak strength? In such a case, Zhou Luo had naturally anticipated it long ago. At present, the Frost Thunder Howler is seriously injured, and it would take at least more than a month to recover to its peak state. By that time, with the support of the 5 peaks scripture, Zhou Luo's cultivation level would likely have broken through to the spirit transformation realm. When he was in the divine anomaly realm, he could already beat the Frost Thunder Howl like this, let alone after ascending to the spirit transformation realm. These are not problems at all. After landing, Zhou Luo slowly walked to the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl, which had lost its luster on the ground, and picked it up. Boom, boom, boom. Can this pearl be restored to its original state? Zhou Luo asked as he looked at the Frost Thunder Howl. Of course, as long as it is placed back between my 2 horns, the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl can replenish its energy and recover to its original state in less than half a month, Tian Xuan Lei Ho replied respectfully. The 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl was the treasured companion artifact of the Tian Xuan Lei Ho clan. As long as it wasn't completely shattered and irreparable, he had a way to restore it. Good, then I'll leave this pearl to you for nurturing, Zhou Luo said with satisfaction, casually tossing the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl to Tian Xuan Lei Ho. Tian Xuan Lei Ho quickly caught it and immediately placed the pearl back on top of his head. The 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl returned to its position, and its body immediately regained a trace of divine charm. Seeing this scene, Zhou Luo also felt a weight lifted from his heart. It seems that the Frost Thunder Howl is still honest and did not deceive him. In that case, let him restore the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl first. When the time comes and it's needed, let him hand it over. Once the Tai sword is obtained, this 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl will no longer be necessary. It can be returned to the Frost Thunder Howl, so it won't be wasted. Then, big brother, where should we go now? Frost Thunder Howl asked nervously, unaware of Zhou Luo's thoughts. Where to? Of course, going home. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, then leaped up and sat on the back of the Tian Xuan Thunder Howl, pointing in a direction. Big brother, hold on tight. We're setting off right away. Tian Xuan Thunder Howl, being very perceptive, immediately carried Zhou Luo and flew in the direction he pointed. After the nuclear explosion, the dust lingering in the sky had yet to dissipate. As a result, the satellite images of the Great Xia Alliance were completely obscured by the dust, making it impossible to see what exactly was happening in the Chinan mountain range. In the command room, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun paced back and forth, their mood heavier and more anxious than anyone else's. Leader, since the nuclear explosion, there was only a brief tremor in the Chinan mountain range, and then no further movement at all. Chu Hanyun couldn't hold back and asked worriedly, do you think something might have happened to Mr. Zhou? Don't overthink it. For now, we can only wait patiently for news. Wang Lin shook his head, his tone calm but unable to hide his inner restlessness. Although he said this, his mood was no different from Chu Hanyun's. After all, although this matter was carried out according to Zhou Luo's request, if something really happened to Zhou Luo, Wang Lin would undoubtedly blame himself deeply. After all, the one who was supposed to die should have been Wang Lin. If Zhou Luo hadn't arrived in time to save him and Chu Hanyun, the two of them would have already perished at the hands of those strange beasts. The command room instantly fell into a suffocating silence. Suddenly, Chu Hanyun frowned, his expression slightly changing as he looked at the satellite image. Leader, what do you think that is? He hurriedly called Wang Lin over. Wang Lin quickly stepped up to the screen, his expression instantly turning grave. On the screen, a massive beast-like figure slowly emerged from the dust-covered Chinan mountain range. When it completely emerged from the dust, revealing its true form on the screen, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun couldn't help but have their expressions change drastically. It's the Frost Thunder Howler. Could it be Mr. Zhou? A wave of despair and deep regret surged in their hearts, especially Wang Lin, who gave himself a hard slap filled with extreme remorse. I'm so foolish to have detonated the nuclear weapon along with Mr. Zhou. Wang Lin held his head in his hands, overwhelmed with pain. He wished he were the one who had died in the explosion, not Zhou Luo. But at this moment, Chu Hanyun suddenly pulled him. Leader, something's not right. Look, who's sitting on the back of the Frost Thunder Howl? Wang Lin was brought back to reality by Chu Hanyun's voice, and his gaze shifted to the back of the Frost Thunder Howl. When Wang Lin saw clearly the person on the back of the Frost Thunder Howl, he was instantly stunned. Is that Mr. Zhou? His eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He blinked hard several times, afraid he was seeing things, but no matter how he looked, the person riding on the back of the Frost Thunder Howl was undoubtedly Zhou Luo. What shocked him even more was that the Frost Thunder Howl, which Zhou Luo was riding, showed no sign of resistance. On the contrary, its expression even seemed to carry a hint of enjoyment. Wasn't Zhou Luo just locked in a fierce battle with the Frost Thunder Howl moments ago? How did the situation suddenly reverse so drastically, with the Frost Thunder Howl becoming Zhou Luo's mount? Wang Lin's heart was shaken, unable to calm down. Chu Hanyun was also rendered speechless by this sudden scene, until the Frost Thunder Howl gradually approached the command center. Leader, that Beast King is heading our way. Hurry and retreat. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. In the command center, other members of the Great Great Xia Alliance immediately sounded the alarm. Someone rushed into the command room, intending to escort Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun to safety. But Wang Lin's words left them all stunned in place. It's fine, they're allies. Allies? Everyone stared at each other in confusion, their faces full of doubt. Due to the massive size of the Tianshuang thunder howl, it was impossible to see the person on its back without the satellite footage from the command room. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a beast king about to attack the command center. And Wang Lin's words sounded extremely absurd. Since the first beast king appeared on Blue Star, countless humans have paid the price with their lives. How could such an enemy possibly be an ally? But Wang Lin was, after all, the leader of the Jiangnan division, and no one dared to doubt his words. Seeing the crowd's confusion, he smiled and explained, "Don't worry, this beast king has already been subdued as a mount by our strong warriors of Daxia. It won't harm us. Tame it as a mount?" As soon as this sentence was spoken, it immediately shook everyone's perception present. Taming the beast king as a mount? What kind of fantastical tale is this? The beast king, a being capable of easily destroying an entire city. When did our great Xia produce such a powerful figure, capable of taming the beast king as a mount? On the back of the Frost Thunder Howl, Zhou Luo looked at the approaching command center and said calmly, "Little Howl, your size is too big. Can you shrink a bit?" "Of course I can. Big brother, I'll shrink right away." The Frost Thunder Howl surprisingly accepted the nickname Little Howl with delight, and its body instantly shrank from 100 meters tall to about 3 meters. At this moment, it looked like a massive, exotic beast horse. Although its size had shrunk, the pair of horns resembling those of a true dragon and the frost aura emanating around it still highlighted its identity as the Beast King. Really, someone is riding on the Beast King. The alliance leader was actually telling the truth. Who is this person? Why do they look somewhat familiar? After Tianshuang Leiho shrank, the people of the Great Xia Alliance finally got a clear look at Zhou Luo riding on its back. They finally understood that everything Wang Lin said earlier was true. He hadn't lied to them. Taking the Beast King as a mount, such a thing actually exists. Mr. Zhou, Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun stepped forward at this moment. The two of them looked at the awe-inspiring Frost Thunder Howl and couldn't help but swallow nervously. No matter how restrained the Frost Thunder Howl appeared in front of Zhou Luo, in their eyes, it was undeniably a true Beast King. It's still the Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm, a being that makes the world tremble at its name. Human, what are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Tianshuang Leiho noticed Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun scrutinizing it with peculiar gazes, and its eyes revealed a hint of displeasure, immediately turning irritable. In an instant, the Beast King's might enveloped the two like a massive boulder pressing down. Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun's expressions changed drastically. Although the Frost Thunder Howl was severely injured, it was still at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Just a slight release of its aura was enough to overwhelm them, who were only at the Transitional Realm. Little Howl, behave yourself or I'll slap you to death. Zhou Luo snorted coldly, his tone carrying authority. This newly acquired mount dares to throw a tantrum and tries to act against others without his permission? If it continues to disobey, he won't care whether it's worth pitying or not. He'll suppress it mercilessly. Yes, big brother, I was wrong. The Frost Thunder Howl felt the chilling killing intent behind it, shuddered all over, and immediately withdrew its emitted aura. Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun felt the pressure on them vanish without a trace in an instant. When they came to their senses, their backs were already soaked in cold sweat. Zhou Luo looked at the two with concern and asked, It's nothing. Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun quickly shook their heads. The two were even more shocked in their hearts. This Beast King actually obeys Zhou Luo's orders so completely? What exactly happened in Chinan Mountain after the nuclear explosion that allowed Zhou Luo to tame the Frost Thunder Howl so thoroughly? Well, the crisis in Jiangnan City has been resolved. I'll take my leave first, the cleanup is up to you. Zhou Luo finished speaking, said no more, and rode the Frost Thunder Howl, stepping into the air towards the direction of Jiangnan Manor. Watching their figures gradually fade into the distance, Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun's shock still hadn't diminished. Truly fortunate, incredibly fortunate. After a long while, Wang Lin sighed emotionally. That's right, if Mr. Zhou hadn't appeared in time, we, even the entire Jiangnan City, might not have escaped this disaster. Xu Hanyun nodded vigorously in agreement. Having someone as powerful as Mr. Zhou is indeed a blessing for our great Xia. Wang Lin smiled faintly, his eyes full of joy. In fact, the international situation has been turbulent in the days following the onset of the era of mutation. The most intense conflict is undoubtedly the friction between Daxia and its neighboring country, Sakura Nation. Due to the widespread consumption of nuclear wastewater, Sakura Nation's combat power is exceptionally formidable, with almost every citizen being an awakened individual. During this period, their covetous intentions toward Daxia have never ceased. Now that Daxia has Zhou Luo holding the fort, there is no need to worry about Sakura country stirring up any major trouble. No matter how strong you are, you may not necessarily be able to tame a Beast King. You cannot, but someone in Daxia can. After Zhou Luo returned to Jiangnan Manor riding the Frost Thunder Howl, he prepared to go into seclusion for cultivation. With the top-tier breathing technique of the Five Peaks scripture, his cultivation speed is bound to improve significantly. Every moment is extremely precious and must not be wasted. However, just as Zhou Luo was about to enter seclusion, Tian Shuangleiho came looking for him. Big brother, while you're in seclusion these days, can I go out and wander around on my own? Tian Shuangleiho looked at Zhou Luo with anticipation. You want to go out on your own? Where to? Zhou Luo asked curiously. I got injured and want to go outside to see if there are any rare fruits or treasures to help me recover. Relying solely on self-recovery is just too slow. Tian Shuangleiho looked at Zhou Luo with a pitiful expression, feeling uneasy and unsure whether he would agree. Can you still find rare and exotic fruits on your own? Do you have the ability to sense them? Zhou Luo's brows furrowed slightly. That's right, many Beast King species have this ability, and we Tian Shuangleiho are no exception. Tian Shuangleiho spoke with immense pride. After all, this ability is not something everyone possesses, and even some top-tier Beast Kings are envious. Interesting, then you may go, but I'll set a rule for you. You only have 5 days, and you must return after 5 days. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Do you understand? Zhou Luo did not refuse and agreed directly. He was not worried that the Frost Thunder Hull would escape. After his seclusion, his strength would surely increase significantly. By then, it wouldn't be easy for this conspicuous Frost Thunder Hull to hide. Alright, big brother. Thank you, big brother. With permission granted, the Frost Thunder Hull was overjoyed and quickly left in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, this guy was hiding such a function, truly giving me a pleasant surprise. After Tian Shuangleiho left, a trace of deep thought flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. It must be noted that ever since the era of mutation began, the entire Blue Star has been undergoing earth-shaking changes. Various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rare fruits, and spiritual minerals have emerged one after another. In this kind of environment, the talent of the Frost Thunder Hull will undoubtedly play a significant role. However, that is all a matter for the future. Zhou Luo gently shook his head, striving to clear the distractions from his mind, then turned and entered the quiet chamber to officially begin his secluded cultivation. At this moment, Zhou Luo is in secluded cultivation, and in the headquarters of the Skull Society, thousands of miles away from Jiangnan City. Yang Tianying's sharp eyes were fixed on the stunning beauty sitting across from him, a hint of suspicion flashing in his gaze. You have a life and death feud with Zhou Luo. I don't doubt that, but how can you prove you're worth my investment? Lu Ruyan, seated on the sofa, remained composed, her gaze meeting Yang Tianying's without fear as she said, "You'll know whether I'm valuable once you see." Before her words had even faded, a surge of catastrophic aura erupted from within her. In an instant, the temperature in the reception hall plummeted, and a chilling aura of death gradually spread. This physique is indeed extraordinary. Yang Tian's eyes lit up. Geniuses can always sense each other, and he clearly felt that Lu Ruyan's physique was in no way inferior to his supreme jade bone. Although it is an incomplete version, there is still a gap in power between the two. But this is not a major issue. As long as it can be repaired, Lu Ruyan will become a significant ally. Zhou Luo dared to humiliate him in public, becoming a mortal enemy who must be killed without mercy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Lu Ruyan and Zhou Luo share a vendetta for killing her father, she is naturally the best ally. So, what do you think? Does my constitution qualify me to cooperate with you? Lu Ruyan withdrew the aura of calamity, her gaze fixed on Yang Tianying, awaiting his response. Since escaping from Jiangnan Mountain Villa, she first heard that Skeleton Lord Yang Tianying was slapped in public by Zhou Luo. She immediately rushed to the headquarters of the Skeleton Society. She knew that Yang Tianying had a ruthless personality, and at this moment, he and Zhou Luo were already locked in a life and death struggle. If she could join forces with him, her revenge plan would have great hope. Of course, it's enough. Yang Tianying nodded with a smile and agreed without hesitation. Then, he said something that made Lu Ruyan's heart race. I happen to know that a rare treasure of heaven and earth is about to appear. It can heal any physical injury and is more than enough to complete your calamity sacred body. Where is the treasure? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She absolutely couldn't miss such an opportunity. It's in a small mountain 30 miles to the north. Yang Tianying smiled faintly. But don't worry, I have already sent people to monitor the growth of that treasure around the clock. It will mature in 1 day. After that, I will go with you to pick it and let you take it. Just 1 day, I can wait. Lu Ruyan listened and suppressed the excitement in her heart. Miss Lu, to celebrate the success of our cooperation, how about we have a toast? Yang Tianying raised his glass, his gaze openly wandering over Lu Ruyan. No other reason, it was simply because Lu Ruyan was so beautiful she didn't seem human. Any man who saw her couldn't help but take a few extra glances. If she were an ordinary woman, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back and would have acted already. But since she is a future partner, and everyone needs to deal with Zhou Luo together, Yang Tianying can only temporarily suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Alright, then I ask President Yang to take good care of me. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly, raised her glass from a distance, and then drank it all in one go. After Tian Shuangleiho left Jiangnan Villa, he headed straight in one direction with a clear goal. The aura of that place definitely indicates that a rare treasure is about to mature. It stared toward the northwest, its heart filled with joy. Ever since leaving Chinan Mountain, he had sensed this aura. Carefully calculating in his mind, it was approximately several thousand miles away from Jiangnan City. However, this is not a challenge for him. With his speed, he can arrive within a day. As long as he consumes this rare treasure, the Frost Thunder Howl is highly likely to regain its strength. In that case, there would be no need to endure another month of hardship. Should I go back once I regain my strength? He couldn't help but ask himself while hurrying on his way. Forget it, better to go back. That kid definitely doesn't seem ordinary. His growth rate is probably even faster than mine. If I run away this time, it will be troublesome if I encounter him again next time. After careful consideration, Tian Xuan Leiho ultimately decided to return to Zhou Luo's side. After all, Zhou Luo's strength is astonishing. Just his divine realm alone is enough to suppress him, a beast king of the spirit transformation realm. If he grows to the spirit transformation realm, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? Moreover, Tian Xuan Leiho also has plans in mind. By following Zhou Luo, this great figure, he might be able to benefit a little. A day quickly passed. That morning, Lu Ruyan, led by Yang Tianying, arrived at a remote mountain range deep in the wilderness. The further they went, Lu Ruyan saw many members of the skeleton society gathered around a patch of forest. In the center of the forest, a spiritual fruit emitting a pure aura was rooted. This spiritual fruit was entirely silver white, while its vines were as black as ink. The combination, however, appeared seamless and natural. This is the Yin-Yang fruit. Yang Tianying landed in front of the fruit tree and introduced. Lu Ruyan gazed at the Yin-Yang fruit before her expression calm, but her heart was exceptionally excited. She could sense the vast life energy within the Yin-Yang fruit. If she could consume it, it would surely repair the Calamity's sacred body. How much longer until the Yin-Yang fruit matures? Lu Ruyan asked. Yang Tianying pointed to the spot where the fruit connected to the vine. See this? When this trace of black completely fades, the Yin-Yang fruit will be fully ripe. It should take at most an hour. Lu Ruyan looked over and saw that there was indeed a faint trace of black at the base of the fruit, but the area was very small, and the rest was still silver white. 1 hour. Got it. She took a deep breath and waited quietly. She knew that haste wouldn't help, and as long as she could restore the sacred body, she was willing to wait as long as necessary. Soon, an hour passed. The Yin-Yang fruit finally shed its last trace of black and fully ripened. In an instant, an immensely powerful aura of life spread out, enveloping the entire mountain range. The newly sprouted grass instantly shot up under this aura, growing to half a person's height. The surrounding trees quickly sprouted branches and leaves, and the entire mountain range was covered by towering giant trees. Such divine power? Yang Tianying was astonished, clearly underestimating the power of the Yin-Yang fruit. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy, and she prepared to pick and consume it without hesitation. At that moment, an angry shout echoed from the sky not far away. Humans, put down that Yin-Yang mystic fruit. Hearing this furious shout, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying simultaneously turned to look. In the distant sky, a strange beast with twin horns, shrouded in dark clouds, and treading on snow was charging toward them. Who else could it be if not the Frost Thunder Howler? The two instantly recognized the identity of this beast king. Such might, how could it be an ordinary beast? Not good. He's here for the Yin-Yang fruit. Lu Ruyan's heart tightened, and she immediately disregarded everything else, reaching out to pluck the fruit. This Yin-Yang fruit is her only hope to restore the Calamity's sacred body. She absolutely cannot let it fall into someone else's hands. She must take it before the Frost Thunder Howl arrives. But how could her speed compare to the Frost Thunder Howl? Even with severe injuries, the Frost Thunder Howl at the spirit transformation realm is not something she can easily contend with. In just an instant, Tianchuan Leiho had already appeared above the Yin-Yang fruit. With a wave of his hand across the air, the Yin-Yang fruit hanging on the vine detached from its branch and swiftly floated into his hand. Humans, this Yin-Yang mystic fruit is mine. No one should even think about taking it. Ha ha ha. After obtaining the Yin-Yang fruit, Tianchuan Leiho burst into wild laughter and immediately prepared to leave. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying also felt his immense power. A spirit transformation realm beast king. A trace of despair instantly appeared on their faces. It was well known that beast kings were always decisive and ruthless, capable of destroying a city with a mere flick of their fingers. They never show mercy to humans. Now that a spirit transformation realm beast king has descended, they have absolutely nowhere to escape. However, the two of them noticed something unusual. This beast king is injured? Its strength has already fallen to the late stage of the transformation realm. Yang Tianying keenly noticed the fact that Tianchuan Leiho was injured. Upon hearing this, the terror and despair on Lu Ruyan's face instantly vanished. President Yang, if we join forces, we might be able to deal with an injured beast king. After killing him, the opportunities on him will belong to you, and the Yin-Yang fruit will still belong to me. How about it? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she made a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianying's face lit up with joy, and he agreed without hesitation. Then let's do it. Although Lu Ruyan's Calamity's sacred body was damaged, her cultivation cultivation progress remained swift, and she had now reached the first level of the transformation realm. With her assistance, facing this severely injured spirit transformation realm beast king, they might not be without a chance of victory. It is even highly likely to slay it. After all, every beast king harbors a supreme treasure. At this moment, Lu Ruyan voluntarily gave up her treasure and left it for him. If it can be seized, his strength will surely increase significantly. With the assistance of Lu Ruyan, who had restored the sacred body of Calamity, she would never give up easily for the hatred of Zhou Luo. Two mere humans at the transitional realm dare to target me? Tianquan Thunderhowl immediately understood the intentions of the two. They actually intended to kill him, not only to reclaim the yin-yang fruit but also to seize his treasures. What wishful thinking! Even though he is seriously injured and far from his former strength, he is not someone two insignificant creatures at the Limian realm can provoke. Enough talk, let's fight. Yang Tianying decisively launched an attack after reaching a consensus with Lu Ruyan. The supreme jade bone within his body erupted with unparalleled power, enveloping him as if wrapped in flawless jade. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Frost Thunderhowl and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. With the support of the supreme jade bone, the punch carried astonishing force, striking the Frost Thunderhowl with unstoppable momentum. Good physique. The Frost Thunderhowl's eyes sharpened, revealing a look of surprise, but it quickly reacted, immediately releasing the Frost Chi to counter. Yang Tianying's heavy punch fiercely collided with the Frost Chi, almost shattering it. However, after all, the Frost Thunderhowl's cultivation had already reached the spirit transformation realm. Even though it was seriously injured, the Frost Chi it released was not something Yang Tianying, at the transmutation realm, could easily touch. Yang Tianying immediately felt a wave of coolness on his fist. This coolness quickly turned into bone-chilling cold, even spreading throughout his body, forcing him to hastily withdraw his fist. This brief moment of hesitation gave Tian Xuan Lei Ho the perfect opportunity. The frost energy instantly transformed into several ice arrows, swiftly shooting toward multiple vital points on Yang Tianying's body. The ice arrow pierced 3 inches into Yang Tianying's skin before being shattered by the supreme jade bone. Even so, it left him with significant injuries. Blood gushed out, creating a shocking and intense scene. Damn it, is this the beast king of the spirit transformation realm? Even though it's seriously injured, its strength is still terrifying. The injured Yang Tianying retreated repeatedly, silently channeling spiritual energy to stop the bleeding, and sighed inwardly at the dire situation. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been preparing to strike, finally made her move. Beast, return the yin-yang fruit to me, she shouted sharply, and a strong aura of calamity erupted around her. A palm imprint suddenly blasted toward the Frost Thunderhowl. Is it actually the Calamity sacred body? Tianquan Thunderhound was shocked at the sight. This time, he did not resist the strike head-on with Tianquan's energy as he had earlier. Instead, he swiftly dodged to the side as if avoiding danger. However, the palm imprint followed closely like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing him until Tianquan Thunderhound had nowhere to escape. Only then did he reluctantly use Tianquan's energy to counter it. Sizzle sizzle. The frost energy and the palm imprint collided instantly, like solid ice meeting raging fire, rapidly melting and dissipating. Before long, the frost energy completely vanished. Meanwhile, the palm imprint only shrank slightly, then suddenly surged toward the Frost Thunderhowl. Truly worthy of being the Calamity sacred body. A trace of solemnity flashed in the eyes of the Frost Thunderhowl. Lu Ruyan's Calamity sacred body, even on his ancestral star, was an extremely rare top-tier constitution. The Calamity aura she released could annihilate everything, incredibly terrifying. Humph, but your human cultivation is still shallow, and you can't unleash the true power of the Calamity sacred body. Using it against me is far from enough. Tianquan Lei Ho steeled its heart. Without hesitation, it immediately mobilized all the spiritual energy within its body and infused it entirely into the Nine Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl. The previously dim Nine Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl suddenly radiated brilliance, and the sky was swiftly shrouded in dark clouds, with thunderclaps roaring and exploding. At the same time, a purple lightning bolt carrying a destructive aura shot out abruptly from the Nine Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl. Its target was precisely the palm imprint formed by the condensed aura of Calamity. As soon as the lightning struck the palm imprint, it was instantly pierced through and then dissipated into the heavens and earth without any resistance. After resolving the palm print, the target of the purple lightning remained clear, fiercely shooting straight at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's heart tightened, and she immediately wanted to flee. But how could she possibly match the speed of the purple lightning driven almost at full force by the Frost Thunderhowl? Boom! Purple lightning exploded on Lu Ruyan's body. She was severely injured on the spot and fainted. Ha, since you can't keep me here, I'll be taking this yin-yang fruit. Tianquan Lei Ho saw this and laughed heartily without hesitation, then stepped into the air and left. Trying to run? Stay here. Yang Tianying saw this and understood that Tianquan Lei Ho was already at the end of his strength. He immediately rushed forward to try to stop him. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a surge of intense killing intent coming from behind. Turning around, he saw that the purple lightning had not not dissipated and was charging straight at him. Yang Tianying fell from the sky, severely injured and unconscious. Boss, are you okay? The nearby skeleton society members hurried forward and the scene instantly descended into chaos. And Tian Xuan Lei Ho had already fled 100 miles away. Lu Ruyan woke up after tossing and turning and found herself lying on a hospital bed. She sat up and couldn't help but cough twice. Carefully sensing it, she realized that this injury was extremely severe. It would take at least half a month to recover. What's going on? Fortunately, she had the blessing of the Calamity Sacred Body. Otherwise, it would be difficult to heal even in several months. Yin Yang fruit. At the thought of the stolen Yin Yang fruit, Lu Ruyan gnashed her teeth in anger. She had been so close to repairing the Calamity Sacred Body. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by a Beast King along the way. She must never find out who that Beast King is in the future. Otherwise, when her cultivation reaches perfection, she will surely hunt him down to the ends of the earth and kill him. Miss Lu, you're awake. At this moment, a voice sounded in the ward. Lu Ruyan followed the sound and saw another hospital bed nearby, where Yang Tianying was lying. Yang Tianying looked even worse than her, his whole body wrapped in bandages like a mummy. This was because, before being knocked unconscious by the purple lightning, his body had already been pierced in multiple places by the frost chi. Seeing him in this state, Lu Ruyan felt slightly comforted. However, she still couldn't stop thinking about the Yin Yang fruit and quickly asked, President Yang, is there a second Yin Yang fruit? Hee, of course there is. Yang Tianying smiled faintly, and his words immediately made Lu Ruyan extremely excited. There's really more? Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. She had originally thought that the Yin Yang fruit was a unique item, and after it was taken away earlier, she believed that finding another one in the future would be as unlikely as waiting for the year of the monkey. Unexpectedly, Yang Tianying actually said there was another one? Does this mean her Calamity Sacred Body still has hope of being restored? Of course, our Skull Society has also found a place where Yin Yang fruits grow, but this one has a longer maturation period. It's estimated to take about half a month to ripen. Yang Tianying nodded and said. When he said this, his tone clearly carried a hint of heartache. In fact, there is only one place where the Yin Yang fruit grows, which is the place he took Lu Ruyan to today. However, when their skeleton society discovered that place, one Yin Yang fruit had already ripened. He picked it and stored it away for future use when the opportunity arose. If he didn't already have one in his possession, he wouldn't have so decisively agreed to give it when Lu Ruyan came to him. Who would easily hand over such a treasure? But now, forced by the situation, he had no choice but to do so. The second Yin Yang fruit was lost, and he was seriously injured. If he didn't quickly take out the second one to help Lu Ruyan restore the Calamity Sacred Body, when would he ever be able to take revenge on Zhou Luo? Lu Ruyan did not notice the peculiarity in Yang Tianying's tone. At this moment, she was already immersed in joy. Time passed slowly. 5 days had already gone by. Jiangnan Mountain Villa, inside the quiet room. Zhou Luo completed the circulation of the final cycle and let out a long breath of turbid air. 7th level of the Divine Phenomenon Realm. Sensing his own strength, Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly. With the 5 peaks scripture, the speed of cultivation is indeed extraordinary. In just 5 days, he advanced from the 3rd level of the Divine Anomaly Realm to the 7th level. He crossed 4 realms in total. After the Divine Anomaly Realm, each breakthrough becomes exponentially more difficult. Even top-tier talents like Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan in their previous lives were stuck in the Divine Anomaly Realm for several months before breaking through to the Spirit Transformation Realm, and he reached the late stage of the Divine Realm in just 1 week. It was simply as if he had activated a cheat. Lishan is about to open. It's time to leave seclusion. Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts and got up to leave the quiet room. 5 days have passed. I wonder if Tianchuan Lei Ho will keep its promise. With a curious mind, Zhou Luo stepped out of the hall and into the outdoors. Soon, he saw a massive figure lying on the ground with its eyes closed. It was Tianchuan Lei Ho. Perhaps sensing Zhou Luo's presence, Tianchuan Lei Ho instantly opened its eyes. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion. He sized up Zhou Luo from head to toe, and was instantly shocked. In just 5 days, Zhou Luo's cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the late stage of the Divine Anomaly Realm. You must know, before he went into seclusion, he was only at the early stage of the Divine Anomaly Realm. In just 5 days, the progress is truly astonishing. How about it? Did you find your rare fruit? Zhou Luo noticed the surprise in his eyes and asked with a smile. Of course I found it. Tianchuan Lei Ho let out 2 proud hums, then shook its entire body, releasing a surge of energy. Oh, it actually recovered. Zhou Luo sensed the aura of Tianchuan Lei Ho. This guy had surprisingly regained its full strength. Moreover, judging by the state of the 9 tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl on its forehead, it seemed to have greatly improved as well. Big brother, have you come out of seclusion for something important? Tianchuan Lei Ho quickly expressed his loyalty. If it's not something urgent, leave it to me. You can continue your seclusion, and I promise to handle everything perfectly for you. Zhou Luo's cultivation speed left Tianchuan Lei Ho utterly shocked. If he had harbored any resentment about being used as a mount before, that thought had now completely vanished. Tianquan Leiho was no fool. He understood how crucial it was to follow the right person. With exceptional talent like Zhou Luo, as long as he continues to grow, he will surely dominate one side in the future. Following him, the benefits in the future will naturally be plentiful. I do have something to take care of, but this matter can't be entrusted to others. I have to go personally. Zhou Luo smiled. The frost thunder howl was quite perceptive, which made him feel more at ease. Let's go, come with me to Mount Li. Before the words had even faded, Zhou Luo had swiftly mounted the back of the frost thunder howl. Big brother, hold on tight. The frost thunder howl was overjoyed and carried Zhou Luo, flying swiftly toward Mount Li. 3 days ago, various celestial phenomena began to appear across Blue Star, and countless secret realms emerged one after another. People also started to gradually become familiar with the existence of these secret realms. As for Mount Li, it suddenly trembled one night, and someone caught a glimpse of a majestic and magnificent palace that had astonishingly appeared at the summit of Mount Li. This news instantly shocked the entire Great Xia. Everyone in Great Xia is well aware of what Mount Li truly signifies. It is the resting place of the first emperor, the greatest emperor in history. Later generations referred to it as the land of Dragon's Breath. Now, Mount Li is trembling, and the signs of the secret realm's emergence have begun to appear. Almost all the awakened ones in Great Xia are eager to join in the excitement. This news has even spread overseas. Awakened ones from other countries are also crossing the oceans, flocking to Great Xia, all hoping to claim a share in the Mount Li secret realm. And today is the day when the phenomenon of Mount Li fully manifests. Outside Mount Li, it was already a sea of people. The powerful figures from various major forces of the Great Xia, as well as overseas forces who had crossed the seas, gathered here. As a representative force within the Great Xia territory, the Bailey group was naturally among them. Lu Feiyu looked around but did not see any trace of Zhou Luo. He then turned to Lu Yuer and asked, "The secret realm of Mount Li is about to open. Why hasn't Brother Zhou arrived yet?" Lu Yuer shook her head. "I'm not sure. I just contacted Mr. Zhou, and he said he had just left and was on his way." Lu Feiyu calculated silently in his heart. From Jiangnan City to Mount Li, the journey was long. Even if he claimed to be the fastest person in Daxia, it would still take several hours to get there. Meanwhile, the anomaly at the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor on Mount Li was progressing rapidly and might open very soon. Zhou Luo is very likely not to make it in time. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Feiyu once again cast his gaze toward the positions occupied by the overseas forces not far away. The Lishan Imperial Tomb was originally a secret realm of our Great Xia, and yet these overseas barbarians dare to come and take a share. How outrageous. Lu Feiyu let out a cold snort, revealing his extreme dissatisfaction with the foreigners' interference. Lu Yuer, standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Their strength is in no way inferior to ours in Daxia, especially those few from Sakura country. Otherwise, we Daxia people could join forces and drive them out. Hearing her words, Lu Feiyu helplessly shook his head. The extraordinary phenomenon of Mount Li is both immense and renowned, and the news of this secret realm's opening has spread worldwide, attracting numerous awakened individuals from abroad to participate. Among them are renowned powerhouses from their respective countries, all at the Lingbian realm, no less formidable than the people of Daxia. Originally related to the Lishan secret realm of the first emperor, it has unexpectedly been interfered with by outsiders. If the first emperor were to learn of this, he might be so enraged that he would come back to life. Lu Feiyu felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. At this moment, a figure walked toward him. "Young friend Lu, the Lishan secret realm is of utmost importance. I intend to unite the forces within the Great Xia territory to compete with those foreigners for opportunities within the secret realm. What do you think?" Lu Feiyu turned his head to look and saw that it was Gu Qianhua coming to invite him. He pondered for a moment and immediately agreed. If that's the case, then it's truly the best option. "I am willing to join." Lu Feiyu had already planned to do this, and now that Gu Qianhua had taken the lead in gathering people, he was naturally happy to join. "Ah, that's great. I just spoke with Cui Lingfei from the Daxia Alliance, and he's also willing to cooperate." Gu Qianhua laughed heartily, delighted by Lu Feiyu's decision to join. "Unfortunately, the Skull Society didn't send anyone today for some reason. If we could unite with them, the strength of us Daxia people would surely reach a whole new level." Speaking of this, Gu Qianhua seemed to recall something and asked, "Hey, by the way, why haven't I seen the God of Death today?" "Little friend Lu, you have a good relationship with the God of Death, right? Where did he go?" "If the God of Death could join forces with us, our chances of victory would be much greater." Hearing Gu Qianhua's question, Lu Feiyu shook his head helplessly. "Brother Zhou is still on his way here, but I fear he might not make it in time." "That's really a pity." After hearing this, Gu Qianhua couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in his heart. Zhou Luo is someone who can easily crush Yan Tianying, and with this, the overall strength of the Great Xia forces will inevitably decline. Just as Gu Qianhua was working hard to win over the Great Xia forces, those overseas forces who came to Mount Li also noticed this change. The people of Great Xia are so stingy. They want to join forces to resist us in the secret realm but are unwilling to share the opportunities with with us. No way, if this continues, they might actually succeed. We need to unite as well. The people of Eagle Nation reacted the fastest, taking the lead, and other overseas forces quickly followed suit, forming a powerful alliance. The wooing progressed smoothly, and everyone agreed to join forces against Daxia after entering the secret realm. I did it! But when the people of Eagle Nation turned to the representative of Sakura Nation, they encountered a setback. The representative of Sakura Nation, Koratakasuk, snorted coldly, completely indifferent to the alliance against Daxia. Mere Daxia people, even if they join forces, what kind of storm can they possibly stir up? Both I and Kawakawakuan are at the 5th level of the Limian realm, enough to suppress all Daxia people. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately won the approval of Kawada and Kawa nearby. Guejakuan is right, we don't need to join forces. The opportunity of the first emperor is something our Sakura Nation must obtain. If the Daxia people make a move against you later, don't come begging us for help. The representative of the Eagle Nation, Mike, who had a bad temper, snorted coldly and turned to leave upon seeing the Sakura Nation people being so ungrateful. He secretly complained in his heart that this country, surrounded by nuclear wastewater, had become so assertive after the onset of the mutation era, even daring to speak to him in such a tone. In the past, whenever people from Sakura country encountered those from Eagle country, which one of them wasn't humble and obsequious? Now, Mike stormed off angrily. Opposite, Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu, along with others, also witnessed this scene. This Sakura country is truly arrogant. They actually don't take our great Xia seriously. Luffy Yu narrowed his eyes, a trace of coldness flashing within them. Speaking of the most detestable among these barbarians, none surpasses Sakura Nation. Unexpectedly, the originally mediocre Sakura Nation experienced a sudden surge in power as soon as the era of mutation began, becoming increasingly arrogant. We absolutely cannot let these Sakura Nation people lay their hands on the first emperor's opportunity. Gu Qianhua's face was grim, and his tone carried a strong sense of murderous intent. That is inevitable. Chui Lingfei's tone was firm, showing no sign of compromise. If the opportunity of the first emperor were truly seized by the people of Sakura country, just the thought of it would disgust all Daxia citizens. No one can accept such a fact. The magnificent palace atop Mount Li becomes increasingly solid. This means that the secret realm of Mount Li is about to open. From the distant sky, the sound of shifting winds and clouds can be heard. Luffy Yu was the first to notice and looked in the direction of the sound, unable to hide his astonishment. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze toward the sky. In the sky several kilometers away, a beast resembling a Qilin, exuding a chilling aura, was flying toward them at an incredible speed. Wherever the beast passed, the surrounding clouds were blasted apart by the airflow, erupting with deafening sonic booms. That is, the Beast King? Why would the Beast King appear at this time? Run quickly! The Beast King's strength definitely surpasses the divine realm. Staying here is just waiting for death. Lu Feiyu and other powerful figures of the Great Xia, as well as top figures from overseas forces, also quickly prepared for retreat. Although it is unclear why the Beast King is heading toward Mount Li, the only wise choice right now is to flee as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, someone suddenly noticed something unusual. Look, on the Beast King's back, is there actually someone sitting there? Who is that? Are you crazy? How could there be someone on the back of the Beast King? I'm the one who's sane. There's clearly someone sitting on its back. Open your eyes and look carefully. Everyone once again looked toward the direction the Beast King was flying from. At this moment, the mysterious Beast King was already approaching Mount Li. Everyone finally saw clearly the scene on its back. Just as that person had said earlier, a man was calmly sitting on the Beast King's back. Isn't that the god of killing? Someone instantly recognized his identity. It's really him, the god of death himself. My god, the god of death is actually riding the Beast King. Could it be that he has turned this Beast King into his mount? That's terrifying, absolutely shocking. Seeing it was Zhou Luo, those who originally wanted to flee stopped in their tracks. At this moment, Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, and Chui Lingfei were all stunned. Is it really Mr. Zhou? Lu Feiyu looked utterly incredulous, staring straight at Zhou Luo. The god of killing can actually sit on the Beast King's back? Could it be that he really is? Gu Qianhua's expression was complex, as if he was pondering something. If it's true, then, there is hope for Great Xia. Chui Lingfei, unlike the other two, immediately thought of a question. If Zhou Luo can truly tame the Beast King, wouldn't it mean that the harm caused by Beast Kings within the Great Xia territory will be greatly reduced? In this way, the people of Great Xia would no longer have to live in constant fear every day. Isn't this precisely the goal pursued by their Great Xia alliance? On the other side, the overseas forces saw the people of Great Xia stop halfway and discuss the Beast King in the sky, immediately finding it unusual. When they clearly heard what was being said, the overseas forces were all shocked. The people of Daxia are actually so powerful that they can tame a Beast King? I have to say, our country just encountered a Beast King a few days ago, and it took the entire nation's strength to kill it. How is this possible? Liars, they must be liars. The people of Daxia can't be this formidable. After the shock, many overseas forces gradually accepted the reality. reality. Only the people of Sakura country found it hardest to believe, questioning its authenticity. But their doubts were regarded as foolish by other overseas forces. Fraud? What kind of fraud could make the Beast King willingly let someone ride it? If he really has it, let him try. Not long after, Zhou Luo rode the Frost Thunderhowl and flew over the skies of Mount Li. Everyone, long time no see. He smiled and greeted Lu Feiyu and the others below. Brother Zhou, what are you? Lu Feiyu stepped forward, staring in shock at the Frost Thunderhowl. At this moment, as the Frost Thunderhowl approached, they felt it was undoubtedly a Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Oh, this is a little brother I casually took in after returning to Jiangnan. Zhou Luo lightly patted the back of Tian Xuan Leiho's head and said, Little Ho, greet brother Lu. Hello, I am the new little brother big brother just took in. Tian Xuan Leiho showed no shyness at all and actually greeted Lu Feiyu. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Not a brother, how did you train it? Can you teach me? This is a Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm, yet why is it so obedient in front of Zhou Luo? With just one command to greet, it actually did. Shouldn't Beast Kings be ferocious and aggressive, exuding a murderous aura? Hello? Lu Feiyu was obviously too shocked to speak, and it took him quite a while to force out a sentence. This incident completely overturned his worldview. Since the era of the Cataclysm, mentioning the Beast King has been synonymous with endless destruction and slaughter. But now, a Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King has actually been subdued by a human as a subordinate. This is truly terrifying. Zhou Luo glanced around, and his gaze quickly fell on the gathering place of the overseas forces not far away. In an instant, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, the supreme treasure of the first emperor, the Taya sword, did not fall into the hands of the great Xia people but was seized by this group of overseas barbarians. This matter had always been an unrelenting regret in the hearts of the great Xia people. The dignified ancestral dragon of Great Xia, the first emperor's personal sword, was actually taken by barbarians, truly the greatest joke under heaven. But they were powerless to resist. Because the one who took the Taya sword was Sakura Nation, whose national strength had grown after the era of mutation. If Zhou Luo remembers correctly, the Sakura Nation powerhouse who obtained the Taya sword is named Kawada Kazukawa. He was originally one of the top experts in Sakura country, and after obtaining the Taya sword, his strength reached a new level, making him a pinnacle figure in Sakura country. However, in this lifetime, Zhou Luo would never allow such a thing to happen again. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo's lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile, because today, as he arrived at Mount Li, he had no intention of letting these barbarians step into the imperial tomb, the resting place of the great Xia ancestral dragon. How can you barbarians set foot here so easily? Little Ho, go there. Zhou Luo patted the heavenly frost thunder Ho, signaling it to head toward the group of overseas forces. What is the god of killing trying to do? The people of Daxia saw Zhou Luo's actions and speculated about his intentions in their hearts. My goodness, the Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm is actually walking towards us. What exactly is that man trying to do? Could it be that he wants the Beast King to devour us? How outrageous. Why do the people of Daxia act so arrogantly? But the overseas forces began to grow restless. Seeing a Beast King in the Spirit Transformation Realm walking toward them, anyone would feel afraid. What's more, this Beast King was standing on the side of the great Xia. Soon, Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl appeared above their heads. Zhou Luo glanced around and quickly locked his gaze on that distinctly iconic face of the Sakura Nation. The Sakura Nation individual trembled all over under Zhou Luo's gaze. However, faced with the oppressive aura of the Frost Thunder Howl, none of them dared to make a sound. A complete reversal from their earlier arrogance and domineering attitude. Zhou Luo casually shifted his gaze away, then looked at the crowd and said, Listen to me carefully. The Emperor's Mausoleum of Mount Li is the resting place of the first Emperor of Great Xia. Only people of Great Xia are allowed to enter. I'll give you 10 minutes to leave the vicinity of Mount Li immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Luo's voice was not loud, but it fell heavily on the hearts of every member of the foreign forces, making it hard for them to breathe. Why? Since the secret realm has opened, everyone should be eligible to participate. What gives you Daxia people the right to monopolize it? After a moment of silence, an awakened individual from Maple Leaf Country was the first to speak out, full of dissatisfaction. With him taking the lead, the foreigners who were harboring discontent quickly chimed in. That's right. The secret realm is a public resource of Blue Star. We are all Blue Star people and have the right to enter. You people of Daxia call yourselves a nation of etiquette. How can you be so stingy and overbearing? Let us in. Protests rose one after another. Zhou Luo, sitting on the back of the Frost Thunder Howl, squinted slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed down. A towering phantom, as majestic as Mount Tai, instantly materialized and bore down on the leading awakened individual from the Maple Leaf Nation. That awakened one from the Maple Leaf Nation stood no chance against Zhou Luo's divine realm power. Enveloped by the Mount Tai phantom, they exploded in an instant, turning into a mist of blood. Those standing nearby were immediately drenched in the spray of crimson. Zhou Luo wasn't done yet. With a casual wave of his hand, several of the loudest individuals burst apart one after another. Terror was etched onto every face. After completing all this, Zhou Luo's expression remained calm and composed. He gazed forward, his voice icy cold. "I'm just informing you, not discussing with you." All the awakened ones from overseas forces involuntarily stepped back. They looked at Zhou Luo as if they had seen a devil. The people who were just slain by Zhou Luo were all powerful figures who had stepped into the transitional realm. But even so, he was no match for Zhou Luo. With a single gesture, he was instantly subdued, completely powerless to resist. When did such a terrifying figure appear in Disya? At this moment, no one dared to step forward and resist. All the overseas forces that came to participate in the Lishan's secret realm today have only one thought left in their minds at this moment. The people of Sakura country are no exception. They are no longer arrogant and domineering. Koike Kosuke and Kawada Kazukawa lowered their heads and quickly retreated, wanting to take their subordinates and leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. But at this moment, Zhou Luo's devil-like voice echoed in their ears. "Others may leave, but you must stay." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes instantly focused on Zhou Luo. The other foreign forces, seeing that Zhou Luo was referring to the people from Sakura country, breathed a sigh of relief. But the people of Sakura country were completely flustered. This. "Sir, we in Sakura country voluntarily withdraw from this secret realm and don't plan to stay any longer." Kora Takasuk wore a fawning expression, nodding and bowing as he spoke. "Voluntarily withdraw? Sorry, I haven't given you permission to leave." Zhou Luo squinted his eyes, his face showing no trace of emotion. However, this sentence directly stunned everyone present. Koike Takasuk revealed an expression of disbelief. "Sir, do you mean that our Sakura country can participate in the Lishan's secret realm?" Kawada and Kagawa stood to the side, equally shocked. Logically speaking, the relationship between Sakura country and Dacia was as hostile as fire and water, so why did this man before them so forcefully make people from other countries leave, yet specifically allow their Sakura country to stay? An utterly absurd thought emerged in the minds of Haten and Chuan. The way he looked at Zhou Luo completely changed. From initial fear and respect, it instantly turned into contempt. If he remembered correctly, someone like Zhou Luo, in the eyes of Disya, isn't he considered a traitor? Once they figured it out, Haten and Chuan immediately felt the pressure on their shoulders dissipate. He smiled and was about to start a conversation with Zhou Luo, but Zhou Luo spoke first. "No, you've misunderstood. I never intended to let you enter the Lishan's secret realm." The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. "What I mean is, none of you from Sakura country should think about leaving today." Behind Zhou Luo, the shadow of Mount Tai reappeared. The overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped all the people of Sakura country. In the next moment, Zhou Luo raised his hand and waved, and the shadow of Mount Tai crushed toward the people of Sakura country like a destructive force. The weaker awakened ones from Sakura country couldn't withstand this pressure at all and were instantly shattered into blood mist. As for those awakened ones who had stepped into the transmutation realm, although they could still resist stubbornly, they lasted no more than 10 seconds before being instantly subdued. Kosuke Kora and Kazukawa Kawada glared with eyes wide open, their bloodshot gaze fixed angrily on Zhou Luo. "Dasha-man, are you trying to declare war on our Sakura nation?" Zhou Luo's methods were simply too ruthless. In less than a minute, all the Sakura nation subordinates they had brought were killed, leaving only the two of them. With such strength, if Zhou Luo wanted to make a move against them, it would probably be effortless. Therefore, they could only use fierce words in an attempt to force Zhou Luo to stop. But Zhou Luo was completely unmoved. He was even too lazy to respond to their emotions, directly raising his hand and pressing down. The shadow of Mount Tai instantly enveloped the two of them. Kora Takasuk and Kawada Kazukawa felt as if they were being crushed by a 10,000-ton giant ship, with every cell in their bodies trembling, almost unable to bear it. Even if they gave it their all, they simply couldn't resist. "Disya citizen, your cruelty will surely provoke public outrage. Our allies in Sakura country won't let you off either." Heda and Kawa gnashed their teeth and roared in anger. The phantom of Mount Tai effortlessly suppressed them. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Thus, none of the 9 participants from Sakura country in this trip to the Li Mountain secret realm were spared. Meanwhile, not far away, the overseas forces witnessing all this were all struck dumb with fear. They looked at Zhou Luo as if they were staring at a demon. Too terrifying, it instilled fear in their hearts. Zhou Luo completely ignored the threats from Sakura country and suppressed them all without hesitation. Even in their hearts, a sense of sorrow akin to the fox mourning the rabbit's death arose. "Quickly leave this place of trouble. We can't stay long." They didn't linger for long. After seeing all the people from Sakura country perish, they swiftly retreated from the Li Mountain secret realm. After they left, the gaze of the people of Dacia toward Zhou Luo also changed completely. There was fear, admiration, and even a hint of envy. But without exception, their eyes revealed a profound sense of awe. The reason is simple. Zhou Luo's strength has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Relying solely on his own power, he has completely subdued all the strong individuals from Sakura country. It should be noted that before Zhou Luo appeared, they had even formed an alliance to deal with these overseas forces. But now, it seems that this alliance is utterly meaningless. This group of foreign forces fled one after another in fear. No one dared to compete with Xia for the opportunities in the Li Mountain's secret realm anymore. Among the crowd, the siblings Lu Feiyu, who were closest to Zhou Luo, felt extremely fortunate at this moment. Fortunately, they had previously used the Earth Fiend's energy to establish a connection with Zhou Luo. Otherwise, the cost required to get acquainted with Zhou Luo nowadays would probably be dozens of times higher. After all, countless people wish to befriend a strong figure of this caliber. Gu Qianhua silently gazed in Zhou Luo's direction, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He vaguely felt that the phantom of Mount Tai revealed when Zhou Luo made his move seemed to share the same origin as the Daizong Jinhai technique he had obtained in the Mount Tai secret realm. Could it be that Zhou Luo has also practiced the Daizong Jinhai technique? But this shouldn't be the case. As far as he knows, the only copy of the Daizong Jinhai technique should have been the one he obtained. It's truly baffling. However, Cui Lingfei's situation is entirely different. He occasionally glanced in the direction of Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Thunderhound, unable to hide his eagerness. Mr. Zhou is so powerful, he will surely be able to resolve the few Beast King disasters within my Great Xia territory. Once the secret realm ends, I must go find him and ask for his help. But if I really ask Mr. Zhou to take action, what treasure would be appropriate as compensation? Cui Lingfei quickly calculated these issues in his mind. After confirming that all overseas forces had left, Zhou Luo returned to the side of the Frost Thunder Howl. Big brother, I never expected you humans to be so cruel to your own kind. I thought you were all united as one. The Frost Thunder Howl looked at the patches of bloodstains in the distance, a hint of curiosity flashing in its eyes. Zhou Luo rolled his eyes at him after hearing that. Stop talking nonsense, those I just killed don't count as humans. Ha, but I clearly saw them as. Tianquan Leiho was about to argue but was silenced by a faint glance from Zhou Luo and immediately shut his mouth. The distant peak of Mount Li. The magnificent golden hall suddenly emitted beams of divine light. Immediately afterward, Mount Li beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. The secret realm of Mount Li is about to open. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they quickly cast aside everything that had just happened. The opportunity left by the first emperor, who wouldn't want to seize it? Seeing that the secret realm of Mount Li had already opened, Zhou Luo also prepared to set off. At this moment, Tianquan Leiho spoke. Big brother, I'm afraid I can't enter the secret realm with you. Zhou Luo slightly frowned, showing a puzzled expression. I can sense a strong will within the secret realm that does not allow exotic beasts to enter, otherwise, it would endanger their lives. Tianquan Leiho answered truthfully. When the Lishan secret realm was fully opened just now, he indeed felt this will emanating from the magnificent golden hall. This will is extremely terrifying. Even he, a beast king at the spirit transformation realm, does not dare to easily contend with it. Is that so? Well, fine, just wait for me outside. Although Zhou Luo was doubtful, he could see that the Frost Thunder Howl was not speaking falsely, so he agreed. The Frost Thunder Howl nodded heavily. However, I have a task for you. When you're outside, you must stay vigilant. If any of those people who just escaped dare to sneak back into the secret realm, don't let a single one go, understand? Zhou Luo looked toward the direction where those overseas forces had fled, then instructed Tianquan Leiho. Don't worry, big brother. If anyone dares to sneak back, I'll make them pay the price. Tianquan Leiho responded readily. Zhou Luo, seeing this, walked toward the summit of Mount Li without hesitation. As everyone reached the peak, the magnificent and solemn Great Hall instantly emitted rays of divine light, enveloping everyone completely. When everyone came to their senses, they found themselves, without knowing when, in the midst of a lush and verdant mountain range. Is this another Mount Li? Someone immediately noticed that the terrain of the mountain beneath their feet was exactly the same as Mount Li. However, this other Mount Li showed no traces of buildings from the technological era. What is that city? Someone noticed that on the Lus Plateau in front of Mount Li, there was an ancient and rustic city prominently situated. Moreover, the largest hall in this city was identical in appearance to the magnificent hall atop Mount Li. Could this be the Xian city of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Gu Qianhua was the first among the crowd to recognize the origins of this city. This city perfectly matches the Xian city built by the first emperor as recorded in ancient texts. Bang, bang, bang. It seems the opportunity left by the first emperor is indeed hidden in Xian city. Everyone immediately realized this and began heading toward the direction of that ancient city. Zhou Luo remained silent, simply joining the others on the journey. With the memories of his past life, Zhou Luo was very clear about the true name of this city. It was not Xiancheng, as Gu Qianhua had speculated, but another palace deeply connected to the first emperor, Yipeng Palace. The Taiye sword, reputed as the ultimate weapon of slaughter under heaven, was hidden within Yipeng Palace. The crowd moved swiftly. In just a few minutes, they descended Mount Li and arrived in front of the palace. At this moment, everyone finally saw the plaque with its elegant calligraphy on the main hall, which prominently displayed three large characters, Yipeng Palace. Could it really be Yipeng Palace? Gu Qianhua frowned slightly, filled with astonishment. It should be noted noted that the Apang Palace was once completely destroyed by a great fire in the history of Daxia. However, historical records offer conflicting accounts regarding the culprit behind the burning of the Apang Palace. The most widely accepted theory is that it was done by Xiangyu, the overlord. It's truly the Apang Palace, indeed as extravagant and excessive as the legends say. Looking at the palace that only existed in legends, Gu Qianhua couldn't help but sigh. Just as the rumors described, merely standing at the entrance was enough to feel the grandeur of the Apang Palace. Carved beams and painted rafters, bronze cauldrons and jade stones, vermilion tiles and emerald roofs, all showcasing ultimate luxury and indulgence. In modern terms, it is so luxurious that it's unbelievable. Moreover, in front of the main hall of the Apang Palace, there stand numerous terracotta warriors. These terracotta warriors are completely different from those seen in museums, showing no signs of erosion from time, with each one seemingly exuding intense murderous intent. Their claymate eyes are vivid and lifelike. A mere glance longer and one can feel an invisible sense of oppression. Among this group of terracotta warriors, the most striking is the statue at the forefront. This statue is unique, draped in heavy armor and carrying a majestic halberd on its back, resembling a dignified general. Just as everyone was about to continue their careful observation, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The statue of the warrior carrying the great halberd suddenly erupted with a murderous aura, and the claymate eyeballs began to slowly move. Immediately after, this general statue actually spoke, and with a single command, all the terracotta warriors on the field awakened. The general statue raised the great halberd from its back, and the killing intent instantly filled the surroundings. At this moment, everyone finally saw the true strength of this group of terracotta warriors. Turns out they are at the late stage of the transformation realm. A trace of seriousness flashed in Gu Qianhua's eyes. The strength of those ordinary terracotta warriors was almost all at the late stage of the initial realm. Their sheer numbers and combined power were by no means trivial. As for this general warrior, it was undoubtedly already at the late stage of the transformation realm. It could even be said to be at the peak of the transitional realm, just one step away from the divine realm. Everyone was on edge, staring intently at this group of terracotta warriors. The general warrior let out another loud shout. In an instant, countless terracotta warriors swiftly formed ranks, arranging into a tightly knit military formation. This scene left everyone utterly shocked. These terracotta warriors actually know how to use battle formations. How could they possess such intelligence? What kind of power grants them life? The general figurine roared again. The rest of the terracotta warriors immediately shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth filled with murderous intent. The killing formation formed by the terracotta warriors pressed directly toward the crowd, and that general figurine was charging at the forefront, wielding a massive halberd with fierce momentum, engaging in intense combat with Gu Qianhua and the others. However, Zhou Luo did not join the battle, but simply stood aside, quietly observing the general figurine. He was not standing idly by but was waiting for the most opportune moment. In his memory, this general figurine held the key to unlocking the Apang Palace, the Tiger Tally. When the battle reaches a stalemate, this general figurine will surely take the initiative to present the Tiger Tally, enhancing its own formidable power. If Zhou Luo were to act rashly at this moment, with his strength, he might be able to suppress it instantly, but whether the Tiger Tally would appear remains unpredictable. Therefore, Zhou Luo decided to wait until the general figurine presented the Tiger Tally to unlock the gate of the Apang Palace before taking action to subdue it. Soon, the battle reached a stalemate. This group of terracotta warriors was already quite formidable, each at the late stage of the initial realm. With the added power of the killing formation, their combat strength was extremely powerful and not easy to deal with. However, the awakened side had the advantage in numbers, and gradually, the situation began to tilt in their favor. Although the general warrior was a peak expert of the transforming realm, he still found it difficult to withstand the combined assault of Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Cui Lingfei, retreating step by step. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the general figurine launched a full-force attack, forcing Gu Qianhua and the other two to retreat, then let out a loud shout. The next moment, a Tiger Tally emitting a misty red glow all over emerged from his body. After the Tiger Tally was summoned, the red glow surrounding it quickly spread in all directions. The soldiers swept by this red glow had their realms directly elevated to the first level of the transformation realm. Cooperating with the killing formation, the situation instantly reversed. As for that general figurine, it was even more terrifying, its strength breaking through the limbo realm and reaching the divine realm. As the great halberd swung, Lu Feiyu and the other two gradually found it difficult to hold on. It's time to act. Zhou Luo, seeing this, stopped standing by. He took a step forward, reached out casually, and pocketed the Tiger Tally from mid-air. The general figurine, seeing the Tiger Tally taken, immediately turned its murderous gaze toward Zhou Luo. After sweeping back Lu Feiyu and the other two with a single strike, it charged straight at Zhou Luo. The cold, sharp halberd blade aimed directly at Zhou Luo's throat, its speed astonishing. Lu Feiyu and the other two nearby saw this move, and a trace of solemnity flashed in their eyes. They knew in their hearts that if this move landed on them, it would be difficult to withstand. But Zhou Luo was different. At the moment the general figurine made its move, he raised his hand and pressed down. The vast energy of Mount Tai's earth veins transformed into a giant hand, firmly suppressing the general figurine. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't move an inch. The tiger talisman has been revealed. You are no longer needed. Looking at the general figurine struggling desperately on the ground, Zhou Luo's tone was as calm as water. In the next moment, the giant hand squeezed fiercely, crushing the general figurine into pieces. After completing all this, Zhou Luo's gaze turned to the army of terracotta warriors. He raised his hand with a wave, and the towering shadow of Mount Tai emerged behind him, spanning across the sky above the terracotta warriors. The shadow descended mercilessly like a mountain, and the terracotta warriors were utterly unable to withstand the overwhelming force, shattering into fragments of clay. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Just now, they were still struggling against this group of terracotta soldiers, almost being overwhelmed. But in Zhou Luo's hands, with just a light wave, it was easily resolved. At this moment, Lu Feiyu and the other two were all stunned. That general terracotta soldier, the three of them had fought together for half a day and still couldn't defeat it. In Zhou Luo's hands, it was easily destroyed like a toy. This is simply not human. It must be a monster. Brother Zhou's strength is becoming more and more incomprehensible to me. Lu Feiyu shook his head slightly, filled with countless emotions. Gu Qianhua, though saying little, revealed unmistakable shock in his eyes. Cui Lingfei, on the other hand, appeared utterly excited. In his view, someone like Zhou Luo, who clearly distinguishes between good and evil, is better off being as strong as possible. After dealing with this group of terracotta soldiers, Zhou Luo, without hesitation, took the tiger tally and stepped into a Pang Palace, heading toward the main hall. The crowd saw this and quickly followed. Entering the city, Zhou Luo felt increasingly strange as he walked. From outside the city, the Apang Palace appeared magnificently adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, exuding utmost luxury. But upon stepping inside the palace, the architectural style was noticeably simple, even to the point of being plain. But this was not the most puzzling thing for him. He discovered that the city was filled with various mechanical crossbows. These crossbows were intricately designed and exquisitely crafted, so impressive that even Zhou Luo, who came from the era of advanced technology, was amazed. In addition to the crossbows, there were also some cannon-like mechanisms that were extremely intimidating. Rumor has it that the Apang Palace is a symbol of extreme extravagance, so why does it look like this inside? This is no luxurious palace, it's clearly a city filled with traps and shrouded in a stern, murderous atmosphere. Zhou Luo was filled with doubt. In his previous life, he had only understood the overall process of the Lishan's secret realm but had never heard of these specific details. Gu Qianhua looked around at the various buildings in the city, and her brows furrowed involuntarily. Something's wrong, really wrong. Why would the first emperor use a luxurious exterior to conceal the truth, yet arrange so many powerful weapons within this Apang Palace? There must be some secret hidden here, Gu Qianhua muttered to herself in a low voice. The group continued to move deeper inside. They only stopped when they reached the grand, resplendent main hall doors. That stone groove, could it be the tiger tally from earlier? Someone with sharp eyes immediately noticed a tiger-shaped stone groove carved on the door. And this tiger-shaped stone groove is exactly the same as the tiger tally shape previously presented by the general figurine. Clearly, the tiger tally is the key to unlocking this door. Zhou Luo also understood this very well. He stepped forward and embedded the tiger tally into the stone groove. The tiger tally was embedded, and the stone groove began to slowly operate, causing the grand hall's doors to gradually open. Once the doors were fully opened, everyone was stunned again. The interior of this grand hall, which appeared resplendent on the outside, was unbelievably simple. There was not a single decoration, nor a single luxurious gemstone. The only presence here is an extremely spacious hall, and a black cloud floating above the hall. Someone looked at the black cloud and couldn't help but ask a question. The black cloud was extremely peculiar, suspended in mid-air, its aura constantly flowing, yet without any leakage. It was a completely unprecedented and strange existence. Could this be the opportunity left by the first emperor? But why does it not look like any kind of treasure to me? Forget treasure, this energy sphere actually looks a bit scary. Ahem, maybe we should get closer and take a look? Someone tried to approach for a closer look but was pulled back by a friend. Are you stupid? Who knows if this thing is dangerous? If it is, you wouldn't even know how you died. With this reminder, the person who was about to approach immediately stopped in their tracks and stepped back. Why? Seeing the confusion and fear on everyone's faces, Zhou Luo simply shook his head silently. This black cloud cluster is neither a treasure nor does it seem to be as dangerous as some have claimed. Its structure is composed of extremely pure spiritual energy. However, this spiritual energy is completely different from the ordinary kind. According to Gu Qianhua's words in her previous life, this cluster of spiritual energy was transformed from ordinary spiritual energy by an ancient great power, becoming an exceptionally unique cloud of spiritual energy. It is extremely selective about talent. If it is an ordinary person with no cultivation and mediocre talent, this spiritual energy will not be absorbed at all. But if it is someone with top-tier talent in the world, the absorption speed will be exceptionally swift. The opportunity left by the first emperor is closely tied to this cloud of spiritual energy. Whoever can first absorb this cloud of spiritual energy to a certain extent will unlock a hidden door and obtain the Taiye sword. Apart from the Taiye sword, the secret chamber also hides another opportunity left by the first emperor. However, in the previous life, after Hutian Huchuan entered the secret chamber and obtained the opportunity, he never disclosed it to outsiders. Therefore, no one knows what else he gained besides the Taiye sword. Now, Hutian Huchuan has passed away. In this Ipang palace, the most gifted person is undoubtedly Zhou Luo. Let me see what kind of opportunity the first emperor has left behind. Zhou Luo calmed his mind and stepped toward the area beneath the cloud cluster. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. The nine nether chaos body began operating at full speed, with every cell in his body greedily devouring the spiritual energy within the cloud cluster. The black spiritual energy surged toward Zhou Luo like a towering pillar of clouds, as if it were limitless. With Zhou Luo taking the lead, everyone immediately understood that the black cloud was the test of Ipang Palace. Soon after, the others stepped forward one after another, imitating Zhou Luo's actions and began absorbing the spiritual energy from the cloud. Why is this spiritual energy so strange? It feels like it's resisting me. Resist? Why didn't I feel it? Resist where? I feel this black spiritual energy is even more amiable than ordinary spiritual energy. Some people, after absorbing for a while, were surprised to find that the spiritual energy in this black cloud was completely different from the ordinary spiritual energy outside, making it very difficult to absorb. However, some felt that this kind of spiritual energy was more harmonious than ordinary spiritual energy, and their absorption speed was even faster. At this moment, everyone finally understood the true rules of this trial. The higher the talent, the faster the absorption of the black spiritual energy. Most people immediately showed expressions of disappointment. Although the awakened ones who could enter the Lishan's secret realm were all exceptionally gifted across the entire Great Xia. However, Zhou Luo, who entered the secret realm with them, was on another level. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Zhou Luo. Sure enough, Zhou Luo's speed in absorbing the black spiritual energy was countless times faster than theirs. If others were extracting spiritual energy from the black cloud like a gentle stream, that Zhou Luo was like a raging tidal wave with astonishing efficiency. Even Gu Qianhua, known for his fastest cultivation speed, admitted he couldn't compare upon seeing Zhou Luo's pace. Fortunately, someone discovered in time that as long as the black spiritual energy was refined promptly, it could enhance physical constitution. Everyone no longer hesitated and began absorbing it one after another. Time passed slowly. About 5 minutes later, Zhou Luo felt that the black spiritual energy stored within his body had reached its limit. It's time. He opened his eyes, got up, and walked toward the only hidden door inside the Ipang Palace's main hall. Standing in front of the hidden door, he injected all the black spiritual energy within him. Accompanied by a slight tremor, the hidden door immediately opened, revealing a simple and elegant secret chamber. Inside the chamber, a long sword, entirely black with layers of cloud dragon patterns engraved on its scabbard, was prominently placed on the table. Zhou Luo instantly recognized it as the legendary sword of the first emperor, renowned as the ultimate weapon of slaughter, the Taiye sword. But Zhou Luo's gaze quickly shifted from the Taiye sword to another object. On the table, in addition to the Taiye sword, there was also a pitch-black iron pellet placed in a small box. The iron pellet sat quietly in the box. It appeared to be an ordinary small iron ball, yet it exuded an aura of deadly menace. What is this thing? Zhou Luo frowned slightly. He had never heard of the existence of this iron pellet. Could it be that this iron ball is the legendary opportunity left behind by the first emperor? In his previous life, Kawada and Kawa stayed in the secret chamber until the Li Mountain secret realm closed. After coming out, he barely stayed in Daxia, not even paying attention to his companion Kora Kwisuk. He quickly left Daxia alone and returned to Sakura country. It was as if he was hiding some earth-shattering treasure. Although later Hatian and Chuan exposed the Taiye sword to the world during their encounter with the Great Xia Awakeners, the Taiye sword alone was far from enough to make him so cautious. With doubts in his mind, Zhou Luo stepped forward, intending to pick up the iron ball for closer examination. But the moment he touched the iron ball, a sudden roar echoed in his ears. Protect His Majesty! Xiangji, how can you collude with outsiders and be worthy of this land? Scenes unfolded before his eyes. A man clad in a dark black dragon robe, holding the Taiye sword, stood before the blazing Ipang Palace, the tip of his sword pointing straight ahead. Opposite him was a broad-shouldered man with long hair draped over his shoulders, his face covered in blood and features indistinct. Scattered all around were the corpses of fallen soldiers, their blood soaking the earth, resembling the depths of hell. The screen abruptly froze. Only Zhou Luo, holding the iron ball, looked solemn. Is that the first emperor? He took a deep breath. Clearly, the person clad in the dark black dragon robe could be none other than the first emperor. Opposite him stood the legendary overlord Xiang Yu. At that time, the Ipang Palace was was on the brink of destruction. What exactly happened back then? Zhou Luo was filled with doubt. He tried several times but found he could no longer extract more information from the iron sphere, so he tucked it into his chest. This iron sphere was no ordinary object. Once he got out, he would definitely find an opportunity to study it thoroughly. Zhou Luo faintly felt that the value of this item was probably far more precious than the Taiye sword. No wonder in the previous life Hatian and Chuan were so cautious after coming out of Mount Li. He let out a cold snort, secretly delighted in his heart. Fortunately, in this life, the first emperor's legacy did not fall into the hands of Sakura country. Retrieving the iron pellet, Zhou Luo reached out and lifted the Taiye sword, gripping it firmly in his hand. Gently drawing the treasured sword, the Taiye sword immediately emitted a crisp humming sound. The blade slightly revealed itself, radiating bursts of piercing cold light. Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He has not yet refined the Taiye sword, but he can already sense its sharp and imposing aura. If he can refine it and turn it into his innate supreme treasure, its power will surely awe the world. Perfect, I'll use this secret chamber to refine you. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged and began refining the Taiye sword. Inside the great hall, the black cloud formed by condensed spiritual energy gradually shrank, on the verge of dissipating. Seeing Zhou Luo enter the secret chamber, everyone silently shook their heads. As expected, the great opportunity within the Li Mountain secret realm was ultimately seized by Zhou Luo. Although they couldn't obtain it, they did manage to enhance their physique slightly through the spiritual energy in the black cloud. It seems that I need to go outside later. Perhaps I can find other opportunities. Many people have already started to move, and the number of people in the hall is rapidly decreasing. The news of the opening of the Lishan secret realm has already spread across the country and even the entire Blue Star. If it were just the opening of a single secret realm, the news could never have spread so quickly. The key point is that this time, in the Li Mountain secret realm, all foreign forces attempting to get a share of the pie were completely driven away. Even more shocking is that all the people from Sakura country died at the entrance of the secret realm. This incident directly shook the entire Great Xia. Inside the Skull Society headquarters, Yang Tianying and Lu Ruyan naturally also learned the news. They understood that the one who drove away these foreign forces and killed all 9 people from Sakura country was precisely Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's strength far exceeds our expectations. Yang Tianying frowned deeply, his gaze heavy as he looked at Lu Ruyan across from him. Lu Ruyan's expression was equally grim. The stronger Zhou Luo becomes, the more difficult her path of revenge. However, she still hasn't given up. She thought that once the Calamity sacred body was restored, she could search for opportunities in the secret realm and might still catch up to Zhou Luo. By then, if Yang Tianying joins forces with her, it might not be impossible to have the strength for a fight. I heard that this time in the Lishan secret realm, a beast king appeared and was subdued by Zhou Luo? Lu Ruyan asked. That's true. Yang Tianying sighed. What kind of method did Zhou Luo use to actually subdue a beast king? It's just that, for now, it's still unclear what kind of beast king it is or what it looks like, he added. However, since it was subdued by Zhou Luo, its cultivation level is probably not very high, likely a beast king of the lowest level in the divine anomaly realm. Can we get a photo? Lu Ruyan pressed further. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. The sooner we gather information about that beast king, the more confident we'll be in dealing with it in the future. Well, I have the same thought and have already sent someone to collect it. Yang Tianying nodded in response. At this moment, the door of the reception hall was being knocked on. President, we've found information about the beast king. Yang Tianying's eyes lit up and he said eagerly, quick, bring it over and let me see. The subordinate pushed the door open, handed over the phone, which contained a photo of the beast king and related information, and then retreated. Let me see what species this beast king is. To think it could be subdued by Zhou Luo. Yang Tianying opened the file with curiosity. The next second, he froze completely. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, unable to say a word for a long time. Sitting on the sofa opposite, Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and asked with concern, what's wrong? Why do you have that expression? Hearing this, Yang Tianying finally came back to his senses. You take a look yourself. He didn't say much, but with an unusual and strange expression, he handed the phone to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took it and was instantly stunned. How could it be him? She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with shock and anger. The beast king subdued by Zhou Luo turned out to be the very one that had snatched her yin-yang fruit last time. I told you long ago, how could a beast king suddenly appear near my Skull Society and head straight for the yin-yang fruit? Yang Tianying took a few deep breaths, his face also filled with anger. It seems this is entirely orchestrated by Zhou Luo behind the scenes. He sent that beast king to snatch the yin-yang fruit, afraid that you might fully restore the Calamity sacred body. That's right, it must be so. Zhou Luo must be behind this. Lu Ruyan trembled with anger, her eyes fixed on the frost thunder howl on her phone, wishing she could skin it alive and tear it apart. However, upon second thought, her expression suddenly turned into great joy. You say, could Zhou Luo's actions mean that he's very afraid of my Calamity sacred body? Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Tianying with a face full of delight. delight. Yang Tianying pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly and said, "Absolutely correct, your calamity's sacred body must have a restraining effect on him. Otherwise, think about it. He had no grievances with you before, and the Lu Corporation even gave him a large sum of money. Why would he suddenly target you and your father for silencing after the onset of the era of mutation? This must be the disaster holy body causing trouble." As soon as Yang Tianying spoke, Lu Ruyan immediately saw the light. She had never understood why Zhou Luo suddenly acted against her family, but now everything had an answer. Zhou Luo, I never thought you'd have something to fear." A blazing fire of revenge ignited in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and she could no longer hold back. "Once my calamity's sacred body is fully restored, you'd better pray you don't fall into my hands, or I will make you suffer unbearable torment and leave you with no place to be buried." Yang Tianying's mood immediately improved significantly. Zhou Luo's strength is truly overwhelming. If he seeks revenge, the pressure will undoubtedly be immense. Now that his weakness has finally been discovered, how could he not be overjoyed? It seems a pretext must be found to hand over the Yinyang fruit to Lu Ruyan in advance. The news of Zhou Luo expelling all overseas forces quickly spread across numerous foreign countries, especially the Cherry Blossom country. After the emperor of the Cherry Blossom country learned the news, he angrily smashed the table in front of him. "Baka Yoru, this Zhou Luo is simply a devil. How dare he target my people? This guy is so vicious, I must make him pay the price." The 9 Sakura Nation individuals sent to the Great Xia to participate in the Lishan's secret realm were all highly talented awakeners. Among them, Kojiro Komura and Kazukawa Kawada were even descendants of prominent families from Fushima, growing up drinking Fushima's water and possessing extraordinary talent. Now all 9 of them have perished, with no survivors, causing a tremendous loss to the Sakura Nation. Quick, contact the president of Eagle Nation immediately. Also Maple Leaf Nation and Iron Tower Nation. Tell them, if Zhou Luo, this demon, continues to live, he will become a great calamity in the future. Hold a federal meeting at once and join forces to crusade against Zhou Luo. The emperor immediately issued an order, instructing his subordinates to contact the leaders of major overseas forces. Make sure Zhou Luo pays a heavy price. After receiving the news from Sakura country, other overseas power leaders also responded to the emperor's call. They equally understand that if someone with Zhou Luo's personality is allowed to act recklessly, no one will be able to enter the Great Xia secret realm in the future. Soon, one message after another exploded across the internet. Presidents of various countries have decided to join forces to crusade against Daxia unless Daxia voluntarily hands over Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo has clearly violated the public order of human society, openly committing consecutive murders with cruel methods. Various countries have issued statements declaring they will eliminate him if necessary. The news spread rapidly. Throughout Daxia, almost everyone was aware of the rumors about Zhou Luo. Inside the Skull Society, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying saw the statements released online by various countries and almost jumped up from the ground in joy. Great! That arrogant Zhou Luo is finally getting his comeuppance. Yang Tianying sneered repeatedly, wishing that the countries would directly kill Zhou Luo, saving him the trouble. The arrogant will meet their end someday. Lu Ruyan also sneered, but still felt somewhat unconvinced. What a pity. I wonder how long he can hold on, whether I can wait to personally take action. If I don't kill him with my own hands, I'll never be able to let go of this grudge. Hearing her say this, Yang Tianying couldn't help but laugh and said, I think it's unlikely. With so many countries joining forces to crusade against him, no matter how strong he is, he won't last more than a few days. As the two were conversing, the journey through the Li Mountain secret realm is gradually coming to an end. As the secret realm closes, everyone is teleported out. At this moment, Zhou Luo has already refined the Tai sword, transforming it into his own innate treasure. Now, I already have 2 innate supreme treasures. Zhou Luo bid farewell to Lu Feiyu and the others, riding the Frost Thunder Howl as he embarked on the journey back to Jiangnan Manor, silently calculating in his heart. The 9 Yang 8 trigram disc excels in ultimate defense, and once transformed into its complete form, it possesses unexpected offensive power. However, since the attack is passive, it still has its shortcomings. Now, the Tai sword is under his control, making up for this shortcoming. Coupled with the power of the 5 Peaks scripture, Zhou Luo's strength at this moment is already incredibly formidable. In this world now, I fear no one is stronger than me. Zhou Luo smiled confidently. However, he did not become arrogant or complacent because of this. He was well aware that during the opening of the Lishan secret realm, many beast kings at the spirit transformation realm and even the forbidden realm would descend upon Blue Star. At the same time, secret realms were emerging all over the world, and powerful individuals were springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain. If he became proud and stagnant at this moment, he would eventually be surpassed by the rising stars. At this moment, Zhou Luo's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Lu Feiyu. Brother Lu, what's the matter? After answering, Zhou Luo spoke to the person on the other end of the line. Brother Zhou, something's wrong. Check the news quickly. Zhou Luo frowned slightly. You've been wanted by the Federation. They've joined forces and are coming to Daxia to hunt you down. Lu Feiyu spoke concisely, summarizing the situation over the past period in just a few sentences. After hearing this, Zhou Luo's lips curved into a slight smile. Unexpectedly, his actions had caused such a big stir. It seems they really do value me. Brother Zhou, why not find a place to hide? If you make it to Tai City alive, I guarantee no one will be able to find you for a while. Luffy Yu anxiously said on the other end of the phone. He understood that Zhou Luo possessed extraordinary strength, but facing the combined forces of many nations, it might be difficult to handle alone. Therefore, he planned to rely on the influence of the Bailey Group in Taishan City to ensure Zhou Luo's safety through the crisis. Brother Lu, thank you for your kindness, but I'm already accustomed to Jiangnan City and don't want to go elsewhere for now. Zhou Luo was deeply moved upon hearing this, but he still refused his proposal. Why? Brother Zhou, don't act impulsively. The Federation isn't joking this time. They have large numbers and great strength. Lu Feiyu was puzzled and confused. Ha, it's fine. Since they're coming, let them come. Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Until I kill them to the point where no one dares to come, no one dares to offend. Zhou Luo's words deeply shocked Lu Feiyu. He truly hadn't expected Zhou Luo to strike against the Federation without any fear. Could it be that there was even a faint trace of excitement in his tone? Luffy, you couldn't understand where Zhou Luo's confidence came from. Although being powerful is one thing, this is the Federation after all, which includes the superpowers on Blue Star, not to mention those scattered small countries. Zhou Luo, is he really planning to take on the entire world by himself? Well, alright, Brother Zhou, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you further. After a moment of silence, Lu Feiyu sighed and said with a bitter smile, however, if you change your mind during this time, contact me anytime, and I will definitely lend you a helping hand. Zhou Luo looked at the silent phone and couldn't help but shake his head. In his previous life, he had heard of Lu Feiyu from the Bailey Group being a righteous man. Once, when one of his subordinates was bullied by the Skull Society, he immediately led his people to fight and sought justice for his subordinate. Is this even human? During that battle, Lu Feiyu, who had absorbed the Earth Fiend energy, displayed formidable strength. He fought Yang Tianying for several hours and ultimately forced Yang Tianying to hand over the person to Lu Feiyu with both hands. In this life, meeting Lu Feiyu was indeed as expected. Zhou Luo picked up his phone and started browsing news about the Federation on the internet. Just now, the Federation had issued a threat to the Great Xiao Alliance, forcing them to hand over Zhou Luo voluntarily. However, the Great Xiao Alliance did not agree. Instead, they firmly refused, clearly stating that they would never abandon any citizen of Great Xia. If the Federation had any objections, the Great Xiao Alliance would resolutely fight to the end. The attitude was extremely tough, even causing the Federation to be intimidated. The Federation, truly a den of snakes and rats. Zhou Luo glanced around briefly, a cold smile involuntarily appearing on his face. In his previous life, Great Xia was vast and rich in heritage, with numerous secret realms emerging one after another after the onset of the pathological era. This immediately attracted overseas forces led by Eagle Nation and Sakura Nation. They went to great lengths to fabricate reasons, attempting to make the Daxia Alliance cede some territory, but were firmly rejected. In the end, they even tore off all pretense and joined forces to oppose the Daxia Alliance. Absolutely shameless to the extreme. If the Federation really dares to make a move this time, Zhou Luo wouldn't mind letting them properly understand their mistake. There is still a full month until the day the Immortal Island appears. During this time, let's first make a breakthrough in the Five Peaks Sutra. Zhou Luo shook his head, cleared his thoughts, and prepared to return to the quiet chamber to cultivate the Five Peaks Sutra in seclusion. The Immortal Island is a unique opportunity for Great Xia after the onset of the Mutation era. A month later, an aerial island will appear above the peak of Daxia Tianfeng Mountain, known to the world as the Immortal Island. At that time, only those who have reached the Spirit Transformation Realm will be qualified to step onto the Immortal Island. In the previous life, Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, Yang Tianying, Lu Ruyan, Shui Lingfei, and others were the first to break through to the Spirit Transformation Realm and step onto the Immortal Island, where they stayed for a full 7 days. After coming out, their cultivation levels were greatly enhanced. Among them, Lu Ruyan and Gu Qianhua have progressed the fastest, unexpectedly reaching the late stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm. They are just one step away from the 5th layer of the Forbidden Realm. At that time, many people asked what was on their Immortal Island, but not a single person was willing to reveal even a fraction. Therefore, Zhou Luo must plan ahead and make preparations in advance. It would be best to cultivate the 5 Sacred Mountains technique to the 3rd level or higher and master 2 phenomena before then. This way, even if he encounters danger on the Immortal Island, he can handle it calmly. Little Ho, I'm going to enter seclusion for a while now. Keep watch for me, understand? Before preparing for seclusion, Zhou Luo instructed the Frost Thunder Ho outside the door. Big brother, rest assured, I will definitely guard the door. Tianxuan Lei Ho nodded repeatedly. Zhou Luo was very satisfied and was about about to enter seclusion. But at this moment, Tianchuan Leiho outside the door said again, "Big brother, don't rush yet. I sense someone has entered the manor." "Anyone there? Who is it?" Zhou Luo frowned. This guy looks familiar. I saw you at Mount Li. How about coming out to take a look?" Tianchuan Leiho's tone carried a hint of hesitation. Zhou Luo had no choice but to step out of the quiet room and look in the direction indicated by Tianchuan Leiho. Chui Lingfei? Recognizing the visitor's appearance, Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that someone from the Great Xiao Alliance came to find him because of that matter with the Federation? He felt a bit curious. Then he walked toward the gate of Jiangnan Villa. Chui Lingfei, who was hesitating about whether to enter, saw Zhou Luo come out voluntarily and immediately looked delighted. "Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me if I have offended you." He stepped forward with a smile and said. Then, Chui Lingfei glanced at the frost thunder hull behind Zhou Luo and asked, "Mr. Zhou, I came here this time to ask if you have any special methods for dealing with creatures like the Beast King?" "Of course we do. Our Great Xiao Alliance didn't come here for nothing. If you're willing to share, we can offer the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit in exchange." After Chui Lingfei finished speaking, his gaze fell on Zhou Luo, full of anticipation and nervousness. Looking at his expression, Zhou Luo immediately understood the whole story. It turned out that ever since he subdued the frost thunder howl, the people of the Great Xiao Alliance assumed he had mastered some unique technique. This was understandable. After all, the frost thunder howl was a spirit transformation realm beast king, and no one had ever successfully subdued it before. He was the first. As for the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit mentioned by Chui Lingfei earlier, it is an extremely rare heavenly treasure. After consumption, it can greatly enhance talent, with remarkable effects, even enabling ordinary people to awaken instantly. However, it is extremely rare, growing only on a single treasured tree deep in the mountains of Tianjing. Every 3 months, the tree produces one fruit, and no method can alter this cycle. Now, as the era of mutation has just begun, this Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit is almost unique in the world, its value immeasurable. Being able to present the Heaven and Earth profound yellow fruit is enough to demonstrate the sincerity of the Great Xiao Alliance. "Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with these terms?" Chui Lingfei added. "Of course, if you feel it's not enough, our Great Xiao Alliance is willing to offer 2 Heaven and Earth profound yellow fruits. However, the second one might need to be delivered 3 months later." "2? You're really willing to trade 2 Heaven and Earth profound yellow fruits for my method?" Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised that the Great Xiao Alliance would offer such a significant bargaining chip. "Of course, you might not know, but recently, beast kings have been appearing frequently within the Great Xia territory, plunging the people into great suffering. But our current strength is far from enough to deal with those powerful beast kings. If we can find a way to counter them, countless ordinary people could be spared. If our Great Xiao Alliance doesn't do it, who else will?" Chui Lingfei's tone was calm, yet carried a sense of determination. Seeing his resolve, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration in his heart. Through 2 lifetimes, the Great Xiao Alliance's way of doing things has always been consistent, never changing. Zhou Luo shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I don't have the method you're looking for." He was indeed willing to cooperate with the Great Xiao Alliance, but ultimately, subduing the frost thunder howl depended entirely on strength. In other words, he had forcibly subdued the frost thunder howl through sheer power, without any special method. "Is that so? Well, alright then." After receiving Zhou Luo's reply, Chui Lingfei's gaze noticeably dimmed, but he quickly returned to normal. "Mr. Zhou, I apologize for disturbing you today. Chui, offer my apologies and will take my leave now." After saying this, he was about to leave. At that moment, the phone in Chui Lingfei's pocket suddenly rang. After answering the phone, his expression changed dramatically. "What? A beast-tide outbreak? How could a beast-tide suddenly appear? I understand. I'll head over immediately." Standing nearby, Zhou Luo furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing the words beast-tide. He immediately stopped Chui Lingfei, who was about to leave. "Wait, the beast-tide you just mentioned, is it happening in Dongshan City?" Chui Lingfei turned to look at Zhou Luo. "That's right, it's Dongshan City. How did you know?" His face was full of confusion. What is this thing? He had just learned about the beast tide, and he hadn't revealed the location during the phone call earlier. How could Zhou Luo accurately pinpoint the place? "Don't worry about how I know. This time, for the beast tide, I'll go with you. How about it?" After receiving a positive response, Zhou Luo felt a surge of joy and continued. The beast tide in Dongshan City was big news in the previous life. It was the first wave of beast tide that appeared after the onset of the Blue Star Mutation era. Its momentum was overwhelming, directly destroying Dongshan City and even affecting several surrounding cities. The core of this beast tide consists of 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings, extremely powerful. However, in the previous life, when this wave of the beast tide broke out, it was still half a month away from now, and by then, the Great Xia already had many late-stage divine phenomenon realm experts. After a bloody battle lasting 3 days and 3 nights, the beast tide was finally ended, and 2 secret keys were obtained from the bodies of the 2 leading beast kings. In the end, these 2 secret keys fell into the hands of Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan. Although they never revealed the purpose of the keys, combined with the later appearance of the Immortal Island, everyone speculated that the keys must be related to the Immortal Island. Otherwise, why were they the two who gained the most among those who entered the Immortal Island? These two keys had long been part of Zhou Luo's plan. People were talking animatedly. Unexpectedly, the beast tide erupted ahead of schedule. Mr. Zhou, are you sure you want to go with me? As far as I know, the initiators of this beast tide seem to be two spirit transformation realm beast kings. Cui Lingfei was delighted to learn that Zhou Luo would be accompanying him, but he still reminded Zhou Luo of the risks. Two spirit transformation realm beast kings, along with countless other beasts, this is no trivial matter. Even if Zhou Luo can tame the Frost Thunder Howl, it would still be difficult to withstand such a massive beast horde. What? I want to help you, but you don't want it? When Zhou Luo heard this, a playful expression appeared on his face as he looked at Cui Lingfei. This guy is way too honest. He actually revealed the existence of two spirit transformation realm beast kings before even setting out. Isn't he at all worried that I might back out and not go? Yes, of course unwilling. Cui Lingfei was momentarily at a loss for words and could only respond with a wry smile. Alright, it's just two spirit transformation realm beast kings. They pose no threat to me. Zhou Luo didn't waste words, patting him on the shoulder. There's no time to lose, let's set off quickly. A moment's delay could cost more lives. Cui Lingfei was instantly overwhelmed with emotion and immediately prepared to leave with Zhou Luo. Hey, you still want to walk? Get on. Zhou Luo, already riding on the back of the Frost Thunder Howl, called out to him, inviting him to get on the mount together. Cui Lingfei hesitated for a moment, nervously looking at the Frost Thunder Howl. Can I really sit on it? At this moment, the Frost Thunder Howl roared with a hint of displeasure. Brother, I am the Beast King. I have dignity. Not just anyone can. What can you do? Zhou Luo directly glared at it. Tianchuan Leiho immediately shuddered all over and quickly turned to look at Cui Lingfei. What are you standing there for, kid? Didn't you hear my big brother calling you up? As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Cui Lingfei to react, it unexpectedly scooped him up with one paw and placed him on its back. Cui Lingfei. Ha ha, hold on tight. We're setting off soon. Zhou Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter, then gave a command, and the two humans and one beast flew toward the distance. Great Xia, Dongshan City. Outside the city, a scene of raging warfare unfolded. Groups of strange beasts, as if desperate, charged toward the urban area of Dongshan City. Outside the city, rows of main battle tanks continuously fired shells, while hundreds of soldiers dressed in uniforms of the Daxia military district wielded Type 95 rifles, wildly shooting at the beast horde. On the surface, Daxia seemed to have the upper hand. After all, most of these beasts were at the initial stage, with low cultivation levels, and the damage from modern weapons was quite significant. But they simply couldn't resist the overwhelming number of beasts, endless and stretching beyond sight. Where the hell did this bunch of animals come from? Who knows? Where in Dongshan City could there be such a big place for them to hide? Damn it, ever since the mutation era began, all sorts of bizarre things can happen. The soldiers fought fiercely against the monstrous beasts while cursing angrily. Suddenly, long spikes shot out from the depths of the beast horde, piercing directly through the foreheads of several soldiers. Xiao Pang, what's wrong? A few soldiers were about to step forward to check, but in the next second, several more spikes shot out, completely annihilating the small squad. Deep within the beast tide, a strange beast resembling a porcupine slowly stood up, possessing the strength of the limb transformation realm. The spikes fired earlier were precisely its doing. On the ground, several tanks fired again, their powerful artillery tearing a group of strange beasts to shreds. Suddenly, a massive mutated black bear leapt into the air and slammed a paw fiercely onto one of the tanks. This main battle tank, with its heavy armor and pressure resistance of up to 100 tons, was flattened with a single slap and exploded on the spot. And the black bear was unscathed, its gaze shifting to several nearby tanks after the explosion, clearly preparing to strike again. A divine realm beast. The commander at the distant command post caught sight of this scene through the satellite feed, his expression immediately turning serious. The existence of a divine realm being is not something ordinary thermal weapons can easily handle. Even heavy weapons like main battle tanks can hardly deliver a fatal blow. There are even divine realm exotic beasts in this beast tide, and those two spirit transformation realm beast kings haven't made a move yet. A trace of despair flashed in the commander's eyes. He knew in his heart that this black bear was by no means the only divine realm exotic beast in the beast tide. Apart from it, there must be many others still hidden. Mount Dongshan. I'm afraid it can't be defended. The commander let out a long sigh. At this moment, the deputy beside him reported, I have contacted the Alliance headquarters. They said Major General Cui is in the nearby Jiangnan City and is on his way here. Major General Cui? Hearing this name, a glimmer of hope flashed in the commander's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. In his view, even if Cui Lingfei arrived, with his strength, he could indeed cooperate with the military's powerful firepower to annihilate these divine realm beasts. However, let's not forget that the masterminds behind this beast tide are two spirit transformation realm beast kings. With only Cui Lingfei alone, it is absolutely impossible to cope. Seemingly sensing the commander's concern, the deputy deputy immediately spoke up. According to the news from Major General Chui, this time he brought someone along. Oh, who is it? Could it be the Black Feather King? Or Senior Gu? The commander raised an eyebrow, appearing quite curious. Anyone brought by Chui Lingfei is certainly no ordinary figure. Yang Tianying of the Skull Society acts perversely and would never help the Great Xia Alliance. Then, the candidate can only be one of these two. Neither. The deputy's words left the commander stunned. Major General Chui brought someone. It's that god of death. God of death. Zhou Luo? Upon hearing this name, the commander's eyes widened instantly. Immediately, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He was naturally well aware of Zhou Luo's strength. Extremely powerful, capable of easily suppressing Yang Tianying, his cultivation level was likely long past the divine anomaly realm. Moreover, news had come from Mount Li that Zhou Luo had subdued a spirit transformation realm beast king, indicating he had his own methods for dealing with exotic beasts. As long as Zhou Luo comes along, the crisis in Dongshan City is very likely to be resolved. That's great. The god of killing. No, Mr. Zhou is truly a lucky star for our Xia. The commander paced back and forth in the command center, his expression extremely excited. But the deputy's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over them. Sir, Mr. Zhou is indeed powerful, but this time the beast tide includes two spirit transformation realm beast kings. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. I suggest immediately applying to the higher-ups for additional powerful firepower to cooperate with Mr. Zhou. After hearing this, the commander gradually calmed down and nodded heavily. You're right. Here's what we'll do. Pass on my orders and immediately request the deployment of the Dongshan fleet to cover the beast tide with firepower. Do your best to weaken the strength of the beast tide before Major General Chui and Mr. Zhou arrive. The deputy accepted the order and left. Dongshan City is near the East Sea, and the base has an aircraft carrier named Dongshan on standby at all times. The carrier boasts powerful firepower, with a range that perfectly covers the outbreak site of the beast tide. Usually, the Dongshan battleship would not be deployed easily, but now is a critical moment for Dongshan's survival. If not now, then when? With the commander's order, the Dongshan fleet slowly departed from the base. Countless cannons instantly aimed at the location of the beast horde, and the fighter jets on the aircraft carrier, fully loaded with ammunition, soared into the sky. Amid the thunderous artillery fire, the number of beasts visibly decreased. Two massive, imposing beast kings were seething with rage at this moment. Damn humans, their magical artifacts are too bizarre. How should we deal with them? The earth-vein molten rhino, clad in molten armor, snorted twice in dissatisfaction, feeling extremely irritable. The Dongshan fleet didn't even go underwater. They launched their attack from the coastal waters just 10 kilometers from the shore, leaving the beasts with no way to destroy them. Simple. Since they want to use their artifacts to wear down our strength, we'll launch a full-scale offensive and completely annihilate this city. The illusory moon silver wolf, draped in silver moonlight and exuding a sacred aura, sneered, its sharp gaze fixed on Dongshan City. Good idea. In that case, let's get started. The earth-vein molten rhino wholeheartedly agreed with the proposal of the phantom moon silver wolf and immediately gave the order. All the beasts launched a frenzied attack on Dongshan City. At the same time, the two spirit transformation realm beast kings no longer stayed at the rear. Together with the beast tide, they slowly advanced toward Dongshan City. The commander also noticed this. The two spirit transformation realm beast kings, who had been holding back all this time, finally prepared to take action. Damn it, they want to launch a blitz on East Mountain. The commander immediately saw through their intentions but felt utterly powerless. As for the spirit transformation realm beast kings, they currently have no effective countermeasures. Only nuclear weapons can inflict effective damage on them. But this time, the situation is different from Qi Nanshan. The beast tide outbreak is too close to the urban area of Dongshan City, making it impossible to use nuclear weapons. Once deployed, it would only lead to an even greater disaster. The exotic beasts are unusually ferocious, launching relentless attacks that leave the soldiers defending Dongshan City overwhelmed. Moreover, with several divine realm exotic beasts appearing one after another, the Great Xia army is already showing signs of defeat. In the sky, several fighter jets kept firing at the beast tide, but all were blocked by the overwhelming lava raised by the earth-vein molten rhino. Even the missiles launched by the Dongshan fleet exploded mid-air. Without the support of the Dongshan fleet, the soldiers of the ground military district were barely able to hold their ground. A strong sense of despair spread through everyone's hearts. Damn it, is it still impossible to hold the line? The commander looked at the situation before him, his eyes bloodshot. He had never felt such a sense of helplessness. The Beast King of the Transformation Realm is incredibly powerful, effortlessly neutralizing the offensive of the Dongshan fleet with just a light move. How much longer until Major General Chui and his team arrive? The commander gritted his teeth and asked his deputy. At this moment, their only hope was to pray that Chui Lingfei and Zhou Luo would arrive quickly to provide support. Otherwise, Dongshan City might not hold out for an hour. Sir, I contacted Major General Chui 10 minutes ago, but he has yet to respond. The deputy's tone was extremely heavy. The commander's expression shifted repeatedly upon hearing this, and finally, a trace of determination flashed flashed in his eyes. Issue the order immediately, defend Dongshan City at all costs. Fight to the death. The deputy saluted with a standard military gesture and immediately rushed to the battlefield. Just as he stepped over the threshold, his eyes suddenly widened. Commander, look over there. The commander looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw, not far away in the sky, a dark shadow gradually enlarged. Finally, a beast king in the form of a Qilin appeared before everyone's eyes. On the back of the mythical Qilin, two people were seated. One of them was none other than Major General Cui Lingfei of the Great Xia Alliance. Major Cui, they're here. The deputy was overjoyed, his expression filled with excitement. That's great, truly great. The commander was equally elated. Now that Cui Lingfei and Zhou Luo had arrived, Dongshan City finally saw hope. Zhou Luo and Cui Lingfei sat side by side atop the Frost Thunder Hull, gazing at the dense swarm of exotic beasts ahead, their expressions grave. Mr. Zhou, this beast tide is even fiercer than I anticipated. It looks like it's about to break through the defense line of Dongshan City. Cui Lingfei observed the battle situation, his tone filled with worry. Zhou Luo's gaze swept across the battlefield, quickly locking onto two of the most conspicuous figures. Sure enough, it's them, the Earth Vein Molten Rhino and the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf. The corners of his mouth gently curved upward. This completely matches the information he knew in his previous life. The two critical keys tied to the fate of the Immortal Island are hidden within their bodies. This trip was indeed worthwhile. There's no time to lose, let's join the battle directly. He smiled calmly and then commanded the Frost Thunder Hull, Little Howl, fly to the battlefield at full speed. The Frost Thunder Hull responded by accelerating, swiftly charging toward the center of the beast tide. The figure of the Frost Thunder Hull flying in from the distance instantly drew the attention of almost everyone on the battlefield. Seeing another spirit transformation realm beast king appear, despair immediately surfaced in the soldiers' eyes. But soon, a voice came through their individual radios. Do not panic. This beast king is an ally. Cease fire. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Questions immediately surfaced in everyone's minds. Since when did we have the beast king as an ally? Isn't the beast king supposed to be an extremely violent creature? However, this doubt only flashed for a moment before being instantly dispelled. On the battlefield, orders from superiors are everything. Since the command center says this beast king is an ally, then even if he isn't an ally, he must be treated as one. In an instant, the morale of the soldiers on site was greatly boosted. The despair that had been lingering in their eyes just moments ago vanished in an instant. A beast king of the spirit transformation realm becoming an ally undoubtedly provided them with tremendous support. This might be the key to turning the tide. You handle those exotic beasts of the divine anomaly realm, leave the two spirit transformation realm beast kings to me, alright? Zhou Luo said to Cui Lingfei, his tone calm and firm. It was as if these two spirit transformation realm beast kings were nothing more than ordinary cats and dogs, completely disregarded. No problem, but Mr. Zhou, these are two spirit transformation realm beast kings. Are you sure you don't need our help? Cui Lingfei agreed immediately, but his expression still carried a hint of doubt. Leave this to me, no need to worry. Zhou Luo smiled faintly without offering much explanation. Seeing this, Cui Lingfei could only nod in silent agreement. Soon, he leaped down and directly joined the battlefield, collaborating with the Dongshan City military to resist the beast tide. In the beast tide, the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros and the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf both showed a hint of doubt in their eyes upon seeing the appearance of the Skyfrost Thunder Howl. Skyfrost Thunder Howl, why are you here? And you even brought two humans with you. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros snorted coldly and questioned. The Phantom Moon Silver Wolf also fixed its icy gaze on the Skyfrost Thunder Howl, its expression full of ferocity. Why am I here? Of course, to take you all down. Tianquan Leiho couldn't be bothered to say more and responded with a cold sneer. These words instantly enraged the two beast kings. Tianquan Leiho, it seems you've already betrayed our beast clan. Since that's the case, there's no need for more words. I haven't tasted the meat of the Tianquan Leiho clan yet. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros and the Illusory Moon Silver Wolf simultaneously licked their lips, their eyes filled with greed. In their view, the Tianquan Leiho was in the same spirit transformation realm as them. 2 against 1, there was absolutely no way they could lose. As for Zhou Luo, a human in the divine anomaly realm, how much trouble can they cause? Little Ho, you deal with the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf, leave this rhino to me. Zhou Luo naturally noticed their expressions, but he didn't care and directly ordered the Frost Thunder Ho. No problem, big brother, leave it to me. The Frost Thunder Howl responded without hesitation and engaged in a fierce battle with the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf. Frosty Chill, Purple Lightning, and Phantom Silver Moonlight intertwined and shimmered, reflecting off one another. The mere scattered energy was enough to effortlessly slay a transmutation realm beast. Within 100-meter radius, everything vanished in an instant. Human, you dare to face me one-on-one? On the other side, the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros saw Zhou Luo walking toward it, its gaze icy cold. A mere divine phenomenon realm dares to challenge me, utterly arrogant. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros secretly made up its mind to ruthlessly torment this human summon later so he would understand the meaning of an insurmountable gap. Listening to the disdainful tone of the earth-vein molten rhinoceros, Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, but he did not respond. Without hesitation, he drew the Tai sword from his waist. The blade exuded a chilling aura, pointing directly at the earth-vein molten rhinoceros. So, you wield an innate supreme treasure. Upon seeing the Tai sword, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the earth-vein molten rhinoceros, but it quickly subsided, replaced by greed. However, relying on just an innate supreme treasure to bridge the gap in realms is far from enough. The earth-vein molten rhinoceros shook its entire body, its four hooves fiercely stomping the ground. The surrounding earth instantly shattered, and scorching lava surged toward Zhou Luo like a fiery dragon. He sneered inwardly. This attack was extremely terrifying. Even the phantom moon silver wolf and the frost thunder howl would have to yield. The human before him absolutely couldn't withstand this move. Zhou Luo felt the terrifying energy contained within the fiery dragon, yet his heart remained fearless. Didn't even plan to summon the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc. Only the sudden sound of a sword's cry was heard. Zhou Luo swung his sword, and the Tai sword instantly erupted with a chilling aura, slashing straight at the fire dragon. The sword's light swept past the fire dragon in an instant. Several fire dragon flame pillars were effortlessly cut in half, ultimately scattering to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. An area spanning hundreds of meters instantly turned into molten scorched earth, with the piercing sound of burning echoing. As expected of an innate supreme treasure, it can even sever my fire dragon flame pillars. The earth-vein molten rhinoceros gazed at the scene before him, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. It seems he underestimated the power of the innate treasure. Or rather, the innate treasure before him is no ordinary item. Among the many treasures, it is undoubtedly a top-tier existence. Zhou Luo did not give the earth-vein molten rhinoceros any chance to catch its breath, and the Tai sword in his hand swung out once again. A streak of sword light instantly slashed toward the earth-vein molten rhinoceros. The earth-vein molten rhinoceros reacted swiftly, summoning 3 layers of molten shields in succession, barely managing to block the sword light. Truly worthy of being a spirit transformation realm beast king. As expected, it's tough to deal with. Seeing this situation, Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His current strength was still too weak, as he had yet to break through to the spirit transformation realm. If it weren't for holding the supreme treasure, the Tai sword, he would probably have to rely on the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc to barely hold on, just like when he fought against the frost thunder howl before. He shook his head, cleared his distracting thoughts, drew his sword again, and engaged in a fierce battle with the earth-vein molten rhinoceros. At this moment, a message quickly arrived at the distant overseas federal headquarters. What? A beast tide has erupted in Dongshan city of Daxia, with 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings appearing, and Zhou Luo is also present? In the federal conference room, the heads of various nations who had just been discussing how to deal with Zhou Luo immediately became restless upon hearing the news, especially the Emperor of Sakura Nation. Great opportunity. Absolutely a great opportunity. The Emperor slammed the table abruptly, stood up, and stared at everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we immediately launch missiles at Dongshan City to eliminate Zhou Luo amidst this beast tide. Great idea. Truly worthy of being the Emperor. This statement immediately won the approval of many countries. However, the leader of Eagle Nation frowned and objected. No, this matter is of great significance. We are ostensibly avenging Sakura Nation by attacking Zhou Luo. If we rashly launch missiles at Daxia, wouldn't that give them leverage against us? Keep in mind, Daxia has close ties with Bear Nation and the Congo continent, especially the Congo continent. Their people are almost naturally awakened beings in the mutation era, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The leader of Eagle Nation's words were like a bucket of cold water, dampening the enthusiasm of many. He was right. The Great Xia Kingdom has always maintained friendly relations with countries like the Congo continent. After the onset of the mutation era, the Congo continent became even more terrifying than Sakura Nation, with almost everyone possessing immense power. After all, over there, various diseases are commonplace, and even viruses like HIV and Ebola are not considered unusual. Extremely frightening, and absolutely not to be provoked lightly. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The Emperor's expression suddenly changed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could we let them catch any leverage? Think about it. What is happening in Dongshan City right now? And where is Zhou Luo? The leader of the Eagle Nation frowned and replied, of course, the beast tide outbreak. Zhou Luo is resisting the beast tide. The Emperor's expression turned grim. We just want to help Daxia eliminate the beast tide. If a few people happen to die accidentally during the missile bombardment, isn't that reasonable? If Zhou Luo dies in it, we can only blame his bad luck. At worst, we can apologize to Daxia. What do you all think? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Immediately, the leader of the Eagle Nation also slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Good. Emperor, your proposal is excellent. He stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. A beast tide has erupted in Dongshan city of Daxia. At such a critical moment, how can the Federation stand idly by? Everyone, follow me and immediately provide firepower support to our Daxia friends. The decision was made instantly. day. Several countries that had previously been repelled by Zhou Luo immediately called their military departments, ordering them to launch intercontinental missiles at the location of the Beast Tide in Dongshan City. Among them, Sakura country was the most impatient. With an order from the emperor, the Sakura nation's military swiftly took action. As loud explosions echoed one after another, several immensely powerful intercontinental missiles, capable of destroying a small hill, sped rapidly toward Dongshan City. Following the Sakura nation's move, other countries were not to be outdone and launched their own missiles one after another. After the missiles were launched, everyone gathered in the conference room, pulling up high-resolution satellite footage, their faces filled with schadenfreude as they stared at the Beast Tide outbreak site in Dongshan City. Humph, Zhou Luo, daring to kill the citizens of my Sakura nation, this is already the most merciful death you could hope for. The Sakura emperor's lips curled into a faint smile, brimming with cruelty, but a trace of regret still flickered in his eyes. If Zhou Luo could fall into his hands, he had countless ways to torment him to vent his hatred. Opposite him, the leader of Eagle Nation also wore a smile, although this time Zhou Luo hadn't directly provoked their Eagle Nation. However, the emergence of such a ruthless figure in Daxia made him feel uneasy and restless. Being able to eliminate it as soon as possible would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Near the coastal area, within the Dongshan fleet, inside the command room of the Dongshan ship, a Navy colonel was staring gravely at his deputy. Are you saying the fleet detected intercontinental missiles launched from the directions of Sakura country, Eagle country, and Maple country? Are they insane? Striking at this critical moment, could they really not hold back? The colonel's tone was filled with anger. He truly hadn't expected that, after Dongshan City had just suffered such a severe Beast Tide disaster, these countries would still add fuel to the fire. Since the beginning of the Mutation era, the situation among nations had always been tense, and everyone knew that conflict would break out sooner or later. But no one expected it to come so quickly. What's even more critical is that it happened right at the crucial moment of the Beast Tide outbreak. Colonel, based on the ballistic trajectory calculations, they are targeting the core area of the Beast Tide, not Dongshan City itself. Moreover, just now, the Federation issued an international statement claiming that a Beast Tide has erupted in Dongshan City. They stated that the intercontinental missiles they launched were to help our Daxia resolve the Beast Tide issue, and they emphasized that they seek no compensation. The deputy hurriedly shared the information he had, fearing the colonel might lose his temper again. Sure enough, after hearing this, the colonel's anger subsided significantly, but he quickly sensed something was amiss. Are they really so kind-hearted? The colonel frowned slightly and then asked, have the instruments identified the models of these intercontinental missiles? Do they carry nuclear warheads? It has been confirmed that the missiles are not carrying nuclear warheads. After the explosion, the impact will only cover the Beast Tide area and won't affect Dongshan City. The deputy immediately replied. Hearing this, the colonel became even more puzzled. These overseas forces have always harbored malice toward our great Xia. This time, they suddenly expressed their intention to act, and there seems to be no intention to involve Dongshan City. This is truly suspicious. But he quickly understood the purpose behind it. To hell with it, I know what they're trying to do. The colonel slammed the table and said angrily, those bastards must be trying to take advantage of the situation to eliminate the people in our military district responsible for defending against the Beast Tide. But why would they do this? Such a grand display, just to destroy the army in Dongshan City? The deputy was also extremely angry upon hearing this, but quickly retorted, have you forgotten that Major General Cui and Zhou the God of Killing are also inside? The colonel's face darkened. It must be because of the recent incident over at Mount Lee. The Federation, those dogs, are holding a grudge against Zhou the God of Killing and are using this opportunity to retaliate. If these intercontinental missiles explode within the Beast Tide, Zhou the God of Killing absolutely won't be able to withstand it. What a sinister plan. After hearing the colonel's analysis, the deputy anxiously said, then what do we do now? He also understood Zhou Luo's importance to Daxia. Although Zhou Luo was not an official personnel, he had helped the Daxia Alliance resolve beast disasters multiple times, and everyone recognized his contributions. If Zhou Luo were to be killed in the explosion, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for Daxia. Notify the entire fleet to activate all air defense systems and intercept these missiles with full force. Contact the Alliance headquarters immediately and request them to activate the air defense system in Dongshan City. Move quickly, right away. With the colonel's command, the entire Dongshan fleet immediately operated at full speed. At this point, it was too late to notify the personnel on the battlefield to evacuate. The only option was to intercept the missiles with all their might. After receiving the order, the Dongshan City Military District Headquarters also swiftly initiated air defense measures. The intercontinental missile travels at an extremely high speed. Before long, it reached the airspace over the offshore area near Dongshan City. At this moment, the anti-aircraft artillery formation of the Dongshan fleet was already on high alert. As the intercontinental missiles approached, the anti-aircraft guns opened fire in unison. A series of loud explosions echoed through the sky. Brilliant yet deathly fireworks bloomed in the sky. However, the number of intercontinental missiles was overwhelming. The anti-aircraft guns of the Dongshan fleet were limited in number and could not intercept them all. There are still quite a few missiles slipping through, heading straight into the depths of the beast tide. The air defense system within Dongshan City has also started firing. Like the Dongshan fleet, Dongshan City's air defense forces are doing their utmost, but can only intercept about 80% of the missiles. The remaining 20% have already reached the skies above the beast tide. These beasts. In the command room of Dongshan, the colonel witnessed this scene, burning with rage, his eyes almost spitting fire. A deep sense of helplessness surged in his heart. They had already done their utmost. The people from the Federation are truly shameless to an outrageous degree, actually launching such a large number of intercontinental missiles at once. Is this really the number of missiles they claim to have launched to assist Dacia in eradicating the beast tide? Clearly, their intention is to completely obliterate everything on the beast tide battlefield. On the battlefield of the beast tide, everyone heard a deafening sound breaking through the sky at this moment. Instinctively, everyone looked up. They saw swarms of intercontinental missiles hurtling toward the ground at incredible speed. How can there be so many missiles? Who launched it? Who exactly? I never received the retreat order. Are they crazy? Do they want to kill us all? The soldiers, witnessing this scene, were all furious, their voices filled with unwillingness, despair, and anger. Zhou Luo and Cui Lingfei also witnessed this moment. Zhou Luo frowned deeply. The number of these missiles was enough to destroy everything around. Once they explode, no one in the area would survive. It can't be an order from headquarters. There must be someone else behind this. Cui Lingfei stared at the sky in disbelief, his questioning tone filled with unease. But there was no time to think further. The warhead, symbolizing destruction and death, was rapidly approaching the ground. Zhou Luo clenched his teeth tightly, his gaze cold and fierce, and immediately summoned the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc. All the spiritual energy within his body was instantly infused. Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc unfold. A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed outside Dongshan City. The heat waves from the explosions even swept across the entire Dongshan City. Inside the city, countless citizens stared in the direction of the explosions, dazed for a long time. Soon, bursts of crying came from the crowd. My son, Dad, sob sob sob. The ones crying were the relatives of soldiers who participated in this beast tide defense battle. Such a massive explosion makes it absolutely impossible for anyone to survive. During the outbreak of the beast tide, the Dongshan City military headquarters had informed them that missiles would not be launched unless absolutely necessary. Now that the missile has exploded, it is evident that the frontline troops defending against the beast tide have suffered heavy casualties. Inside the Dongshan City military headquarters, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a resolute face silently shed 2 streams of murky tears. Soldiers, I have let you down. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the explosion, filled with grief. Leader son, what should we do next? Beside him, a man with equally bloodshot eyes spoke with difficulty. Once the aftermath of the explosion clears, immediately send people to the front line to search for any surviving wounded. Sun Lian, the sub-leader of the Daxia Alliance in Dongshan City, clenched his teeth tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the direction where the missile had struck. I will make these beasts pay for this. Colonel Dongshan sat slumped in his seat, as if all the energy had drained from him after the explosion. His eyes were also burning red-hot. Beside him, his deputy's eyes were brimming with tears, the streams masking a deep and seething hatred. A pack of filthy scum. He clenched his teeth, wishing he could skin alive and tear apart those who had launched the missiles right then and there. The soldiers resisting the beast tide outside Dongshan City this time numbered in the thousands. Each of them is either a mother's son or a child's father. Some are in the prime of their youth, full of vigor and spirit. Some have entered middle age, bearing the weight of their family's pillar. But now, they have all perished due to the cruelty of a group of vicious beasts. The command room was silent. Everyone was immersed in silence at this moment. The dust raised by the explosion gradually dispersed. At this moment, the deputy suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at the screen, and said in a trembling voice, "See Colonel, look." This sentence was like a sudden thunderclap, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the command room. The colonel also followed the crowd in looking at the satellite image. A black and white energy shield, inscribed with mysterious characters, enveloped all the soldiers on the battlefield. It seems that the attack they suffered was too fierce, which caused this shield to appear. The shield gradually became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the center of the shield, Zhou Luo stood, his forehead covered in sweat, looking extremely exhausted. Despite this, the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. Blocked it. Before the missile exploded, he had already used all the spiritual energy within him to extend the protective range of the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc to its limit. The so-called ultimate defensive innate treasure, the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc, indeed did not disappoint him. The power of the missile explosion was completely blocked outside by the shield. Within the affected area, only those herds of exotic beasts were impacted. Damn it, I must find out who launched these missiles. Zhou Luo cursed inwardly. The person who did this is simply insane. No, calling them lunatics politics is too mild, they're simply beasts. Clearly, they don't care about the lives of the soldiers and want to bury them along with the exotic beasts in the beast tide. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the shield of the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc began to gradually dissipate. Zhou Luo's gaze also shifted to the three massive figures not far away: Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros, Illusory Moon Silver Wolf, and Skyfrost Thunder Howler. Before the explosion, Zhou Luo only extended the shield to cover the human side. As a result, even the Skyfrost Thunder Howler was not spared and was affected. However, as a beast king in the spirit transformation realm, their physical strength is naturally formidable. After the explosion, they still clung to their last breath, not completely dead yet. Little Hosey, I really worry about you. Zhou Luo glanced at the dying Frost Thunder Ho, then turned to look at the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros and the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf. Human, what do you intend to do? The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros, with rough skin and thick flesh, still somewhat clear-headed, weakly asked as it saw Zhou Luo walking over. What can I do? Of course, take advantage of your weakness and end your life. Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh, and the Tai sword was already unsheathed. With one thrust, the heavy armor of the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros was directly pierced through. The sword tip pierced through its heart without any resistance. After landing this strike, Zhou Luo withdrew the Tai sword, splashing a spray of blood into the air. Immediately afterward, he approached the unconscious Illusory Moon Silver Wolf and slit its throat with a single stroke. Two spirit transformation realm beast kings, thus, had fallen. Following that, he retrieved two entirely silver keys from their corpses, tucked them into his pocket, and finally sheathed the Tai sword. The soldiers on the battlefield, including Chui Lingfei, only then snapped out of their shock from the explosive scene. Mr. Zhou. Chui Lingfei had just started to speak but was quickly drowned out by the soldiers' thunderous cheers. What happened? Thank you, God of Killing. Every soldier's face was filled with gratitude. They knew it was Zhou Luo who had just saved their lives. Without Zhou Luo, they would have long been reduced to bones. Listening to the continuous shouts from behind, Zhou Luo turned his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He nodded slightly, as if accepting everyone's gratitude. Expanding the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc to such a range was a great expenditure for him. Without the support of the 9 Nether Chaos Body, it would probably take a month to fully recover. Even with the 9 Nether Chaos Body, it would still take 3 days. 3 days is not a short time for him. It is enough for him to break through a minor realm. Even though the cost was significant, Zhou Luo still chose to do so. The reason needs no explanation. Although he is not a great man, he absolutely cannot stand by and watch the lives of these thousands of compatriots perish. At this moment, Chui Lingfei quickly walked over, his face full of anger. Mr. Zhou, I just learned that these missiles were launched by the Federation, and they claim to be helping us in Daxia to eliminate the beast tide? What utter nonsense! Chui Lingfei's tone was filled with extreme indignation. Upon hearing this, a trace of chilling coldness flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. Federation. He instantly understood the Federation's intention. This was definitely aimed at him. Under the guise of exterminating the beast tide, they also intended to kill him. Moreover, Zhou Luo could easily deduce that Sakura country was definitely the party contributing the most to this. In fact, this conspiracy was very likely proposed by them. Utterly beastly. To seek revenge, he completely disregarded the thousands of lives on the battlefield besides his own. I will make them pay the price. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, striving to calm the anger in his heart. This revenge, he must take. None of the Federation's people will escape. The beast tide incident has already reached its conclusion. Zhou Luo carefully examined the injuries of the Frost Thunder Howl. This time, after facing the explosion of the intercontinental missile, the Frost Thunder Howl was covered in wounds, even more severe than the last time. Big brother, you must avenge me. In my next life, I'll still follow you. The Frost Thunderhound lay on the ground, its voice weak and appearance pitiful. As soon as the words fell, its eyes rolled back. Zhou Luo saw this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Get up already, who are you pretending to be dead for? He had checked in, although the injuries were serious, this guy definitely wouldn't die. After all, as a beast king of the spirit transformation realm, its physical constitution is still reliable. But after Zhou Luo finished speaking, the Frost Thunder Howl remained motionless. Really dead? Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, then he showed a look of regret. I finally got myself a little follower, but I didn't expect it to be gone so soon. Brother Chui, do me a favor and bury this guy. Make sure the soil is packed tightly. After saying that, Zhou Luo was about to get up and leave, but a commotion came from underfoot. Cough, cough. Ouch. I'm still alive? The eyes of Tian Xuan Lei Ho returned to normal, and it staggered to its feet, full of relief. Zhou Luo looked at it and couldn't help but want to laugh. The mighty beast king, actually playing the pity card. If word got out, it would definitely make people laugh their heads off. Alright, tell me how badly you're hurt? Zhou Luo asked irritably. Big brother, this time it's not too bad. Give me a week, and I'll be fully recovered. Tian Xuan Lei Ho replied somewhat aggrievedly. 1 week? I think you're hurt worse this time than last time. How did you recover so quickly? Zhou Luo frowned, feeling puzzled. Because this time my 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl wasn't damaged. It can can absorb the energy inside to help me heal. Tianshuang Lei Ho explained foolishly. Zhou Luo nodded, unexpectedly discovering that the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl had such an effect. However, upon closer thought, it made sense. After all, it was the companion spiritual treasure of the Frost Thunder Howl, and naturally, it could exhibit many miraculous effects in its hands. Pack up and get ready to return to Jiangnan. Zhou Luo didn't say much. This beast tide was considered over, and the most important thing now was to quickly cultivate and enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming Immortal Island secret realm. At this moment, Cui Lingfei walked over. Mr. Zhou, are you available? Our Great Xiao Alliance would like to have a chat with you. Sure, go ahead. Zhou Luo nodded and looked at Cui Lingfei. Cui Lingfei said with a smile, please wait a moment. Sun Lian, the subleader of the Dongshan City branch, is on his way and will be here shortly. Before long, a middle-aged man with graying hair appeared in front of Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, hello, hello. As soon as Sun Lian arrived, he greeted Zhou Luo with a cheerful smile and shook his hand, his eyes full of gratitude. If it weren't for Zhou Luo's timely assistance just now, the soldiers of Dongshan City would have likely perished without a trace. He kept this favor in his heart. Alliance leader son, what brings you to me? Zhou Luo asked curiously. Mr. Zhou, have you ever considered joining our Daxia Alliance? Sun Lian directly explained his purpose. After speaking, he nervously looked at Zhou Luo, waiting for a response. Oh, this matter? Didn't someone already approach me about it before? For now, I don't want to join any faction. Zhou Luo shook his head in response. Please don't rush to refuse. Last time was last time. Sun Lian quickly stepped in to mediate. The headquarters has already discussed this with me. If you agree, the headquarters can grant you an honorary general position. You won't have to worry about trivial matters in your daily life, and your freedom will be completely unrestricted. Moreover, you will also have the same firepower control authority as a general, with command levels equal to a sub-alliance leader, and priority over them. After speaking, Sun Lian gestured for his deputy to step forward. The deputy stepped forward, holding a delicate small redwood box in his hands. He gently opened it, revealing a pale yellow fruit surrounded by a mysterious aura of black and yellow quietly lying inside. This Heaven and Earth Xianuang fruit is our token of gratitude for your assistance in repelling the beast tide. Whether you accept it or not, please make sure to take it. With that, the deputy handed the Heaven and Earth Xianuang fruit to Zhou Luo. Looking at the Heaven and Earth Xianuang fruit before him, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. There is no doubt that the sincerity of the Great Xiao Alliance is extremely genuine. Even if he doesn't agree to join, they will still offer this Heaven and Earth Xianuang fruit. What a treasure! The nearby Tian Shuang Lei Ho saw the Heaven and Earth Xianuang fruit, and its eyes instantly widened in astonishment. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth would be extremely precious even on the ancestral star. Zhou Luo ignored its unseemly behavior, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Alright, I accept your terms. However, let me make it clear, I'm only lending my name and have full authority to refuse anyone's orders. Sun Lian saw Zhou Luo agree and immediately beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. Their goal was not to truly make Zhou Luo a member of the Great Xia Alliance. The honorary general position granted him immense power, with the authority to act independently, which was unprecedented in the Great Xia Alliance. The true intention behind granting it to Zhou Luo was to make him an ally of the Great Xia Alliance, rather than a formal member. The headquarters understands that top-tier experts like Zhou Luo would never easily join any faction. Therefore, making him an ally is already the most ideal outcome. After the Heaven and Earth Xianuang fruit was handed over to Zhou Luo, Sun Lian and the others did not linger and quickly departed. The beast tide has just ended, and they still need to handle the aftermath. Although the intercontinental missile did not harm the soldiers due to Zhou Luo's intervention, many soldiers were injured or even sacrificed in the battle against the beast tide, and the task of comforting the families still fell to them. After obtaining the Heaven and Earth Xianuang fruit, Zhou Luo did not stay in Dongshan City for long. Both secret keys are in hand, the beast tide has been completely resolved, and this trip to Dongshan can be considered a perfect conclusion. Now, he should return to Jiangnan City and focus on secluded cultivation. Of course, Zhou Luo has not forgotten the various actions of the Federation. When he breaks through to the Forbidden Realm and can easily tear apart nuclear warheads, we must make those bastards in the Federation understand what true regret means. That day will not be too far away. In the Federation conference room across the ocean, the signal interference caused by the intercontinental missile explosion has finally disappeared at this moment. Everyone clearly saw the situation of the beast tide in Dongshan City. They're actually unharmed? The leader of Eagle Nation was utterly shocked, staring at the screen in disbelief. So many intercontinental missiles exploding simultaneously could flatten a small mountain, and even a spirit transformation realm beast king would find it hard to escape such a calamity. But this group of Daxia people is still safe and sound? The conference room instantly erupted in an uproar. The leaders of other forces, upon seeing the satellite images, also showed expressions of disbelief. My heavens, is this group of Daxia people made of iron? No, even if they were made of iron, they should have been instantly instantly melted by the high temperatures from the explosion. Could it be that the intercontinental missiles we launched are fake? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They must have used some kind of sorcery. Among them, the Sakura Emperor was extremely furious, his face so dark it seemed as if water might drip from it. He turned to the Eagle Nation's leader. Mr. President, is there any way to obtain footage of the beast tide during the explosion? Our people are analyzing it, we need time to wait. The leader of Eagle Nation took a deep breath and responded in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone calmed down and waited patiently. Finally, the analyzed image appeared before everyone's eyes. Those intercontinental missiles that passed through the anti-aircraft guns and landed in the beast tide's position undoubtedly detonated. Everyone clearly saw that, before the explosion, a black and white energy shield instantly enveloped all the people on the Great Xia side. Zoom in, zoom in. The Emperor slammed the table, his eyes fixed on the screen, his tone filled with suppressed anger. The screen continuously rewinds and zooms in. At this moment, everyone completely understood everything. Before the explosion occurred, a figure suddenly stepped forward, wielding an extremely intricate 8 trigrams disc. Immediately, a black and white shield appeared. And this figure was someone everyone present was very familiar with. Zhou Luo. What kind of treasure does he hold in his hand? The Emperor gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with both doubt and greed as he gazed at the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. This 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc could withstand the explosive power of so many intercontinental missiles. Its strength was self-evident. It is undoubtedly a rare treasure in the world. Damn it, how can the people of Dacia be so lucky? Such a high-level treasure actually appeared in their country. The leader of Eagle Nation slammed the table in anger, unable to hide the jealousy in his tone. What do we do now? Zhou Luo isn't dead. Once he fully matures, he will definitely become a major problem for us. With him around, how can our people enter Dacia in the future? How can we compete with them for opportunities in the secret realms? That lunatic also said that as long as Zhou Luo exists, our people can forget about participating in the secret realms of Dacia. Everyone chimed in one after another, beginning to worry about the future situation. What's the rush? If we fail this time, there's always a next time. Zhou Luo hasn't fully matured yet. We still have a chance. The top priority is for everyone to brainstorm together and find a way to kill Zhou Luo, rather than wasting time here. The leader of Eagle Nation began to calm everyone down. After hearing this, everyone gradually calmed down as well. The leader of Eagle Nation was right. Although Zhou Luo is powerful, he is far from being invincible. As long as he is eliminated quickly, they still have a chance to seize the Great Xia secret realm. Great Xia is vast and rich, with a profound heritage. In the short time since the onset of the mutation era, the secret realms that have appeared almost rival those of all their countries combined. Such precious resources must not be monopolized by the people of Great Xia. They must be forced to hand it over. Just as Zhou Luo was returning to Jiangnan. Online, the Beast Tide incident has already stirred up a massive storm. The most heated discussion, without a doubt, is about the Federation's unauthorized launch of intercontinental missiles toward Dongshan City. The Federation's actions completely obliterated humanity and showed no shame. Countless people from Dacia spoke out, demanding an explanation from the Federation. The Dacia government also issued an international statement, strongly condemning the Federation's actions. However, the Federation showed no remorse. They even openly claimed that they launched the missiles purely out of humanitarian considerations, entirely to aid Dongshan City. They also demanded that the Dacia Alliance publicly express gratitude. When this news broke, it almost infuriated the top officials of the Dacia Alliance. It was utterly shameless to the extreme. But they were helpless. The countries involved in the Beast Tide accounted for over 70% of the Federation. They relied on their sheer numbers and were completely unafraid of retaliation from Dacia. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. As discussions surged like tidal waves across the internet, the Federation had secretly discussed and finalized a plan to deal with Zhou Luo. Led by the Eagle Nation, the Federation's various countries sent their top scientists to develop a portable yet highly explosive miniature nuclear weapon. At the same time, they dispatched a top-tier operative to infiltrate Dacia, waiting for the opportune moment. Once the weapon was completed, it would be delivered into Dacia, where the assassin would detonate it to eliminate Zhou Luo. This plan is referred to as Operation Dragon Slayer within the Federation. Operation Dragon Slayer has an extremely high level of confidentiality, known only to the top leaders of the participating nations. Inside the secret chamber of the Skull Society, Lu Ruyan sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by waves of ominous energy, with the aura of death permeating the surroundings. She slowly opened her eyes, and the surrounding aura of calamity was instantly absorbed back into her. Her pupils, originally brown-black, had turned into an extremely profound jet black. Like a black hole, a single glance would draw one into its depths. The sacred body of calamity is finally restored. Lu Ruyan felt the changes within her body, and the heavy stone hanging in her heart finally settled. Earlier, when the latest news of the Beast Tide was relayed back to the Skull Society, young Tianying found an excuse to hand her the other yin-yang fruit. He had thought that the swarm of intercontinental missiles would kill Zhou Luo and avenge him, but unexpectedly, Zhou Luo miraculously survived with the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc. Yang Tianying, feeling helpless, had no choice but to quickly repair Lu Ruyan's calamity sacred body while secretly brewing a grand plan for revenge. The door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Yang Tianying watched Lu Ruyan walk out of the secret chamber, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. At this moment, she was completely different from before. Her cold elegance now carried a hint of seductive allure. What Yang Tianying felt even more clearly was the dramatic change in Lu Ruyan's aura. The aura unintentionally emitted by the calamity's sacred body was in no way inferior to his own supreme jade bone. I made the right bet. Yang Tianying secretly rejoiced in his heart. Such a formidable calamity sacred body, combined with my supreme jade bones, together, there's no need to worry about dealing with Zhou Luo. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously revealed a cold, sinister smile. Miss Lu, the Federation just contacted me, saying they want to discuss something with us regarding Zhou Luo. What do you think? Yang Tianying looked at Lu Ruyan with a beaming smile. Oh, I didn't expect the Federation to come knocking so soon. In that case, why not go and meet them? Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was well aware of the Federation's purpose in coming. Having one more ally would naturally be excellent. What's more, it's the Federation, such a colossal entity. Alright, then please follow me, we'll go together. Yang Tianying's lips curved slightly upward, then he stood up and left the secret chamber together with Lu Ruyan. In the quiet room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged, tightly holding the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit in his hand. The rumor says that the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit can not only enhance aptitude but also assist in cultivation and accelerate the comprehension of breathing techniques. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Gazing at the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit in his hand, Zhou Luo pondered for a moment before consuming it. In terms of aptitude, his 9-nether chaos body was already top-notch on Blue Star, so the fruit was likely to provide limited enhancement. What he valued more were the latter two aspects: assist in cultivation, accelerating the comprehension of the breathing technique. At this moment, his realm is at the 7th level of the Divine Anomaly realm, just one step away from the Spirit Transformation realm. Moreover, relying on the characteristics of the 9-nether chaos body, the breakthrough is effortless. As long as the spiritual energy within his body reaches its limit, everything will happen naturally. With this, the role of the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit becomes particularly significant. The most crucial point is that the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow fruit can greatly enhance the speed of comprehending the breathing technique. Currently, his 5 Peaks Sutra has been cultivated to the 1st level, and he can clearly feel that the 2nd level is not far away. After consuming the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow fruit, if he can focus on cultivation for a period of time, he might directly break through to the 3rd level. Reaching the 3rd level would allow him to comprehend the Huashan sword intent, and his strength would rise to a new level. Take a deep breath. The Heaven and Earth Xianhuang fruit entered the body, quickly transforming into pure Xianhuang energy. Zhou Luo hurriedly mobilized this Xianhuang energy, allowing it to permeate his entire body. Gradually, a portion of the Xianhuang energy transformed into spiritual energy, purer than Earth Fiend energy, and merged into the Dantian. Another part nourished his spiritual consciousness. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Luo immediately devoted himself to comprehending the 5 Peaks scripture. Time passed slowly. Half a month quietly went by. Zhou Luo sat quietly on the ground, his breath extremely weak. If someone were nearby, they would probably think he was about to perish. Outside the window, bursts of spring breeze swept through. In the late spring season, ginkgo leaves from the Jiangnan mountain villa drifted down, fluttering to the window. In the quiet room, Zhou Luo suddenly focused his mind and held his breath. Immediately, an extremely sharp aura erupted from within him. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword energies, imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly swept through the entire quiet room, leaving marks on the ceiling, walls, and floor. The small window was instantly shattered, and the ginkgo leaves drifting outside were reduced to powder in an instant. A chilling aura, far from the warmth of spring, instantly enveloped the entire Jiangnan manor. What's going on? Has someone broken in? Tianxuan Lei Ho, guarding outside the quiet chamber, immediately grew tense and hurriedly stood up to survey the surroundings. At that moment, Zhou Luo's voice came from the entrance of the quiet chamber. Frost Thunder Howl turned its head to look and was surprised to find that Zhou Luo had unknowingly emerged from seclusion. At this moment, a faint smile played on his lips as he looked at it. Big brother, you are. Frost Thunder Howl carefully observed and was astonished to discover that Zhou Luo's cultivation level had actually broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Not only that, Frost Thunder Howl could also sense an extremely sharp yet ethereal sword intent, as if drifting like a sea of clouds, faintly emanating from Zhou Luo's body. How many days have passed since I went into seclusion? Zhou Luo did not directly answer Tianxuan Lei Ho but instead asked in return. It's been half a month. Tianxuan Lei Ho replied honestly. He clearly felt that Zhou Luo's strength had risen to an extremely terrifying level. Even he himself was completely unable to match it. Perhaps only those who exist in the Forbidden Realm are qualified to fight him. Upon Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. Immediately, he looked at Tian Shuangleiho and asked, "Has anything major happened in the past half-month?" Tian Shuangleiho thought for a moment, then replied, "Big brother, just 2 days ago, I sensed an extremely massive spiritual energy fluctuation coming from the west. I wonder if some supreme treasure has appeared." Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately took out his phone to check the recent news. After a long while, the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile. Sure enough, the Immortal Island has already appeared. 2 days ago, atop Tianfeng Mountain in the far west of Daxia, a mysterious island suddenly appeared out of thin air. Looking up from the ground, the island is lush with greenery, shrouded in ethereal mist, and full of mystery. Some tried to use astronomical telescopes to glimpse the interior of the Immortal Island, but to no avail. The mist surrounding the Immortal Island is like a barrier. Even the high-precision satellites of the Great Xia Alliance cannot penetrate it. After the Immortal Island appeared, some curious individuals even tried to approach the island by helicopter. However, when the helicopter entered within 10 miles of the Immortal Island, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the island, causing the helicopter to explode instantly in mid-air, resulting in total destruction and loss of life. Since then, no one dares to approach lightly. Even ordinary passenger planes have rerouted to avoid the fairy island, fearing being caught in it. Despite this, people still have not given up on investigating. The internet is filled with countless speculations. Ultimately, everyone unanimously believes that this fairy island is highly likely to be a great secret realm about to open, filled with countless opportunities. Overseas countries are highly attentive to this and all want a share of the pie. This point in time is exactly the same as in my previous life, and it hasn't been brought forward like the beast tide. In other words, there are only 10 days left until the true opening of the Immortal Island. Zhou Luo stared at his phone, deep in thought. After reading the news about the Immortal Island, he browsed through other updates. During his half-month of seclusion, quite a lot had indeed happened. Many large and small secret realms emerged across Blue Star, granting opportunities to many who became powerful figures. 3 days ago, Gu Qianhua appeared in a secret realm on Ao Island, with his cultivation already reaching the mid-stage of the Divine Anomaly realm. As for Lu Feiyu and the others, they have also broken through to the Divine Anomaly realm, but they are still in the early stages, far less rapid than Gu Qianhua. After all, Gu Qianhua possesses the 5 viscera immortal body, which already grants exceptional cultivation speed. Coupled with the assistance of the Daizong Jinhai art, it is not surprising that she is ahead of everyone. Apart from the changes within the Great Xia territory, what most caught Zhou Luo's attention was a major piece of overseas news. Since the onset of the pathological era, internal strife has been constant in various overseas countries. Finally, a week ago, the civil unrest completely erupted. Countless countries underwent drastic changes, including top nations like Bear Country, Eagle Country, River Country, and Cherry Blossom Country. After the outbreak of civil unrest, the forces of various countries quickly reorganized. Ultimately, the current 4 major powers were formed. They almost dominated the entire West, including the Holy Court Church of the Bear Nation, the Stellar Corporation of the Americas, the Brahma Heaven of the Ganges continent, and the Shadow Group on Sakura Island. Only the Congo continent remains in chaos, with various warlords dividing the territory, and no one has been able to unify the continent. The 4 major powers stand as equals, extremely formidable. Moreover, each power boasts top-tier extraordinary realm experts of the current era. Interestingly, the original leaders of other countries almost all fell during internal turmoil. Only the Emperor of Sakura Country and the President of Eagle Country still control the Shadow Group and Stellar Corporation. All of this perfectly aligns with Zhou Luo's memories from his previous life. If I remember correctly, it won't be long before these guys send people to find a way to enter the Immortal Island, right? Zhou Luo's lips curled into a faint cold smile. In his previous life, these forces, upon learning of the appearance of the Immortal Island, had immediately sent people to infiltrate the Great Xia, attempting to enter the island. But what they hadn't anticipated was that when the Immortal Island opened, it only welcomed the native people of the Great Xia, completely denying them the qualification to enter, leaving them with no choice but to return empty-handed. This matter had almost made them so furious that they coughed up blood at the time. In this lifetime, Zhou Luo had already made up his mind. As long as these people dared to set foot in Daxia, if one came, he would kill one. If a group came, he would slaughter until rivers of blood flowed. This can be considered as collecting interest in advance for the grudge against the East Mountain Beast tide of that year. However, relying on me alone, this matter might be difficult to accomplish. Zhou Luo pondered for a moment and immediately dialed the number of Wang Lin, the sub-alliance leader of the Jiangnan branch of the Great Xia Alliance. Bang, bang, bang. The two had met before at Qinan Mountain and were familiar with each other, so the call was quickly connected. General Zhou, what are your orders? On the other end of the phone, Wang Lin asked with a smile. The news of Zhou Luo joining the Great Xia Alliance had already spread internally. Even many outsiders had heard about it. Therefore, Wang Lin addressed Zhou Luo as general without seeming abrupt. Alliance leader Wang, have you heard about the matter of the Immortal Island recently? Zhou Luo went straight to the point. The immortal island has appeared, and those overseas forces are surely eyeing it covetously. They might secretly infiltrate Daxia. I want to ask you to keep a close watch on them. As soon as anyone enters Daxia's territory, notify me immediately. Wang Lin agreed without hesitation. No problem. I will report to headquarters immediately. If there's any movement outside, I'll inform you right away. Thank you. Not at all, General Zhou. This is all part of our duty. Wang Lin smiled heartily. It has been nearly a month since the onset of the era of mutation. The situation is becoming increasingly tense, with overseas countries merging into 4 major powers, and the situation within Daxia is also far from optimistic. Now that Zhou Luo is willing to step forward and share the burden, they are even more pleased to see it happen. Alright, I'll hang up now. Zhou Luo hung up the phone. In terms of intelligence, among the major forces in Daxia, the Daxia alliance remains the most influential. With them keeping watch, those overseas forces absolutely won't be able to escape. After organizing his thoughts, Zhou Luo turned to look at Tianshuan Leiho. How is your recovery? Big brother, I have fully recovered. Tianshuan Leiho immediately replied. As if afraid Zhou Luo wouldn't believe him, he promptly released the aura of a beast king at the transformation spirit realm. Alright, let's go and take a walk outside. Zhou Luo nodded with satisfaction and immediately mounted the back of the frost thunder howl. The benefits he gained from the heaven and earth profound yellow fruit made him realize that using such supreme heavenly treasures to assist in cultivation was far more effective than relying solely on himself. Therefore, he planned to rely on his memories from his previous life to collect the heavenly treasures that were about to appear in the near future one by one. Alright, big brother, hold on tight. As soon as Tianshuan Leiho heard they were going out, its 2 round eyes instantly widened. For the past half-month, it had stayed almost motionless outside the quiet room, nearly going crazy from boredom. Now, finally having a chance to get some fresh air, it was overjoyed. The heavenly frost thunderhound surged with swirling air currents all around its body, then soared into the sky and stepped into the void. Far across the ocean, within the headquarters of the Stellar Corporation on the American continent. At the long table in the conference room, former leader of the Eagle Nation, Contents, sat at the head seat, surrounded by the senior executives of the Stellar Corporation. Recently, an airborne island has appeared within the borders of Daxia. Everyone should have heard about it, right? Constance glanced at everyone and continued, that floating island is definitely a super major secret realm. Our professional team has analyzed that the opportunities within this floating island are likely greater than all the secret realms that have appeared on Blue Star since the onset of the mutation era combined. I believe our Stellar Corporation must get involved to maintain our position as the dominant force on Blue Star. What does everyone think? After speaking, he crossed his hands and placed them on the table, waiting for everyone's response. The executives raised their hands one after another to express their stance. Not a single person voiced opposition. It was evident that they were well aware of the importance of the immortal island. After all, the secret realms that had appeared in the past were all locations that originally existed on Blue Star. And this floating island is entirely a foreign entity, suspended in mid-air above Tianfeng Mountain. It must be noted that Tianfeng Mountain is reputed to be the highest peak on Blue Star, with an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. Yet this floating island is even higher than Tianfeng Mountain, almost reaching the atmosphere. This is an unprecedented spectacle in human history. This clearly shows the terrifying extent of this immortal island. Very well, since everyone agrees, you should also understand that this matter is extraordinarily difficult. Half a month ago, a man named Zhou Luo and Daxia killed all the personnel sent by Sakura country to participate in the Lishan secret realm one by one. He even declared that from now on, any foreign force daring to step into Daxia and meddle with Daxia's secret realms would be killed without mercy. Zhou Luo is a formidable individual with ruthless methods. This is no exaggeration. Therefore, if we want to enter the immortal island, we must first find a way to deal with Zhou Luo. Constance stood up and waved to the bodyguard stationed at the conference room door. The bodyguard understood and immediately stepped forward to open the door, and a casually dressed white man walked in. The man had a thin figure, sunken cheeks, resembling a sickly frame, but his eyes glimmered with a chilling hostility. Alex? Why is he here? Oh my god, I need to stay away from him. Who invited this lunatic over? Everyone saw him enter, and not a single face failed to show a trace of fear. Alex was a test subject from a secret human laboratory established by the former Eagle Nation. He had tough skin and flesh, surviving countless virus injections with an extremely tenacious vitality. However, being exposed to intense incandescent lights day and night without rest caused severe issues with his mental state. As the era of mutation dawned, Alex slaughtered everyone in the laboratory overnight. After walking out of the lab, the nearby villages were not spared either. In just one day, dozens of square miles instantly turned into a hellscape. After the high-ranking officials of Eagle Nation learned of his existence, they immediately sent people to communicate with him and recruited him as a henchman with extremely high benefits. Now, with the regime change in the Americas, Alex has naturally become a member of Stellar Corporation. Currently, his cultivation has reached the 3rd 3rd level of the Divine Realm, ranking among the top on Blue Star. Everyone, please stay calm. Constance pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to be quiet. He then continued, a week ago, we delivered the miniature nuclear weapon to Zitting, who has already entered Daxia territory. That miniature nuclear bomb is incredibly powerful, capable of instantly annihilating all life within a 500-meter radius, more than enough to take out Zhou Luo. But according to the assessment, Zitting's strength is far from sufficient to directly use a nuclear bomb in front of Zhou Luo. So, my plan is to have Alex make a high-profile entry into the Great Xia territory to lure Zhou Luo into action. Then Zitting will secretly cooperate to detonate the nuclear bomb and kill Zhou Luo. At this point, Contan's lips curled slightly, as if he could already see the scene of victory. However, a senior executive immediately questioned, Constance, have you forgotten that Zhou Luo has an extremely powerful defensive artifact in his possession? That treasure can withstand the explosive power of several intercontinental missiles. Once he uses it, even a nuclear warhead might fail to kill him. Canton's smile grew wider. Don't worry, I've already considered this thoroughly. To my knowledge, the treasure in Zhou Luo's possession, according to the Daxia people, should be an innate supreme treasure, and someone within our stellar corporation also possesses the same thing. Each use of this innate supreme treasure consumes an enormous amount of energy. Last time, Zhou Luo used it to save thousands of people, which consumed a great deal of its power. So far, it has only recovered up to 50% of its effectiveness. With Zhou Luo's strength at the Divine Anomaly realm, relying on an innate treasure with only 50% effectiveness, there's absolutely no way to withstand the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Constance spoke with full confidence. But someone still harbored doubts. Constance, what if Zhou Luo's innate treasure has fully recovered? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain then? Heh, you got it wrong. Constance adjusted his collar, a trace of proud arrogance flashing in his eyes. My plans have never gone wrong. Alex, you can take that thing out now. Everyone's gaze turned toward Alex. He heard this and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At some point, a tennis ball-sized object had appeared in his hand. Seeing this object, everyone was instantly shocked. The Eye of Death. There's actually another Eye of Death. When was this developed? The Eye of the Reaper is the latest miniature nuclear weapon developed by Stellar Corporation. Don't be fooled by its small size. It contains cutting-edge technology, with an explosive power equivalent to a megaton, extremely terrifying. What was delivered to Zitting was precisely such an Eye of the Reaper. Ha! Everyone, perhaps a single Eye of the Reaper won't be enough to kill Zhou Luo. But what if there are two? Constance burst into laughter, her face full of mischief and triumph. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but curl their lips into a smile. As expected of you, Constance, your planning is indeed far-reaching and thorough. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. Our stellar company is destined for greatness. That's incredible. Without Contans, who else could keep up? A series of exclamations of admiration echoed through the conference room. At this moment, the corners of Contan's mouth lifted even higher, making him appear even more spirited and confident. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, since everyone agrees with my plan, I, Constance, hereby officially announce. The dragon-slaying plan is officially launched. Zhou Luo will definitely die at the hands of our star company. Constance waved his hand grandly, exuding an imposing aura. Alex, escorted by bodyguards, boarded the plane bound for Daxia. Within the borders of Daxia, at a stronghold of the Skull Society, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying arrived at a guest room, their faces full of joy. Mr. Weston, are you saying that Stellar Corporation has officially launched the Dragon Slayer project? Yang Tianying looked at the man with a hooked nose sitting on the sofa and asked expectantly. That's right, our company's plan is very thorough. Zhou Luo will undoubtedly die at our hands. Shiting smiled faintly, his tone full of confidence. Oh, that's great. I wonder if Mr. Shiting could reveal the specific details of the dragon-slaying plan. Yang Tianying curiously pressed for more details. However, he was immediately interrupted by Zitting. Mr. Yang, this plan is highly classified and cannot be disclosed. You only need to know that within 2 days, Zhou Luo will undoubtedly die. Or as you Daxia people say, his body will perish, and his Tao will dissipate. Zitting stood up with a smile, his expression cryptic and unfathomable. Then forget it. As long as we can kill Zhou Luo, everything is worth it. Yang Tianying nodded tactfully, without asking further. It's just a pity I can't personally tear him to pieces. Lu Ruyan was filled with regret in her heart. Her hatred for Zhou Luo ran deep, and not being able to personally take action always felt less satisfying. Alright, Mr. Yang, Miss Lu, thank you for the cooperation of your Skull Society in secretly bringing me to Daxia. This is a tremendous help to our dragon-slaying plan. I should take my leave now. Within 3 days, you will personally hear the news of Zhou Luo's death. Zitting performed a gentleman's salute. We await the good news. Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying nodded in unison, full of anticipation. In a towering mountain in the southern part of Daxia, a giant tree brimming with treasure-like aura stood atop the peak. Beneath the tree, a strange beast with the head of an elephant and the body of a snake coiled, its gaze fixed on a peculiar fruit growing among the branches. The exotic fruit glistened with a verdant hue, its surface exuding a faint aura, and the entire deep mountain was filled with a subtle, elusive fragrance. The strange beast suddenly became alert, swiftly turning its head to look in a certain direction, its expression tense as if facing a formidable enemy. At the very moment it turned its head, a streak of icy white sword energy roared forth. The head of the elephant-like giant beast fell off its body without any defense, rolling dozens of meters on the ground before stopping. An exotic beast at the late stage of the divine realm was actually killed in one strike. Big brother is mighty. Right after, a hearty voice came from the forest. Sitting on the back of the frost thunder howl, Zhou Luo smiled as he sheathed the Tai sword, his heart filled with satisfaction. He discovered that after cultivating the Five Peaks Sutra to the third level and comprehending the Huashan sword intent, he could even condense sword intent onto external objects. And he happened to have the Tai sword, an innate treasure, in his possession, just like a valiant general acquiring a fine steed, a truly perfect combination. The fusion of the two instantly doubled their power. Let's go and take a look at that fruit. Tianquan Lei Ho slowly walked to the treasure tree. Zhou Luo looked up, his eyes filled with satisfaction. It really is the Xianqing sacred fruit. The Xianqing sacred fruit, this thing caused quite a stir in the previous life. After consuming it, one's spiritual awareness will instantly be enhanced, and it can also bring a permanent effect of clear hearing and sharp vision. From then on, illusions of the same realm will have no effect on the user. However, this effect is not particularly important to Zhou Luo. After all, he already possesses the 9 nether chaos body, and any illusion in the world is nothing more than child's play in his eyes. But the Xianqing sacred fruit can enhance the understanding of the breathing technique in a short time. It was precisely this aspect that he valued, which is why he specifically came to take it. Looks like it will take some time to mature. I can take this opportunity to rest for a while. Zhou Luo observed carefully for a while, then sat cross-legged, preparing to use this gap to cultivate the Five Peaks Sutra. Big brother, can I eat this exotic beast? At this moment, Tianquan Lei Ho approached cautiously and asked, "What? Is this exotic beast very special?" Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. Along the way, he and Tianquan Lei Ho had killed many exotic beasts, but Tianquan Lei Ho had never made such a request before. Now looking at his eager expression, could this elephant-headed, snake-bodied exotic beast be something special? Hee, big brother, you don't know, this guy is extremely rare in our place. Tianquan Lei Ho explained with a smile. It's called boss snake. The meat of the boss snake is highly beneficial for us exotic beasts. Eating it not only strengthens the body but also enhances cultivation talent. It's incredibly rare. I see, then go ahead and eat it. Don't let it go to waste. Zhou Luo nodded. His understanding of exotic beasts was limited, so since the Tianquan Lei Ho valued it so much, he would let him enjoy it. Speaking of which, as the elder brother, he hadn't really rewarded Tianquan Lei Ho much. This trip to Dongshan almost cost Tianquan Lei Ho his life, so this boss snake would serve as compensation. Thank you, big brother. With Zhou Luo's permission, Tianquan Lei Ho excitedly ran to the boss snake's side, opened his mouth, and began tearing and devouring it. Just then, the phone in Zhou Luo's pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Wang Lin. Could it be news from overseas forces? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow and immediately pressed the answer button. General Zhou, there's movement from Hongqing Corporation. An hour ago, they dispatched a private jet heading toward Ardashia. Wang Lin immediately reported after connecting the call. Oh, who's on the plane? Zhou Luo asked with great interest. The security measures of Hongqing Company are very strict. We don't know exactly who it is for now, but the investigator reported that the people on the plane are senior executives of Hongqing Company, very powerful, and they're probably coming for you. Wang Lin's tone became serious. Got it. After the plane lands, send me the location. No problem, right? No problem. We've already sent people to keep watch. As soon as the plane lands, the location will be sent to your phone immediately. The phone screen went dark and Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in his gaze. Unexpectedly, the first to lose patience turned out to be Stellar Corporation. But it doesn't matter. Since they dare to come, I'll make sure they never return. Zhou Luo's phone received precise location information. Also attached is a photo of the plane, confirming that it is indeed a model from Hongqing Company. Little Hosey, get ready to set off. After a quick glance, Zhou Luo turned to Tianquan Lei Ho and said. At this moment, Tianquan Lei Ho had just finished eating bashi cleanly. Upon hearing Zhou Luo's call, it immediately ran over. The effect of this boss snake is really strong? Zhou Luo was surprised to find that the aura of the frost thunder hull had become much stronger than before. This is just the initial effect brought by the boss snake meat. Once I fully digest it, my realm will definitely break through to the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm and step into the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. The frost thunder howl said excitedly. Zhou Luo was also very satisfied upon hearing this. The reason he spared Tianquan Lei Ho's life and took him under his wing was precisely because he saw potential in this aspect. At this growth rate, it is estimated that Tianquan Lei Ho will soon advance to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, breaking through to the forbidden realm is only a matter of time. Let's go. Time waits for no no one. Zhou Luo collected his thoughts and immediately mounted the Tianshuan Thunder Hull. The two swiftly flew westward. The landing site chosen by Stellar Corporation's plane was in a city near Tianfeng Mountain, called Jishir City. Jishir City is vast and sparsely populated. Due to its proximity to Tianfeng Mountain, many flat and wide roads have been constructed, making it very suitable for airplane landings. A Boeing plane taxied at high speed for several hundred meters on the runway before coming to a steady stop. The hatch opened, and Alex slowly stepped out, setting foot on the ground. He looked up into the distance at the renowned Sky Peak Mountain, its summit shrouded in mist, breathtakingly beautiful, and rightfully called the tallest peak on Blue Star. At this moment, a massive floating island hovered above Sky Peak Mountain, rootless and appearing extremely out of place. Is that the legendary Immortal Island? The company really didn't lie to me. There must be immense treasure hidden there. Alex licked the corner of his mouth. Stellar Corporation had long promised that as long as the dragon-slaying mission was successfully completed and Zhou Luo was killed, he would be the first to set foot on the Immortal Island. Just as he was immersed in admiring the rootless island floating in the sky, a man suddenly approached from not far away, one of the runway staff for the landing strip. "Hello, which airline are you from? We haven't received your landing notice." The staff approached Alex to inquire. Alex withdrew his gaze, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "Are you sure you didn't receive it?" "Of course not. Please tell me your origin. We need to register it for the record." The staff member nodded and said, "Oh, sir, that's truly unfortunate." The corners of Alex's mouth lifted slightly, and suddenly a smile appeared. A tearing sound was heard. The staff member's chest was pierced straight through by a pitch-black hand, resembling the claw of a demon. Thick blood dripped from the fingertips. The staff's face was full of disbelief, and their gaze gradually dimmed. And the instigator of all this, Alex, simply withdrew his right hand casually, with a faint smile still on his face. "Sorry, I've never been one for registration. I'm afraid I'll have to inconvenience you today. Everything happened so quickly." Several ground staff in the distance were now too scared to move. After a long while, everyone finally reacted and turned around, running away. "Someone's been killed. Madman, the madman is here." They ran while shouting in terror. Alex saw this and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Gentlemen, why are you running away? Am I really that scary? Running away as soon as you see me? Please, everyone, stay." He licked his lips, and his figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Poochie poochie. Following that, several ground crew members collapsed one after another, until only Alex was left alone on the runway. "Alex!" At that moment, a blond man hurriedly ran down from the plane and shouted angrily at Alex, "What are you doing? Our target this time is only Zhou Luo. We haven't completely fallen out with Daxia yet. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions?" Alex slowly turned his head, and his icy gaze instantly made the blond man shudder. "I couldn't care less about the company's relationship with Daxia, so what if we fall out? Isn't it bound to happen sooner or later? And you, if you speak out of turn again, I'll kill you." Alex sneered, his tone undisguisedly filled with killing intent. Only then did the blond man fully understand that the person before him was by no means ordinary. He was a demon stained with countless blood. Reasoning with him was no different from playing the lute to a cow. Moreover, this cow is a mad cow. If it doesn't gore you to death, then you must be incredibly lucky. A sudden gust of wind swept across the distant sky. Alex looked up and saw a tiny speck rapidly enlarging. "Zhou Luo, it's here." After recognizing the visitor, a look of eagerness appeared on his face. Then, he took out his phone and quickly sent a message. About a kilometer away on a hilltop, the pocket of a man with a hooked nose vibrated slightly. "Dragon has arrived. The plan begins." Shi Ting glanced at his phone, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Luo bent down to scan the ground, and what came into view were several corpses with Daxia faces lying together. Not far away stood a gaunt white man. A trace of coldness flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes as he spoke indifferently. Tianchuan Thunderhound also sensed Zhou Luo's emotions and quickly landed on the ground. Zhou Luo lightly leaped and arrived in front of Alex. "Are you from Stellar Corporation? Did you kill all these people?" He stared at Alex, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. That's right, I killed them." "Got a problem with that?" Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "What, does this make you angry?" "Oh dear, my apologies, Mr. Zhou Luo. Actually, you can't entirely blame me for this. I just wanted to say hello to you all, but who knew you people from Daxia were so fragile, collapsing just like that? But it's no big deal. Stellar Corporation has always been people-oriented and will provide you with reasonable compensation, 10,000 per person. How about that? Ha ha ha." As soon as the words were spoken, Alex couldn't help but burst into laughter. The tone was full of mockery, making the meaning unmistakably clear. Zhou Luo listened without any change in his expression. He glanced around the room and then continued to ask, "Is it just you representing Stellar Corporation? Isn't it obvious?" Alex shrugged. "In that case, I have nothing more to ask." Zhou Luo nodded slowly, a sudden glint of cold ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Then you should go and die." Suddenly, a crisp buzzing sound rang out. A cold white sword light filled with a murderous murderous aura instantly slashed toward Alex. Alex's heart tightened. At the moment Zhou Luo drew his sword, he felt an intense sense of impending death. He sidestepped and leaped, trying to evade the terrifying sword light. But unfortunately, he was a step too slow. A pillar of fresh blood shot into the sky. Alex's right arm was severed, the severed limb flying into the air. Oh my god. Fuck you. The pain made Alex clench his teeth, his expression shifting from relaxed to terrified. Zhou Luo's strength was formidable. He had heard of it long ago. Before departing from Stellar Corporation, Constance had specifically reminded him to be cautious. But he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, his realm was the pinnacle of humanity today, third level of the Divine Phenomenon realm. Although Zhou Luo was strong, he was merely at the level of the Divine Phenomenon realm. Both were in the Divine Phenomenon realm, so why should he be afraid? But at this moment, Alex suddenly regretted it. He really should have listened to Constance and not been so arrogant. Still able to talk? Looks like you're not in enough pain yet. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Alex's terrified expression, and swung his sword again. This sword strike is completely different from the previous one. If the previous strike was the ultimate sword of slaughter, this one is ethereal and unfathomable, elusive and unpredictable. It is hard to see and impossible to grasp, as if one is immersed in an illusion. But Alex truly felt an unprecedented aura of death, even stronger than before. Eye of the Reaper. Without hesitation, Alex immediately tried to channel energy into the Eye of the Reaper he carried, attempting to detonate it. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, his vision began to rise gradually, until he fell again, the world spinning around him, ultimately plunging into boundless darkness. Separated from his body, his eyes filled with unwillingness, Alex met his demise. Zhou Luo ignored the terrified expression on Alex's face and simply turned his gaze to the headless corpse. Just now, was he trying to activate something? Zhou Luo had just sensed the spiritual energy fluctuation within Alex, as if it concealed some kind of mechanism or trap, ready to be triggered at any moment. He took 2 steps forward and began to carefully search Alex's body. Before long, he indeed found an object the size of a tennis ball. Is this the Eye of the Reaper? Seeing this thing, a trace of surprise instantly flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He had heard quite a lot about the reputation of this item in his previous life. That is a type of miniature nuclear weapon jointly developed by top scientists from the former Federation, convened by Stellar Corporation. Its destructive power is astonishing, with a yield of up to 1 million tons, capable of leveling an entire city in an instant. Even a beast king in the Forbidden Realm would find it hard to resist. However, this weapon is extremely difficult to manufacture, and it is said that Stellar Corporation has only 3 of them internally. Never thought you'd go so far as to use the Eye of Death against me. Stellar Corporation, I really underestimated you. Zhou Luo stared at the Eye of Death in his hand, a glint of icy coldness flashing in his eyes. If this thing explodes, even the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc might struggle to ensure complete defense. The top-tier weapon from his previous life, specifically designed for the Beast King of the Forbidden Realm, was unexpectedly used on himself in advance. Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile wryly. Luckily, I didn't hold back just now, or I might have suffered a major loss. He shook his head, filled with emotion. But it's not so bad. Since the Eye of Death has fallen into my hands, I can now claim to possess a weapon no less powerful than an innate treasure. Zhou Luo placed the Eye of Death into his arms, silently speaking to himself. The container for this object is extremely sturdy, and the nuclear material has exceptional stability. It is the pinnacle creation of Stellar Corporation's technology from the previous era. To activate it, spiritual energy must be utilized, otherwise, even if it falls from 10,000 meters high, it will not detonate. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering, in the distance, the engine of the Boeing plane suddenly roared, as if eager to escape this troubled place. Almost forgot about you. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He didn't even bother to draw the Tai sword, directly forming a sword with his fingers and pointing into the air. A streak of icy white sword light instantly swept across the Boeing plane. A blaze shot up into the sky, and the Boeing plane that was about to take off exploded on the spot. Everything happened in just an instant. This scene was naturally witnessed by Ziding from a kilometer away. At this moment, Ziding's back was already soaked in cold sweat and his eyes were filled with terror. Devil, devil. His lips trembled with fear, and he turned and fled without hesitation. According to the company's plan, Alex was supposed to first engage Zhou Luo to buy time, while he secretly detonated the Eye of Death. But now, Ziding only felt that the company was completely wrong. How could Alex possibly hold back Zhou Luo? He didn't even last 2 moves before dying with hatred. Zhou Luo's speed was too fast. Shi Ting had just tried his best to see his moves clearly but still couldn't catch them. Alex didn't even have time to detonate the Eye of the Reaper on his body before falling at Zhou Luo's hands. Everything happened too quickly. It was unbelievable. Zhou Luo's strength far exceeded their expectations. We must report this news to the company immediately. We underestimated Zhou Luo far too much. Weston ran while roaring angrily in his heart. The news quickly made its way back to Stellar Corporation. In the president's conference room, room, Constance listened to the secretary's report, rhythmically tapping her knuckles on the table. Everyone, I think, this Zhou Luo person has probably exceeded the scope of what our stellar corporation can handle. We must request external assistance. What do you all think? After a moment of contemplation, he looked at everyone and asked in a deep voice. That's right, we have indeed underestimated Zhou Luo. His strength may have already surpassed the spirit transformation realm. A senior executive nodded in agreement with Constance's judgment, his tone carrying obvious disbelief when mentioning the spirit transformation realm. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The spirit transformation realm is truly an unimaginable level for them. After all, the strongest within the company is merely at the 6th level of the divine phenomenon realm, and this is under the condition of being supported by various resources. Apart from their stellar company, the top combat forces of the Holy Court Church, Shadow Group, and Duration are roughly at this level as well. But now, within the Great Xia, someone has already broken through to the spirit transformation realm? It's like you're excitedly celebrating having just crafted a flintlock gun, only to suddenly learn that your competitor has already tested an atomic bomb. Who could bear such a blow? Immediately contact the Holy Court Church, the Shadow Group, and Duration. Initiate a transoceanic conference. Constance did not hesitate and made a decisive decision. The Immortal Island must not be easily let go. To set foot on the Immortal Island, Zhou Luo must be eliminated first. Moreover, even without the Immortal Island, Zhou Luo cannot be allowed to remain. His existence has already severely threatened the interests of our 4 major forces. An intercontinental meeting quietly commenced. However, this time only the Holy Court Church, Shadow Group, and Stellar Corporation were in attendance. Why didn't Baroshan come? Could it be that they have no interest in Immortal Island at all? Before the meeting began, Constance furrowed her brows, filled with doubt. The secretary beside him explained, the Brahma Heaven said they have urgent matters to handle recently, so they didn't send anyone to participate. Urgent matters? What could be more important than the Immortal Island? Have they gone mad drinking the Ganges water? Constance was utterly perplexed. Brahma Heaven has always been greedy, so logically, they wouldn't miss the secret realm of the Immortal Island that appeared within the Great Xia territory this time. But now, they actually refused to attend the meeting. This is too unusual. There must be a secret they don't want anyone to know. Send someone to investigate Baroshan discreetly. Remember to act covertly and avoid alerting them. Constance immediately gave the order. Subsequently, he walked into the conference room. On the big screen, Archbishop Harry of the Holy Court Church and the Emperor of the Shadow Group were already in position. Seeing Constance enter, the Emperor snorted coldly. Constance, what news is there from Baroshan? Why have you kept us waiting so long? Constance shook his head. I have already contacted them. They do not intend to participate in this dragon-slaying operation. Not participating? Heh, that's fine too. We'll kill Zhou Luo and have one less person to share the opportunity with. The Emperor showed no disappointment upon hearing this, instead remaining completely indifferent. Emperor, that's not the right way to think. Zhou Luo is very powerful. Without Baroshan's participation, our chances of winning are much smaller, Constance said seriously. Having been badly beaten by Zhou Luo earlier, he was now especially cautious. The Emperor just sneered coldly and did not respond further. In his view, Constance was completely acting like someone who had been bitten by a snake and feared ropes for 10 years. You, a stellar corporation, may have suffered losses at Zhou Luo's hands, but now, it's the Shadow Group, the Holy Court Church, and the Stellar Corporation, 3 top-tier forces joining hands. This lineup is fully confident to face the Great Xia Alliance head-on. Would we still be afraid of Zhou Luo? Mr. Constance, could you share your plan with us? At this moment, the High Priest Harry, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Constance nodded, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. My idea is for the 3 major forces to each send out a strong individual above the 3rd level of the Divine Realm. The time will be set right after the meeting ends. High Priest Harry immediately questioned, Constance, your star company has already sent out a 3rd-level Divine Realm expert, but they were easily defeated by Zhou Luo. With Zhou Luo's strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill 3 awakened individuals of the same realm? And don't forget, Zhou Luo still has the Eye of Death developed by your star company. As the words fell, Constance did not deny it. Indeed, 3 powerful beings at the 3rd level of the Divine Realm can't defeat Zhou Luo in a direct confrontation. But who said we have to fight Zhou Luo head-on? He curled his lips into a cold smile. We just need to make a high-profile entrance into Daxia. At this critical moment, it will surely prompt the official intervention of the Daxia Alliance. At that time, we will turn the situation upside down, leaving the Daxia Alliance overwhelmed, and Zhou Luo will inevitably show up. By then, the assassins arranged by our stellar company within Daxia will appear simultaneously with Zhou Luo, joining forces to detonate another Eye of Death, causing Zhou Luo to perish on the spot. As for your concerns, Mr. Harry, they are completely unnecessary. We only need to choose a densely populated city to land in, and given Zhou Luo's character, he would never easily use the Eye of Death. The only ones truly capable of using the Eye of Death are us. The advantage is entirely in our hands. The plan is finished. Harry and the Emperor both nodded. Indeed, your plan is quite thorough. Let's proceed as you suggested. The Emperor agreed immediately. But High Priest Harry still spoke. But in doing so, wouldn't the death god's eye we detonate also affect hundreds of thousands of people? In this way, wouldn't we be in an endless feud with the Great Xia Alliance? Constance sneered. Mr. Harry, let me ask you one question. Doesn't your holy court covet the land of Great Xia? High Priest Harry remained silent, but his silence undoubtedly signified acquiescence. After the era of mutation began, Daxia possessed the most secret realm inheritances. To say one isn't envious would definitely be a lie. Moreover, even before the era of mutation, that land had long been a coveted treasure among the nations of Blue Star. It seems Mr. Harry, you've tacitly agreed. Constance's lips curved slightly. What does it matter if we fight to the death with the Great Xia Alliance? It's not necessarily a bad thing. At worst, we major forces can join together and completely tear off the facade. By then, that treasure land full of inheritance secret realms, won't it be up to us to decide how to divide it? What do you two think? Constance crossed her arms, her gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning the two of them. I have no objections. The Emperor sneered. What Constance said was exactly what he had already planned. He even felt it was too late to support it, so how could he possibly oppose it? As for High Priest Harry, he first raised his right hand, made a gesture in front of his chest, closed his eyes tightly, and murmured, Amen, the Lord will surely forgive my actions. It seems neither of you have any objections, so I declare the plan officially launched. Constance immediately stood up and said decisively, this matter must proceed swiftly. See you in Chang'an City. 3 planes took off separately from Hongxing Corporation, the Shadow Group, and the Holy Court Church. Their destination was a super metropolis in Daxia, Chang'an City. This operation was extremely high profile and made no attempt at concealment. As soon as the planes took off, the Daxia Alliance received the news. Inside the conference room of the Daxia Alliance's Chang'an City branch, Chui Lingfei, as a major general of the Great Xia Alliance and a top-tier combatant, is tasked with the critical responsibility of overseeing Chang'an City. Upon receiving the news, he immediately convened an emergency meeting. The 3 major forces, Stellar Corporation, Shadow Group, and the Holy Court Church, are suddenly heading toward Chang'an City. They definitely have ill intentions. Who exactly have they sent? Have we found out yet? Chui Lingfei turned to his deputy and asked. Investigated, they didn't hide anything. The deputy immediately replied, the Holy Court Church sent a bishop, the Shadow Group dispatched a captain, and Stellar Corporation sent a senior executive. All 3 are formidable experts at the 3rd level of the divine realm. Their strength is extraordinary, and their intentions are hostile. Upon hearing this, Chui Lingfei's expression turned grave. 3 awakened at the 3rd level of the divine anomaly realm undoubtedly pose a formidable threat. In the Great Xia Alliance, including himself, there are only 2 awakened who have broken through to the divine anomaly realm. It seems I have no choice but to request reinforcements. Chui Lingfei gritted his teeth and picked up the phone to dial. Chui Lingfei hung up the phone in disappointment. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu are actually in seclusion. For the sake of the immortal island, they can't make a move at all. Do I really have to ask the Skull Society for help? Chui Lingfei felt conflicted. The Skull Society's conduct has always been at odds with the principles of the Great Xia Alliance. But no matter what, they are still a force within the territory of Great Xia. Now, the actions of the 3 major forces, Star Company, Shadow Group, and the Holy Court Church, clearly indicate ill intentions. It is likely to bring a devastating blow to Chang'an City. Forget it, at this point, who still cares about saving face? Chui Lingfei clenched his teeth and immediately contacted Yang Tianying. However, after explaining his purpose, he was met with a cold, mocking laugh. The phone was mercilessly hung up. I shouldn't have had any expectations of them. Chui Lingfei shook his head and let out a long sigh. The Skull Society refusing to help was already expected. It seems we have no choice but to disturb General Zhou. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The headquarters had already instructed that unless it was an urgent matter, they should avoid disturbing Zhou Luo. After all, they were well aware that although Zhou Luo was nominally part of the Great Xia Alliance, in reality, the 2 sides were merely in a cooperative relationship. Just as Chui Lingfei was hesitating, a soldier suddenly rushed in from outside. Major General Chui, people from the 3 major forces have already arrived. So soon? Chui Lingfei was shocked. The speed was far faster than he had anticipated. Help me contact General Zhou and tell him that Chang'an City is in danger. Request his assistance. I'll go check the situation on site first. Without thinking too much, he quickly instructed his deputy and then followed the soldier out of the meeting room. The deputy, seeing this, hurriedly dialed Zhou Luo's phone number. 3 planes flew over the skies of Chang'an City in succession, with their cabin doors opening directly in midair. 3 powerful figures of the divine realm jumped out of the cabin doors without hesitation, walking on air. After reaching the divine realm, they were already capable of hovering in the air for extended periods. Is this the Chang'an City of Great Xia? Bishop Matthew, representing the Holy Court Church, gazed down at the city of Chang'an and remarked with emotion, indeed, this is Daxia, vast and rich in resources, truly a land land of fortune and prosperity. Another man, small in stature with a cunning look in his eyes, couldn't help but express his admiration. His tone was filled with greed. He is the leader of the Shadow Group, Takagi Yu. Wayne, a senior executive of Stellar Corporation, sneered, no matter how prosperous the city is, in an hour, it will turn into ruins. Matthew, upon hearing this, hurriedly made a gesture across his chest. Takagi Yu, standing nearby, heard this and a trace of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes. No matter how outstanding and rich in talent the great Xia is, what can it do? In the end, it will merely be taken by us and become something in our pocket. The three slowly descended from the sky. Just as they were about to land, a figure rushed over from the distance. Three gentlemen, showing up uninvited is not the behavior of a gentleman. Chui Lingfei stepped through the air, his gaze heavy. I ask all of you to leave immediately and not damage the relationship between the Great Xia Alliance and yourselves. With one glance, he immediately recognized that these three were indeed as the intelligence had described, all at the third level of the divine anomaly realm. If a battle were to break out, he would definitely not be their match. We can only try to persuade them first and strive to make them leave. Mr. Chui, I know you. Wayne saw him arrive and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Isn't your Great Xia known as a hospitable nation? We came to visit, yet you treat us with such an attitude? Chui Lingfei narrowed his eyes slightly. If you are guests, you are naturally welcome. But whether you are truly here as guests, you know that in your hearts. Does that mean we're not welcome? Wayne sneered, turning to look at Matthew and Takagi Yu. Gentlemen, he doesn't consider us guests. What do you plan to do about it? Matthew lowered his gaze and remained silent. Takagi Yu smirked darkly. Since we're not being treated as guests, let's do something more fitting for our status. Before the voice faded, Takagi Yu's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Chui Lingfei. A dagger had somehow already appeared in his palm, its icy blade exuding a nauseating aura. Chui Lingfei's heart tightened, and he immediately sidestepped to avoid the strike. Immediately after, Takagi Yu's next strike followed closely, aiming straight for his throat. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Chui Lingfei burned with rage, his aura suddenly erupting as he struck out with a palm toward Takagi Yu. The palm strike was incredibly fierce, clashing violently with the blade of the dagger. Takagi Yu was forced back several steps by the overwhelming power, his wrist slightly numb, and the hand gripping the dagger trembled uncontrollably. My two companions, what are you waiting for? He let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze sweeping toward Matt and Wayne. Matt's face was full of compassion as he slowly stepped forward, a scripture book suddenly appearing in his hand out of thin air. The Lord says, judgment is about to descend. In the sky, a golden sword suddenly appeared, hovering above Chui Lingfei's head. Chui Lingfei immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his expression unusually grave. Takagi Yu and Wayne, standing nearby, both showed a mix of surprise and greed in their eyes. That scripture turned out to be an innate spiritual treasure. The strength of the Holy Court Church is indeed not to be underestimated. The golden sword suddenly struck down. Wayne did not hesitate and immediately joined Takagi Yu in launching an attack on Chui Lingfei. Under the encirclement of the three, it didn't take long for Chui Lingfei to be covered in wounds. His breathing gradually turned from steady to chaotic. Damn it, the thing in that old bald donkey's hand is too strong. I can't hold on. Chui Lingfei looked at the scripture in Matai's hand, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. The spiritual energy within his body was almost depleted. Within 3 moves, he is bound to lose. By then, what will happen in Chang'an City is beyond his knowledge. He is already at the end of his strength. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Takagi Yu let out a cold laugh and suddenly hurled the dagger in his hand. The dagger flew halfway but was intercepted by Wayne. Wayne, what are you doing? Takagi Yu looked at Wayne in confusion. Mr. Takagi, have you forgotten the purpose of our trip? Wayne glanced at Takagi Yu and then threw the dagger back to him. Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Wayne. Takagi Yu suddenly realized, patted his head, and quickly apologized. On the other side, Matt Tai also stopped his actions. Chui Lingfei saw this scene and felt a surge of doubt in his heart. Why haven't you acted yet? He glared angrily at the 3 people and questioned them. At the same time, a sense of foreboding rose from the depths of his heart. Bishop Matthew, could you make Mr. Chui stop talking first? Wayne completely ignored Chui Lingfei and turned to Matthew. The Lord says, the tongue must be guarded. Matthew opened the scripture, and a golden light suddenly shot out, sealing Chui Lingfei's mouth. Chui Lingfei was dumbfounded, seemingly having guessed the true intentions of the 3. In the distant sky, a figure gradually appeared. Let him go, or all of you will die. Zhou Luo sat on the back of the Frost Thunder Hull, his gaze coldly fixed on Ma Tai and the other 2. Chui Lingfei saw Zhou Luo appear, but there was no expected joy in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with regret and fear. He desperately opened his mouth, trying to tell Zhou Luo something, but his sealed lips could only produce muffled whimpers. He now understood why these 3 people didn't kill him. Their purpose in coming to Daxia was only one, and that was Zhou Luo. To see Zhou Luo appear, Wayne's eyes flashed with an imperceptible excitement. The fish has taken the bait. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and turned to Zhou Luo, saying, Mr. Zhou, no need to sound so intimidating, let's talk this through. If you want us to release him? It's certainly not impossible, but it depends on what terms you can offer. What the hell is going on? A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he were truly ready to negotiate with Zhou Luo. Matai and Takagi stood guard beside Cui Lingfei, ready to act immediately if he made any sudden moves. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the three of them before turning to Cui Lingfei. At this moment, Cui Lingfei, unable to speak due to his mouth being sealed, could only signal frantically with his eyes. Zhou Luo understood his gaze, it was telling him to retreat immediately. The situation is not good. Zhou Luo's heart tightened, and he immediately extended his divine sense, cautiously observing his surroundings. With the aid of the 9 nether chaos body's spirit transformation, his divine sense was several times broader than that of ordinary people. Quickly, he sensed the lurking danger around him. What terms do you want? Thus, he pretended to negotiate, his gaze meticulously scanning the area within several kilometers. When his divine sense extended to a deep alley at the foot of Chang'an City, he suddenly detected a trace of unusual spiritual energy fluctuation. After careful investigation, the face of a man with a hooked nose immediately appeared in his mind. And in that man's hand, he was holding an object he was extremely familiar with. Stellar Corporation has actually brought out another Eye of Death, intending to put me to death, truly seeking their own demise. A strong killing intent flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He had originally planned to prepare thoroughly and settle accounts with these overseas forces after the secret realm of the Immortal Island concluded. But unexpectedly, these people repeatedly provoked him, with increasingly vicious methods. Not to mention himself. If this Eye of the Reaper explodes here, all the citizens of Chang'an will suffer. Hundreds of thousands of lives might perish as a result. This is only a preliminary estimate. If the lasting damage caused by nuclear weapons is taken into account, the death toll will be even more staggering. It seems they must be dealt with in advance. Zhou Luo made a silent decision in his heart. What conditions? Heh, Mr. Zhou, I know you're impressive, having participated in many secret realms and obtained quite a few treasures and opportunities. I won't ask for much, just hand over what you got from the Li Mountain secret realm last time, and I'll let him go. Wayne was completely unaware that Zhou Luo had already seen through their plan and continued to pretend to negotiate. His right hand, hidden in his pocket, silently pressed a button. A message instantly reached Zitting's communicator. Honey, take action. Shi Ting's lips curved slightly, finally waiting for this critical moment. This operation will not fail. Zhou Luo also noticed Shi Ting's movements on the ground. He was about to take action to stop it. The Lord said, "Let there be light." Zhou Luo, how dare you kill someone from my great Sakura Empire? Today, you shall meet your end here. Mr. Zhou, it seems our negotiations will have to be temporarily postponed. At the same time, Wayne and the other two suddenly launched an attack, 3 incredibly sharp strikes simultaneously blasting toward Zhou Luo. These 3 attacks caused limited damage to Zhou Luo, but their goal was not to kill him. As long as they can hold Zhou Luo back, everything will be manageable. The Holy Court Church prepared a one-time defensive treasure for Matthew, capable of protecting the 3 of them and Zitting from the aftermath of the Death God's Eye explosion. At that time, the only ones to die would be Zhou Luo and the Dasha people within Chang'an City. The plan was flawless. As expected, Zhou Luo was held back by these 3 attacks. From the shadows, Shi Ting also seized the opportunity to strike, stepping through the air and charging toward Zhou Luo. Just as everything seemed to be unfolding according to Wayne's expectations, suddenly, the strange beast under Zhou Luo's feet moved. The mid-stage spirit transformation realm Heavenly Frost Thunder Howler had a speed far surpassing the eyesight of awakeners in the divine phenomenon realm. In the blink of an eye, it darted above Weston's head. Immediately afterward, the tail of the Frost Thunder Howl swung fiercely, delivering a whip-like strike without spiritual power but as heavy as 1,000 pounds, brutally lashing West Ting. West Ting's lips still carried a triumphant smile. In the next moment, his body, struck by the tail whip, instantly exploded into a mist of blood. By the time he realized it, only his head remained. Until the end, the eyes gradually lost their luster, dimly closing, dying with unwillingness. Everything happened swiftly, so fast that not even a moment to catch one's breath was given. Holding the Eye of Death and serving as the core of the dragon-slaying plan, Zitting met their demise. The Eye of the Grim Reaper silently fell, ultimately caught steadily by the Frost Thunder Howl. Be careful, don't let it explode. The Frost Thunder Howl restrained all its spiritual energy, cautiously holding it. After all, Zhou Luo had once warned that if this thing exploded, its energy would be enough to destroy a city. Even the Beast King of the Forbidden Realm cannot benefit from it. This scene also entered the eyes of Wayne and the other two. How could this happen? How did you discover Zaitan? Who leaked the information? The trace of excitement in Wayne's eyes instantly vanished at this moment, replaced by intense fear and anger. The dragon-slaying plan was supposed to be foolproof. Apart from a few top executives of Stellar Corporation, as well as Matthew and Takagi, almost no one knew about Zitting's existence. Yet Zhou Luo and his Beast King Mount's actions just now clearly indicated that they had learned about Zitting in advance. Someone must have leaked the information. Wayne's eyes were bloodshot as he immediately turned his gaze toward Takagi and Matai. However, Takagi Yu and Matai were also looking utterly bewildered at the moment. Mr. Wayne, don't make baseless accusations. What good would leaking the information do for us? Takagi Yu retorted in shock, his tone tinged with anger. Wayne pondered carefully and found that what he said was indeed reasonable. Now is definitely not the time for internal conflict. Once Zitting falls, the dragon-slaying plan will fail. At this moment, they should be thinking about how to escape Dacia rather than blaming each other. Bishop Matthew, please plant the holy fruit in this body, Wayne ordered immediately. The holy fruit is a control method developed by the Holy Court Church. Those implanted with the holy fruit in their bodies are completely under the control of the Holy Court Church. Even in the face of death, they will unhesitatingly embrace it. Wayne knew very well that to escape from Zhou Luo alive, he must use a hostage as leverage. And the most ideal hostage is none other than Chui Lingfei. The Lord says, be devout. Matthew understood the reasoning and immediately opened the scripture, preparing to plant the holy fruit within Chui Lingfei. A streak of icy white sword energy suddenly slashed over from afar. A pillar of blood abruptly shot up into the sky. Immediately after, Bishop Matai's head was severed. His face was still frozen in the expression he had when he began chanting the incantation, his mouth not even having had time to close. Dacia is not a place you can come and go as you please. Since you're here, stay, all of you. In the distance, Zhou Luo held the Taiye sword and slowly walked toward the three of them. Wayne and Takagi Yu felt a surge of intense fear in their hearts. Stop! Don't move! Takagi Yu's expression turned cold, and his figure flickered as he swiftly moved to Chui Lingfei's side. The dagger in his hand immediately pressed against Chui Lingfei's neck. With just a little force, a wound difficult to heal would appear on Chui Lingfei's throat. Seeing this, Wayne immediately felt more confident and said, feigning calmness, Mr. Zhou, let us go, and we promise not to harm him. Otherwise, Major General Chui's life will be at risk, which would be a significant loss for your Dacia alliance. You should think carefully about this. As the words fell, Wayne retreated to Chui Lingfei's side. At this moment, Matthew had passed away, and the force binding Chui Lingfei's tongue dissipated along with it. Chui Lingfei sneered as he looked at the two. You want to use me as leverage? Stop dreaming. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhou Luo. General Zhou, don't worry about me. Just kill them directly. One life in exchange for their 2 lives, it's them who'll be at a loss. Wayne was shocked and immediately slapped Chui Lingfei on the cheek, making him spit blood. He was truly afraid that Chui Lingfei would persuade Zhou Luo, causing Zhou Luo to kill them at all costs. If that happened, their lives would be completely over. After the slap, Wayne looked at Zhou Luo again. Mr. Zhou, I guarantee in the name of Stellar Corporation that as long as you let us go, Major General Chui will be safely returned to the territory of Dacia. And also, regarding Bishop Matthew's death, we will help you negotiate with the Holy See Church. Zhou Luo listened, his face still devoid of any expression. He spoke calmly. Do you think you still have the right to bargain with me? What do you mean? Wayne's heart tightened upon hearing this. A sense of foreboding instantly surged in his heart. Takagi Yuya, gripping the dagger tightly, couldn't help but swallow. He pressed the dagger closer, holding it tightly against Chui Lingfei's throat, and said coldly, I'm warning you, don't act impulsively, or I can't guarantee his life. Behind Zhou Luo, a towering shadow resembling Mount Tai suddenly appeared. The mountain was shrouded in mist, with flocks of geese weaving through, appearing exceptionally ethereal. The massive shadow of Mount Tai unexpectedly materialized directly above their heads. An incredibly terrifying force instantly immobilized Wayne and Takagi Yu's hands and feet. The two struggled with all their might, using every ounce of strength, but still could not break free from the restraint. The head of the 5 sacred mountains, suppressing everything. Zhou Luo's cultivation had already reached the spirit transformation realm, and the summoned shadow of Mount Tai was enough to completely overpower Wayne and Takagi Yu, who were at the 3rd level of the divine anomaly realm. Under their terrified gazes, Zhou Luo slowly walked up to them. I told you, you're not qualified to bargain with me. 2 blood-soaked heads suddenly flew into the air. Takagi Yu's dagger fell to the ground shortly after. This scene completely stunned Chui Lingfei. General Zhou, have you broken through to the spirit transformation realm? He looked utterly incredulous, raised his head to gaze at Zhou Luo, and asked urgently. To be able to so effortlessly slay 3 third-tier divine realm experts, leaving them completely powerless to retaliate, who else could it be but someone in the spirit transformation realm? Just broke through not long ago. Zhou Luo responded with a faint smile. Chui Lingfei, who had regained his freedom, quickly stood up. After the fierce battle just now, his stamina was nearly exhausted. At this moment, even staying airborne seemed somewhat strenuous. I'll leave things here to you. Hurry back. Zhou Luo noticed his condition and immediately spoke. All right, but what about you? Where are you going? Chui Lingfei nodded and then asked curiously. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, gazing into the distance, and said, I'm going to take care of some trivial matters. After speaking, he leapt up and landed on the back of the Frost Thunder Howl. Little Howl, head to Stellar Corporation. Got it, big bro. But wait a moment, where is Stellar Corporation? The Americas. Where is the American continent? Big brother, you forgot, I'm not a local beast. Zhou Luo helplessly pointed in a direction. moving. Alright, big brother, hold on tight. Tianxuan Leiho excitedly flapped its wings and flew toward the destination. Behind him, listening to this conversation, Chui Lingfei felt a wave of panic in his heart. General Zhou, what are you planning to do? Going to Stellar Corporation alone? No, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups immediately. He ignored his internal injuries and hurriedly ran towards the headquarters in Chang'an City. Inside Stellar Corporation, Constance sat at the president's desk, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. She was waiting for news from Wayne's side. The dragon-slaying plan is arranged meticulously. There shouldn't be any issues. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning toward the window. The headquarters of Stellar Corporation is located next to Central Park, boasting an excellent location and expansive views. Through the window of the president's office, one can see the boundless blue sky. The era of pathogenesis is indeed an excellent opportunity for me. Constance's lips slightly curved upward, revealing a confident smile. As the former president of Eagle Nation, he holds immense power and can be considered one of the most influential people on Blue Planet. However, he was still not satisfied. After all, no matter how great his power, he was merely the leader of the Eagle Nation, and his ambitions went far beyond that. Now, with the advent of the era of mutation and the world in turmoil, he seized the opportunity to unite several major families and established the Stellar Corporation. The original intention of founding Stellar Company was to unify Blue Star. Desya is merely the first target. Next, the Shadow Group, the Holy Court Church, and Brolaton will all be brought under his control in sequence. Constance picked up the coffee on the table and took a gentle sip. However, as the coffee touched his lips, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Through the boundless blue sky outside the window, a dark shadow gradually enlarged. Finally, a face that Constance was extremely familiar with, one he had seen countless times in intelligence reports, the Beast King's visage, came into view. On the back of the Beast King stood a young man. The man held a dark green longsword, his disheveled hair blown by the fierce wind, and a trace of chilling murderous intent hidden in his pitch-black pupils made Constance shiver. Alert! Red alert! Without hesitation, Constance heavily pressed the red alarm button on the table. In an instant, the piercing sound of alarms echoed through the Stellar Corporation building, but none of this could stop Zhou Luo's steps. That incredibly thick, layered design of top-tier bulletproof glass was actually split open by his sword. Howling winds rushed into the CEO's office. It also completely messed up Constance's meticulously groomed hairstyle. Constance, right? Young Master Zhou Luo, taking you away today. A voice as cold as a devil's echoed in Constance's ear. Closely following that, was a blurred sword light that did not belong to this world. Constance's head was instantly severed, and when it hit the ground heavily, the astonishment and disbelief on his face were still clearly visible. At the same time, the red button Constance had just pressed immediately triggered Star Corporation's highest alert. The piercing alarm echoed across the sky. The door to the president's office was violently kicked open by a group of armed security personnel. Shit! Who the hell are you to dare break into our Star Corporation? The security captain pointed his gun at Zhou Luo while shouting angrily. As soon as he spoke, he froze completely, because his gaze fell on the corpse of Constance lying on the ground. My God, Mr. Constance, you were actually killed by this guy. He was utterly shocked, looking at Zhou Luo as if facing a demon. The former president of Eagle Nation, one of the founders of Stellar Corporation, and its first CEO, Constance, had actually met his end like this. It was simply too insane. The security captain immediately understood that this matter was beyond their ability to handle. Open fire. Stall for time until reinforcements arrive. He decisively gave the order, and several large-caliber automatic rifles simultaneously fired at Zhou Luo. These weapons were specially modified by the Eagle Nation after the mutation era to deal with awakened individuals, using special alloy bullets with extremely strong penetration, making it difficult even for awakened individuals in the transitional phase to withstand such concentrated firepower. 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc, reverse. Zhou Luo did not dodge but instead stood firmly in place. A shield, black and white like an eggshell, blossomed around him. As soon as the bullets touched the shield, they were deflected back, flying toward the shooter. My God, what is that? The security personnel were thrown into a panic at the sight before them, but the bullets moved with astonishing speed, giving them no chance to react. In the next moment, the security team members were killed by their own bullets. The CEO's office was now a scene of carnage, bodies strewn everywhere. After clearing out these people, Zhou Luo still had no intention of leaving. Since he was here, he would utterly destroy the Stellar Company. Simply killing Constance was clearly not enough. If he died, someone else would just take his place as the CEO of the Stellar Company. If he were to kill, he would ensure that all of the company's top executives were wiped out in one fell swoop. Only then could the Stellar Company be considered truly annihilated. Xiao Hozi, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Zhou Luo turned his head and instructed the Tianshuang Thunder Howl. The Tianshuang Thunder Howl, with its massive size, found it difficult to move in the space of reinforced concrete, so it was more appropriate to let it stay in place. For what came next, he alone was enough to handle it. handle it. Yes, big brother, as you say. Tianquan Lei Ho responded obediently. Zhou Luo looked at it and turned to leave. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire building. The first floor of Stellar Corporation, an office area designed specifically for senior management. Several executives were already drenched in sweat. Damn it! How did that Zhou Luo suddenly show up in America? Is he crazy? Constance was actually killed by him, and surveillance shows he's heading our way. Where are Louis and the others? Why haven't they arrived yet? Several senior members cursed while quickly activating the defense mechanism, sealing off all passages leading to this floor. But they knew deep down that this would only delay things for a moment. The Louis they had just mentioned was the most powerful entity within the Stellar Corporation. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Divine Phenomenon realm, undoubtedly representing top-tier combat power. More importantly, he also possessed an innate supreme treasure, the Jade Pure Glazed Bottle, which contained glazed holy water capable of stripping away everything. This treasure was originally a prized collection acquired by a wealthy individual from the Great Xia during the pre-Eagle Nation era, holding immense value. After the onset of the Mutation era, it unexpectedly ascended to the status of an innate supreme treasure. On the day the anomaly appeared, the wealthy individual mysteriously vanished, leaving only the Jade Pure Glazed Bottle, which was confiscated by the Eagle Nation authorities. What exactly happened remains unknown to this day. Just as everyone was huddled in a secret room, trembling with fear, suddenly, the door of the secret room was knocked on. Luis, is that you, Luis? An executive saw this and was overjoyed. After all, this secret room was extremely hidden, known only to the top management of Stellar Corporation. Anyone who could find this door must be their savior. However, just as he finished speaking, there was no response from outside the door for a long time. A sense of foreboding immediately surged in everyone's hearts. The next moment, a sound suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone, aren't you going to open the door? If you don't open it soon, I'll have to come in, you know. The voice was in the language of Daxia, carrying a hint of magnetism, and sounded particularly warm. But after hearing it, everyone in the secret room felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. No, impossible. Zhou Luo, how did you even find this secret room? There must be a traitor. There must be a traitor. God, please save me. A group of high-ranking executives in suits and ties, with slicked-back hair, were now completely disregarding their image, and some even began praying to God. Zhou Luo listened to the rustling sounds of panic in the secret room, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How did he know about this secret room? Of course, it's thanks to his extraordinary perception. Still not opening the door? Seems like you all aren't as gentlemanly as I imagined, not even coming out to greet a guest. Zhou Luo smiled, without hesitation, casually waved his hand. The high-strength alloy secret room door was instantly sliced open like tofu. The group of Stellar Corporation executives hiding inside immediately came into his view. Gentlemen, the cat and mouse game is over. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly as he swung the longsword in his hand. No, you can't kill me. Please spare me. I have plenty of money. I'll give you anything you want. A group of executives was still desperately begging for mercy. Before the words were finished, a chill was already felt on the neck. Immediately, they all lost consciousness. The entire secret room instantly turned into hell. At that moment, an untimely round of applause sounded from behind Zhou Luo. He turned his head to look, and several white men had slowly stepped forward. Great, Mr. Zhou Luo, well done. One of the men stepped forward, his face full of smiles. Mr. Zhou Luo, I really appreciate you for doing those things I couldn't accomplish. With these people dead, no one can compete with me for the position of president anymore. The man's tone revealed an uncontrollable joy. Zhou Luo also recognized this person. In his previous life, the strongest combat force in the Stellar Company. Before breaking through the Forbidden Realm, the Stellar Company had never disclosed any information about him. But when he broke through to the Forbidden Realm, his first appearance was a confrontation with two Forbidden Realm priests of Boroshan, and he managed to fight them to a draw using the Jade Pure Glazed Bottle in his hand. After this battle, Louis's name resounded throughout Blue Star. The overwhelming reports at the time shocked everyone, as no one had ever been able to fight two Forbidden Realm powerhouses to a draw. After confirming the visitor's identity, Zhou Luo felt no fear in his heart. If it were Louis from his previous life who had broken through the Forbidden Realm, he might have been somewhat apprehensive. But now, it's completely different. Zhou Luo looked at the confident Louis and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Mr. Louis, do you really think that Stellar Corporation can continue to exist in this world? Mr. Zhou Luo, what do you mean by that? Louis listened and his smile became even more unrestrained. Do you intend to kill us as well? Don't you think this idea is too absurd? He showed no trace of fear, even though Zhou Luo had just slain three powerful figures from the Stellar Corporation, the Holy Court Church, and the Shadow Group today. He remained utterly fearless. After all, those three didn't possess an innate treasure like the Jade Pure Glazed Bottle. Moreover, this time he is not alone. The five people beside him are all awakeners of the Divine Realm. Although their realms are not as profound as his 6th level of the Divine Realm, they are all around the 2nd level. With himself included, the 6 of them working together, plus the blessing of the jade pure glass bottle, how could they possibly lose? The smile on Lewis's lips grew even more arrogant, but he did not strike immediately. Instead, he kindly advised, Mr. Joe Luo, I don't want to fight with you. If you leave right now, I can turn a blind eye and pretend this never happened today. But if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. A jade white glazed bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. As expected, it's the jade pure glazed bottle. Joe Luo stared at the jade bottle, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This was a genuine innate treasure, far from an ordinary acquired spiritual artifact. Perfect, kill this guy and take the jade pure glazed bottle along with it. In this way, he would gain an extra layer of security, which could also be considered an unexpected reward from this trip to the Americas. Mr. Zhou, I advise you to think twice before acting. If you really want to fight, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Lewis noticed Zhou Luo's ambition for the jade pure glazed vase and gave a cold warning. The smile on his face instantly disappeared. At the same time, the 5 Divine Realm experts who came with him also began to release their auras. The entire floor was filled with an invisible yet overwhelming sense of oppression. Zhou Luo looked at the 6 people, his expression remaining calm. He slowly raised the Tai sword in his hand, the tip pointing directly at Lewis, and said coldly, stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Ha, since Mr. Zhou wants to court death, I'll grant your wish. A trace of cruelty flashed across Lewis's face as he shouted coldly, and 5 Divine Realm experts struck simultaneously. At the same time, he summoned the jade pure glazed bottle, and a drop of pure white, flawless, yet faintly multicolored holy glazed water flew out from the bottle's mouth. 5 fierce attacks roared forward, directly targeting Zhou Luo. They knew well that the gap between themselves and Zhou Luo was immense. They wouldn't last beyond 3 moves. Therefore, the 5 of them launched a full attack, striving to injure Zhou Luo. Even if they couldn't hurt him, they aimed to buy time for the glazed holy water to take effect. 5 worthless fish. Zhou Luo understood their intentions clearly, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, his strength was far beyond their estimation. Not to mention being harmed, even delaying him was nothing but a pipe dream. Only the crisp sound of a sword's hum was heard. A wisp of ethereal sword energy, like a spring breeze brushing the face, silently swept across the necks of the 5 people. 5 fresh heads rolled to the ground without even a chance to react. How can he be this strong? Lewis widened his eyes in shock at the sight. But he did not stop. Instead, he pushed the glazed holy water to its peak. A drop of crystal clear water suddenly split into tens of thousands of droplets, spreading all around Zhou Luo and completely surrounding him. Jade purity glazed bottle. Gather. Lewis muttered something under his breath, surprisingly in the language of the great Xia. The tens of thousands of drops of sacred glazed water roared and surged, converging toward Zhou Luo. Good baby. Zhou Luo's expression shifted slightly, and without hesitation, he summoned the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, completely shielding himself within the barrier. Millions of drops of glazed holy water smashed against the 9 Suns 8 trigrams shield, emitting a piercing corrosive sound. This strike made Zhou Luo clearly feel that the energy of the 9 Suns 8 trigrams shield had been significantly depleted. Worthy of being the jade pure glazed bottle, worthy of being an innate supreme treasure. The holy glazed water, harmful upon touch, fatal with a light graze. Skin dissolves and bones disintegrate in just an instant. What's more, the technique of turning one drop into 10,000 is extremely difficult to resist. What is this thing that can actually block my jade purity glazed bottle? Lewis saw the holy glazed water being blocked by the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc and instantly panicked, completely losing his composure. During this period, he had been in seclusion cultivating and had no idea that Zhou Luo actually possessed the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, an innate supreme treasure. Seems like you're quite surprised? Zhou Luo looked at Lewis's panicked expression, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward. Oomph, don't get cocky. My jade purity glazed bottle hasn't unleashed its full power yet. Lewis knew full well that what could block the glazed holy water was another innate treasure on Zhou Luo, but he had no intention of giving up easily. Because the jade purity glazed bottle not only had astonishing destructive power but also possessed a key feature, the ability to store glazed holy water. Usually, he often infused spiritual energy, continuously brewing holy glaze water for the jade pure glaze bottle. Now, apart from the drop he just used, there are still 3 drops of holy glaze water left in the bottle. 1 drop can't hurt you, but what about 3? Lewis's gaze sharpened as he once again summoned the jade pure glaze bottle. 3 drops of equally pure glazed holy water as before slowly flowed out from the bottle's mouth. This time, your treasure definitely won't be able to withstand it. Zhou Luo, I told you to leave but you refused, insisting on exhausting my glazed holy water. Now you've gotten your wish, but your life must also stay here. Glazed holy water, disperse. Lewis gave the command. 3 drops of glazed holy water instantly scattered. Unlike the earlier form of a single drop, the 3 drops now dispersed simultaneously, transforming into a misty rain. Lewis did not hesitate and continued to issue orders. The vast expanse of mist, like a relentless shadow, frantically converged toward Zhou Luo's position. In an instant, there was no place left for Zhou Luo to take shelter. The entire area was was tightly enveloped by the sacred glazed mist. Lewis saw this and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smug smile. He knew victory was within his grasp. No matter how powerful the innate treasure in Zhou Luo's hand was, it couldn't withstand the simultaneous assault of these 3 drops of glazed holy water. Once that treasure failed, countless drops of glazed holy water would instantly corrode Zhou Luo into bare bones. A piercing sound kept ringing out. Zhou Luo's 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc was being rapidly depleted. However, Zhou Luo, hidden within the shield, showed no trace of anxiety on his face. His gaze was stern as he looked at Lewis, who was laughing arrogantly in the distance, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. Do you think I'm standing still, waiting for something? Zhou Luo's mind stirred. The 9 Suns 8 trigrams shield suddenly emitted a trace of mysterious light. The countless glass-like water mist immediately reversed and shot towards Lewis. Lewis turned pale with fright and hurriedly turned around, trying to escape. However, the glassy water mist was incredibly fast, leaving him no time to react. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire floor. The moment the holy glaze water touched Lewis's skin, it was like coming into contact with highly corrosive aqua regia, rapidly corroding and dissolving his flesh. Less than a second, the once lively and energetic Lewis had already turned into a clean white skeleton. Not even a single drop of blood was left behind. Only that jade-clear glass bottle remained intact, lying on the floor. I see. What a terrifying treasure. Zhou Luo stepped forward, picked up the jade-clear glass bottle, and couldn't help but sigh. The power of this jade-pure glazed bottle doesn't quite match the pure character in its name. However, now it belongs to me. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly as he tucked the jade-pure glazed bottle into his chest, preparing to refine it after returning to Daxia. Lewis is dead. The entire Stellar Corporation has completely come to an end. All the senior executives were slaughtered by Zhou Luo today. It's over. Time to head to the next destination. A trace of coldness flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He did not forget that, apart from Stellar Corporation, there were also the Holy Court Church and the Shadow Group joining forces against him. The Holy Court Church can be set aside for now. After all, the terrain of the Nordic continent is complex, and the Holy Court Church is widely distributed, making it difficult to eliminate them all at once. However, the situation with the Shadow Group is entirely different. Such an insignificant corner like Sakurajima, even if Zhou Luo casually wandered around there, it would take less than an hour. Zhou Luo went straight back to the CEO's office, where the windows were broken and the wind blew through from all sides. Tianquan Leiho had already been waiting there for quite some time. Big brother, you're back. Seeing Zhou Luo enter, Tianquan Leiho, who had been lying on the ground resting, immediately stood up. Let's go, come with me to Sakura Island. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, and the two of them stepped into the air heading toward Sakura Island. At the same time, other employees and junior managers of Stellar Corporation hurriedly fled, carrying valuable items from the company. At that moment, news spread across the internet that all the top executives of Stellar Corporation had been killed, leaving no one in charge within the company. As soon as the news broke, humanity across Blue Star was shocked. Oh my god, is Stellar Corporation really done for just like that? I can hardly believe it. Who on earth did this? I just want to know, who is the mastermind capable of pulling off such an earth-shattering feat? Someone captured footage of a man riding a powerful Beast King, breaking through the window straight into the CEO's office of Stellar Corporation. Who is this person? Who else could it be? Other than that figure from Daxia, I doubt there's a second person on all of Blue Star who could use a Beast King as a mount. The news spread like a whirlwind. In the Great Xia Alliance, Chui Lingfei, upon hearing the news, stood frozen in place. General Zhou actually destroyed Stellar Corporation? His face was full of disbelief, and his heart was utterly shaken. He had personally seen Zhou Luo mention going to Stellar Corporation, but he had never expected Zhou Luo to truly annihilate it completely. He even thought Zhou Luo was going to negotiate with Contents, persuading him to stop taking action. Who would have thought that Zhou Luo's trip would completely obliterate Stellar Corporation in one fell swoop? That was Stellar Corporation, which dominated the American continent, filled with internal powerhouses, even making the Great Xia Alliance feel inferior. Zhou Luo, relying solely on his own strength, riding the Beast King, actually wiped it out just like that? Too terrifying. Like Chui Lingfei, Yang Tianying, and Lu Ruyan from the Skeleton Society were also drenched in sweat at this moment. Impossible, impossible. Lu Ruyan gritted her silver teeth tightly, her face twisted. She had thought that after restoring the Calamity's sacred body, she could finally take revenge for herself. The development of events was indeed as she had anticipated. After restoring the sacred body of Calamity, in less than half a month, her cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the Divine Realm. This speed even made Yang Tianying feel ashamed. However, what she never expected was that Zhou Luo's strength far exceeded her expectations. One person actually destroyed one of the largest forces on Blue Star, the Stellar Corporation. This is not revenge, it's simply a fantasy. President Yang, what should we do now? Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Tianying with an expression full of unwillingness. Yang Tianying was equally shocked in his heart. Hearing her question, he immediately snapped back to reality, looked at Lu Ruyan, and said, "Miss Lu, I suggest we leave Daxia immediately. Zhou Luo's strength is no longer something we can contend with. This guy acts extremely ruthlessly. Once he returns to Daxia, he might actively come after us and wipe us out. Right now, if we want revenge, our only option is to flee overseas and wait for the right opportunity to strike." Yang Tianying said, his voice trembling. Lu Ruyan remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Indeed, their only choice at the moment was to run for their lives. The farther, the better, otherwise, certain death awaits. Then, let's go. Lu Ruyan made a difficult decision. Now that the Immortal Island has appeared, everyone knows it holds great opportunities. Naturally, she wants to get a share of the pie. Unexpectedly, Stellar Company turned out to be so incompetent. Not only did they fail to eliminate Zhou Luo, but they were also completely destroyed themselves. The plan ended in utter failure. To survive, the only option is to leave Daxia as soon as possible. Head to the Ganges continent. It's the safest place. Lu Ruyan, quick-witted, immediately pointed out the direction for their escape. The three major forces that just joined hands to deal with Zhou Luo: the Holy Court Church, the Shadow Group, and the Stellar Corporation. These three forces are rooted in the northern European continent, Sakura Island, and the American continent, respectively. Now that the Stellar Corporation has been destroyed, the latter two being targeted by Zhou Luo is only a matter of time. So, the wisest choice to escape is to stay far away from the Ganges continent, where the Baroshan forces are encircling Zhou Luo. Yang Tianying understood this reasoning instantly upon hearing it. There's no time to lose, let's set off quickly. If Zhou Luo returns, it'll be too late. The two, with mutual understanding, quietly and seamlessly left the Skull Society. Other members of the Skull Society have not yet noticed the change, nor that their president has long since fled Daxia. In a picturesque mansion castle with a strong Sakura country aesthetic, the headquarters of the Shadow Group is located there. But strangely, at this moment, the castle was unexpectedly empty. In the sky, the frost thunder howl slowly descended. Zhou Luo looked around but saw no trace of the Shadow Group members. Of course, where did they all go? Unconvinced, Zhou Luo immediately brought Tian Xuan Lei Ho and turned the entire castle upside down. Even the basement and hidden doors were not spared, yet he still couldn't find a single person. Could it be that they heard about the news from Hongxing Corporation and fled in advance? This sudden speculation made him involuntarily chuckle bitterly. These devils are really cunning. Zhou Luo sneered coldly, but he wasn't in a hurry. They may escape for a moment, but they can't escape forever. He remembered clearly that after the Immortal Island opened, Mount Fuji would erupt shortly after. At that time, Sakurajima will face its greatest opportunity. The Shadow Group will never let it go easily. By then, it won't be too late to wipe out these devils in one fell swoop. Big brother, everyone's gone. Where should we go now? Tianxuan Leiho asked dumbly. Return to Daxia. Zhou Luo exhaled and said firmly, although he couldn't conveniently deal with the Shadow Group, but this trip was still very rewarding. That jade pure glass bottle was still waiting for him to refine. After completing the refinement, he would consume the mystic green sacred fruit and begin the second round of seclusion, striving to break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm before the Immortal Island opens. What secrets are hidden within the Immortal Island? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression contemplative. In his previous life, the few who entered the Immortal Island refused to reveal anything about what was inside. What kind of unspeakable secrets are concealed there, making them so tight-lipped? Humans and beasts together immediately set off on the return journey. By the time Zhou Luo returned to Jiangnan Mountain Villa, the news of the Shadow Group's escape had already spread far and wide. This matter caused quite a stir and couldn't be concealed at all. After all, a massive Shadow Group suddenly disappearing would surprise anyone who witnessed it. In addition, someone witnessed Zhou Luo appearing on Sakura Island, leading to speculation that the Shadow Group fled overnight out of fear of his revenge. As soon as the news broke, the people of Sakura Island instantly became the laughingstock of the world. The residents of Sakura Island could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger, completely powerless to refute. There was no other choice, it was simply too humiliating. The Haudai Shadow Group is reputed to be one of the 5 major powers on Blue Star, standing alongside the Daxia Alliance, Buloka, and the surviving Holy See Church. Who would have thought that such a colossal entity would flee overnight out of fear of a single person? For a time, the people of Sakura Island became the lowest rung on the chain of contempt online. The humiliation was beyond words. Just as the heated discussion was raging online, Zhou Luo had already returned to Jiangnan Manor. Big brother, are you planning to go into seclusion? Tianxuan Leiho quickly asked as he saw Zhou Luo heading straight into the quiet room without saying a word. That's right, what's the problem? Zhou Luo stopped in his tracks and looked at Tianxuan Leiho. Big brother, can I go out during this time? Tianxuan Leiho asked tentatively. It seemed he felt the wording was inappropriate, so he quickly added, don't misunderstand, big brother, I'm not being playful. I sense that many rare treasures of heaven and earth are emerging on this land. My perception is extremely sharp. I can help you find these treasures and bring them back to aid your cultivation. After speaking, The Frost Thunder Howl looked at Zhou Luo with a face full of anticipation. What he said is indeed the truth. Since the appearance of the Immortal Island, numerous rare treasures have emerged across the entire Great Xia territory. These rare treasures are extremely precious, each worth a fortune, and provide significant assistance in cultivation. Moreover, the Frost Thunder Howl can sense the location of these treasures, making it an outstanding treasure hunter. If these rare treasures can be brought back, they will undoubtedly be of immense help to Zhou Luo. Tianxuan Leiho also had its own plans in mind. The cultivation methods of the exotic beast race are not much different from those of humans. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and consuming rare treasures, both methods can enhance one's cultivation. But there is another method which humans cannot enjoy. That is devouring other special exotic beasts to enhance one's cultivation. The last time we encountered that boss snake, it was a living example. And these special exotic beasts usually guard certain rare treasures of heaven and earth. It is precisely because of this that Tianxuan Leiho is eager to set out. Nowadays, rare treasures of heaven and earth frequently appear within the Great Xia territory, and exotic beasts like the boss snake are certainly not few. If he could encounter 2 or 3 of them, the effect would far surpass months of arduous cultivation. After hearing Tianxuan Leiho's request, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. This is really great. It's worth noting that there are still nearly half a month until the Immortal Island opens. During such a long period, relying solely on one Shenqing sacred fruit would definitely not be enough to meet the consumption. If more natural treasures and resources can be utilized, the cultivation speed will surely reach a new level. No problem, you can go. Zhou Luo agreed immediately. But he reminded, remember, the time cannot exceed 10 days. You must return after 10 days, understood? The Immortal Island will open in half a month. Having Tianxuan Leiho return within 10 days also gives Zhou Luo time to absorb the heavenly treasures. Big brother, don't worry, I promise to be back within 10 days. Tianxuan Leiho was overjoyed upon hearing Zhou Luo's agreement. Zhou Luo smiled without saying much. The Frost Thunder Howl flapped its wings and flew away. Seeing him leave, Zhou Luo returned to the quiet room and sat cross-legged. In his hand appeared a jade pure glazed bottle and a Shenqing sacred fruit. Let me refine you first. He glanced at the jade pure glazed bottle and then began the refinement. The misty spiritual energy quickly filled the entire quiet room. On the jade pure glazed bottle, the aura left by Louis gradually weakened. 9 days passed quietly. In the extreme northern region of Great Xia, within a snow-covered forest, the Frost Thunder Howl flapped its wings, shuttling through the skies above the forest. During these 9 days, it had already found 3 rare treasures of heaven and earth for Zhou Luo. Each item significantly enhances cultivation. Moreover, he lived up to expectations, encountering symbiotic exotic beasts in 2 of the treasure growth locations and devouring them. Now, his cultivation has skyrocketed to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. This speed is astonishing. The east. No, it should be the north. That's right, it's here. He slowly flew in one direction and finally stopped above a lake covered in solid ice. The lake's surface was almost sealed by the ice layer, but strangely, there was a small patch of unfrozen water at the center of the lake. A crimson lotus flower floated on the water's surface. The scarlet flame ice-heart lotus. It's actually that. Seeing this lotus flower, Tianxuan Leiho's eyes widened. This treasure is rare even on the ancestral star. If given to Big Brother, his cultivation would definitely break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm in one go. Adding the other 3 heavenly treasures, reaching the forbidden realm is entirely possible. Tianxuan Leiho was full of excitement but did not immediately pick it. He first scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no other exotic beasts before slowly descending. Such a precious treasure, yet no symbiotic exotic beast, how strange. He felt slightly disappointed but didn't think much about it, flapping his wings as he flew to the crimson flame ice-heart lotus. Ha, it's not fully matured yet, then I'll wait for now. After carefully observing, Tianxuan Leiho discovered that the lotus was not yet fully matured. Such a treasure can only unleash its greatest power when it is fully matured. So, he decided to wait silently, patiently awaiting the right moment. However, just as he slightly let down his guard, a gale strong enough to tear through the air suddenly swept toward the Frost Thunder Howl. There's danger. The Frost Thunder Howl reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the strike. He turned around and saw 2 beast kings of equal strength to himself, who had silently appeared behind him at some point. Azure Sky Chongming, Xianming Kuei Ox. Upon seeing these 2 beasts, the Frost Thunder Howl's expression immediately grew solemn. Frost Thunder Howl, this scarlet flame ice-heart lotus belongs to us. Get out of my way immediately. After the failed sneak attack, Xingxiao Chongming spoke coldly, his tone filled with hostility. I didn't know this treasure already had an owner, so I'll leave for now. Frost Thunder Howl was furious. If it hadn't been for his quick reaction earlier, that strike might have left him seriously injured. But at present, the 2 opposing beast kings are powerful, and being alone, it is impossible to gain the upper hand, so he can only suppress his anger. Stop. Don't even think about leaving. Just as the Frost Thunder Howl was about to turn and leave, the Xianming Kuei Ox suddenly spoke. The Frost Frost Thunder Howl turned its head, full of vigilance. You must have other rare treasures on you, right? Hand them all over, then you can leave. The Xianming Kuei ox snorted coldly, its tone stern. Upon hearing this, the Frost Thunderhound burned with rage. Those 3 treasures were what he had to take back to report to Zhou Luo, and he absolutely couldn't hand them over to anyone else. If you don't hand them over, don't even think about leaving. Xing Xiaochongming's tone was icy cold, and his attitude extremely unyielding. It suddenly spread its wings, instantly cutting off Tian Xuan Leiho's escape route. The aura of the 2 mid-stage beast kings in the transformation realm erupted instantly, making it hard for anyone to breathe. A trace of solemnity flashed in Tian Xuan Leiho's eyes. Are you really going to force me into a corner? He looked coldly at the 2 of them, his tone filled with frost. Stop wasting words with him, kill him, the item will be ours. The Xianming Kuei ox hesitated not at all, raised its hooves, and took a step forward. A bone-chilling wave of icy coldness suddenly swept toward the Frost Thunder Howl. Facing the attack of the Xianming Kuei ox, the Frost Thunder Howl's heart sank, realizing that this battle was inevitable. You 2 are simply too much. I no longer wish to fight, yet you still force me into a dead end. Amid the roar, he decisively unleashed the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl. Countless purple lightning bolts erupted from the pearl, instantly evaporating the icy wave completely. Just after neutralizing the attack of the Xianming Kuei ox, a crisp bird cry came from behind. The azure firmament Chongming dove swiftly, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming straight for the vital points of the Frost Thunder Howl. This claw strike was incredibly fast, leaving the Frost Thunder Howl no time to react, forcing it to condense a frost shield in front of itself to block. The powerful claw effortlessly shattered the shield, leaving deep claw marks on his back. From the claw marks, wisps of blue flames emerged, scorching the flesh. The pain made the Frost Thunder Howl's teeth chatter. The most formidable aspect of the Azure Sky Chongming clan was their sharp claws, which could not only tear through the void but also carried their innate heartburn flame, making them extremely troublesome. Having been struck by the Azure Sky Chongming, the Frost Thunder Howl was now completely at a disadvantage. Continuing the fierce battle will only lead to downfall. No, I can't just die like this. I finally acknowledged a big brother with exceptional talent, whose future achievements will definitely not be inferior to those few in the clan. I absolutely cannot give up easily. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes as the gaze of the Frost Thunder Howl slowly shifted to the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl in midair. It can only be this way. After a soft sigh, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He looked coldly at Qing Xiaochongming and Xianming Kuei, sneering, "You 2 despicable dogs have gone too far. I will remember today's grudge. In the future, it will be repaid 100-fold." The 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl in midair suddenly erupted with dazzling purple lightning, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Not good. He's going to make his life-bound spiritual treasure self-destruct. Quickly dodge. Xing Xiaochongming was the first to react, swiftly spreading its wings and retreating. Xianming Kuei, however, wasn't so lucky. It had no time to escape and could only rely on its body to endure the impact. The sky was filled with purple lightning, almost covering the entire lake. Even the thick ice covering the lake's surface was instantly melted by the high temperature carried by the lightning. This scene lasted for more than 10 minutes, until the purple lightning gradually dissipated, leaving the surroundings in complete disarray. Meanwhile, the Frost Thunder Howl had long disappeared without a trace. Damn it, he got away. After experiencing an explosion, most of the feathers on Qing Xiaochongming's body had fallen off. Fortunately, he reacted in time and did not suffer serious internal injuries. But Xianming Kuei was not so lucky. Its entire body was scorched black by the electricity, with the skin almost peeling off. The internal organs have suffered severe injuries, and the wounds are extremely serious, making it impossible to recover in less than 10 days to half a month. Damn Frost Thunder Howl, don't let me run into you next time. The Xianming Kuei ox let out a low roar, its tone filled with murderous intent. Taking advantage of the moment when the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl self-destructed, the Frost Thunder Howl had already fled hundreds of miles away. Fortunately, I had previously swallowed 2 treasure beasts, allowing my cultivation to advance to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Otherwise, I might have really fallen here today. Tianchuan Thunder Howl looked in the direction of the Scarlet Flame Ice Heart Lotus, still feeling lingering fear. At the same time, his heart was filled with pain. After all, the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl is his companion spiritual treasure, nurtured day and night with spiritual energy, forming a deep bond. Now that the spiritual treasure is lost, how could he not feel heartbroken? But fortunately, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Big Brother wanted are all intact. I'll figure out a way to get another treasure back in the future. Hiss. It hurts. The lifebound heartburn flame of the Qing Xiaochongming clan is really troublesome. When will this burning stop? Tianchuan Leiho endured the pain on his back, flapping his wings as he flew toward Jiangnan Manor. 9 days passed, and with the aid of the Shenqing sacred fruit, Zhou Luo's cultivation advanced at an astonishing speed. Now, he has already broken through to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, just one step away from the 6th level. Suddenly, Suddenly, a dull thud came from outside the window. It seemed as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Zhou Luo abruptly opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the quiet room. Xiao Hozi, what happened to you? Just after stepping out, Zhou Luo saw Tian Shuang Ho collapsed on the ground, struggling to breathe. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a claw mark from a bird on its back. Around the claw mark, a small cluster of blue flames was burning. Big brother, the rare treasures you wanted, I brought them back. Seeing Zhou Luo come out, Tian Shuang Ho immediately took out 3 rare treasures and handed them over. Zhou Luo frowned slightly and, after a brief examination, discovered that Tian Shuang was in extremely poor condition. The culprit was most likely that strange blue flame. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo quickly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body to extinguish the flame. I didn't expect this flame to be so difficult to deal with, repeatedly reigniting. It almost consumed half of Zhou Luo's spiritual energy to completely extinguish it. Who did this to you? After handling it, Zhou Luo stared at the Tian Shuang Thunderhound and asked. There was a faint hint of anger in his tone. After all, Tian Shuang was his subordinate. Now that his subordinate has been bullied like this, isn't it a slap in his face? Tian Shuang was overjoyed to see Qing Shao Chongming's lifebound burning heart flame erased, as this thing had tormented him greatly. But facing Zhou Luo's questioning, he still pretended to be nonchalant and said, It's nothing, big brother, just a little wear and tear. Speak human language. Zhou Luo rolled his eyes, feeling utterly speechless. He was injured to that extent, yet he still called it just a little wear and tear. Woo, big brother, I got beaten up by 2 scoundrels. Tian Shuang couldn't help but reveal his true form, his tone instantly filled with grievance. Then, with tears and snot streaming down, he recounted the entire incident. Only then did Zhou Luo understand what had happened. Just 2 insignificant beast kings at the spirit transformation realm, and you dare bully my little brother? Tired of living, are you? A surge of killing intent rose in Zhou Luo's heart. Without another word, he immediately stood up. Let's go, little Hozi. Big brother will avenge you right now. Tian Shuang was instantly startled. Big brother, those are 2 beast kings at the transformation spirit realm, and both are at mid-stage cultivation. I'm too severely injured right now to be of much help. His concern was not without reason. After all, 2 mid-stage beast kings at the transformation spirit realm possess extremely formidable strength. When joining forces, they are not something ordinary transformation spirit realm cultivations can handle. Only a strong expert at the forbidden realm has the ability to slay them. But Zhou Luo was not afraid at all. Now his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, also in the mid-stage. He also possessed the 5 peaks scripture, the 9 suns 8 trigrams disc, the Taiye sword, along with the newly acquired jade pure glazed bottle. His strength far exceeded that of ordinary spirit transformation realm experts. Facing these 2 beast kings, he is confident enough to slay them. By the way, after killing them, he can also extract the beast king core from their bodies to help heal the injuries of the frost thunder howl. As for that scarlet flame ice heart lotus, Zhou Luo naturally covets it greatly. With it, plus the 3 heavenly treasures brought back by the frost thunder howl, breaking through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm would be no difficulty. It is not even impossible to break through to the forbidden realm. Looking at the hesitant Tian Shuang Zhou Luo asked without hesitation, let me ask you, do you still want revenge? I do, of course I do. Tian Shuang nodded hurriedly. The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth lifted slightly, and then he rose into the air. Then hurry up and catch up. Qing Shao Chongming and Xianming Kuei are currently guarding the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus. Almost there, it's about to mature. Xianming Kuei stared intently at the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus, filled with impatience. He was severely injured due to the self-destruction of the 9 Tribulations Thunder Extreme Pearl, and the Scarlet Flame Ice Heart Lotus could not only heal his wounds but also enhance his cultivation. Everything waits for that moment. Qing Shao Chongming looked at the Scarlet Flame Ice Heart Lotus, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. But when his gaze swept over the Xianming Kuei ox, a trace of hidden killing intent flashed in his eyes. This Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus was discovered by him and the Xianming Kuei ox together. They had agreed back then to split it evenly once it matured. However, this Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus is extremely rare among all the heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, with exceptionally high value. Such a precious item, Qing Shao Chongming naturally wanted to keep it all for himself. However, the Xianming Kuei ox is incredibly powerful, and if a real fight breaks out, he might not necessarily have the upper hand. Now that the Xianming Kuei ox is seriously injured, it presents him with an excellent opportunity. The reason he held back earlier was that the Xianming Kuei ox also possesses an accompanying spiritual treasure, the Xianming Heaven-Shaking Horn. If they were to engage in a direct battle and the Xianming Kuei ox were to wield the Xianming Heaven-Shaking Horn, it could very well end in mutual destruction. Therefore, he has been patiently waiting for the right moment. As long as the Scarlet Flame Ice Heart Lotus matures, the Xianming Kuei ox will undoubtedly focus all its attention on trying to pick it, and its vigilance will inevitably relax. At that moment, it will be the best opportunity to strike. Thinking of this, Qing Shao Chongming took a deep breath and waited silently. Suddenly, Qing Xiaochongming's expression changed, and his gaze quickly turned to the distance. There, a familiar figure was slowly growing larger. It's the Frost Thunder Ho. He actually dares to return? After recognizing the figure, Qing Xiaochongming let out a cold laugh. Xianming Kuei-Niu stood up upon hearing this, anger flashing in his eyes as he stared in the direction of Tian Xuanlei Ho. This time I won't let him escape. Wait, beside him, is there a human? Soon, Qing Xiaochongming noticed something unusual. He saw that next to Tian Xuanlei Ho, there was unexpectedly the figure of a human man. Is that the helper he found? How shameful, actually seeking help from humans on this land. Xianming Kuei-Niu snorted coldly, his tone extremely disdainful. Qing Xiaochongming's eyes also revealed mockery. In their eyes, the native humans of Blue Star are all trash, without exception. Even if there are a few strong individuals among them, they are far inferior to the Beast King clan. When Qing Xiaochongming and Xianming Kuei-Niu were sizing up Zhou Luo's gaze also swept over the two of them. Little Ho, are they the ones who injured you? He spoke to the Frost Thunder Howl, his tone as calm as ever. That's right, big brother, it's them. The Frost Thunder Howl nodded and quickly reminded, Big brother, you must be careful of that foul bird. Its claws contain the heartburn flame of the Qing Xiaochongming clan. Once it touches you, it will cling like a bone maggot and won't let go. And that foolish bull is no ordinary creature either. The horn on its nose is called the Xianming Heaven-Shaking Horn, an innate spiritual treasure. Tian Xuanlei Ho recounted the information he had gathered one by one. Zhou Luo listened but showed little concern on his face. The life-bound burning heart flame of Qing Xiaochongming was indeed troublesome. Even Tian Xuanlei Ho had to avoid it by 3 feet. But for him, it was no problem at all. As for the Xianming Heaven-Shaking Horn on the Xianming Kuei Ox, it poses no threat to him. It's merely an innate spiritual treasure. Yet he possesses a total of 3 innate supreme treasures. The two slowly approached the ice lake. Frost Thunder Howl, you actually found someone to help you seek revenge? Truly disgraceful to the entire Beast clan. On the surface of the lake, Qing Xiaochongming coldly stared at Frost Thunder Howl, his tone full of mockery. Xianming Kuei-Niu snorted as well. Since you dare to return, then today we'll make sure you perish here. This time, you have no chance to escape. Facing 2 arrogant Beast Kings, Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged as he signaled to Tian Xuanlei Ho, go wait for me in the back. Tian Xuanlei Ho obediently retreated 1,000 meters away. On the field, only Zhou Luo and the 2 menacing Beast Kings remained. Oh, you actually came alone to deal with us? Qing Xiaochongming saw this and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. To what extent did he look down on them? At this moment, Qing Xiaochongming had already discerned Zhou Luo's cultivation level. 5th stage of the spirit transformation realm, similar to him and the Xianming Kuei-Niu. But even so, how could a mere human dare to be so arrogant? Actually choosing to approach alone, completely disregarding him. I alone am enough. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, his tone showing no sign of pressure despite being besieged by 2 Beast Kings. Arrogant to the extreme. Seeking death. The fiery temper of the Xianming Kuei Ox finally couldn't be restrained and struck first. With a stomp of its hooves, a sharp sword formed from the chilling energy of Xianming instantly thrust toward Zhou Luo. The air sliced by the sharp sword was distorted by the Xianming chill, condensing into patches of frost, exuding an icy aura. Zhou Luo, unhurried, raised his hand with a wave just as the Xianming chill was about to reach him. A massive phantom of Mount Tai suddenly emerged behind him. Endless vast energy erupted from the phantom. The Xianming cold energy, upon contact with this vast aura, was like a mouse encountering a cat, instantly unable to withstand it and exploded in the air. The phantom of Mount Tai, supremely young and rigid, can dispel all evil and darkness. And this Xianming cold energy happens to be an extremely pure evil substance. What kind of trick is this? Xianming Kuei-Niu was startled when its attack was effortlessly neutralized. It could sense that the Taishan phantom summoned by Zhou Luo was practically its nemesis. Don't underestimate him. Attack with full force. This human is no ordinary opponent. Qing Xiaochongming felt a surge of unease in his heart and immediately spoke. I don't need your reminder. Half a month? Xianming Kuei-Niu snorted coldly, and his entire body was suddenly enveloped in a layer of bluish-black radiance. The radiance converged on that single horn, which had originally seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but now erupted with a terrifying aura. Xianming Heaven-Shaking Horn. Release. The Xianming Kuei Ox let out a low roar, and its single horn detached from its flesh, shooting straight into the sky. At this moment, there were no extra horns left on the head of the Xianming Kuei Ox. The Kuei Ox originally had no horns, this is its true form. We join forces to strike and kill him. Qing Xiaochongming also gathered his innate burning heart flame in his claws, flapped his wings, and leaped like an arrow toward Zhou Luo. The cyan flames traced a trajectory in the air, aiming directly at Zhou Luo's vital points. The Xianming Heaven-Shaking Horn also shot toward Zhou Luo like a missile. 2 attacks powerful enough to severely wound or even kill a spirit transformation realm expert simultaneously charged toward Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up, showing no trace of retreat in his expression. Accompanied by a crisp hum, the Tai sword unsheathed in response. Just broke through, and no one to spar with. I'll I'll use you two to test my strength. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, revealing a confident smile. He wielded the Tai sword and slashed toward Qingxiao Chongming and Xianming Hantian Horn. A sword light as pure as the cold moon suddenly blossomed in the air. The sword light was unstoppable, heading straight for Qingxiao Chongming and Xianming Hantian Horn. The fastest Qingxiao Chongming bore the brunt. The moment he faced this sword light, Qingxiao Chongming felt as if he were being targeted by a peerless ferocious beast, his whole body turning cold. Not good, run quickly. At this moment, the only thought in Qingxiao Chongming's mind was to escape, but everything was already too late. At the very moment this thought flashed, the sword's light had already reached Qingxiao Chongming. A wing covered in fiery red feathers suddenly descended. Blood rain scattered across the sky, staining the ground red. Ah! Qingxiao Chongming let out a long cry, the sound desolate and sorrowful. For avian beasts, wings are undoubtedly the foundation of survival. Moreover, the wings are densely packed with muscles and nerves, making their perception extremely sensitive. Now, one wing has been severed. The intense pain surged into Qingxiao Chongming's mind like a monstrous wave. His face twisted and contorted in agony. After the sword light severed one of Qingxiao Chongming's wings, it did not stop. Continue striking towards the Xianming sky-shaking horn. The sword light, flying like a missile, met the Xianming sky-shaking horn without yielding. An extremely pure force erupted from the Xianming sky-shaking horn, as if it could shake the heavens and earth. Relying on this immense power, the Xianming heaven-shaking horn ultimately collided head-on with the sword light unleashed by Zhou Luo. A deafening explosion was heard as it burst forth. The Xianming heaven-shaking horn was unexpectedly locked in a stalemate with the sword light. The clash of two powerful forces caused the surrounding winds to howl wildly. It seemed as if the entire space was about to be torn apart. Mere humans, utterly insignificant. The Xianming Kuei-Niu, who wielded the Xianming heaven-shaking horn, sensed that Zhou Luo's sword light was nearing the brink of dispersal. Immediately, he exerted his full strength, channeling spiritual energy into the Xianming heaven-shaking horn, attempting to break through the sword light and shatter Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo also noticed his intention. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, he sneered. Do you think I used all my strength with this sword? It's nothing more than a casual swing. The Tai sword was unsheathed once again. Another sword light flashed through the air once again. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Xianming Kuei-Niu's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that Zhou Luo could unleash this terrifying sword strike a second time. A sharp whistling sound rang out. The second sword light swiftly clashed with the Xianming sky-shaking horn. This time, the Xianming sky-shaking horn was clearly struggling. After just a few seconds of confrontation, it could no longer hold on, and the immense power suddenly dissipated. The entire Xianming heaven-shaking horn gradually lost its spiritual essence. No, impossible. How could a native human be so powerful? The Xianming Kuei ox was utterly shocked, trembling all over like a sieve. But the sword light wielded by Zhou Luo paid no heed to his astonishment, slashing directly toward him. The Xianming Kuei-Niu, already gravely injured, had no strength to resist. The sword light, swift and unstoppable, split him in two. The Beast King's blood instantly spilled across the lake's surface. The lake, once covered in solid ice and pristine as snow, was now stained red with blood, resembling a scene from hell. Xianming Kuei-Niu perished right here. It's your turn now. Zhou Luo's gaze shifted to Qingxiao Chongming. Under this direct gaze, Qingxiao Chongming actually felt his soul trembling. Too terrifying. Since stepping into this realm, he had never felt this way. Who, human, I am willing to submit to you, just like the frost thunder howl. At your command. Trembling, Qingxiao Chongming unexpectedly abandoned resistance and immediately bowed in submission. But Zhou Luo merely gave a cold smile. Your willingness to submit to me, that's your choice. But I have no intention of letting you leave here alive. The third sword struck silently. Qingxiao Chongming's face, filled with disbelief, suddenly separated as his head flew into the air. Until he hit the ground, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness and astonishment. The two spirit transformation realm beast kings dissipated into the world just like that. Only two cold corpses remained. Little Hosey, come here. After finishing all this, Zhou Luo casually sheathed the Tai sword and then shouted at the frost thunder howl behind him. At this moment, the frost thunder howl was dumbfounded, standing frozen in place for a long time without moving. Its entire beastly heart was overwhelmed with fear. The Azure Sky Chongming and the Xianming Kuei ox, which had almost killed it moments ago, were actually slain by Zhou Luo with one sword strike after another. The whole process was astonishingly fast, taking less than 5 minutes. Only 3 swords. The first sword severed the wings of Qingxiao Chongming, leaving it gravely injured. The second sword destroyed the awe-inspiring horn of Xianming Kuei-Niu, killing it instantly. The third sword severed Qingxiao Chongming's head, completely concluding the matter. The power of the 3 swords easily buried 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings. Such terrifying strength was unprecedented for Tianshuang Leiho. Little Ho, what are you doing? Hurry over here. In a daze, Tianshuang Leiho finally heard Zhou Luo calling it again. Only then did it snap out of it and hurriedly ran to Zhou Luo's side. Big brother, you're simply amazing. Incredible. It hesitated for a long time before stammering hammering out this sentence. Alright, these 2 Beast King pills are yours. Take them to heal your injuries. Zhou Luo ignored Tian Xuanleiho's astonishment and spoke directly. Really, big brother? Are these 2 Beast King pills really for me? Tian Xuanleiho was even more shocked. 2 Beast King pills of the spirit transformation realm are as valuable as the Scarlet Flame Ice Heart Lotus. Such a precious treasure, and Zhou Luo actually shared it with me without hesitation. You already call me big brother, who else would I give it to if not you? Zhou Luo glanced at it. Don't tell me you don't want it? You should have said so earlier, since you didn't refuse. Hey, I want it, of course I do. Tian Xuanleiho hurriedly said, big brother's gift. Little brother naturally accepts it with pleasure. Thank you, big brother. After saying that, it happily ran toward the corpse of Qingxiao Chongming, ready to extract the Beast King pill. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo was not idle either. He walked slowly toward the lake, arriving beside the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus. At this moment, the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus was fully mature, exuding an enticing fragrance. Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus, along with 3 other heavenly treasures. I wonder what realm I can break through to. Zhou Luo smiled faintly and reached out to pick the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus. At the moment the lotus was plucked, the solid ice covering the entire lake instantly melted. Even the cold air around it became much hotter. Refine it right here. Zhou Luo looked around, planning to refine these 4 rare treasures of nature in this forest. There were less than 5 days left until the opening of the Immortal Island. Refining these rare treasures of nature would take time. Zhou Luo had to finish refining all 4 rare treasures of nature before the Immortal Island opened. Every second is extremely precious. Little Hosey, protect me. Zhou Luo gave the order and then sat cross-legged. The Frost Thunder Ho, which had just retrieved the Beast King pill, quickly ran over. In the far west of Daxia, atop Tianfeng Mountain, the celestial island, shrouded in clouds and mist all year round and suspended mid-air, suddenly showed signs of unusual activity. Waves of milky white spiritual energy spread rapidly across the entire Daxia, with the celestial island at the center. Within Daxia's borders, almost everyone paying attention to the celestial island received news of its sudden change at this moment. For a time, the awakened ones of Daxia set out one after another, heading toward Tianfeng Mountain. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo, who was far away in a forest in the extreme northern region, also sensed this surge of spiritual energy. The Immortal Island has opened. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. After waiting for many days, this day has finally arrived. As the most mysterious secret realm in his past life, what exactly is hidden on this Immortal Island? He can finally explore it firsthand. What could it be that allowed Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, and others to leap directly from the early stage of the spirit transformation realm to the later stage upon entering? Moreover, when people asked about the situation inside the Immortal Island, they all kept their mouths shut and refused to speak. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion? Just as Zhou Luo was immersed in thought, the voice of Tian Xuanleiho suddenly came from the side. At the moment Zhou Luo opened his eyes, Tian Xuanleiho immediately sensed his movement. That's right, little Hosey, you did a great job this time. These 4 heavenly treasures played a significant role, Zhou Luo said with a smile. Over the past 5 days, he had consumed all 4 of those rare treasures, with excellent results. His cultivation level had already broken through to the 7th stage of the spirit transformation realm, officially stepping into the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This speed was simply astonishing. If this gets out, who knows how many people will be shocked. Big brother, this is all what I should do. Receiving Zhou Luo's praise, Tian Xuanleiho was overjoyed. After all, he had already decided to wholeheartedly follow Zhou Luo. The stronger Zhou Luo's strength, the more it proved his choice was correct. How about you? Did your cultivation improve after consuming those 2 Beast King pills? Zhou Luo asked again. Hee, big brother, take a look. Tian Xuanleiho chuckled foolishly and then released a surge of aura. 6th level of the spirit transformation realm? Not bad, not bad. Zhou Luo nodded in approval. Although the progress wasn't as fast as his own, it was still quite impressive. After all, before taking the Beast King pill, the Frost Thunder Hull was still heavily injured. Of the 2 Beast King pills, at least one was used to heal its injuries. In the future, I must find a way to get more Beast King pills for the little Ho to nourish it. Since I, as the elder brother, am progressing so quickly, the younger brother can't fall behind. After organizing his thoughts, Zhou Luo looked westward. Let's go to Tianfeng Mountain and see what the Immortal Island really is. 1 man and 1 beast set off in the direction of Tianfeng Mountain. A pure white light screen, centered on the Immortal Island, almost enveloped the entire Tianfeng Mountain. The awakened ones who came to Tianfeng Mountain, preparing to participate in the Immortal Island's secret realm, were all blocked by this light screen. What the hell is this barrier supposed to mean? It's actually not letting us in? What on earth is going on with this secret realm this time? It's completely different from before. Let me in. Complaints arose one after another among the crowd. Some even tried to force their way through the light screen, only to be repelled by a powerful force. Look over there, the Black Feather King is here. Gu Qianhua and Major General Cui are here too. At this moment, a few voices suddenly rose from the crowd. Everyone followed followed the sound and indeed saw the figures of Lu Feiyu and the others. The Black Feather King, Gu Qianhua, and Major General Cui, all three of them are here. What about the Skeleton Lord? Is he not planning to come? Skull Lord? Brother, your information is way outdated. He already ran away, and no one knows which overseas corner he's hiding in now. I was in seclusion a few days ago, so I didn't hear about this. Did Skull Lord really run away? Yeah, the entire Skull Society has pretty much disbanded. Someone tried to inquire about Yang Tianying's whereabouts, only to be mocked immediately. Some time ago, Yang Tianying fled overseas, and the news of the Skull Society being leaderless had already gone viral online. Some speculated that Yang Tianying feared Zhou Luo and fled directly. After all, Zhou Luo's feat of single-handedly destroying the Stellar Company was truly terrifying. Anyone who witnessed it would be afraid. Moreover, Yang Tianying and Zhou Luo had a long-standing grudge, so fearing retaliation from the latter was only natural. Just as everyone was engaged in heated discussion, Luffy Yu and the others also arrived in front of the light screen. Not letting people in? Quite interesting. Luffy Yu looked at the milky white light screen before him, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Immediately, he took a step forward, intending to test whether this light screen truly kept everyone out as people claimed. I have no opinion. However, when he took that step, I have no objections either. The expected resistance did not appear. Instead, he effortlessly passed through the light screen. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. How is that possible? The light screen failed? How could the Black Feather King get in? We couldn't get in just now. Never mind, I'll give it a try too. Some people couldn't help themselves and immediately mimic Lu Feiyu's actions, stepping into the range of the light screen. But the moment he stepped 1 foot forward, the light screen suddenly shook violently, directly ejecting him 100 meters away, with blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Other awakened individuals who attempted to enter saw this and quickly abandoned the idea. Everyone was filled with confusion. At the same time, over at Lu Feiyu's side, Gu Qianhua and Cui Lingfei also began attempting to step into the light screen. As a result, just like Lu Feiyu, they encountered no obstacles whatsoever. They effortlessly and smoothly entered the light screen. This made everyone even more confused. Lu Feiyu looked at the situation before him, and a guess silently emerged in his heart. He, Gu Qianhua, and Cui Lingfei had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm earlier. Among the three, Gu Qianhua had the highest cultivation, reaching the second level of the spirit transformation realm, while he and Cui Lingfei were at the first level. Could it be that this light screen only allows awakeners at the spirit transformation realm and above to enter? Outside the light screen, the crowd continued to argue incessantly. Many people, seeing Gu Qianhua and Cui Lingfei successfully step into the light screen, began to entertain the idea of giving it a try. They believed that their method must be incorrect. Some even called out to Luffy Yu and others from afar, begging them to reveal the secret to entering the light screen. Luffy Yu, annoyed by these voices, shouted loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. From what I can see, this light screen is most likely designed to block awakeners below the spirit transformation realm. Only those who have reached the spirit transformation realm can enter. Don't waste your efforts." As soon as he spoke, the people outside who were preparing to try entering were instantly stunned. As soon as the words fell, only the spirit transformation realm can enter? Isn't this condition too demanding? At this stage, only exceptionally gifted individuals like Lu Feiyu have the potential to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Most others are still lingering between the transitional realm and the divine phenomenon realm. Some are even still struggling in the initial realm to this day. As soon as Lu Feiyu spoke, the scene indeed quieted down significantly. Some people showed regret on their faces, but couldn't help feeling unwilling in their hearts. After all, everyone knows that a special secret realm like Immortal Island must hold significant opportunities. Losing the qualification to participate would make anyone feel uncomfortable. However, they did not choose to leave. Instead, they planned to stay where they were, waiting for Lu Feiyu and the others to come out. They also wanted to see what astonishing opportunities Lu Feiyu and the others would gain after emerging from this Immortal Island, which only allowed those above the spirit transformation realm to enter. Suddenly, someone heard a whistling sound coming from the sky behind them. Looking up, it turned out to be a familiar figure, riding a beast and approaching. It's the God of Killing. The God of Killing is here. Don't call him the God of Killing anymore, he is General Zhou. Everyone's gaze turned toward that direction. Zhou Luo was seen riding the Frost Thunder Howl, slowly descending outside the light screen. General Zhou, you're here. Cui Lingfei was the first to step forward, cupping his hands in salute to Zhou Luo. Last time, Zhou Luo saved his life from the hands of the three major forces, and he had always wanted to repay this favor in person. You've also broken through to the spirit transformation realm? Zhou Luo nodded in acknowledgement, with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The last time he saw Cui Lingfei, he was still in the divine phenomenon realm. Moreover, he had been severely injured by the joint forces of the Stellar Company and the other three major powers. Logically, his cultivation shouldn't have advanced so quickly. The headquarters didn't want me to miss this opportunity and provided me with many resources, which allowed me to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Chui Lingfei also understood Zhou Luo's doubts and scratched his head awkwardly. Zhou Luo nodded, thinking to himself that it made sense. Now that the Great Xia Alliance is gradually declining, Chui Lingfei, as a top-tier combat force, absolutely cannot miss this Immortal Island's secret realm. Brother Zhou, now that you're here, we have enough people. Why don't we take this chance to explore Tianfeng Mountain? At this moment, Lu Feiyu also walked over and greeted Zhou Luo. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's set off. Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. Before leaving, he instructed Tianchuan Leiho, stay outside the light screen and kill anyone from foreign forces who approaches. Tianchuan Leiho's face was full of the expression, "Don't worry, boss." Seeing this, Zhou Luo left with peace of mind. The group of four quickly reached the top of Tianfeng Mountain. When everyone reached the mountaintop, they were surprised to find a mysterious magic array carved there. At the center of the array, a beam of white light shot straight into the sky, pointing directly at the celestial island above. It seems this is the teleportation array leading to the celestial island. Gu Qianhua gazed at the celestial island in the sky and spoke slowly. Luffy Yu and Chui Lingfei also nodded, agreeing with his judgment. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go up first. Zhou Luo stepped forward without hesitation, directly entering the range of the magic array. The other three saw this and quickly followed suit. At the moment when all four stepped into the magic array suddenly began to operate, and the surrounding scenery instantly blurred. A sudden sense of weightlessness struck, causing Zhou Luo's heart to jolt sharply. As the sense of weightlessness gradually dissipated, Zhou Luo found himself in a dreamlike and surreal landscape. Mist enveloped the green peaks, and clouds intertwined with jade-like trees. After truly stepping onto the Immortal Island, he was amazed to discover that the white mist surrounding the island all day now faintly glimmered with a hint of rosy light. It was truly a scene like a paradise. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his face full of joy. The other three also clearly felt that the concentration of spiritual energy on this Immortal Island was at least 4 or 5 times higher than the outside world. If one could cultivate here, their progress would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. Just as everyone was immersed in excitement, a graceful figure of a woman suddenly appeared on the quiet path ahead. Everyone, welcome to the Immortal Island. The woman had skin as smooth as cream, brows like willow leaves, a slightly upturned nose, and looked like a peerless beauty. As soon as she spoke, the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees seemed to come alive. You are. When Gu Qianhua and the other two saw this woman, their breaths involuntarily hitched. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. Beautiful, truly unbelievably beautiful. On Blue Star, they had never seen such a stunningly beautiful woman. They even felt that her beauty was somewhat transcendent, almost unreal. I am the master of this island. You may call me Yusu, the woman said with a smile. So it turns out to be Fairy Yusu. Among the three, the youngest, Lu Feiyu, blushed deeply at this moment and quickly cupped his hands in salute to Yusu. Although Gu Qianhua and Chui Lingfei did not lose composure like Lu Feiyu, their eyes were still filled with shock. All of this was seen by Zhou Luo from the side. Zhou Luo stared intently at the woman named Yusu, his heart sounding alarm bells. Right now, he had only one question in his mind. How could there be humans in the secret realm? This was something he had never heard of in his previous life. Could it be that after Gu Qianhua and the others left the Immortal Island in their previous lives, they kept silent about the matters within the island because of this woman? But why? Zhou Luo fell into deep thought. He always felt that the woman named Yusu exuded an air of mystery. Even the entire Immortal Island seemed extraordinarily strange. Everyone, since you've already landed on the island, you are all esteemed guests. As the island's host, I naturally must entertain you all properly. Please follow me. Yusu's voice interrupted Zhou Luo's thoughts. Looking up, he saw that she had already turned around, heading toward the quiet path, and gestured for everyone to follow. Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Chui Lingfei immediately followed without hesitation. Only Zhou Luo paused briefly but ultimately decided to follow. No matter what oddities there are, let's go take a look first. Since Gu Qianhua and the others were able to leave the Immortal Island safely in their previous lives and greatly enhance their cultivation, there must be opportunities hidden within the island. Perhaps, I'm just overthinking. Zhou Luo silently comforted himself in his heart, but he still remained highly vigilant. Everyone followed Yusu to a pond shrouded in white mist. Everyone, this body of water is called the Spirit Pool. Standing by the pool, Yusu introduced to the group, the water in the Spirit Pool is formed by the liquefaction of extremely dense spiritual energy, with a spiritual energy content thousands of times higher than the outside world. There isn't much special hospitality on the island. This spiritual pool is a small gesture of mine. Please enjoy it to your heart's content. Once everyone has absorbed the energy of the spiritual pool, I will take you to the grand hall on the island to rest. Yusu made a gesture of invitation. Lu Feiyu and the other two hesitated for a moment. Fairy Yusu, this spiritual pool is so precious, and you're just giving it to us like this? Yusu nodded calmly, her expression serene. Among the three, Gu Qianhua was the first to walk to the edge of the spiritual pool, carefully sensing it for a moment, and indeed found the spiritual energy within within the pool to be incredibly dense. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Then this old man shall thank Fairy Yusu greatly. Gu Qianhua couldn't wait and immediately jumped into the pool. He had awakened the body of an immortal, possessing an exceptional affinity for spiritual energy and absorbing it at an extraordinary speed. A treasure like the spiritual pool was of immense help to him. Seeing that Gu Qianhua had already entered the pool, Lu Feiyu and Cui Lingfei no longer hesitated and followed suit, jumping into the spiritual pool. On the shore, soon only Zhou Luo was left. Seeing Zhou Luo remain motionless for a long time, Yusa smiled and said, "Young master, do you find my presence here inconvenient? In that case, I shall take my leave first and return to guide you all after you've finished absorbing." As the words fell, Yusu indeed turned and left. Zhou Luo saw this and became even more puzzled. Such a treasure, and yet it's handed over so easily? He found it hard to believe. The opportunity on this immortal island came far too easily. Compared to other secret realms, it's simply unbelievably easy. This woman is incredibly powerful. She might be a Forbidden Realm expert. If she harbored ill intentions, she would have acted when we first landed on the island. Why go through so much trouble? Let's enter the spiritual pool to cultivate first. This pool water is indeed a top-tier treasure and must not be wasted. However, one must not be careless during absorption. A series of thoughts flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. He was already at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, just 3 minor realms away from the Forbidden Realm. If Yusu truly had a conspiracy, he was not entirely without the power to fight back. Moreover, with the innate treasures like the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc and the support of the top-tier breathing technique 5 Peaks Sutra, Zhou Luo already possesses the strength to contend with the Forbidden Realm. Therefore, he is utterly fearless. Immediately, he leapt into the spiritual pool. At the very moment Zhou Luo entered the water, in the distance, Yusu, whose expression was as calm as water, suddenly revealed a faint smile. "I thought you were very vigilant, but I didn't expect you to be captivated by this opportunity. All the fish have taken the bait. Yuzhen, you can make your move now." A figure resembling a graceful young gentleman stepped out from the shadows. He looked at Yusu and smiled as he said, "Yes, senior sister. Senior sister, these 4 should be the strongest experts on Dasha's land right now, correct?" The man, addressed as Yuzhen, stepped forward with a smile and spoke to Yusu. "Indeed, as long as we successfully plant the slave imprint into their divine consciousness, controlling the entirety of Dasha will just be a matter of time." Yusu lightly nodded in response. "That's wonderful. As long as we can take control of this land in Dasha, the Hallmaster will surely reward us generously," Yuzhen said with great anticipation. "Yes, the Brahma Lotus sect has gradually taken control of the force known as Paluo Heaven. If our Luofu Hall doesn't act soon, it will be too late. I made the floating immortal island appear, causing such a commotion, it wasn't in vain." Yusu's lips curved slightly, her heart full of satisfaction. Then, she turned to Yuzhen. "Alright, get to work quickly." Yuzhen obeyed, swiftly forming a spell with his hands. For faintly visible streams of light directly flew into the minds of Zhou Luo and the others near the spiritual pool. At the moment they entered the spiritual pool, Zhou Luo suddenly felt all the pores on his body open wide. An extremely comfortable sensation instantly surged through his heart. Indeed, the spiritual energy is exceptionally dense. He was overjoyed. The concentration of spiritual energy in this spiritual pool far exceeded his expectations. The metaphor Yusu mentioned earlier, surpassing the outside world by thousands of times, even seemed somewhat understated to him. If I can completely absorb this entire spiritual pool, I might be able to break through the Forbidden Realm in one go. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and immediately began to absorb. A small vortex instantly appeared around him, with countless spiritual liquid madly pouring into his body. This absorption speed far surpassed that of Lu Feiyu and the other 2. Even Gu Qianhua, who was said to possess an immortal physique, had never caused such a huge sensation. At the same time, the 5 Peaks Sutra continued to operate within Zhou Luo's body. Not only was Zhou Luo's speed in absorbing spiritual energy astonishing, but even his efficiency in converting spiritual energy into cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary people. This is precisely the power of combining a top-tier physique with a top-tier breathing technique. Just as Zhou Luo was absorbing the spiritual liquid around him, suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy intruded into his consciousness. Zhou Luo's body trembled, and vigilance instantly arose. After the wave of spiritual energy entered his consciousness, it began to carve a mysterious mark. That woman really harbors ill intentions. Zhou Luo instantly understood the purpose of the mark. Once the imprint succeeded, he would be controlled and reduced to a slave. Anger burned in his heart, and a figure identical to him suddenly emerged in his sea of consciousness. That figure swung a sword, and the spiritual energy was utterly powerless to resist, instantly shattered. Zhou Luo, who possesses the 9 nether chaos body, has an extraordinary intensity of divine consciousness. The transformation of the soul into the void is by no means an empty claim. After shattering the spiritual energy, Zhou Luo suddenly opened his eyes. What met his gaze, however, was the absence of Yusu's figure. He quickly turned his head to look at the 3 people beside him, Lu Feiyu and the the others. At this moment, the three no longer had the calm expressions they had when first seen. Instead, they were in unbearable pain. It seems they are fiercely struggling against some kind of force. Sure enough, they fell for it too. Zhou Luo immediately saw that the three were fighting against the spiritual energy in their sea of consciousness, but their mental strength was far inferior to his. I'm afraid it won't be long before the slave mark spreads. Although Zhou Luo woke up early, he was powerless to help. He had never practiced any techniques related to spiritual consciousness, so he could only resist passively and was unable to take the initiative. I always thought you were a variable, and now it turns out I was right. At this moment, Yusu and Yuzhen had already appeared beside the spiritual pool. Yusu looked at Zhou Luo, his face no longer kind as before, but filled with murderous intent. You actually managed to break the Dao slave mark of my Luofu Hall. It seems your mental strength is extraordinary. Yuzhen stepped forward, his eyes full of curiosity, as if examining a little white mouse. I didn't expect to find such a treasure like you on this trip. Not bad, not bad. After killing you later, I must see what secrets are hidden in your consciousness. Are you the caster of this slave mark? Zhou Luo's face remained calm as he coldly stared at Yuzhen and asked. Although he couldn't help Lu Feiyu and the other two break the slave mark, if he could eliminate the caster of the slave mark in advance, everything might be resolved smoothly. Oh, you want to save them? Yuzhen saw through Zhou Luo's thoughts, the corner of her mouth curling into a disdainful smile. You're right, killing me can indeed stop the slave mark from being planted. But don't you think this is a bit delusional? His tone was full of mockery. The look he gave Zhou Luo was like that of a top predator eyeing weak prey. A gaze of disdain from a superior being toward the weak, completely disregarding Zhou Luo. Wishful thinking? Zhou Luo's eyes glimmered with cold light, and the Tai sword at his waist was already unsheathed. He stared at Yusu and Yuzhen, his tone filled with murderous intent. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also make you honestly reveal your origins. As soon as Yusu and Yuzhen appeared, Zhou Luo immediately knew that their cultivation levels were all at the Forbidden Realm. Two powerful figures at the Forbidden Realm, if in the outside world, would be enough to dominate a region. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, he faintly grew a bit excited. Since breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, he has never had a satisfying battle. Now, he finally has the chance for a thrilling fight. Two masters of the Forbidden Realm will surely not disappoint him. Zhou Luo is also extremely curious about the origins of Yusu and the other person. And what exactly was this Luofu Hall they spoke of? These were all names he had never heard of in his past life. Bold of you. How dare you draw your sword in front of me? This sword of yours is quite decent. Once I kill you, it'll be mine. Yuzhen saw Zhou Luo draw his sword, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. At some point, a long sword had also appeared in his hand. However, judging by its appearance, the sword's radiance was far inferior to the sharpness of Zhou Luo's Tai sword. At best, it was only of the grade of an innate spiritual treasure. Therefore, Yuzhen's gaze toward Zhou Luo's Tai sword was filled with greed and longing. Zhou Luo said no more. As Yuzhen's words fell, the Tai sword had already unleashed a cold white sword light. The sword light tore through the air, emitting a series of whistling sounds, as if it intended to rip apart the entire space. This strike was one of Zhou Luo's rare full-powered attacks. After breaking through the third level of the five sacred mountains and comprehending the Huashan sword intent, Zhou Luo can perceive all things as swords. At the same time, he can also imbue his weapon with sword intent. The higher the weapon's grade, the stronger the sword intent becomes. The combination of the two allows Zhou Luo's sword power to surpass the spirit transformation realm and reach the Forbidden Realm. Not good. This kid is up to something. Seeing this sword light that surpassed the spirit transformation realm and reached the power of the Forbidden Realm, Yuzhen's pupils suddenly contracted. He wanted to rely on his movement technique to evade, but the sword light was extremely fast and surrounded by an elusive ethereal aura, making its trajectory impossible to predict. Yuzhen could only raise his sword to counter, slashing toward the sword light. The two sword lights collided, unleashing a terrifying power. The surrounding airflow instantly became violent, completely swept into it. A few seconds later, a crisp shattering sound was heard. The sword wielded by Yuzhen was unexpectedly shattered by Zhou Luo's strike. The icy white sword light continued forward with unstoppable momentum. However, due to being delayed for a few seconds by Yuzhen's sword, the opponent ultimately seized the opportunity to dodge away. Senior sister, let's strike together. Having narrowly escaped this calamity, Yuzhen took a breath and immediately shouted to Yusu. He had already realized that Zhou Luo's strength was far beyond what he had initially imagined. If you don't go all out, you might end up being counterattacked. However, Yusu had already made her move before he could speak. Unnoticed, she had quietly appeared behind Zhou Luo and suddenly struck with a powerful palm. That delicate and seemingly fragile jade hand unexpectedly unleashed an incredibly immense and overwhelming force, terrifying to the extreme. This palm strike was incredibly fast. Even a Forbidden Realm expert would struggle to react. 9 suns 8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo clearly noticed it but remained completely unflustered. With a single thought, the 9 suns 8 trigrams disc instantly appeared behind his head. A black and white shield tightly enveloped Zhou Luo. Yusu's palm strike landed squarely on the 8 trigrams shield. The full-force strike of a Forbidden Realm expert was enough to shatter most defensive artifacts. But what Zhou Luo held was the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, the strongest defensive treasure among innate artifacts. After being struck, the surface of the 8 trigrams shield rippled momentarily before quickly returning to calm. 2 innate supreme treasures? Seeing her palm strike perfectly blocked, Yusu's eyes widened. Before she could even feel surprised, she sensed a force identical to her palm strike rebounding from the 8 trigrams shield. This sudden counterattack was completely unexpected by Yusu. Caught off guard, she was blasted away, suffering significant injuries. Seeing Yusu injured, Yuzhen's expression instantly turned dark and ruthless. Murderous intent surged in his eyes like a tide, and the long sword in his hand erupted with a burst of green light. Insignificant native of the spirit transformation realm, how dare you harm my senior sister? Today, your death is certain. Yuzhen stood suspended in midair, her robe fluttering wildly in the fierce wind. Before the words had even faded, countless sword shadows slashed toward Zhou Luo like wind blades. This time, he went all out. A full-force strike from a Forbidden Realm expert caused the innate spiritual treasure in Yuzhen's hand to emit a mournful cry, as if it could no longer bear the pressure. Seeing this, Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. This attack was far more powerful than the palm strike from Yuzhen. However, the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc remained indestructible, firmly withstanding this strike. As a result, the energy of the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc was inevitably gradually depleted. If it were a one-on-one fight, Zhou Luo wouldn't need to worry much. However, this time, he was facing 2 Forbidden Realm powerhouses. Moreover, these 2 individuals are clearly not ordinary early-stage Forbidden Realm practitioners. Their strength has likely reached the mid-stage or even late stage of the Forbidden Realm. This means Zhou Luo must reserve a set of defensive measures to counter the trump cards they might play. The 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc is his only line of defense and must not be squandered lightly. Countless sword shadows surged like a tide. 5 sacred mountains scripture, rise. Zhou Luo's entire body trembled, and a towering phantom of Mount Tai suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately afterward, the phantom expanded continuously, covering an area of several hundred meters. Suppress it for me. Zhou Luo's breathing was like the beating of a drum, with the 5 Peaks Sutra, this top-tier breathing technique, operating at full speed. A powerful suppressive force instantly enveloped the surroundings. The several sword shadows slashed out by Yuzhen were unable to withstand the suppressive force and exploded one after another in midair. Yuzhen's face was full of shock. This was his all-out strike, containing profound sword intent, something even those in the early stages of the Forbidden Realm would find hard to resist. Yet Zhou Luo, a mere local native at the spirit transformation realm, was able to neutralize it? Now it's my turn. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a cold smile, and the Tai sword in his hand instantly emitted a golden glow. The dragon pattern on the blade seemed to come alive, roaming along the edge of the sword. A surge of righteous energy gradually rose from the Tai sword. As the personal sword of the first emperor, it has accompanied him for countless years, and a dragon aura has long been nurtured within the blade. This dragon aura is precisely the key to the Tai sword becoming an innate supreme treasure. How can you possibly evade this strike? Zhou Luo's internal momentum surged, and boundless spiritual energy continuously poured into the Tai sword. The golden light on the sword's blade gradually grew stronger. In the next instant, the Tai sword suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. The sword's radiance slashed toward Yuzhen like a true dragon soaring through the clouds. Yuzhen tried to escape but found his body bound by an immense force, completely unable to move. The phantom of Mount Tai suppresses everything. While Zhou Luo wielded his sword, he channeled the full power of Mount Tai onto Yuzhen, enough to imprison him for several seconds. The unstoppable sword light of the true dragon directly shattered Yuzhen into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky like a crimson storm. At the moment of death, Yuzhen never imagined that she would be slain by someone from Blue Star. Only the remaining head was filled with incredulous resentment. A mere forbidden realm, nothing more. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. Covered in blood, he looked like a madman who had walked out of hell. You actually killed my junior brother. You've got some nerve. In the distance, Yusu slowly stood up, his internal injuries already healed. She stared at Zhou Luo intently, her eyes filled with hatred. I killed him, so what? Zhou Luo looked at Yusu, his face full of mockery. Not only will I kill him, but I'll kill you too. In a moment, I'll send you to reunite with him. Zhou Luo held the Tai sword and slowly approached Yusu. Yusu sneered, stop pretending. You're already at the end of your strength. I will personally avenge my junior brother. With that, a 3-foot slender sword appeared in Yusu's hand. The sword gleamed as he fiercely slashed toward Zhou Luo. Seeing Yusu take the initiative to attack, Zhou Luo immediately focused his attention and confronted her head-on. In an instant, sword shadows suddenly rose around the spiritual pool. Countless gusts of wind stirred by the sword shadows howled in all directions. The moment the two swords clashed, both sides simultaneously retreated several steps. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold on. Yusu's eyes narrowed slightly, her aura growing even stronger. Zhou Luo looked at her, his expression calm and unruffled. Yu-Su was right. Just now, in order to slay Yujin, he truly gave it his all. However, thanks to the existence of the 9 nether chaos body, he recovered extremely quickly, and his spiritual energy had not yet been exhausted. Yet, merely relying on recovery speed to hold on was far from enough to defeat Yu-Su. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo's methods were far from limited to this. He also has a powerful weapon, but he has never used it. That is the jade pure glazed bottle. This innate treasure has never been used since Zhou Luo obtained it from Lewis. As a result, the holy water in the glazed bottle has been slowly brewing all this time. Now, 2 drops of glazed holy water have already formed in the bottle. If both drops are used, they could at least inflict minor injuries on Yu-Su, or even serious ones. But this is not the result Zhou Luo was hoping for. 2 drops are clearly not enough. At least 3 drops are needed to achieve the effect he desires. And to increase the glazed holy water to 3 drops in a short time, a large amount of spiritual energy must be infused. But at this moment, let alone a large amount of spiritual energy, Zhou Luo could hardly muster even a small amount. Yu-Su pressed forward relentlessly, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Zhou Luo's gaze involuntarily fell on the nearby spirit pool. If I make use of the spirit pool, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Immediately, taking advantage of the gap during his exchange with Yu-Su, he simply leaped into the spirit pool. Trying to run? Too late. Seeing this, Yu-Su thought Zhou Luo was trying to escape and chased after him with a cold sneer. However, as she just stepped onto the edge of the spirit pool, she noticed the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc behind Zhou Luo's head suddenly emitting a crimson halo. Immediately afterward, the black and white shield reappeared. However, this time the shield no longer protected only Zhou Luo. Instead, it enveloped the entire spirit pool. Yu-Su was firmly blocked by this shield and couldn't take a single step into the spiritual pool. I forgot you still have this treasure. Yu-Su snorted coldly, her tone full of disdain. But relying on it, how long can you last? Yu-Su knew very well in her heart. Although her palm strike just now failed to break the 9 Suns 8 trigrams shield, it still consumed a considerable amount of energy. Zhou Luo's strength was only at the Hualing realm, making it impossible for him to unleash the full power of this innate supreme treasure. She estimated that in just 1 or 2 minutes, she would be able to break through this layer of shield. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed that Zhou Luo had already sat cross-legged in the spiritual pool, beginning to absorb the spiritual liquid within. The 9 nether chaos body and the 5 peaks scripture operated at full speed, causing the entire spiritual pool to form a massive vortex. The spiritual liquid in the spiritual pool ignored Lu Feiyu and the others, converging into Zhou Luo's body. What do you think you're doing? Breaking through at the last moment? Utterly delusional. Yu-Su sneered coldly. She could tell that Zhou Luo's realm was already at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, just 1 step away from the forbidden realm. However, breaking through to the forbidden realm is not an easy task. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to successfully break through in such a short time. Even with the blessing of the spirit pool, it would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After all, the scene just now still left her shaken. The image of Zhou Luo slaying Yujin left a profound shadow in her heart. No matter what, she must not let this brat succeed. Thinking of this, Yu-Su acted without hesitation and struck instantly. This time, she became smarter. To avoid being countered by the 8 trigrams shield, she deliberately avoided direct contact with it. Instead, she switched to using palm strikes for her attack. Countless palm prints bombarded the 8 trigrams shield like a storm. At the same time, Yu-Su deliberately paused for a moment after each strike to avoid the shield's counterattack before continuing with the next palm strike. Although this avoided the counter damage, it also made her offensive slower. This inevitably made Yu-Su feel irritated. Fortunately, she is powerful. Although her speed has slowed down, the Bagua shield has clearly started to falter. Zhou Luo continued to absorb the spiritual liquid while keeping a close eye on the energy status of the Bagua shield. No, at this rate, there still won't be enough time. After a quick calculation, he realized that the energy of the Bagua shield wouldn't be sufficient to sustain until the 3rd drop of glazed holy water was successfully brewed. But he has no way to retreat now and must focus entirely on cultivating the jade pure glazed bottle. In the spiritual pool, Lu Feiyu and the others were gradually waking up at this moment. The 3 opened their eyes, and what came into view was the black and white shield covering the sky, as well as Yu-Su, who was isolated outside the shield and continuously attacking it. What on earth is going on? The 3 felt their hearts tighten simultaneously upon seeing this scene. Just now, as soon as they stepped into the spiritual pool, they began absorbing the spiritual liquid within. But after absorbing for a while, they suddenly felt a surge of mental energy invading their sea of consciousness. After a bout of resistance, the 3 gradually lost consciousness. They had no idea what had happened. But Zhou Luo's mood at this moment was completely different. Seeing the 3 wake up, Zhou Luo felt a surge of joy. Without hesitation, he said, the reason can't be explained in detail now. Once the 8 trigrams shield is broken by Yu-Su, please help me by some time. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent, focusing all his energy on operating activating the jade pure glazed bottle. After listening to Zhou Luo's words, Lu Feiyu, Cui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua still had traces of confusion on their faces, but they were by no means dull. They quickly guessed the general cause of the matter. Brother Zhou, I will do my best to buy you some time. Lu Feiyu was the first to respond, his gaze fixed on Yusu outside the shield. General Zhou, rest assured. Cui Lingfei replied succinctly, then stood up, ready to face the battle at any moment. Gu Qianhua remained silent for a moment, then nodded quietly to show agreement. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The struggling Zhouyang 8 trigrams shield began to gradually dissipate. Finally, under a palm strike from Yusu, the 8 trigrams shield was completely shattered. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc hanging behind Zhou Luo's head had lost its luster and receded back into his body. 3 early-stage spirit transformation cultivators dare to block me? After breaking through the 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield, Yusu floated above everyone's heads. She looked down at Lu Feiyu, Cui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua, her eyes full of disdain. She knew that Lu Feiyu and the others' strength could not compare to Zhou Luo's at all. Otherwise, they would have already broken the mental enslavement seal imposed by Yuzhen, just like Zhou Luo did. Whether we can stop her or not, we'll only know after the fight. Facing Yusu, who exuded the aura of the Forbidden Realm, Lu Feiyu took a deep breath, and the black wings on his back slowly unfolded. Cui Lingfei remained as steady as a rock, with a layer of bluish-gray aura appearing around him. Gu Qianhua held a small tower in his hand, his eyes fixed on Yusu, ready to strike at any moment. Utterly ridiculous. Since you are so overconfident, I will show you the difference between the Forbidden Realm and the Spirit Transformation Realm. Yusu coldly stared at the three poised for action, her tone full of contempt. She let out a clear shout, and the slender sword appeared in her hand once again. In an instant, killing intent surged everywhere. Yusu's swordsmanship is vastly different from Yuzhen's. If Yuzhen's swordsmanship is like a falcon, extremely fast with every move targeting a vital point, then Yusu's swordsmanship is like a cunning viper, poised to strike. As the slender sword swings and slashes, countless flashes of sword light appear, but upon closer observation, one would find that many of them are feints. Among the feints, there are occasionally deadly killing moves mixed in. Countless sword lights continuously slashed toward the three of Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu maneuvered the black wings behind him, deftly dodging in mid-air. He was extremely fast, able to react to most of the sword light. However, there were still some unexpected sword lights attacking from all directions, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure them. Black Feather King, let me lend you a hand. At the critical moment, Cui Lingfei flashed to Lu Feiyu's side and threw a punch. The overwhelming bluish-gray aura erupted, shattering the sword lights that were about to strike Lu Feiyu into pieces. Mere ants, how dare you resist? Yusu's expression grew even colder upon witnessing this. Earlier, it was merely a casual strike from her, without exerting her full strength. I originally intended to take you three as slaves and spare your lives. Unexpectedly, you are willing to die alongside that boy. Fine, very well, I will grant your wish. Yusu's tone was icy, and before the words had fully fallen, the slender sword stirred up layers of sword blossoms in the air. Then, a torrent of sword light roared out, almost completely encircling Lu Feiyu and the other two. Damn, the Forbidden Realm is actually this powerful? Lu Feiyu gazed at the overwhelming sword light, the solemnity in his eyes growing even stronger. With the previous strike, he might have been able to evade most of it with his speed, but this time, the sword light was as dense as a spider's web, leaving him no room to dodge at all. Moreover, each sword light contains the strike of a Forbidden Realm expert. Once hit, there is only one outcome, being shattered into pieces. At this moment, Gu Qianhua, who had not made a move all along, suddenly stepped forward. The Linglong Tower in his hand was now completely different from before, radiating 5 streams of divine light. 5-colored exquisite tower, activate. Gu Qianhua tossed it with one hand, and the exquisite small tower flew straight into the sky. Immediately, 5 divine lights of different colors burst forth from the tower, enveloping the entire surrounding world. The countless sword lights in the sky dissipated under the illumination of these 5-colored divine lights, as if they had never appeared in this world. Another innate treasure? Upon seeing the appearance of the 5-colored exquisite tower, Yusu's pupils suddenly contracted. No wonder the palace master values this barren land so much. I never expected such a small place to simultaneously produce so many innate treasures. Well, this works too. As long as I kill you all, these treasures will be mine. Yusu's face was full of greed. Gu Qianhua's 5-colored exquisite pagoda is indeed powerful, but after all, he is only in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm and cannot unleash the full power of the exquisite pagoda. Yusu is confident that it can be broken within 3 moves. She struck again. The slender sword in her hand moved as swiftly as a serpent, its speed almost distorting the air. Gu Qianhua controlled the 5-colored exquisite tower, carefully neutralizing Yusu's offensive. However, when the third wave of attacks arrived, Gu Qianhua clearly felt the light of the exquisite tower gradually dimming. Finally, the radiance completely vanished, and the Linglong Tower merged back into Gu Qianhua's body. Such a waste. A supreme innate treasure in your hands is simply squandered. Yusu sneered coldly, his words full of mockery. Gu Qianhua did not get angry upon upon hearing this, but a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the five-colored exquisite tower can no longer be used for a short period. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu and Chui Lingfei have already expended most of their energy to withstand Yusu's strike just now. If relying solely on Gu Qianhua, he would likely be slain by Yusu in less than 10 seconds. The gap between the Forbidden Realm and the Spirit Transformation Realm is simply too vast. What's more, Yusu was no ordinary Taboo Realm expert. It's time to go. Yusu coldly uttered 4 words. In the next moment, she was already wielding her sword before the 3 of them, striking out with one slash. Gu Qianhua's entire body trembled, and a phantom of Mount Tai suddenly appeared behind him. He planned to use the Tai Sexy suppression technique for one final attempt. Oh, the exact same technique as that kid. However, there's still a gap. Trying to stop me with this incomplete technique? What a joke. Seeing the phantom of Mount Tai appear, Yusu first showed a trace of doubt, then immediately saw through the essence of the Daizong Jinhai technique and sneered coldly. In the next moment, the sword light collided with the phantom of Mount Tai. Without suspense, the phantom summoned by Gu Qianhua was completely unable to withstand Yusu's sword and was instantly severed. The phantom gradually dissipated into the heavens and earth. Subsequently, Yusu continuously struck with his sword, the second strike slashing toward the 3 at extreme speed. Despair gradually appeared on the faces of Gu Qianhua and the other 2. Can they still not hold on? They had already given it their all. But unexpectedly, in front of Yusu, he couldn't last even a minute. The gap is simply too vast. Chui Lingfei turned his head, wanting to look in Zhou Luo's direction. We've done our best. After our deaths, General Zhou, we hope you can avenge us. This was his last thought. However, when he turned his head, he found that the place where Zhou Luo had been was now completely empty. What's going on? Chui Lingfei's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, a crisp sound of metal clashing reached his ears. He noticed that at some point, Zhou Luo had already appeared in front of Yusu. The Tai sword in his hand was fiercely colliding with Yusu's thin sword. Oh, you're not planning to hide like a turtle anymore? Yusu saw Zhou Luo appear and was about to mock her with a few words. But Zhou Luo had no intention of exchanging words with her. After stepping in to block Yusu, Zhou Luo quickly retreated behind. Before Yusu could figure out what was happening, 3 radiant, shimmering water droplets suddenly appeared before her eyes. Jade pure glazed bottle, scatter. Zhou Luo performed a hand seal, and 3 drops of glazed holy water instantly exploded, condensing into a misty water vapor in the air, tightly enveloping Yusu. What is this thing? Yusu's heart tightened, and a strong sense of crisis immediately surged within her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Zhou Luo's face showing a hint of a smile at this moment. At the same time, he recited an incantation, Jade pure glazed bottle, gather. As if commanded, the mist composed of countless tiny water droplets began to rapidly converge toward the center. And the center of the mist was none other than Yusu himself. Seeing the mist start to gather toward him, Yusu immediately sensed that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he activated his spiritual power, forming a spiritual shield around himself. Sizzle sizzle, the mist kept striking the shield, emitting a spine-chilling sound of corrosion. In an instant, the shield was already on the verge of collapse, seemingly about to shatter. Meanwhile, the volume of the mist had only decreased by less than 30%. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the shield completely shattered. Ah! Yusu let out a heart-wrenching scream. The vitality within her was rapidly stripped away by the glazed holy water. Just as her life was about to fade away, the surrounding mist suddenly stopped converging and no longer approached. Zhou Luo took out the jade pure glazed bottle and drank it all in one go. The remaining mist instantly retracted into the bottle. Upon closer inspection, half a drop of the glazed holy water still remained inside the bottle. Not bad, there's still a little left. Zhou Luo smiled as he absorbed the glazed bottle into his body. Afterward, he walked toward Yusu, who was on the verge of death and had completely lost the ability to resist. Leaving Yusu weak as a thread, Zhou Luo had his own plans. His goal was to uncover the identities of the 2 of them, as well as the true nature of the Luofu Hall and the Brahma Lotus sect they mentioned. A faint premonition stirred in Zhou Luo's heart. He might be on the verge of touching the ultimate secret of this world. He vaguely remembered the scene that appeared in his mind when he entered the Li Mountain secret realm and retrieved that pitch-black orb from the secret chamber. The first emperor stood before the hall with a sword in hand, angrily rebuking Xiang Ji for colluding with outsiders. Who exactly were these outsiders? Could it be the Luofu Hall and the Brahma Lotus sect mentioned by Yusu and Yuzhen? After all, Zhou Luo had never heard of these 2 names in his previous life. Moreover, in his previous life, Gu Qianhua and the others had remained tight-lipped about the events on the Immortal Island after returning, clearly having been enslaved by Yuzhen and under its control. All of this made Zhou Luo feel that a massive conspiracy was lurking behind the scenes. Do you want to live or die? Zhou Luo stepped forward, looking down at the barely breathing Yusu, and asked in a deep voice. You think I don't know that you never intended to let me go? Yusu responded coldly, with a hint of self-mockery in her tone. In the end, she underestimated Zhou Luo and underestimated this land. Someone was actually able to defeat her and her junior brother with cultivation at the spirit spirit transformation realm. Just kill me then. Your innate supreme treasure has already corroded most of my cultivation. Even if I survive, my realm will fall to the transitional realm. What's the point of living like this? Might as well just die. Yusu's eyes were filled with hatred. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had thought of something. Your strength is indeed impressive, but even if you kill me, you won't escape death. It's only a matter of time. The Brahma Lotus sect has long laid its plans in this world and even sent the alien beast clan here. Not only that, even if you kill me and my junior brother, our Luofu Hall will still send people to descend. Moreover, aside from the Luofu Palace and the Brahma Lotus sect, there are other forces watching you, and once they find an opportunity, they will descend upon you together. It won't be long before this land you rely on for survival ultimately falls into our hands, leaving no room for resistance. The only thing you can do is wait for death in fear. Yusu's tone grew increasingly fervent, as if the scene of Zhou Luo and the others being slaughtered had already appeared before his eyes. Already severely injured, her breathing became shallow and rapid after uttering these words. Eventually, the vitality completely vanished from her body, and her consciousness sank into darkness. Waiting for death? Ha! Zhou Luo chuckled softly and silently sheathed the Tai sword. Having been reborn, he would never resign himself to waiting for the arrival of death. Yusu and Yuzhen, aren't they precisely people from the Luofu Hall? But in the end, they still died under his sword. If Luofu Hall dares to send people again, he will kill one. If they send a group, he will kill a group, until he frightens them to the core, until he shatters their will. As for the so-called Brahma Lotus sect, it will also face his wrath. General Zhou, what should we do now? At this moment, Cui Lingfei stepped forward and asked with a solemn expression. The faces of Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua beside him didn't look good either. They had all heard Yusa's words clearly just now. Although they experienced a brief coma, they only needed to make a slight calculation in their minds to roughly gauge the severity of the situation. It seemed that a mysterious and powerful force had set its sights on Desya, or rather, on the entire Blue Star. Moreover, the strength of this group was incredibly terrifying. Even top-tier experts in the late stages of the Forbidden Realm, like Yusu and Yuzhen, were merely their errand runners and vanguard. What should we do? Cui Lingfei asked again. Zhou Luo showed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared. Yusu and the others have completely fallen. On this entire immortal island, only a few of us remain. I see that this immortal island is quite vast. Since there is a spiritual pool here, there must be other spiritual pools, and perhaps even more. Rather than staying here in constant fear, why not follow me to explore the island and seek more opportunities? What do you all think? Rumble. These words also inadvertently reminded Cui Lingfei and the others. Brother Zhou is right. No matter where the enemy comes from, the only thing we can do now is to improve our strength. Lu Feiyu nodded in agreement. The solemn expressions in Cui Lingfei and Gu Qianhua's eyes also eased slightly. In the hearts of the three, an unprecedented sense of crisis had already emerged. This sense of urgency is completely different from before. They absolutely do not want to face formidable enemies like Yusu and Yuzhen again, without any power to fight back. If it weren't for Zhou Luo's assistance, they would have already fallen. Since that's the case, why hesitate? Zhou Luo said with a smile, then without lingering, turned and stepped into the depths of the immortal island. Luffy Yu and the other two, upon seeing this, also followed closely behind. After some searching, Zhou Luo and his group confirmed that the immortal island indeed concealed more opportunities. There were 2 additional spirit pools alone. Moreover, the island contained many rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all of which were collected by Zhou Luo and the others. Luffy Yu and the other two gave all the heavenly treasures they had obtained to Zhou Luo, even voluntarily offering him the 2 spiritual pools for his absorption. After all, Zhou Luo had just saved their lives, and such a great kindness had to be repaid. However, Zhou Luo did not fully accept. He gave up one of the spiritual pools for the 3 to share, while he occupied the other one alone. He knew clearly that Yusu's words just now were far from simple intimidation. If these forces were to invade Blue Star in the future, he alone would be unable to cope. He must have a few people to assist and share the burden. Lu Feiyu and the other 3 are the best candidates. Everyone is a citizen of Daxia, upright in character. Moreover, Lu Feiyu had previously taken the initiative to share the Earth Fiend Shi with him, so this time the spiritual pool could be considered compensation. Under Zhou Luo's arrangement, Lu Feiyu and the other 2 stated one spiritual pool to absorb its energy, while he went to another. Standing above the spiritual pool and overlooking the area, Zhou Luo carefully calculated in his mind. This entire spiritual pool, along with those heavenly treasures, is enough to help me break through to the Forbidden Realm. Moreover, it might directly break through the bottleneck of the early stage of the Forbidden Realm. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart and leapt into the spiritual pool without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the entire spiritual pool seemed to erupt into massive waves, with a vast amount of spiritual liquid rushing toward him, converging into a powerful energy. A day passed, and the spiritual liquid in the spiritual pool was almost depleted. At this moment, the aura within Zhou Luo's body was completely different from before he he entered the spiritual pool. After absorbing the entire pool of spiritual liquid coupled with the various heavenly treasures he had gathered on the immortal island, his cultivation had already broken through the forbidden realm. After breaking through the forbidden realm, he did not stop. The spiritual energy within the body surged rapidly like a torrent, until it crossed a critical threshold. Zhou Luo's cultivation finally stabilized at the 4th level of the forbidden realm, stepping into the mid-stage of the forbidden realm. With my current strength, I can completely face Yusu and Yuzhen head-on and kill them both. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, Zhou Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. The forbidden realm that was so unattainable in his previous life now seemed nothing extraordinary. But what kind of realm lies beyond the forbidden realm? He recalled the Luo Fu Hall and the Brahma Lotus sect mentioned by Yusu. In their eyes, the forbidden realm is nothing more than cannon fodder. So, just how terrifying is the strength of the true power hidden behind the scenes? We must not let our guard down. Zhou Luo slowly stood up, gently brushing away the water droplets on his sleeve. As Yusu said, the Brahma Lotus sect had long laid intricate plans on Blue Star, and even the frequently appearing exotic beasts were likely their handiwork. Surely, there must be someone among them, like Yusu, lurking on Blue Star. Moreover, their base is located in Baroshan, not far from Daxia. This undoubtedly heightened Zhou Luo's vigilance. Brahma Heaven has always been a place of unrest, and now with the Brahma Lotus sect mixed in, who can predict what earth-shattering schemes they might concoct? After leaving the range of the spirit pool, Zhou Luo saw that Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Cui Lingfei had been waiting outside for quite some time. The three of them immediately stepped forward to greet him upon seeing his arrival. General Zhou, you've broken through to the forbidden realm? Cui Lingfei was just about to greet him when he immediately sensed the unusual aura emanating from Zhou Luo. That aura, though faintly discernible, far surpassed the level of the spirit transformation realm. Who else could it be but someone in the forbidden realm? Well, thanks to the assistance of the spirit pool, I barely stepped into the mid-stage of the forbidden realm. Zhou Luo nodded in response. The three were momentarily at a loss for words. The spirit pool was rich in spiritual energy, but not everyone could fully absorb and convert it into their own cultivation. Zhou Luo, overnight, leapt from the transformation realm to the mid-stage of the forbidden realm, proving he is no ordinary person. His physique is likely even more formidable than Gu Qianhua's immortal body. Brother Zhou is truly impressive. I can only look up to him in awe. Lu Feiyu said with a bitter smile. He, along with Cui Lingfei and Gu Qianhua, shared a pool of spiritual liquid, and only after absorbing it completely did he barely break through to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Compared to Cui Lingfei's 6th level of the spirit transformation realm and Gu Qianhua's rapid leap to the 7th level, the gap was evident. Not to mention the stark contrast when compared to a monster like Zhou Luo. Since you're all here, I happen to have something to tell you. Zhou Luo looked at Lu Feiyu and the other two, his tone much more serious. You also know that the entire immortal island is controlled by a force called Luofu Palace. Their goal is nothing more than targeting Daxia, or perhaps, Blue Star. Now that external enemies are at our doorstep, I believe Daxia must unite as one to resist the disaster that could strike at any moment. What do you think? After speaking, his gaze locked onto Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua. After all, Cui Lingfei was originally a member of the Great Xia Alliance, and he himself was already an honorary general of the Great Xia Alliance, belonging to the same front. Lu Feiyu agreed without hesitation. Actually, I've been thinking the same for a long time. With foreign enemies pressing at the borders, if the people of Great Xia continue to fight on their own, they'll suffer a major loss sooner or later. Once we leave the immortal island, I will announce to the public that the Bailey Group has formed an alliance with the Great Xia Alliance. After he finished speaking, Gu Qianhua nodded beside him. I was thinking the same. Once we return to Ao Island, I will immediately announce to the world that the Gu family has formed an alliance with the Daxia Alliance. In the future, if there are external enemies invading, our Gu family will never hesitate to take action. Seeing the two so understanding, Zhou Luo felt much more at ease. In that case, let's leave this place quickly. Zhou Luo smiled as he spoke. Everyone immediately headed toward the location of the Immortal Island teleportation array. Stepping into the teleportation array, a familiar sense of weightlessness instantly struck. A few seconds later, everyone was back on the ground. At this moment, the area near the barrier of the Immortal Island was already crowded with people. These people, having heard that only spirit transformation realm experts could enter the Immortal Island, came out of curiosity. They all wanted to see for themselves what Zhou Luo and the others had obtained from the Immortal Island. After all, this was a secret realm that only spirit transformation realm experts could access. How could the opportunities inside be lacking? General Zhou and the others have come out. As soon as Zhou Luo and the others were teleported out, they were immediately recognized. Someone shouted, and instantly countless gazes turned toward them in unison. My goodness, look at Black Feather King. He has already broken through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Major Cui is also at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Gu Qianhua is actually at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. What great opportunities are hidden on the immortal immortal island. Since Lu Feiyu and the other two did not deliberately conceal their cultivation levels, everyone immediately recognized their realms. But when the gaze turned to Zhou Luo, it was somewhat puzzling. Can you discern General Zhou's cultivation level? Why can't I sense it? I can't see through it either. Before General Zhou entered the immortal island, he seemed to already be at the late stage of the transformation spirit realm. Has he now broken through to the forbidden realm? The originally noisy crowd suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, as if suffocating. Immediately afterward, it erupted into deafening clamor. Forbidden realm? General Zhou actually broke through to the forbidden realm? That's truly terrifying. The forbidden realm is the pinnacle of humanity, isn't it? Ha! General Zhou must be the first awakened one in the world to break through the forbidden realm. Truly a blessing for our great Xia. Among the crowd, there was an air of admiration and respect. Many also felt a sense of relief. After all, they were very familiar with Zhou Luo's character. The era of mutation had just begun when he saved an entire elementary school of children from the silver-armored mystic flood dragon. When the Lishan secret realm opened, he single-handedly repelled all foreign forces, allowing only Daxia citizens to enter the realm. Not to mention how many people he saved later during the beast tide in Dongshan City. Zhou Luo breaking through to the forbidden realm is truly well-deserved. If it were someone else, it might still evoke regret. This is the reputation Zhou Luo has built in Daxia over the past few days. Such a hero, who wouldn't admire him? As the secret realm of the immortal island comes to an end, far across the ocean on the Nordic continent, the headquarters of the Holy Court Church, inside the main cathedral, the former Sakura Emperor and current highest leader of the Shadow Group, Tokugawa Teru, is kneeling alongside an elderly man with white hair before the bishop's throne. On the throne sits a man with deep-set eyes. Beside him stood a man dressed in a black robe, with curly hair draped over his shoulders. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would likely be utterly shocked. After all, the white-haired elder kneeling alongside Tokugawa Teru could only be none other than Peter VI, the current Pope of the Holy Court Church. The dignified Pope of the Holy Court Church and the highest leader of the Shadow Group, both so humble and willingly kneeling. Just who is the man seated on the bishop's throne? I just arrived and indeed need you natives as helpers. I can promise to spare your lives. However, you must accept the mental slave seal I implant. Are you willing? Augustus, seated on the bishop's throne, looked down at Tokugawa Teru and Peter VI, his tone calm and devoid of extra emotion. But these words, when heard by Tokugawa Teru and Peter VI, sounded as terrifying as the whispers of a demon. Swallowing hard, Tokugawa Teru glanced out of the corner of his eye toward a corner of the church. There, corpses had already piled up. Among the dead were not only the Shadow Group's Hualing realm experts but also several Hualing realm high priests of the Holy Church. Without exception, they were all instantly slain by the man in the black robe standing beside the bishop's throne. The process was swift and clean, taking less than 5 minutes. Clearly, the strength of this black-robed man had reached the legendary Forbidden Realm, perhaps even higher. If it were just like this, it wouldn't make Tokugawa Teru and Peter VI so humble. The key lies in Augustus, who is currently seated on the bishop's throne. If the man in the black robe is a demon so powerful it inspires fear, then Augustus is akin to the king of hell. He commands demons, unintentionally exuding an aura of supreme majesty. Just sitting there is enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Sir, I agree. Tokugawa Teru nodded without hesitation and immediately agreed. At the same time, his waist bent even deeper, as if straightening up even slightly would anger Augustus and cost him his life. Beside him, Peter VI was momentarily stunned by Tokugawa Teru's swift agreement, but quickly followed suit and agreed as well. Very good. I am not one to force others. Since you have agreed, let us begin. Augustus smiled and then gestured with a wave of his hand. The next moment, the man in the black robe stepped forward, ready to implant the mental slave mark into the two of them. Upon hearing this, Peter VI felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. He said he didn't like forcing others, but the problem was, did they really have a choice? Clearly, if he dared to refuse, he would immediately end up like the pile of corpses in the corner of the church, lying in a coffin. No, not even qualified for a coffin. The man in the black robe approached the two and placed his hands on their heads. In an instant, a surge of immense spiritual energy rushed into their minds, penetrating deep into their consciousness. About 10 minutes later, the man in the black robe slowly withdrew his hands and returned to the bishop's throne. At this moment, the spiritual slave imprint had already been fully implanted in the consciousness of Tokugawa Teru and Peter VI. From now on, as long as the man in the black robe or Augustus gave an order, even if it meant jumping off a cliff, they would not hesitate. Normally, when the spiritual slave imprint is not activated, the two can still act freely. But the price is that no unfavorable thoughts about the man in the black robe or Augustus can exist in one's mind. Otherwise, they will sense it. The moment they regained consciousness, Tokugawa Teru and Peter VI almost simultaneously spoke respectfully to Augustus and the man in the black robe. Their tone was full of reverence. Well, next, tell me about the situation on this land. Augustus nodded in satisfaction and then gave the order. Of course, I will be the one to explain it to you, my lord. Tokugawa Tokugawa Taro was the first to respond and immediately began explaining to Augustus, including the current distribution of major forces on Blue Star, the number of strong individuals, and so on. After he finished speaking, a trace of amusement flashed in Augustus's eyes. Interesting, before the so-called mutation era began, there were still so many small countries on this land. Once the mutation era started, they gradually merged into 5 major forces. Quite fast indeed. Augustus stroked his chin, then looked at Tokugawa Taro. By the way, you just said that your shadow group originally lived on an island but were forced to leave because of one person? Who is that person? How strong are they? After speaking, he stared intently at Tokugawa Taro. He was very curious. According to Tokugawa Taro, the shadow group was considered one of the top forces on Blue Star, yet they were forced into such a situation by a single individual. Unexpectedly abandoned their homeland and fled overnight to the northern European continent, seeking refuge with the Holy Court Church. Upon hearing Augustus mention this matter, Tokugawa Taro's eyes flashed with hatred. Immediately after, his face revealed ecstatic joy. My lord, that person is called Joluo. He is one of the top experts in the Great Xia Alliance. His talent is extremely terrifying. When our strongest had only reached the divine anomaly realm, he had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, just before your arrival, we received news that he returned from a secret realm within the Great Xia territory, and his cultivation has astonishingly advanced to the Forbidden Realm, and it's already at the mid-stage of the Forbidden Realm. If you truly wish to rule Blue Star, this person is absolutely a menace and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Delaying even a single day could lead to unforeseen troubles. Tokugawa Taro spoke urgently, immediately revealing all the details about Joluo. He wished Augustus would act immediately and kill Joluo. It would be even better if he could also destroy the Great Xia Alliance and seize their land. After all, he had already submitted to Augustus and become their servant. Why should Joluo have it any better? Why should Great Xia still exist? They must all be dragged down. Really? Such a figure has emerged among you natives. Quite interesting. Augustus's lips curved slightly, a glint of cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of Tokugawa Taro's intentions, nothing more than wanting to use his hand to exact revenge and ease the resentment in his heart. But he didn't mind it at all. After all, Tokugawa Taro was right. If he wants to completely control this land, Joluo is definitely an obstacle that must be eliminated. In just 1 month, he advanced from the initial realm straight to the Forbidden Realm. Such growth speed even shocked him. Even among the heavens-scorched crusaders behind him, such talent is extremely rare. We must not give him any chance to catch his breath. Captain Mac, I have a task for you. Thinking of this, Augustus shifted his gaze to the man in black beside him. Follow him, go to Dasha, bring back that guy named Joluo, and plant the mental slave mark. If he resists desperately and refuses to come, kill him directly. His tone was unusually cold, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Mike respectfully bowed. Yes, Legion Commander Augustus, I will not fail in my mission. Great Xia, within the Jiangnan Manor. Ever since returning from Tianfeng Mountain, Joluo had been immersed in cultivation. Outside the quiet room, the Frost Thunderhound lay on the ground, lazily scanning its surroundings. Inside the room, however, it was utterly tranquil. I agree too. The only sound was the rumbling thunder emanating from Joluo's chest as he practiced the 5 peaks breathing technique. Joluo's breathing grew heavier, as if countless earth veins were roaring within his body. The last breath circulated completely. Joluo's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The aura within his body advanced another level beyond the 4th stage of the Forbidden Realm. Forbidden Realm 5th stage. Unexpectedly, there is still residual medicinal power from those rare treasures remaining in the body. This trip to the Immortal Island has truly been fruitful. Joluo's lips gently curved, revealing a faint smile. Upon reaching the Forbidden Realm, the gap between each level becomes extremely vast, far beyond the level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. To break through one level in such a short time without external assistance would probably require a great deal of time. It's time to consider breaking through the 5 peaks scripture. There's still some gap to the 5th level. Joluo thought to himself. The 5 sacred mountains scripture is undoubtedly one of his strongest cultivation methods at present. Whether it's the power of Mount Tai in the 1st level or the sword intent of Manhwa in the 3rd level, each level alone is equivalent to an innate treasure. Not to mention the mighty forces that can be comprehended in the 5th, 7th, and 9th levels. Moreover, the most crucial point is, the power gained from cultivating the 5 mountains scripture can truly integrate into oneself, unlike innate treasures, which are easily influenced by external factors. Thinking of this, Joluo got up and left the quiet room. After returning to Jiangnan, he had been cultivating all along, and now it was a good time to step out for some fresh air. Big brother, have you broken through again? Outside the door, Tianshuang Leiho saw Joluo step out and felt the aura emanating from him. His eyes immediately widened. How long has it been? Just about a day, right? Joluo's cultivation had directly advanced from the 4th level of the Forbidden Realm to the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm. Originally, when Joluo returned from the Immortal Island and directly broke through to the fourth level of the Forbidden Realm. It had already shocked him greatly. Now it seems that he had underestimated Zhou Luo at the time. Little Hosey, I have something to ask you. Seeing the Frost Thunder Ho, Zhou Luo suddenly remembered something and asked, do you know the Brahma Lotus sect? Yusa previously mentioned that the arrival of these exotic beasts like the Frost Thunder Ho on Blue Star was partly due to the instigation of the Brahma Lotus sect. In that case, why not ask the Frost Thunder Ho? Perhaps some clues can be obtained from him. Brahma Lotus sect? Never heard of it. The Frost Thunder Ho pondered for a moment and shook his head. You don't know? That's truly strange. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. Big brother, why are you asking this? Did the Brahma Lotus sect provoke you? Tian Xuan Lei Ho asked curiously. Here's the situation. Zhou Luo smiled faintly and then began explaining to Tian Xuan Lei Ho. After listening, Tian Xuan Lei Ho remained silent for quite a while. After a moment, he finally spoke slowly. Big brother, I've thought it over carefully. It's very likely that our exotic beast clan was indeed brought here by that so-called Brahma Lotus sect. Zhou Luo's interest was greatly piqued upon hearing this. Oh, tell me the details. Tianxuan Lei Ho then began to recount the story. Originally, these exotic beasts, including Tianxuan Lei Ho himself, lived on a planet called Ancestral Star. Not only were there exotic beasts there, but humans also existed. Unlike Blue Star, all living beings on the Ancestral Star can absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, following a path completely different from that of Blue Star. Technological development is extremely backward, roughly only 1/10 of Blue Star's level. However, in terms of cultivation, there is in-depth research. One day before descending upon Blue Star, a group of extraterrestrial forces suddenly appeared on the Ancestral Star. They approached the Beast Clan, claiming they could send them to a planet equally filled with spiritual energy and abundant with heavenly treasures. More importantly, the humans on that planet had just begun cultivating. This greatly intrigued the Beast Clan, because on the Ancestral Star, there were too many beings capable of cultivation, and the vast majority of resources were controlled by powerful beings or human factions, leaving other creatures with no chance to advance further. Thus, the beasts, including the Frost Thunder Howl, readily agreed to the group of extraterrestrial forces. Then they descended onto the Blue Star. Big brother, that group of people is very likely the Brahma Lotus sect you mentioned, but I've never heard of this name on the Ancestral Star. Tian Xuan Lei Ho said firmly that Brahma Lotus sect is definitely not a force from our Ancestral Star. I see. Then have you heard of the Luo Fu Hall? Zhou Luo continued to ask. No, I haven't. Tian Xuan Lei Ho shook his head. I see. Zhou Luo pondered silently. It seems that the forces attempting to invade Blue Star have an extremely mysterious background. Even Tian Xuan Lei Ho is unaware of it. But this is no big deal. With his current rate of strength improvement, Zhou Luo is confident in facing all challenges. By the way, I have another question. Beyond the Forbidden Realm, are there other realms? Zhou Luo asked seriously, looking at Tian Xuan Lei Ho. Since Tian Xuan Lei Ho's Ancestral Star is a planet dedicated to cultivating spiritual energy, they must have a deeper understanding of this aspect. Of course there are. Tian Xuan Lei Ho nodded and continued. As far as I know, beyond the Forbidden Realm, there are three major realms, which we call the three realms of heaven and man. The first is the Shackles realm. After reaching the Shackles realm, the cultivation method becomes completely different from that of the Forbidden Realm. The Shackled realm is divided into 5 minor stages, which can also be described as 5 shackles. With each shackle broken, one's strength will multiply, increasing by 1/10, but the difficulty of breaking through also rises significantly, far surpassing the challenges of the Forbidden Realm. Tian Xuan Lei Ho spoke slowly. After hearing this, Zhou Luo was not intimidated by the difficulty of breaking through. Instead, he felt unusually excited. The greater the difficulty, the more it suits his intentions. He knew in his heart that his 9-nether chaos body harbored a heaven-defying ability, allowing him to face breakthroughs at any level without encountering the slightest obstacle. What others saw as insurmountable challenges were nothing worth mentioning in his eyes. And what about after the Shackles realm? Zhou Luo continued to ask. After the Shackles realm comes the Shattered realm. Tian Xuan Lei Ho slowly spoke. The Shattered realm has only 3 minor stages, divided into the heaven, earth, and human checkpoints. Each stage is far more challenging than the Shackles realm. As long as one reaches the Shattered realm, they can freely roam the void and travel between major planets. However, this path is extremely arduous, and even on our Ancestral Star, those who can reach the Shattered realm are few and far between. As he spoke, a trace of longing involuntarily appeared on Tian Xuan Lei Ho's face. Traveling through the void is indeed quite interesting. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, silently committing this information to memory. Then, he looked at the Frost Thunder Howl and asked, what realm comes after the Shattered realm? After the Shattered realm is the Golden Core realm. Tian Xuan Lei Ho's expression became serious. When mentioning the Golden Core stage, the longing on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a deep sense of awe. Golden Core stage? Zhou Luo couldn't help but pause for a moment upon hearing this name. Isn't this the name of a realm commonly seen in various novels on Blue Star? Big brother, do you happen to know the Golden Core Realm? Tianchuan Thunder Hull noticed Zhou Luo's unusual expression and curiously asked. Zhou Luo did not hide anything and candidly shared what he knew. Frost Thunder Howler listened and instead laughed. I see. You Blue Star people really have quite the imagination. Although you didn't fully guess the true power of the Golden Core Realm, you're not far off. The Golden Core Realm we speak of is not as simple as a cultivator condensing a golden core within their body. Rather, it involves searching for a star-level planet in the boundless universe, refining it into your body, and making it the true golden core. Zhou Luo slowly blinked, a big question mark popping up in his mind. Refining stars into an internal golden core. You actually call stars golden cores? Seemingly noticing Zhou Luo's surprise, Tian Shuang Leiho also laughed. Big brother, to be honest, in the past tens of thousands of years on my ancestral star, only one person has broken through to the golden core realm. That realm is extremely terrifying. With just a wave of their hand, they can destroy a star. Even a dozen fragmentation realm experts combined wouldn't be able to defeat a golden core realm powerhouse. Is it really that powerful? Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Come to think of it, being able to refine a star into one's body naturally means extraordinary strength. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo continued to ask, then how many sublevels are there in the golden core stage? Big brother, I don't know about that. Tianchuan Leiho scratched his head and said apologetically. He could understand that the golden core realm above the shattered realm was all thanks to the great power of the ancestral star, the only one to break through to the golden core realm. However, the secrets within the golden core realm were not something ordinary people could know. Zhou Luo nodded and did not ask further. The three realms beyond the forbidden realm are each more awe-inspiring than the last, especially the final golden core realm. Refining a star into an internal golden core was something Zhou Luo never even dared to imagine in the past. Yet now, someone has actually achieved it. With a mere gesture, stars can be annihilated. Just how terrifying is this power? A surge of determination instantly ignited in Zhou Luo's heart. He possesses the nine nether chaos body. Perhaps in the future, he can break through to the golden core realm. Still, I wonder which realm the strongest figures of the Luofu Hall and the Brahma Lotus sect are in. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, falling into deep thought. Suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance of Jiannan Villa. General Zhou. Are you there, General Zhou? Something terrible has happened. The voice sounded like Chu Hanyun. Little Hosey, let's go and see what's happening. Zhou Luo frowned slightly, then called Tian Shuan Leiho. The two immediately headed toward the gate. At the entrance, they indeed saw Chu Hanyun's hurried figure. What exactly happened? Zhou Luo saw his anxious expression and asked directly. General Zhou, just now, Tokugawa Teru of the Shadow Group brought a man in a black robe and stormed into Daxia, wreaking havoc in Jishur City and slaughtering many innocent civilians. Major General Cui, the Black Feather King, and Senior Gu Qianhua rushed to stop them upon hearing the news, but it turned out that the man in the black robe was terrifyingly powerful, seemingly having broken through the forbidden realm. Major General Cui and the others were no match for him and are on the verge of defeat. Chu Hanyun's voice fell, filled with earnestness. I sincerely request General Zhou's assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo agreed without hesitation. At the same time, a trace of chilling coldness flashed in his eyes. A moment later, the Shadow Group's people actually dared to stir up trouble in Daxia. Simply tired of living. But since they came, it just saved me some trouble. First, eliminate Tokugawa Teru, then wipe out those Shadow Group scum in one go. No one will escape. Little Hosey, let's go. Zhou Luo leapt up and immediately issued the command. The Frost Thunder Ho sensed the urgency of the situation and, without hesitation, sped toward Jishur City at full speed. Above Jishur City, Lu Feiyu, Cui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua stood in midair, their gazes all locked on the black-robed man ahead. Beside him stood a familiar figure, the former emperor of Sakura Country and the current highest leader of the Shadow Group, Tokugawa Teru. At this moment, the expressions in the eyes of the three were all extremely grave. At first, they thought the black-robed man accompanying Tokugawa Teru was a powerful figure from the Shadow Group. Only after crossing swords did they realize how gravely they had misjudged. With just one encounter, the three were injured by the man in the black robe. Such terrifying strength had only been seen in Yusu on Celestial Island. This man in the black robe turned out to be a Forbidden Realm expert. What is even more shocking is that Tokugawa Teruki's attitude toward him is so humble. It is as if he were mere dust. It is completely unlike the status and position of the highest leader of the Shadow Group. Instead, he seems more like the servant of the man in the black robe before him, and the lowest ranking kind at that. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, where is that person named Zhou Luo in your great Xia? Mech placed his hands behind his back, his pale golden pupils gazing down at Luffy Yu and the other two. His tone was cold and merciless, carrying a chilling intent to kill. His trip to Daxia had only one purpose: to find Zhou Luo and bring him before the Legion commander. Apart from that, he sought nothing else. Don't even think about it. Cui Lingfei roared angrily, his gaze burning with fiery rage. This lunatic, the moment he stepped into Jishur City, began a frenzied massacre of civilians. The number of of people who had died by his hands was already in the thousands. The sparsely populated Jishur city has now become a living hell. Since you refuse to talk, it doesn't matter. Mike's lips curled into a cold smile. After I kill the three of you, I will slaughter this entire city. If Zhou Luo still doesn't show up, I will go and massacre the second city, until your entire country is destroyed. He spoke casually, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. But upon hearing this, the three of Chui Lingfei clenched their fists, their hearts boiling with rage. Such a thing must never be allowed to happen. Lord Mike is truly wise. As long as we wipe out the Dasha people one by one, Zhou Luo will definitely be unable to resist showing himself. Tokugawa Taro quickly flattered with obsequious praise. At the same time, when he looked at Lu Feiyu and the others, his eyes were filled with schadenfreude and malice. The idea of massacring the city had been his suggestion. The purpose is simple and clear, to force Zhou Luo out, but it also contains his personal motives. He longs to witness the downfall of Disxia and the tragic wails of its people. After all, as the highest leader of the Shadow Group, he has been reduced to a servant. How could Disxia fare any better? We must make them suffer even more miserably than ourselves. Tokugawa Teru, you beast. Chui Lingfei glared angrily, wishing he could peel Tokugawa Teru's skin off. He already understood that this so-called Mike is very likely from an extraterrestrial force, just like Yusu and the others. And Tokugawa Teru, that scoundrel, actually colluded with foreign enemies to harm his fellow Blue Star compatriots. I wish I could kill him 10,000 times to vent my hatred. Beside him, Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua also stared at Tokugawa Teru with eyes full of murderous intent. Faced with these three blatant killing intents, Tokugawa Teru remained completely indifferent. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even stronger, sinister, and fierce. He had now become Mike's servant. As for Mike's strength, he was well aware of it. In the Holy Court Church, the scene of Mike single-handedly sweeping through the Shadow Group and all spirit transformation realm experts, killing them all, still vividly lingered in his mind. Luffy Yu and the others could never escape alive from Mech's hands. Even if Zhou Luo came, the outcome would inevitably be one of crushing defeat. Get angry. The angrier you are, the happier I'll be watching you struggle in pain later, Tokugawa Teru said coldly, his face twisted with malice. Mech turned to Tokugawa Teru at this moment and commanded indifferently, you, go to the city and kill everyone inside. Leave no one alive. Yes, Lord Mech. Tokugawa Teru immediately became obedient, bowed respectfully, and then slowly descended toward Jishur city. Don't even think about leaving. Chui Lingfei saw this scene and was instantly enraged, his eyes almost blazing with fire, rushing forward to block the way. Although Tokugawa Teru's strength is not as great as Mike's, he is still a strong practitioner in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Once he enters Jishur city, the citizens will suffer. Just as Chui Lingfei was about to step forward to stop him, Mike's figure appeared before him like a ghost. The one you should face is me. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint cold sneer, his tone icy and chilling. Mike raised his right hand, and a pitch-black giant hammer covered in eerie patterns suddenly appeared in his grasp. Immediately, the giant hammer swung, smashing straight toward Chui Lingfei. As the hammer moved, the surroundings seemed to erupt like thunder descending, with deafening roars carrying a destructive force directly at Chui Lingfei. Chui Lingfei saw this fatal blow, his eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. If this strike hit, he would undoubtedly die. At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. He wanted to dodge, but felt his entire body was firmly restrained by an invisible force, completely unable to move. Five-colored exquisite tower, strike. Gu Qianhua noticed Chui Lingfei's unusual behavior and promptly summoned the five-colored exquisite tower. A beam of five-colored divine light suddenly shot toward the black giant hammer. The giant hammer collided fiercely with the five-colored divine light, producing a deafening hum. The surrounding air twisted as a result, as if trembling. The five-colored divine light was shattered by the giant hammer, but fortunately, it blocked the hammer and saved Chui Lingfei. Unexpectedly, it's an innate supreme treasure. I didn't anticipate an unexpected gain on this trip. Upon seeing the five-colored exquisite tower, greed flashed in Mike's eyes. He adjusted his target, wielding the pitch-black giant hammer, and charged fiercely toward Gu Qianhua. Gu Qianhua's heart tightened, and he hurriedly summoned the five-colored divine light to defend himself once more. The giant hammer collided with the divine light again, and the five-colored divine light was shattered without suspense. At this moment, Gu Qianhua's heart was filled with heaviness. This person is even stronger than Yusu. Previously, during the encounter with Yusu on the Immortal Island, the five-colored exquisite tower could still hold out for a while. But now, facing Mike, the five-colored divine light couldn't even withstand a single strike. Just how powerful is Mike's strength? Could it be the late stage of the Forbidden Realm? Gu Qianhua had not yet thought it through. After Mike shattered the five-colored divine light with a single strike, he continued to approach Gu Qianhua. I advise you not to use this innate treasure again. With your Hualing realm strength, you simply cannot unleash its full power. If you use it again and it really gets damaged by my strikes, I will be very angry. At that time, I will spare your life so you can watch this country be destroyed with your own eyes. Meek's lips curled into into a smile, but to Gu Qianhua, that smile was so eerie it sent shivers down her spine. I won't let you have your way. Gu Qianhua was not overwhelmed by fear. Instead, a surge of determination rose in her heart as spiritual energy quickly poured into the five-colored exquisite tower. The five-colored exquisite tower was pushed to its limit, instantly erupting with dazzling divine light. In the next moment, the divine light condensed into a straight beam, shooting directly toward Mech like a laser. Dare to defy my words? Very well, the threats I made earlier will be carried out one by one. A sinister smile flickered across Mech's face. Immediately, his right arm was suddenly enveloped by a mass of pitch-black flames. The flames quickly spread until they covered the giant hammer. Heaven's ash obscure flame hammer. A thunderous roar erupted. The giant hammer, engulfed in black flames, tore through the air and fiercely charged toward the dazzling divine light. Crunch, crunch. The giant hammer collided with the divine light, and in just an instant, the five-colored divine light began to falter, emitting the sound of shattering. In the end, the five-colored divine light completely broke apart, and even the body of the five-colored glazed tower showed subtle cracks. However, the black giant hammer's offensive did not diminish in the slightest. Gu Qianhua's face turned pale instantly, filled with despair. He never expected that the full-force strike of the five-colored glazed tower would fail to stop Mike. How should this situation be handled? The black giant hammer had already smashed down in front of Gu Qianhua. Next to them, Chui Lingfei and Lu Feiyu saw the scene, and their eyes were instantly filled with anger. Senior Gu, I'll save you. Chui Lingfei was the first to rush out, his spiritual energy erupting with full force. He dashed toward Gu Qianhua like a shooting star. Close behind was Lu Feiyu, his pitch-black wings fully spread. Countless feather-formed arrows pierced through the air, aiming at Mike in an attempt to disrupt his vision. It's a pity that all of this is already too late. Mike's speed is far beyond what Chui Lingfei can match. Even Lu Feiyu, renowned for his speed, lags far behind. The pitch-black giant hammer swung straight toward Gu Qianhua's torso. This time, Mike deliberately held back. Although the strike wouldn't kill Gu Qianhua instantly, it was enough to leave him disabled for life. Gu Qianhua's eyes were filled with unwillingness, yet he was deeply aware that there was no turning the tide. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. At that moment, a crisp buzzing sound rang out. Gu Qianhua suddenly realized that the destructive hammer that should have struck him had actually missed. In front of him, Mike seemed to be blocked by something while swinging the hammer, causing the pitch-black giant hammer to veer uncontrollably to one side. What is that? Mike's eyes narrowed, and he immediately saw what had collided with his giant hammer. It was a sword, its blade sharp, engraved with black gold dragon patterns, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. The longsword rescued Gu Qianhua from Mike's hands. After completing its mission, the longsword seemed to gain a spirit of its own and flew back to the distance. Mike's gaze followed the sword's trajectory. He saw a young man riding on the back of a strange beast. The longsword flew to his side, and he grabbed it with one hand. The man glanced at Mike indifferently and said slowly, "Your shadow group dares to act so recklessly in Daxia. Are you courting death?" Before his words had fully landed, he had already walked over to Gu Qianhua and the others. Seeing this, Gu Qianhua and the two others gradually lost the despair on their faces. The three of them cupped their fists simultaneously and respectfully called out, "General Zhou." Zhou Luo nodded slightly, which could be considered a response to the group. He looked at Mike, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You are not one of the shadow group?" Mech's appearance is extremely characteristic of the Nordic continent, with deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, pupils tinged with a faint golden glow, completely different from the people of Sakura Island. Shadow group? Haha, that trash organization, how could it be worthy of me joining? Mech sneered disdainfully. The highest leader of the shadow group, Tokugawa Teru, was already his servant. How could the mere shadow group possibly accommodate him? Besides, even if he were to request to join Tokugawa Teru, it's uncertain whether Tokugawa would dare to accept. Afraid they might be scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. "General Zhou, this person must be from beyond the heavens," Chui Lingfei quickly explained to Zhou Luo, briefly recounting the earlier situation. After listening, Zhou Luo turned his gaze toward Jishur city below. Thick smoke billowed from the city center. Countless buildings had collapsed, clearly having just undergone a major upheaval. "Leave this to me. You go stop Tokugawa Teruki and capture him. Little Hosey, you come with me too." Zhou Luo decisively gave the order. Tokugawa Teruki has not been in Jishur city for long. There is still a chance to stop him. Chui Lingfei immediately accepted the order. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu already had a tacit understanding, and the three quickly flew in the direction where Tokugawa Hui had left. Tianchuan Leiho also followed closely behind, heading toward the direction of Jishur city. As for Mike, he completely ignored the actions of the three. From beginning to end, his target was only one, Zhou Luo. Now that Zhou Luo has appeared, his goal has been achieved. Other matters can wait until he deals with Zhou Luo. However, at this moment, Mike suddenly froze, standing in place. He stared at Zhou Luo in utter disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. "Fifth level of the Forbidden Realm? How can you be at the fifth level of the Forbidden Realm?" Just now, Mech didn't have time to carefully observe Zhou Luo's cultivation level and didn't think much of it. But when he saw saw it clearly, he was almost dumbfounded. Didn't Tokugawa Terra say that when Zhou Luo came out of the Immortal Island, his realm was only at the 4th level of the Forbidden Realm? How long has it been, and he's already broken through to the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm? Such a cultivation speed. A trace of jealousy flashed in Mech's eyes. In just one day, breaking through from the 4th level of the Forbidden Realm to the 5th, this was something even he couldn't achieve. No, not just him, even his superior Augustus, or those geniuses in the Legion, could never possibly reach this level. This growth rate is truly shocking. This person must have a spiritual slave mark planted in their body and be recruited into the Legion. If this method doesn't work, then he must be killed. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Ha, just seeing my realm clearly has already scared you out of your wits? Zhou Luo saw his panic and sneered. I thought you people from beyond the heavens were so powerful, but it turns out you're nothing special. Hearing this, Mike's shock gradually subsided. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said coldly, I'm merely surprised by your growth speed. A mere 5th level of the Forbidden Realm poses no threat to me. Since you know I'm from beyond the heavens, I'll give you a chance now. Come with me, plant a mental slave seal, and become a member of our Heavenly Scorch Crusade. Rest assured, your talent is extremely valuable. After becoming one of us, not only will you not be mistreated, but we will also provide ample resources to aid your cultivation. Mike spoke slowly, his tone no longer carrying the initial disdain. What he said was not empty talk. With Zhou Luo's level of talent, as long as a spiritual slave mark is planted in his consciousness to ensure his complete loyalty to the Ashen Crusade, the Legion will undoubtedly treat him as one of their own and offer him their full support. Various resources are at his disposal, and his treatment is no different from that of the top geniuses in the Legion. Even Mike himself envies such preferential treatment. Moreover, if they can successfully persuade Zhou Luo to join the Legion, he and Augustus will receive generous rewards. After all, geniuses of Zhou Luo's caliber are extremely rare. Breaking through from the 4th to the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm in one day, this speed is extraordinarily defiant of the natural order. Even with the aid of external objects, it can still be considered abnormal. After hearing Mike's words, Zhou Luo's face showed not the slightest hint of wavering. He sneered coldly, plant a mental slave imprint in my consciousness? Absolutely impossible. Having a mental slave imprint planted by someone else would make you a slave at their mercy. No matter how generous the treatment Mech promises, a slave is still a slave. With just one word from someone else, you could be sent to your death. This matter, Zhou Luo would never agree to. If it's a fight, then so be it. He has never feared anyone. Humph, arrogant. Seeing Zhou Luo refuse, a trace of coldness flashed in Mike's eyes. It seems I have no choice but to use force to take you back. The pitch-black flames erupted from his body once again, enveloping the entire giant hammer. An aura of late-stage Forbidden Realm spread out from within him. Indeed, it's late-stage Forbidden Realm. Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged. The first time he saw Mike, he clearly felt that this person was much stronger than Yusu and Yuzhen, but he had not yet reached the realm beyond the forbidden boundary. From this, it can be inferred that he was in the late stage of the forbidden boundary. I'll give you one last chance. Submit or resist? Meek tightly gripped the black flame giant hammer, his golden pupils full of menace. Don't think that breaking through to the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm makes you a match for me. Let me tell you, the gap between levels in the Forbidden Realm is far greater than you can imagine. If we fight, I will kill you within 10 moves. But if you are willing to submit, I won't strike and will leave you with some dignity. Zhou Luo wielded the Tai sword and suddenly swung it with force. The sword light was as fast as lightning, slashing toward Meek with unstoppable momentum. Humph, stubborn to the end. Mike snorted coldly, and before his words had finished, he swung his hammer to meet the sword light. As the giant hammer swung, pitch-black flames danced, transforming into countless tongues of fire, causing the surrounding air to gradually heat up. The two weapons collided fiercely, sparks flying, and the force of the clash nearly distorted the surrounding space. Mike suddenly felt a powerful force surge through his arm, making his palm go numb. How can he be so strong? His figure suddenly retreated violently, the hand holding the hammer trembling slightly, his eyes full of shock. A 5th-level Forbidden Realm cultivator could actually force him to retreat. It's that sword. He quickly realized, his gaze suddenly locking onto the Tai sword in Zhou Luo's hand. A rare trace of solemnity flashed in Mike's eyes. Don't forget, the giant hammer in his hand is a genuine innate spiritual treasure, and a top-tier one at that. Combined with the augmentation of the Heaven's Ember Obscure Flame breathing technique, it can even rival innate supreme treasures. Yet even so, he still felt an invisible pressure from the long sword in Zhou Luo's hand. This sword is definitely a top-tier innate supreme treasure. The level is even higher than the 5-colored exquisite tower in Gu Qianhua's hand just now. Such a small blue star, yet it hides such a treasure. Truly intriguing. Mike licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. Perfect. Once I deal with you, this sword will be mine, and it will surely greatly enhance my strength. Delusional. Zhou Luo sneered, suddenly channeling spiritual energy within his body. The black gold dragon pattern on the Tai sword instantly began to flow, becoming vividly lifelike. So what if you're at the late stage of the Forbidden Realm? Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly as a vast vast sword intent erupted from within him. Can you withstand this sword strike? A sword light that seemed to split the heavens and earth slashed straight down toward Mike. What a powerful strike. As Zhou Luo unleashed his sword, a look of solemnity flashed in Mike's eyes. He swung the giant black flame hammer, smashing it fiercely toward the sword light. A deafening crash resounded. This time, the black flame giant hammer clearly couldn't withstand the might of the sword's radiance. The pitch-black flames attached to the hammer's body were diminished by the residual power of the sword's radiance, and within seconds, they completely dissipated into the world. Cracks had already begun to appear on the surface of the black flame giant hammer in Mech's hand. Finally, with a bang, the hammer shattered completely. Meek's figure retreated swiftly, his expression grim. Although he was mentally prepared, the power of Zhou Luo's sword still far exceeded his expectations. The intensity of the sword light was several times stronger than the previous strike. It is absolutely not an attack that a mid-stage Forbidden Realm cultivator could unleash. Even if the sword in Zhou Luo's hand is an innate supreme treasure, this is simply too outrageous. The first strike, and your weapon is already at its limit. How will you defend against the next one? Zhou Luo remarked, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Tai sword swung out once more. I see. A cold, moon-like sword light with the power of a dragon swiftly slashed forward. No chance to catch a breath. Mike's heart tightened. He hadn't expected Zhou Luo to be able to unleash two such fierce strikes in succession. Who is truly at the late stage of the Forbidden Realm? The sword light was as fast as lightning, giving Mike no chance to react. In desperation, he channeled all his spiritual energy to form a black flame shield in front of him, attempting to block the unstoppable sword strike. The sword light fiercely struck the black flame shield. The two forces clashed for several seconds, and the black flame shield began to show signs of faltering. After a moment, the mass of black flames was slashed into pieces, scattering into countless fragments of fire. But these few seconds were enough for Mike to escape danger, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, ready to celebrate his narrow escape, suddenly, a towering phantom as majestic as Mount Tai appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping him. The black flame shield, which had almost exhausted all the spiritual energy in the body to condense, was now faint and weak. Covered by this Mount Tai-like phantom, Mike felt as if his feet were chained, his movements instantly slowed and became unfree. The first sword, you resisted at the cost of your weapon shattering. The second sword, you defended at the cost of all your spiritual energy. So then, how do you plan to respond to the third sword? A voice as cold as death sounded in his ear. Zhou Luo had already quietly appeared by his side. The Tai sword in his hand swung out simultaneously. A simple and unadorned sword shadow swept past. Mech wanted to escape, but was firmly suppressed by the phantom of Tarzan, unable to move, and could only helplessly watch as the sword shadow slashed toward him. One arm was severed, and blood spurted like a fountain. Zhou Luo's sword did not directly take Mech's life. The piercing pain, like needles stabbing into his heart, instantly contorted Mech's face. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like rain, and the aura of a once late-stage Forbidden Realm powerhouse was completely gone. At this moment, he was no better than an ordinary cultivator in the spirit transformation realm. Tell me, how many of the Heaven's Ash Crusaders behind you have arrived here? Zhou Luo stepped forward, placing the blood-stained blade of his sword against Mike's throat, questioning coldly. He doesn't kill Mech, only to uncover the details of the Heaven's Ash Crusade, as well as the number of people they have reached Blue Star with, and the location of their stronghold. Want me to betray the Legion? Wishful thinking. Mech showed no fear of death, coldly looking back at Zhou Luo. The strength of the Legion is far beyond your imagination. If you dare to kill me, my Legion commander will surely avenge me. At that time, it won't be just you. The entire Great Xia will fall into hell and completely vanish from this planet. However, you still have one chance now. Accept the mental slave mark I planted and follow me back to the Legion. If you agree, the conditions I promised earlier will all be fulfilled, and your nation won't face total destruction. You must think carefully before making your decision. Max stared intently at Zhou Luo, waiting for his response. A flash of sword light streaked by. Max's head instantly soared into the sky. Zhou Luo flicked the blood off the sword's edge and sheathed it. I can kill you, and naturally, I can kill everyone backing you as well. Threaten me? Maybe in your next life. Zhou Luo cast a cold glance at Mike's corpse before withdrawing his gaze. To have a spiritual slave seal planted on him? Such a thing Zhou Luo would never tolerate. In his previous life, he was enslaved and driven due to his lack of strength. Reborn in this life, he swore never to repeat the same mistake. As for the Legion commander mentioned by Mike, Zhou Luo was never afraid. Facing Mike, he didn't exert his full strength. He only used the two major killing moves, the Five Peaks Sutra and the Tai sword. Meanwhile, the two innate treasures in his hands, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and the Jade Pure Glazed bottle, also possess formidable power. It seems the intelligence can only be extracted from Tokugawa Teru. Zhou Luo slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting toward Jishir City. Since Tokugawa Teru has become Mike's servant, he must know some secrets. Once Lu Feiyu and the others bring Tokugawa Teru back, he will see if he can extract any useful information from him. As he was thinking, a few figures suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's line of sight. His spirits lifted. He looked into the distance. Led by Tianxuan Leiho, Lu Feiyu, and the others followed closely behind, slowly approaching in his direction. Tokugawa Teru, who had just been sent into the city by Mike, was now bruised and battered, covered in wounds. Clearly, after being captured by Lu Feiyu and the others, he suffered severe beatings. General Zhou, we've brought the person back. Chui Lingfei stepped forward excitedly to report to Zhou Luo. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Mike's headless corpse lying on the ground nearby, and the severed head rolling on the ground. General Zhou, you have already killed this person? Chui Lingfei immediately widened his eyes in shock. The accompanying Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua also couldn't hide their astonishment. How long has it been? Less than 10 minutes, right? The mech, who almost crushed them to death just now, has already been beheaded by Zhou Luo. This is a powerhouse at the late stage of the Forbidden Realm. Just how powerful is Zhou Luo's strength? No, impossible. How could you have killed Lord Mech? Unlike the shocked expressions of the three, Tokugawa Teru was on the verge of collapse at this moment. Just moments ago, he was calculating in his mind that although he had been captured by Lu Feiyu and the others, as long as Mech could kill Zhou Luo, he would still have a glimmer of hope. But now, that hope was completely shattered. The mech, who was so powerful it was suffocating, actually died so easily at Zhou Luo's hands. Tokugawa Teru just let out an incredulous roar before being fiercely kicked in the face by Chui Lingfei. The intense pain struck his mind directly, causing him to shut his mouth immediately. The facts are right in front of you. Your master is already dead, so why are you crying? What's with the mournful face? Chui Lingfei sneered, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction from that kick. The ugly expression on Tokugawa Teru's face just now was still fresh in his memory. I ask you, how many people did Mike and his group bring to Blue Star this time? What is their strength? Zhou Luo stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Tokugawa Teru, and asked coldly, why should I tell you? Tokugawa Teru's face twisted in pain, his mouth full of blood as he responded unclearly. Oh, still so stubborn? Zhou Luo sneered and then looked at Chui Lingfei and the others. Judging by his attitude, he's clearly uncooperative. How about we teach him another lesson, brothers? Alright, General Zhou, rest assured, we'll beat him so badly even his mother won't recognize him. Chui Lingfei eagerly agreed, already feeling that the earlier beating wasn't enough. Now that the opportunity had come, he couldn't wait to take action. A trace of ruthlessness also flashed across Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua's faces. Remember, leave them with a breath, don't kill them. Zhou Luo reminded briefly, then no longer looked at Tokugawa Hui. Heart-wrenching screams echoed one after another behind Zhou Luo. Just by listening to the sound, one could feel Tokugawa Teru's pain. It lasted for about 5 minutes. The barely breathing Tokugawa Teru was carried back in front of Zhou Luo by Chui Lingfei and the others. I'll ask you one more time, will you talk or not? Zhou Luo looked at Tokugawa Teru with a playful expression. I said, can you let me go? At this moment, Tokugawa Teru had been beaten to the point of almost losing consciousness and spoke with difficulty. Of course, since you said it, I'll let you off the hook. Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. Alright, then let me tell you, Mike and his group call themselves the Ashen Crusaders. I'm not sure what kind of force this Ashen Crusaders is, but I do know that only 2 of them came to Blue Star this time. One of them is Mike, a powerhouse in the late Forbidden Realm. He single-handedly slaughtered all the Spirit Transformation Realm experts from our Shadow Group and the Holy Court Church. The other is the Augustus Legion Commander, as referred to by Mike. He is Mike's superior, and as far as I know, his strength surpasses the Forbidden Realm. But it seems that due to the special environment of Blue Star, he can only exert the strength of the peak of the Forbidden Realm. That Augustus is now in the main cathedral of the Holy Court Church headquarters. Tokugawa Teru intermittently revealed everything he knew. At this moment, Mike was dead, and with the caster's demise, the mental slave imprint in his mind also vanished. Otherwise, he would never betray Augustus. As long as there is a trace of disloyalty in his heart, the spiritual slave seal will immediately take control of him. So that's how it is, only 2 people came. After listening to Tokugawa Teru's statement, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhou Luo's face. I've said everything I needed to say. Can you let me go now? I promise you, after returning to Sakura Island, I will never trouble Dacia again. Furthermore, we at Sakura Island are willing to become a vassal of Dacia, just like it was hundreds of years ago. Tokugawa Teru pleaded. He was truly terrified. Chui Lingfei and those 3 guys acted so ruthlessly it was outrageous, completely treating him as less than human. But most importantly, it was because he himself didn't want to die. As long as he could return to Sakura Island, even if the Shadow Group was nearly wiped out, he would still be the Emperor of Sakura Island, able to stand above all and enjoy that honor. A flash of sword light roared forth, aiming straight at Tokugawa Teru's throat. That priceless head flew up in an instant and fell from the sky. Until the end of his life, Tokugawa Teru's face still carried that humble and pleading expression from earlier. Spare you? You really think so beautifully. Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh. He would never pretend to be a gentleman who keeps his word when dealing with such people. Seeing this scene, the 3 people beside him, including Chui Lingfei, couldn't help but applaud. Tokugawa Teru Taro is such a hateful person that dying 100 times wouldn't be excessive. Major Chui, I'll leave this place to you to handle. Zhou Luo looked at Chui Lingfei and said slowly, no problem. But General Zhou, where are you going? Chui Lingfei nodded in agreement. Then, seeing Zhou Luo leap onto the frost thunder hull as if heading somewhere, he asked curiously, the Holy Court Church. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, and the next moment he gave the order. The frost thunder hull flapped its wings and flew toward the northern European continent. The purpose of his trip was very simple, to kill that so-called Legion commander, Augustus, as well. Since the Ashen Crusade only sent 2 people, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Although Tokugawa Taro once said that Augustus's realm surpasses the Forbidden Realm, it is estimated that he has reached the Shackles realm mentioned by Tian Xuan Leiho. This is also Zhou Luo's inference, because from the 2 individuals, Yusu and Yuzhen, sent by the Luofu Hall, it can be seen that these forces from beyond the heavens do not send particularly strong individuals to Blue Star in their first batch. Therefore, Augustus is most likely not in the Shattered Realm but in the Shackled Realm. Tokugawa Taro also provided Zhou Luo with a key piece of information. Due to some reason related to Blue Star, Augustus can only exert the peak strength of the Forbidden Realm. This is precisely the source of Zhou Luo's confidence. Whether you are in the Shackled Realm or the Shattered Realm, since you can only exert the strength of the Forbidden Realm on Blue Star, he has absolutely nothing to fear. Mike, who was in the late stage of the Forbidden Realm, could be slain with 3 strikes, let alone someone at the peak of the Forbidden Realm. Amidst the howling wind, the figures of Tian Xuan Leiho and Zhou Luo gradually faded into the distance. Northern Europe continent, inside the cathedral of the Holy Court Church. Augustus sat on the bishop's throne, resting his chin on one hand, eyes closed, quietly awaiting Mech's return. His brows furrowed slightly, and suddenly he opened his eyes sharply. Mech's presence has vanished? Augustus's pupils contracted sharply, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. As a small legion commander of the Ash Crusade, each of his subordinates would entrust him with a trace of their soul's aura. Through these auras, he could sense the condition of his subordinates. Now Mech's soul aura has dissipated, which means Mech has fallen. Zhou Luo's strength is actually so powerful, he could even kill Mech? A heavy expression appeared in Augustus's eyes. He had clearly underestimated Zhou Luo. Their arrival on Blue Star this time is due to the gradual weakening of the great divine power outside Blue Star that blocks all cultivators. Only then were they able to enter. However, the great divine power still exists, so the highest level can only be that of a Shackles realm cultivator. Moreover, within Blue Star, they can only exert peak Forbidden Realm strength for a short period of time. To unleash full power, one must wait until the great divine ability's strength weakens again after half a month. He himself is at the 2nd level of the Shackles realm, sent to Blue Star by the Heaven's Scourge Crusaders. Thinking of this, Augustus quickly rose from the bishop's throne. This time entering Blue Star, he knew that the cultivators within Blue Star were weak in strength, at most only at the Transformation Spirit realm, so he only brought Mike along. Now that Mike has fallen, Zhou Luo's strength must have reached the peak of the Forbidden Realm, matching his level. In this situation, reinforcements must be called. Just at this moment, a sudden angry shout came from outside the church. Augustus, come out and face your death. The voice reverberated throughout the church, echoing inside. Augustus narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of killing intent appearing as he stared directly at the church door. A man and a beast stood firmly at the gate at this moment. Zhou Luo held the Tai sword, its tip pointing directly at Augustus, his aura soaring and unstoppable. You are Zhou Luo? Augustus stared intently at Zhou Luo, his expression cold, a chilling air spreading around him. This is not hard to guess. A Blue Star person who can call out his name and exudes the aura of the Forbidden Realm. Who else could it be but Zhou Luo? Mike, was it you who killed him? He spoke slowly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Mech was his extremely loyal subordinate. To train him, Augustus put in a lot of effort. Now that Mech has fallen, his camp has lost a capable lieutenant, a significant loss. That subordinate of yours overestimated himself. His death is his own doing. Zhou Luo sneered coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Such arrogance. Augustus's coldness deepened between his brows, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through everything. Daring to kill someone from my Heaven's Ash Crusaders? Have you ever considered the consequences? You, including your family and your country, will be uprooted by our Heaven's Ash Crusaders, leaving not a single trace. After speaking, Augustus extended his hand with a gesture. A black and gold spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. The shaft of the spear was forged from a special metal, its surface engraved with intricate black and gold patterns, exuding an air of mystery. The spearhead was as transparent as amber, faintly emanating an aura of deadly menace. Innate treasure? Zhou Luo immediately recognized the identity of this spear. It was undoubtedly an innate treasure. Today, I will use this Huiyue demon spear to kill you right here. Augustus suddenly slammed the tail of the spear onto the ground. Centered on the gun's tail, spider-web-like cracks rapidly spread across the floor of the cathedral, accompanied by a deafening roar. The vast cathedral collapsed in an instant. Countless concrete fragments fell from the roof, dust filled the air, and the area within within hundreds of meters was almost reduced to ruins. At the very moment the cathedral collapsed, Zhou Luo keenly caught a faint sound of something slicing through the air not far ahead. 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc, activate. Reacting swiftly, he immediately summoned the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc and a black and white shield instantly appeared around him. The shield not only blocked the falling debris from above but also intercepted an amber-colored spear tip moments later. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the collapsing church, Augustus smashed through layers of rubble with his body and charged straight at Zhou Luo, wielding the Twilight Moon Demon Spear. The gun barrel fiercely struck the shield, producing a muffled thud. The 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc suspended behind Zhou Luo's head erupted with a red-orange halo at this moment. A powerful recoil force directly traveled back to Augustus's right arm holding the gun. Augustus was forcibly pushed back by this force, bearing a tremendous power no less than his own strike. With each step he retreated, the ground around him groaned as if unable to bear the weight. You possess such a formidable innate treasure for defense, no wonder Mike was defeated by you. Augustus steadied his stance, his gaze coldly fixed on the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc behind Zhou Luo's head, and said in a chilling tone, "Is that so? But when I killed your subordinate, I didn't even use this treasure." Zhou Luo sneered, his tone full of mockery. Augustus's eyes were filled with even stronger killing intent. He no longer planned to implant a mental slave mark in Zhou Luo's consciousness to make him a member of the Legion but intended to personally execute him. Mike's death clearly told him that Zhou Luo was defiant and unyielding, and it was almost impossible to make him submit as a slave. Since that was the case, this unparalleled genius who could not be utilized must be strangled in the cradle, otherwise, he would only bring great trouble to the Legion in the future. Big brother, this person's physical strength is extremely high. He is likely a shackled realm expert specializing in the body refinement path. As the two faced off, the Frost Thunder Howl standing beside Zhou Luo whispered softly in his ear. Specializing in the body refinement path? Is there such a thing? Zhou Luo frowned slightly, showing confusion. That's right, in the shackle realm, every time a shackle is broken, a spiritual object can be used as one's foundation. Tianchuan Lei Ho explained. The stronger the spiritual object, the more solid the foundation, and naturally, the strength will rise accordingly. The disparity between spiritual objects is vast, and this person likely used a spiritual object that greatly enhances the physical body, one of extraordinary grade. Tianchuan Thunderhound said so. Before the words had even faded, he didn't forget to remind, if we can kill him, we can extract the spiritual essence within his body as precious material for you, big brother, to break through your shackles and forge your foundation in the future. Oh, there's actually such a possibility. Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Immediately, his gaze turned to Augustus, with a fiery battle intent igniting in his eyes. Unexpectedly, there is a notion in the shackles realm of establishing a foundation with spiritual artifacts. Moreover, judging by Tianchuan Leiho's words, the spiritual artifact this guy used is of an extremely high grade. This is also perfectly reasonable. From the initial encounter with him just now, it was clear that Augustus's physical strength was truly astonishing. He casually smashed the butt of his gun into the ground, causing the massive cathedral to collapse. Every step he took shook a 100-meter radius like an earthquake. I didn't expect your blue planet to have fallen so far behind, unable to comprehend even the mysteries of the 3 heavenly realms. What a waste of such a resource-rich planet. Hearing the conversation between Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl, Augustus let out a cold snort. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and his tone was icy and piercing. As a native of Blue Star, your arrogance truly astonishes me. You dare to dream of killing me and extracting the foundational spiritual artifact from my body? Let me tell you, the spiritual artifact I used to forge my foundation is called Azure Dragon Bone Gold, a supreme treasure among spiritual artifacts. If you want it, show some real skill and kill me. However, I think you won't even have that hope in this lifetime. Augustus's tone was full of contempt. As a top-tier powerhouse who had already broken through 2 shackles, even though the Blue Star's mighty forces restricted his strength and locked his realm at the peak of the Forbidden Realm. But with the formidable physique forged by the Azure Dragon Bone Gold, he was hardly affected by the restrictions. A mere Forbidden Realm practitioner like Zhou Luo was simply unqualified to contend with him. Sky Blue Dragon Bone Gold? Got it. Zhou Luo listened, completely unmoved by Augustus's disdain. Instead, it ignited the fighting spirit deep within him. You say I can't get it? Then I'll make sure to show you I can. Little Hosey, step back a bit, don't get caught up in this. Zhou Luo cast a glance at Tianchuan Leiho, and the latter immediately understood, quickly retreating. In battles between top-tier experts of the Forbidden Realm, even the slightest leakage of energy could be unbearable for those at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Don't want your little beast to get hurt? Such deep affection between master and servant. Augustus sneered, since that's the case, I'll spare your life, cripple you first, then capture that little beast and skin it alive right in front of you. I wonder what expression you'll have then. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes as the Taiye sword was already positioned in front of him. Who will win or lose is still uncertain. Don't boast too early. The black gold dragon pattern on the Taiye sword began to to shine with golden light. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Luo had already rushed forward with his sword, swiftly striking at Augustus's throat. Facing this fierce and swift attack, Augustus's eyes narrowed as he raised his gun to counter. The crisp sound of the collision echoed. The Taiye sword clashed head-on with the Dark Moon Demon Spear. Powerful forces intertwined, and the aura almost distorted the surrounding air. Indeed, such formidable power. Zhou Luo secretly marveled at the oppressive force emanating from the Dark Moon Demon Spear, something he had never experienced in his encounters with others. Even Mech, who wielded the Black Flame Giant Hammer, had never displayed such overwhelming might. This further aroused Zhou Luo's curiosity about the heavenly azure dragon Bone Gold. Augustus suddenly exerted force with his right arm, pushing Zhou Luo back several meters. Your physical strength is actually this high? How is that possible? A look of obvious shock appeared on Augustus's face. Just now, that shot only hit Zhou Luo's 9 Yang 8 trigram shield and had not directly confronted Zhou Luo. But this time is different. The moment the Dusk Moon Demon Spear clashed with the Taiye sword, Augustus felt an almost equally matched terrifying power emanating from the Taiye sword. What's more, he had just exerted his full strength to force Zhou Luo back. If it were an ordinary Forbidden Realm expert, no, even a top-tier Forbidden Realm expert would be forced back hundreds of meters by this strike. But Zhou Luo only retreated a few meters before coming to a stop. This means that Zhou Luo's physical strength is likely no weaker than mine. Keep in mind, this guy is merely in the Forbidden Realm, and he is at the Shackles realm. Moreover, he possesses the first foundation forged from the Azure Dragon Bone Gold at the Shackles realm. Although the spiritual treasure required for the second foundation has yet to be found, his physical strength is already among the top in the Legion. So, I'm telling you, don't boast too early. If you act rashly, don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer later. Zhou Luo saw Augustus's face full of shock, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Although he was not at the Shackles realm, nor did he have the Azure Dragon Bone Golden Foundation, but he possessed the 9 Nether Chaos body. The strength of his body had always far surpassed that of other strong individuals at the same level. If he could obtain this Sky Blue Dragon Bone Gold and use it to forge his foundation while breaking through the Shackles realm, Zhou Luo's physical strength would reach an even higher level. The 9 Nether Chaos body combined with the Sky Blue Dragon Bone Gold, the power of these two together was something even Zhou Luo himself dared not easily imagine. I really underestimated you. A rare trace of seriousness flashed in Augustus's eyes. He discovered that Zhou Luo's strength seemed not to be as he initially expected. It seems he must go all out. Heaven's Ember, ignite. Augustus trembled all over. Immediately, pitch-black flames identical to Mike's emerged on the surface of his body. However, the pitch-black flames he summoned were clearly more powerful than Mike's. As soon as the flames appeared, they instantly engulfed the entire Dusky Moon Demon Spear. At this moment, the Dusky Moon Demon Spear truly lived up to its name, showcasing the might of the Dusky Moon Demon Spear. Just the pitch-black flames that seemed capable of devouring everything were enough to inspire fear. Accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air, Augustus stomped his feet, and his entire body, like a meteor trailing flames, charged violently toward Zhou Luo. I see. Every inch of ground he stepped on turned to ruins, with patches of pitch-black flames burning on the surface. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed, and he immediately raised the Taiye sword to block above his head. A deafening hum suddenly exploded. The massive Dark Crescent Demon Spear, enveloped in pitch-black flames, fiercely struck the Taiye sword. A tremendous force directly drove Zhou Luo 3 inches into the ground, creating a large pit within a 100-meter radius around him. At the same time, the aftermath of the dark flames spread outward from Zhou Luo as the center. It wasn't until the entire pit was engulfed by pitch-black flames that it slightly subsided. This time, Augustus struck with full force. Fortunately, the Taiye sword, being a supreme treasure of innate quality, endured the full force strike without showing any damage. To think you could withstand even this, kid, your strength is indeed remarkable. It's just a pity you can't be of use to me. Augustus saw Zhou Luo still standing tall, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes, but that regret quickly vanished. In its place was an intense killing intent. Stop talking nonsense. If this is all you've got, don't blame me for using this sword to chop off your head. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, letting out a cold laugh. The Taiye sword was drawn, pointing directly at Augustus's throat. Augustus reacted swiftly, raising his spear to block it. Immediately afterward, Zhou Luo acted without hesitation, launching consecutive moves. Countless sword shadows scattered like falling leaves and drifted like mist, filled with endless killing intent. Two figures darted back and forth like lightning amidst the ruins. Wherever they passed, not a single tile remained intact. The massive headquarters of the Holy Court Church was almost reduced to rubble. Each clash of metal left deep pits on the ground. The pitch-black flames scattered from the Dusk Moon Demon Spear nearly engulfed the entire ruins. The surrounding area within hundreds of meters was affected. From afar, it seemed as if the apocalypse had arrived, accompanied by a deafening roar. Two figures each retreated violently to over 100 meters away. Augustus held the Dark Moon Magic Spear, his breathing no longer as steady as before. Although his level was slightly inferior superior to Augustus. His breathing was strong and continuous, with his chest rising and falling as if the earth's veins were surging. I didn't expect that you had mastered an impressive breathing technique. Augustus took a deep breath, his gaze complex as he looked at Zhou Luo. Clearly, he was the one who came from beyond the heavens. But why did Zhou Luo have even more treasures than him? What's the matter? Can't fight anymore? Zhou Luo completely ignored his envious and jealous gaze, letting out a cold laugh. Can't fight anymore? Then don't blame me for chopping off your dog head. Oomph, arrogant. Augustus narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smirk. Do you know why our legion is called the Ashen Crusaders? Zhou Luo stared at him intently without answering. Look at the scattered remnants of the heavenly embers around. Augustus spoke to himself. During battle, the heavenly embers naturally spread outward, eventually forming a cross-shaped mark. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo frowned deeply and looked around. You don't know until you see it. Only then do you realize the unusual nature of these pitch-black flames. Just as Augustus said, the pitch-black flames scattered across the ruins had now converged into a massive cross-shaped mark. Immediately after, Augustus's voice rang out again. When this cross-shaped mark is formed, it will be the moment our Ashen Crusaders conquer all formidable foes. Twilight Cross of the Ashen Heavens, activate. Augustus raised the Twilight Moon magic spear high and slammed it fiercely into the ground. The surrounding ashen twilight flames seemed to respond to the summons, instantly igniting into blazing flames like a fiery canopy. The cross-shaped flames surged from the ground, converging into an impenetrable wall of pitch-black fire, sweeping toward Zhou Luo like a tidal wave. Augustus's expression was fervent, like a fanatical devout believer proclaiming, all formidable foes will ultimately fall in the twilight flames of the heavens. You won't escape either. Where the cross-shaped flames swept through, the air was scorched and distorted. Accompanied by bursts of roaring, a towering wall of flames surged irresistibly toward Zhou Luo. A trace of solemnity appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. This move was far more powerful than any of Augustus's previous attacks. It completely surpassed the Forbidden Realm and was undoubtedly the power of a Shackle Realm strike. I wonder if the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc can withstand it. Zhou Luo calmed his mind and immediately activated his entire spiritual power. The Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc hanging behind his head instantly radiated halos of red and orange, resembling a blazing sun. A Nine Suns 8 trigrams shield, many times more solid than before, instantly enveloped Zhou Luo's entire body. Give up. Even if it's an innate treasure, it cannot stop the burning of the heaven's ash cross. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Augustus laughed wildly and shouted loudly. Zhou Luo remained silent, focusing intently on sustaining the Nine Suns 8 trigrams shield. The twilight cross flames were already closing in on him. The pitch-black flames that devoured everything instantly engulfed Zhou Luo entirely. The Nine Suns 8 trigrams shield floating outside Zhou Luo's body was immediately entangled and adhered to by the pitch-black flames. The raging fire burned fiercely, accompanied by bursts of crackling sounds. Zhou Luo clearly felt that the energy of the Nine Suns 8 trigrams shield was rapidly depleting. Even though he continuously channeled spiritual power into it, he could hardly stop the energy from diminishing. This flame is truly extraordinary. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, watching as the dark flames of Tianjin were about to break through the Nine Suns 8 trigrams shield and surge nearby. Zhou Luo remained completely calm. If it were an ordinary defensive treasure, it would have been burned through by you long ago. Unfortunately, my Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc not only defends but also counterattacks. Zhou Luo suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Immediately afterward, the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc behind his head emitted dazzling golden light once again. Accompanied by a violent roar, the pitch-black flames attached to the Nine Suns 8 trigrams shield were forcibly reversed in direction, scattering outward in all directions. Countless heavenly embers collided with each other, producing waves of piercing burning sounds in the air. The towering cross-shaped wall of flames was about to completely dissipate. How could this happen? In the distance, Augustus's expression froze completely. He watched as the cross-shaped dark flames gradually faded into the heavens and earth, his gaze utterly dim and lifeless. His proud cross of twilight flame was unexpectedly easily neutralized by Zhou Luo, a junior in the Forbidden Realm. Is there any justice left in this world? Brother, what kind of lousy twilight flame cross is this? It doesn't seem like much after all. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a mocking smile, his tone full of disdain as he completely shattered the twilight flame cross. He could see clearly. In order to unleash the move Heavenly Embers cross, Augustus had nearly exhausted all his strength. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his body was almost depleted. You reckless fool, relying on a few innate treasures, you dare to desecrate the divine powers of our Heavenly Embers Crusaders. Damn it, truly damn it. Augustus's expression had long lost its previous lofty and composed demeanor of controlling everything, instead gradually descending into madness. He raised the crescent moon demon spear, stomped his feet fiercely, and shot violently toward Zhou Luo. The spear tip gleamed with a piercing cold light, aiming straight at Zhou Luo's heart. Zhou Luo raised his sword and easily flicked away the dark moon demon spear. The remaining spiritual energy within Augustus was no longer sufficient to support him in unleashing the terrifying power of the Shackles realm. As for his current state, calling him late-stage Forbidden Realm would be an overstatement. At most, he merely possessed the strength of someone who had just broken through to the Forbidden Realm. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. The Dark Moon magic spear was knocked away. Zhou Luo raised his foot again, kicking Augustus's entire body and sending him flying, heavily crashing to the ground. He quickly appeared in front of Augustus, stepping on his chest. The Tai sword in his hand was placed horizontally against the opponent's throat. Victory and defeat have long been decided. Ha 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 ha. Trampled underfoot, Augustus's expression grew increasingly frantic. The corner of his mouth curled into a wanton smile. Though you defeated me, it was only because I couldn't unleash the true power of the Shackles realm. In half a month, the great forbidden spell that limits power on Blue Star will weaken, and the Shackled realm will no longer be restricted. By then, the Legion will surely send even stronger Shackled realm experts. Your country will eventually be destroyed, and you will inevitably perish. This planet of yours will ultimately be conquered by the Legion. Ha ha ha. Augustus's laughter carried both madness and despair. Zhou Luo looked down at the corpse beneath him with a blank expression, his eyes devoid of any trace of pity. He sheathed his sword. He waved his hand, and the distant frost thunder howl quickly ran to his side. You just said that after killing him, we can extract the Azure Dragon Bone Gold from his body. How exactly does that work? Zhou Luo looked at Tianxuan Leiho and asked. He had never forgotten the piece of Sky Azure Dragon Bone Gold within Augustus's body, which could forge a foundation and strengthen the flesh. If he could obtain it, once he broke through the Shackles realm and used it to forge his first foundation, his strength would surely skyrocket. Big brother, let me teach you. Tianxuan Leiho chuckled foolishly and immediately began explaining the method. It turned out that one only needed to use spiritual power to awaken the Sky Azure Dragon Bone Gold within Augustus and then slowly extract it. Following the method, Zhou Luo extracted a segment of azure metal resembling a spine from Augustus's body. The metal emitted a warm aura throughout, and when held in hand, one could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within. Good stuff. Zhou Luo's face lit up with joy, and he immediately put it into his pouch. He was now at the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm, with the 9 Nether Chaos body and the 5 Peaks scripture enhancing him, allowing him to soon break through to the Shackles realm. Once he breaks the first shackle, he will use the Azure Dragon Bone Gold to forge the first foundation. He couldn't wait any longer. According to Augustus, there exists a grand forbidden technique on Blue Star that can limit one's power. What exactly is this forbidden technique, and who laid it down? After securing the Azure Dragon Bone Gold, Zhou Luo fell into deep thought. He always felt that there were still many secrets on Blue Star yet to be uncovered. As early as in the Li Mountain secret realm, he had already made such a conjecture. Could it be that the precise and massive weapons forged within the Apang Palace by the first emperor were specifically designed to deal with extraterrestrial powerhouses like Augustus? Half a month later, the great divine power will weaken. Does that mean powerhouses in the Shackles realm will no longer be restricted? Zhou Luo took a deep breath, a surge of urgency welling up in his heart. His time was running out. He must break through to the Shackles realm within half a month. Otherwise, if Augustus's Heaven's Ash Crusaders descend upon Blue Star again, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Zhou Luo was not overly anxious. Within half a month, if he only practiced behind closed doors, it would likely be difficult to break through the Shackles realm. But he had grasped a crucial piece of information. Within the Great Xia territory, the next secret realm is about to open. The location is right at Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun Mountain secret realm was, before his demise in his previous life, the largest secret realm in all of Daxia and even the entire Blue Star. Even the Immortal Island cannot compare to it. Big brother, this spear is no ordinary weapon. Should we put it away? In the midst of his thoughts, the voice of Tianxuan Leiho suddenly pulled Zhou Luo back to reality. Of course, this thing must be kept safe. Zhou Luo nodded, then leapt onto Tianxuan Leiho. The massive Huiyu demon spear was also securely placed on Leiho's back by him. Let's go, back to Daxia. With Zhou Luo's command, Tianxuan Leiho immediately responded. Flapping its wings, the two swiftly flew toward Daxia. On the way back to Daxia, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the back of the Frost Thunder Hull, his eyes tightly shut, his chest rising and falling gently with his breath as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body like a tide. His cultivation was rapidly improving. Breaking through from the Forbidden Realm to the Shackled Realm within half a month was no easy feat. Therefore, he had to seize every moment. Big brother, there seems to be something unusual ahead. The honest voice of Tianxuan Leiho echoed in his ears. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, and dazzling rays of light reflected in them. Ahead, within the Great Xia territory, the entire sky was enveloped in layers of radiant light. The light source seems to come from the northwest of Daxia. It's the Kunlun Mountains, Zhou Luo murmured softly. At this moment, such a vast and spectacular phenomenon could only be the Kunlun Mountains. It seems his premonition was correct. The day for the opening of the Kunlun Mountain secret realm is indeed just around the corner. Big brother, is another great secret realm about to open? Tianxuan Leiho gazed into the distance and said slowly, what's strange is that every time time a secret realm opens on this planet, I can sense a hidden power that only affects our beast clan. It feels as if the moment I dare to step in, that force will erupt and instantly kill me. It's extremely terrifying. After listening to Lei Ho's words, Zhou Luo nodded and said, indeed, the secret realms on Blue Star never allow alien beasts to enter. This rule was something he had long been aware of, but he still didn't understand the reason behind it. Big brother, are we still going back to Daxia? Tianquan Lei Ho asked. No, we're heading straight to the Kunlun Mountains. Zhou Luo pondered for a moment and decisively decided to head straight to the Kunlun Mountains. If he were to return to Daxia first and then set out when the secret realm opened, it would only waste time. It would be better to arrive at the Kunlun Mountains early and avoid unnecessary travel. As for cultivation, it made no difference to him where it took place. Zhou Luo gave an order. Tianquan Lei Ho turned around and slowly flew toward the direction of Kunlun Mountain. The anomaly at Kunlun Mountain almost covered the entire Eurasian continent. Even the Ganges continent could see it clearly. In Brahma heaven, within a luxurious temple, Yang Tianying and Lu Ruyan stood on opposite sides, waiting in the sanctuary. The aura of the two had already broken through to the forbidden realm, becoming several times stronger than when they left Great Xia. In the very center of the sanctuary, on the Sumeru throne, sat a man with a profound expression between his brows. He was dressed in a light gauze robe, revealing his open chest, his demeanor calm, and his deep blue eyes gazing downward serenely. Apart from Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying, there was also a middle-aged man with distinct features of the Ganges continent, standing respectfully beside that man. If someone from Brahma heaven were to visit the sanctuary, they would immediately recognize that this middle-aged man was none other than the great Vajra of Brahma heaven, the highly esteemed Adithier. What exactly is happening over there? On the Sumeru seat, Trivedi raised his eyes toward the sanctuary's gate, his gaze falling on the ray of light that had intruded, and asked slowly, Master, it seems the secret realm has manifested. Adia lowered his gaze respectfully and answered, what kind of secret realm could cause such a phenomenon? Tivedi, upon hearing the word secret realm, had a ripple of emotion appear in his otherwise calm eyes. Master, I will go investigate immediately. Adia respectfully bowed and slowly left the sanctuary. A moment later, he returned once again. Master, it is within the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom on the Eurasian continent, a secret realm called the Kunlun Mountains. Great Xia, Kunlun Mountains. Tivedi's gaze shifted to Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying. I remember you are both from Great Xia. Tell me, what is so special about the Kunlun Mountains? The phenomenon it unleashed is so immense, but why? Tivedi spoke, and Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying dared not show the slightest negligence. When they fled to Paluo heaven, they were astonished to discover that the highest authority had already changed. The original mighty Adia has been replaced by Tivedi, who now presides over the Sumeru throne. What shocked them even more was that the once renowned Adia had become Tivedi's servant. After discovering this secret, they tried to escape but were captured on the spot by Adia, who had already broken through the forbidden realm. Subsequently, Tivedi, seeing their extraordinary talent, bestowed upon them the spirit slave mark. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying, like Adia, had become Trivedi's slaves. With Trivedi's assistance, their strength had also broken through to the forbidden realm. My lord, allow me to explain to you. Yang Tianying stepped forward respectfully and said, the Kunlun Mountains, located within the territory of Daxia, are renowned as the Dragon Vein and have been considered a sacred place in the hearts of the Daxia people since ancient times. Such a treasured land, it's not surprising that anomalies occur. After listening to Yang Tianying's introduction, Tivedi's face showed great interest. As the pioneer sent by the Brahma Lotus sect to Blue Star, he carries three major missions. First, to establish the foundation of the Brahma Lotus sect here ahead of other forces coveting Blue Star. Second, strive to expand the sphere of influence to pave the way for the future arrival of the Lotus sect on Blue Star. Third, closely monitor the developments of the major secret realms on Blue Star, especially secret realms as grand and imposing as the Kunlun Mountains, which hold the deepest secrets of Blue Star. This is also the reason why numerous extraterrestrial forces have been fixated on Blue Star for centuries, waiting for a flaw to appear in the great power that isolates heaven and earth, and then sending people to descend one after another. Since that's the case, you shall make a trip to Daxia, enter the secret realm of the Kunlun Mountains, and bring back all the great opportunities within. Any questions? Tivedi spoke slowly. Understood, my lord. Adithier, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Tianying responded in unison, bowing. Go ahead. Tivedi waved his hand, signaling them to set off. But at that moment, Lu Ruyan spoke again. My lord, you may not know this, but within the Great Xia territory, there is a man named Zhou Luo. He is exceptionally powerful and extraordinarily talented. When we first arrived in Paluo heaven, he had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm. By now, he has likely already stepped into the forbidden realm and should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Tivedi raised his eyes to look at Lu Ruyan. It's merely the forbidden realm. All three of you are already in the forbidden realm, so why fear him? My lord, this person is highly unpredictable. I humbly request that you send another formidable warrior warrior to accompany us. Lu Ruyan's expression was sincere, unable to conceal the fear she felt toward Zhou Luo deep in her heart. What Zhou Luo had done far exceeded her imagination. Now, she finally had the chance to use the power of Brahma to kill him, and she would not allow the slightest mistake. My lord, I can confirm that Zhou Luo is indeed extraordinary. I earnestly request that you send another fierce warrior to assist. Yang Tianying also stepped forward, speaking respectfully and sincerely. Tivity narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a long time, and finally agreed. In that case, I will send my pet beast to accompany you on the expedition. This operation must succeed. There is no room for failure. If you fail to obtain that crucial opportunity from the Kunlun Mountains, I will personally send you to Avicii Hell. Do you understand? Tivity said coldly. However, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying's backs were already soaked with cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Adia, who was standing at the gate, was not spared, trembling with fear. Rest assured, my lord, on this trip to Kunlun Mountain, we will surely bring back all the great opportunities. The three knelt down in unison and said respectfully, all right, rise. Tivity nodded with satisfaction and then waved his hand. A streak of light flashed, and outside the sanctuary appeared a colossal figure that blotted out the sky. It had no legs, with 5 heads resembling king cobras on its body, and 10 dark red eyes glimmering with violent killing intent. Naga, great god. Adia, upon seeing the 5-headed Naga, knelt devoutly. This is a revered deity in Brahma's mythology. Unexpectedly, the beast pet referred to by Tivity turned out to be the 5-headed Naga. Adia was already loyal to Tivity, but at this moment, he regarded him as a deity in his heart. Forbidden Realm peak-level exotic beast. Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying were staring in shock at these 5 Nagas. The casually summoned pet beast actually reached the peak of the Forbidden Realm. Then how powerful must Tivity's strength be? Without a doubt, he has absolutely surpassed the Forbidden Realm. Quickly go and quickly return. Tivity's voice brought the 3 back to reality. The 3 snapped out of it and immediately followed the 5 Nagas, heading toward the Kunlun Mountains of Great Xia. Zhou Luo stood atop the mountain, his gaze fixed on the black hole-like airflow ahead. Is this the entrance to the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm? Zhou Luo murmured to himself. At this moment, the black hole airflow was exceptionally violent. Although the center erupted with radiant light, Zhou Luo could clearly sense that if someone were to step in recklessly, they would either be severely injured or undoubtedly perish. Only when the secret realm opens will this airflow calm down, revealing the true entrance. Big brother, focus on your cultivation. I'll guard the surroundings. The frost thunder howl stood beside Zhou Luo, vigilantly scanning the area. The violent airflow before them disrupted the senses, making it difficult for anyone entering the Kunlun Mountain territory to perceive normally. Therefore, Tian Xuan Lei Ho must be extra vigilant to guard against covert sabotage. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Zhou Luo nodded. He quite appreciated this little brother beside him. Although sometimes reckless, the tasks entrusted to him were almost always completed properly. Just as Zhou Luo was about to begin cultivating, Tianxuan Lei Ho's expression suddenly changed. Big brother, something's wrong, look over there. Zhou Luo immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the southwestern direction of Mount Kunlun, above the distant Hangi continent, a massive shadow suddenly appeared, blotting out the sky and sun, rapidly rushing toward Mount Kunlun. Wherever it passed, the border towns at the junction of the Eurasian continent and the Ganges continent were destroyed. Until the shadow approached the Kunlun Mountains, Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Lei Ho finally saw the appearance of the monster. It was a king cobra with 5 heads. Inaccurately speaking, although the head of this strange beast resembles a king cobra, upon closer inspection, it is completely different. Beside this strange beast, there were 3 human figures. Among them, Zhou Luo immediately recognized 2. Lu Ruyan, Yang Tianying. 5 Nagas carried Lu Ruyan, Yang Tianying, and Adia, and had already reached the interior of the Kunlun Mountains. They were less than a kilometer away from the peak of Kunlun Mountain where Zhou Luo was located. Adia saw Zhou Luo standing on the mountain peak, his brows furrowed, and asked. Lu Ruyan's face instantly lit up with excitement. Pointing at Zhou Luo, she said, "This is the Zhou Luo I mentioned, the strongest in the Great Xia territory. What a coincidence, we don't even need to look for him, he appeared on his own." Yang Tianying couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of a smug smile. Excellent, this was so effortless. I originally worried it would take some effort to kill you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. His face was filled with intense killing intent. Even now, he still vividly remembers the humiliating scene years ago when Zhou Luo was ruthlessly slapped by Cuckoo in front of everyone. That kind of humiliation was etched deep into his bones. He finally had the chance to avenge this grudge. Is it just him alone? Adia looked around, but apart from Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl, he saw no one else. Although he sensed the aura of the Frost Thunder Howl, its cultivation was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, incapable of stirring up any trouble. Right now, Zhou Luo is all alone. On their side, they have 3 experts in the Forbidden Realm, along with 5 peak Forbidden Realm Nagas. Killing him would be a piece of cake. Great Vajra, after capturing him later, later, please allow me to personally end his life. Lu Ruyan's excitement was already hard to conceal, her gaze fixed on Zhou Luo, filled with sharp killing intent. As you wish, as long as it doesn't interfere with the master's plan. Adia responded indifferently. Rest assured, Great Vedra, I will absolutely prioritize the bigger picture. Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly. Lu Ruyan, along with 2 others and 5 Nagas, headed together to the place where Zhou Luo was located at the peak of Kunlun. The 3 of them leapt down from the Nagas and landed on the ground. 2 cold, snake-like gazes instantly locked onto Zhou Luo. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying both had extremely arrogant expressions on their faces. Zhou Luo, long time no see. Lu Ruyan stepped forward, the crimson corners of her lips curling into a captivating smile. Lu Ruyan, Yang Tianying, I really didn't expect you to join forces with the people of Baroshan. Truly eye-opening for me. Zhou Luo stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, and swept his eagle-like gaze over Lu Ruyan and the other 2, as well as the 5 Nagas, sneering coldly. From Adia's appearance, he immediately discerned that this person must be a member of the Bharata heaven of the Ganges continent. As for the 5 Nagas, their appearance was also strikingly similar to the mythical beasts Nagas from the Ganges continent's legends. No matter which side I join, as long as I can kill you, it's all worth it. Lu Ruyan sneered, seeing Zhou Luo as nothing more than a living corpse at this moment. As a breakthrough cultivator of the Forbidden Realm, she could sense that Zhou Luo was roughly in the later stages of the Forbidden Realm. In such a short time, he had relied solely on his own cultivation to reach the later stages of the Forbidden Realm, a speed that was astonishing. But even if you cultivate quickly and your strength is formidable, so what? When you venture out, you need support and connections. On their side, there are 4 Forbidden Realm experts, among whom 5 Nagas are at the peak level, easily capable of crushing Zhou Luo. What makes you so sure you can kill me? Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly as his gaze swept toward Lu Ruyan and the others, showing not a trace of fear. If it were someone else, they would probably have fallen into their hands today. But he is no ordinary Forbidden Realm expert. Even Augustus, who was in the Shackles realm, had been slain by him. Lu Ruyan and the others are simply no match for him. Little Hosey, your current realm should be the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, right? Zhou Luo ignored the sharp killing intent from Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying, instead turning to look at the Frost Thunder Ho behind him and asked, Yes, big brother, what's the matter? The Frost Thunder Ho scratched its head, puzzled as to why Zhou Luo suddenly asked this question. Zhou Luo smiled and shifted his gaze to the 5-peak Forbidden Realm Nagas, then turned back to the Frost Thunder Howl. If I give you a Beast King pill at the peak of the Forbidden Realm, can you break through the Forbidden Realm? Of course, big brother. Not to mention breaking through the Forbidden Realm, if I take that Beast King pill, I might directly advance to the mid or even late stage of the Forbidden Realm. Hearing this, the Frost Thunder Howl immediately became elated and quickly responded. But it soon realized something, its gaze fixed on the 5 Nagas. Big brother, the peak Forbidden Realm Beast King pill you're talking about, it wouldn't happen to be from these guys, would it? Lu Ruyan, Yang Tianying, and Adia also reacted, shouting angrily in unison. Too arrogant. Zhou Luo completely disregards them. He actually said, right in front of them, that he plans to kill 5 Nagas and seize their Beast King pills. Arrogant, utterly arrogant to the extreme. Even the 5 Naga beside the 3 of them let out a roar at this moment, filled with anger and majesty. Those 10 cold serpent eyes stared fixedly at Zhou Luo, as if they wanted to skin him, break his bones, and devour him alive. How dare you insult the great Naga? Courting death. Adia was the first to lose control of the anger in his heart. In their native mythology, the Naga held an extremely revered status as a deity. How could Zhou Luo insult it like this? He instantly appeared in front of Zhou Luo, clasped his hands together, and dazzling golden rays erupted from his body, with Buddhist chants echoing all around. In the next moment, the golden light transformed into a flower-picking Buddha palm, which fiercely struck toward the spot where Zhou Luo stood. Seeing the flower-picking Buddha palm rushing toward him, Zhou Luo showed no fear and remained completely still. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and a towering shadow as majestic as Mount Tai emerged behind him. He extended his right hand and struck out a palm to meet the flower-picking Buddha palm. Accompanying this strike, the shadow of Mount Tai instantly expanded, crashing toward Adia like a mountain-crushing hammer. The two forces clashed mid-air, holding in a stalemate for several seconds. The flower-picking Buddha palm began to collapse violently, eventually shattering into countless golden fragments. Meanwhile, the shadow of Mount Tai remained unstoppable, carrying an overwhelming momentum as it thundered down toward Adia. How can it be this strong? Adia's eyes showed shock, but he did not panic. He clasped his hands together again, and a fierce-eyed Vajra statue instantly enveloped his entire body. Immediately afterward, the fierce-eyed Vajra gathered strength for a punch, aiming at the shadow of Mount Tai in an attempt to block it. But the moment the Vajra's fist shadow touched the shadow of Mount Tai, it began to shatter gradually, just like the previous flower-picking Buddha palm. The farce ends here. Zhou Luo spoke coldly, raised his palm lightly, and the shadow of Mount Tai erupted with supreme power. The furious Vajra statue instantly collapsed and disintegrated. Adia's expression also became extremely fearful at this moment. As As the shadow bore down, his legs began to buckle under the pressure, accompanied by a crisp crack, and he heavily knelt to the ground. Lu Ruyan's face was full of terror, even her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, we are both in the Forbidden Realm, so why are you so powerful? Why on earth? Yang Tianying's body also trembled involuntarily, and his gaze toward Zhou Luo was filled with a fear as if he had seen a demon. Adia's realm was at the mid-stage of the Forbidden Realm, slightly stronger than them. Yet even so, Adia couldn't last 3 minutes under Zhou Luo's hand. Zhou Luo struck with just one palm, destroying the Nianhua Buddha palm and then shattering the wrathful Vajra statue. In the end, even a Dithier could not withstand this suppression and died on the spot. Everything happened too quickly. They couldn't even react before a Dithier had already fallen. I said, the farce should end. Zhou Luo's eyes were cold, filled with murderous intent toward Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying. Recently, he had been preoccupied with other matters and had no time to deal with them until they fled overseas. Now that they have come to him voluntarily, Zhou Luo will never let them escape again. Great Naga, please take action. Lu Ruyan was the first to react, immediately bowing and praying to the five-headed Naga beside her. Yang Tianying, seeing this, quickly followed suit and knelt down in worship. Even Adia, who was stronger, was defeated at Zhou Luo's hands. If they were to take action, they would likely face the same fate. Therefore, they could only pin their hopes on the 5-peak-level Naga in the Forbidden Realm. At this moment, Lu Ruyan secretly felt fortunate. Before setting out, she had pleaded with Tivity to dispatch the 5 Naga once again. Otherwise, she might have already met her end. Humans, today I shall devour you. The 5-headed Naga responded to the duo's call, its 10 icy snake eyes glinting with chilling murderous intent, staring fixedly at Zhou Luo. Today, the two of them are doomed to die. Don't even mention you're a Naga. Even if Shiva himself descended, it would be hard to resist. Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh and unhesitatingly drew the Taiye sword from his waist. The black gold dragon pattern on the sword's blade unexpectedly emanated a true dragon's aura at this moment, its momentum overwhelming. The 5 Nagas felt that aura, their serpent eyes trembling violently, a trace of fear from the depths of their bloodline surfacing in their gaze. Nagas, in myth and legend, carry a trace of dragon bloodline. Some devotees even directly refer to them as dragons. But no matter what they are called, it cannot change the fact that they possess only a trace of weak dragon blood. The Taiye sword in Zhou Luo's hand, however, was once worn day after day by the ancestral dragon. Nurtured by the immense dragon aura, the Taiye sword had long since evolved its own consciousness. At this moment, as the divine sword was unsheathed and discovered a hybrid dragon before it, the sword's dragon might erupted instantly. The Naga sensed the threat and let out a roar, its 5 heads suddenly spewing 5 streams of venom capable of dissolving everything, rushing straight toward Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo remained calm and composed, not even considering summoning the 9 Yang 8 trigram disc. Instead, he flew through the air directly toward the Naga. Just as the 5 streams of venom were about to reach him, he easily dodged them. In an instant, his figure appeared in front of one of the Naga's 5 heads. The Taiye sword immediately emitted a dragon's roar, and a sword light imbued with the aura of a true dragon fiercely slashed toward the head. The sword light was unstoppable. As soon as it touched the head, it directly severed it. The 5-headed Naga let out a heart-wrenching roar of fury, the intense pain causing the remaining 4 heads to wail incessantly. This is just the first strike, and you can't hold on? What will you do about the next few strikes? Zhou Luo's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised the Taiye sword and swung it again. Another head was effortlessly severed. Relying on the dragon's might imbued in the Taiye sword, Zhou Luo found facing the peak Forbidden Realm Naga even easier than his battle with Adia. This was the absolute suppression stemming from the depths of his bloodline. Watching the 5 Nagas lose even faster than Adia, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying were almost in despair. No, we can't just sit and wait for death. We have to fight too. Lu Ruyan gritted her silver teeth tightly, and her whole body immediately rose into the air, erupting with waves of calamity energy. Yang Tianying also understood the reasoning and immediately joined the battle. The overwhelming aura of calamity instantly surged toward Zhou Luo. Can't sit still anymore? Zhou Luo glanced at Lu Ruyan and sneered. The aura of calamity is indeed powerful, but it no longer has any effect on me. Next, let me show you what a true gap in strength looks like. A 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc suddenly appeared behind his head. The 9 Suns 8 trigrams shield emerged around him, blocking the oncoming aura of calamity. Zhou Luo raised his right arm, channeling all the spiritual energy within him onto the Taiye sword engraved with dense dragon patterns. His gaze locked onto the 3 figures ahead, and with a sudden burst of strength in his right arm, he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, it seemed as though a dragon's roar echoed between heaven and earth. A sword light capable of engulfing a city slashed toward Lu Ruyan, Yang Tianying, and the trembling 5 Nagas. Faced with this supreme and imposing sword light, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying appeared dazed, standing there motionless, unable to move. Their eyes were filled with fear and deep regret. They should never have made an enemy of Zhou Luo in the first place. This became the last thought in their minds. They had long realized how ridiculous their initial ideas were. Revenge is simply impossible. The sword light swept past, and the bodies of Lu Ruyan Tian and young Tianying gradually dissipated within the swordlight. The remaining 3 heads of the 5-headed Naga were also severed. Before its death, its eyes were filled with terror and awe. That was the awe one feels when beholding a true dragon. A fierce wind swept through, the swordlight faded into the distance and gradually dissipated. On Mount Kunlun, chaos reigned. Only Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Lei Ho remained. Well done, little Ho, go fetch the Beast King pill. Zhou Luo sheathed his sword with a crisp sound. The next moment, the frost thunder howl came running over eagerly. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, you're amazing. As it said this, the corners of its mouth nearly reached its ears, with the frost thunder howl dissecting the 5 Naga corpses. Finally, it dug out a dark red Beast King pill emitting a forbidden aura. Big brother, is this Beast King pill really for me? Tian Xuan Leiho looked at Zhou Luo and asked expectantly. Zhou Luo rolled his eyes at him. If not for you, then who? Hurry up and refine it to enhance your strength. Tian Xuan Leiho quickly nodded in agreement. The Beast King pill at the peak of the Forbidden Realm. What a treasure. He stared at the Beast King pill in his hand, laughing foolishly. Following the big boss, you can eat 999 meals in 3 days. Choosing to follow Zhou Luo was truly the wisest decision he ever made. Tian Xuan Leiho swallowed the Beast King pill without hesitation and began refining it. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo continued to focus on his cultivation. At this moment, his realm had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm, only 1 step away from the 6th level. It is estimated that it will take just 1 or 2 days to successfully break through. Such speed would already be astonishing if it were someone else. Each breakthrough in the Forbidden Realm is extremely difficult. Even the top geniuses would need 10 days to half a month to make further progress. But Zhou Luo felt that this speed was still far from enough. His goal was to break through to the Shackles realm within half a month. Only in this way could he have enough strength to face the invasion of external forces. First, focus on steady and solid cultivation, and then make plans after the Kunlun secret realm opens. Zhou Luo withdrew his divine sense and concentrated on circulating the great Zhou Tian within his body. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the anomalies on Kunlun Mountain became increasingly evident. Countless rays of sunlight almost covered the entire Eurasian continent. Together with the nearby Ganges continent, Congo continent, and even the distant American continent, all were affected. Many awakened individuals from Daxia also arrived early at Kunlun Mountain, waiting for the secret realm to open. Yet no one dared to step onto the summit of Kunlun Mountain, because of the figure sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. Everyone present looked at Zhou Luo with deep reverence and admiration. It was precisely because he had repeatedly saved countless lives from overseas forces and beast kings. He prevented the destruction of several cities and safeguarded the safety of countless ordinary people. Who wouldn't respect such a person? Seeing Zhou Luo meditating atop the mountain peak, no one present dared to step forward and disturb him. The violent airflow at the summit of Kunlun Mountain gradually calmed over time. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. The aura within his body was slightly stronger than 7 days ago. He had reached the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm and was preparing to break through to the 7th. He looked at the airflow not far away and slowly stood up. Seeing him exit his cultivation state, Chui Lingfei, Lu Feiyu, and Gu Qianhua, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward. General Zhou, you've broken through again. Chui Lingfei stepped forward, sensing the formidable strength of Zhou Luo at the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm, and couldn't help but marvel. No matter how many times he had witnessed it, he was still astonished by Zhou Luo's cultivation speed. If it were him, breaking through from the 5th to the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm would take at least half a month. Your strength has also improved. Zhou Luo looked at the 3 of them, his tone carrying a hint of praise. At this moment, all 3 of Chui Lingfei's group had reached the peak of the Spirit Transformation Realm, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the Forbidden Realm. When extraterrestrial forces invade Blue Star in the future, relying solely on his own strength, no matter how powerful, would still be far from enough. After all, he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so it's impossible to handle everything. At this moment, someone must step forward to share the burden. They don't need to be stronger than him, but at least they must possess Forbidden Realm strength. Otherwise, in the face of those extraterrestrial forces, they'd simply be cannon fodder. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the airflow at the peak of Kunlun Mountain began to noticeably dissipate. The last stream of airflow vanished into the heavens and earth, revealing a radiant portal filled with glowing light. The entrance to the secret realm has opened. Zhou Luo's expression instantly became serious upon seeing this. However, he did not enter immediately but turned to ask Tian Xuan Leiho, can you still sense that mysterious force preventing you beasts from entering? Yes, and this time the force is even more terrifying. Tian Xuan Leiho looked toward the light gate, a flash of undisguised fear appearing in its eyes. It seemed as if taking just 1 step forward would plunge him into an abyss of eternal doom. Since that's the case, then wait for me outside. Zhou Luo nodded, gave Tian Xuan Leiho a few instructions, and then leapt toward the entrance of the secret realm. The moment he stepped into the portal of light, his entire figure vanished from sight. General Zhou has already gone in. Let's follow. fellow. Seeing Zhou Luo enter first, the others noisily rushed toward the summit of Kunlun Mountain. They were not afraid of the dangers inside the light gate but acted out of respect for Zhou Luo. If anyone dared to enter ahead of Zhou Luo, even if he himself did not object, everyone else would be the first to oppose it. Inside the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm, with a buzzing sound echoing, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Is this the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm? Zhou Luo stepped out of the light gate and scanned his surroundings, carefully observing. Green peaks embraced the moon, spiritual springs sparkled like jade, and occasionally, celestial cranes glided through the clouds. If someone claimed this was the celestial realm, Zhou Luo would believe it. The spiritual energy is truly dense. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing, and was immediately struck by the dense spiritual energy. So this is the scenery within Kunlun Mountain. No wonder it is called the world's dragon vein. As far as I know, although the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm doesn't have innate treasures like the Tai sword, it is filled with spiritual springs and miraculous fruits. Each one is comparable to the rare treasures of Blue Star, capable of aiding cultivation and even enhancing one's aptitude. These are of great help to me right now. Maybe I can break through the shackles realm in one go within the secret realm. Huh, what is this? Just as Zhou Luo was pondering where to start collecting these treasures, he felt something unusual in his pocket. Reaching in, he discovered that the restless object was none other than the iron pellet he had obtained alongside the Tai sword in Ipang Palace. At this moment, the iron pellet emitted waves of profound black aura. Those strands of aura seemed to guide the way like celestial beings, drifting in a certain direction. Is it guiding me? Zhou Luo frowned slightly, his gaze following the direction of the profound black aura. It was a vast expanse of endless mountains. Looking down from above, the mountains resembled a true dragon coiled up. Could this be the dragon vein? Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. The Kunlun Mountains have been called the world's dragon vein by the people of Daxia since ancient times. And within the secret realm, there is actually a mountain range resembling a true dragon? This inevitably makes Zhou Luo think of the location of the real dragon vein. Let's go take a look. He did not hesitate and followed the guidance of the iron pellet's aura, heading straight for the mountain range. The mysterious black aura emitted by the iron pellet gradually led him to an unfathomable cliff. Is it asking me to go down? Looking at the bottomless cliff, a trace of contemplation flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, but he didn't think much and decisively leaped down. The fierce wind howled, sweeping across the surroundings. The height of the cliff left Zhou Luo astonished. It took nearly 10 minutes of descent before he finally saw the bottom of the cliff. A surge of scorching heat instantly enveloped him. The bottom of the cliff was filled with lava. Overlooking it felt like a river of magma. However, strangely enough, right in the middle of this magma river, there was a square-shaped giant stone platform, large enough for someone to stand on. And the aura guided by the iron pellet is gathering on that stone platform. Zhou Luo landed steadily. Looking around, the bubbling magma made his pupils suddenly contract. This magma actually contains such pure spiritual energy? No, it's not just spiritual energy. He squatted down, carefully observing the magma river in front of him. After a moment, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. This unique aura can actually help me cultivate the Five Mountains Sutra. I only absorbed a trace, and my comprehension of the Five Peaks scripture suddenly improved. If I were to absorb the entire magma river, to what level would the Five Peaks scripture break through? Zhou Luo's gaze toward the magma river suddenly became fervent. All along, his comprehension of the Five Peaks scripture had progressed far slower than his cultivation realm. This is not because of his lack of talent. On the contrary, he possesses the Nine Nether Chaos body, making his talent truly exceptional. The Five Peaks Sutra breathing technique is extremely unique. To improve its levels, it not only depends on personal comprehension. During the process of understanding, one must also extract the surrounding earth vein energy, otherwise, the speed of comprehension will be greatly reduced. Ever since obtaining the Five Peaks Sutra, Zhou Luo would dedicate himself to cultivation whenever he had time. But up until now, he has only managed to break through to the 4th level. Although the cultivation speed boost brought by the Five Peaks Sutra allowed Zhou Luo's realm to quickly rise to the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm, what continued to trouble him was still the improvement of the Five Peaks Sutra itself. After all, every 2-level upgrade grants extremely powerful abilities from the Five Mountain Sutra. Just the Shadow of Mount Tai from the 1st level and the Sword Intent of Manhwa from the 3rd level have already elevated Zhou Luo's combat power by several tiers. As for the remaining 3 major abilities, Zhou Luo has always longed for them with great desire. Now, finally having the chance to seriously upgrade the level of the Five Mountain Sutra, how could Zhou Luo not be excited? Should I first use the magma to cultivate the Five Peaks scripture, or should I check out the stone platform in the center first? He waited in his mind for a while and ultimately decided to explore the stone platform first. After all, this magma river is lifeless, so going later wouldn't be too late. But the stone platform is different. Rumble. Zhou Luo wasn't sure about the relationship between the iron pellet and the stone platform. What if he missed this great opportunity by delaying? That would leave no chance for regret. Arrived at the center of the stone platform, the iron ball in his hand uncontrollably soared into the air, seemingly sensing the aura of the stone platform. In the perfectly flat center of the stone platform, a mechanism was slowly rising at this moment. At the center of the mechanism, there is a circular hole that seems specifically designed for the iron ball. Around the hole, there is a ring of crimson grooves. The moment the mechanism appeared, the iron ball directly entered the hole, merging with the mechanism. Seeing this, Zhou Luo held his breath and focused, quietly waiting for the mechanism to activate. But after a long time, there was no movement from the mechanism. Only the iron ball remained embedded in the hole. Could it be that other conditions are still missing? He frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the circle of crimson grooves. The key to breaking the puzzle likely lies in these grooves. Suddenly, Zhou Luo felt that this circle of crimson grooves was extremely similar to the surrounding magma river. Could it be? A few speculations immediately arose in his heart. Next, he walked to the edge of the stone platform and sat down cross-legged. The nine-nether chaos body operated at full capacity, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding magma and the strands of earth vein energy. The breath within the body suddenly surged. Zhou Luo's entire body trembled, and his realm broke through from the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm to the 7th. The level of the 5 mountains scripture also slowly climbed to the peak of the 4th level, just one final step away from entering the 5th level. The surrounding magma seemed to recognize its master, gathering around him in jubilant excitement. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A strange crimson hue appeared in his pupils, but soon, that color faded away, leaving only a deep, profound black. The 5th level of the 5 peaks scripture, so this is what it feels like. He extended his right hand and clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, the surrounding magma became extraordinarily violent, roaring like an ancient ferocious beast. Zhou Luo slowly relaxed his hand, and the violent aura of the magma quickly subsided, returning to calm. The 5th level of the 5 peaks scripture refines the essence of Mount Hang's earthfire, capable of burning rivers dry and seas barren with a single breath. He could clearly feel that at this moment, he was the master of all the lava in the world. As long as he wished, the surrounding magma river could surge forth, flooding the entire secret realm and scorching lava. There's still plenty of spiritual energy left in the magma. To absorb it all would take at least a day, so there's no rush. Zhou Luo's gaze fell once again on that mechanism. It's time to verify his hypothesis. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo stepped closer to the mechanism. Immediately, he raised his hand to summon a Hangshan earthfire essence and injected it into the crimson groove. When the crimson groove was completely filled, the next moment, the iron ball embedded in the hole actually began to slowly rotate, accompanied by bursts of humming sounds. On the stone platform, a hidden door leading to the depths underground unexpectedly opened. On both sides of the hidden door, countless torches with ancient designs were arranged, emitting the only light, as if they had waited for 1,000 years, just to welcome the visitors of this moment. This tunnel is really deep. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and stepped into the tunnel without hesitation, slowly descending the stairs. He walked through the dim passage for a full 3 minutes. Zhou Luo finally reached the end of the secret passage. There was a chamber forged from bronze. Apart from the stone platform placed in the center of the chamber, there was also a uniquely crafted door made of an unknown material. However, at this moment, Zhou Luo's attention was entirely drawn to the item on the stone platform. That was a square box made of glazed glass. Inside the box, there was a golden stream of light, resembling a 5-clawed golden dragon, dancing gracefully within. Zhou Luo's heart suddenly trembled. An extremely defiant thought instantly surfaced in his mind. This golden stream of light, could it be related to the dragon vein? Or perhaps, it is the dragon vein itself? With a heart full of excitement, Zhou Luo slowly approached the stone platform. At this moment, he also noticed that besides the glazed square box on the stone platform, there was a piece of golden silk scroll. On the silk scroll, small seal script characters were neatly arranged. To Wing Si, personally opened. At the beginning of the small seal script, these 4 solemn and ancient words were prominently written. Zhou Luo's expression involuntarily tensed upon seeing this. This is personally written by the first emperor. He gazed at the golden silk manuscript, his eyes filled with complex and unreadable emotions. At the same time, his heart was brimming with curiosity. Ever since seeing the scene of Emperor Qin Shi Huang confronting the overlord at Ipang Palace, Zhou Luo had been wanting to figure out what exactly happened in that battle. Now, the mystery is finally about to be revealed. This made him incredibly excited. Zhou Luo slowly reached out his hand, preparing to pick up the golden silk scroll. However, the moment he touched the scroll, a burst of golden light erupted from it, instantly engulfing Zhou Luo entirely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the midst of a vast starry sky. Before him, a figure dressed in a dark black dragon robe appeared. "Junior, you have finally arrived." The figure slowly turned around, and a resolute face came into Zhou Luo's view. The hoarse, deep voice was exactly the same as the one Zhou Luo had heard in Ipang Palace. "First Emperor?" Zhou Luo tentatively asked. At this moment, his emotions were incredibly intense. He had never imagined that he would have the chance to see the ancestral dragon, and in such a manner. "Junior, it must have been been more than 2,000 years since the era of the Great Qin, right? The first emperor gazed at Zhou Luo and slowly said, "Do you know what is inside the glazed box on the stone platform?" "I do not know." Zhou Luo replied respectfully, "That is the Kunlun dragon vein that Mr. Gigu and I jointly captured." As soon as the first emperor spoke, Zhou Luo was stunned. "It really is the dragon vein?" Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his breathing becoming rapid. Although this speculation existed long ago, hearing the truth from the first emperor still stirred emotions deeply. However, Zhou Luo felt a sense of doubt in his heart. Why did the first emperor and the legendary Giguzi extract the dragon vein? And why was the dragon vein sealed in a glass box and hidden in the secret realm of Mount Kunlun? What secrets are concealed within? It seems to have noticed Zhou Luo's doubts. The first emperor gazed at the heavens and slowly said, "Back then, there was a tribe that called themselves Wanchu and descended upon my great Qin. They were incredibly powerful. Upon their arrival, they waged war against my great Qin. In just 3 days, Great Qin lost several cities. To counter them, I secretly ordered the Mahist school to construct the thunder mechanism within the palace under the guise of building the Apang Palace. Once the thunder mechanism was completed, it indeed forced the Wanchu people to retreat. But the good times didn't last long, as the Wansu people reappeared incessantly, as if resurrected from the dead. Later, I learned that the Wansu people were actually visitors from beyond the heavens. They descended upon Great Qin solely to seek a supreme treasure of the universe. If this supreme treasure of the universe were taken away, the entire Great Qin and even the 6 directions and 8 desolations would face annihilation. This treasure is extremely precious, and for it, they are willing to sacrifice everything, even mobilizing the full strength of their clan to seize it. Their strength far surpasses the Qi refiners of my Great Qin. Helpless, I had no choice but to join forces with Master Giga to extract the Kunlun dragon vein. At the cost of severing all paths to immortality between heaven and earth, we performed a great divine power to isolate the Wansu people beyond the heavens. However, the Wansu people were not willing to give up. Before being forced beyond the heavens, they secretly colluded with Xiangji, intending to destroy my Great Qin. Great Qin, already greatly weakened from resisting the Wansu, naturally could not withstand Xiangji's repeated offensives, and the entire court fell as a result. However, I also fought to the death to slay Xiangji, eradicating the last hope left by the Wansu people in Great Qin, while leaving behind a divine soul hidden within the silk manuscript. The first emperor's gaze once again fell on Zhou Luo. The great divine power cast at the cost of severing the immortal path can only last for over 2,000 years. Master Gigu calculated that after more than 2,000 years, the power of the great divine spell will gradually dissipate, and the suppressed spiritual energy will completely erupt. At that time, successors capable of resisting the Wansu people will surely emerge. Zhou Luo trembled slightly. That junior, could it be himself? At this moment, he finally understood who the Wansu people mentioned by the first emperor were. Ancient books do indeed record the existence of the mysterious Wansu tribe. When he first heard that they were visitors from beyond the heavens, Zhou Luo was still skeptical. It turns out to be true. The so-called Wansu people are probably the aliases for extraterrestrial forces such as Luofu Hall, Brahma Lotus Sect, and the Heavenly Scorch Crusaders. After clarifying the identity of the Wansu people, Zhou Luo's heart was filled with questions again. He respectfully looked at the first emperor and asked, "I have a question and humbly request your majesty to clarify." The first emperor nodded slowly. "The universal treasure you mentioned, what exactly is it? Why do the Wansu people desire it so much?" Zhou Luo asked softly. "That supreme treasure of the universe concerns the ultimate secret of the golden core realm within the 3 realms of heaven and man. With it, one can achieve the strongest golden core in the world, invincible to all." The words of the first emperor shook the soul. Zhou Luo felt utterly lost after hearing them. This concerns the top secret of the golden core stage. Possessing it can actually forge the strongest golden core in the world? His heartbeat involuntarily quickened. If he remembered correctly, the Frost Thunder Howler once said that the golden core stage involves refining a star into one's body to achieve the golden core. This was already the unparalleled power that Zhou Luo knew of. And the first emperor actually said that this treasure of the universe can refine an even stronger golden pill? Could it be more extraordinary than a star? Do not aim too high. The voice of the first emperor sounded again. That treasure of the universe is not something you can control at the moment. Its location is behind the door in this secret chamber. This secret chamber was built based on it. In the future, when you reach the peak of the shattered realm, you may come to retrieve it and refine the golden pill. Before this, do not attempt to force your way in, or you will be instantly slain by the supreme treasure of the universe. After speaking, the first emperor's gaze once again fixed on Zhou Luo. Now that you have entered the secret chamber, it means the Wansu people have begun their initial descent. Descendant, my divine consciousness cannot persist for long. This world will henceforth be entrusted to your protection. Upon leaving, you may regard the Kunlun dragon vein as the foundational spiritual treasure for forging the shackles and refine it within your body. Remember, you must protect this land at all costs. Never let the Wansu helps you people seize the supreme treasure of the universe, and do not fail Tae. The remnant shadow of the first emperor gradually faded before Zhou Luo's eyes. Zhou Luo felt a moment of darkness before his eyes. When he opened them again, he was back in the secret chamber. In his hand, he was tightly holding the golden silk scroll. Zhou Luo gazed at the golden silk manuscript in his hand, standing silently for several seconds before slowly putting it down. Who would have thought that such secrets were hidden in ancient times? He couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that the massive, intricate weapons he had seen in the Yapang Palace of Mount Li were specially crafted by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to deal with extraterrestrial visitors. From Emperor Qin Shi Huang's words, it could be inferred that the so-called era of mutation was merely a phenomenon caused by the extreme suppression of Blue Planet's spiritual energy, which eventually erupted. The Kunlun Dragon Vein can be used to forge the foundation of the Shackles realm. It should be even more powerful than the Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Gold, right? Zhou Luo's gaze fell on the golden dragon vein inside the glazed box. Originally, he planned to use the Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Gold to craft the first foundation after breaking through the first level of the Shackles realm, but now it seems the plan needs adjustment. Since he holds the Kunlun Dragon Vein, the Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Gold can be set aside for now. If I can absorb all the magma river outside, I should be able to steadily break through the Shackles realm. Perhaps this river of lava, and even the Five Peaks scripture, were specially prepared for me by the first emperor? Zhou Luo speculated in his heart. After all, to open this secret door, one must cultivate the Five Peaks scripture. Without the essence of Mount Hang's subterranean fire from the Five Peaks scripture, the mechanism could not be activated with just that iron pellet. And the Five Peaks scripture is hidden atop Mount Tai. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was the first to perform the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, making it hard to say that the Five Sacred Mountains classic wasn't something he arranged for future generations. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh. Emperor Qin Shi Huang's arrangements were truly meticulous. And then there's that supreme treasure of the universe. He set down the silk scroll and walked slowly toward the unique door in the secret chamber. The door was forged from a special material, pitch black and heavy, exuding an aura that could draw one into its depths. Zhou Luo took just one glance and felt as if his mind was being drawn into the door. He quickly averted his gaze, avoiding this mysterious door. The first emperor had once warned that entering rashly without reaching the peak of the shattered realm could be life-threatening. He had no intention of recklessly charging in like a fool. As the saying goes, heed advice, and you'll be well fed. Moreover, this advice comes from the ancestral dragon? Even so, Zhou Luo couldn't hide his curiosity. What exactly is this universal treasure that can help one achieve the strongest golden core, and has been coveted by forces like the Luo Fu Hall, the Brahma Lotus sect, and the Heaven Scorch Crusade for over 2,000 years? This treasure must be incredibly precious. First, elevate your realm to the Shackles realm. Zhou Luo did not linger in the secret chamber for long. He quickly left and returned to the stone platform situated in the magma river. The secret of the universal supreme treasure will be explored later, after breaking through to the peak of the shattered realm. For now, Zhou Luo has only one goal: rapidly enhancing his strength. The people of Luofu Palace have been eyeing this treasure for over 2,000 years. Now that the great supernatural powers are gradually weakening, the time for them to descend is near, and they will not let it slip away easily. The first emperor once said that if this universal treasure falls into enemy hands, Blue Star will be instantly destroyed. For a treasure of such caliber, Zhou Luo naturally would not willingly hand it over. Gulu gulu. The surrounding lava instantly became agitated upon his appearance. Zhou Luo immediately sat down on the ground and began absorbing the spiritual energy and earth vein energy from the lava. Inside the Puluo heavenly sanctuary, Tivati sat upright on the Sumeru throne, his brows filled with sorrow and anger. He received the news that Adia, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Tianying, whom he had sent out, all perished on Kunlun. Even his beast pets, the 5 Nagas, were not spared. This made him extremely furious. Adia and Lu Ruyan's deaths were of little concern, as they were natives of Blue Star, and he felt no sympathy for them. But the 5-headed Naga was different. This was his beast companion for many years, with strength at the peak of the Forbidden Realm, just one step away from the Shackled Realm. If it could break through, it would undoubtedly become a powerful aid to him. His status in the Brahma Lotus sect would also rise accordingly. But now, everything has turned into nothing but a dream. 5 Nagas died at Zhou Luo's hands. Blue Star natives, how can they possess such immense power? I truly don't understand. Tivati's expression was filled with both anger and confusion. As far as he knew, more than 2,000 years ago, when the Lotus sect first descended upon Blue Star, the strength of the Blue Star people was extremely feeble. Among them, the strongest are only 2. One is the reigning emperor, and the other is an old man living in seclusion in the deep mountains. Both are at the Shackles realm, and neither has even broken through to the shattered realm. More importantly, 2,000 years ago, these 2 people used some unknown means to perform a great supernatural power that severed the connection between heaven and earth, directly expelling all these outsiders from Blue Star. The price was the complete severance of Blue Star's path to immortality, leaving no one able able to cultivate. Now, the power of the great supernatural ability is gradually weakening. The spiritual energy in Blue Star is gradually recovering, but calculating the time, it has only been a few dozen Blue Star rotation cycles. How could such a powerful Zhou Luo suddenly emerge in such a short period? It's truly unbelievable. It seems I must take action personally. Tivity stood up from the Sumeru throne. Now, Zhou Luo's strength has become extremely terrifying, capable of slaying even 5 peak Forbidden Realm Nagas. If this drags on any longer, he might break through to the Shackles realm. The Lotus sect could descend on a large scale at any moment, and if Zhou Luo, this great threat, is left alive, he won't escape punishment either. Zhou Luo must be killed before that happens. The time left until the great divine power diminishes is approximately 7 rotational cycles. The Blue Star people say that's roughly equivalent to 7 days. Now I can already feel the power of the great divine power weakening, and my strength has recovered to half of its original state, no longer confined to the peak of the Forbidden Realm. To kill him should be effortless. Tivity slowly walked out of the sanctuary, and his entire being vanished into the world as if he had never appeared. Within the Kunlun's secret realm, Zhou Luo still sat upright on the stone platform. The surrounding lava river had completely lost its last trace of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a shattering sound rang out. Within Zhou Luo's body, it was as if a shackle had been completely unlocked. Several gusts of fierce winds suddenly swept through the space between heaven and earth, raging at the bottom of the cliff. Even the top of the cliff was affected, and the entire mountain range was instantly shrouded in darkness. Countless dark clouds gathered high in the sky, blocking all light. Other awakened ones who had entered the secret realm and were searching for rare treasures around the mountain range, also startled by this celestial phenomenon, they fled to the distance, fearing the birth of some unparalleled calamity. Moments later, Zhou Luo suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of immense spiritual energy erupted around him, with him at the center. A howling gale around was shattered and instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. The dark clouds hovering in the sky were also torn apart in an instant, and light reappeared. The first shackle has finally been broken. A trace of joy flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. This river of magma did not disappoint him, helping him successfully break through the first shackle. However, the only downside was that he felt a bit empty inside, as if something was missing. That was because the foundation had not yet been forged. It's time to claim that dragon vein. Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and walked toward the secret chamber. Zhou Luo went straight to the stone platform. Gazing at the golden dragon vein swimming inside the crystal box, his eyes revealed anticipation. Heavenly azure dragon bone gold is the key to forging an extremely strong physical foundation. And what kind of effect will the Kunlun dragon vein bring? With this anticipation, Zhou Luo unhesitatingly opened the glazed box, grabbed the golden dragon vein, and swiftly refined it. The golden dragon vein instantly merged into his body. He clearly felt an extremely powerful force pouring into his dantian. The dantian is precisely the location of the first shackle. After the dragon vein merged into the dantian, Zhou Luo calmed his mind and began to channel the power of the dantian, slowly absorbing the dragon vein to forge the first foundation. At this moment, the frost thunder howler sat quietly on the ground, its eyes tightly closed. A powerful force was silently circulating within its body. After this period of refinement, the beast king core of the 5-headed Naga had almost been completely absorbed by it. Only the final step remains, and his realm has already advanced from the spirit transformation realm to the 4th level of the Forbidden Realm. This breakthrough speed is truly astonishing. The powerful force within his body has finally completely dissipated and been fully absorbed, and the aura of the Frost Thunder Howl also broke through, reaching the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm. It could be considered as stepping into the threshold of the late stage of the Forbidden Realm. After adjusting his aura, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Everything is normal. Since Big Brother completely wiped out the Shadow Group and the Holy Court Church, almost no one dares to try entering the Great Xia secret realm anymore. This has saved me quite a bit of trouble. Before, I had to keep an eye on it from time to time. Tian Lei Ho revealed a simple smile at the corner of his mouth. If one can slack off, who would always want to work? However, even though the trouble had lessened significantly, he still dared not relax his vigilance. Don't be fooled by his calm demeanor sitting atop Kunlun Mountain. In reality, he had already released a spiritual sense, roaming throughout the entire Kunlun mountain range. As long as there was any unusual movement, he would detect it immediately. At this rate, I estimate that I will soon break through to the Shackle realm. Once I reach that realm, I will be able to master the transformation technique and no longer have to drag this massive body around everywhere. Tianchuan Lei Ho secretly looked forward to it. For the exotic beast clan, as long as they step into the Shackle realm, they can transform into a half-beast humanoid form with a beast's head and a human body. This not only saves effort but also makes it less likely to be noticed when carrying out certain secret missions. Just as Tian Shuang Lei Ho was immersed in visions of the future, suddenly, the light gate at the peak of Kunlun Mountain opened again. In an instant, countless awakened ones who had entered the Kunlun Kunlun secret realm were simultaneously transported out. The secret realm has closed? Tianquan Thunder Howl scanned the crowd but didn't see Zhou Luo's figure. Where's my big brother? A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he was about to ask Lu Feiyu and the others when he saw them walking over. Brother Ho, thank you for guarding outside the secret realm. Lu Feiyu stepped forward and said to Tianquan Lei Ho with a smile. No problem, no problem. It's all at big brother's command. You don't need to be so polite. Tianquan Lei Ho responded honestly. Although he said so, rumble, he was actually quite pleased in his heart. After all, having been a beast for so many years, this was the first time a human had called him a brother, said thank you, and treated him with such respect. It should be noted that on the ancestral star, the relationship between beasts and humans was not so harmonious. It's either a mythical beast slapping a weak human to death with one palm, or a strong human slapping a mythical beast to death with one palm. The two sides are irreconcilable. Brother Ho, have you broken through your realm? Late stage of the Forbidden Realm? At this moment, Gu Qianhua suddenly noticed the strength of the Frost Thunder Ho and asked in surprise. Yes, it's all thanks to the Naga Beast King pill that Big Brother gave me, otherwise I'd still be stuck in the spirit transformation realm. Tianquan Thunder Ho nodded, with a hint of pride in its tone. Impressive, impressive. With your current strength, you should be able to defeat those 5 Nagas even in a direct confrontation. Chui Lingfei said with a smile. Even though those 5 Nagas are already dead, if they dare to rise again, I won't be afraid at all. Tianquan Thunder Ho was grinning so wide that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. He even felt a bit regretful now, wondering why he hadn't come to Blue Star earlier to acknowledge Zhou Luo as his big brother. It turns out that the feeling of being respected is truly exhilarating. You guys aren't bad either. You've all broken through to the mid-stage of the Forbidden Realm. It seems there are quite a few opportunities in this secret realm. They exchanged compliments with Lu Feiyu and the others. Tianquan Leiho asked, by the way, have you seen my big brother? Why didn't he come with you? Haven't seen him. Luffy Yu shook his head. After we entered the secret realm, we couldn't find any trace of brother Zhou. That's really strange. Tianquan Thunderhound scratched its head, puzzled. Logically, since everyone was teleported out at the same time, the secret realm should have already ended. Why hasn't Zhou Luo shown up yet? Just as he was pondering, suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. The person held a Vajra staff, wore a jeweled crown, and was draped in flowing silk ribbons. This figure appeared. A suffocatingly powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire peak of Mount Kunlun. Even the taboo realms Tianshuan Leiho, Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua felt completely immobilized. Who is that? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Zhou Luo, where are you? Above the horizon, Tivity's face was solemn, his brows slightly lowered as he gazed faintly at the people on the ground, speaking softly. Although his voice was not loud, this sentence was heard by everyone present without exception. Some awakened ones with low realms, still in the divine anomaly stage, had their eardrums ruptured, with blood flowing down their ears. The visitor comes with ill intent. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts involuntarily tightened. At the same time, the Frost Thunder Hull suddenly stood up, exuding an aura of vigilance all over its body. His gaze fixed on Tivity, a trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. The celestial silk sash Tivity wore seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, Tian Xuan Lei Ho remembered. Back on the ancestral star, the black-robed man had gone around asking if any beasts from the exotic beast tribes were willing to go to Blue Star. The sash he occasionally revealed was strikingly similar to the one Tivity was wearing. Combining the words Zhou Luo told him earlier, this person must be a member of the Brahma Lotus sect. Oh, among humans, there is actually a strange beast mixed in, and it's even a beast king? While Tian Xuan Lei Ho was observing Tivity also noticed him. There's the aura of Naga on you. Did you consume the Naga Beast King pill? After staring at the Frost Thunder Hull for several seconds, Tivity's eyes suddenly erupted with a flash of anger. Immediately, he swung the Vajra staff in his hand directly, smashing it fiercely toward the Frost Thunder Hull. The Frost Thunder Hull was shocked and horrified, quickly channeling all its spiritual energy in an attempt to evade. When the Vajra staff struck down, it transformed into countless staff shadows, almost surrounding the Frost Thunder Hull. The Frost Thunder Hull could sense that every staff shadow contained the power of the peak of the Forbidden Realm. If struck, it would mean either death or crippling. Brother Howl, we're here to help you. At this moment, Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua did not stand idly by. They all rushed to the side of the Frost Thunder Hull. Lu Feiyu unfolded the black wings behind him, fanning out a hurricane imbued with violent spiritual energy toward the shadow of the staff, attempting to disperse it completely. Chui Lingfei, on the other hand, channeled all the power of mountains and rivers within him, delivering a punch toward the overwhelming shadow of the staff. Gu Qianhua summoned the five-colored glazed tower, unleashing several beams of five-colored divine light, directly striking the overwhelming shadow of the staff. Multiple attacks simultaneously clashed with the staff shadows, erupting intense shockwaves in midair. Seeing this, Tian Shuang Leiho no longer hesitated and summoned waves of Tian Shuang energy, intending to freeze the countless staff shadows. In the end, the overwhelming staff shadows were dispersed by the combined efforts of everyone. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a cold glint flashed in Tivity's eyes, and the golden staff in his hand suddenly radiated a golden brilliance. The Vajra staff transformed into a golden phantom tens of meters long, striking directly at Tian Xuan Leiho and the others as if splitting mountains and rivers. An immensely powerful force instantly enveloped the group. This force far surpassed the level of the Forbidden Realm, absolutely beyond what Tian Xuan Leiho and his companions could withstand. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the peak of Mount Kunlun was smashed into a massive crater. In the pit, Tian Xuan Leiho lay collapsed, barely breathing. Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua were also coughing up blood, their faces pale and grim. The surrounding Awakened were also affected, with many injured, but the attack was not directed at them, and no lives were lost. Such a powerful person, who on earth is he? The Awakened ones stared at Tivity in horror, their hearts filled with doubt. They had never seen such a formidable being. Even Lu Feiyu and others who had broken through the Forbidden Realm, as well as Zhou Luo's mount, the Frost Thunder Howl, couldn't withstand even 3 moves under his hand. It was simply a crushing level existence. While everyone was in shock, Tiwati had already withdrawn the phantom of the Vajra staff and slowly descended into the giant pit. He walked to the side of the dying Frost Thunder Howl, his eyes like the wrathful gaze of a Vajra, and coldly asked, "Tell me, where is Zhou Luo? I might spare your lives." Frost Thunder Howl raised its head and sneered coldly. Tiwati was not angered by the response and turned to look at Lu Feiyu and the others. "What about you? Betray my own people? I would never do such a thing." Lu Feiyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of thick blood, his gaze cold as a blade, staring directly at Tivity. "If you have the guts, kill me. I would never be a dog for you outsiders." Chui Lingfei let out a cold laugh, his tone full of provocation. He had long guessed that someone as powerful as Tivity could only be one of those beings from beyond the heavens. Gu Qianhua remained silent, his aged gaze firmly fixed on Tivity. The long staff in Tivity's hand suddenly swung out. With a crisp crack, the 5-colored exquisite tower beside Gu Qianhua was smashed to pieces. Gu Qianhua's face changed drastically, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his whole body becoming increasingly weak and listless. "Daring to play tricks in front of me, it seems you are truly determined to the end." Tivity glanced at everyone, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. "It doesn't matter if you don't speak. The entire Blue Star is only so big. No matter where Zhou Luo is hiding, I will easily find him. As for you, leave." Tivity raised the Vajra staff, ready to strike down Tianxuan Leiho and the others with one blow. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "I am Zhou Luo. Weren't you looking for me? Here I am." Tivity stopped his action and turned to look. At the teleportation portal of the Kunlun Mountain secret realm, Zhou Luo's figure suddenly appeared. Tianxuan Thunderhound lay on the ground and anxiously shouted, "Quick, leave now. This person is very strong. He's at the Shackles realm." Before the words were finished, the Vajra staff in Tivity's hand had already smashed down toward Tianxuan Thunderhound. But the anticipated sound of a skull shattering did not occur. Instead, a clash of metal rang out. The Vajra staff was forcibly intercepted by a black gold longsword, suspended in midair. The one wielding the sword was none other than Zhou Luo. "Trying to bully my little brother in front of me? You're not worthy." Zhou Luo's gaze was cold as he stared directly at Tiwati. Refining the Kunlun dragon vein had cost him quite a bit of time, but fortunately he made it in time. Otherwise, the lives of Tianxuan, Leiho, and the others might have been hard to save. "Whether I'm qualified or not is not for you to decide." Tivity snorted coldly, not taking Zhou Luo seriously at all. He was a genuine powerhouse in the Shackles realm, and with the gradual failure of the Absolute Heavens barrier, he had now regained half of his strength. Though it was only half, it was countless times stronger compared to the peak of the Forbidden Realm. But Zhou Luo was merely a slightly stronger native of Blue Star. What kind of waves could he stir up? Tivity exerted his strength once again, and the Vajra staff, carrying the oppressive force of the Shackles realm, fiercely pressed toward the Taiye sword. However, the scene he anticipated of the Taiye sword being shattered did not appear. Instead, Zhou Luo firmly held the Taiye sword, its blade as solid as a rock, tightly blocking the Vajra staff. Tivity's heart trembled. Immediately, a crimson gold light burst forth in his eyes, the unique eye of Brahma of the Brahma Lotus sect, capable of seeing through all disguises. Shackles realm? A moment later, Tivity's expression turned incredulous. In his eyes, Zhou Luo's realm was actually the true shackled realm, and not the forbidden realm he had initially assumed. "What's wrong? Surprised?" Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, and the Taiye sword in his hand suddenly flipped. A cold gleam slashed straight at Tivity's throat. Tivity reacted swiftly, raising the Vajra staff to meet the Taiye sword, then quickly retreated. He withdrew to 100 meters away. He had just regained his balance, his eyes full of shock. "Impossible. How did you break through to the Shackles realm? The spiritual energy of this world has been cut off for more than 2,000 years and has only just recovered for a few days? How can your cultivation progress so quickly?" Tivity's tone was no longer as composed as before, but Zhou Luo had no intention of wasting words. "Leave this question to ponder slowly slowly in hell. What you just did to them, I will return it to you twice over right now. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. In the next instant, he swiftly moved and appeared in front of Tivity. The Tai sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light, and the faint silhouette of a true dragon emerged around the blade. Along with it, a pair of dragon eyes shadow vaguely appeared behind Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo swung his sword, and the heavens and earth seemed to change color instantly. The sword energy roared like a true dragon, fiercely slashing toward Tivity. Facing this sword light, Tivity's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression grave as if confronting a formidable enemy, and he immediately swung the Vajra staff in his hand to block. A towering shadow of the giant staff suddenly struck out, colliding fiercely in mid-air with the sword light unleashed by Zhou Luo. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, an invisible ripple swiftly swept in all directions. Anyone touched by the ripple instantly felt their heartbeat slow by half a beat. This sword strike of mine, how could you possibly withstand it? Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh, and the Tai sword in his hand erupted with dragon might once again. That Vajra staff shadow was directly shattered by the sword light, scattering into countless golden fragments flying everywhere. Clearing away this obstacle, the sword light swept through everything in its path, heading straight for Tivity. Tivity was greatly alarmed and swung the Vajra staff again, conjuring layers of staff shadows in an attempt to block. But all the staff shadows were crushed the moment they touched the dragon's might sword light. As if easily crushing ants one by one, the sword light broke through layers of staff shadows, directly enveloping Tivity. In a moment of desperation, Tivity abandoned the Vajra staff in his hand, quickly formed a seal with both hands, and a gilded shield instantly appeared around him. This is his ultimate life-saving skill, capable of withstanding a strike from a fragmentation realm expert. But now his strength has been suppressed to the half-step shackles realm, and the shield's power has been greatly diminished. The sword light slashed onto the shield, forcibly cutting a large gash. However, the shield still protected Tivity's life. Moments later, the shield shattered with a bang and disappeared without a trace. No, this is definitely not a power you natives of Blue Star can possess. At this moment, Tivity's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Zhou Luo's rapid growth and strength was simply defying the heavens. Even those top-tier geniuses within the Lotus sect seemed insignificant in front of Zhou Luo. After all, he had never heard of anyone breaking through from the initial realm to the Shackles realm in just a few dozen days. This is truly astonishing and unconventional. If it's not my power, could it possibly be yours? Looking at Tivity's terrified expression, Zhou Luo's lips slightly curled up as he sneered coldly. He also understood. Tivity's current strength is far greater than Augustus's when he faced him last time, likely having already broken through the Forbidden Realm. This is probably the reason why the absolute heavens restriction is gradually losing its effect. If Tivity is given a little more time to fully recover his strength, I might find myself in trouble. If I underestimate him even slightly, I will lose to him. After all, the true Shackles realm right now is not Tivity, but him, Zhou Luo. So what if you've broken through the Shackles realm? Do you really think I have no means to deal with the Shackles realm at all? Tivity's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness upon hearing this. Let me show you the ultimate skill of my Lotus sect. He roared angrily, his voice booming like spring thunder, and golden lotuses instantly bloomed around him. At the moment the golden lotuses bloomed, Tivity took a deep breath, countless streams of spiritual energy surging from his body into the golden lotuses. At the same time, his body visibly began to wither, as if the golden lotuses were draining the very flesh and blood from him. What is he trying to do? Seeing this bizarre scene, Zhou Luo's heart filled with alarm. By killing you, no one on this planet will be able to stop the Lian sect's advance. Take your talents and perish together with them. At this moment, Tivity's face had become grotesquely twisted. Hoarse voice, flesh and blood gradually dissipated, all surging into those golden lotuses. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Zhou Luo instantly understood Tivity's intention. In the next moment, he summoned the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc, channeling all the spiritual energy from his Shackles realm into it. 8 trigrams heaven formation. The Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc emitted a dazzling golden light. A massive formation capable of enveloping the entire peak of Mount Kunlun unfolded. Meanwhile, Tivity had already completed his sacrifice. His body was reduced to nothing but a final layer of skin and flesh. The surrounding golden lotuses seemed satiated, their forms now an entire circle larger than when they first appeared. Countless golden lotuses bloomed simultaneously. A thunderous, earth-shaking explosion erupted in the high skies above Kunlun. That devastating power almost distorted the surrounding space. The world instantly turned dark, and outside the 8 trigrams heaven-deriving formation, all living beings within hundreds of miles were obliterated in an instant. This scene was even more terrifying than nuclear weapons. The 8 trigrams heaven-deriving formation operated at full speed, blocking all forces outside the formation. But due to the extreme intensity of this explosion, even the 8 trigrams heaven derivation array, fully activated by Zhou Luo at the Shackles realm, showed faint signs of being unable to withstand it, with mournful cries emanating from the array. This state lasted for several minutes. Only then did the strike, obtained by Tivity at the cost of his life, gradually subside. At the same time, time, cracks had already appeared on the surface of Zhou Luo's 8 trigrams heaven formation. If this attack continues for a few more seconds, the 9 Sun's 8 trigrams disc won't hold up. Zhou Luo was secretly amazed in his heart. Tivity's move truly broadened his horizons, far more terrifying than the tenebrous cross unleashed by Augustus. But the cost was extremely heavy. The last remaining layer of flesh on Tivity's body had already been pulverized into dust in the violent explosion. These people from the Brahma Lotus sect are truly twisted. Zhou Luo silently retracted the 8 trigrams heaven formation, his lips involuntarily twitching slightly. This was the first time he had seen someone so easily give up their life for the power behind them. The two from Luofu Hall, Yu Jin and Yu Su, and Augustus of the Heavenly Scorch Crusaders, none of them had this level of resolve. The once lush and verdant Kunlun mountains were now flattened by the aftermath of the Golden Lotus explosion. All the flowers, grass, trees, insects, fish, birds, and beasts were reduced to dust. Not even a single fragment of flesh or blood was left behind. Zhou Luo couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in astonishment. As expected of a shackled realm powerhouse's self-detonation at the cost of their life, the sheer destructive power was truly astounding. Be more cautious when encountering people from the Brahma Lotus sect in the future. Who knows if they will imitate Tivity and pull something like this again. After all, for now, only Tivity has descended to Blue Star. Once the absolute heaven ceiling loses its effect, the true Brahma Lotus sect will truly arrive. As for the number of people, Zhou Luo also dared not make a rash assertion. Thank you, General Zhou. General Zhou saved our lives. We truly have no way to repay you. At this moment, Zhou Luo heard a series of shouts coming from behind. Turning around, he saw it was the awakened individuals from the Great Xia who had emerged from the Kunlun secret realm. At this moment, they all bowed deeply to Zhou Luo, their eyes filled with gratitude. They had all witnessed the devastation surrounding the Kunlun mountains. If Zhou Luo hadn't deployed the 8 trigrams heaven extending formation to protect them, these people would likely have been reduced to dust along with the insects, fish, birds, and beasts. In the face of everyone's gratitude, Zhou Luo merely gave a faint smile and said nothing more. Deploying the 8 trigrams heaven extending formation was indeed a massive expenditure, but he was unwilling to stand by and do nothing. After all, everyone is from Daxia. Those who can enter the Kunlun secret realm are the top awakeners within Daxia. If foreign forces invade in the future, they can also become the backbone of Daxia's resistance against external enemies. Let's go check on Xiao Hozi and the others first. Zhou Luo collected his thoughts and quickly walked in the direction of Tian Xuan Lei Ho and the others. He arrived at the large pit. Zhou Luo discovered that the Frost Thunder Hull was already injured and unconscious. Lu Feiyu and the others were also in poor condition, with unstable internal energy, especially Gu Qianhua, who suffered a backlash after the 5-colored glazed tower was shattered, leaving her internal energy several times weaker than the others. If it weren't for the 5 organs' immortal body supporting him, he would have likely perished. Here, take these fruits first. Zhou Luo took out several gray-green exotic fruits and handed them to Lu Feiyu and the other two. Thank you, General Zhou. The 3 people hurriedly expressed their gratitude and swallowed the exotic fruit. In that instant, the sensation of swallowing surged forth. They immediately felt an extremely pure healing energy coursing through their bodies, quietly mending their injuries. General Zhou, is this a restorative type of heavenly treasure? Chui Lingfei's expression changed as he quickly asked Zhou Luo. Luffy Yu and Gu Qianhua also felt the miraculous effects of this gray-green exotic fruit. Their originally grateful gazes now became even more complex and difficult to decipher. 3 thanks to General Zhou for his great kindness, the 3 said in unison. 3 restorative treasures of heaven and earth, incomparably precious, capable of saving lives at critical moments. Yet Zhou Luo had taken them out without hesitation and gifted them to them. Such great kindness is truly difficult to repay with words. It's okay, focus on recovering first. The extraterrestrial forces will soon arrive on Blue Star. Once we return to Daxia, I have something important to discuss with you. Zhou Luo gestured with his hand, indicating there was no need to say more. After that, he walked toward the Heavenly Frost Thunderhound. Looking at the unconscious Heavenly Frost Thunderhound, a trace of heartache flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. Afterward, he operated his spiritual power on the side to assist it in digestion. The aura of the Frost Thunder Howl gradually stabilized. Its breathing was no longer intermittent but became long and steady. This fruit is really quite effective. Zhou Luo, seeing that the Frost Thunder Howl was fine, withdrew his spiritual power. These bluish-gray exotic fruits were casually picked by him when he left the Kunlun secret realm. The Kunlun secret realm is filled with rare treasures, and these bluish-gray exotic fruits are just one of them. As for why he was able to stay in the secret realm for so long while others had already been teleported out, there is a reason. After refining the Kunlun dragon vein, Zhou Luo was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could freely enter and exit the Kunlun secret realm. As long as one ascends to the peak of Kunlun mountain and focuses their thoughts, they will be drawn into the secret realm. He speculated that this might be the opportunity left to him by the first emperor. After all, if he wanted to obtain the ultimate treasure of the universe force in the future, he would have to enter the secret chamber within the secret realm. Moreover, the secret realm contained a vast number of rare and exotic fruits that had yet to be harvested, all of which became treasures easily accessible to Zhou Luo. These few bluish-gray exotic fruits are just the tip of the iceberg. The Frost Thunder Howl slowly awakened. Sensing the aura within his body and seeing Zhou Luo beside him, he immediately understood everything that had happened. "Big brother, thank you for saving me." The Frost Thunder Howl quickly got up and said sincerely, "Have you almost recovered?" Zhou Luo asked with concern upon seeing him awake. Tianxuan Lei Ho quickly replied, "I've already recovered about 70 to 80%. "That's good. Get ready, we're preparing to head back." Zhou Luo nodded. He then turned to Lu Feiyu and the others. "Everyone, why not come with me? I can share the plan with you." "No problem." The three nodded in agreement. Afterward, the Frost Thunder Howl transformed its form, turning into a massive body resembling a small mountain, capable of carrying hundreds of people. Zhou Luo, along with Lu Feiyu and the other three, boarded the back of the Frost Thunder Howl and flew toward the direction of Great Xia. "General Zhou, you mentioned earlier that you had something to tell us. What is it?" Chui Lingfei spoke first. "Do you know? There are less than 7 days left until the extraterrestrial forces officially invade Blue Star," Zhou Luo said, his gaze heavy as he looked at everyone. "Less than 7 days?" The three of them were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. They had long witnessed the power of the extraterrestrials. Whether it was Yusu, Yuzhen, the earlier Mike, or today's 280, each one was a powerhouse in the late Forbidden Realm or even beyond. This is just the vanguard sent by the extraterrestrial forces. They dare not imagine what kind of catastrophe Blue Star will face if the extraterrestrial forces launch a full-scale invasion. "Don't worry, the situation isn't as bad as you think." Zhou Luo shook his head and said, "In 7 days, the force blocking the extraterrestrial forces will weaken significantly again, creating a gap even larger than before. Although this gap won't allow everyone to enter Blue Star, the number of people who can descend will be several times, or even dozens of times, greater than before. Moreover, everyone's strength is almost above the Forbidden Realm, with the strongest even surpassing the Forbidden Realm." Zhou Luo said slowly. When Lu Feiyu and the other two heard this, their expressions immediately became extremely complicated. According to Zhou Luo's words, this matter was indeed not as severe as they had previously imagined, where the extraterrestrial forces would invade with their entire clan. But the sudden arrival of dozens of Forbidden Realm experts, including top-tier beings above the Forbidden Realm, is still a force they find difficult to resist. "I believe my words have made the severity of the current situation clear to you." Zhou Luo suddenly looked at everyone with a serious expression. "Therefore, the reason I gathered you here today is to inform you of a major event. I intend to establish the Blue Star Federation, with Great Xia as its core, across the entire Blue Star. Other major nations must join the Blue Star Federation to jointly resist extraterrestrial forces. Likewise, for countries that join the Blue Star Federation, if they encounter a crisis, we will unhesitatingly extend a helping hand. If anyone is unwilling to join, then let them fend for themselves." Lu Feiyu and the other two were so shocked that they could hardly speak. They never expected that Zhou Luo would make such a grand decision to unite numerous countries across Blue Star and establish the Blue Star Federation. Such a feat, no one has ever dared to attempt throughout history. However, upon closer thought, it does seem reasonable. After all, the current situation is far from comparable to the past. Blue Star is facing an extraterrestrial force. If they cannot unite as Zhou Luo suggested and instead fight separately, they likely won't be able to withstand the ferocious assault of the extraterrestrial force. Major General Chui, I'll leave this matter to you. Once you return to the Alliance headquarters, make sure the news spreads across the entire Blue Star. Tell them about the threat from external forces and the current crisis. Even if someone refuses to join, just ignore them and let them fend for themselves. In the future, if external forces invade, we will completely disregard any pleas for help from those who refuse to join." Zhou Luo stared deeply at Chui Lingfei. "Make sure to explain the pros and cons clearly. The Blue Star Federation only welcomes like-minded individuals." Understood." Chui Lingfei listened, stood in place for quite a while before coming to his senses, and saluted Zhou Luo. At this moment, his face was full of excitement. Chui Lingfei understood that from now on, the entire Blue Star would undergo earth-shaking changes. Their Daxiao will become the unparalleled top power on Blue Star. And all of this is because of Zhou Luo. After leaving the Kunlun Mountains, as soon as Chui Lingfei returned to the Daxia Alliance, he immediately reported Zhou Luo's plan in detail to the headquarters. After receiving the news, the current Grand Leader of the Daxia Alliance, Lu Zhaoyun, immediately convened a high-level emergency meeting. During the meeting, all senior officials unanimously supported Zhou Luo's plan. After the meeting, Lu Zhaoyun personally approached Zhou Luo to discuss elevating his authority from honorary general to alliance leader. From now on, Zhou Luo will stand on equal footing with Lu Zhaoyun, and any of his ideas will be fully implemented by the Daxia Alliance. No, it should be said, by the Blue Star Federation, because Lu Zhaoyun and the senior officials of the Great Xia Alliance all understood that the alliance's survival through the mutation era was entirely entirely due to Zhou Luo's presence. In response, Zhou Luo did not decline. That same day, the Great Xiao Alliance announced the establishment of the Blue Star Federation, causing an immediate uproar. Many forces, upon hearing that an extraterrestrial power would arrive in 7 days, were instantly thrown into panic. The strongest among them is merely at the spirit transformation realm. If they do not join the Blue Star Federation for protection, the consequences will be unimaginable when the extraterrestrial beings arrive. As a result, a large number of factions have expressed their willingness to join the Blue Star Federation and accept its governance. However, there are still some factions that previously had poor relations with the Great Xiao Alliance, choosing not to believe any of this and resolutely refusing to join. Brahma is one of them. After arriving on the Blue Star, Tivity secretly found Brahma's Vajra Adithyr, planted a slave mark on him, and used Adithyr to covertly control Brahma. Apart from Adithyr, the other members of Brahma had no idea that their forces had long been infiltrated by outsiders. A few days ago, Adithyr mysteriously disappeared. They searched frantically but remained completely clueless. The sudden disappearance of the great King Kong had already stretched the nerves of Boroshan to the extreme. Now, the sudden move by Daxia to establish the Blue Star Federation has completely agitated their already taut nerves. They believed that Daxia had learned of Adia's disappearance and was using the opportunity to annex Boroshan, so they sternly refused and even made mocking remarks. The Blue Star Federation, however, completely ignored this. After all, Zhou Luo had already said that those who refused to join would be left to fend for themselves. If they face a crisis in the future, they shouldn't expect the Federation to lend a hand. The entire Blue Star is currently in turmoil. On the far side of the moon outside Blue Star, the Brahma Lotus Sect's branch near Blue Star has already taken root. Inside a hall resembling a temple, the Grand Elder of the Lotus Sect, Garrosh, suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of Tivity has already dissipated. Who exactly killed him? Garrosh's deep gaze turned toward the distant void in the direction of Blue Star, as golden lotuses gently surged around him with his words. That guy Tivity was too careless. He must have been tricked by the Blue Star people. Standing beside Garrosh, Damodar hurriedly spoke. The rift of absolute heaven has already opened. Why not let me descend to Blue Star and fulfill the grand wish of the Lotus Sect? No, you cannot go. Garrosh directly rejected his request and said slowly, Tivity's death is far from simple carelessness. There is an unknown power hidden within Blue Star. Perhaps it was the work of the Luo Fu Palace or the Legion. If you go there rashly, I'm afraid you won't escape misfortune. Demo Duo asked in confusion, then what should we do? Tivity is dead, and the Lotus Sect has no contact person on Blue Star. If they descend in the future, they will surely fall behind them. Garrosh remained silent for a moment before speaking. Let the beast race go. The restrictions of the absolute heaven seal on the beast race are less severe than on us. Now that the rift has opened, we can send beast race members in the Shackles realm to Blue Star, enough to complete the mission. Demoto wholeheartedly agreed. Great Elder, brilliant plan. I will prepare immediately and bring the beast clan here. With that, he turned and left the main hall. Blue Star, Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo had just finished a week's cultivation and slowly walked out of the meditation room. Little Hosey, 3 days have passed. How is the progress of the Blue Star Federation's establishment? He stepped out of the room and looked at the Frost Thunder Ho guarding the door, asking. Now that Frost Thunder Ho was already familiar with Chui Lingfei and the others, Zhou Luo assigned him a new task. That task was to receive external news while Zhou Luo was cultivating and inform him upon his exit. Big brother, 70% of the forces on Blue Star have chosen to join the Blue Star Federation, but the remaining 30% still refuse. They believe that the so-called extraterrestrials are nothing but nonsense, and that the Blue Star Federation's annexation of them is merely an excuse. Tianchuan Leiho replied, let them be. Zhou Luo shook his head, not taking it to heart at all. His original intention in establishing the Blue Star Federation was to unite the human forces on Blue Star to jointly resist external enemies. As for these disjointed factions, it doesn't matter at all. After all, his energy is limited. Zhou Luo slowly walked into a garden in Jiangnan Villa. As late autumn approached, many flowers gradually withered. He casually found a long bench to sit on and began to sense the changes in his internal state. The first stage of the Shackles realm. It will take some time to break the second shackle. After refining the Kunlun Dragon Vein, the foundation I forged should have reached its peak level. Not only has the physical strength been greatly enhanced, but it is in no way inferior to Augustus, who forged his foundation with Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Gold. The density of spiritual energy within my body has also significantly increased. The Kunlun Dragon Vein is indeed a top-tier spiritual treasure. Zhou Luo murmured softly. Afterward, he took out the piece of Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Gold. Although the Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Gold is not as good as the Kunlun Dragon Vein, I can't find a better spiritual treasure in a short time. After breaking the second shackle, there's no need to rush to refine it. Let's observe it more carefully first. Looking at the sky blue dragon bone gold in his hand, Zhou Luo couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury luxury to frugality. With the Kunlun dragon vein before him, he actually felt somewhat disdainful of this sky blue dragon bone gold. Moreover, according to the words of the Frost Thunder Howl, every time a shackle is broken, there is only one chance to forge the foundation. The 5 foundations of the shackled realm are extremely crucial. Within the same realm, the stronger one's foundation, the more they can suppress their opponent in battle. Therefore, Zhou Luo is unwilling to easily waste his precious 5 opportunities. Since the Kunlun dragon vein is already before him, the 4 foundations he will forge later, while not necessarily surpassing the Kunlun dragon vein, must not fall too far behind either. Of course, it would be even better if I could surpass the Kunlun dragon vein. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention in the future and see if I can find any supreme spiritual treasures. Or wait for those beings from beyond the heavens to descend, kill them, and seize their spiritual treasures. Zhou Luo stroked his chin while pondering. Suddenly, the figure of Tian Xuanlei Ho came rushing from afar. Big brother, something's wrong. I sense the presence of many of my kind. Tian Xuanlei Ho's voice came urgently. Zhou Luo frowned and turned to ask. Big brother, many beast clans have already descended upon Blue Star. Just the Forbidden Realm beast kings I've sensed number no less than 5. Tian Xuanlei Ho's expression was grave. Moreover, I sensed an extremely powerful beast king aura coming from the direction of the Ganges continent. It might be a beast king of the shackled realm. A beast king of the shackled realm? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, a thoughtful glint flashing within them. Do you think it could be the handiwork of the Brahma Lotus sect? Tian Xuanlei Ho nodded. The only ones capable of controlling our beast clan and teleporting us to Blue Star should be them. Zhou Luo sneered. It seems they've already learned of Tivity's death, so they're starting to send the beast clan to test us. At this moment, the communicator on Tian Xuanlei Ho suddenly rang. Shortly after, Trailing Fei's voice came through. Brother Ho, many beast kings have appeared within the Federation, and there are 3 in the Forbidden Realm alone. Lu, Senior Gu, and I are already heading to the scene to provide support. We can handle 2 beast kings, but there's still one Forbidden Realm beast king that no one can deal with. Can you help hold him off? Once we kill the other 2, we'll rush over to assist immediately. Trailing Fei's tone was anxious. The communicator was accompanied by gusts of wind, clearly indicating he was rushing at full speed to the location where the beast king had descended. Tian Xuanlei Ho was about to respond, but Zhou Luo spoke first. I'll handle the remaining Forbidden Realm beast king. You just focus on dealing with the other 2. General Zhou, you've already come out of seclusion? Hearing Zhou Luo's voice, Trailing Fei was instantly overjoyed. That's wonderful. With you taking action, we can rest assured. Alright, it's decided then. Zhou Luo nodded and then hung up the communicator. Big brother, there's no need to trouble you with such a small matter. Actually, I can handle it alone. Tian Xuanlei Ho's face was full of pride. Ever since I refined that 5-headed Naga Beast King's core, my realm has already reached the 7th level of the Forbidden Realm. The ordinary Taboo Realm Beast Kings are simply no match for me. Seeing his confident demeanor, Zhou Luo couldn't help but want to laugh. Alright, then you go by yourself. He agreed to Tian Xuanlei Ho's request. But he did not let him leave immediately, instead continuing to ask, you just said that a beast king of the Shackles realm has descended upon the Ganges continent, is that correct? That's right, that aura is definitely above the Forbidden Realm. Tianchuan Thunder Howl asserted. If I kill it and extract a beast king pill of the Shackles realm, can you break through to the Shackles realm? Zhou Luo asked further. Upon hearing this, Tian Xuanlei Ho immediately became extremely excited, even its round eyes glistened with tears of emotion. Big brother, how can I trouble you to do so much for me? Don't be polite with me, I'm just asking if you can break through. Zhou Luo gave him a sidelong glance. Yes, absolutely. Tian Xuanlei Ho immediately nodded. If there's only one beast king pill from the Shackles realm, I might not be able to break through. As long as I slay this beast king from the Forbidden Realm, extract its beast king pill, and take it together with the Shackles realm beast king pill, I can definitely break through the first shackle. Alright, then set out. Zhou Luo waved his hand, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Ganges continent. I'll personally retrieve that beast king pill of the Shackled realm. By the way, let the people of the Brahma Lotus sect witness the true strength of Blue Star. The waters of Blue Star are far deeper than they imagine. The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth lifted slightly, and in the next moment, he flew toward the direction of the Ganges continent. Tian Xuanlei Ho, upon seeing this, also hurried to the location of another Forbidden Realm beast king within the Federation's territory. Within the territory of Baroshan. Just an hour ago, beside a temple in Baroshan, a sudden gust of wind arose. The gust was accompanied by thunderstorms, with lightning scattering everywhere, almost destroying everything around. This phenomenon lasted for a full half-hour before gradually fading away. Just as the people of Brahma Heaven thought the danger was about to pass, a skeletal peacock at the Shackled realm unexpectedly emerged from the spatial rift torn open by the thunderstorm. As soon as it appeared, the creatures within a radius of several dozen miles instantly became its blood food, and the area around the temple turned into a purgatory. How can this beast king be so powerful? It has already far surpassed the realm of taboo, a being beyond the realm of taboo. Lord Shiva, please protect our Buration. Not good, it's looking over here. The powerful figures of Brahma heaven all gathered near the temple, looking at the skeletal peacock before them, as if it were a celestial deity. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep fear. Before they could react, the skeletal peacock spread its wings and flew above everyone's heads at an incredible speed. The faces of the people of Brahma heaven were filled with despair, just as they thought the bone peacock would tear them into pieces of flesh. Suddenly, the bone peacock spoke. Humans, are you the leaders of this land? Its hollow eyes stared intently at the crowd, and its voice slowly echoed. The people of Baroshan felt their hearts tremble under this gaze, yet one person braced themselves and responded, why yes, we, Baroshan, are the largest force on this continent. Very well, then let me ask you, do you want to live? The white bone peacock spoke again. Lord Beast King, are you willing to spare us? Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the person who had just responded. The expressions of the others gradually turned ecstatic. I can spare you, but you must serve me. All my orders must be obeyed unconditionally. Are you willing? The skeletal peacock opened its bone-like mouth, emitting a sound that pierced through the surroundings, eerily strange. It descended upon Blue Star under the orders of the Lotus Sect, immediately taking control of a faction and waiting for the arrival of the Lotus Sect in 3 days. The group of people before it were its most ideal targets. Willing, of course willing. The people of Brahma heaven nodded repeatedly, fearing that even a moment's hesitation might bring about their doom. Very good, you are quite sensible. The bone peacock nodded in satisfaction. Just as it was about to issue its first command, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. They are willing, but I am not. The faces of the people on the ground from the Brahma heaven suddenly changed. One by one, they turned toward the voice and shouted angrily, where did this madman come from? Shut up. After struggling to secure a glimmer of hope, now someone comes out to provoke them. How could they tolerate this? The white bone peacock's eyes flashed with a cold glint as it stared at the suddenly appearing figure and said coldly, are you their leader? I'm certainly not the leader of that group of useless trash. Don't insult me. Facing the white bone peacock's gaze, Zhou Luo sneered and shook his head. Then who are you to dare block my path? Courting death. As soon as the white bone peacock finished speaking, netherworld ghost fire erupted from its body, rushing straight toward Zhou Luo. The might of the earth fire essence. The netherworld ghost fire swiftly approached. In the blink of an eye, it was already closing in on Zhou Luo. Who is that? A piercing chill instantly spread from the netherworld ghost fire, rapidly diffusing in all directions. Insignificant natives, how dare you block my path? Truly courting death. The bone peacock sneered as it observed the situation before it. It was a beast king of the Shackles realm, possessing a top-tier netherworld ghost fire talent and extremely formidable combat power. Even a beast king of the same level would have to fear it. As for the sudden Blue Star native before them, at most, he possesses the strength of the Forbidden Realm. Under the scorching of the netherworld ghost fire, he is bound to turn to ashes. After releasing the netherworld ghost fire, the bone peacock no longer focused its gaze on Zhou Luo but instead turned to the people of Baroshan. Where is your headquarters? Take me there. However, to its surprise, these humans did not obey orders as they had earlier. Instead, they all widened their eyes, staring blankly in the direction where the netherworld ghost fire flew. The bone peacock was filled with confusion and followed the gaze of the crowd. At this sight, even it was so shocked that it couldn't utter a word. The netherworld ghost fire flew to Zhou Luo's front, and Zhou Luo raised his right palm, striking out forcefully with one blow. The ghostly flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all things under heaven, were forcibly dispersed by him. The scattered flames fell into the forest near the temple, and any flowers, grass, or trees touched by the fire instantly turned to ashes. Tricks of a petty nature? Is this your method? Zhou Luo slowly withdrew his palm, his gaze coldly fixed on the skeletal peacock, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Impossible. How can you block my netherworld ghost fire? The bone peacock was utterly shaken to its core. Before its arrival, it had heard from the people of the Lotus Sect that the strongest native of this world was merely at the Forbidden Realm. This was the conclusion the Lotus Sect had deduced after the spiritual energy eruption on Blue Star. Its strike, not to mention the Forbidden Realm, even those in the Shackles realm would find it extremely troublesome. But now, it was easily dispersed by Zhou Luo with a single palm, and it seemed that Zhou Luo didn't even exert much effort. Hurry up, show your full strength, and fight me. Zhou Luo looked down at the skeletal peacock, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. If you remain this weak, don't blame me for killing you and taking your Beast King core. Since breaking through to the Shackles realm, Zhou Luo had been wanting to find an opponent to truly test his strength. Although Tivity before was also a Shackles realm expert, his cultivation was restricted by the absolute heavens barrier, making the fight lack any real challenge. Now, having finally encountered a Beast King in the Shackles realm, Zhou Luo had no intention of letting this rare opportunity slip away. He wanted to know whether he was strong or weak in the Shackles realm. In this way, if people from beyond the heavens come again in the future, he won't be so passive. Arrogant. The bone peacock heard this and was so furious it almost exploded. A mere native of the blue planet dares to say he wants to take his Beast King pill? Could it be that he truly doesn't take me seriously? Humph. Although the intelligence was incorrect, correct, and a Lock Realm expert has appeared among you natives, the result will be the same. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. My netherworld ghost flame will completely reduce you to ashes. The skeletal peacock suddenly flapped its wings and took flight. On its pale white frame, clusters of eerie blue ghostly flames ignited, enveloping its entire body. A peacock covered in ghostly blue flames took shape. Finally, it looks decent. Seeing this scene, Zhou Luo's eyes grew increasingly excited, and the Taiye sword at his waist was already unsheathed. Humans, I will make you regret your provocation just now. The bone peacock's eerie blue eyes stared sinisterly at Zhou Luo, filled with murderous intent. It flapped its wings, and hundreds of ghostly flames poured down on Zhou Luo like a torrential rain. Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not back down. He wielded the Taiye sword, channeling spiritual energy to unleash the dragon's might within the blade, and struck with a single swing. A phantom of a true dragon accompanied the sword's light, slashing toward the overwhelming netherworld ghostfire with unstoppable force. The sword's light clashed fiercely with the netherworld ghostfire, causing the torrential ghostfire to dissipate by more than half in an instant. Yet the sword's light unleashed by Zhou Luo still shone brilliantly. He swung his sword again, and the remaining netherworld ghost flames vanished without a trace. At the same time, the sword light resembling a true dragon unhesitatingly slashed toward the skeletal peacock's body. The skeletal peacock was suddenly startled and wanted to resist, but it was too late to react as the sword light struck fiercely. The netherworld ghost flames that had appeared on its joints suddenly withered and lost their strength at that moment. A deep sword scar was left prominently on the chest and abdomen. Damn it, how can you be this strong? The bone peacock stared intently at Zhou Luo, its tone no longer as arrogant as before, but instead carried a hint of fear. What's wrong? Can't hold on any longer? A trace of indifferent boredom flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. Having refined the Kunlun dragon vein, his strength clearly far surpassed that of an ordinary first stage of the Shackles realm. Human, don't speak too soon. Upon hearing this, the white bone peacock's eyes also flashed with a hint of ferocity. Our white bone peacock clan is not as weak as you imagine. Its entire body was once again engulfed in blazing ghostly flames. Unlike before, the joints of its tailbone fully spread out at this moment, radiating a ghostly blue flame, clinging to the tailbone, resembling a ghostly blue flaming feather fan. Within a radius of several dozen miles, as the tailbone spread like a fan, the space instantly turned dim. The sun hanging high in the sky seemed to fear this region and deliberately avoided it. I, of the white bone peacock clan, once I spread my tail, it means a fight to the death. Today, I will surely kill you. The voice of the white bone peacock echoed around like the depths of the underworld. Zhou Luo remained calm and composed as usual. Alright, then I'd like to see how exactly you plan to kill me. He smiled faintly, standing with his sword, showing no trace of fear. The white bone peacock said no more. Its nether ghost fire, resembling tail feathers, suddenly erupted and split into countless clusters. The ghost fire, covering dozens of miles, unanimously surged toward Zhou Luo. In that case, let me test whose flames are stronger. Zhou Luo did not draw his sword. Instead, he took a deep breath, causing his chest to swell instantly. As he slowly exhaled the turbid air, streams of crimson earthfire essence surged out with his breath. In just a brief moment, a blazing molten stream dozens of meters long appeared above Zhou Luo. The scorching molten stream appeared and surged overwhelmingly toward the ghostly fire. Piercing sounds rose one after another. In the end, the nether ghostly fire summoned by the skeletal peacock was completely dissolved, leaving not a trace behind. How could this be? The white bone peacock froze in place, staring in disbelief at the blazing molten stream before it, its face filled with shock and confusion. The netherworld ghost fire of their white bone peacock clan ranked among the top in fire-based divine powers. How could it be so easily dissolved by a fire-based divine power wielded by a blue star native, Zhou Luo? Its heart was filled with unwillingness, yet it was helpless. Zhou Luo would not give it any chance to catch its breath. While the bone peacock was momentarily stunned, Zhou Luo had already closed in with his sword. The Kunlun dragon vein within his body surged like a tide, accompanied by a dragon's roar. The sword light slashed directly at the bone peacock, striking it down to the ground. Filled with utter unwillingness, the bone peacock gradually lost its final breath. Its entire body of white bones seemed to lose its support and instantly scattered across the ground. Only the eerie white beast king core remained quietly standing in the center of the bone pile. Looks like my strength is roughly at the second level of the Shackles realm. This bone peacock, which broke through the first level of the Shackles, is simply no match for me. Zhou Luo stepped forward and took the beast king pill, pondering silently in his heart. However, he did not become arrogant or complacent because of this. After all, among the forces beyond the heavens, there are many experts in the Shackles realm. Among them, there must be top-tier existences who have broken through 5 shackles. Although 3 days later, the damaged barrier of the heavens still restricts the arrival of fragmented realm experts. However, if a true 5 shackles expert appears, it would still be extremely troublesome. I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Zhou Luo sighed softly, turned around, and left directly. At the moment the white bone peacock fell. On the far side of the moon, inside the grand hall of the Brahma Lotus sect, Garrosh, who had originally kept his his eyes closed and appeared calm, suddenly opened his eyes. The white bone peacock has also fallen. He spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a trace of anger. What on earth is going on? Damoto also opened his eyes, his face full of fury. Elder, this is absolutely not something the natives of Blue Star could accomplish. Tuiti being suppressed and killed was bad enough, but now even the bone peacock with shackled realm strength has fallen. There must be a conspiracy between the Luo Fu Hall and the Legion behind this. Except for them, no one can accomplish such a thing, and I suspect it was a joint effort by the two families. After listening to Damoto's words, Garrosh's gaze turned icy. They are so unruly. Clearly, it was agreed that everyone would rely on their own abilities to compete for that supreme treasure, yet now they have joined forces against my Lotus sect. Do they really think my Lotus sect is a soft target to be bullied? The golden lotus beside Garrosh was unexpectedly tinged with a trace of blood. A strong killing intent instantly filled the entire hall. Even Darmato was affected by this aura, lowering his gaze and slightly trembling. Darmato, Garrosh suddenly called out. Damodar immediately knelt down. Great Elder, please give your orders. Damodar is all ears. Follow me to the Luofu Hall and the Legion, Garrosh said calmly. The next moment, he stood up, and the surging blood-colored golden lotuses around him instantly dissipated. Damo's trembling body gradually calmed down. He quickly responded, yes. The two left the great hall and flew into the depths of the universe. They arrived in front of a silver palace floating in deep space. Just as they arrived, a figure of a man dressed in flowing robes flew out from within the silver palace. Lian sect, what brings you to my Luofu palace? Dharmadara, upon seeing this, did not hesitate and instantly grew 6 Arhat arms from his back, fiercely punching forward. The man was caught off guard, taking several heavy punches to his body, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just as Darmato was about to land a fatal blow, a voice, filled with an innate authority, resonated from within the Luofu Hall. Does the Lian sect think my Luofu Hall is so easily bullied? How dare you harm my disciple at the hall's doorstep? An elder dressed in a white robe appeared in the void. Hall master. The injured disciple saw him and felt a sense of relief. Garrosh, do you intend to start a war with my Luofu Hall? Cheng Mingzi clasped his hands in front of him, his deep gaze fixed on Garrosh and Damoto. Though his tone was calm, it carried a hidden anger. You know very well why I came to find you. Garrosh sneered, and the blood-colored golden lotus reappeared beside him. Your Luofu Hall colluded with the Legion, causing the deaths of my Lotus sect disciples twice on Blue Star. Today, I'll settle this score with you first. Countless blood-colored golden lotuses bloomed beside Garrosh, unleashing supreme divine power, blasting toward Qingmingzi. Don't spout nonsense. When has my Luofu Hall ever joined forces with the Legion? I think you're just deliberately picking a fight. Qingmingzi saw Garrosh's unprovoked provocation and was burning with anger. With a wave of his hand, countless streams of radiant light surged from the void, fiercely clashing with the blood-colored golden lotus. The two collided repeatedly, and the resulting shockwaves destroyed countless surrounding asteroids. In the deep space, a barren darkness prevailed, with only the silver palace behind Qingmingzi standing firm. Garrosh, are you insane? Do you really want to go to war with my Luofu palace? Qingmingzi glared angrily at Garrosh before him, his eyes filled with fury. Garrosh responded with a cold sneer. Qingmingzi, stop pretending. The Dharma Protector Tivity and the white bone peacock that my Lotus sect sent to Blue Star, weren't they both killed by your Luofu palace and the Legion working together? You want to exclude my Lotus sect from that supreme treasure, thinking I wouldn't know? Qingmingzi frowned deeply and said coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. Such a thing has never been done by my Luofu Hall. Moreover, the two disciples my Luofu Hall sent to Blue Star have long since died there. It is absolutely impossible for them to join forces with anyone against your Lotus sect. Garrosh calmed down instantly upon hearing this. He cast his gaze toward Qingmingzi, his eyes slightly narrowed. Is what you said true? All the people your Luofu Hall sent to Blue Star are really dead? How could this happen? Of course, why would I lie to you? Qingmingzi snorted coldly, flicking his robe sleeve behind him. You must give me an explanation for today's matter, or else my Luofu Hall and your Lotus sect will never be done with this. Damned Legion. Garrosh's eyes flashed with anger once again. He turned to Damodar behind him and whispered, You, explain the cause and effect of the matter to Qingmingzi. The named Damodar quickly responded, and with a nervous heart, explained the details of the incident to Qingmingzi. Is there really such a thing? After learning the truth, Qingmingzi's face turned grim. This Legion dares to defy our agreement and dreams of monopolizing that supreme treasure? We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Then, he turned his gaze to Garrosh. Why don't we join forces now and go find Maxim to ask him what exactly he intends to do? Garrosh, after hearing this, did not refuse. In that case, let's set off now. If Maxim doesn't give us a reasonable explanation, then their Legion can forget about laying a finger on that supreme treasure on Blue Star. In the depths of the universe, outside the starship of the heavenly scorched crusaders, Garrosh and Qingmingzi appeared silently like phantoms. Maxim, come out. Arriving outside the battleship, Garrosh gathered his energy and unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the deep space. The massive crusader battleship immediately sounded the alarm. Countless dark gun barrels barrels simultaneously aimed at Garrosh and his group. Maxim, did you hear that? Get out here. Garrosh's face was ashen, his aura undiminished, and he roared angrily at the warship. A man clad in dark red heavy armor slowly stepped out of the warship. Garrosh, Qingmingzi, what is your purpose in provoking us at the gates of my legion? Grand Legion Commander Maxim glared at Garrosh and the others with piercing eyes, burning with fury, his tone full of authority. You still have the nerve to ask? Don't think pretending to know nothing will fool us. Absolutely impossible. Garrosh let out a cold laugh. In an instant, dazzling golden lotuses bloomed around, and a powerful aura immediately enveloped Maxim. Qingmingzi was unwilling to show weakness, and with a wave of his hand, countless rays of light gathered in the deep sky, fiercely striking toward Maxim. Two lunatics. Maxim's expression changed drastically, and he angrily shouted before deploying his techniques to confront the two. The clash of three top-tier experts in the Shattered Realm caused the scattered aura to shake the deep sky. The three people's aura was no longer as strong as it was initially, and they all appeared somewhat exhausted. Garrosh, Qingmingzi, what exactly are you trying to do? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation soon, I'll have to use the cross-heavy cannon. Maxim retreated rapidly until he reached the vicinity of the Crusader battleship, where he slowly came to a stop. His eyes, filled with anger and confusion, were fixed firmly on the two of them. He simply couldn't understand why the Lotus sect and the Luo Fu Hall had suddenly joined forces to come after him, and even acted without any warning. Could it be that he had angered them? Maxim, you still have the audacity to ask? Wasn't it your legion that first broke the pact, killed the people we sent from the Lotus sect and Luo Fu Hall to Blue Star, and tried to monopolize that universal treasure? Garrosh stared coldly at Maxim, his tone filled with anger. That's right, 2 disciples from my Luo Fu Hall were sent to Blue Star, and not long after, their soul auras vanished from the world. At the time, I simply thought they were unlucky and encountered powerful Blue Star natives, so I didn't think much of it. But later, Garrosh came to me and said that 2 strong individuals sent by your Lotus sect also fell one after another. Who else but your legion could have done such a thing? Qingmingzi's face was as cold as frost, and his tone was filled with chill. However, these words fell on Maxim's ears and left him stunned. Your people are all dead too? He looked at Garrosh and Qingmingzi, his expression extremely complicated. What exactly do you mean? Garrosh and Qingmingzi frowned deeply upon seeing this. The Legion Commander Augustus, whom we sent to Blue Star, also recently perished there. Moreover, before his death, he sent back a message claiming that a native with extraordinary talent and astonishing strength had appeared on Blue Star. Maxim spoke word by word, his tone heavy. What? How could this happen? Garrosh and Qingmingzi were utterly shocked upon hearing the news. They never expected that the entire legion would be wiped out on Blue Star. Moreover, Maxim made it clear that the people from their 3 families were most likely killed by that exceptionally powerful native. Such a person actually exists on Blue Star? It seems we must carefully discuss countermeasures. Maxim's gaze was fixed on the two, his eyes slightly narrowing. Damn it, I was actually toyed with by a native. Garrosh burned with rage, his eyes filled with hatred. He had never felt such intense killing intent toward a native of a low-level planet. In the past, the natives of Blue Star were nothing more than ants in his eyes, easily crushed with a single slap. But now, someone has actually managed to repeatedly make their Lotus sect suffer setbacks. Since such a peerless genius has appeared on Blue Star, we can no longer sit idly by. Roar! Qingmingzi looked at Maxim, his voice deep. The reason our people were killed by that native is fundamentally because of internal disunity. Now, why not set aside all differences for the time being and join forces to eliminate that native first? After eliminating him, we will rely on our own abilities to compete for the supreme treasure of the universe. What do you think? As Qingmingzi's words fell, Garrosh and Maxim slowly nodded. Alright, let's do as you said. Maxim looked at Qingmingzi and slowly said, currently, the Absolute Heaven Seal has not been completely broken, and there are still restrictions on those above the Shackles realm. So, this time when we descend upon Blue Star, we cannot act as openly as before. We must remain hidden and wait for the right opportunity. My legion is willing to send out another Shackles realm junior commander. What about you? Upon hearing this, Qingmingzi also said, my Luo Fu Hall is likewise willing to send out a Shackles realm disciple. The two finished speaking and both turned their gaze to Garrosh. Garrosh remained silent for a moment, then looked at Damodar behind him. Damodar, I entrust this mission to you. Are you willing? Grand Elder, I am willing. Roar! Damodar agreed without hesitation. Qingmingzi and Maxim exchanged a glance, their brows slightly raised. Damodar is among the 12 protectors of the Lotus sect, with a realm reaching the 4th stage of the Shackles realm. With such strength, he should have been one of the top-tier forces descending upon Blue Star after the complete failure of Absolute Heaven's barrier. Unexpectedly, Garrosh was eager to send him to Blue Star ahead of schedule. It seems this old guy really hates that native. Maxim narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering inwardly. He felt that this plan might not be a good idea. Because the Absolute Heaven's restriction still exists, no matter how many shackles are broken, entering Blue Star would still be hard to escape suppression. If Darmado were to fall due to some unexpected accident during this period, the loss would be extremely severe. Since it's decided, I'll return to the Legion first. After finalizing the candidates, I'll contact you. We will work together to send the person to Blue Star, leaving no chance for that native. Maxim withdrew his thoughts and waved to give the order. He immediately turned around and returned to the battleship. Garrosh and Shang Mingzi also quickly left the territory of the Crusaders of Ashes. On a glacier in the Antarctic continent of Blue Star, 3 streaks of light suddenly swept across, and 3 figures instantly appeared on the glacier. This is Blue Star. A red-haired Demoto looked around, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This time, the Lotus Sect's plan will not go wrong again. The native who consecutively killed Tivity and the White-Bone Peacock is destined to die by his hand. In a vast underground military base, Zhou Luo sat in the command room, listening to the reports from Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun. General Zhou, the southern and northern defense lines have been fully constructed. The southern defense line is overseen by Senior Gu, while the northern line is guarded by the Black Feather King. If extraterrestrial forces arrive, as long as their strength is below the Shackles realm, these 2 defense lines can handle them independently. The eastern defense line is guarded by Major General Chui, but the construction of the western defense line still requires some time. Xu Hanyun's voice echoed in the command center. After he finished speaking, Zhou Luo asked, I understand. What cultivation level have Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu reached now? Xu Hanyun immediately replied, Senior Gu is currently at the 7th level of the Forbidden Realm, while the Black Feather King and Major General Chui are both at the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm. Hearing this, a trace of sigh flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. This progress is still somewhat slow. Calculating the time, there are less than 3 days left until the effects of the absolute heaven barrier weaken. By then, the extraterrestrial forces will be able to send powerhouses of the Shackled Realm into Blue Star. This would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to Blue Star. How about this? Let's give all these things to them. Zhou Luo said, casually waving his hand, and a pile of rare and exotic fruits appeared on the table in the command room. Among them were exotic fruits that could enhance cultivation, as well as miraculous fruits that could boost talent and improve perception. These exotic fruits are of great help to Forbidden Realm cultivators, but for Zhou Luo, who is now in the Shackle Realm, they are tasteless to consume yet too precious to discard. Keeping them here is useless. It would be better to give them to Gu Qianhua and the others to help them quickly advance to the Shackle Realm. Otherwise, if external forces attack in the future, the pressure on his shoulders will increase significantly. Yes, I will send someone to deliver them immediately. Xu Hanyun saluted and responded in a loud voice. Also, has there been any unusual activity within the Great Xia territory recently? Or has any secret realm appeared? Zhou Luo immediately turned to Wang Lin and asked, General Zhou, we have been closely monitoring the secret realm phenomena within the Great Xia territory as per your orders. Just last night, a huge strange noise suddenly came from Shichuan's Gigu Ridge. After receiving the news, the Shirquan branch sent people to Gigu Ridge to investigate and discovered a stonehouse. The outside was sealed by some mysterious force. The branch members tried to enter but were blocked, so they could only report it to me. Wang Lin slowly explained the details. Gigu Ridge? Hearing this name, Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. This name held extraordinary significance for him. He remembered that when the first emperor entered his Sea of Consciousness, he had mentioned that back then, he and Master Gigu had jointly performed the great divine art of severing the connection between heaven and earth, and Gigu Ridge was said to be the legendary retreat of Master Gigu. Nowadays, the effect of the severance between heaven and earth is gradually weakening, and coincidentally, an anomaly has erupted in Gigu Ridge. There might be some kind of connection between the two. I understand. You've done very well. If you encounter similar situations in the future, be sure to report to me immediately. I'll set off for Gigu Ridge right away to see what kind of divine anomaly is hidden there. You all stay and guard Jiangnan well. Zhou Luo nodded approvingly, then stood up, left the command room directly, and returned to the surface. At the entrance of the military base, a man 8 feet tall with a muscular build stood with his arms crossed. Strangely, his head resembled the beastly head of a Qilin. Behind him hung a tail resembling that of a lion. This man was none other than Tian Shuangleiho, who had broken through the Shackles realm and mastered the art of transformation. Seeing Zhou Luo emerge from the base, he immediately stepped forward and said, Big brother, you're out. Everything around is safe. Well, follow me to Ghost Valley Ridge, and make it quick. As soon as the words were spoken, Tian Shuangleiho reverted to his original form, and Zhou Luo leaped onto his back. With massive wings spread wide, the two shot toward Ghost Valley Ridge like a supersonic missile. Soon, they arrived above Ghost Valley Ridge. We've arrived, follow me down. Zhou Luo leaped, plunging straight down from 10,000 meters high, landing in Ghost Valley Ridge. Tian Shuangleiho also transformed into its beastman form and followed closely behind. After searching around Ghost Valley Ridge for a while, Zhou Luo finally saw the stonehouse Wang Lin had mentioned. The stonehouse appeared ordinary, with no unusual phenomena around it. However, Zhou Luo clearly felt a faint and elusive force circulating near the stonehouse. Could this be the mysterious force preventing entry? Zhou Luo stood still, his gaze fixed fixed on the stone house, contemplating how to break through. He suddenly felt the power of the Kunlun dragon vein within him tremble slightly. Zhou Luo vaguely sensed that an inexplicable connection seemed to have formed between himself and the force near the stone house. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he stepped forward into the range of that force. As he expected, he entered without any obstruction. "Little Ho, try to see if you can go in." Zhou Luo turned his head and spoke to Tianquan Lei Ho. "Big brother, I can't get in." Tianquan Lei Ho tried several times but was unable to take a single step forward. "Alright, then stay outside and keep watch for me." Zhou Luo had already understood in his heart. It seems that this stone house was most likely left specifically for him by Mr. Gigu, or rather, it was prepared specifically for the one destined to refine the Kunlun dragon vein. With great curiosity, Zhou Luo slowly stepped into the stone house. The interior was extremely simple, with only a stone table, a few stone stools, and a stone bed. "Is this the secluded residence of Master Gigu?" Zhou Luo looked around and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Using humble abode to describe this house is not an exaggeration. It's hard to imagine that a powerful figure capable of performing such a divine feat as severing the connection between heaven and earth once lived in such a simple place. "It's the aura of the dragon vein. It seems you've arrived." Suddenly, an aged voice echoed inside the stone house. Zhou Luo saw the faint shadow of a hunched old man slowly appear on a stone bench. "Mr. Gigu?" Zhou Luo asked tentatively. "It's me. It seems Zhao Zhang has already told you about that old story. Come, sit down and let's talk." Geguzi smiled faintly, raised his hand to brush the stone stool beside him, and gestured for Zhou Luo to sit. Zhou Luo thanked him and then sat down. Then, Geguzi waved his hand again, and two bronze goblets unexpectedly appeared on the stone table. "You've come a long way, and there's really nothing here to properly host you, so let this enlightenment tea serve as a greeting gift," Geguzi said with a smile. "Enlightenment tea?" Zhou Luo looked at the illusory bronze goblet before him, which indeed held a cup of light tea. Although he felt doubtful, he still tentatively reached out to touch it. When he touched the illusory bronze goblet, he unexpectedly felt a faint sense of reality. He picked up the bronze goblet and drank it all in one go. A sip of clear and sweet tea slid down the throat into the stomach. The moment the tea entered his stomach, Zhou Luo felt his soul become completely clear, and everything he looked at seemed to reveal its essence. "This enlightenment tea is truly miraculous?" Zhou Luo was overjoyed. Immediately closing his eyes, he began to comprehend the five-peak scripture on the spot. Geguzi sat on the stone bench with a cheerful smile, quietly waiting. Zhou Luo closed his eyes tightly, fully focused and wholeheartedly immersed in understanding the five-peak scripture. The cultivation progress of the five-peak scripture advanced rapidly. About 3 hours later, as the sky grew darker, Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. A piercing chill occasionally emanated from within his body. The seventh level of the five-peak scripture. Zhou Luo's face was full of joy. The small cup of enlightenment tea actually elevated his five-peak sutra from the fifth level directly to the seventh level. Not only that, he comprehended the seventh level's Hangshan cold essence, and the efficiency of the five-peak sutra in converting spiritual energy far surpassed before. This enlightenment tea is truly a treasure. Zhou Luo couldn't help but wish for another cup. It seemed as if he had seen through his thoughts. Geguzi smiled and said, "This enlightenment tea is something I obtained from a secret realm back in the day. It is incredibly precious. Other than me and Zhao Zhang, you are the only one who has ever drunk it." After hearing Geguzi's words, Zhou Luo couldn't help but ask curiously, "A secret realm? So secret realms already existed 2,000 years ago?" Geguzi nodded. "If you calculate the time, the secret realms appearing now are actually low-level ones, containing only insignificant minor opportunities. The 5 sacred mountain scripture, the Taiye sword, and the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc on you were all specifically left for future generations by Zhao Zhang and me. They cannot be considered treasures from low-level secret realms." Geguzi's words were firm and resonant, deeply moving. After hearing this, Zhou Luo was immediately stunned. Low-level secret realm? He never thought that the secret realms were actually divided into levels. No wonder since the beginning of the era of mutation, secret realms have frequently emerged across the Great Xia territory, but the ones with the greatest opportunities were only the few he had participated in. Coincidentally, the most valuable opportunities in these secret realms turned out to be left behind by Geguzi and Zulong. "This enlightenment tea is something I obtained from a high-level secret realm." Geguzi smiled faintly and continued, "The advanced secret realms are filled with treasures everywhere, and the enlightenment tea is just a small part of them. But since there are advanced secret realms, why have I never seen them during this time?" Zhou Luo asked in confusion. "Because the time for them to open has not yet come." Geguzi gently stroked his long beard and slowly explained, "The emergence of an advanced secret realm requires the activation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now that the spiritual energy, which has been cut off for 2,000 years, has just begun to recover, it will take some more time for the advanced secret realm to manifest." A trace of understanding flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. "However, I do have a way to prematurely activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing the advanced secret realm to appear ahead of time." Geguzi's tone was calm. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. The Enlightenment Tea, as part of the opportunities within the Advanced Secret Realm, had already brought him such tremendous improvement. If he could make the Advanced Secret Realm appear ahead of time, he would be able to enhance his strength as much as possible before the arrival of the external forces. This secret technique can only be performed by me. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Could there be side effects? Zhou Luo asked in confusion. This secret technique will consume the energy of the Absolute Heaven Seal, causing it to fail prematurely. Geguzi gazed at him and said slowly, originally, the Absolute Heaven Seal was supposed to completely fail in 3 months, but if this method is used, the time will be shortened to 1 month. Time's up. By then, the people of Wansu will no longer be restricted and can freely enter and exit Blue Star. In exchange, at least 3 advanced secret realms will emerge within this month. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, weighing the pros and cons in his heart, then resolutely said, please ask Mr. Giga to take action and make the advanced secret realms appear ahead of time. Are you sure you want to do this? Geguzi's gaze sharpened, his expression serious. The younger generation is confident in resisting the Wansu people in 1 month. Zhou Luo's tone was resolute. With the aptitude of his 9 nether chaos body, combined with a month's time and the resources of the advanced secret realm, he is confident in breaking through the shattered realm. This is still a conservative estimate. By then, he will have the strength to face extraterrestrial forces head-on. Relying solely on a low-level secret realm, even if 5 shackles are broken, it's uncertain whether a foundational spiritual treasure can be forged. Good. Your courage alone would make you a top-tier warrior even in Great Qin. Geguzi nodded approvingly. However, I must remind you, most of these advanced secret realms are triggered by that universal supreme treasure, and the treasures inside are coveted even by the Wansu people. Once an advanced secret realm is opened, they will definitely come to seize it, so you must be careful. Geguzi cautioned. I will keep an eye on it. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Then as you wish. This is undoubtedly good news. As soon as Geguzi finished speaking, Zhou Luo suddenly felt the scene before him gradually becoming illusory. In the blink of an eye, the stone table, stone chairs, and the surrounding stone houses all vanished. It was as if he had just experienced a fleeting dream. Ha, big brother, when did you come out? Standing outside the stone house, the Frost Thunder Howl was somewhat surprised at this moment. He had just glanced elsewhere, and when he turned back, Zhou Luo was already standing beside him, almost like a ghost. Zhou Luo was just about to speak. In the next moment, it seemed as if some force was pulling the heavens and the earth. A vast spiritual energy instantly filled the entire Blue Star. The Frost Thunderhound froze, sensing spiritual energy several times denser than before, a look of shock appearing on its face. Zhou Luo cast his gaze into the distance. In the direction of the Antarctic continent, a faint, dazzling dark red glow was flickering at this moment. Looking from afar, it made his emotions difficult to calm. Advanced Secret Realm. A trace of excitement flashed across his face. Such a phenomenon, apart from the Advanced Secret Realm mentioned by Geguzi, he couldn't think of any other explanation. The speed at which the Advanced Secret Realm appeared is even faster than I expected. It seems I must sneak into the Secret Realm and investigate before the effects of the heavenly isolation weaken. Zhou Luo carried a hint of anticipation in his heart. This first Advanced Secret Realm was very likely the key to breaking through his second shackle. He might even have the chance to find a supreme spiritual treasure comparable to the Kunlun Dragon Vein, serving as the foundation for his cultivation. These things are absolutely beyond what a low-level secret realm can provide. Little Hosey, let's go and check out the situation. Zhou Luo gave the order. The Frost Thunder Ho immediately reverted to its beast form, carrying Zhou Luo on its back as it flew toward the Antarctic continent. Over the Antarctic continent, a massive dark red spatial rift hung above the glacier. Demoto, Yuhong, and Lucid stood shoulder to shoulder at the glacier's peak, gazing up at the dark red rift. This is the advanced secret realm triggered by the universal treasure. Demoto looked at the crack, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. I've long heard that Blue Star, due to the universal treasure, occasionally produces secret realms containing great opportunities. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Yuhong and Lucid also stared at the dark red crack with equal enthusiasm. However, Demoto quickly suppressed his excitement, turned to the two, and said, since the secret realm has appeared, that powerful native of Blue Star will surely come. Let's retreat for now. Withdraw to a distance, wait for the secret realm to fully open, and after he enters, we'll follow behind and act when the time is right. In less than half an hour, Zhou Luo arrived above the Antarctic continent with the Frost Thunder Howl. Looking at the dark red crack in the distant sky, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Big brother, this advanced secret realm is completely different from the previous low-level ones. This time, I didn't feel the force that used to block us beast clans from entering. Frost Thunder Howl stared at the dark red fissure, his face full of confusion. Oh, so, after the secret realm opens, you can go in with me? Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows and asked. If the obstructing force still doesn't appear after the secret realm opens, I should be able to accompany you inside, big brother. Tianxuan Leiho nodded in confirmation. Upon hearing hearing this, Zhou Luo's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. If that force has truly disappeared, then the obstruction encountered in the previous secret realms was very likely a setup left behind by the first emperor and Mr. Gigu. The purpose was most likely to ensure that treasures like the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc ultimately fall into the hands of the great Xia people. After all, at that critical juncture, if the Beast King could also enter the secret realm, humanity's advantage would vanish completely. Let's find a place to wait for now. Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Hull slowly descended onto the glacier. He released his divine sense, scanned the surroundings, but did not find any other figures. Subsequently, Zhou Luo silently withdrew his spiritual sense, quietly waiting for the moment the advanced secret realm would open. Hundreds of miles away from the dark red fissure, Damoto and the other two concealed themselves atop a glacier. The native has arrived. At this moment, spiritual energy swirled around Yu Hong's eyes, and golden light flickered in his pupils, greatly enhancing his vision, allowing him to see scenes thousands of miles away. The arrival of Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Hull naturally did not escape his sight. Did you see clearly? How strong are they? Damoto and Lucid asked simultaneously. The first stage of the Shackles realm, accompanied by a beast of the same realm. Yu Hong carefully observed and replied, there's actually another Shackles realm beast as a companion? Truly unexpected. Upon hearing this, Damajua's face revealed a trace of cold malice. The alien beast clan descended upon Blue Star, originally as a pawn of the Lotus sect. They had planned to let the alien beast clan scout ahead and disrupt the situation on Blue Star, but who would have thought that a beast king would willingly submit to the natives of Blue Star? And it was even a beast king at the Shackled realm. This truly left them greatly disappointed. Two Shackles realm combatants are indeed a bit troublesome. Lucid's expression was grave. They were currently suppressed by the Absolute Heaven Seal, with their strength reduced to only half of its original. If they were to face Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Hull head-on, they would have no advantage whatsoever. No matter, once we enter the secret realm, we'll look for an opportunity to act. The enemy is in the open, while I am hidden in the shadows. Moreover, we have the strength of 3 people. Could we possibly lose to him, the sole Blue Star native? Damoto let out a cold snort, his tone full of disdain. As a top-tier expert who had already broken through 4 shackles, he naturally looked down on Zhou Luo, a Blue Star native who had only broken through 1 shackle. Although Zhou Luo's abilities are limited, he still has plenty of methods. Facing a direct confrontation, he might not necessarily lose. Lucid and Yu Hong listened and did not refute. Their thoughts were not much different from Darmato's. Above the glacier, the dark red fissure continued to expand, until a thunderous explosion finally echoed. The massive dark red fissure suddenly widened, revealing a dim, lightless entrance resembling a black hole. The time has come. Below the crack, Zhou Luo saw this, his expression brightened, and he immediately soared into the air. Little Hosey, stay close to me. The Frost Thunder Ho quickly spread its wings and followed Zhou Luo, entering the crack together. Damoto and the other two, upon seeing this, also took action. The 3 swiftly entered the crevice. Before them lay an endless dark red sea. Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Leiho landed on a small island. This small island is not large, covering only a few dozen square kilometers. Compared to the boundless dark red sea surrounding it, the island is full of vitality. However, all the plants growing on the island are strange species that Zhou Luo had never seen on Blue Star, with peculiar shapes. Big brother, there's a strong aura of rare treasures here. As soon as Tian Xuan Leiho landed, he began sniffing around with his nose. Moments later, an excited expression appeared on his face, and he quickly said to Zhou Luo. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes as well. Many, at least, more than a dozen. Tianxuan Thunderhound carefully sensed for a moment. Truly worthy of being an advanced secret realm. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. You should know that exotic fruits reaching the level of heavenly treasures are extremely rare on Blue Star. Just one appearance is already incredibly precious. Yet now, this advanced secret realm's island has more than a dozen such locations, completely surpassing those low-level secret realms discovered earlier. What's more, he observed this dark red sea area, not just the island beneath his feet. On other islands, there might also be similar opportunities hidden. Let's go, take me to pick them. Zhou Luo did not hesitate and urged the Frost Thunder Ho to get up. The latter immediately took action upon hearing this. On another island more than 300 miles away from the one where Zhou Luo and the other were located, the 3 of Damoto landed simultaneously. As soon as they landed, they noticed that the island was rich in opportunities. However, the 3 did not rush to harvest them, but instead had Yu Hong quickly activate the golden light eye to locate Zhou Luo. Yu Hong formed a hand seal with one hand, his eyes enveloped by spiritual energy, and a beam of golden light shot out from his pupils. This gaze can penetrate 1,000 miles, swiftly scanning the surrounding islands, and finally stopping at a medium-sized island. Yu Hong looked at the distant island and said slowly. Where the gaze landed, Zhou Luo was picking heavenly treasures and earthly materials under a dark red spiritual vine with the Frost Thunder Hull. Is there a chance? Damoto couldn't see Zhou Luo and could only follow Yu Hong's gaze to look into the distance, probing as he asked. Yu Hong did not answer immediately, but after scanning the island, a sudden glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. In the dark red depression, a peculiar-looking, unidentified beast was crouching within. This beast was quite powerful, having already broken through the first shackle. What a heaven-sent opportunity! Yu Hong's tone was full of excitement. He turned to look at Demoto and Lucid. I discovered a shackled realm exotic beast on that native's island. If nothing unexpected happens, the native will definitely engage it in battle. We'll first sneak onto the island, and when they are fiercely fighting, we'll launch a surprise attack from the shadows. That native definitely won't be able to react. This is an opportunity we can't miss. What do you think? Demoto and Lucid's eyes simultaneously flashed with a trace of cruelty. Exactly so. The three quickly concealed their presence and sped toward the island where Zhou Luo was located. After carefully searching the island for a while, Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Leiho had already harvested almost all the heavenly treasures on the entire island. Counting them carefully, there were actually 13 items in total. These are all top-tier heavenly treasures of Blue Star. Zhou Luo glanced at the harvest from this period, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Choosing to unlock the advanced secret realm early was indeed the right decision. Just this one island alone has brought him abundant gains. Moreover, in this boundless dark red sea of blood, he can still see the shadows of many islands. If he were to scour all these islands, the resources within might be enough for him to break through the second shackle. Big brother, I smell the scent of our kind. Tianxuan Leiho's nostrils twitched slightly, then its gaze turned toward a depression on the island. No, it's not just our kind. There's also a peculiar scent. It's not heavenly treasures or earthly treasures, but it might be even more precious. A trace of excitement appeared in Tianxuan Leiho's expression. Zhou Luo immediately perked up upon hearing this. Let's go and take a look. The two of them promptly headed toward the low-lying area. What came into view were several dark red marsh pools of varying sizes. Near the largest marsh pool, a strange beast resembling a crocodile was crouching. The similar aura I sensed is from that exotic beast. Tianxuan Leiho stopped in its tracks and looked at the exotic beast, saying, an exotic beast at the Shackles realm is not much of a big trouble. Zhou Luo carefully observed for a moment and already had a plan in mind. Immediately, he turned his head and asked Tianxuan Leiho, where is the treasure you mentioned? It's inside its stomach, swallowed by it. Tianxuan Leiho pointed to the location of the strange beast. Big brother, the two of us can join forces to slay it and retrieve the treasure. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly as he stepped forward. It's just a beast in the Shackles realm. I can handle it alone. You stay where you are and keep an eye on the surroundings to prevent other beasts from launching a sneak attack. After saying that, Zhou Luo had already walked toward the direction of the beast. Tianxuan Leiho also perked up, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Just stepped into the swamp area. The giant crocodile awakened from its slumber, its scaly eyelids slowly lifting, and two yellow, snake-like eyes coldly fixed on Zhou Luo, radiating a fierce light. The giant crocodile suddenly exerted force with its limbs, plunging deep into the swamp pool and disappearing without a trace. Zhou Luo frowned deeply, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly flashed beneath the swamp pool at his feet, and a massive blood-red maw instantly burst open from the water. The crocodile moved extremely fast, and in just an instant, it was about to swallow Zhou Luo whole. Seeing this, Zhou Luo's expression showed no fear. Instead, a hint of excitement appeared. He had long been worried that the crocodile would dive into the swamp and not come out, which would force him to go through the trouble of searching for it. Zhou Luo's aura suddenly erupted, his right hand raised, and a surge of overwhelming cold energy roared out from his palm, heading straight for the crocodile's gaping mouth. The giant crocodile's bloodthirsty maw was frozen by the bone-chilling cold current, letting out a piercing wail of sorrow. It quickly retreated, trying to dive back into the depths of the swamp. Zhou Luo gave it no second chance. The cold current bypassed the giant crocodile's body and fiercely struck the swamp beneath, instantly turning the entire swamp into solid ice. The massive body of the giant crocodile slammed against the solid ice but failed to penetrate it, remaining firmly blocked outside the ice layer. Its retreat was cut off, and a trace of ferocity flashed in the giant crocodile's eyes. Immediately afterward, a blood-colored mist erupted from its entire body, quickly enveloping the entire hollow. Its figure gradually disappeared into the dense fog. Trying to use a diversion to launch a sneak attack? Sorry, you've picked the wrong person. Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh. His eyes suddenly emitted a sacred azure golden radiance. This was a talent evolved from the Nine Nether Chaos body, capable of seeing through all illusions. The blood mist unleashed by the mere shackled realm beast was completely exposed in his eyes. After activating the law Eye and Word Spirit, Zhou Luo instantly locked onto the giant crocodile's position. Immediately after, a towering phantom resembling Mount Tai appeared behind him, and he fiercely punched in the direction of the giant crocodile. This towering Mount Tai seemed to crush forward, its overwhelming force firmly locking onto the giant crocodile. The massive beast felt its entire body trembling like a leaf, and even a trace of fear flashed in its pupils. Snap, snap. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, countless joints within the giant crocodile shattered under the pressure of the Mount Tai phantom. Zhou Luo once again channeled all his spirit spiritual energy, continuously reinforcing the Mount Tai Phantom. The giant crocodile gradually couldn't hold on, its skin oozing blood until its internal organs ruptured, its eyes bulged, blood gushed out, and it collapsed, dead. The entire process, Zhou Luo only used 3 moves. A shackled realm exotic beast was crushed to death as if it had no power to resist. My strength is truly getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the corpse of the giant crocodile beneath his feet, Zhou Luo clenched his fist in the air, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With the Kunlun dragon vein as a solid foundation, his strength already far surpasses the level of the first shackle. Now, after drinking the enlightenment tea from Gaguzi, the 5 mountain scripture has broken through to the 7th level. His strength has reached an astonishing height. It seems that even when facing a powerhouse who has broken through the 2nd shackle and established their foundation, he would not be at a disadvantage in the slightest. This is far from enough. Zhou Luo lowered his arm and silently shook his head. His goal was by no means limited to this. The forces like the Brahma Lotus sect were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. In a short time, the enemies he would face would all be formidable experts in the shackles realm. Breaking the 1st and 2nd shackles is probably just a routine matter. Among them, there are even top-tier experts who have broken the 3rd or even the 4th and 5th shackles. If one does not quickly improve their strength, they will only be slaughtered by others in the future. The time left is truly too short. In just a few short months of growth, he has to face those monsters that have lived for countless years. The mist gradually dispersed. At this moment, Tianshuan Leiho also arrived beside Zhou Luo. Big brother, I smell that treasure inside this guy's belly. Let me help you get it out. 1 hour later, Tianshuan Leiho stepped forward and began dissecting the giant crocodile's corpse. Moments later, he retrieved a blood-red jade token from its abdomen. Zhou Luo took the jade token from Tianshuan Leiho's hand, gazing at it with a hint of doubt in his eyes. But soon, he sensed an aura emanating from the jade token. This aura seemed to guide him deeper into the blood sea. Zhou Luo stood in mid-air, his gaze following the direction indicated. In the depths of the sea of blood, a solitary island, several times larger than the one beneath his feet, was floating within. The area of this solitary island far exceeded all the surrounding islands. Could it be that this is the core of this advanced secret realm? After discovering this guidance, Zhou Luo did not hesitate and flew toward the massive solitary island with Tianshuan Leiho. Just as they left the island in an instant, in the shadows, Damoto, Yuhong, and Lucid slowly emerged. The strength of this native far exceeds our expectations. Yuhong's eyes were fixed on the direction Zhou Luo had left, his expression grave. Although Zhou Luo's battle with the giant crocodile was obscured by the blood mist, it still couldn't escape his golden eyes. Within 3 moves, a shackled realm exotic beast fell. Judging by Zhou Luo's condition, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Killing this giant crocodile was simply effortless for him. If it weren't for the golden light eye revealing that his realm is indeed the first stage of the shackles realm, Yuhong would almost suspect that he had already broken through to the 3rd or even 4th stage of the shackles realm. This secret realm is rich in resources. Now that he has gone to the central island, why don't we gather some resources around here, then leave the secret realm and wait for the army to arrive at Blue Star for support? Lucid's expression was also not very good, his tone heavy. In his view, this is the most prudent approach. Now they are suppressed by the heavenly restriction of the Jedi, and the combined strength of the 3 is probably only at the 1st stage of the shackles realm. If they were to face such a terrifying Zhou Luo head-on, they would definitely suffer a loss. Yuhong nodded, feeling that Lucid's proposal was quite reasonable, but Damoto's gaze was fixed on the direction Zhou Luo had left. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Didn't you notice earlier? That jade token, the aura it emitted was clearly the aura of a peerless spiritual treasure. The greatest opportunity in this secret realm is probably on that island. Yuhong and Lucid's breathing suddenly became rapid. Treasures of this level are not something one can encounter at any time. Even formidable figures like King Mingzi, Garrosh, and Maxim find it difficult to obtain a peerless spiritual treasure. Among the 3 major forces, masters who can establish their foundation with peerless spiritual treasures are few and far between, almost impossible to find. Are you willing to let this great opportunity slip away like this? As soon as Darmato finished speaking, his eyes gleamed with intense aggression, staring directly at the 2. If Yuhong and Lucid still refuse, then he will also go to that island alone to compete with Zhou Luo. Of course, we can't let it go. Yuhong took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement in his heart, and said slowly, how can a peerless spiritual treasure be easily obtained by the natives of Blue Star? Lucid's eyes no longer showed the initial caution but were instead filled with desire. In that case, let's not waste any more time here. Damoto licked his lips, revealing a hint of excitement. Peerless spiritual treasures aren't something you can obtain easily. That island must have extremely terrifying guardians. It would be best to take the opportunity to kill Zhou Luo and reap the benefits as the fisherman. There's no time to lose, let's set off. The 3 of them headed straight toward the central island. The moment they stepped onto the island, the jade token in Zhou Luo's arms suddenly became scorching hot. The vast sea of blood around seemed to boil, steaming up a sky full of blood mist. The entire blood Blood Sea secret realm was instantly shrouded in layers of mist, obscuring the view. Big brother, there's an extremely powerful aura on this island. The voice of Tian Shuang Lei Ho carried a hint of unease. He gazed into the depths of the blood mist, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Having come this far, how could I retreat so easily? Zhou Luo remained completely calm. However, to be on the safe side, he still brought out the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc in advance. Let's go, let's take a look inside. With Tian Shuang Lei Ho, Zhou Luo followed the guidance of the jade token and slowly ventured into the depths of the island. After walking for a while, a magnificent altar gradually appeared before the two of them. As Zhou Luo stepped into the altar's range, the blood-colored jade token in his arms seemed to sense the summons and suddenly soared into the air. Streaks of blood-red light burst forth from the jade token, merging into the intricate patterns covering the altar. The mysterious patterns on the altar were instantly dyed a layer of crimson red. The blood mist shrouding the entire Blood Sea secret realm began converging toward the altar at an astonishing speed. The misty sea churned above the altar, thunder roared incessantly, and moments later, it transformed into a blood-red phoenix. Clang, clang. A phoenix cry that shook the heavens and earth rang out, piercing through the skies. The terrifying power of the second stage of the Shackles realm erupted from the body of this misty sea blood phoenix. Two narrow phoenix eyes coldly stared in the direction where Zhou Luo was. Second stage of the Shackles realm. Quite interesting. Looking at the blood phoenix in the sea of mist before him, Zhou Luo's eyes showed no fear. Instead, they were brimming with fighting spirit. A crisp sword hum rang out. The Tai sword at his waist had already been drawn. The cold and sharp blade shimmered with flashes of icy light, and the black gold dragon pattern on the sword's body glowed brilliantly at this moment, as if responding to the surging battle intent in his heart. Come on, let me see just how strong the second level of the Shackles realm truly is. Zhou Luo's sword edge flipped. A cold, white sword light, like a sea of clouds, slashed straight toward the blood phoenix. What is this? Facing the sword light, the blood phoenix showed no weakness, spreading its wings. Countless feathers, like a rain of blood, shot toward Zhou Luo. Each feather contained the power of the second level of the Shackles realm. If touched by the forbidden realm, one would perish instantly. Sword light clashed with the rain of blood, cutting down countless feathers, but there were still scattered feathers breaking through the defense, rushing straight toward Zhou Luo. Big brother, let me help you. Before Zhou Luo could make a move, Tian Shuang Lei Ho had already shouted. Tian Shuang Lei Ho took the lead and leapt into the air, instantly unleashing a dense surge of Tian Shuang energy from within, charging directly at the incoming blood rain feathers. Flap, flap. Any feathers that came into contact with the frost aura were instantly frozen into ice crystals, falling to the ground one after another. After breaking through the Shackles realm, the strength of the frost thunder hull had already increased significantly. Alright, let the two of us join forces to face this misty blood phoenix. Zhou Luo let out a hearty laugh, his entire being shooting like a sharp sword toward the direction of the blood phoenix. Upon reaching the blood phoenix's side, Zhou Luo's spiritual energy erupted instantly. A crimson lava flow and a frost-covered icy river simultaneously appeared around the blood phoenix. The essence of earth fire and the millennium cold marrow emerged together. Though seemingly opposing forces, at this moment they blended seamlessly, enveloping the blood phoenix entirely. A thunderous dragon roar echoed across the sky. A true dragon's shadow emerged behind Zhou Luo, and the Tai sword in his hand unleashed a golden light, transforming into a dragon shape that soared and struck toward the blood phoenix. A triple attack was launched simultaneously. The unprepared blood phoenix suffered consecutive heavy blows. A wail of sorrow rang out. The cold marrow and earth fire struck the blood phoenix to the ground, and the sword light from the Tai sword unsurprisingly carved a deep sword mark on its body. Blood instantly splattered across the sky. But the good times didn't last long. The scattered blood around unexpectedly turned into a blood mist moments later and was absorbed back into the blood phoenix's body. The blood phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky once more. Its narrow phoenix eyes gradually took on a blood-red hue. An aura even more powerful than before emanated from its body. This is the third level of the Shackles realm? Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. Misty blood phoenix, reborn through blood. The blood phoenix before him, exuding the aura of the third level of the Shackles realm, made Zhou Luo feel quite troubled. Fortunately, although the misty sea blood phoenix was temporarily elevated to the third stage of the Shackles realm, its foundation was not yet stable. This also means that its strength still falls significantly short compared to a true third stage Shackles realm. A crisp phoenix cry interrupted Zhou Luo's thoughts. The misty sea blood phoenix spread its wings, and thousands of feathers instantly scattered, transforming into a sky full of blood mist that enveloped the entire altar. For a moment, Zhou Luo and Tian Shuang Lei Ho, surrounded by the blood mist, had their vision suddenly reduced to only about 1 meter. Eye of Law, activate. Fortunately, Zhou Luo possessed the Eye of Law that could pierce through all illusions. Once activated, his vision instantly brightened significantly, recovering more than half. Big brother, I can't see anymore. The Tian Shuang Lei Ho beside him, however, lacked such ability. In an instant, everything before its eyes turned pitch black, and it couldn't even discern the direction where where Zhou Luo was. Don't panic, I can see you. Follow my lead. Zhou Luo spoke, trying to steady the Tianshuan Leiho's mind. A pair of phoenix eyes glowing with a scarlet radiance appeared in Zhou Luo's line of sight. The blood phoenix of the Misty Sea concealed itself within the blood mist, moving as fast as lightning, transforming into a streak of crimson light, and charging straight at the Frost Thunder Howl. This strike contained the terrifying power of the third level of the Shackles realm. It effortlessly pierced through opponents of the first level of the Shackles realm. A sharp whistling sound tore through the dim blood mist. Tianshuan Leiho was on full alert, sensing a powerful aura approaching relentlessly, yet it had no idea of the exact distance or direction. A fear of impending death involuntarily surged in its heart. Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal exploded in its ears. Tianshuan Leiho's entire body trembled, and its bloodshot eyes, filled with tension, turned toward the source of the sound. Don't be afraid, it's me. Zhou Luo's voice came from ahead. He was holding the Tai sword, its blade blocking the beak of the blood phoenix in the sea of mist. The powerful force of the third stage of the Shackles realm caused the Tai sword to tremble slightly. Zhou Luo also felt a slight numbness in his hands. However, the hand holding the sword remained as steady as a rock, and he shouted, "It's right in front of me. Attack now." The Frost Thunder Howl instantly unleashed a sky-shattering frost chill, forming a cascading torrent of icy currents that poured toward the blood phoenix. Seeing this, the blood phoenix tried to retreat and evade, but Zhou Luo was relentless, leaving it no room to escape. Behind him, a towering phantom erupted suddenly, pressing heavily on the blood phoenix's head, instantly slowing its movements under the immense pressure. The cold waterfall accurately landed on the blood phoenix's head. The bone-chilling cold wave almost froze the body of the Mist Sea blood phoenix. Li, it couldn't help but let out a whimper. Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. This was the perfect opportunity. With a fleeting thought, the Tai sword in his hand had already swung out. A sword light imbued with dragon might once again slashed toward the chest of the Mist Sea blood phoenix. Assailed by the frost aura of the heavens, the Mist Sea blood phoenix was unable to resist the sword light in the slightest. In an instant, the sword light swept through, and blood gushed forth. The Mist Sea blood phoenix's aura immediately became listless and dispirited. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly upward. Just as he was about to swing the next sword to bring everything to an end, the blood phoenix of the Misty Sea suddenly had a red light flash through its eyes. With a flap of its wings, the blood phoenix soared into the sky, and the surrounding blood-colored mist instantly condensed into thousands of feathers. Clang! Clang! A phoenix cry pierced through the clouds, echoing throughout the entire Blood Sea secret realm. Countless blood-colored wings around unexpectedly transformed into a blood-colored storm, rapidly converging in the direction of Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl. Not good, little howl, come here quickly. Zhou Luo's expression tightened, and the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc behind him instantly erupted with red-orange light as the 8 trigrams heaven-deriving formation unfolded. Crack, crack. Thousands of wings, like sharp blades, continuously struck the 8 trigrams heaven formation, emitting piercing sounds. Each feather seemed to be a full-force strike from a peak Forbidden Realm expert. The energy of the 8 trigrams heaven formation gradually diminished. Block them all for me. Zhou Luo's expression turned solemn. Spiritual energy surged out from within, pouring into the Nine Suns 8 trigrams disc, fully activating it. A humming sound echoed, and the 8 trigrams celestial array was further strengthened. The blade storm formed by blood-colored wings continued to spin and wreak havoc. After about half an hour, the overwhelming wingstorm slowly dissipated. Countless broken blood-colored feathers almost covered the entire altar. The aura of the blood phoenix of the Misty Sea also dropped to its lowest point at this moment. It's not going to hold on. Zhou Luo's heart stirred. As soon as the wingstorm dissipated, he rushed out of the 8 trigrams heaven formation and swung his sword straight at the blood phoenix. This time, after being struck down by the sword's light, the blood phoenix no longer had its former brilliance. Those scarlet phoenix eyes gradually dimmed. After the radiance faded, the blood-colored feathers on the ground suddenly transformed into streaks of crimson light, merging into its body. The body of the blood phoenix of the Misty Sea slowly dissolved into its original blood mist before Zhou Luo's eyes. Soon, the blood mist converged into a single point. Finally, a palm-sized, entirely crimson jade marrow appeared before Zhou Luo. An extremely pure aura of spiritual treasure emanated from the jade marrow. This is a supreme spiritual treasure? Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. The aura of this blood-colored jade marrow is exactly the same as the Kunlun dragon vein. Both absolutely belong to the same level of spiritual treasures. An advanced secret realm truly lives up to its reputation. Heaven is indeed helping me. Zhou Luo's face was full of excitement. The quantity of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this Blood Sea secret realm is entirely sufficient to help him break through the second shackle. He was worrying about how to forge the second foundation after breaking the second shackle, and this blood-colored jade marrow happened to give him the answer. Opening the advanced secret realm early was truly a wise decision. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and reached out toward the blood-colored jade marrow, ready to pocket it. However, at this moment, 3 overwhelming auras suddenly erupted from from all around. Let go. You are unworthy of possessing such a supreme treasure. A furious shout echoed. Led by D'Armato, three figures appeared simultaneously in front of Zhou Luo. Just as they shot swiftly toward the blood-red jade marrow, the three of them simultaneously reached out, attempting to seize it. But their speed was still too slow. Relying on his advantage of proximity, Zhou Luo had already secured the blood-red jade marrow in his arms before they arrived. You three, are you visitors from beyond the heavens? After securing the blood-red chalcedony, Zhou Luo's figure suddenly retreated hundreds of meters, arriving outside the altar, his gaze coldly fixed on the three individuals. The attire and aura of the three Demo duo and his companions were strikingly similar to those of the Luo Fu Hall, the Brahma Lotus sect, and the Heaven Scorch Crusade in Zhou Luo's memory. Zhou Luo immediately recognized their identities. Mere natives, how dare you possess a peerless spiritual treasure? Hand it over. Demo duo's eyes suddenly turned violent as he coldly spoke to Zhou Luo. Beside him, Yu Hang and Lucid also stared angrily at Zhou Luo, with an extreme greed hidden in their eyes. Just now, when the blood-colored jade marrow appeared, the three of them immediately recognized its grade. It was definitely a supreme spiritual treasure, belonging to the category of peerless spiritual treasures. Even if Garrosh and others were to come here in person, they would be envious. Between heaven and earth, high-grade spiritual treasures are already rare. How many strong individuals in the Shackles realm, after breaking their shackles, exhaust everything just to obtain a single spiritual treasure, let alone an unparalleled spiritual treasure like the blood jade marrow? If placed in the depths of the universe, it would undoubtedly trigger a bloody storm. Want it? Then take it with your strength. Zhou Luo sneered, carefully observing the strength of the three. All three, without exception, are experts in the Shackles realm. Although the suppression of the Absolute Heaven seal made it difficult for him to discern exactly how many shackles they had broken, Zhou Luo could sense that the strongest aura belonged to their leader, D'Armato. Now, the effects of the Absolute Heaven seal have somewhat weakened. Although the trio's strength has not fully recovered, they are not far from the Shackles realm. Both of you, he just fought with the Blood Phoenix, his spiritual energy must be depleted. Kill him, and the treasure will be ours. D'Armato coldly stared at Zhou Luo while speaking to Yu Hong and Lucid. That's how it should be. Yu Hong nodded slightly, a long-handled battle blade appearing in his hand at some unknown point, standing by his side. Lucid said nothing, but the pitch-black flames gradually emerging on his arms already conveyed his stance. A trace of solemnity flickered in Zhou Luo's eyes. If he had encountered these three people before slaying the Blood Phoenix, he could have easily killed them all with a casual strike. But now, he had just fought a fierce battle with the Blood Phoenix of the Misty Sea. The spiritual energy within his body had been significantly depleted. Although his recovery speed was extremely fast, it still required time. The key is that during the previous battle, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was also completely depleted. A turning point is needed. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the surroundings. The Jade Purity glazed bottle, this innate supreme treasure, had not been used since the last confrontation with Yujin and Yu Su on the Immortal Island. Now, the bottle has accumulated a total of 5 drops of glazed holy water. 5 drops of holy water released together are enough to kill 3 people. But the key lies in the fact that the glazed holy water must be used unexpectedly to unleash its maximum power. If used directly, the 3 would be prepared, and its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. As if sensing Zhou Luo's thoughts, the Frost Thunder Howl suddenly stepped in front of him. Trying to snatch my big brother's treasure? You'll have to get past me first. Tian Xuan Lei Ho spread its wings, an aura of icy frost emanating from its body, instantly enveloping the entire altar in a chilling atmosphere. Humph, just a mere beast race. Our Lian sect went through so much effort to send your kind to this planet, all for you to seize the resources here. D'Armato sneered coldly, his face showing disdain. And yet you've submitted to a native? Truly disgraceful for the beast race. Hearing this, Tian Xuan Lei Ho showed no shame. Instead, it sneered back, I'll submit to whomever I choose. Who are you, a bald-headed monk, to judge me? If you've got the guts, defeat me first, then you can yap all you want. Its mocking words only ignited the fury in D'Armato's eyes, his gaze now blazing with murderous intent. Since you're so loyal to your master, then today I'll cut off your head and skin you alive, right in front of this so-called native. Before the words fully left his mouth, D'Armato's figure had already lunged fiercely toward Tian Xuan Lei Ho. You two, I'll handle this beast shackled at its realm. The two of you, hold off that native for now. Let me slay this beast first, then I'll lend you a hand. After speaking, a phantom of a Vajra Arhat appeared behind Damajuel, with 4 ethereal arms extending from his back. His fiery red hair stood on end, shooting straight up like a wrathful Vajra deity. Yu Hong and Lucid immediately responded, the two stepping forward in unison to block in front of Zhou Luo. With just you two, I doubt you can stop me. Zhou Luo's face was icy cold, the Taiye sword in his hand trembling faintly, and the black gold dragon patterns on the blade gradually lit up. Now, with the heavenly frost thunder howl holding one person at bay, the power of the jade pure glazed bottle could be greatly enhanced. Utterly arrogant. Yu Hong let out a cold laugh, the long-handled battle blade in his hand slicing through the air as the domineering blade entered energy suddenly slashed toward Zhou Luo. Luke had also summoned the Twilight Embers, transforming them into a massive black flame sword, striking directly at Zhou Luo's head. Zhou Luo's expression tightened as he swiftly raised the Tai sword, unleashing a sword aura to slash at Yu Heng. With a gentle flip of his left hand, the 9 nether cold tide surged forth, blocking Lucid's advance. The three quickly engaged in battle. The fight was intense. Meanwhile, on the side of the Frost Thunder Howl, the situation seemed rather dire. Damo transformed into the wrathful Vajra, each punch carrying immense force, with fist shadows howling as if they could pierce through the void. Although the Frost Thunder Howl was in the shackled realm, it had already expended much energy in its earlier battle with the Blood Phoenix. As the words fell, now, facing Damo, it was gradually showing signs of struggle. "You little beast, with just this bit of strength you dare to speak so arrogantly to me?" Dharmadhara swung his 6 arms simultaneously, his fists striking like a torrential storm against the Frost Thunder Howl. The Frost Thunder Howl struggled to keep up but had no choice but to focus entirely on defending. Each punch carried astonishing power. A moment's carelessness could lead to broken bones or even ruptured organs. He dared not take it lightly. A trace of impatience flashed in Dharmadhara's eyes. "Today, let it all come to an end," he shouted in a low voice. The phantom of the Arhat behind him instantly rose from the ground, towering 100 feet high, blocking out the sky and sun. 6 arms ignited with golden flames, simultaneously smashing down fiercely toward the Frost Thunder Howl. Tianchuan Thunderhound gritted its teeth and summoned the Tianchuan shield in front of it, desperately trying to withstand the blow. However, the 6 fist shadows struck the shield simultaneously, shattering it instantly. The fist shadows hit the ground, directly creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep. Tianchuan Thunderhound fell into the pit, coughing up blood incessantly, its breath weak. "You little beast, do you regret it?" Damo sneered coldly as the 100-jung-tall Arhat Phantom extended an arm, seizing the Frost Thunder Howl. Immediately after, the second arm reached toward its head. "I said I would take your head, and I will take it." Damoto spoke cruelly. "You can only blame yourself for pledging allegiance to a native. When you enter the Avicii Hell, you can repent to the Lotus Lord." The phantom of the Vajra Arhat was about to twist off the head of the Frost Thunder Howler. A corner unnoticed by Damoto, Yu Heng, and Lucid. 5 drops of jade liquid, shimmering with multicolored radiance, quietly drifted behind Damoto. Just as he was about to touch Damodar, the 5 drops of glazed holy water suddenly transformed into thousands, tens of thousands of drops, tightly enveloping him. Damodar found his vision obstructed, surrounded by countless strange water droplets, and immediately stopped his hand reaching for the Frost Thunder Howl. The Frost Thunder Howl, having lost external support, had already fallen to the ground. Darmato looked around at the glazed holy water, his expression unusually grim. He could feel that these droplets contained extremely terrifying energy. Glazed holy water, gather. In the distance, Zhou Luo, who was fiercely battling Yu Heng and Lucid, felt a sense of relief upon seeing the Frost Thunder Howl escape danger. He unhesitatingly formed a hand seal, commanding the glazed holy water to converge in one place. Millions of scattered drops of glazed holy water rapidly gathered at this moment, centering around Dharmadhatu. The Vajra Arhat's phantom beside Dharmadhatu was the first to be corroded by the glazed holy water. Sizzle, sizzle. With a chilling sound, the 100-jung-tall phantom of the Vajra Arhat was completely corroded. Damo Duo's face was unusually grim as he suddenly punched in one direction, attempting to forcefully carve out an escape route. But just as his fist was thrown, the sacred glazed water seemed to possess its own consciousness, swiftly scattering in all directions. After the fist wind swept past, they quickly reformed. Countless streams of crystalline holy water broke through the last remnants of the Vajra's shadow, converging toward Darmato's position. A piercing sound, like peeling skin and corroding flesh, echoed all around. Darmato's anguished screams erupted in response. This scream rang out, causing Yu Heng and Lucid, who were fighting Zhou Luo, to suddenly tremble and turn their heads to look. What they saw shocked them, as the once formidable Damoto was now completely unrecognizable. His entire body was corroded beyond recognition, with severe areas where flesh and skin were completely gone, exposing ghastly white bones. The once powerful aura that had surpassed the two of them, at this moment instantly wilted and lost its vigor. It could no longer even sustain the aura of the Forbidden Realm. "Now it's my turn, isn't it? Watch how Grandpa Ho slaughters you and tears off your head." The previously disadvantaged Tian Xuan Lei Ho had now closed in on Damoto, reaching out with a claw, intending to grab him. At this moment, Yu Heng and Lucid were extremely anxious. Jade Balance let out a loud shout, leaping forward in an attempt to block the Frost Thunder Howl. Lucid followed closely behind. However, just as they were about to make their move, Zhou Luo had already stepped in front of them without anyone knowing when. "Want to retreat before the fight is over? What do you take me for, a punching bag?" Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh, and the Tai sword in his hand instantly drew a streak of swordlight, slashing straight at the two. "Damn it!" Yu Heng's face turned grim as he raised his long-handled battle blade to block, while Lucid also swung his black flame greatsword with a dark expression. The two joined forces to fend off the sword's light. At the same time, the Frost Thunder Howl had had completed its move. It firmly grasped the weakened and nearly powerless Damoto. Without hesitation, he used his other hand to remove its head. Corroded by the glazed holy water, the body's strength greatly diminished, coupled with the realm aura falling below the forbidden realm. Damoto was completely powerless to resist. He could only stare in extreme terror, watching his vision gradually rise and finally fall into darkness. One of the 12 guardians of the Lotus sect, Dharmadatta, who successfully broke through the fourth shackle, has now fallen. Seeing this, Yu Hong and Lucid gradually showed despair in their eyes. When facing Zhou Luo, they already felt overwhelmed, and had been relying on Dharmadatta to defeat the Frost Thunder Howl and come to their aid, barely managing to hold on until now. However, the Dharmato they had pinned their hopes on had already been slain. How ironic, he kept proclaiming he would take the head of the Frost Thunder Howl, but now his own head has been taken, dying completely. With Dharmato dead, their fate was already sealed. Next, it's your turn. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, his tone as cold and sinister as a soul-reaping ghost from the depths of the underworld. Yu Hong and Lucid turned pale upon hearing this. The two struck together, launching their final gamble. But in front of Zhou Luo, they posed no threat. Without the need to focus on controlling the glazed holy water, Zhou Luo was completely unleashed. With just a few sword strikes, he ended their lives. Little Ho, well done. Zhou Luo sheathed the Tai sword and smiled as he looked at the nearby Frost Thunder Ho. Hee, big brother, what should we do with these 3 corpses? They still have spiritual treasures inside them. Should I extract them all? Frost Thunder Ho scratched his head and asked. Extract it, let me see what it is. Tianquan Lei Ho immediately started with Yu Hong, extracting all the foundational spiritual treasures remaining in the 3 people's bodies. However, the result greatly disappointed Zhou Luo and Tianquan Lei Ho. Trash-grade spiritual treasure, trash-grade spiritual treasure, and again trash-grade spiritual treasure. Tianquan Lei Ho counted the spiritual treasures before him, his face full of disappointment. The spiritual treasures used by Yu Hang and Lucid to forge their foundations turned out to be nothing but inferior goods. In the depths of space, such spiritual treasures are very common, even less valuable than the azure dragon bone gold previously extracted from Augustus. Only on Damoto, the purple nether iron sand extracted from the 4 spiritual treasures was somewhat decent, belonging to the same level as the azure dragon bone gold. The effects of these two complement each other. The celestial azure dragon bone gold primarily enhances physical strength, while the violet nether iron sand can imbue the spiritual energy used with the fierce and domineering violet nether aura. Little Hosey, this violet nether iron sand is yours. Zhou Luo made a decisive decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he also took out the celestial azure dragon bone gold. This celestial azure dragon bone gold is yours too. Consider it the spiritual treasure for forging your first 2 foundational roots. Tianquan Thunder Ho was instantly stunned, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Big brother, such precious treasures, you're giving them all to me? Sky azure dragon bone gold and purple nether iron sand, although not as good as the Kunlun dragon vein and blood jade marrow, are already considered top tier among spiritual treasures. Otherwise, when Dharmadara broke through the 4 shackles, there wouldn't have been only 1 piece of purple nether iron sand among the 4 foundations he forged. Spiritual treasures are extremely rare and precious in deep space. Take it. Why are you being so polite with me? Zhou Luo rolled his eyes at him and, without waiting for the other party to refuse, directly placed the azure dragon bone gold into the hands of the Frost Thunder Hull. The Frost Thunder Hull was moved to tears and bowed deeply to Zhou Luo. He understood the preciousness of these 2 spiritual treasures. Ordinary shackled realm experts often went to great lengths to obtain spiritual treasures for foundation building. Characters of great influence like Yu Hang and Lucid can only use lower grade spiritual treasures to forge their foundation, which shows the rarity of these 2 treasures. Big brother can unhesitatingly give these 2 superior spiritual treasures to me, proving his genuine and deep affection. Alright, you stay here and forge the first foundation. I'll go explore the other small islands in this sea area, collect those heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and prepare to break through the second shackle. After instructing Tian Xuan Lei Ho, Zhou Luo directly left the central island. Previously, on the first island, he had already collected 13 pieces of heavenly treasures, which was enough to show the abundance of resources in this advanced secret realm. Standing in the sky above the central island, he looked around and could clearly see no fewer than 3 islands. If he were to collect all the resources from these islands, it might help him successfully break through the second shackle. When Tian Xuan Lei Ho saw Zhou Luo leave, it immediately sat down and took out the sky blue dragon bone gold to forge the first foundational spiritual treasure. When Zhou Luo returned, the sky blue dragon bone gold had already been completely refined by Tian Xuan Lei Ho. The first foundation was firmly forged. The already formidable Beast King body was now further strengthened by the sky blue dragon bone gold, becoming even more terrifying. He casually took a step forward, and if he didn't deliberately restrain his strength, the ground would instantly crack like a spider web. No wonder it's a superior spiritual treasure. The effect is truly excellent. Tianquan Lei Ho joyfully jumped a few times in place, causing the entire island to start trembling slightly. Hey, Stop jumping, or the island might collapse. Zhou Luo laughed and cursed, then began to tally up the harvest this time. Collected 36 ordinary heavenly treasures, along with 6 high-grade heavenly treasures, which are extremely helpful for breakthroughs in the shackles realm. Consuming these will be enough for me to break through the second shackle. After finishing the organization, Zhou Luo prepared to begin refining. Little Hosey, help me guard. Tianxuan Lei Ho quickly responded. Above the deep space, inside the Tianjin Crusader battleship, Lookard is dead. In the conference room, Maxim had just received the news, his face darkened. Yu Hong has also fallen. Qing Mingzi's expression was equally grim, his tone filled with intense killing intent. Only Garrosh sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, trying to sense Damodar's presence. For a long time, there was still no sign of life. Darmato has actually fallen. Garrosh suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. As for the fall of Yu Hong and Lukid, he didn't find it surprising. After all, they were merely powerhouses who had just broken through the first shackle. But Darmadea is one of the 12 guardians of the Lotus sect, a powerful figure who has broken through 4 chains of restraint. Before departing, he specifically instructed Darmadea to remain hidden in the shadows and strike at the opportune moment. But unexpectedly, Darmadea still ended up falling. The natives on Blue Star are this powerful? They actually managed to kill 2 of my Lotus sect disciples in succession, one of whom was even a guardian. Garrosh suddenly stood up and slammed his palm heavily on the conference table made of special alloy, burning with rage. He had originally thought that the natives of Blue Star posed no threat at all. After all, 2,000 years ago, when the Lotus sect launched a massive invasion of Blue Star, they had already witnessed the strength of its natives. But now, he realized he was completely wrong. I don't know what changes occurred within Blue Star, but the natives there were actually able to consecutively kill Tivity and Damodar. Not only that, they also wiped out the forces of the Luofu Palace and the Heavenly Embers Crusade. Such strength is completely unlike a Blue Star where spiritual energy has only recently revived. He almost doubted whether his memory was faulty, wondering if the claim of Blue Star's severed path to immortality was untrue and spiritual energy had been present for the past 2,000 years. Garrosh, calm down first. Maxim spoke up to remind him. Now that things had come to this, he didn't want to lose another expensive table. Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? Garrosh slammed his palm down again in anger. The conference table, after enduring 2 heavy blows in succession, let out a mournful creak before shattering into pieces all over the floor. Maxim helplessly looked at Garrosh, his eyes full of unspoken words. When will you ever change your bad temper? The person is already dead. What's the point of venting? Why not think more about how to deal with that native? Suddenly, the conference room door was knocked on. A member of the Ashen Crusade walked in and whispered a few words in Maxim's ear. Maxim's face immediately lit up with joy. What's the matter, Maxim? Did you receive some good news? Why not share it with us? Qing Mingzi noticed this and asked with a slight frown. Garrosh's gaze also turned to Maxim. Good news, you too. Maxim beamed with a faint smile and said, just now, the weakening process of the absolute heaven sealing effect has somehow accelerated significantly. Now, our people can descend to Blue Star, and as long as they are within the shackles realm, their strength will no longer be restricted. However, since the absolute heaven sealing effect has not completely dissipated, we can't send too many people at once. Garrosh and Chang Mingzi's expressions brightened. That's enough. Garrosh sneered, a cold look appearing on his face. What does limiting the number of people matter? As long as the realm isn't restricted, the Blue Star natives are as good as ours. How about the 2 of you take this opportunity to join forces again and deal with that powerful native first? Garrosh's cold gaze swept toward Cheng Mingzi and Maxim. Of course, my Luo Fuhal plans to first send out a disciple at the 3rd stage of the Shackles realm. What about you too? Qing Mingzi readily agreed. Our legion is also willing to send out a legion commander at the 3rd stage of the Shackles realm. Maxim spoke slowly, then turned to Garrosh. What does your Lotus sect plan to do? Darmato is dead, so I will naturally avenge him. Garrosh's tone was filled with intense killing intent. We must crush the native completely, grind his bones to dust, and leave him no chance to turn the tables. This time, our Lotus sect will still send out a powerhouse at the 4th level of the Shackles realm, one of the 12 protectors. There's no time to lose, you two, let's move. With that, Garrosh's figure vanished without a trace. Blue Star, within the borders of the Great Xia. In the Eastern Front command room under construction by the Blue Star Federation, Shui Lingfei stood, his gaze heavy as he stared intently at the radar screen before him. In the deep space, what exactly are these sudden energy fluctuations? He frowned deeply, a vague sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Several satellites on the outskirts of Blue Star simultaneously detected multiple powerful energy fluctuations. It was as if something was hurtling toward Blue Star at an incredible speed. Could it be an extraterrestrial force? No, it shouldn't be. General Zhou said that the true arrival of the extraterrestrial force would be 2 days later. But if it's not an extraterrestrial force, then what else could it be? Shui Lingfei pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to inform Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu, who were stationed in the south and north. The entire Blue Star Federation Federation immediately entered a state of high alert. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, 3 extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared. They happened to be directly above the Ganges continent. The moment these 3 auras abruptly emerged, Chui Lingfei and the others immediately sensed something unusual. Could these really be shackled realm experts from an extraterrestrial force? Chui Lingfei stared at the images transmitted by the high-resolution satellite, where 3 men, dressed distinctly different from Blue Star inhabitants, were hovering 10,000 meters above the Hengi continent. Just from the images on the screen, Chui Lingfei could feel an intense sense of oppression. One of them suddenly turned his gaze in the direction of the satellite. Then, Chui Lingfei saw him point into the air. In the depths of space, the high-precision satellite orbiting the blue planet suddenly exploded. The screen immediately cut off. This method is just too terrifying. Chui Lingfei's face was full of shock. Able to sense the presence of the satellite and destroy it in one strike from such a great distance, this is a capability even he himself cannot achieve. It must be a shackled realm expert from an extraterrestrial force. The situation is dire. Immediately activate Red Alert. Chui Lingfei did not hesitate and immediately contacted the Blue Star Federation's General Command. Above the Ganges continent, the bug has been dealt with. Yuan Che, the steward from Luofu Hall, slowly withdrew his right hand, his tone indifferent. So this is the Blue Star that the Lotus sect has coveted for thousands of years? The spiritual energy here is indeed abundant, but it is far inferior to the place where our Lotus sect resides. Mandala Flame, who ranks alongside Dharmato among the 12 protectors, took a deep breath, his gaze filled with curiosity. With the sparse spiritual energy of Blue Star alone, it would never be enough to make us covet it for thousands of years. The key lies in that supreme treasure of the universe. Legion Commander Rek let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with greed. Upon hearing the words supreme treasure of the universe, Yuan Che and Manduo Yan's breathing immediately quickened. That treasure is precisely the supreme artifact capable of forging the ultimate golden core. Whoever possesses it all can become a dominant ruler of the entire deep space. Enough idle talk, let's first find the location of the native that Master mentioned. Yuan Che narrowed his eyes slightly, his figure swiftly descending. The other two, seeing this, also manipulated their spiritual energy and rapidly descended toward the Hengi continent. The 3 finally arrived at the Hengi continent. Now that the effects of the absolute separation of heaven and earth have weakened, no longer limiting our strength, the natives must have already hidden themselves upon knowing of our arrival. There are too many people here. Where do we even start looking? Yuan Che glanced around, his tone betraying impatience. Finding someone is already troublesome, let alone on this densely populated land, which is enough to give one a headache. This is simple. Manduo Yan's lips curled into a faint cold smile. He raised his right hand and directly pulled a curious man from the Ganges country, who was observing them from afar, to his front. Speak, where is the most powerful force around here? Manduo Yan grabbed the man's neck, applying just enough pressure to threaten breaking it. A wave of deathly fear surged through the man's heart, and he trembled as he replied, It's Paluo Tian. They're in that temple up ahead. Before he could finish speaking, Manduo Yan flung him forcefully into the distance. He crashed heavily to the ground and passed out. This scene frightened the surrounding crowd into retreating. Originally curious and observing the 3 of Mantua Yan, they now all showed expressions of terror. The figures of the 3 of Mantua Yan instantly disappeared. Shortly after, they arrived at the Temple of Bulution in this place. The abbot trembled all over, kneeling on the ground, as humble as dust, not daring to lift his head to look at Mander Flame. All around, there were nothing but the corpses of his companions. Tell me, who is the most powerful person on this planet? Mander Flame stood before the abbot, looking down coldly, his voice icy. The strongest is someone from the Blue Star Federation, named Zhou Luo. The abbot's voice trembled as he hurriedly spoke, as if a moment's delay would result in being slapped to death. Previously, Zhou Luo had mentioned that an extraterrestrial force was about to descend, but Burrow Heaven had never believed it. Yet at this moment, his heart was filled with deep regret. These 3 people in front of me are simply devils. Their immense strength instantly killed the strongest person in their own camp with just one move. There was absolutely no chance to fight back. What is his cultivation level? Manduo Yan continued to ask. I had only heard before that he had already surpassed the Forbidden Realm. As for his current situation, I'm not too sure, the abbot hurriedly replied. Seemingly worried that his answer might not satisfy Manduo Yan, he immediately prostrated himself before Manduo Yan. Very well, that should be him. Manduo Yan nodded in satisfaction. As long as the faction to which that native belongs is found, it won't be difficult to locate him. If Zhou Luo keeps hiding and refuses to come out, then the force known as the Blue Star Federation will be completely crushed and destroyed. He doesn't believe Zhou Luo can endure until the very end. Afterward, Mantua Yan inquired with the abbot about the exact location of the Blue Star Federation. The abbot, already terrified, naturally revealed everything he knew. Let's go, the 2 of you. Let's head to the Blue Star Federation and see what's going on. Manduo Yan looked at Yuan Che and Lake and said, There's no time to lose, let's go. The 2 had no no objections. The three figures instantly disappeared from the temple. Only the abbot remained lying on the ground for a while. When he raised his head, he found they had already gone far away. He hurriedly got up and screamed as he rushed out of the temple. It was midday, the scorching sun blazed overhead, making it hard for people to keep their eyes open. The previously calm skies of the Blue Star Federation suddenly revealed three figures. The moment the three figures appeared, an immensely powerful aura swiftly enveloped the entire Blue Star Federation. Everyone within the Federation at this moment feels an overwhelming sense of oppression, suffocating and unbearable. Chui Lingfei, Lu Feiyu, and Gu Qianhua also immediately sensed that something was wrong. Just as they were about to leave the command room, they heard an angry shout from the sky. "Where is Zhou Luo? Get out here for me." This shout contained a trace of spiritual power from the mandala flame. Throughout the Blue Star Federation, those with lower cultivation levels felt their internal organs shaken uncomfortably. The more severe cases directly spat out 3 liters of fresh blood. Chui Lingfei, Gu Qianhua, and Lu Feiyu's faces suddenly changed. This day has finally arrived. Inside the Blood Sea's secret realm, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged, surrounded by blood energy. The heavenly materials and treasures collected in the secret realm had all been completely consumed. His cultivation level successfully broke through the second shackle as he wished. At this moment, he is refining the blood-colored jade marrow, forging the second foundation. The frost thunder howl is guarding by his side. The blood energy surrounding Zhou Luo's body is gradually being drawn back into him. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. A surge of overwhelming blood-colored aura, centered on him, instantly filled the entire Blood Sea's secret realm. Zhou Luo's eyes slowly opened. The second foundation, it's a success. A trace of joy flashed through his heart. The surprise brought by the blood-colored chalcedony far exceeded expectations. The Kunlun dragon vein enhanced his physical strength and infused a trace of dragon vein energy into his spiritual aura. However, the blood-colored chalcedony was slightly different. In addition to the usual enhancement of physical constitution and strength, it also granted him a brand new ability, control over blood. Anyone whose realm is lower than Zhou Luo can have their blood controlled by him. With just a single thought, he can make their blood explode, leading to certain death. Even when facing opponents of the same realm or fighting across levels, as long as he can injure the opponent, he can manipulate their blood flow, causing physical and mental chaos. The opponent must divert a portion of their focus to stabilize their blood, or they will likewise die from an exploded body. This ability is truly terrifying. No wonder it's a peerless spiritual treasure. Its power is probably unmatched by 100 ordinary spiritual treasures, Zhou Luo said, his face full of joy. With this ability, his strength has greatly increased, a true leap forward. From now on, even if a third path expert of the Shackles realm stands before him, they won't be able to stir up trouble easily. Even if a powerhouse at the 4th stage of the Shackles realm attacks, Zhou Luo is confident he can kill them. Big brother, you've already come out of seclusion? Tianchuan Leiho saw Zhou Luo awaken and couldn't help but curiously approach to ask. He could sense that the aura within Zhou Luo's body was much stronger than before. That's right, I've already broken through the second shackle, and the foundation has been established. Zhou Luo nodded, then stood up from the ground. Let's go, it's time to leave the secret realm and return to the Blue Star Federation. Tianchuan Leiho immediately nodded in response, and the two quickly flew toward the exit of the secret realm. Since the roar of Manduo flame echoed, the entire Blue Star Federation has been shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and unease. Everyone looked up at the three figures in the sky, their eyes filled with a trace of fear. That roar completely revealed the strength of Mantua Yen and the others. Above the Forbidden Realm are the powerhouses of the Shackles realm. With just the cultivation of the Forbidden Realm, it would be absolutely impossible to shake the entire Blue Star Federation with a single roar. What's more, these people are probably far from being ordinary Shackled realm experts. In the distance, three other figures were flying toward Mandala Flame and the others. They were none other than Chui Lingfei and his companions. 3 ants from the Forbidden Realm. Mandala Flame sized up Chui Lingfei and his companions, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. But considering this planet, they're not too bad. Chui Lingfei and the other two flew forward. Manduo Yen spoke indifferently. You must be Zhou Luo's subordinates, right? Tell me where Zhou Luo is hiding, and I will spare your lives today. Chui Lingfei put on a flattering expression. As long as you are willing to spare our lives, I will immediately take you 3 to find Zhou Luo. Oh, so obedient? I thought you would struggle a bit. Manduo Yen raised an eyebrow, but this works too, saves me the trouble. Lead the way. Please follow us. Lu Feiyu immediately nodded, taking the lead and guiding the group as they flew toward the northwest of Daxia. Soon, they arrived above a vast desert. This is the most famous desert within the Great Xia territory, vast in area and desolate for thousands of kilometers. Arriving at the center of the desert, the three of Chui Lingfei suddenly stopped in their tracks. Lu Feiyu stepped forward and pointed to a dilapidated building on the desert ground. Zhou Luo is hiding there. Please, the 3 of you. With that, he descended toward the ruins together with Chui Lingfei and Gu Qianhua. Manduo Yen saw this and slowly descended. However, just as they followed Chui Lingfei and the others into into the building. In the distant sky, a massive nuclear warhead known as the Rod of God was rapidly flying toward the ruins. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach the sky above, and Lu Feiyu, who led Mantuayen and the other two into the ruins, grabbed Shui Lingfei and Gu Qianhua beside him at this moment, fully activating the black wings on his back and speeding away into the distance at supersonic speed. Oof, such a petty trick. Mantuayen let out a cold laugh, then reached out a large hand toward the Rod of God in the sky. A nuclear warhead capable of destroying an entire landmass was actually crushed by his palm in midair. Even more strangely, it seemed that under the influence of the Mander flame, the energy of the explosion gradually diminished and eventually vanished without a trace. I thought you understood your insignificance, but I didn't expect you to dare bite back. Truly courting death. Run? Do you think you can escape? The Mander flame extended his left hand again, reaching toward the direction where Lu Feiyu and the other two were fleeing. They had already flown hundreds of kilometers away, but were caught by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, they were brought back before Mantuayen. One last chance, tell me where Zhou Luo is. If you don't speak, I will take you back and, right in front of you, massacre every city of your so-called Blue Star Federation. I want you to witness your people dying one by one before your eyes. Manduoyen's tone was utterly cold. The killing intent in his words was enough to terrify and break the hearts of awakeners below the taboo realm. However, there was not a trace of fear on the faces of Chui Lingfei and the other two. Instead, the corners of the three people's mouths simultaneously curved slightly. Do you think these are the only tricks we have? Chui Lingfei sneered, and two small black spheres suddenly appeared in his hand. If Zhou Luo were present, he would immediately recognize that these were the Eyes of Death he had previously confiscated from Stellar Corporation. The Eye of Death had just appeared when it suddenly exploded. The power of two Eyes of Death could completely rival that of a true Rod of God, with the explosion nearly covering the entire desert. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky from the desert. The entire Blue Star seemed to witness the black smoke cloud carrying a sense of destruction at this moment. On the Antarctic continent, Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Leiho, who had just left the Blood Sea secret realm, also saw the black cloud symbolizing destruction at this moment. Zhou Luo frowned slightly, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Has something happened to the Federation? The towering mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, but a large amount of dust still swirled in the sky, lingering for a long time. The entire desert was almost covered by the thick cloud formed by the smoke and dust, with not a single ray of light penetrating through. As for the center of the explosion, the ruins had long vanished, leaving only a massive crater. Three figures stood upright. The scars on their bodies, whether large or small, were clearly visible. It was precisely Mantuayen, Yuan Che, and like. At this moment, their faces all revealed a cold killing intent. Pointless struggle, why bother? Manduoyen walked forward slowly, staring at the dazed Chui Lingfei and the others, with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. You're so damn stubborn, all of you. Chui Lingfei saw this and showed no fear on his face. Instead, he angrily rebuked, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Manduoyen, wishing the earlier explosion had completely killed him. Is this the power beyond the Forbidden Realm? Truly terrifying. Gu Qianhua spat out a mouthful of old blood, his expression full of unwillingness. When the three of Manduoyen descended upon Blue Star, they had already devised this plan, because they knew that with their own strength, trying to oppose the three of Manduoyen would be as easy as crushing an ant. The gap between the Forbidden Realm and the Shackles realm is truly vast, especially when facing a top-tier powerhouse like Manduoyen, who has long broken through the first shackle. Therefore, they could only pin their hopes on nuclear weapons. The Rod of God was their first plan. But who would have thought that the Rod of God hadn't even flown over before being easily crushed in midair by Mander Flame? Forced into a corner, they had no choice but to activate the Eye of Death. They didn't expect the Eye of Death to kill Mander Flame and the other two. As long as it could seriously injure them, the mission would be considered complete, because Zhou Luo was still there. As long as it can weaken the strength of the three Manduo Flame members enough for Zhou Luo to kill them, their sacrifice will have meaning. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. Two full Eyes of Death only caused insignificant injuries to the three Manduo Flame members, far from reaching the level of serious harm. Such injuries will likely recover quickly. I offer you a way out, yet you fail to cherish it. Manduoyen slowly raised his right hand, and a palm-sized Vajra bell suddenly appeared in his grasp. In that case, go and die. He was about to activate the Vajra bell to take the lives of the three, but at this moment, Yuan Che suddenly frowned, his gaze directed into the distance. Someone's coming. Manduoyen, hearing this, also turned his gaze toward the distance. A moment later, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It seems that native has arrived. It seems you three still have some use. The exhausted Chui Lingfei and the other two showed a look of despair upon hearing this. We shouldn't have come. We shouldn't have come. Lu Feiyu's face darkened, and he couldn't help but mutter softly. If their plan had caused serious injuries to the three of Mantuayen, he naturally wouldn't be so flustered. The key is that after the explosion, the three of them, Mantuayen, were only slightly injured. As for Zhou Luo's strength, they are also aware that it is merely the first stage of the Shackles realm. If he were to truly face Manhwa and the other two, the odds would likely be against him. Blue Star, is it ultimately going to fall into the hands of this group of people? Gu Qianhua sighed, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Zhou Luo's talent was something he understood well. As long as he was given some time, breaking through the second and third shackles was only a matter of time. But for now, it was still too early. Cui Lingfei suddenly took a deep breath and roared angrily into the distance. General Zhou, run. This roar was like piercing clouds and splitting rocks, rushing straight to the sky. Futile struggle. Manduo Yan's face suddenly turned cold. The Vajra bell in his hand swung fiercely, aiming straight at Cui Lingfei's head. Just as the Vajra bell was about to hit its target, a black gold sword flew in from the horizon, striking the bell fiercely and sending it back into Mandala Flame's hand. In front of Mandala Flame, a figure suddenly appeared, tightly gripping the black gold sword. General Zhou. Seeing Zhou Luo before them, Cui Lingfei and the others were instantly choked with emotion, unable to speak. The second stage of the Shackles realm does indeed have some strength. No wonder you were able to repeatedly kill our people. Manduo Yan examined Zhou Luo, and after recognizing his realm, there was a hint of surprise in her tone. I didn't expect this world, which has just recovered its spiritual energy, to nurture a powerhouse who broke through the second stage of the Shackles realm in such a short time. Truly unexpected. Yuan Che's voice also carried traces of shock. Originally, he thought that Zhou Luo's strength was at most the first stage of the Shackles realm. Unexpectedly, he had already broken through to the second stage. This speed was truly astonishing. Heh, what a pity for your talent. Today, you will meet your end here. Manduo narrowed his fiery eyes slightly, his tone full of regret, but the killing intent in his gaze did not diminish in the slightest. A genius of this level must not be allowed to grow. He must be strangled in the cradle. Enough talk, kill him, and then we can discuss how to divide the land of this planet. Lake was no longer in the mood to say more, and the pressure of the third level of the Shackles realm erupted instantly. This powerful aura immediately pressed toward Zhou Luo and the others. In an instant, Cui Lingfei and the other two felt their breathing grow increasingly difficult. You all retreat first, leave this to me. Zhou Luo's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. The three of Cui Lingfei responded and retreated. Though unwilling in their hearts, they understood that staying would only burden Zhou Luo. The Frost Thunder Howl also rushed over quickly. There's also a beast of the Shackles realm? Humph, no wonder it could kill Darmato Protector. Upon seeing the Frost Thunder Howl, Mandara Flame's expression slightly changed. It must be noted that exotic beasts like the Frost Thunder Howl were personally sent to Blue Star by the Lotus Sect. Yet unexpectedly, this move ended up causing the death of one of the 12 protectors of the Lotus Sect. Really suffered a big loss. Just 2 ants. Yuan Che raised one hand, and a flying sword shot out from the sheath on his back, circling around him as if it had a life of its own. Both of you, don't waste time. Kill them quickly, or delays will lead to complications. Yuan Che activated the spell, and the flying sword instantly erupted with a white blade of light, thrusting straight toward Zhou Luo. Reich and Manduo Yan, seeing this, also launched their attacks simultaneously. 3 immensely destructive attacks surged toward Zhou Luo together. Zhou Luo's expression hardened as he summoned the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc, blocking all 3 attacks. Facing the 3 of Mantua Yan, although the pressure was considerable, Zhou Luo still had confidence. Zhou Luo's gaze fell on the wounds on the 3 of them caused by the explosion of the Eye of Death. The corners of his mouth lifted into a slight smile. Who said the Eye of Death was useless? This trick is so effective. You should know, he had just refined the blood-colored jade marrow, and the ability granted by the blood-colored jade marrow is the manipulation of blood. Whether it's the enemy's or his own, he can control it at will. If it weren't for Cui Lingfei and the others using the Eye of Death to injure the 3 of Mantua Yan earlier, it would indeed have been difficult for him to make them suffer. Now, there is nothing for him to worry about. Zhou Luo channeled all his spiritual energy, and blood-colored light gradually appeared on his hands. The 3 of Mantua Yan suddenly felt their blood and energy surging wildly, as if it was about to burst out of their bodies. Not good. What kind of bizarre trick is this? The 3 of them immediately turned pale, quickly diverting a portion of their focus to forcibly suppress the turbulence of their internal energy and blood. But just as they were distracted, trying to restrain the raging blood within, a cold, white sword light had already flashed before their eyes. Manduo Yan swiftly threw the Vajra bell, blocking the sword light. However, in the next moment, Zhou Luo's figure had somehow appeared beside him, slashing directly at his throat with a sword. Distracted, Manduo Yan was completely unprepared for this strike. At the critical moment, Yuan Che activated his flying sword, forcibly deflecting Zhou Luo's sword attack, saving Manduo Yan. This native is not simple. Let's attack together and give him no chance. Yuan Che let out a low shout, and the flying sword traced countless sword shadows in the air, slashing toward Zhou Luo like a sudden storm. Manduo Yan, and like hearing the call, did not hesitate and attacked simultaneously, with the Vajra bell and the giant sword both targeting Zhou Luo. Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not retreat but raised his sword to counterattack. The Frost Thunder Howl also joined the fray, unleashing countless streams of frosty energy from bizarre angles, blasting toward Manduo Yan and the other two. In an instant, instant, the sky above the desert turned into a forbidden zone. Even the residual waves from the battle were enough to cause the immediate demise of awakeners below the forbidden realm. The two sides fought fiercely for a full hour, before the battle gradually subsided. At this moment, the three of Mutation were covered in wounds. On Zhou Luo's side, his condition was not great either. At that moment, both he and the Frost Thunder Hull had various injuries of different sizes, but compared to the three of Mutation, they were clearly in much better shape. Damn it, why is this native so troublesome? The three of us joined forces, yet we still can't take him down? Yuan Che gritted his teeth, his eyes full of shock. A native who has only broken through the second shackle can actually hold his own against them, and even surpass him. Manduo-yen and Lake's expressions were extremely grim. He possesses an extremely peculiar power. Every time we clash, I can feel my blood and energy surging within. If I don't focus on suppressing it, I might explode on the spot. Lake stared intently at the blood-colored aura surging around Zhou Luo's hands, his eyes full of vigilance. This kid definitely has a supreme treasure hidden on him. We must kill him and seize that thing. Manduo-yen's eyes flickered, and the Vajra bell in his hand suddenly flew into the air, radiating golden light. Although I don't know what you're hiding, the gap between the second and fourth levels of the Shackles realm is not something any treasure can make up for. He shouted loudly, and the Vajra bell suddenly rang. Waves of melodies capable of piercing through everything spread in all directions. The Tianshuang Thunder Hull closest to the mandala flame bore the brunt, feeling a sudden swelling pain in its head and intense vibrations in its eardrums, as if they were about to burst at any moment. Little Howl, come in quickly. Zhou Luo promptly activated the 8 trigrams heaven formation, pulling the Tianshuan Thunder Howl into the formation to prevent it from being injured. The melody was instantly repelled upon touching the 8 trigrams heaven formation, but the next wave of sound waves quickly struck again. Wave after wave, Zhou Luo could clearly feel that the Bagua Yantian formation was about to collapse. Yuan Che and Lei Ke gathered spiritual energy to block their eardrums, avoiding the impact. Do you think you're the only one with magical treasures? Zhou Luo realized that dragging it out would only lead to greater losses, so he immediately went all out. A phantom of Mount Tai appeared behind him, and his hands moved simultaneously. A torrent of molten lava and 9 nether cold essence poured down like 2 waterfalls. The Tai sword in his hand unleashed a wisp of ethereal sword light. Silently and without a sound, a drop of crystal holy water was rapidly flying toward the three. Multiple attacks were launched simultaneously, causing the colors of heaven and earth to change abruptly. The faces of the three from Manderflame changed drastically. How does this kid have so many tricks? Yuan Che cursed angrily and immediately pushed the flying sword to its limit, slashing countless sword shadows ahead in an effort to block the attack. Rek and Manduo-Flame were not to be outdone, each displaying their own techniques. Exerting almost all their strength, they finally managed to stop Zhou Luo's wave of offensive. The secretly flying glazed holy water was also shattered by Manduo-Flame's Vajra bell. Kid, today is the day you die. Manduo-Yen glared at Zhou Luo, shouting angrily. He had never encountered someone who broke through 2 shackles and was still so troublesome. You managed to withstand my attack, which is quite impressive. At this moment, Zhou Luo's face bore a chilling smile. His gaze swept over the three of them as he slowly spoke. But can you still suppress the blood and energy within your bodies now? The expressions of the three from Manduo-Flame changed drastically. In the next moment, the blood-colored aura in Zhou Luo's hand reappeared. However, this time it was even more intense than before. The three of Mantua-Flame only felt the sudden agitation and rampage of their blood and energy, as if it was about to burst out of their bodies at any moment. They exerted all their strength but could only barely suppress a small portion. Rek was the first to lose control, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering all over the ground. Following that, Yuan Che met the same fate, blood spilling from his mouth. What's going on? The blood that was already difficult to suppress was now forcibly drawn out of their bodies. Yuan Che and Lake instantly realized that the blood within them had spiraled out of control. 2 explosive sounds echoed in the desert skies. The bodies of both of them burst apart directly. Manduo-Yen watched the scene before her, a deep fear flashing in her eyes. You're next, you old bald donkey. Zhou Luo's gaze slowly shifted to Manduo-Yen. That voice, like the whisper of death by the ear, slowly emerged from his mouth. Manduo-Yen's face gradually showed a look of fear. He extended his right hand, intending to activate the Vajra bell. However, at the moment of his movement, a blood-colored aura surged once again in Zhou Luo's hand. Tiny beads of blood slowly seeped out from the surface of Manduo-Yen's skin, until blood engulfed his entire body. The last trace of fear lingered in his eyes. A sudden explosion echoed. Manduo-Yen's body, just like Yuan Che and Like, burst apart in midair. The battle had come to an end. While clearing the battlefield, Tian Shuang Lei Ho extracted a high-grade spiritual treasure from Manduo-Yen's corpse, and Zhou Luo let him keep it for himself. Nowadays, high-grade spiritual treasures hold little value for him. After all, according to Gaguzi, several advanced secret realms are set to appear one after another. Zhou Luo's goal is to use peerless spiritual treasures like the Kunlun Dragon Vein and Scarlet Jade Marrow to forge the foundation foundation of his 5 Dao shackles. After all, whether it was the Kunlun Dragon Vein or the Blood Jade Essence, both greatly enhanced his strength. After experiencing the power of peerless spiritual treasures, Zhou Luo was no longer willing to use second-rate ones. He returned to the Blue Star Federation together with Cui Lingfei and others. Zhou Luo went alone to the Kunlun Secret Realm. When the Kunlun Secret Realm ended last time, many heavenly treasures and earthly materials were still left uncollected inside. This time, he plans to gather them one by one to accelerate his cultivation progress. The forces such as the Brahma Lotus sect are about to invade Blue Star. At this critical juncture, Zhou Luo will not overlook any means to enhance his strength. Although he defeated Manhwa and the others, he knew in his heart that these three were no match for the three major forces about to arrive. Time is still too tight. Zhou Luo sighed lightly, then immediately began refining the heavenly treasures he had obtained. The news of Manhwa, Yuan Che, and Lake's deaths unsurprisingly reached their respective forces. Garrosh, Changmingzi, and Maxim crossed the deep space and arrived at the outskirts of Blue Star. Looking at the blue planet before them, the three were filled with shock. What kind of monster has emerged on this blue star? Changmingzi's lips twitched slightly, his tone unable to hide the astonishment. The previous few times could be overlooked. Yusu, Yuzhen, and Yuhong perished on the blue star, and he merely thought their cultivation levels were insufficient. But now, even Yuan Che, an inner disciple under his command, has fallen here, leaving him utterly shocked. Yuan Che was different from those outer disciples with the U prefix. He was a true inner disciple of the Luofu Hall who had broken through the third shackle. Its strength can be considered formidable anywhere, let alone on Blue Star, where spiritual energy has just recovered. But even so, Yuan Che still died on Blue Star, killed by the natives. When he learned of this news, Xingmingzi couldn't believe it. After pausing for a while and reluctantly accepting the reality, he thought Yuan Che was just unlucky, caught in a desperate fight by the native who exchanged life for life. But who would have expected that Garrosh and Maxim would later find him and inform him that Mandu Oyen and Rake had also fallen on Blue Star? And it even happened at the same time. This deeply shocked Changmingzi. It also left Garrosh and Maxim utterly shocked. A Lotus sect protector who broke through the fourth stage of the Shackles realm, along with two strong individuals who broke through the third stage of the Shackles realm, were all slain by that native. Maxim's eyes were fixed on Blue Star, his expression complex. What kind of monster is this native, to have accomplished all this in such a short time? Garrosh's fury was already uncontrollable, his eyes blazing with anger as he said coldly, "We absolutely cannot give him any more chances. In 2 days, when the effects of the Absolute Sky Seal completely weaken, our three factions will dispatch a massive army. At that time, we must go all out to eliminate that native and cut off his path to survival." Changmingzi and Maxim, standing nearby, also nodded silently, expressing strong agreement. In just 1 or 2 months, that Blue Star native has grown from nothing to the point where he can now easily slay experts at the Shackles realm. None of them dared to imagine how terrifying he would become if given a little more time. Since that native could kill all three of Mantuayan's group alone, his cultivation level must have already broken through to the fifth path of the Shackles realm, otherwise, it would have been impossible. Xingmingzi spoke slowly. 2 days from now, we should mobilize all the disciples in the Shackles realm within the sect. We must not hold back. Do either of you have any objections? As his words fell, his gaze shifted to Garrosh and Maxim. A very wise decision. Maxim nodded in agreement. Although that native has broken through 5 shackles, his foundation is extremely unstable, and there aren't many spiritual treasures on Blue Star that can help him establish a solid base. The strength of those among us who have broken through the 5th shackle absolutely surpasses his. When we strike together, his death is certain. That makes sense. Garrosh also took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger in his heart. At this moment, his gaze toward Blue Star was filled with utter desolation. Because of Zhou Luo, his Lotus sect had lost 2 protectors in succession, and cultivating each protector required an enormous amount of resources to succeed. Today, Zhou Luo must die. When the day of deployment arrives, he will surely show the entire Blue Star the true strength of the Lotus sect. Inside the Kunlun secret realm, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a pile of remnants of heavenly treasures that had been completely absorbed. Vast spiritual energy surged within his body. The 5 peaks breathing technique operated at full speed, rapidly converting spiritual energy into cultivation. Several hours later, the spiritual energy within Zhou Luo's body gradually calmed. Cultivation is gradually approaching the realm of breaking the 3rd shackle. He slowly opened his eyes. Still not enough? Looking at the remnants of the heavenly treasures and earthly materials piled around, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. All the uncollected treasures of the entire Kunlun secret realm are piled up here. Despite such enormous expenditure, the cultivation level has only improved to this extent. It's still just a little short of breaking the 3rd shackle. Is there any other way? Zhou Luo got up and began searching within the secret realm. Time is pressing. Relying solely on his own cultivation, it is absolutely impossible to break through the 3rd shackle before the arrival of the extraterrestrial forces army. As for now, he can still still barely fight against a powerhouse like Manhwa, who has broken through the 4th shackle. But if one encounters those top-tier experts who have broken all 5 shackles, they would still be slightly lacking in strength. One must break through the 3rd shackle to contend with them. By the way, Mr. Gigu once said that this advanced secret realm is triggered by the Universal Supreme Treasure. While walking, Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something. That Universal Treasure, isn't it right here in this Kunlun secret realm? Since the advanced secret realm was triggered by it, then if I can activate it again, is there a chance to make the next advanced secret realm appear ahead of time? If the next advanced secret realm can be opened early, Zhou Luo is absolutely confident in breaking through the 3rd shackle. Moreover, if he can find another peerless spiritual treasure in the secret realm to use as a foundation, not to mention dealing with a strong opponent who has broken through 5 shackles, even if there are several, he is confident in handling them. Zhou Luo did not hesitate and flew straight toward the direction of the universal treasure. Before long, he was standing on the stone platform. This energy fluctuation is truly overwhelming. Standing on the stone platform and gazing at the hidden door leading to the secret chamber, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel waves of shock in his heart. Previously, when he came here, he had not yet realized the terrifying power of this force. Now, after breaking through 2 shackles and coming here again to investigate, he truly feels the horror of the universal treasure. Just standing outside the secret chamber, Zhou Luo could faintly sense a subtle unease in his heart. No wonder the first emperor said that if one enters the door before reaching the peak of the shattered realm, they will be directly slain by the universal treasure. Such a treasure is indeed not something that can be controlled by someone at the shackle realm. Afterward, he composed himself and stepped slowly into the dark door, heading deeper into the secret chamber. After entering the secret chamber, looking around, it was still the familiar arrangement. It's just that the dragon vein originally placed in the glazed box on the stone platform has completely disappeared at this moment. How should I activate the treasure of the universe? Standing in front of that special door, Zhou Luo pondered silently. If I rashly open this door, it would definitely be courting death. But if it is not opened, how can this universal treasure be activated? Zhou Luo does not expect himself to have much influence on the universal treasure. As long as it can accelerate the emergence of the advanced secret realm, it will be enough to achieve the goal. No, the aura emitted by this universal treasure actually matches the rhythm of my heartbeat? After standing outside the door for a moment, Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. He discovered that as long as he stayed outside the door, his heartbeat seemed to be drawn by that aura, rhythmically following its pace. Not just the heartbeat, but also it. Zhou Luo tightly closed his eyes, calmly sensing for a while, and then suddenly came to a realization. Following the rhythm of the universal treasure, besides his own heartbeat, was the Kunlun dragon vein within his body. More precisely, it was the universal treasure that first triggered the Kunlun dragon vein, and the affected Kunlun dragon vein then guided Zhou Luo's heartbeat to synchronize. Could it be that there is some kind of connection between the Kunlun dragon vein and this universal treasure? Zhou Luo's brows furrowed slightly. Give it a try. He took a deep breath and began to channel the spiritual energy within him, allowing the power of the Kunlun dragon vein to fill his entire body. Zhou Luo felt his heartbeat becoming increasingly rapid and powerful, stronger than before. Even his ears were left with only the singular sound of his heartbeat. It really works. Zhou Luo's face revealed a look of joy. Immediately afterward, he once again activated the Kunlun dragon vein, drawing the power of the dragon vein out from within his body. A pair of dark golden, illusory dragon eyes slowly appeared behind him. Zhou Luo clearly heard the treasure of the universe behind the door, seemingly trying to communicate with the dragon vein. Moreover, the aura emitted by the treasure of the universe was even stronger than before. The aura seeped out from the secret chamber, flowed along the hidden passage into the lava river, then rose all the way up, crossed the cliff, spread out, and filled the entire Kunlun secret realm. There's a chance. Zhou Luo's spirit was instantly uplifted. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the incantation to open the exit of the Kunlun secret realm. As soon as the exit opened, the aura of the universal treasure unsurprisingly surged toward the exit, passed through the exit and reached the blue star beyond the secret realm. At that moment, everyone on the blue star heard a deafening roar akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. It was as if a certain barrier on the blue star had been completely breached. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth across the blue star suddenly began to surge rapidly. In just a few minutes, the concentration of spiritual energy on blue star skyrocketed dozens of times. Even ordinary people with mediocre talent were pleasantly surprised to find that they could start cultivating and become awakeners. As for those awakeners who already had some talent, they were overjoyed. Relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than before, not at all inferior to consuming rare treasures of heaven and earth. In the Blue Star Federation, Chui Lingfei, Lu Feiyu, and Gu Qianhua were also shocked at this moment that they couldn't speak. What exactly happened? Chui Lingfei arrived in the skies above the Federation, looking around but seeing no signs of anything unusual. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him had clearly increased increased significantly. Could it be the work of General Zhou? Or has the world undergone another transformation? After repeated contemplation, he could only think of these two possibilities. He did not dwell on it for too long. Now that the concentration of spiritual energy had greatly increased, he felt that if he devoted himself fully to cultivation, breaking through the first barrier might only take 1 or 2 days. Thus, he immediately returned to the Federation and began to immerse himself wholeheartedly in cultivation. In the depths of space, within the branches of the Luo Fu Hall, the Brahma Lotus sect, and the Ashen Crusaders, Garrosh, Changmingzi, and Maxim all looked grim at this moment. How is this possible? That is the aura of a universal treasure. Why would it appear at such a critical moment? Boom! Originally meditating calmly in the sanctuary, Garrosh suddenly stood up. This aura was all too familiar to him. It was precisely that universal treasure hidden by the natives of Blue Star, the peerless artifact capable of forging the strongest golden core. At this moment, sensing this aura, logically speaking, Garrosh should have been overjoyed, but his face was filled with solemnity and anger. Damn it, who on earth activated that treasure prematurely? How could the aura have leaked? Garrosh was almost fuming with rage. The three major forces, Brahma Lotus sect, Luofu Hall, and the Heavenly Ash Crusade, simultaneously sensed the aura of the universal treasure and traced it to Blue Star. At first, they did not directly enter Blue Star to search for the treasure. Instead, they joined forces to set up a grand formation around Blue Star, preventing the aura of the universal treasure from leaking out. This treasure of the universe is extremely precious, and once detected by other forces in deep space, it will inevitably lead to a scramble. To avoid an increase in competitors, the three major forces joined forces to set up this grand formation. The grand formation is still operating to this day, but this time, for some reason, the aura emitted by the treasure of the universe is several times stronger than before, causing the aura to penetrate the protective formation and dissipate into the deep void. What on earth happened? Garrosh had no time to investigate the cause. Without hesitation, he swiftly left the sanctuary and sped through the air toward Blue Star. Arriving at the outskirts of Blue Star, Qingmingzi and Maxim also arrived one after another. The expressions of the two were exactly the same as his. All carried anger and disbelief. What exactly happened to that supreme treasure? Why did such a sudden change occur? Qingmingzi crossed his arms, gazing at the Blue Star, his eyes seemingly piercing through all things. Now is not the time to overthink. Maxim's expression was stern as he immediately said, "The three of us should quickly reinforce the grand formation to prevent the treasure's aura from continuing to escape into deep space." He's right, reinforce the formation immediately. Garrosh also understood the reasoning and immediately stepped into the air toward the other side of the formation to strengthen the defenses. The three of them each took a position, forming hand seals as vast spiritual energy surged into the invisible aura shielding formation, gradually reinforcing its protection. A few minutes later, the grand formation finally completely stopped the leakage of the aura of the universal supreme treasure. Only a few traces of the aura that had previously escaped remained, gradually spreading into the endless deep space. The sudden anomaly of the universal supreme treasure must have been triggered by someone in advance. Returning to the side of the two, Qingmingzi spoke calmly. This matter has both advantages and disadvantages. Those few traces of the escaped aura should not be enough to attract other forces to find Blue Star. As long as we closely monitor the grand formation and prevent any aura from leaking out, we can seize the opportunity to enter Blue Star first and compete for this supreme treasure. After listening to Qingmingzi's words, Garrosh and Maxim also revealed a hint of surprise on their faces. The supreme treasure of the universe being prematurely triggered, I suspect it might be the doing of those natives. Garrosh was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. For now, we should focus on how to kill that native. The matter of the supreme treasure can wait. Maxim also nodded in agreement. In 2 days, when the army arrives, we will first join forces to deal with that native and then handle the supreme treasure of the universe. That sounds good. Qingmingzi nodded slightly. Since that's the case, I'll return to the Lotus sect to prepare the candidates for descent. Garrosh left behind a remark and flew straight toward the Lotus sect branch. He had already made up his mind. When the descent occurs, he will lead the remaining 10 guardians of the Lotus sect to descend together. Among these 10 protectors, 9 are all experts at the 4th level of the Shackles realm, while another great protector has even reached the 5th level of the Shackles realm in strength. These 10 are enough to sweep away everything on Blue Star, including that formidable native. Garrosh was full of confidence about this. Qingmingzi and Maxim quickly left as well, returning to their respective factions to begin preparations for the day of descent. Within the Kunlun secret realm, Zhou Luo stood outside the mysterious gate, feeling the aura of the supreme treasure of the universe continuously emanating from within. His face was filled with joy. After such a long time, everything that should have been triggered is probably almost done. Let's go out and take a look, he muttered to himself softly, then quickly left the Kunlun secret realm and ascended to the peak of Kunlun mountain. The spiritual energy is truly astonishingly dense. Just after coming out of the secret realm, Zhou Luo's first impression was that the concentration of spiritual energy around him had reached its peak. It's dozens of times more intense than before. Just standing here, he felt as if he had returned to the spiritual pool on the immortal island. Such pure spiritual energy will surely greatly enhance my cultivation speed. He calmed his mind and began to try operating the 5 Peaks Sutra to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 5 sacred mountains scripture combined with the 9 nether chaos body, both operating at full speed, immediately formed a massive spiritual energy vortex around Zhou Luo. The spiritual energy of the entire Kunlun mountain range continuously converged toward the mountain peak. Zhou Luo's heart trembled. In just a few short hours, he felt a tremendous improvement in his cultivation level. If the original him was at about 60 to 70% of the second stage of the Shackles realm, me too. Now, he has already broken through to 75%. How long has it been? If it were during the time when the spiritual energy was not dense, it would have taken him several days of sitting meditation to achieve such progress. Zhou Luo suppressed his excitement and immediately devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, vowing to seize this opportunity to break through the third shackle in one fell swoop. An endless stream of spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the Kunlun mountains to rapidly diminish. But whenever the aura of the universal treasure spills out from the entrance of the secret realm, the weakened spiritual energy around quickly recovers. The alternation of sun and moon, the cycle of day and night. Soon, time reached the morning of the second day. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and fell upon Zhou Luo, his body seemed to be coated in a layer of gold, suddenly trembling. A powerful aura erupted from within. It was as if some shackles had been unlocked, accompanied by a crisp sound. Third stage of the Shackles realm. Zhou Luo suddenly opened his eyes. An uncontrollable joy emerged in his gaze. This rich spiritual energy truly provides a tremendous boost to cultivation speed. It's almost comparable to continuously consuming heavenly treasures. He felt the surging power within him and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Heading to the Kunlun secret realm to attempt to activate the universal treasure was truly a wise decision. If it weren't for the universal treasure stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he would have had to pin all his hopes on an advanced secret realm to break through the third shackle in just 2 days. Speaking of advanced secret realms, Zhou Luo's heart stirred slightly before calming down again. He looked around and closed his eyes to sense the flow of spiritual energy. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and shook his head, saying, I haven't sensed the presence of a second advanced secret realm. It seems its emergence will require more time. However, a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. But I don't have much time left. There's only 1 day until the arrival of the extraterrestrial forces army. If I can't quickly solidify the foundation of the third shackle, how can I fight against those ancient monsters who have lived for countless years? His gaze suddenly sparkled with a strange brilliance. Perhaps, I can still attempt to invoke the supreme treasure of the universe. Yesterday, with just the aura of the second shackle realm, I was able to make it resonate so intensely. Now that I have broken through the third shackle, won't the effects be even more remarkable? Zhou Luo stepped into the Kunlun secret realm once again, standing before that mysterious door. He felt the heartbeat in his chest, stirred by the supreme treasure of the universe, growing increasingly intense. A trace of decisiveness flashed across Zhou Luo's face. The next moment, he fully activated the Kunlun dragon vein within his body, and a phantom of a dragon's eye suddenly appeared behind him. The overwhelming spiritual energy from the third stage of the Shackles realm elevated the aura of the Kunlun dragon vein to an entirely new level. The phantom of the dragon's eye behind him seemed to solidify, gazing at the black gate ahead as if it were a true dragon. The supreme treasure within the gate seemed to sense it as well. Zhou Luo's heartbeat grew increasingly rapid, until the very end, as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. An immense, boundless, yet desolate and ancient aura erupted from the black gate. It swept across the entire world. This aura first engulfed the entire Kunlun secret realm, then surged out of the secret realm's exit like a flood. All living beings on the blue planet heard a thunderous explosion at this moment. Directly above the Eurasian continent, tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, a massive crack suddenly appeared. Like shattered space, the crack was deep and pitch black, with no end in sight. Like the giant maw of a peerless ferocious beast, anyone daring to take another step forward would be completely devoured. What is that? All the awakened ones of the Blue Star Federation saw that fissure at this moment. Countless curious individuals attempted to ascend to the skies, approaching the fissure to investigate. But when they were still more than 10,000 meters away from the crack, they suddenly felt an extremely violent force, as if it was about to tear them to pieces. Fortunately, they withdrew in time, avoiding the tragedy of being torn apart. This crack is just too terrifying. Everyone stared at the sky in shock. Shui Lingfei, Lu Feiyu, and Gu Qianhua were the same. At this moment, their cultivation had all reached the peak of the Forbidden Realm. They were just one step away from breaking the first shackle. This was entirely thanks to the surge in spiritual energy on Blue Star, which had increased by dozens of times. Otherwise, it would have taken them at least a month to reach their current level. However, after reaching the peak of the Forbidden Realm, they found that the shackled realm above the Forbidden Realm seemed to be separated by an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard they tried, they were always just a step away. This is the gap in talent. Zhou Luo possesses the 9 nether chaos body, breaking through each realm with effortless ease. But it is not the same for them. General Zhou? Such a phenomenon might indicate the emergence of a secret realm. It would be best to inform General Zhou. Lu Feiyu looked at the two and asked. Yesterday, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted, I went to ask Brother Ho. He said General Zhou is currently entering the Kunlun secret realm and is likely in seclusion to break through. Chui Lingfei quickly replied, a trace of urgency flashing across his face. If the emergence of the secret realm is missed, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'll go find Brother Ho right away and have him enter the Kunlun secret realm to inform General Zhou about the secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly flew toward Jiangnan Manor. Black Feather King, then you and I will stay here and see how this secret realm evolves. Gu Qianhua saw this and stayed in place with Lu Feiyu to wait. Inside the Black Gate, Zhou Luo's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Just now, when the universal treasure emitted that vast and ancient aura, he felt his entire body firmly restrained, unable to move. What is the origin of this universal treasure to be so powerful? Zhou Luo stared at the black door with lingering fear. But soon, the fear on his face turned into excitement. Since this treasure possesses such immense power, when he reaches the peak of the shattering realm in the future, opens this black door, and absorbs it into himself, wouldn't his strength rise to an even higher level? But for now, it's better to stay away from this treasure. Zhou Luo shook his head. The feeling of being confined just now was something he absolutely did not want to experience a second time. Immediately, he quickly left the secret chamber and exited the Kunlun secret realm. As soon as he stepped out of the secret realm, Zhou Luo noticed that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was intentionally or unintentionally converging in a certain direction. In the distant sky, a massive rift suddenly tore open. It was exactly the same as the scene when the Blood Sea secret realm was activated before. However, this time the secret realm seems to have caused an even greater commotion than the Blood Sea secret realm. Sure enough, a high-level secret realm has been prematurely triggered to emerge. Zhou Luo's heart was filled with joy. This was exactly the result he had been hoping for. Now that he had broken through the third shackle, he was in need of a spiritual treasure to solidify his foundation. Only by strengthening his foundation could he calmly face the impending army of extraterrestrial forces. Go and take a look. Just as Zhou Luo was about to set off, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. Big brother, you've come out of the Kunlun secret realm? I was just about to look for you. The honest voice of Tian Xuan Lei Ho rang out. In no time, this beast-faced, human-bodied figure arrived beside Zhou Luo. Big brother, another high-level secret realm has appeared. Did you see it? Just as Tian Xuan Lei Ho reached Zhou Luo's side and was about to tell him about the situation with the crack, he suddenly froze. Big brother, you've already broken the third shackle? He stared with his round eyes, his face full of disbelief as he gazed at Zhou Luo. He remembered that when Zhou Luo left Jiangnan Manor, he was still at the second lock realm. In just one day, he directly crossed the third lock? How is anyone else supposed to survive like this? This speed, Tian Xuan Lei Ho swore that even on the ancestral star, it was unheard of and unseen. Just broke through. Zhou Luo didn't say much, instead turning to stare at the crack. Can the secret realm be open now? Not yet. Tian Xuan Lei Ho shook his head and said, there is an extremely violent force around the secret realm. None of us can approach it. It will probably take some time before it can be opened. Let's go take a look first. Zhou Luo did not hesitate and immediately flew toward the direction of the fissure together with Tian Xuan Lei Ho. The two arrived near the secret realm and also saw Chui Lingfei and his group. Chui Lingfei and the others saw Zhou Luo approaching and immediately stepped forward to greet him. At this moment, they also noticed the change in Zhou Luo's cultivation level. General Zhou, you broke through the third shackle so quickly? The three of them looked at Zhou Luo with shocked expressions. However, a trace of a bitter smile quickly appeared on his face. As expected of General Zhou, his speed is too fast for us to even come close. Zhou Luo's terrifying cultivation speed was something they were almost used to. After being shocked so many times, they had become somewhat numb. Comparing oneself to others only leads to frustration. They are still struggling to break through the peak of the Forbidden Realm and step into the first stage of the Shackled Realm. But Zhou Luo had already broken through to the third stage of the Shackled Realm, which was truly astonishing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I'll try to get closer. Zhou Luo walked toward the edge of the fissure, preparing to attempt an approach. He activated the spiritual energy within his body, forming a protective membrane around himself, then flew toward the center of the fissure. However, as soon as he approached the fissure, he immediately felt an extremely violent aura tearing at his body. The protective membrane lasted only a few seconds before being shredded. In a moment of urgency, Zhou Luo quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding injury. This aura is truly domineering. Zhou Luo stared intently at the fissure with a grave expression. He faintly sensed that this secret realm might be even larger than the Bloodsea secret realm. The crack continued to expand, until half an hour later, signs of stopping finally appeared. That violent force has weakened. Zhou Luo carefully observed the crack, his brows slightly furrowed. Subsequently, he once again activated his spiritual energy, covering his entire body with a protective membrane, attempting to approach again. This time, as he neared the crack, he surprisingly discovered that he could pass through the violent force. With just a little effort, he could directly step into the depths of the crack. Seems like I can go in? Zhou Luo, seeing this, turned to the group below, led by Cui Lingfei, and shouted, "You all try to see if you can get closer too." Cui Lingfei and the other two immediately imitated Zhou Luo's approach, enveloping themselves in protective energy before attempting to pass through the violent force to get closer to the fissure. But as soon as they entered the range of the tearing force, their expressions changed drastically, and they retreated explosively in unison. "It's impossible, we can't withstand this force at all." Cui Lingfei's face darkened. Fortunately, he had retreated in time. If he had taken one more step forward, he might have been torn to shreds instantly. Luffy Yu and Gu Qianhua also shook their heads slightly. "General Zhou, it seems this secret realm is not meant for us. Don't worry about us, go ahead." They looked at Zhou Luo, their tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Alright, be careful. I'll come out of the secret realm as soon as possible." Zhou Luo agreed without hesitation. Afterward, he let Tian Shuangleiho try entering the secret realm, and it succeeded as well. "It seems that only those who have reached the Shackles realm can enter this secret realm," Zhou Luo murmured to himself. Without further hesitation, he then stepped into the fissure together with Tian Shuangleiho. The moment he entered, Zhou Luo immediately felt an extremely powerful force violently tearing at his body. "Not good, this is." Zhou Luo's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to mobilize all the spiritual energy within him to forcibly exit the fissure, he instantly noticed something unusual. The force tearing at him now is completely different from the one outside. There is not a trace of violent energy. Instead, it seems to be guiding him in a certain direction. "Little Ho, don't resist." Zhou Luo's heart stirred, and he quickly whispered a reminder to Tian Shuangleiho. Immediately afterward, he himself relaxed, and the spiritual energy within him gradually calmed down. That force grew increasingly powerful, eventually enveloping Zhou Luo entirely. Suddenly, everything went dark, and the light vanished in an instant. When his vision returned, he found himself standing atop an endless sea of sand. Looking down, several cities of varying sizes were scattered across the vast sea of sand, their architectural style ancient and completely different from modern designs. At that moment, the sound of Tian Shuangleiho reached his ears. Zhou Luo turned his head and found that it had also been transported to his side. "This place is..." Zhou Luo looked around and was startled to realize that this world was entirely different from the secret realm he had entered before. The previous Chinan Mountain secret realm and Lishan secret realm, though each formed their own heavens and earth. This current secret realm, however, seems like a real world. Beneath his feet lies rolling yellow sand. He activated his magical eyes, broadening his vision, and gazed into the distance beyond the sea of sand, faintly catching a glimpse of a subtle green. As the words fell, visually estimating the distance, that green expanse was at least tens of thousands of kilometers away, enough to circle the blue star once. "Let's go, let's take a look." Zhou Luo, accompanied by the Frost Thunder Howl, slowly descended toward a city in the sea of sand. As they got closer, he was surprised to find that there were still humans living in this city. The place was filled with ancient buildings in the Grand Xia style, the streets bustling with crowds, and the cries of vendors rising and falling. Fresh white jade spirit fruits, only 5 spirit crystals each, suitable for anyone below the Shackles realm. Postnatal spirit weapons crafted by Xangzhou's Tianbao Pavilion, 30 spirit crystals each, no bargaining. The latest intel on the Zhu family, which, 10 spirit crystals per copy. "My friend, judging by your attire, you must be a disciple of the Lotus sect. Would you like a copy?" A few noisy voices reached Zhou Luo's ears. His pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze locked onto the street corner, and his brows furrowed deeply. That name was extremely familiar. Lotus sect? Could it really be the Lotus sect I'm thinking of? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and, together with Tian Shuangleiho, walked toward the location of the information broker, hiding behind the crowd and carefully observing the 2 monks dressed in robes. 10 spirit crystals are too expensive. I'll only offer 5. Will you sell? One of the monks, with sharp eyes, stared at the vendor and said slowly, "Friend, I'm just doing a small business here. Your Brahma Lotus sect is a prestigious and grand sect. Surely you wouldn't haggle over such a small amount of money, would you?" The vendor immediately became displeased upon hearing this, and his tone turned subtle. "Heh, our Lotus sect is indeed a grand sect, but we're not fools." The monk sneered, "The information about the Zhu family's female demon isn't something only you know. If I seriously investigate, I might be able to uncover the truth myself. I spend spirit crystals to buy information just for convenience. If you're unwilling to sell, I simply won't buy." After saying this, he prepared to leave with his companion. The vendor, seeing this, quickly put on a flattering smile. Hey, don't go. 5 spirit crystals, 5 it is. Can I not make this deal?" The monk, hearing this, turned back with satisfaction. After handing over 5 milky white spirit crystals, the vendor led them to a secluded corner and began whispering something in their ears. Zhou Luo took all of this in. Sure enough, it's the Brahma Lotus sect. His gaze fixed on the two monks as he fell into deep thought. Previously, Mr. Gigyu mentioned that these advanced secret realms are triggered by universal treasures. But why has this advanced secret realm changed so much this time, directly transporting me to the planet where the Lotus sect headquarters is located? Just now, when he heard the words Brahma Lotus sect from the vendor, he immediately understood his situation. At this moment, what puzzled him was what exactly the universal treasure was, that it could so easily transport him to this unfamiliar planet. Could it be because I forcibly activated the universal treasure this time? Then how am I supposed to return? Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel that things were a bit troublesome, but in an instant, his concerns dissipated. In his divine sense, a familiar force suddenly appeared, exactly the same as the gentle pulling force from the rift. Zhou Luo tried to guide it, and immediately felt that the familiar pulling force was ready to envelop him. No, we can't teleport back yet. He quickly stopped, and the pulling force immediately disappeared. Since the universal treasure teleported me here, there must be hidden treasures. Could it be related to that Zhu family she-devil? Zhou Luo's gaze flickered as he looked at the two Lotus sect disciples who had just obtained information from the peddler and were preparing to leave. Perhaps he could extract something from them? Friend, are you also looking for information on that Zhu family she-devil? The peddler, who had walked back over, noticed Zhou Luo staring at him and approached with a cheerful smile. 5 spirit crystals, fair trade for all. My information is the freshest, far better than the outdated news from other vendors. Zhou Luo directly ignored him, leading the Frost Thunder Howl past the vendor and heading in the direction where the two from the Lotus sect had left. Can't even afford 5 spirit crystals, what a pauper. The vendor couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sight, muttering to himself. But the next moment, he suddenly found his view blocked. Looking up, he saw a Qilin beast's head staring straight at him. The Frost Thunder Howl narrowed its eyes slightly, its gaze cold and sinister, as the aura of the first level of the Shackles realm instantly emerged. The vendor trembled all over in fear, cold sweat breaking out on his back, and quickly apologized. Beast Clan Master, I didn't know you were with that person earlier. I'm sorry. The Shackles realm is already considered a top-tier powerhouse here, someone he absolutely cannot afford to offend. Little Howl, ignore him. Let's go first. At this moment, Zhou Luo's voice came from ahead. Consider yourself lucky today. Tianchuan Leiho snorted coldly and quickly walked toward the direction where Zhou Luo was. The vendor, seeing this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the direction Zhou Luo and the other left, a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. How could I forget? Everyone coming to Sanxi City now is here for the treasure in the hands of the Zhu family's female demon. They're all experts above the Forbidden Realm. I really can't control my mouth. I must be cautious with my words and actions. The vendor left dejectedly. The two disciples of the Lotus sect passed through the crowd and quickly arrived at the gates of Sanxi City. Out of the gate, the two headed toward another city in the vast sea of sand. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. You two, why are you blocking the path of the Lotus sect? One of the monks' expressions changed slightly, and he asked coldly, Lotus sect? The ones being stopped are precisely you from the Lotus sect. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly as he slowly approached the two. Tell me, what is the background of that Zhu family she-devil? What are you looking for her for? And what did that vendor just tell you? If you dare lie to me even once, I'll take your lives. Suddenly, 2 auras of the Shackles realm erupted from Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl. Among them, Zhou Luo was the most powerful, overwhelming the two disciples of the Lotus sect to the point where they could hardly breathe. They were both at the peak of the Forbidden Realm, yet in the face of Zhou Luo and his companion, they were like mice encountering a cat, completely powerless to resist. Friend, we were entrusted by the elders of our sect to gather information in Sanxi City. If we do not return within half an hour, the elders will personally come to search for us. You'd better think twice before taking action. The monk swallowed hard, suppressing the fear in his heart, and spoke slowly. Since you are also here for the Zhu family's female demon, we will share information with you. Then hurry up and speak. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, the Zhu family's female demon is Zhu Miaoshuan, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family from Xangzhou. Some time ago, the Zhu family somehow obtained a key capable of unlocking a hidden treasure containing peerless spiritual artifacts, intending to extract the treasure and refine it for the family's second young master. As a result, that female demon from the Zhu family grew greedy and slaughtered her entire family with poison overnight, fleeing Xangzhou with the secret stash key. Later, someone saw her appear in Sanxi City, so we tracked her here. The information the vendor mentioned earlier was that someone saw her in San Willow City yesterday. The monk spoke slowly. Zhou Luo's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this. Goodness, this woman wiped out an entire family overnight, all because of greed? So ruthless. No wonder she's called the she-devil. I've told you all the information, can we leave now? Seeing Zhou Luo remain silent for a long time, the monk cautiously asked. Zhou Luo withdrew his thoughts, returning from his deep contemplation. mutation. Looking at the two Lotus sect disciples before him, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Apologies, I don't always keep my word. A flash of cold light, and two blood-soaked heads soared into the sky. People of the Lotus sect, I kill everyone I see. Do you still think you can escape? Zhou Luo sneered as he sheathed the Tai sword. Brother, did you hear that? A peerless spiritual treasure. Another peerless spiritual treasure. At this moment, Tian Shuang Lei Ho shouted excitedly, if we find that demoness, won't your third foundation be complete, brother? Of course, I'm not deaf, I definitely heard it. Zhou Luo gave him a sidelong glance. Sure enough, I knew the universal treasure wouldn't transport me here for no reason. It seems this sea of sand is the secret realm it has chosen. He suddenly understood in his heart. This is not a place to stay for long, let's head to Shalu City. Zhou Luo did not linger any longer and quickly headed towards Shalu City with Tian Shuang Lei Ho. Not long after, a monk draped in treads, with his chest exposed, suddenly appeared at the scene. Looking at the two corpses almost buried by the wind and sand, Li Tuo's face was unusually grim. Who killed my disciples of the Lotus sect? Anger surged straight to his heart. At the same time, the powerful aura of the fifth stage of the Shackles realm within him erupted. In an instant, the surrounding wind and sand were dispersed. Is it the Eight Extremes Valley or the Treasure Pavilion? Only these two would dare to do such a thing here. I'll remember this debt. Li Tuo swung his sleeve with a cold expression and strode into Sanxi City. Since the two disciples were targeted, it means they possess extremely important information. Go back and bring in everyone who has interacted with the disciples for questioning. Surely something can be uncovered. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo and Tian Shuang Lei Ho had already entered the territory of Shalu City. Shalu City is much larger than Shanghai City, with a bustling flow of people. The aura emanating from each individual is exceptionally powerful. As Zhou Luo looked around, all he could see were strong individuals in the Forbidden Realm. There are quite a few experts in the Shackles realm, but most remain at the first or second stage. It seems that the strongest ones coming here to find the demoness are only at the fifth stage of the Shackles realm. As long as I don't encounter someone in the Shattered realm, I will have the advantage. Zhou Luo pondered to himself. Although he is currently only at the third stage of the Shackles realm, his hands are stained with the blood of many Shackles realm experts. Even the powerful man Duo Yan, who was at the fourth stage of the Shackles realm, was slain by him, and that was before he had broken through the third shackle. Now that he has broken through 3 shackles, he can face opponents at the fifth stage of the Shackles realm, and might even slay them. This peerless spiritual treasure is something he is determined to obtain. The peddler selling intelligence was currently shouting and hawking on another street. The latest information about the Zhu family's female demon, only 10 spirit crystals, absolutely genuine, fair to all. The latest information about the Zhu family's female demon. After shouting a few times, he noticed a monk draped in a belt with his chest exposed, walking toward him. This friend, you must be from the Lotus sect, the Zhu family. The peddler was just about to speak when he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppression envelop him, almost making it hard for him to breathe. Li Tuo stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on him, and slowly asked, just now, did my 2 disciples come here to buy information from you? You mean those 2 monks, right? Of course, it was me who sold it to them. The peddler was almost scared out of his wits. Li Tuo was a 5th path expert in the Shackles realm, and even a slight release of his aura could kill him. Facing the threat of death, he trembled as he spoke. I told them everything I should, without hiding anything, absolutely no false information. I ask you, what did you tell them? Li Tu narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly asked again. Just the whereabouts of the Zhu family's female demon. Yesterday, yes, just yesterday, she appeared in the nearby Shalu City. After those 2 monks got the news, they headed straight to Shalu City. The vendor hurriedly replied, fearing that any hesitation might cost him his life. I'll ask you one last time, after they left, has anyone else come looking for you? Li Tuo's sharp gaze bore into him like a knife, making his heart race. No, I only sold one piece of information today, and it was to the 2 esteemed monks of your sect. Master, if you don't believe me, you can check the spirit crystals I received, just 5 of them, nothing else. The vendor looked as if he was about to cry, terrified that Li Tuo might suspect him, and pulled out his pocket for inspection. Seeing this, Li Tuo decided not to pursue the matter further. With so many people around, it wasn't appropriate for him to kill someone in public, so he quickly left. Phew, that was really dangerous. Could that man be an elder of the Lotus sect? His strength is truly formidable. Luckily, there were many people here, otherwise, with the Lotus sect's ways, I fear I wouldn't live to see tomorrow. After Li Tuo left, the vendor patted his chest, still shaken. Those 2 disciples of the Lotus sect had just left not long ago, and then the elder of the Lotus sect came to ask me. Could it be that something happened to those 2? Could it have been done by that beast clan and its master? He was filled with doubt. Although Li Tu pressed him hard, he did not reveal any information about Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Thunder Howl, because he knew very well that Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Thunder Howl were not easy to deal with either. If their message is told to Li Tuo, retaliation is very likely to follow. He certainly doesn't want to provoke a powerful person for no reason. The current Sanxi city is truly terrifying. terrifying. Better hurry up and sell more spirit crystals, then make a run for it. The vendor hurriedly packed up his stall and ran toward another street. On the bustling and crowded street, Zhou Luo and Tian Shuanglei concealed themselves among the crowd, their gaze fixed in one direction. There, two groups of people were slowly approaching, and the others on the street quickly made way for them. Indeed, people from Baju Valley and Tianbao Pavilion have come as well. It seems the Zhu family's she-devil won't be able to escape for much longer. This time Baju Valley and Tianbao Pavilion have sent leaders who are all fifth path experts of the Shackles realm. It seems, like Lian's sect, they are determined to obtain the treasure in the she-devil's possession. Of course, after all, it's a peerless spiritual treasure. Who wouldn't drool over it? By the way, why haven't we seen anyone from the Lotus sect? Could it be that they haven't received the news about the Zhu family's female demon appearing in Shalu City? The noisy chatter of the surrounding crowd reached Zhou Luo's ears. 8 Extremes Valley, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It seems these two major forces should be on par with the Lotus sect in the world where the Lotus sect resides. Zhou Luo pondered silently in his heart. Immediately, another commotion arose among the crowd. Isn't that Elder Litu from the Lotus sect? Why has he come alone? Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo immediately turned his gaze toward the direction people were pointing. Just ahead in the distance, a tall monk dressed similarly to Darmato and Manderflame whom he had seen before, was slowly walking toward the people of 8 Absolute Valley, 5th level of the Shackles realm. Zhou Luo had already made a judgment in his heart. This person's realm was clearly not low. He secretly rejoiced. Now the three major forces had gathered, and the top combatants were all at the 5th level of the Shackles realm. In other words, no experts from the Shattered realm were involved. This was undoubtedly extremely good news for him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lita slowly walked up to the people of 8 Absolute Valley. A powerful aura from the 5th level of the Shackles realm suddenly erupted. What's going on? What is the Lotus sect planning to do? Oh, are they about to draw their blades? But they still haven't found the demoness from the Zhu family. Brothers, can you lend me a spot to take a good look? The people around immediately showed expressions of excitement, ready to watch the commotion. Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Could it be he hadn't figured it out yet? When Lita spoke up, addressing the people from Baju Valley and Tianbao Pavilion who killed the two disciples of my Lotus sect, step forward and accept your death, and I will pretend this never happened today. That voice carried a faint killing intent, domineering and sharp, echoing all around. Everyone who heard it was utterly shocked. The people of the Lotus sect were actually killed by the 8 Extremes Valley and the Treasure Pavilion? Did these two act too quickly? The two leading stewards of the 8 Extremes Valley and the Treasure Pavilion frowned upon hearing this. Among them, Su Yuntian, the steward leading the 8 Extremes Valley, snorted coldly, Elder Litua, don't spout nonsense. My 8 Extremes Valley has never done such a thing. The steward leader of Tianbao Pavilion, Huang Long, also frowned. Our Tianbao Pavilion just arrived at the Sanxi today. How could we have the time to kill someone from your Lotus sect? Elder Litua, we absolutely won't take the blame for this. Litua, upon hearing this, sneered coldly, clearly not believing their words. The statements from the two of you are surprisingly consistent. Could it be that you had an understanding beforehand? Or do you think that now the Lotus sect has declined, you can trample us underfoot at will? Litua's tone was icy, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Once upon a time, the Brahma Lotus sect was the most powerful force in this world, and even the 8 Desolation Valley and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had to avoid crossing its path. However, due to an accidental discovery 2,000 years ago, the sect sent many of its strong members into the deep void, never to return. This dealt a severe blow to the Lotus sect, causing it to fall from its undisputed position as the top power to being on par with the 8 Desolation Valley and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Now, his own disciple has been killed by the joint efforts of these two families, and Litua's heart was filled with extreme frustration. Elder Litua, you need evidence to back up your words. Can you produce solid proof that my 8 Absolutes Valley committed murder? Su Yuntian stared coldly at Litua, his tone gradually turning icy. Without evidence, don't make baseless accusations against my 8 Absolutes Valley. Huang Long also crossed his arms, his eyes full of mockery. Exactly. If Elder Litua can't provide evidence, then step aside quickly. We still need to find the Zhu family's demoness and don't have time to waste here. Litu listened, his anger growing even stronger. In his view, these two were simply birds of a feather, colluding together. Very well, do you two families truly think my Lotus sect is without anyone now? I will remember today's matter. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Litu said coldly. He has decided that he will report this matter upon returning to the sect. What's going on? If the Deep Sky Lotus sect's army returns in the future, the first priority will be to settle accounts with these two forces. Lituo was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd. She's the witch from the Zhu family, don't let her escape. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, instantly drawing countless gazes. Amid the crowd, a woman dressed in simple attire, her face covered with a black veil, was quickly fleeing into the distance. Behind her, two cultivators at the second stage of the Shackles realm were desperately chasing. guessing. Sure enough, it's that demoness. Quick, after her. Huang Long of the Tianbao Pavilion immediately recognized the woman. His aura surged violently as he swiftly pursued in the direction she was fleeing. Let's follow too. Very likely. Su Yuntian saw this and did not hesitate, leading the people of Baju Valley to chase together. Li Tuo also no longer hesitated, unleashing the speed of the 5th level of the Shackles realm, shooting into the distance like lightning. Little Hosey, stay close. Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Ho naturally did not fall behind, immediately following closely. In an instant, countless figures of powerful individuals swept across the sky above Shalu City, their radiance flickering like a meteor shower tearing through the horizon. Their target was the woman who had fled into the depths of the desert. The female demon of the Zhu family seemed to possess the strength of the 5th stage of the Shackles realm as well, her speed no less than that of Li Tu and the others, and in just a moment, she had already delved deep into the desert, until she stopped atop a sand dune, gradually coming to a halt. In her hand, an oddly shaped token appeared at some unknown moment. As soon as the token appeared, Zhu Miaoshuan activated her spiritual energy, and a teleportation array immediately opened up in the sand dune beneath her feet. The array quickly began to operate, and her figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, the teleportation array also started to vanish at an astonishing speed. Quick, act now to stabilize the formation. We must not let her escape. The first to arrive, Huang Long, shouted loudly and immediately infused all his spiritual power into the formation. Following closely behind, Su Yuntian and Li Tu saw this and hurriedly assisted in maintaining the formation. With the combined efforts of 3 powerful experts at the 5th stage of the Shackles realm, the rapidly dissipating teleportation array gradually stabilized. After the formation stabilized, the 3 of Li Tu stepped into the array together, their figures gradually merging into the world. The formation, now without the 3 guarding it, immediately began to weaken. The others, seeing this, rushed toward the grand array. Get out of my way. The time has come. Zhou Luo's expression turned stern, and the phantom of Mount Tai suddenly appeared behind him, its immense suppressive force enveloping everyone overhead. Though only at the 3rd stage of the Shackles realm, the oppressive power Zhou Luo unleashed was no weaker than that of a 4th stage expert in the Shackles realm. Who is this formidable figure? Such incredible strength. Retreat, retreat quickly. The crowd saw this and quickly stepped aside, making way for Zhou Luo. The 4th level of the Shackles realm, apart from the 3 major forces, is already top tier. Who would dare provoke it lightly? Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl easily entered the grand formation, their figures gradually fading atop the sand dunes. When he opened his eyes again, Zhou Luo found himself in a dim underground cavern. Looking back, Tian Shuang Leiho was also by his side. Big brother, it's really dark here. Tian Shuang Leiho glanced around, his expression full of vigilance. Little Hosey, the token in that demon woman's hand should be a spiritual treasure. Can you sense her location? I'll give it a try. The Frost Thunder Ho immediately closed its eyes, activating the innate divine ability of its Frost Thunder Ho clan. Its nostrils quivered slightly, and its large, bell-like eyes suddenly snapped open, locking onto a direction. Over there's a strong aura of treasure. Zhou Luo's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately flew over. Let's go, take a look. 2 streaks of light swiftly swept through the cave. After flying for a while, Tianshuan Leiho suddenly called out to Zhou Luo, Big brother, there's intense spiritual energy fluctuation ahead. It seems like someone is in a fierce battle. Zhou Luo slowed his pace and turned to Tianshuan Leiho, asking, can you sense their strength? They're very strong, possibly above the 4th level of the Shackles realm, maybe even the 5th. Tianshuan Leiho pondered for a moment before answering slowly. Conceal your aura, we'll approach quietly. Zhou Luo immediately restrained his aura, instructed Tianshuan Leiho, and then slowly approached the front with him. When they arrived outside another cave, Zhou Luo clearly felt the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations ahead. That is, the old bald monk from the Lotus sect? Zhou Luo looked over, a meaningful expression appearing on his face. Not far away, Su Yuntian of the 8 Wonders Valley and Huang Long of the Tianbao Pavilion were joining forces in a fierce battle against Li Tuo. Within the cave, spiritual energy erupted, and the aura of the 5th stage of the Shackles realm spread all around. Su Yuntian, Huang Long, you've finally shown your true colors, haven't you? Still stubbornly denying that it wasn't you who harmed my Lotus sect disciples. Li Tuo was besieged on all sides at this moment, facing Su Yuntian and Huang Long. Both were at the 5th stage of the Shackles realm, and he was clearly at a disadvantage. The Vajra in his hand swung repeatedly, desperately deflecting the attacks coming at him, but still, many slipped through and struck his body fiercely. Old bald donkey, you're at death's door and still dare to slander us? Who killed your disciple? Who knows? But it definitely wasn't the work of our 8 Absolutes Valley. Su Yuntian snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his attack showed no sign of letting up. Why waste words with him? The Lotus sect has fallen to such a state, and this old bald donkey still thinks he's what he used to be? Finish him off quickly, and let's go find that Zhu family she-devil. Huang Long sneered disdainfully, his aura surging continuously. Fierce palm strikes bombarded relentlessly, leaving Li Tuan no chance to counterattack. Do you really think the Lotus sect is easy to bully? A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Do you truly believe the Lotus sect only has me left? Litua burned with rage and shouted furiously, Holy Son, come out and help this old man. I can't hold on much longer. A slender monk's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Lotus sect's Holy Son, Sunti? Upon seeing this thin young monk appear, Su Yuntian and Huang Long's expressions changed drastically. This man was none other than the current Holy Son of the Brahma Lotus sect, exceptionally gifted, who broke through the first shackle and entered the shackle realm within 20 years. Now, at only 25 years old, he has broken through 5 shackles and reached the peak of the shackles realm. Breaking 1 shackle per year is a speed that leaves countless people far behind. Even the top geniuses of their 8 Absolute Valley and Heavenly Treasure Pavilion find it hard to compete. Over the years, your 8 Absolute Valley and Heavenly Treasure Pavilion have truly grown more audacious, daring to join forces to ambush and kill the elders of my Lotus sect. Zumodi held the Bodhi treasure staff, his expression calm yet exuding a sense of oppression. Although both were at the 5th stage of the shackles realm, Su Yuntian and Huang Long felt an overwhelming pressure. I've heard that the 4 foundations forged by the Holy Son of the Lotus sect were all crafted from top-grade spiritual treasures. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. A solemn look flashed in Su Yuntian's eyes. He never expected that Zumodi would actually pursue the Zhu family's female demon together with Litua. It seems that the Lotus sect is determined to obtain the peerless spiritual treasure in the hands of that female demon this time. The goal is simple and clear, to use that peerless spiritual treasure to forge Zumodi's final foundation. With 4 superior grade spiritual treasures, plus 1 peerless spiritual treasure, under the blessing of these 5 foundations, Zumodi's strength will likely surpass all throughout history. By then, the fate of their 2 families will be self-evident. Brother Huang, do you have any reinforcements? Su Yuntian secretly glanced at Huang Long and asked in a low voice. No, on this trip Tianbao Pavilion only has me, a 5-path expert in the shackles realm, accompanying. Huang Long's face looked grim, as he, like Su Yuntian, clearly understood the gravity of the situation. The 2 deeply regretted their actions. Had they known the Holy Son of the Lotus sect would also intervene, they should have brought more powerful allies to capture both Litua and Zumodi in one fell swoop. As long as Zumodi fell, it would be nearly impossible for the Lotus sect to rise again in the future. Son of God, let's join forces and quickly kill them. Don't let that Zhu family demoness escape too far. At this moment, Litua adjusted his injuries, and his previously haggard complexion had completely recovered. He stared intently at Su Yuntian and his companion. The spiritual energy within Zumodi surged, and a golden lotus appeared out of thin air as he swung the Bodhi staff in his hand with force. A golden phantom emerged and struck down fiercely towards Su Yuntian and his companion. Su Yuntian and Huang Long were greatly shocked and hurriedly used techniques to evade. The phantom of the treasure staff struck the ground heavily, causing the entire cave to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Afterward, the 4 engaged in fierce combat, with countless shockwaves scattering and exploding, causing stalactites on the cave ceiling to fall one after another. Such formidable strength. Zhou Luo watched everything from the shadows, witnessing Su Modi's almost overwhelming attacks on Su Yuntian and the other. Even though they were all experts of the 5th level of the shackles realm, the gap was astonishingly vast. The foundation of this Lotus sect Holy Son must have been forged with high-grade spiritual treasures, otherwise, the disparity wouldn't be so extreme. However, no matter how high-grade, it definitely isn't a supreme spiritual treasure. Zhou Luo thought silently to himself. He carefully observed for a while and found that Zumodi's strength indeed suppressed Su Yuntian and the others, but if he were to take the stage himself, it seemed he could achieve a similar level. It seems that the combat power brought by the peerless spiritual treasure far exceeded Zhou Luo's expectations. It could actually ignore 2 shackles and forcibly elevate his power to the level of Zumodi. The battle ahead is unfolding intensely. As soon as Zumodi joined, the situation completely reversed. Su Yuntian and Huang Long were beaten back step by step, the immense pressure almost suffocating them. Litu remained relatively steady, his strength comparable to theirs, but Zumodi's terrifying power was truly alarming. Each swing of the Bodhi staff in his hand carried a golden shadow, wielding immense force as it fiercely struck the 2. After just a few clashes, Su Yuntian and Huang Long were almost unable to hold on. However, they were not completely powerless to fight back. Each time Zumodi swung his treasured staff, it consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and the spiritual energy within him had been depleted by nearly half compared to before. Litu appeared even weaker, as Su Yuntian and Huang Long coordinated seamlessly, successfully attacking multiple times, causing Litu to spit out blood violently, and his aura immediately weakened. No, if we keep holding on, things will get worse. The situation for the 2 became increasingly dangerous. Both were injured, and if the fight continued, they would sooner or later be killed by Zumodi and his companion. At the critical moment, Huang Long shouted, "You 2, we are all here in pursuit of Zhu Miaoshuan. What is the point of mutual destruction here? Zhu Miaoshuan is also a 5th path expert of the shackles realm. Even if you kill us, your strength will be greatly diminished, and in the end, if Zhu Miaoshuan Yuntian escapes, wouldn't that be a case of losing the big picture for a small gain? Why don't the two of you stop? Our Tianbao Pavilion and Baju Valley will withdraw from the cave and no longer participate in the fight for this peerless spiritual treasure. How about that? After saying this, Huang Long and Su Yuntian stepped back a short distance, their gazes firmly locked on the two of Zumodi, waiting for a response. Li Tuo hesitated upon hearing this, a look of uncertainty appearing on his face. Huang Long was right. Shu Miaoshuan was also a fifth path powerhouse in the Shackle realm. If they were injured while trying to kill the two of them but failed to capture Zhu Miaoshuan, this operation would lose its purpose. After all, their target is not the 8 Extremes Valley or the treasure pavilion, but the peerless spiritual treasure in Zhu Miaoshuan's hands. Saint's son, what do you think? Li Tuo pondered for a moment and still looked toward Zumodi, asking. Zumodi's lips curved slightly upward. He looked indifferently at Su Yuntian and Huang Long and said, with my strength, I can kill you both and still handle Zhu Miaoshuan. This matter doesn't require the concern of two people about to die. Over the years, Baju Valley and Tianbao Pavilion have repeatedly offended my Lotus sect. If I don't teach you a lesson today, won't my Lotus sect become a soft target? With that, Sumi's treasured staff instantly struck out, this time even faster than before. In an instant, countless staff shadows, like a storm, smashed toward the two. Damn bald donkey! Su Yuntian and Huang Long looked grim, hurriedly using techniques to defend themselves, their aura gradually weakening. In the shadows, Zhou Luo saw the situation and knew it was time for him to act. Since he had set foot in this realm, how could he not give the Lotus sect a little surprise? If he could kill the Lotus sect's holy son, how would the people of the Lotus sect react upon finding out? Although Zhou Luo was uncertain, he was deeply eager to investigate. Zumodi frowned slightly upon seeing Su Yuntian and Huang Long block his wave of staff shadows. Dying struggles of a rat. He uttered the words indifferently, and the golden lotus within him immediately bloomed, preparing to unleash a killing move. But at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, Li Tuo caught sight of a sword light, cold and white as the moon, slashing toward Zumodi. Saint's son, danger! He widened his eyes and immediately shouted loudly. Li Tuo's fierce shout prompted Zumodi to react swiftly, retracting the power of the golden lotus that was about to be unleashed and transforming it into a golden protective shield. The sword light struck the shield, producing a deafening roar. The golden shield instantly cracked under the attack and then shattered. Who is it? Sumi suddenly looked toward the direction from which the sword light was slashing, his eyes no longer calm but instead showing a trace of anger. The other three also turned their gazes behind them. Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl slowly emerged from the shadows. Who are you? Why did you ambush the holy son of the Lotus sect? Li Tu stared intently at Zhou Luo's face, but his mind had never seen this face before. That sword had already revealed Zhou Luo's strength. Being able to directly shatter Zumodi's golden light shield definitely reached the 5th level of the Shackles realm, on par with Zumodi. However, at this moment, Li Tu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The 3rd level of the Shackles realm? He stared at Zhou Luo with a face full of astonishment. With the 3rd level of the Shackled realm, he was actually able to shatter the golden light shield cast by Sumeru. Who exactly is this kid? Feeling the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly upward. With the Taiye sword in his hand, he drew a flourish, and sneered, "Don't ask who I am. You only need to remember that I am here specifically to deal with the people of your Lotus sect." Then, his gaze shifted to Su Yuntian and Huang Long not far away. "You two, join forces with me to kill these two bald monks. What do you say?" Su Yuntian and Huang Long were initially stunned, but then their faces showed joy. More than happy to. Naturally, they hoped someone would lend them a hand in dealing with the Lotus sect. Although they didn't know Zhou Luo's identity, it was completely irrelevant. As long as Sumodi and Li Tuo can be killed, all problems will be resolved. Although the smile had not faded, it had turned into anticipation. Su Yuntian and Huang Long's mood shifted from sorrow to joy. But Sumodi and Li Tuo's expressions suddenly turned extremely grim. "Who exactly are you? Our Lotus sect has never provoked someone like you." Li Tuo stared intently at Zhou Luo, his mind racing, yet he had never seen him before. "Whether you provoke me or not is irrelevant. What's important is that I want to kill you. Is that reason enough?" Zhou Luo sneered coldly, saying no more as the Taiye sword in his hand instantly unsheathed. Several sharp sword lights tore through the void, heading straight for the two of them. Seeing this, Su Yuntian and Huang Long also took action. Sumi quickly raised a massive golden light shield, protecting Lita within it, while wielding the Bodhi staff to launch consecutive attacks on Su Yuntian and Huang Long. These two had just been injured, and if victory in this battle was to be achieved, they were the key breakthrough point. However, Su Yuntian and Huang Long clearly understood this. After each offensive, the two would swiftly retreat to a safe distance, leaving Sumti helpless. If Sumodi pursued, Zhou Luo would strike continuously from behind, leaving him no chance at all. Zumodi's golden light shield shattered once again, and Zhou Luo unleashed several strikes, directly killing the already weakened Li Tuo. In his dying moments, Li Tuo was still in disbelief, staring wide-eyed as he pondered Zhou Luo's identity. "Ha! Even your Lotus sect has come to this day. The dignified holy son of the Lotus sect will die at our hands." Su Yuntian Tian laughed heartily. At this moment, with Li Tua's demise, Zumodi had no chance of turning the tide. Today's battle will severely weaken the Lotus sect, while their two families will rise again. In the future, they might even replace the Lotus sect and become the two strongest forces in this world. Listening to his arrogant laughter, Zumodi's face turned extremely grim, yet he was helpless. Behind him, Zhou Luo's two sword lights struck out again, aiming straight at Zumodi's back. Zumodi had just turned around to defend himself, only to see Su Yuntian and Huang Long already closing in on him. Helpless, he could only block the attacks from the two, but his back was slashed by Zhou Luo's sword, leaving two distinct sword marks, with blood flowing out like a gentle stream. Zumodi's momentum instantly plummeted. "You've gone too far. If you want me dead, don't think you'll have it easy today either." Zumodi's eyes turned bloodshot, realizing he was doomed, and his spiritual energy suddenly erupted, with countless golden lotuses blooming around him. The moment the golden lotus bloomed, Zhou Luo had already swiftly retreated with the Frost Thunder Hound, distancing himself from the center of the explosion. "Ha, a trick used once won't fool me again." Looking at the soon-to self-destruct Sumeru, Zhou Luo sneered. Previously unfamiliar with the methods of the Lotus sect, he almost fell for it. Now encountering it again, he would never make the same mistake. As Zhou Luo retreated abruptly, Su Yuntian and Huang Long seemed to have anticipated it and also withdrew simultaneously. Countless golden lotuses bloomed at the same time, and the violent explosions nearly shattered the cave into pieces. The sound of the explosions gradually faded away. The cave ahead was in complete disarray, and Zhou Luo and the others were unharmed due to their timely retreat, unaffected by the incident. Zhou Luo looked around and found that Su Yuntian and Huang Long had already disappeared. Where did those two run off to? He frowned slightly but didn't ask further. Instead, he turned to Tian Shuang Lei Ho, "Little Ho, point out a direction. Let's see where that demoness is, and we'll hurry after her." Tian Shuang Lei Ho closed its eyes in response and sensed the surroundings. Moments later, it led Zhou Luo sprinting in a certain direction. Su Yuntian and Huang Long were rushing swiftly toward a certain location. "Hurry up, that kid is quite strong. Both of us are injured, and if he discovers Zhu Miaoshuan's whereabouts, we might not be able to compete with him," Su Yuntian said to Huang Long as they flew. "He won't know Zhu Miaoshuan's exact escape location for now. We need to catch up quickly and retrieve that thing." "Don't need you to say more." Huang Long clenched his teeth, fully channeling the spiritual energy within his body. The two figures darted like lightning through countless caverns. Joy appeared on their faces. Not far away, a familiar female figure emerged in front of a stone door engraved with mysterious patterns, busy with something. "It's her! Quick, chase!" Su Yuntian immediately accelerated, rushing toward the stone gate alongside Huang Long. "Zhu Miaoshuan, you're surprisingly easy to find." Moments later, the two arrived before the stone gate. Su Yuntian sneered coldly, fixing his gaze on the woman. Zhu Miaoshuan frowned deeply, turning back to glare at the two of them with icy eyes brimming with killing intent. "The 8 Perfection Valley and the Tianbao Pavilion, you two really don't know when to quit." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the injuries on the two of them and sneered, "Looking at your condition, could it be that you just fought with the people from the Lotus sect? Is that old man from the Lotus sect dead?" The 8 Desolation Valley and the Treasure Pavilion joined forces to kill the elder of the Lotus sect. If this news reaches the Lotus sect, do you think they will send someone to retaliate against you? Su Yuntian and Huang Long exchanged cold glances. Hearing her words, both of them sneered. "Zhu Miaoshuan, you have no choice in this matter, because there's absolutely no way you're leaving here alive today. Even if you surrender and hand over that treasure, you won't be able to leave this cave." The two spoke with icy tones, filled with murderous intent. Before the words had even faded, they struck simultaneously, several deadly moves aimed straight at Zhu Miaoshuan. Zhou Luo was still at the rear. They didn't want to waste words with Zhu Miaoshuan. A swift battle was the top priority. "Two old guys covered in scars, and you still want to kill me? Are you crazy, thinking I'm easy to bully?" Zhu Miaoshuan's aura erupted without any restraint, clearly revealing she had reached the 5th level of the Shackles realm. The three clashed in front of the stone gate, unleashing their full strength. The shockwaves of their auras spread into the distance. At this moment, Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl were rushing toward this location. "Big brother, they're just ahead." The Frost Thunder Howl sensed the combat aura and urgently said to Zhou Luo. Under the lead of Tian Shuang Lei Ho, Zhou Luo quickly arrived near the stone gate. Ahead, Su Yuntian and Huang Long were fiercely battling a woman veiled in black silk. The three unleashed their killing moves, with deafening explosions, and then all fell to the ground. "Humph, two old fools, clearly gravely injured, yet you still dare to come looking for trouble with me. Today, I'll make sure you die here." Compared to Su Yuntian and the other, Zhu Miaoshuan's injuries were evidently lighter. She wobbled as she stood up, sneering coldly at them, her soft sword already poised to strike. She suddenly sensed Zhou Luo's approach, her eyes widening abruptly as she shouted angrily into the distance, "Who's sneaking around, daring to hide in the shadows? Show yourself!" As soon as her words fell, Su Yuntian and Huang Long also noticed Zhou Luo's figure, their gazes simultaneously turning toward him. Seeing it was Zhou Luo, the expressions on both their faces changed drastically. "Still a step too late. They secretly regretted it in their hearts. If I had known this earlier, I should have held back during the battle with Sumodi and let Zhou Luo exert more effort. But they did not reveal any of this on their faces. Instead, they turned to Zhou Luo, forced a smile, and said, "Brother, you're here. This person is none other than the Zhu family's demoness, Zhu Miaoshuan. The three of us will join forces to swiftly kill her, and then we can discuss the ownership of that peerless spiritual treasure. Rest assured, though our 8 Absolutes Valley and Treasure Pavilion are vast and powerful, we would never bully others with our strength. The distribution will be absolutely fair." The words were not yet finished. Zhu Miaoshuan's voice simultaneously rang out, "Hey, don't believe their nonsense. If you kill me, they definitely won't give you the treasure. Why not cooperate with me? As long as you get rid of the 2 of them, I am willing to hand over the treasure." After speaking, she stared intently at Zhou Luo, waiting for his response. The moment Zhou Luo appeared, Zhu Miaoshuan keenly sensed that his strength was extremely formidable, no less than her own. If Zhou Luo chose to assist Su Yuntian and the other at this moment, she might truly meet her end here today. She could only rely on this strategy for one last gamble. "Brother, don't listen to this demoness." Su Yuntian immediately became anxious upon seeing this and quickly said, "A demon who slaughtered her own people for a peerless spiritual treasure, how can someone like that be trusted? Brother, how about this? I don't want this peerless spiritual treasure anymore. As long as you help us kill her, the treasure will be yours, and we will withdraw. How about that?" Huang Long also nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "That's right, my Tianbao pavilion can withdraw as well." The two had just finished speaking. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed by. Immediately after, 2 columns of blood shot into the sky. Su Yuntian and Huang Long's faces were filled with disbelief as they fell to the ground, the expression in their pupils gradually fading away. Originally, they were severely injured in the battle with Sumodi, and just now they fought fiercely with Zhu Miaoshuan. The two were already at their limits. How could they withstand Zhou Luo's fatal sword strike? Very good. Zhu Miaoshuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing this, then a trace of wild joy appeared at the corner of her mouth as she was about to speak. But at that moment, Zhou Luo's figure had somehow already appeared beside her, with the blade of the Taiye sword resting against her snow-white neck. "You, what are you trying to do?" The icy blade pressed against her throat, and cold sweat immediately seeped from Zhu Miaoshuan's temple. She looked at Zhou Luo and said softly, "The 2 of them are already dead. I will keep my promise to you. Just put the sword away first, and I will hand over the treasure to you right away." Zhou Luo stared at her, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile that made her heart tremble. "I killed them, but that doesn't mean I want to help you. As for that unparalleled treasure, if I kill you, the treasure will still be mine." A splash of blood erupted. Zhu Miaoshuan's throat was slit by the Taiye sword, and she died instantly. After completing all this, Zhou Luo flicked the blood off the tip of the sword, sheathed it, took the token from Zhu Miaoshuan's body, and walked straight toward the stone door. He infused spiritual power into the token, which slowly rose and hovered at the center of the stone door, causing the patterns on the door to continue spreading. Until all the patterns lit up, the stone door slowly opened, revealing an inner paradise, a bamboo grove growing underground. In the bamboo grove, a purple gold bamboo stood out the most. Zhou Luo's expression brightened as he stepped forward slowly, carefully observing. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the purple gold bamboo seemed to emit streaks of lightning serpents, leaping and coiling across its surface. Could this be the Mystic Thunder purple gold bamboo? The Frost Thunder Howl beside him recognized the item and exclaimed in surprise, "Mystic Thunder purple gold bamboo?" Zhou Luo looked at him in confusion. The Frost Thunder Howl explained, "Big brother, I once heard back on the ancestral star that among spiritual treasures, there are 5 extremely rare peerless treasures, each representing one of the 5 elements: wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. And this Mystic Thunder purple gold bamboo is the peerless treasure representing the thunder element. The Profound Thunder purple gold bamboo is most suitable for sword cultivators and blade cultivators. After refining, the sword it produces can contain the power of profound thunder, incredibly fierce and violent." Zhou Luo felt even more delighted in his heart. Isn't he precisely the sword cultivator mentioned by the Frost Thunder Howl? If he could refine this Profound Thunder purple gold bamboo, wouldn't combining the power of profound thunder with his Huashan sword chi make him incomparably powerful in the future? "Little Hosey, help me guard. I will refine it right here." Zhou Luo did not hesitate and immediately began preparing for the refinement. Tianchuan Leiho stood guard outside the stone gate, protecting the entrance to the cave. It had been a full 10 hours since Zhou Luo entered the secret realm. Cui Lingfei and his group anxiously waited outside the fissure, their faces full of worry, because just moments ago, the Federation's Cosmic Observatory detected numerous figures appearing outside Blue Star, including an extremely terrifying warship. It was clear that these were the extraterrestrial forces about to invade Blue Star. They looked around and saw that almost all were experts in the Shackles realm, with a few whose aura was unfathomable and completely beyond perception. Are the forces from beyond the heavens truly this powerful? The faces of Cui Lingfei and the other two showed despair. The strength of forces like the Brahma Lotus sect far exceeded exceeded their expectations. Just the number of Shackled Realm experts sent is countless, not to mention those few masters with mysterious and unfathomable auras. It seems that within these extraterrestrial forces, even the Forbidden Realm is insignificant, merely cannon fodder. The three showed bitter expressions. They once thought their talent and strength were quite decent, but compared to these extraterrestrial forces, they were nothing more than ants gazing at the heavens. It is simply too overconfident. Above the blue star's sky, countless auras began to gather in brew. The three of Chui Lingfei were greatly shocked upon seeing this and hurriedly contacted headquarters, only to receive a reply that left them ashen-faced. Extraterrestrial forces are about to descend. At this moment, Zhou Luo still had not returned from the rift. Fight to the death. After despair comes a sense of relief. Chui Lingfei's resolute gaze turned to Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua, his tone carrying a sense of determination. Even if our meager strength cannot save Blue Star, we must take down a few enemies before we die. General Zhou possesses unparalleled talent. Just give him some time, and these external forces will surely be no match for him. In the future, he will avenge us. As the words fell, the scene plunged into silence. Apart from Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua, there are many other federal powerhouses who have recently broken through the Forbidden Realm. After hearing Chui Lingfei's words, the originally bleak and despairing face gradually ignited a trace of determination. Major General Chui is right. Better to die than yield, never surrender. Fight with our lives, and swear to take them down. Voices rose one after another. Upon hearing this, Chui Lingfei's expression became even more resolute. A trace of relief also flashed across Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua's faces. Knowing there are tigers in the mountain, yet heading straight for the tiger's den. Having such courage, who would dare to call them weak? If the Blue Star civilization continues, future generations who learn of their actions today will surely give them a thumbs up and praise them as heroes. Then let's take them down. Lu Feiyu's lips curved into a smile, his black wings spread instantly, and his gaze turned sharp. I am by no means a coward who fears death. Gu Qianhua felt a surge of overwhelming momentum in his chest. His entire aura erupted, fully revealing the peak of the Forbidden Realm. However, at this moment, the aura within his body surged higher and higher, unexpectedly beginning to break through the Forbidden Realm and step into the Shackled Realm. Gu Qianhua felt as if something inside him had been shattered, and a surge of immense spiritual power flowed from his dantian to his limbs. Shackles Realm, first level. Haha, our federation has gained another formidable warrior. Nearby, Chui Lingfei and Lu Feiyu burst into laughter upon seeing this. The surrounding Taboo Realm experts also burst into laughter. What's the matter? Why is everyone laughing so happily? Suddenly, a voice came from a nearby crack. The laughter abruptly stopped. Everyone turned their heads to look and discovered that the crack had unknowingly closed. The people who emerged, who else could it be but Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl? General Zhou, you're back. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Chui Lingfei's expression was filled with joy. General Zhou, your strength. Gu Qianhua stepped forward and carefully observed the aura emanating from Zhou Luo, feeling a surge of shock in his heart. Before Zhou Luo entered the rift, he could still estimate Zhou Luo's strength, but now, just like those mysterious strong figures from Blue Star, he was completely unable to see through Zhou Luo's aura. Managed to break through a bit more by chance. Zhou Luo smiled faintly without saying much. The Xianlei purple gold bamboo had been completely refined within his body. Currently, although Zhou Luo was at the third stage of the Shackles Realm, all three of his foundations were forged from peerless spiritual treasures, making his strength terrifyingly powerful. Zhou Luo thought to himself that if he were to encounter the holy son of the Lotus sect, Zumodi, at this moment he could slay him within 3 moves. That's great, that's great. Upon hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but tear up. Just moments ago, they thought Blue Star would completely fall into the hands of those extraterrestrial forces. However, Zhou Luo's appearance reignited their hope. No one wants to see their native homeland become a playground for outsiders to trample on at will. The joyful mood of the crowd didn't last long. In the sky, the countless brewing auras suddenly accelerated. They're coming soon. Chui Lingfei and the others were startled and immediately perked up, ready for battle. Do you know how many of them there are? Zhou Luo approached Chui Lingfei and asked. Yes, the federal detectors have already monitored them. Just among the experts in the Shackles realm, there are no fewer than 10. Chui Lingfei hurriedly reported to Zhou Luo. Apart from these obvious Shackles realm individuals, there are a few whose aura is unfathomable. It's suspected that they are at least in the 4th stage of the Shackles realm. Zhou Luo nodded slowly, understanding in his heart. He then looked at everyone. After the arrival of the forces from beyond, I'll handle the enemies in the Shackles realm, and the Forbidden Realm ones will be left to you. Is everyone okay with that? Everyone responded in unison. But soon, someone began to doubt in their heart. General Zhou, there are simply too many experts in the Shackles realm. Can you really handle them all by yourself? Although we are in the Forbidden Realm, we have the advantage in numbers. If we all attack a single Shackles realm expert together, we might have a chance to kill them. Why not let us? Before the words were finished, Zhou Luo interrupted with a smile. No need to worry. Just follow my instructions. You only need to deal with those small fish in the Forbidden Realm, leave leave everything else to me. When saying this, Zhou Luo's tone was full of confidence. This confidence stemmed from his three incredibly powerful foundations. After refining the Xianlei purple gold bamboo, Zhou Luo discovered that his three foundations could actually interact with each other, enhancing their respective strengths. Rumble. In other words, for ordinary people, building foundations results in an effect of 1 + 1 = 2. But in him, 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. In fact, he had already noticed this when refining the blood-colored jade marrow, and now, after refining the Xianlei purple gold bamboo, he was even more certain. In other words, if he were to forge all 5 of his foundations with peerless spiritual treasures, the strength of his foundation would reach an unprecedented level. This made Zhou Luo even more determined to forge his foundation with peerless spiritual treasures, preferring quality over quantity. Above the blue star's high skies, clusters of energy began to gradually solidify, eventually transforming into figures, with the presence of over a dozen lock realm experts enveloping the surroundings. Among them, 3 auras were the most powerful, drawing particular attention. Ah, the spiritual energy is truly rich. The chief protector of the Lotus Sect's 12 guardians, the great protector Vajrajishan, took a deep breath, his face showing a look of shock. This spiritual energy is several times more abundant than that of their ancestral star, Sanglong Star, of the Brahma Lotus Sect. No wonder this is the treasured land capable of birthing that universal supreme treasure. Luo Fu Hall's steward Son Lei glanced around, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. What a treasure land! How wonderful it would be if it could become the territory of the Luo Fu Hall. Just the incredibly rich spiritual energy here makes cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Ha, look at that! The way those natives ahead are staring at us isn't very friendly. Senior Legion Commander Famas of the Heavenly Scorch Crusade sneered, pointing in the direction of Zhou Luo and the others, mocking them. Just a bunch of ants, kill them all. Song Lei sneered disdainfully, completely disregarding Zhou Luo and the others. Don't be careless. Have you forgotten there's still a powerful native on this planet? Jin Gangji slowly shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of resentment. That mysterious native caused the Lotus Sect to lose 2 protectors, truly detestable. Today, led by him, 6 of the remaining 10 protectors of the Lotus Sect have come here, vowing to kill that person. Son Lei narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed to where Zhou Luo was. Vajraiji, the person you mentioned should be him, right? While Son Lei and the others were staring at Zhou Luo was also carefully observing them. 3 at the 5th stage of the Shackles realm, 5 at the 4th stage, and 3 at the 3rd stage. As for the 2nd and 1st stages, there are even more. Heh, quite an impressive display. Zhou Luo sneered, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Son Lei and the others. Although there was not the slightest trace of fear in his heart, the faces of Cui Lingfei and the others beside him gradually darkened as they listened to Zhou Luo enumerate the number of Chain Realm experts one by one. A total of more than 20 Chain Realm experts. This force was absolutely beyond what Blue Star could withstand. Not to mention, behind these shackled realms, there are many forbidden realms watching like tigers eyeing their prey. General Zhou, perhaps, you should leave quickly. Cui Lingfei stepped forward and whispered in Zhou Luo's ear, the enemy is too powerful. If a battle breaks out, we will undoubtedly be crushed. Moreover, your talent is unparalleled throughout history. If you can find a place to hide and train for a few years, they will definitely not be your match. This place will be temporarily handed over to us to hold them off. Before the words were finished, Zhou Luo shot him a glance, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Major General Cui, do you think I would flee in the face of battle? No, General Zhou, this is absolutely not fleeing in the face of battle. Cui Lingfei thought Zhou Luo couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart and quickly advised, this is called protecting oneself wisely, secretly accumulating strength and avenging us in the future. It works just the same. As long as we can drive these outsiders off Blue Star, I don't care even if I die. Stop talking. Zhou Luo immediately interrupted him. Then his gaze slowly turned to the position where Song Lei and the others were, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Just wait and see. My current strength is far beyond what you can imagine. Cui Lingfei still wanted to continue persuading, but Zhou Luo had already leaped toward Song Lei and the others. Little Hosey, you stay here and help them deal with those in the Forbidden Realm. Before leaving, he left a final reminder. Zhou Luo then came before the numerous shackled realm experts of the 3 major forces. I thought you would heed that person's advice and act like a coward, but I didn't expect you to have such courage, daring to come here alone. Seeing Zhou Luo, Song Lei's lips curled slightly, carrying a hint of mockery. Cui Lingfei's earlier words were spoken in a low voice, but with their 5th shackle's realm hearing, they naturally caught every word. Clearly, he has only broken through the 3rd shackle, yet the aura he exudes can rival the 5th shackle's realm. Jin Gangji scrutinized Zhou Luo from head to toe, slowly shaking his head, a look of regret on his face. Who would have thought that this small blue star would produce a genius like you? But it's a pity that you insist on opposing our Lotus Sect, even slaying 2 of our sect's protectors. Such actions are truly unforgivable. If you cannot be of use to me, then today, I shall take your life right here. Before the words had finished, a trace of undisguised killing intent surged in King Kongji's eyes. A terrifying aura of the fifth path of the Shackles realm erupted from his body. At the same time, Songlei and Famas also revealed their own realms one after another. The momentum of three fifth path Shackles realm experts burst forth simultaneously, causing even Shui Lingfei and the others in the distance to feel the pressure, their heartbeats involuntarily quickening. Facing the three, Zhou Luo's expression remained calm, without a trace of fear. He looked at Vidra Wisdom indifferently, his tone calm. "You are not qualified to take my life." Vidra Wisdom's eyes instantly widened in fury, his face twisted in rage, and at some point, his hands had already gripped two Vidra scepters. A majestic hammer strike thundered toward Zhou Luo. The terrifying power of the fifth level of the Shackles realm, combined with Vidra Wisdom's mastery of the wrathful Vidra hammer technique, caused the two Vidra scepters to emit faint sounds of wind and thunder as they swung, shaking the heavens with their momentum. Zhou Luo's 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc suddenly rose behind his head, instantly enveloping him with the 8 trigrams heaven formation, blocking the fierce strike. The surface of the 8 trigrams heaven formation only rippled slightly before quickly returning to its original state. Meanwhile, Vidra Wisdom felt an equally heavy force rebound through his arm, causing him to stagger back several steps. What a treasure! After steadying himself, King Kongji's gaze fell on the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, unable to help but sigh. However, with just this move, you still have no chance of winning. King Kongji's figure once again shot toward Zhou Luo like a tiger unleashed, the two Vidras in his hands surrounded by a misty red glow. His eyes were now dyed crimson, his face twisted and ferocious, resembling an enraged King Kong. A heavier and more powerful strike thunderously smashed into the 8 trigrams heaven formation. Under two consecutive heavy blows, the Bagua Yintian formation was on the verge of collapse, yet no cracks appeared on its surface. At the same time, a powerful rebound force surged rapidly into Vidraji's arms. At this moment, his expression turned grim, and using this force, he bent his arms backward to an almost impossible angle. "Break for me, now!" A furious roar shook the air. Vidra Wisdom's arms surged with power, and two Vidra pestles emitted thunderous booms, tearing through the void and smashing heavily into the Yin Tian formation. The surface of the 8 trigrams Yin Tian formation first trembled, then quickly became covered with web-like cracks, and in the next moment, it completely shattered. "Whatever tricks you have left, bring them on!" After shattering the 8 trigrams heaven array, Vidra Wisdom's face revealed a crazed expression, and the Vidra in his hand did not pause, striking toward Zhou Luo like a storm. Zhou Luo suddenly retreated, drawing the Taiye sword, but did not intend to use the sword to block. The two Vidras in Vidra Wisdom's hands were evidently innate treasures. Such hammer weapons were incredibly fierce, and if the sword were used to block them directly, the Taiye sword might not withstand it and could easily shatter. "Still not fighting back? Show your strength. With this cowardly appearance, how can you kill the Lotus Sect's protector?" King Kongji had already gone mad, his eyes wide with fury, countless hammer shadows crashing down like a torrential rain. "Do you think my constant retreat was waiting for something?" Zhou Luo sneered coldly, completely unfazed. Ever since he had summoned the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc and clashed with King Kongji, a faint force of mysterious thunder had been accumulating within his body. At this moment, the force of the mysterious thunder had filled the Dantian, with countless thunder serpents leaping and coiling within the body. "This sword, you'd better watch carefully. Don't let yourself die with regrets." Zhou Luo's lips curved into a meaningful smile. The mysterious thunder force in the Dantian suddenly erupted, and the purple-gold thunder serpents swiftly spread throughout the body, eventually enveloping the Taiye sword. A sword strike was unleashed, the sword light wrapped in raging mysterious thunder roared, as if heavenly thunder descended upon the world, destroying everything. "This is?" Vidraji's eyes widened as he stared at this extremely fierce and incomparably powerful sword strike. The crazed expression on his face instantly froze. He didn't even have time to react. The sword light had already rapidly approached in front of him. "With one strike, I shall take 32 of your heads." The sword light, carrying the violent power of profound thunder, slashed straight at Vidraji's chest. In an instant, all the hairs on Vidraji's body stood on end, and an unprecedented sense of terror surged in his heart. He instinctively raised both arms, using the Vajra pestle to shield his chest. Only the sound of thunderous explosions echoed through the heavens. The pair of innate supreme treasure-level Vajra pestles were unable to withstand the raging sword energy and instantly shattered into powder. After the Vajra pestles were destroyed, the Shenlei sword light seemed completely unimpeded, continuing its relentless advance and striking fiercely at King Kongji's chest. Poof! King Kongji was instantly slashed and sent flying, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, with a sword mark on his chest exposing white bone. Even so, the sword light unleashed by Zhou Luo still remained, swiftly closing in on King Kongji. King Kong Grand Protector. Behind him, Songlei and Famas had already been intimidated by Zhou Luo's sword. Seeing the sword light seemingly about to kill King Kongji in an instant, they couldn't sit still and simultaneously took action. The two rushed swiftly to Vidra Wisdom's side, each brandishing their weapons to block. However, the Shenlei sword's light struck their weapons. The familiar sound of an explosion rang out, and the weapons of Songlei and Famas were equally unable to withstand Zhou Luo's sword, shattering instantly. Fortunately, the sword's light eventually eventually dissipated completely, sparing Vajra Wisdom's life. This kid, is he really so ruthless? At this moment, Sonlei and Famaz's gaze toward Zhou Luo had completely changed. From the previous disdain and mockery, it had turned into utter disbelief and deep fear. Zhou Luo's sword strike had completely exceeded their expectations. It is absolutely not an attack that could be unleashed by a cultivator who has merely broken through the third shackle of the shackle realm. Even those of them who have broken through 5 shackles and stand at the peak of the shackle realm cannot deliver such a fierce and violent strike. He must be hiding a supreme spiritual treasure on him. That sword, aside from a supreme spiritual treasure, I truly can't think of anything else that could achieve this. Supported by 2 others and gravely injured, Jin Gangji stared intently at Zhou Luo and spoke haltingly. Peerless spiritual treasure? Sonlei and Famaz felt their scalps tingle upon hearing this. It was clearly agreed that there were no spiritual treasures on Blue Star capable of helping this kid establish his foundation. So where did this peerless spiritual treasure come from? That's right, the 3rd level of the Shackles realm can display the power of the 5th level. What else could it be besides relying on a peerless spiritual treasure as its foundation? Kill him. Dig out the spiritual treasure, and the treasure will be ours. Sonlei's gaze toward Zhou Luo gradually shifted from initial fear and shock to greed. Beside him, Famaz's eyes were also filled with covetousness. Hold him off first. Wait until I recover from my injuries. Very soon. Jin Gangji did not hesitate. A golden lotus radiance flashed within his dantian. This was the unique healing method of the Lotus sect, with excellent results. But the only drawback was that if interrupted during the recovery process, it would pose a life-threatening danger. Want to recover from your injuries? Did you ask me first? In the distance, Zhou Luo sneered, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Blood-red light appeared in his hands, and he gently directed it toward the position of King Kongji. King Kongji, who had just intended to heal his wounds, suddenly felt his internal energy and blood become unstable, as if they were about to burst out of his body. A mouthful of old blood spurted from his mouth. It was precisely this mouthful of blood that caused his already wavering vital energy to instantly go berserk. In an instant, Vajra Wisdom exploded in front of everyone's eyes, turning into a cloud of blood mist before Sonlei and Famaz could react. What exactly happened? The 2's faces were filled with shock. The greed that had previously been on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming fear. Such a bizarre scene, even for 5th level experts of the Shackles realm like them, felt incredibly terrifying. Grand Protector. The 5 Lotus sect protectors who came along with Vajra Wisdom saw him explode and perish, their eyes reddened and expressions filled with grief. It's him. He's the one behind this. Sonlei's gaze unintentionally swept toward Zhou Luo and noticed 2 eerie bloodlights emerging between his hands. He immediately became alert and pointed at Zhou Luo, shouting angrily. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? It can kill people out of thin air? Famaz felt his scalp tingle. He wasn't afraid of encountering formidable opponents, but he dreaded facing such inexplicable methods. Revenge for the Grand Protector. The 5 guardians of the Lotus sect could no longer hold back. At this moment, seeing Zhou Luo make a move, they each displayed their Vajra Arhat forms, unleashing several powerful attacks simultaneously. All together now, don't give him any chance. Sonlei and Famaz also became alert at this point. With an angry shout, they gathered the Shackled Realm experts from their forces to join the fight. The other Forbidden Realm experts, knowing they couldn't participate in this battle, turned their attention to Cui Lingfei and the others, launching their attacks in unison. For a moment, the high skies of Blue Star seemed to transform into a fierce battlefield. All coming at me? Do I really have no way out? Counting the figures before him, apart from Sonlei and Famaz, a total of 32 Shackled Realm experts were charging toward him in unison. This is... Zhou Luo's lips still carried a faint smile, showing no trace of panic. Even a 5th path powerhouse like King Kongji in the Shackles realm could be slain by him within 3 moves. Facing this group of small fry, what pressure could there possibly be? Among this group, only Sonlei and Famaz were worthy of his serious attention. At this moment, the profound thunder force within Zhou Luo's dantian had once again been fully prepared. Countless purple gold thunder serpents emerged within the body, nimbly leaping and converging onto the blade of the Taiye sword. Zhou Luo's entire aura erupted, awakening the Kunlun dragon vein within him. A surge of dragon might flowed from his dantian into the Taiye sword, merging with the black gold dragon patterns on the blade. This strike will claim 32 of your heads. Zhou Luo swung his sword. Rumble! A sword light filled with purple gold thunder serpents and carrying the might of the Kunlun dragon roared out, tearing through the space ahead. The heavens and earth seemed to change color under this sword strike. The 32 charging experts in the Shackles realm ahead were locked onto by the sword light, and one by one, they froze in midair, trembling uncontrollably. Among them, a few powerful individuals at the 4th stage of the Shackles realm finally recovered from the oppression of the dragon's might and attempted to escape. However, the speed of the sword light far exceeded their expectations. Those whose realms were below the 3rd stage of the Shackles realm were instantly annihilated upon contact with the sword light, their bodies irreversibly disintegrating. As for the strong ones who had broken through the 4th stage of the Shackles, although they managed managed to resist for a moment with their physique, their bodies still shattered piece by piece. These 32 individuals, who could be considered the overlords of Blue Star and invincible powerhouses, all perished under this single sword strike. However, after annihilating them, the momentum of the sword's radiance did not diminish in the slightest, instantly reaching before San Lei and Fama's. Seeing this sword light, which could destroy everything, slashing toward them, San Lei and Fama's felt their hair stand on end, wanting to draw their weapons to defend themselves, but suddenly remembered that their weapons had already shattered when Zhou Luo swung his first sword. The two hurriedly activated their life-saving treasures, a pale white orb and a palm-sized holy cross appearing simultaneously. A faint radiance enveloped them, which was the shield effect of the orb and the holy cross. The sword light was incredibly fast. At the moment the orb and the holy cross appeared, the sword light had already struck the two shields. The familiar sound of shattering rang out. The two shields didn't even last a second before shattering completely. The Xianlei sword light continued forward, striking hard on the chests of the two. Their figures, as imposing as Vajra, were instantly sent flying backward. It flew for several kilometers before finally coming to a stop. How could this be? How could this be? San Lei clutched his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face full of disbelief. On Blue Star, could there really be a powerhouse like Zhou Luo? With one sword, he slew the 32 Lock Realm experts they brought. Not only that, he also severely injured both him and Fama's, two top-tier experts of the Fifth Path and the Lock Realm. Is this really something that can be achieved on Blue Star? Is this really something that someone with only the third path cultivation in the Lock Realm can accomplish? San Lei felt he was on the verge of questioning his life. Fama's also remained silent. Everything that happened today was far beyond his imagination. He had thought that bringing these 32 shackled realm powerhouses, along with the vast Forbidden Realm army, would easily annihilate Blue Star and claim it as his own. But now, it seems that an unexpected situation has occurred. Like them, the Forbidden Realm experts still engaged in fierce battle with Chui Lingfei and others also stood frozen, their faces filled with shock. Especially the disciples of the Lotus sect, who looked at the 6 guardians of their sect all fallen, their faces full of grief mixed with fear. Where are you looking? Your ancestor Ho is right here. The Frost Thunder Ho showed no mercy, unleashing several blasts of frost energy directly. Chui Lingfei and the others were unwilling to show weakness, launching a full counterattack, and the battlefield instantly returned to chaos. The blood-colored aura on Zhou Luo's hands continued to flow, and upon seeing San Lei and Fama's injured, he immediately reached out to guide them. San Lei and Fama's instantly felt their blood surging within, quickly channeling spiritual energy to suppress it. Fortunately, their injuries were much lighter than those caused by Vajroiji's sword, and the turmoil in their blood soon subsided. Fama's, hold steady, we've already figured out his tactics. San Lei, panting, said to Fama's, those 2 strikes are strong, but at this level of attack, he absolutely can't unleash a third one in a short time. We're both at the 5th stage of the Shackles realm. As long as we manage the injuries within our bodies, victory is still within reach. His words were full of confidence. Fama's heard this and silently nodded, acknowledging it in his heart. The 2 sword strikes Zhou Luo had just unleashed were indeed astonishing and terrifying. But after all, he was only at the 3rd level of the Shackles realm. Even with a peerless spiritual treasure forming his foundation, it would be impossible to execute 3 consecutive strikes in such a short time. You can't possibly say that Zhou Luo is hiding more than one peerless spiritual treasure, right? That would be too absurd. How could a small blue star possibly? Just as Fama's was thinking this, his gaze locked onto Zhou Luo in the distance, only to see a chilling smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Purple gold lightning snakes once again surged across his body, as if repeating the earlier scene, all rushing into the black gold longsword in his hand. No, it can't be real. Fama's eyes widened as he stood there in a daze, completely unable to believe it. Zhou Luo, just like before, gently lifted the longsword and then swung it. Rumble! A sword light even more massive than before surged forward, carrying the immense power of purple gold thunder. The purple gold lightning dancing on the sword light illuminated the surrounding sky in an unusual hue. No, impossible, how could this be? The originally confident and resolute San Lei now had his mouth slightly open, his feet seemingly bound, completely unable to escape, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Suddenly, the phantom of a towering mountain had unknowingly appeared, floating above their heads. The purple gold radiance continued to expand in their eyes. The violent sword light completely enveloped San Lei and Fama's. The powerful physical body of the 5th stage of the Shackles realm was devoured and obliterated inch by inch under the sword light filled with a destructive aura. The sword light passed through their location. The Xianlei sword light continued to advance tens of thousands of meters, leaving an extremely conspicuous mark in the sky. The figures of San Lei and Fama's completely vanished, turning into dust. Zhou Luo sheathed his sword, his gaze still indifferent. After refining the Xianlei purple gold bamboo, he was confident that he could kill even top-tier 5th path experts in the Shackled realm, like the Lotus sect's holy son, Sumeru, whose foundation was forged by a supreme-grade spiritual treasure, within 3 moves. Let alone these inferior individuals before him, such as Jingangzi, Sanglei, and Fama's, diplomas whose foundations might not even be forged by supreme-grade spiritual treasures. The 3 sword strikes he had unleashed were far from his limit. Now, within the Shackles realm, I fear there is no one who can rival me. Zhou Luo's eyes sparkled with light, and he couldn't help but anticipate. I wonder just how strong experts of the Shattered Realm are. Can I stand a chance against them? Up until now, he had yet to truly encounter a master of the Shattered Realm. Although he could dominate the heroes of the Shackles realm, when facing the Shattered Realm, perhaps he was nothing more than an insignificant existence. He is neither impulsive nor arrogant and would not use the cultivation of the 3rd stage of the Shackles realm to provoke the Shattered Realm. At the very least, he would wait until breaking through the 5th stage of the Shackles realm and establishing a solid foundation before considering such matters. His gaze swept toward the distance, where Cui Lingfei, the Frost Thunder Howl, and others were fiercely battling the Forbidden Realm experts of the extraterrestrial forces. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, and the shadow of Mount Tai suddenly appeared behind him as he struck out with a palm. In an instant, the phantom of Mount Tai enveloped the entire battlefield. Countless Forbidden Realm powerhouses from the extraterrestrial forces could not withstand the overwhelming pressure, and their bodies burst apart, turning into blood mist. Immediately after, another palm strike was unleashed. Another group of Forbidden Realm powerhouses exploded. In the blink of an eye, not a single Forbidden Realm powerhouse from the extraterrestrial forces remained alive on the battlefield. The descending armies sent to Blue Star by the 3 major forces, Luofu Palace, Brahma Lotus Sect, and the Heavenly Embers Crusade, have been completely annihilated. There is still exactly 1 month until the absolute celestial barrier completely fails, allowing fragmentation realm experts to descend. With Blue Star's current spiritual energy concentration, this 1 month is enough for me to break through 5 shackles, forge 5 foundations, and perhaps even hope to reach the fragmentation realm. Blue Star's counterattack is already poised and ready. Lotus Sect of Brahma, Luofu Palace, Heavenly Scorch Crusaders, you'd better keep your necks clean and wait for me to come for you one by one. Zhou Luo gazed into the deep void, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Garrosh, Changmingzi, and Maxim stood on the moon, their 3 gazes piercing through the endless void like sharp arrows, directly targeting Blue Star. The 3 of them wore grim expressions, unable to hide their anger and shock. The entire army was annihilated. Garrosh stared fixedly in the direction of Blue Star, his tone filled with disbelief. As a broken realm expert who had passed the first heavenly gate of the heaven, earth, and man 3 gates, he stood there, witnessing everything that had just occurred above Blue Star. The 32 shackled realm warriors they had been so proud of couldn't even withstand a single move from that native. Even the 5 fourth path chain-bound protectors within the Lotus Sect, along with the great protector Vajra Wisdom, who had already broken through the 5th path chain, were all effortlessly slain by that native. Garrosh gritted his teeth, his chest burning with unquenchable rage, yet his heart was also filled with shock. Such a small Blue Star, and yet it can produce not just one peerless spiritual treasure. Beside him, Qing Mingzi slightly narrowed his eyes, his expression complex. After a long pause, he sighed, it truly is a planet capable of housing treasures of the universe. I really underestimated it before. A crisp sound rang out. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Maxim's lips curled into a smile. The more abundant the resources on Blue Star, the more advantageous it will be for us after we take over. No matter how strong the natives are, they are currently only at the 3rd stage of the Shackled Realm. Moreover, there are only 30 days left until the complete failure of the absolute heaven ceiling. No matter how talented he is, it's absolutely impossible for him to break through to the Shattered Realm within this time. At most, he might break through the 5th stage of the Shackled Realm. The gap between the 5th stage of the Shackled Realm and the Shattered Realm is like heaven and earth. Countless so-called geniuses have been stuck at this stage for decades, even centuries. After listening to Maxim's words, Garrosh and Chang Mingzi silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, this boy absolutely cannot reach the Shattering Realm in such a short time. Garrosh said in a deep voice, however, we cannot relax because of this. We must make thorough preparations. I will send a message back to headquarters right away, requesting them to dispatch a Shattering Realm Elder for reinforcement, to completely sever Blue Star's hope. After this battle, the losses of the Lotus Sect far exceeded those of the Luofu Hall and the Heavenly Scorched Crusaders. Among the original 12 protectors, 6 fell in an instant, including the Grand Protector Vajra Wisdom. Coupled with the 2 protectors who had previously fallen, the elite forces available to the Lotus Sect branch have been significantly reduced. Apart from Garrosh himself, it is now difficult to find high-level combat power. If reinforcements are not sent soon, even if they manage to conquer Blue Star in the future, they will likely be left far behind by Luofu Hall and the Heavenly Scorched Crusaders. Well, what you said makes sense. On closer thought, this native has already given us too many surprises. We must handle this carefully. Qing Mingzi nodded. Elder Garrosh is indeed thorough in his considerations. Maxim also showed an expression of approval. Kegalos's face turned slightly gloomy upon hearing these words. These 2 old fellows spoke nicely but didn't mention a word about support. However, there is a reason for this. Among the 3 major forces, the Lotus Sect is the strongest, while while the Luo Fu Hall and the Heavenly Scorched Crusaders are slightly weaker. The Lotus Sect can dispatch a Grand Elder of the Shattered Realm from its headquarters, but it is far less easy for the Luo Fu Hall and the Heavenly Scorched Crusaders. Ha, since you want to keep secrets, don't blame me for being ruthless. Once I take over Blue Star, with the 2 Shattered Realm Grand Elders of my Lotus Sect, what will you use to compete for territory? Garrosh sneered inwardly, secretly exerting his strength. The 3 quickly returned to their respective sects. After returning to the temple, Garrosh was just about to send a message to the sect headquarters on Sanglong Star when suddenly a protector rushed in hurriedly. Grand Elder, something terrible has happened. A message from headquarters states that the current Lotus Sect Holy Son, Sunti, has fallen. The Lotus Sect has suffered heavy losses, and the sect leader has ordered us to accelerate our actions and immediately take over Blue Star. The protector entered urgently, his tone filled with deep sorrow. What? The current Holy Son has fallen? Garrosh heard these words and suddenly widened his eyes, his face filled with shock and confusion. Sunti, he remembered that the current Holy Son should be at the 5th stage of the Shackles realm, with each foundation forged from top-grade spiritual treasures. Within that Sanglong Star, his talent was unmatched, unparalleled in both the 8 Absolute Valley and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. A genius of such caliber, how could he fall so suddenly? What exactly happened? Is the Lotus Sect in danger now? Garrosh asked anxiously. No, the sect master said the Lotus Sect remains safe and sound, but the fall of the Holy Son is a great loss to the sect, and no one can replace his position within 100 years. In recent years, the 8 Extremes Valley and the Tianbao Pavilion have been eyeing us covetously. The sect master urgently needs the universal treasure to break through the Golden Core stage in order to stabilize the situation. The protector spoke slowly. After hearing this, Garrosh's expression grew even darker. Send a message to headquarters immediately. Inform them that the situation on Blue Star has drastically changed. The branch has suffered equally heavy losses, and more than half of the 12 protectors are dead or injured. We urgently need a Grand Elder to be dispatched for reinforcement. As long as one more Grand Elder comes, the Lotus Sect will surely claim the supreme treasure of the universe. Garrosh's tone was firm and unquestionable. Upon hearing this, the protector immediately left the Great Hall to carry out the communication task. After he left, Garrosh stood inside the hall, his heart heavy, understanding that the future battles would be even more challenging. Garrosh's gaze fixed in the direction of Blue Star, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. With the Holy Sun fallen, the conquest of Blue Star can no longer be delayed. Once the support arrives and the absolute sky seal is nullified, it will be the perfect opportunity for our Lotus Sect to seize the Blue Star. It has been exactly 2 weeks since the invasion of the extraterrestrial forces army. In Jiangnan Manor, Zhou Luo was calmly seated on a rocking chair, his eyes closed as if in deep sleep. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze directed toward the east of Daxia, in the direction of the East Sea. The 3rd Advanced Secret Realm has finally arrived. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Through relentless cultivation day and night, and with the support of the extremely dense spiritual energy on Blue Star, he had already broken through the 4th shackle 3 days ago. Now, he was just one step away from establishing his foundation. For this, he racked his brains and tried every possible method. Feeling that the appearance of Advanced Secret Realms was too slow, he once personally went to the Kunlun Secret Realm, attempting to activate the Universal Treasure again, but returned without success. The energy released by the Universal Treasure at that moment was truly astonishing, even for him, who had already forged 3 foundational paths. Approaching the stone platform or entering the secret chamber was extremely challenging, let alone attempting to activate it again. Helpless, Zhou Luo could only silently wait for the natural emergence of the 3rd Advanced Secret Realm. And now, this moment has finally arrived. The last Advanced Secret Realm directly transported me to the headquarters of the Brahma Lotus Sect. This time, could it also send me to another planet? Zhou Luo stood up, stretched lazily, walked to the door, summoned the Frost Thunder Howl, and together they stepped into the air heading toward the East Sea. A platinum-colored stream of air was gathering directly above the East Sea, forming an air vortex. When Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl arrived, Cui Lingfei and his entourage were already waiting there. General Zhou, you really came. I was just about to send someone to inform you, Cui Lingfei said as he stepped forward to greet him. The violet aura emanating from this secret realm is quite intense as well. Zhou Luo nodded, his gaze fixed on the platinum-colored vortex of airflow, his brows slightly furrowed. This secret realm was extremely similar to the previous rift, both filled with an aura of extreme violence. It is roughly speculated that only strong individuals who have broken through the Shackles realm can step into the airflow. That's right, this time only strong individuals in the Shackles realm can participate in the secret realm. In the Federation, apart from General Zhou, only Senior Gu meets this requirement, Cui Lingfei explained. At this moment, Gu Qianhua walked over. I see. General Zhou, this time you and Brother Ho should go in. I'll stay on Blue Star to guard against another invasion by external forces. In this way, the Federation will still have at least one Shackled Realm combat power guarding it. Gu Qianhua spoke sincerely. Hearing this, Zhou Luo looked at Gu Qianhua, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Are you sure you want to stay on Blue Star? This is an advanced secret realm, with opportunities far richer than the previous ones. No problem. Yes, I've already decided. Gu Qianhua nodded, his expression as calm as usual. Alright, then you'll have to bear with it for now. A trace of admiration appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. Able to resist the temptation of an advanced secret realm and choose to stay on Blue Star, it is evident that Gu Qianhua has a strong sense of responsibility. Since that's the case, Zhou Luo naturally cannot stand idly by. He decided that after entering the secret realm, he would also seek some opportunities for Gu Qianhua and the others, bring them back, and enhance the combat power of the Blue Star Federation. In this way, when facing the future arrival of extraterrestrial forces, the Federation would at least have the strength to fight. The discussion concluded. The platinum-colored vortex of airflow slowly took shape and expanded, with its center gradually condensing into a platinum-colored light gate resembling the eye of a storm. The airflow beside the light gate served as the critical barrier preventing all awakened individuals below the Shackles realm from entering. As the light gate appeared, Zhou Luo stepped into it together with the Frost Thunder Howl. Between the sparsely populated mountain forests and the valley, two platinum-colored lights suddenly flickered. With a flash of light, Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Lei Ho appeared simultaneously. Zhou Luo glanced around, his expression instantly turning somewhat peculiar. Why is this forest filled with swords? Looking around, almost every inch of land in the entire forest was embedded with a sword. Short swords, long swords, soft swords, giant swords, all kinds of swords are available. Dazzling at first glance. Zhou Luo carefully examined them and found that the quality of these swords was quite high, belonging to the category of sharp weapons. Big brother, the killing intent here is really intense. Tian Xuan Lei Ho frowned deeply, feeling waves of sharp murderous intent piercing its body like thousands of needles as it stood in the forest. Indeed, let's move forward and figure out what this place really is. Zhou Luo nodded and led Tian Xuan Lei Ho onward. A few minutes later, the two finally emerged from the forest, and a small city in a valley appeared before them. The city was bustling with men and women, dressed in various styles, yet without exception, all carried swords. Zhou Luo glanced around and immediately noticed many powerful individuals at the first or second stage of the Shackles realm. Is this the planet I visited last time, or another one? Faced with the scene before him, Zhou Luo felt a surge of doubt in his heart. Clearly, this advanced secret realm was entirely different from the last one, landing on a planet densely populated with humans. Moreover, almost everyone is equipped with swordsmen. Zhou Luo speculated that sword cultivation must be mainstream on this planet. Why do their outfits look so similar to the disciples of the Luo Fu Hall I've seen before? Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, his curiosity piqued. Immediately, he and the Frost Thunder Howl stepped into the city together. After inquiring and gathering information around the city, Zhou Luo finally understood the identity of this place. Jinfeng Star, Sword Valley. A sword intent trial that occurs only once every 300 years, and those who pass can obtain a holy weapon-grade sword and a peerless spiritual treasure? Zhou Luo processed the newly acquired information, feeling increasingly delighted. Unexpectedly, the place where the universal treasure was transmitted this time turned out to hide so many precious treasures, not to mention that peerless spiritual treasure. Just the holy weapon-grade longsword, which is one level higher than innate treasures, was something Zhou Luo had never seen before. Previously, when fighting against King Kong Ji, Zhou Luo didn't dare to clash directly with the Tai sword because he wielded the innate supreme treasure level King Kong pestle. At the same grade level, when a sword weapon encounters heavy weapons like the King Kong pestle, the disadvantage is obvious. A moment of carelessness could cause the sword blade to shatter. If he could obtain that sacred sword weapon, Zhou Luo would no longer need to worry about these issues. Moreover, clearing the challenge would also grant him a peerless spiritual treasure. I need to find out more clearly how to participate in the sword intent trial and what the rules are. Zhou Luo made up his mind and then blended into the crowd with Tian Xuan Lei Ho. Moments later, the two walked out again. Sword intent trial. When entering the formation, a strand of divine sense will enter the 10,000 swords battlefield, and only sword intent can be used within the battlefield, regardless of cultivation level. Simply slay all the divine senses of the sword cultivators in the battlefield to pass? These rules are truly brutal. Zhou Luo murmured softly, but the corner of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. I like these rules. I can't speak for other things, but when it comes to competing in sword intent, Zhou Luo has absolute confidence. After so many bouts with numerous sword cultivators from the Luofu Hall, Zhou Luo has yet to encounter anyone whose swordsmanship surpasses his. Especially recently, he has comprehended the Five Peaks Sutra to the 8th level, just one step away from the 9th level of perfection. His understanding of the Huashan sword intent has also grown increasingly profound. At this moment, he didn't even need to unleash flying petals piercing through gold and jade. Just a casual glance could emit sword intent powerful enough to slay those in the Forbidden Realm. Jinfeng Star. Just as I expected, this is indeed the planet where the headquarters of the Luofu Hall is located. I heard their people will also participate in the sword intent trial? Perfect, I can use this opportunity opportunity to observe and see just how strong Luofu Hall truly is. But it's strange, the Universal Supreme Treasure has transported me to planets related to the three major forces twice in a row. Could it be due to proximity? Forget it, let's not overthink for now. Zhou Luo withdrew his thoughts. He called out to Tian Shuang Leiho, and the two headed together toward the core area of Sword Valley where the Sword Intent trial was being held. Just like that mountain forest, the surroundings of the Sword Valley core were also filled with various swords and weapons. Sharp sword intent permeated the area, and those slightly weaker would feel as if thousands of needles were piercing their bones upon entering. Within the core of Sword Valley, many sword cultivators who came to participate in the Sword Intent trial had already gathered. Zhou Luo casually glanced around and found that most were at the Forbidden Realm, with a few at the Shackles Realm, though the proportion was very small. It seems the strength of this planet is slightly inferior to the one where the Lotus sect was last time, Zhou Luo muttered to himself. Back in Sanxi City, most of what he saw were peak Forbidden Realm cultivators, and there were quite a few Shackles Realm experts as well. Comparing it to the situation in this Sword Valley before him, the disparity immediately became apparent. Just as Zhou Luo was lost in thought, outside the core of Sword Valley, a group of sword cultivators dressed in plain robes and exuding an ethereal aura suddenly arrived. The Luofu Hall is here. Make way. Hurry up, don't block their path, or there will be big trouble. Seeing this group of people appear, the surrounding sword cultivators quickly stepped aside, making way for them. Zhou Luo was not in the path of the group's advance, so he stood in place, silently observing these uninvited guests. 5 at the Shackles Realm, 13 at the Forbidden Realm. Their strength is passable, but the old man walking at the very front, I can't see through him at all. Could he be at the Shattered Realm? Zhou Luo quickly assessed the strength of the group from Luofu Hall. Among them, the leader at the very front was a frail-looking old man with sharp eyes. His aura was extremely restrained, making it impossible for Zhou Luo to sense his cultivation level. But every movement of the old man exuded an inexplicable sharp aura. Its sword intent. It seems he should be an elder-level figure of the Luofu Hall, far more powerful than the Tsong Lei we encountered before. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, speculating silently in his heart. The group from Luofu Hall quickly moved through the crowd, but ahead of them, a team of people seemed slow to react, failing to dodge in time and slightly blocking their path. The surrounding sword cultivators saw this and their eyes were filled with pity. It's the people from Luo Yun sect. This is going to be interesting. TSK. Last time when Sword Valley opened for the Sword Intent trial, Luo Yun sect still shared the world with Luofu Hall and Jolie Island. But now, Luo Yun sect's Grand Elder has ascended, their strength has plummeted, their territory has been almost completely devoured by Luofu Hall and Jolie Island, and the sect's strong cultivators were nearly wiped out. It's truly unpredictable how things turn out. Now, Luo Yun sect has to bow to Luofu Hall, giving way to them, yet they still fail to do so. Luofu Hall will definitely come up to stir trouble. A series of mocking voices rose one after another. The leading elder of Luofu Hall, Yun Heezy, suddenly changed his expression, coldly staring at the group from Luo Yun sect in front of him. He snorted coldly and said, Chifeng, what does Luo Yun sect mean by this? Do you think Luofu Hall is easy to bully and insist on blocking the way? Have you not learned enough from the previous lesson? The man called Chifeng's face instantly darkened. Elder Yun Heezy, we have no intention of stopping you. You may leave. With that, he turned to instruct the disciples behind him. Quick, make way for Elder Yun Heezy and his group. The members of the Luo Yun sect, hearing this, hurriedly stepped aside to make way. However, just as Chifeng was about to leave, Yun Heezy suddenly stopped him. I haven't said you could leave yet. Where do you think you're going? Yun Heezy's face carried a teasing expression as he said indifferently, you made a mistake, at least you should apologize to me. I won't make it difficult for you, kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll consider forgiving your Luo Yun sect. Otherwise, once we leave Sword Valley, I will bring people to pay your Luo Yun sect a visit. Chifeng's face instantly turned extremely grim, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged in his heart, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and did not erupt. Tisk, as expected, the people from Luofu Hall are domineering, actually demanding Chifeng to kneel in front of so many people. Chifeng is the current deputy sect master of Luo Yun sect. If he really kneels, it would be utterly disgraceful. Do you think Chifeng might lose his temper and directly fight with Yun Heezy? Don't even think about it. The Sword Valley's protective formation is no joke. Anyone who dares to make a move will be instantly torn apart by the formation. Not even those in the Shattered Realm can escape. The discussions among the surrounding crowd rose and fell. Amid the crowd, Zhou Luo's eyebrows suddenly twitched slightly after hearing the last sentence. He glanced around, feeling quite curious. This place actually hides such a powerful formation? It can even easily kill a strong expert at the Fragmentation Realm. Quite interesting. However, at this moment, his thoughts went far beyond that. Since there was such a rule here, did it mean that as long as he was in this Sword Valley, he could do whatever he wanted? After all, he could teleport back to Blue Star at any time. No matter what he did in Sword Valley, as long as the rule of no fighting was in place, no one could do anything to him. Once the Sword Intent trial ended, he could directly teleport back to Blue Star. By then, who would be able to find him. Since that's the case, Zhou Luo's gaze suddenly fell on the people from the Luo Fu Hall. If I don't thoroughly disgust my old rival, wouldn't this trip be in vain? Shi Feng, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Whether you apologize or not, that's for you to weigh carefully. Yun Heezi's face revealed a mocking smile, his tone full of provocation. Back when the Luo Yun sect had not yet declined, it was already at odds with the Luo Fu Hall. Nowadays, the Luo Yun sect has fallen into decline, and he intends to reclaim his former dignity and anger from these opponents. Shi Feng gritted his teeth, seemingly determined, and was about to kneel and apologize. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Is this how overbearing your Luo Fu Hall acts? Zhou Luo stood in front of Yun Heezi, arms crossed, sneering as he questioned him. Yun Heezi frowned slightly, about to ask a question. At that moment, Tian Shuang Lei Ho, who had come along with Zhou Luo, suddenly pointed at Yun Heezi's nose and started cursing furiously. You old bastard, who can't even raise a proper son, how are you so shameless? I curse you, and you even demand an apology from others? What kind of nerve do you have? A sudden torrent of insults erupted, cursing Yun Heezi's ancestors through 18 generations, sparing neither his mother nor his descendants. Yun Heezi was momentarily stunned. Shi Feng was also taken aback. The core members of Sword Valley were even more confused. Whose fierce warrior is this? Daring to insult Yun Heezi so recklessly, are you not afraid of being pierced by hundreds of sword energies the moment you step out of Sword Valley, leaving no place for burial? At this moment, Yun Heezi's expression was unpredictable, as if he was about to erupt at any time. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, Are you too from the Luo Yun sect? Upon hearing this, Tian Shuang Lei Ho stood with hands on hips, chest puffed out, nostrils flaring upward, and sneered. I'm not from the Luo Yun sect, I'm your father. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. Countless gazes were fixed on the arrogant Tian Shuang Lei Ho, faces full of shock. How bold is this guy? Clearly just a first-stage beast of the Shackles realm, yet it dares to act so brazenly in front of Yun Heezi of the Shattered Realm. Some suspected that if Tian Shuang Lei Ho continued cursing for a few more sentences, Yun Heezi's ancestors from 18 generations back might all be dug up and cursed thoroughly. Yun Heezi's face was as dark as a piece of coal at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Tian Shuang Lei Ho, his eyelids twitching wildly, and the killing intent on his face was completely undisguised. If it weren't for the Sword Valley's grand formation blocking him, he would have already drawn his sword and sliced this arrogant beast into countless pieces. Very well, I will remember you. Yun Heezi suppressed his anger and said coldly, when the sword intent trial ends and the Sword Valley closes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Your actions will also make your clansmen pay the price. He had already made up his mind. Once Sword Valley is closed, he not only plans to tear the Beast clan in front of him and the boy behind him into pieces, but also to settle accounts with the families behind them. Only in this way can he quell the anger in his heart. Elder Yun Heezi, there's no need to be angry with them. At this moment, the man who had been standing behind Yun Heezi stepped forward and spoke coldly. He glanced disdainfully at Zhou Luo and Tian Shuang Lei Ho, his tone full of confidence. When the sword intent trial begins and we enter the 10,000 swords battlefield, you'd better pray you don't encounter me. Otherwise, I will make sure to torment you thoroughly in the 10,000 swords battlefield. Although the 10,000 swords battlefield is entered through divine consciousness, the pain from injuries is real, don't forget that. Zhou Luo also turned his gaze to the man who suddenly stepped forward and asked with a cold smile, and who are you? The man flicked his robe, his face full of confidence and arrogance. You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to come and participate in the sword intent trial? I am the current sword seed of Luo Fu Hall, Shu Yun. So, you're a sword seed. My apologies, my apologies. Zhou Luo heard this, feigned surprise, and cupped his hands as he spoke. Shu Yun saw this, raised his eyebrows slightly, and thought Zhou Luo was afraid of him, preparing to say something. But Zhou Luo's next words immediately followed. If you hadn't said you were a lowborn, I would have thought you were some stray. Zhou Luo shook his head and said coldly. Shu Yun's expression changed drastically, his face full of confidence and contempt instantly turned into rage. His aura trembled, and an extremely sharp sword intent suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the surroundings. But at that moment, in the core of Sword Valley, the swords embedded in the ground suddenly began to hum, and an extremely terrifying aura of sword intent directly locked onto Shu Yun. Shu Yun immediately felt as if facing a formidable enemy and hastily withdrew the sword intent he had released. Only then did the terrifying sword intent gradually dissipate. At this moment, Shu Yun realized that his back was already soaked with cold sweat, his embarrassment fully exposed. Take advantage of the Sword Valley formation while it's still running and act arrogant. Otherwise, once Sword Valley closes, I will definitely kill you. Shu Yun snorted coldly, unwilling to stay any longer, and immediately left together with Yun Heezi and the others. After they left, Shi Feng of the Luo Yun sect immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands toward Zhou Luo, and said, Thank you, brother, for standing up for our Luo Yun sect. I, Shi Feng, will remember this favor. Don't worry, although our Luo Yun sect is in decline now, the sect master is still here, and Luo Fu Hall has some reservations. Once the sword intent trial is over and the Sword Valley is closed, you you can leave with us. Don't be fooled by Luo Yunsek's current state. We can protect you. We still have that much strength. Shi Feng spoke sincerely. Although he wasn't clear about Zhou Luo's identity, without Zhou Luo earlier, he would have truly lost face. That's not necessary. After the sword intent trial ends, I have my own way to get out. Zhou Luo waved his hand dismissively and said, helping you is only because I have an old grudge with the Luo Fu Hall. Well, alright, but brother, if you ever need help, feel free to come to me. I will definitely do my best to assist. Seeing this, Shi Feng didn't say much more and could only express his thanks before leaving. The sword seat of the Luofu Hall. He should be considered one of the strongest in this sword intent trial, right? Zhou Luo began to size up Xu Yun in the distance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. So it seems, this sword intent trial doesn't appear to be that difficult after all. My Huashan sword intent is much stronger than the sword intent that guy unleashed. With the added power of the mysterious thunder purple gold bamboo, my sword intent not only possesses the ethereal and elusive qualities of Huashan sword intent but also carries an extra touch of absolute strength and ferocity. The combination of the two is more than enough to crush him. The ownership of that saint weapon level sword soldier seems to be without much suspense. Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze, preparing to find a place to rest with the frost thunder howl and wait for the sword intent trial to officially begin. But at that moment, a group of people suddenly blocked his path. One of them, a middle-aged man with a long scar on the side of his face, stepped forward, approached Zhou Luo, and said, young man, judging by your actions just now, do you have a grudge against the Luo Fu Hall? Zhou Luo frowned slightly, scrutinizing the scar-faced middle-aged man. I am Deng Junfei, an elder of Jiuli Island. Deng Junfei first introduced himself, then stated his purpose. Just now, you gravely offended the Luo Fu Hall. After the Sword Valley closes, your fate will undoubtedly be miserable. If you are willing to do Jiuli Island a favor, after the Sword Valley ends, we will step forward to protect you and ensure your safe return to your clan. Of course, if you don't have any backing, Jiuli Island can still take you into the sect and give you the status of an inner disciple. Deng Junfei's words were highly enticing. To those present, it seemed Zhou Luo was incredibly lucky to be recruited by Jiuli Island. A hint of amusement flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes as he asked, what kind of help? Tell me, so I can think it over. In the sword intent trial, help the holy son of Jiuli Island seize the top position. Deng Junfei said in a low voice. Just now, Xu Yun revealed his sword intent, attempting to suppress Zhou Luo. Although it was quickly interrupted by the Sword Valley's grand formation, Xu Yun's sword intent still persisted during that time. I stood by and saw everything clearly. Facing Xu Yun's sword intent, Zhou Luo showed no trace of fear on his face. This shows that Zhou Luo is not afraid of Xu Yun at all and is absolutely not weak in the level of mastery of sword intent. If Zhou Luo can take action and join forces with the holy son of our Jiuli Island to first eliminate Xu Yun during the sword intent trial, then the champion of the trial will undoubtedly belong to our Jiuli Island. A holy weapon-grade sword plus a peerless spiritual treasure, this reward would make anyone envious. After listening to Deng Junfei's words, Zhou Luo decisively shook his head and said, you'd better find someone else for this. Just kidding, this time in the sword intent trial, I'm aiming to take the top spot. If your holy son takes it, then what am I supposed to take? Really not going to reconsider? Seeing Zhou Luo refuse, Deng Junfei's previously calm expression instantly turned hostile. You didn't actually believe what Shi Feng said earlier, thinking that the Luo Yun sect can protect you, did you? They can hardly protect themselves now. If the Luofu Hall insists on killing you, apart from our Jiuli Island, no one can keep you safe. You must think it over carefully. His words already carried a hint of threat. Within the Golden Star, the number of renowned major sects and factions can be counted on one hand. No matter which sect a genius appears in, the news will spread to all sects in a short time, without exception. As for Zhou Luo, he had never heard of him. This means that Zhou Luo's background is definitely not prominent, at most from some small sects or minor clans, or a genius emerging from a small family. I've seen quite a few people like this. Without exception, they will all eventually be taken in by major sects, and my thoughts just now were exactly the same. But unexpectedly, Zhou Luo turned out to be so stubborn. My Jiuli Island, after all, is a top-tier force in Jin Fengstar alongside Luo Fu Hall, yet this kid dares to reject my offer. Rumble. Truly ignorant of what's good for him. Heh, you don't need to worry about this. Seeing me turn hostile, Zhou Luo no longer showed me a pleasant expression and retorted coldly. Overestimating yourself. Seeing Zhou Luo so determined, Deng Junfei also gave up hope and sneered. Do you really think you can take the top spot in this sword intent trial? Deng Junfei's group was followed by Yi Chuan, the contemporary saint of Jiuli Island, who stepped forward with a cold sneer. What a joke. Some random nobodies dare to compete for the top spot in the sword intent trial? Yi Chuan's words were full of contempt, without the slightest attempt to hide it. I'll soil your whatever. Who do you think you are, daring to? Before Yi Chuan could finish, the Frost Thunder Howl, who had been standing beside Zhou Luo, couldn't hold back anymore. It immediately jumped out, pointed at Yi Chuan's nose, and started cursing furiously, only to see Tian Shuang Ho spouting witty insults non-stop for several minutes before gradually stopping. At this moment, Yi Chuan's face had already already turned bright red, his right index finger trembling as he pointed at Tianshuan Leiho. Reckless. Truly reckless. Just you wait. After the Sword Valley closes, my Zhou Island will never let you off. Afterward, Yi Chuan and Deng Junfei left angrily with their subordinates. The sword cultivators watching nearby also shifted their gaze from initial pity to admiration for Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Hull. Where did these two come from? The things they say, I've never heard before. Who knows? If I could curse people with half the skill of that beast clan, I'd be satisfied. Just arguing alone could destabilize someone's Dao heart. Ha, this is the first time I've seen the Luo Fu Hall in Ninely Island suffer such a big loss at the hands of an unknown kid. Interesting. Zhou Luo couldn't help but look at Tianshuan Leiho, his face showing a complicated expression. Little Hosey, I did tell you to be a bit arrogant just now, but this, where did you learn to say such things? Tianshuan Leiho chuckled. Big brother, ever since I could transform into human form, I started browsing the internet on your Blue Star phones when I was bored. I learned it all online. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Online? Which website? Tianshuan Leiho scratched his head. Oh, I think it's called something Tiaba. Zhou Luo was speechless. You brat, you're truly a talent. Ah, thank you for the compliment, big brother. Tianshuan Leiho grinned from ear to ear. Zhou Luo rolled his eyes at him, then decided not to say more and led him to a secluded spot deep within Sword Valley, waiting for the official start of the Sword Intent trial. According to the information gathered, there were still more than 2 hours left before the Sword Intent trial began. Zhou Luo planned to use this free time to deeply comprehend the Five Peaks scripture and see if he could break through to the 9th level of perfection. Just as he was about to close his eyes and calm his mind, a sudden commotion arose around him. Isn't that the Celestial Master? He has been hiding among us all along. My heavens, a mighty figure who simultaneously broke through the 3 barriers of heaven, earth, and man in the shattered realm. I was just chatting with him earlier. I heard that the Supreme of the Firmament has lost hope of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. His lifespan is nearing its end, and now he is searching everywhere for a disciple to inherit his legacy. It's not surprising that he came to Sword Valley. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity as he cast his gaze toward the spry old man in a plain robe not far away. Breaking through the 3 barriers of heaven, earth, and man in the shattered realm. With such strength, he must be one of the top powerhouses in this world, right? Zhou Luo speculated inwardly. As Zhou Luo watched, the Supreme of the Firmament suddenly walked toward the direction of the Luofu Hall, his steps firm and his goal clear. In the team of Luofu Hall, Yun Heezy and Shu Yun saw Sangxiang Shangren heading their way, their faces immediately showing tension, and their breathing became rapid. Sangxiang Shangren, may I ask what important matter brings you to our Luofu Hall? As he approached, Yun Heezy stepped forward respectfully and asked. However, Sangxiang Shangren completely ignored him, instead turning his gaze to Shu Yun and saying, the sword intent you have cultivated aligns perfectly with mine. I intend to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Shu Yun was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into a joyful smile. The swordsmanship of the Celestial Master is the pinnacle of excellence across the entire Jin Feng Star. Even the strongest Grand Hall Master of the Luo Fu Hall would pale in comparison when facing him. Having such a powerful figure willing to take him as a disciple, Shu Yun's heart was about to leap out of his chest. This Celestial Master, Shu Yun, is the holy son of our Luo Fu Hall, Yun Heezy said, somewhat bewildered, quickly stepping forward. Moreover, the holy son's swordsmanship has always been personally taught by the Grand Hall Master. Isn't this a bit? I don't have much time left. I must quickly find a disciple to inherit my legacy. The Supreme Master of the Firmament maintained a calm expression as his gaze once again fell on Shu Yun. If you are willing to inherit my legacy, I can join the Luo Fu Hall. Are you willing or not? Not to mention Shu Yun, even Yun Heezy, who was standing nearby, instantly revealed an expression of wild joy. Saint's son, quickly agree. He eagerly looked at Shu Yun, his face no longer showing any resistance, only excitement. Are you kidding? The Supreme Master of the Firmament is one of the strongest on Jin Feng Star, standing at the pinnacle. If he joins the Luo Fu Hall, it will instantly become the most powerful force on Jin Feng Star. Even Zhou Island would pale in comparison. As the voice of the Celestial Sovereign fell, he fixed his gaze on Shu Yun, waiting for his response. His swordsmanship was renowned for its ultimate strength and ferocity, and the sword intent he cultivated was extremely intense. As for Shu Yun's sword intent, he had just observed it earlier. Though it couldn't be described as ultimate strength and ferocity, it somewhat touched upon those qualities. Unfortunately, in this world, I can no longer find anyone more in tune with my sword intent than you, but my time is running out. What a pity indeed, the figure in the heavens sighed inwardly. Yet his gaze toward Shu Yun was still filled with anticipation. Though not perfect, Shu Yun was the most suitable person he could find at the moment to inherit his legacy. If he did not take him in, the supreme sword technique he had painstakingly created in the fragmented realm might end up wasted. The team within Luofu Palace was filled with joy and celebration. In contrast, the people of Zhou Island all had gloomy expressions, unable to hide their anger. If Sangxiang Shangren were to join Luofu Palace, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to Jiuli Island. The originally balanced situation in Jin Foam Star was about to be disrupted once again. Son of God, this battle depends entirely on you. Deng Junfei turned to look at Ji Chuan. If you can defeat Shu Yun in the sword intent trial, there might still be a chance for the Celestial Master to change his mind. If you perform even better, perhaps the Celestial Master will turn his attention to you. By then, our Jiuli Island could become the ultimate victor. Yi Chuan's expression was solemn as he nodded earnestly. I will give it my all. The moment of the sword intent trial finally arrived. In the core of Sword Valley, countless swords embedded in the ground simultaneously emitted a humming sound. An immense surge of sword intent erupted, ultimately converging into a portal of light in the sky. Inside the portal was a scene resembling an ancient battlefield. The sword intent trial is now open. Sword cultivators who wish to participate may enter. Hundreds of sword cultivators within the core of Sword Valley instantly soared into the air toward the light gate. Zhou Luo was among them. Meanwhile, Tianshuan Leiho was assigned to stay outside. Stepping into the light gate, Zhou Luo landed steadily, looked around, and confirmed that he was now in the ancient battlefield. The land on the battlefield was pitch black, and as far as the eye could see, countless swords of varying lengths were stuck into the ground, resembling the scene within Sword Valley. My cultivation level is actually being suppressed here. Zhou Luo felt a slight sensation and discovered that while standing in this place, the spiritual energy within his body was completely immobile, as if firmly suppressed by a mysterious force. The only thing that can be utilized is one's own sword intent. The Tai sword wasn't brought in either. It seems that the only thing that entered here is a strand of my consciousness, which matches the information I gathered. Zhou Luo touched his empty waist and felt that the space here was exceptionally peculiar. With a single thought, a strand of sword intent instantly burst forth from within. The sword intent was ethereal and elusive, but upon closer perception, one could sense its violent and fierce aura. This was precisely the sword intent of Manhwa from the 5 sacred mountains, enhanced by the power of the Xianlei purple gold bamboo. Sword intent trial, slay all other sword cultivators in the battlefield of 10,000 swords, and you shall claim the championship. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. Since that's the case, I don't need to waste time. Let's deal with them quickly. Immediately, he swiftly headed in one direction. Inside the core of Sword Valley, all those who had not entered the battlefield for the trial were now standing in a massive plaza at the core of Sword Valley, their gazes uniformly directed upward. Poof! The place where the light gate originally stood had now transformed into a celestial screen, reflecting the various events occurring within the battlefield of 10,000 swords. However, what each person saw was different, which was the wondrous aspect of the battlefield of sword intent. It could display scenes around a particular contestant based on what each person had in mind. Those whose sects had disciples participating in the trial naturally focused their gaze on their own disciples. Meanwhile, others who were simply there for the spectacle turned their attention to Shu Yun and Yi Chuan. After the fall of Yunmen into decline, Luofu Hall and Jiuli Island became the strongest forces in this realm. The sword seeds and holy sons within their sects are the most gifted and powerful sword cultivators in this land. This time, the sudden appearance of the Celestial Master, who intends to take Shu Yun as a disciple, has sparked great curiosity among the crowd, as everyone is eager to see who was more outstanding between Shu Yun and Yi Chuan. Many sword cultivators exclaimed, as expected of Luofu Hall's sword seed, Shu Yun's water-slicing sword intent is overwhelmingly powerful. With a single wave of his hand, he killed 2 minor sect sword cultivators effortlessly. As soon as the words were spoken, someone else chimed in, Yi Chuan is no less impressive. The speed of his whirlwind sword intent is astonishingly fast. I couldn't even see him make a move before his opponent was already on the ground. For a moment, the field was almost filled with praises for Shu Yun and Yi Chuan. Standing amidst the crowd, Tianshuan Leiho felt a surge of displeasure in his heart. He crossed his arms and sneered repeatedly, what so-called sword saint sons? Compared to my big brother, they're nothing but trash. I'm not bragging, but if my big brother were to face the 2 of them, he'd take their lives within 3 strikes. The crowd around was startled. Countless gazes turned toward the frost thunder howl, revealing various complex emotions in their eyes. Where did this lunatic come from, daring to provoke Shu Yun and Yi Chuan? Is he out of his mind? Isn't this the arrogant beast from earlier? Could the big brother he mentioned be that equally arrogant and rude guy from before? That's just stubborn talk. If that guy truly had strength, how could he possibly let Shu Yun suppress him with sword intent? He would have counterattacked long ago. There's no need to wait for the Sword Valley's grand formation to act. Exactly. Countless mocking voices rose one after another. Tianshuan Leiho listened, but only revealed a disdainful smile on his face. You short-sighted people can't even see my big brother's true strength. Just watch carefully. Once my big brother makes a move, Shu Yun and Yi Chuan won't last 3 moves. I'll willingly admit defeat. You dare to call me short-sighted? You? How can a beast race be so arrogant? Is there no one to restrain him? The surrounding people turned red with anger and frustration, but due to the restrictions of the Sword Valley's grand formation, they dared not act rashly. Tianshuan Leiho saw this scene, and a trace of excitement amazement flashed in his eyes. He discovered that the people on this planet don't seem to be very good at cursing. He hadn't even gone all out, yet the other side was already red-faced with anger. This combat ability is way too weak, isn't it? But he actually likes this feeling. Humph, arrogant. In the distance, Jun Heezy and Deng Junfei naturally heard the words of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Howl. However, they didn't take it to heart at all. They had absolute confidence in Shu Yun and Yi Chuan. Being able to become the sword seat of Luofu Hall and the Holy Son of Jolie Island, the swordsmanship of these two is almost unmatched among the younger generation on Jin Fengstar. It is almost impossible for anyone to be stronger than them. Even if there is, that person must be renowned and famous, unlike Zhou Luo, who is unknown and unrecognized by anyone present. Utter nonsense. Standing in a corner of the square, Sangxiang Shangren heard Tianchuan Leiho's words. A trace of peculiar emotion flashed in his eyes, and he gently shook his head. He had been searching for disciples for many years, and almost every sword cultivator on Jin Fengstar knew of him. If there truly were such a genius, he would have already taken them under his wing. Why would he need to take Shu Yu as his disciple? He did not take it to heart. His gaze returned to the scene in the sky where Shu Yu was located. He wanted to take a good look at how Shu Yun performed in the sword intent trial. If the performance was truly poor, even if the sword intent was quite similar to his own, he would have no choice but to abandon the idea of taking him as a disciple. Huh, what's this kid doing? Looking for someone? Sangxiang Shangren frowned slightly. He noticed that Shu Yun, after slaying the spiritual senses of the two sword cultivators he had just encountered, began swiftly traversing the 10,000 swords battlefield. That posture seemed to suggest he was searching for someone's traces. Within the 10,000 swords battlefield, apart from the Frost Thunder Howl, almost no one paid attention to Zhou Luo, who had already consecutively destroyed the spiritual senses of 5 sword cultivators during this time. His strike was extremely swift, the sword intent elusive and hard to grasp, yet incomparably sharp. The 5 sword cultivators barely had time to react before they were decapitated. Even before their consciousness faded, they couldn't understand how they had died. Too easy, far too easy. Can't this sword intent trial be a bit more challenging? I was hoping to use it to test the limits of my sword intent. If this continues, forget about reaching the limit. I won't even be able to unleash half of my potential. Zhou Luo muttered to himself inwardly. His steps did not pause in the slightest as he roamed freely across the battlefield of 10,000 swords. Whenever he encountered the figure of a sword cultivator, he would wield a strand of sword intent to eliminate them. In less than 3 minutes, another 6 unlucky sword cultivators fell under his blade. Just as he was about to head to the next location, suddenly, a sound of something piercing through the air came from behind. Turning around, he saw that the visitor was none other than Luo Fu Hall's sword prodigy, Shu Yun. Finally found you. Seeing Zhou Luo, Shu Yun's face revealed a hint of joy, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Just now outside, he had wanted to teach Zhou Luo a harsh lesson, but due to the obstruction of the Sword Valley's grand formation, he was unable to fulfill his wish. Now, in the sword intent trial, he finally had the chance. He would never decisively end the lives of 2 minor sect sword cultivators like he did just now. Instead, he would slowly torment Zhou Luo until he begged for mercy. Only then would he extinguish his divine sense. If he refused to beg for mercy, he would be tortured to death. This is the price of speaking insolently. So it was you. Zhou Luo coldly stared at Shu Yun. From this guy's expression, he had already guessed the thoughts in the other's mind. Shu Yun's intentions were destined to fail. Kid, let me tell you today that speaking recklessly comes at a price. I'll first cut you down in this sword intent trial, and then, after the trial ends and the Sword Valley formation is closed, I'll make sure to torment you properly. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will never let you go. Shu Yun stood in front of Zhou Luo, his face full of smugness. However, Zhou Luo merely gave a cold smile, his tone carrying a hint of boredom. So, are you done talking? If you're done, make your move. I don't have much time to waste on you. Shu Yun narrowed his eyes, a trace of anger flashing in his gaze. He truly couldn't understand. Being arrogant in the core of Sword Valley was one thing, but how could this guy still be so brazen in the sword intent trial? It was as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Shu Yun's entire body trembled, and an incomparably sharp sword intent erupted instantly. The sword intent condensed into form, transforming into a ray of swordlight, carrying the sharp momentum of cutting through water with a single stroke, slashing toward Zhou Luo's right arm. First, I'll sever one of your arms, let you taste some pain, and see how arrogant you can still be. Shu Yun let out a cold laugh, and in the blink of an eye, the sword light was already closing in on Zhou Luo. However, at that very moment, the light of Shu Yun's sword dissipated inexplicably less than half a meter away from Zhou Luo. What's going on? Shu Yun was stunned, his brows tightly furrowed, completely unable to understand what had happened. The sword skills of the Luo Fu Hall amount to just this level? Zhou Luo clasped his hands behind his back, sneering as he looked at Shu Yun, and asked mockingly, "What trick did you use to silently and effortlessly eliminate my sword intent?" I see now. Shu Yun's lips curled into another smile. I see, your sword intent is quite similar to that of Yi Chuan, that kid. Both follow the path of stealth and assassination, which which is why it's so silent. Blocking my first strike of sword intent must have already been your limit, so how will you deal with the second one? Shu Yun's words had barely fallen. Another sword light shot down in front, but this time, the sword light dissipated abruptly half a meter in front of Zhou Luo, just like before. Shu Yun was utterly terrified, his face full of disbelief. When he struck the second sword, he was already fully focused, staring intently at the space in front of Zhou Luo. This type of silent and concealed sword intent usually reveals slight traces of its presence. It is impossible for it to leave no marks at all. Yet, despite his constant and focused observation earlier, he had not detected any trace of that sword intent. For such a situation to occur, there is only one possibility. That is, Zhou Luo's mastery of sword intent has already far surpassed him. Had enough? Zhou Luo yawned boredly, then his gaze became slightly serious, and he slowly brought his right hand forward from behind. Since you've had enough, it's my turn to make a move now. Let me show you what true sword intent really is. Zhou Luo pointed with his right hand, and a strand of invisible, elusive sword intent, as ethereal as mist, suddenly shot forth. At the moment, the sword intent was unleashed. Although Shu Yun couldn't see the true form of the sword intent, he felt a wave of death rushing toward him. Almost instinctively, he released the sword intent within his body, placing it in front of him to prepare for defense. Two sword intents collided. The sword intent released by Shu Yun lasted less than 3 seconds before being completely dispersed. Zhou Luo's strand of sword intent firmly pierced Shu Yun's left shoulder, passing through. Shu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated several steps before barely managing to steady himself. How could this happen? He looked up at Zhou Luo in shock. At the moment his sword intent collided with Zhou Luo's sword intent, he felt an extremely fierce and violent aura. This is nothing like the power that a concealed sword intent should emit. The old man in the heavens slapped his thigh, his face filled with shock at this moment. This sword intent, it truly complements me perfectly. His eyes were bloodshot, glistening with tears, as he stared intently at the sky. Just now, when Zhou Luo made his first move, he noticed it. Shu Yun couldn't see it, but his mastery of sword intent was extremely profound, so he could naturally discern the true essence of Zhou Luo's sword intent. Yet he still harbored doubts. It wasn't until he personally witnessed Zhou Luo taking the initiative to strike that the heavy stone hanging in his heart finally settled completely. This is precisely the sword intent he had been desperately searching for. Fierce and violent, carrying an unstoppable momentum that cuts through everything, perfectly aligned with the path of the sword he pursues. Wonderful, wonderful. I have been searching tirelessly for many years, and I have finally found a perfect successor. Tears welled up in the eyes of the celestial master. He devoted his entire life to the study of swordsmanship, spending over 2,000 years of effort. 300 years ago, he finally reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, breaking through the 3 barriers of heaven, earth, and man, and standing at the peak of the shattered realm. For this reason, over the past 2,000 years, he has hardly taken on any disciples. The only 2 disciples he had were mediocre in talent, unable to break through the shattered realm, and passed away within a lifespan of less than 1,000 years. After achieving mastery in swordsmanship, he spent another 100 years pursuing the path of the golden core. But after 100 years, he realized that the path of the golden core was too elusive. Despite his exceptional swordsmanship, he still found it difficult to reach. Ultimately, it was due to a lack of talent. So he gave up this pursuit and spent these 200 years searching for a suitable successor at the ends of the earth. The lifespan of a peak-shattered realm cultivator is no more than 3,000 years. He must find an heir in his remaining time to ensure his swordsmanship does not fade away. However, fate plays tricks on people. In these 200 years, he had not found a suitable disciple. Seeing that time was running out, he had no choice but to reluctantly choose Shu Yun as his successor. But now, everything has ushered in a complete turnaround, because he finally found the most suitable candidate. Far more suitable than Shu Yun, hundreds of times stronger. Heaven is truly helping me, truly helping me. The figure in the sky had already lost control, his face glowing with a radiant smile. Yun Heezy, who had been secretly observing him, naturally took note of it. His expression instantly turned dark and unpleasant. Damn it, how does this brat possess such sword intent? Is the opportunity for the sword seed going to be snatched away by this nobody? Yun Heezy's heart was seething with anger. He already hated Zhou Luo to the core, wishing for the sword intent trial to end quickly so he could kill Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Hull together. Now, this hatred burned even more intensely and was hard to suppress. Just now, he had been closely observing Shu Yun. The clash between Shu Yun and Zhou Luo was fully visible. As a broken realm expert, Zhou Luo's sword intent characteristics could not escape the insight of the celestial master. The sword intent was elusive and hard to grasp, yet extremely firm and fierce. Though these were 2 completely conflicting sword intents, this young man had miraculously fused them. Just the sheer firmness and fierceness of this aura far surpassed Shu Yun, aligning more closely with the celestial master's swordsmanship philosophy. Yun Heezy was almost frantic. Meanwhile, the others who had been paying attention to Shu Yun were all equally shocked. Initially, when Shu Yun encountered Zhou Luo, they were waiting to watch the drama unfold, eager to see how Shu Yun Yun would torment Zhou Luo. But the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Ahahaha, I told you my big brother is invincible. Those sword seeds and holy sons are no match for my big brother. Tianxuan Lei Ho laughed loudly. His arrogance made the people of Luofu Hall clench their fists tightly. Damn it, what's going on with the sword seed? How could it lose to such a worthless nobody? Could it be that Jianzhong was careless just now and didn't respond seriously? Absolutely. Jianzhong is the strongest swordsman of the younger generation on Jinfeng Star. He must have been careless, which is why he couldn't block that strike. The disciples of the Luofu Hall began to console themselves. However, upon hearing this, the Frost Thunder Howl sneered in front of everyone and said, "Stop deceiving yourselves. That Jianzhong of yours is just trash, not even comparable to a single hair of my big brother. Trash is trash, and trash must admit it." The faces of everyone in Luofu Hall instantly turned bright red. Too arrogant, utterly arrogant to the extreme. Who can think of a way to shut him up? Damn Sword Valley's grand formation. If it weren't for this formation, I would have torn this guy to pieces long ago. What did he just mean by practice more if you're weak? I don't quite understand, but it feels like the sword sect was insulted. This is probably some slang from a remote place. Damn country bumpkin, how dare he insult the sword sect like this? Once the sword intent trial is over, I'll make him pay the price. The disciples of the Luofu Hall glared angrily, wishing they could tear Tianxuan Lei Ho to pieces, especially Yun Heezy, who had remained silent all along, but the killing intent in his gaze toward Tianxuan Lei Ho had already ignited, wishing he could hack him into 1,000 pieces on the spot. Stop talking, look at the sky screen. The sword seed is finally getting serious. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, and countless gazes once again focused on the sky screen. Tianxuan Lei Ho heard the voice and quickly looked toward the sky screen. Ever since being pierced by Zhou Luo's sword, an uncontrollable sense of humiliation surged within him like a tide. He still refused to admit that Zhou Luo's swordsmanship had actually surpassed his own. He only felt that his earlier injury was entirely due to his own carelessness and failure to grasp the patterns of Zhou Luo's sword intent. But now, he had already seen through the opponent's moves. If he gave it his all, he was certain he could regain his lost dignity. "Kid, your arrogance won't last much longer," Shu Yun shouted angrily. Immediately, sword energy surged around him, and countless sharp sword intents erupted from behind, instantly enveloping a range of hundreds of meters. "This strike of mine can sever rivers, and it will surely cut you down. This time, you won't escape." Shu Yun's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Zhou Luo. He then controlled his sword intent, transforming it into a terrifying sword light 100 meters wide, carrying the momentum of severing rivers and streams, slashing fiercely toward Zhou Luo. The sword light swept through, sword energy surging and roaring like a tsunami, suddenly arriving in front of Zhou Luo. "Is this your full strength?" Zhou Luo's expression remained indifferent, his tone calm. "If this is all, then I can only say, it's mediocre." He pointed forward with his right hand once again. In an instant, an extremely concentrated sword intent pierced through the air, its momentum as fierce as a raging dragon. This sword intent was much smaller than Shu Yun's sword light. Moreover, unlike the previous transformation of formless sword intent into tangible form, this time the violent aura contained within the sword intent was several times stronger than before. However, when this sword intent collided with Shu Yun's sword light, it was like an ant shaking an elephant, the stark contrast almost making one feel that Shu Yun's defeat was already certain. Only the sound of shattering was heard. Shu Yun's sword light unexpectedly shattered in an instant, then dissipated into the heavens and earth. The entire process took less than a single breath. And yet, the sword intent unleashed by Zhou Luo remained sharp and powerful, swiftly striking toward Shu Yun. An ant shaking an elephant is quite impressive, but even the heaven-horned ant that overturns the 9 heavens is still just an ant. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shu Yun was so stunned that he was nearly frozen in place, standing there in a daze. That last strike had already been his full-strength move, so why was he still utterly crushed by Zhou Luo? He couldn't even last for long. As the sword light swept past, Shu Yun's head flew skyward, and before it could hit the ground, both his head and body began to gradually dissipate. The sword seed of Luofu Palace has been completely defeated. I thought the sword seed would be much stronger, but it seems it's just a so-so. Watching Shu Yun's divine sense gradually dissipate, Zhou Luo shook his head, his face full of boredom. It seemed he had once again underestimated his own strength. I thought I could challenge the limits of sword intent when facing the sword seed of Luofu Hall. Unexpectedly, there was no chance to test it. Forget it, let's quickly finish this sword intent trial. Zhou Luo withdrew his thoughts, stopped overthinking, turned around to search for other sword cultivators, swiftly killed them, and claimed the top spot. But he didn't know that everyone within the core of Sword Valley was completely stunned. Shu Yun, who was beheaded with a single sword strike, slowly fell from midair and landed among the Luofu Hall team. "Sword Seed, are you okay? Sword Seed? Damn it, how can that guy be so strong, actually able to defeat the Sword Seed?" The disciples of Luofu Hall rushed forward, shouting anxiously. The leader, Yun Heezy, looked extremely grim but still hurriedly helped Shu Yun up, whispering, "Shu Yun, don't take this matter to heart. No matter how strong that boy is, he's just someone without any background or influence. Once the sword intent trial is over, we'll act directly and kill him. He won't escape death sooner or later. Yun Heezy's voice was extremely low, fearing it might attract the attention of the Supreme above. His mind was made up. Zhou Luo must die. Otherwise, not only would the reputation of Luo Fu Hall be utterly ruined, but Shu Yun's Dao heart might also be shaken. Only by killing him could the problem be completely resolved. As for how to deal with the wrath of the Celestial Master after killing Zhou Luo, he already had a plan in mind. No matter what, Luo Fu Hall was the top force on Jin Fengstar, with both the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master being peak experts of the Shattered Realm. The person from the firmament must think twice before seeking revenge. As long as I strike fast enough and directly kill Zhou Luo, it's just a dead man. Would the person from the firmament really risk everything to fight me over him? Alright, I understand. Shu Yun's face alternated between pale and flushed. Although it had eased considerably compared to earlier, the unwillingness and anger in his heart were still hard to conceal. Indeed, no matter how strong Zhou Luo's sword intent was, he was still only at the Shackles realm. As long as he could be killed, the accumulated resentment in the heart would naturally dissipate like smoke. However, before the two could recover from this sense of relief, a cold voice filled with suppressed anger suddenly came from beside him. Yun Heezy, I have already taken that boy as my disciple. Don't blame me for not warning you. Once the sword intent trial ends, if you dare lay a hand on him, not a single person in the Luo Fu Hall within Sword Valley will leave alive today. The voice was chilling to the bone. Cloud Crane and Shu Yun broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. They slightly turned their heads, only to see that the Celestial Master had somehow already appeared in front of them, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring at them. Did you hear me? Answer me. Seeing the two frozen in fear and unable to speak, the Celestial Master lost all patience and shouted sternly. Cloud Crane and Shu Yun snapped out of their daze immediately. Cloud Crane quickly nodded. Celestial Master, please calm your anger. We were just joking earlier. Since you've taken an interest in that boy, we naturally won't make a move. Shu Yun quickly echoed. That's right, Master. Celestial above, how could our Luofu Hall lay a hand on your disciple? Of course, we wouldn't. Unlike Yun Heezy's perfunctory tone, Shu Yun's voice was filled with bitterness and restraint. His heart was already brimming with jealousy toward Zhou Luo. Clearly, I was here first. Before stepping into the sword intent trial, he had fantasized about apprenticing under the Celestial Master and how powerful his sword intent would become. In the end, Zhou Luo seized the opportunity first. Good that you understand. The figure in the sky let out a cold snort and turned to leave. The team from the Luo Fu Hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Yun Heezy and Shu Yun's eyes were still filled with hatred toward Zhou Luo. The two exchanged a glance, tacitly understanding each other. Afterward, Yun Heezy quietly placed his hands behind his back and secretly sent a message to headquarters, requesting support. Zhou Luo would never be spared. Even though Zhangqiang Shangren had made it clear earlier, Yun Heezy still planned to eliminate Zhou Luo in secret. This message was sent directly to the Lord of the Luofu Hall. The Hall Master is also a peak expert of the Shattered Realm, evenly matched with the Celestial Superior. As long as he takes action, killing Zhou Luo is no problem. At worst, the Hall Master will protect them. What can the Celestial Superior do about it? If it truly comes to a life and death struggle, they can summon the Grand Elder. With two peak experts of the Shattered Realm joining forces, why would they fear one? Half an hour passed. On the battlefield, almost all the sword cultivators, big and small, were nearly wiped out by Zhou Luo. Only the senior disciple of Luo Yun sect, Shi Qing, and the holy son of Jiuli Island, Yichuan, remained. Zhou Luo was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Yichuan. Yichuan was completely unaware of Zhou Luo's effortless killing of Shu Yun and had assumed Zhou Luo was an easy target, preparing to strike him down. Who would have thought that moments later, Zhou Luo defeated Yichuan with just 3 strikes, leaving him retreating in bitterness. On the battlefield of 10,000 swords, only Zhou Luo and Shi Qing remained in the end. Many thanks to Brother Zhou for helping me secure second place. She is deeply grateful. Seeing Yichuan fall, Shi Qing clasped his hands in salute to Zhou Luo, his attitude respectful and his tone full of gratitude. Just now on the battlefield, Zhou Luo encountered Shi Qing. Upon learning he was from the Luo Yun sect, Zhou Luo refrained from killing him directly. In the core of Sword Valley, although Zhou Luo stepped forward to help the Luo Yun sect due to past grievances with the Luofu Hall, the actions of Luo Yun sect's leader Qifeng later greatly aligned with his intentions. Despite their sect's decline, they were willing to protect Zhou Luo after the trial ended. Thus, Zhou Luo agreed to help Shi Qing secure the second place below the champion. The rewards for the sword intent trial are not exclusive to the champion. Apart from the champion, all participants can receive sword intent insights provided by Sword Valley based on their rankings after the trial concludes. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. This is why sword cultivators from Golden Edge Star rush to participate as soon as they hear the sword intent trial is starting. Even if you fail to win the championship, you can still receive a reward. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a good deal? The sword intent comprehension brought by the second place is extremely precious, equivalent to what a talented sword cultivator would would gain after 100 years of arduous practice. Brother Zhou, do you have a sect behind you? Qi Ching expressed his gratitude to Zhou Luo and then asked eagerly. No sect, no affiliation. Since that's the case, I'll send a message back to the sect immediately after I leave, asking the sect master to come to Sword Valley quickly to protect you. Brother Zhou, this time you mustn't refuse. You've just defended the Luo Fu Hall, and they definitely won't let you off. Helping me secure the second seat is a great favor to the Luo Yun sect. If we do nothing in return, we wouldn't be considered gentlemen. I'll head out first. After you receive the champion's reward, don't rush to leave the 10,000 swords battlefield. The sect master will still need time to arrive. Afraid that Zhou Luo might reject him again, Qi Ching finished speaking and immediately extinguished his consciousness, withdrawing from the 10,000 swords battlefield. At the very moment he withdrew, an anomaly suddenly appeared in the 10,000 swords battlefield. The countless swords embedded in the battlefield unexpectedly transformed into sword intent, soaring into the sky. Finally, under Zhou Luo's gaze, that sword intent coalesced into form. A long sword about 4 feet in length, with a blade as dark blue and crystal clear as water, slowly descended in front of Zhou Luo. Faced with this sword, so exquisite it seemed otherworldly, Zhou Luo's heartbeat suddenly quickened. This is a sacred weapon? He reached out and grasped the hilt firmly. In an instant, all the information about this sacred weapon flooded into his mind. Mist-hidden azure-tide sword. Its blade dances like a ghost hidden in the mist, undetectable below the golden core realm, killing without a trace. A sacred weapon of water. Once refined, it can manipulate all water vapor. The wielder becomes the king of all waters, capable of summoning half a ladle of vast waves in attacks, and even calling forth a myriad of azure tides. When fully activated, it can condense the true water of heaven, submerging all things. Digesting strands of information, Zhou Luo's face revealed an increasingly joyful expression. The power of this sacred weapon far exceeded his expectations. Not only did it possess the characteristics of being invisible and traceless, perfectly aligning with his Huashan sword intent, but it was also a sacred weapon of water, capable of controlling the water forces of the world, especially the heavenly true water. Just hearing the name alone suggested boundless power. Zhou Luo suddenly felt an itch in his hand, eager to find someone to test the power of the misty jade tide sword. However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, a strange phenomenon reappeared on the battlefield of 10,000 swords. The pitch-black ground beneath his feet began to crack inch by inch, then gathered together, gradually condensing into an irregular iron piece the size of a palm, which slowly came to a halt. Zhou Luo stood in the void, yet felt as though he was firmly grounded. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he walked toward the iron block. He remembered that after winning the sword intent trial, he would not only obtain a sacred weapon but also an unparalleled spiritual treasure. The sacred weapon was already in his hand, and the iron block before him was naturally no ordinary item. Approaching the iron block, Zhou Luo reached out and picked it up. In an instant, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Heaven-tempered divine edge iron, the king of all iron. After refinement, the body seems to undergo the tempering of a deity, becoming as hard as divine iron. At the same time, it can harness the power of the divine edge to sever galaxies and shatter the 8 desolations. The use of various weapons will become instinctive, and when wielding a blade, one can rely on the power of the divine edge to slay enemies. The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. This time's harvest is truly abundant. Not only did the effect of the misty hidden azure tide sword far exceed his expectations, but the heavenly tempered divine edge iron also brought him immense surprise. If he could successfully refine these two treasures, his strength would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. Those fifth path shackled realm powerhouses like Vidra Wisdom and Azure Thunder, whom he could previously defeat in 3 moves, would now likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. Could it be that, even though I have not yet stepped into the Shattered Realm, I can already compete with a strong practitioner of the Shattered Realm? Zhou Luo's heart suddenly stirred. If that is truly the case, then the branches set up by the Luo Fu Hall, the Brahma Lotus sect, and the Heavenly Embers Crusade on the outskirts of Blue Star might no longer be able to continue existing. They wouldn't need to actively seek trouble. When the time comes, Zhou Luo himself will carry the Misty Emerald Tide Sword and personally charge in to annihilate the 3 major forces in one fell swoop, completely severing the root of Blue Star's crisis. Perfect. Didn't Qi Ching say I should wait a while before going out? I'll take this time to refine these 2 treasures first. Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts, then sat cross-legged and began preparing for the refinement. Qi Ching was teleported out, and the moment he landed, he immediately felt almost everyone's gaze focused on him. Most of those gazes carried envy and jealousy. Second place in the sword intent trial. In the past, the top and second positions were invariably taken by Luo Fu Hall, Zhuli Island, and Luo Yun sect. Although Qi Ching is also a member of Luo Yun sect, but the past is the past, and the present is the present. How can the current Luo Yun sect compare to its peak in the past? What's more, Qi Ching's talent is far inferior to Shu Yun and Yichuan. However, even so, Qi Ching still secured the second seat, and throughout the entire process, he hardly acted on his own, relying entirely on Zhou Luo Luo to carry him all the way up. Shi-chang, what exactly did you say to that person before coming out? Yun Heezy stepped forward, his face dark as he questioned. The scene within the 10,000 Swords battlefield was visible to them, but they couldn't hear the sound. Thus, they had no idea why Chi-Ching was so determined to protect Zhou Luo. My conversation with Brother Zhou is not something Elder Yun Heezy needs to inquire about, Chi-Ching responded calmly, then returned to the Falling Cloud sex group. Immediately, he whispered a few words into Chi Feng's ear in a voice only Chi Feng could hear. After listening, Chi Feng's expression changed slightly, and then a figure silently performed a communication spell and flew off into the distance. I'll deal with Zhou Luo first, then I'll deal with your Luo Yun sect. Yun Heezy snorted coldly and then returned to the team from the Luofu Hall. The sky curtain dissipated the moment Chi-Ching was teleported out of the battlefield. This is precisely the rule of the 10,000 Swords battlefield. When the champion claims the reward, the entire space of the 10,000 Swords battlefield is reserved solely for them. However, time is limited. If they do not appear within 7 days, they will be automatically transported out, and the Sword Valley formation will close following Zhou Luo's departure. Everyone eagerly awaited, especially the figure in the sky. His aged eyes were fixed on the midair, fearing he might miss the moment Zhou Luo appeared. Thus, countless people waited in Sword Valley for nearly an hour. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in midair. A platinum-colored light flashed. Zhou Luo's figure slowly came into view before everyone's eyes. Good, finally out. Sangqiang Shangren was overjoyed, his face full of delight, and was about to step forward. At that moment, Yun Heezy, who had been ready to strike, seized the opportunity as Zhou Luo appeared, his figure darting like an arrow toward Zhou Luo's position. Brat, prepare to die. Yun Heezy shouted angrily. Suddenly, a tiger-headed cane appeared in his hand, which he fiercely pointed toward Zhou Luo's location. An extremely terrifying force suddenly erupted, tearing through the surrounding space and rushing forth with a chilling killing intent. Yun Heezy, you're courting death. The Celestial Master glared furiously, his sword intent surging like a tidal wave. His entire being transformed into a sharp blade poised to sever all things, instantly charging to stand before Zhou Luo. A deafening boom was heard. The strike unleashed by Yun Heezy unexpectedly shattered explosively as it approached the Celestial Master. The robe of the Celestial Master fluttered in the wind, his hair and beard swept up by the fierce gusts. An extremely powerful and violent sword intent instantly enveloped the entire Sword Valley. Yun Heezy, I have warned you many times. This boy is already the disciple chosen by me, the Celestial Master, yet you still dare to make a move. If that's the case, then don't even think about leaving Sword Valley today. The Celestial Master burned with rage, his icy gaze fixed directly on Yun Heezy. A fierce and unparalleled sword intent suddenly shot out from his gaze, slashing fiercely toward Yun Heezy's location. Yun Heezy's back was already drenched in cold sweat, a sense of death pervading his heart, his eyes filled with despair. The peak of the shattered realm, the Celestial Sovereign, was far beyond what a mere underling who had only broken through the heaven barrier could contend with. Curse it, I acted a step too late and failed to kill that brat, unable to eliminate the threat to my Luofu Hall. Yun Heezy's expression was sorrowful, filled with extreme regret. Sangqiang, isn't it too excessive for you to deal such a heavy hand to the elders of my Luofu Hall? Just as Yun Heezy was sinking into despair, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. Immediately, a figure dressed in a black and white robe appeared in front of Yun Heezy. A scorching sword light, as if it could burn everything, collided directly with the sword intent of the figure in the sky, accompanied by a deafening sound that pierced the heavens. Both sword intents dissipated simultaneously. The narrowly escaped Yun Heezy saw the man in the black and white robe and immediately showed a look of joy. Palace Master, thank you for saving my life. The Palace Master of Luofu Palace, Gu Qingfeng, nodded lightly. Elder Yun, leave the matter of the firmament to me. As for the rest, you can handle it yourself. Yun Heezy's face lit up with joy. Understood. Then, his gaze once again fell on Zhou Luo. Kid, without your helper, let's see how you dodge my strike now. He sneered coldly, swinging the tiger-headed cane in his hand once again. However, this time, a figure still blocked in front of Zhou Luo, intervening to stop the strike. Shi Feng, is your Luo Yun sect really going to interfere in this matter? After recognizing the person who made the move, Yun Heezy was instantly furious and questioned sharply. Zhou Luo was clearly just a minor figure in the Shackles realm, yet he himself failed twice in a row, almost spitting blood in anger. Shi Feng, holding the heavy black iron sword, listened and smiled faintly. This young brother has shown kindness to me and to Luo Yun sect, so naturally I must step in to help. Alright. Back then, we should have cleaned up everyone in your Luo Yun sect. Yun Heezy was almost exploding with anger. Shi Feng was on par with him in terms of cultivation level. Since he intervened, it meant Zhou Luo couldn't deal with it himself today. But this is absolutely unacceptable. The two moves just now have already made him and Zhou Luo mortal enemies. This young man who appeared out of nowhere has an astonishing talent. Even the Supreme Master of the Firmament is vying to take him as a disciple. If he cannot be eliminated today, there will likely be endless trouble in the future. Yun Heezy's gaze suddenly shifted to the crowd on Zholi Island in the distance. Then Then he shouted loudly, Deng Junfei, join forces with my Luofu Hall and help me block Qifeng. Once I kill this brat, everything he gained from the trial will be yours. This condition is highly tempting. Everyone knows that the reward for the champion of the sword intent trial is a sacred weapon and a peerless spiritual treasure. Either one is incredibly precious. However, Deng Junfei calmly refused. Regarding today's matter, Zhou Island does not wish to get involved. He turned to Zhou Luo, brother, before the sword intent trial began, our Zhou Island may have misunderstood you. Here, I offer my apologies. The grievances between you and Luofu Hall, Zhou Island will absolutely not get involved. Rest assured, I am here to accept the challenge. Deng Junfei waved his hand and led his disciples, including Yi Chuan, to leave Sword Valley altogether. Before leaving, he glanced back at Yun Heezy, his eyes full of mockery. Zhou Luo's talent was already evident, effortlessly claiming the top spot in the sword intent trial. The Celestial Master had also decided to take him as a disciple. Even the people of Luo Yun's sect wanted to befriend him. After this series of actions, even though Zhou Luo was once an obscure rural nobody, he has now transformed into a top-tier genius of Jinfeng Star. The one who has formed a deadly feud with Zhou Luo is not the Zhou Island under his control, but the Luofu Hall. He absolutely does not want to drag Zhou Island into this mess. Deng Junfei, how can you be so cowardly? Yun Heezy gnashed his teeth, cursing furiously at the backs of Deng Junfei and the others. He never expected that, despite having already given up such a huge benefit, Deng Junfei would still choose to act like a coward. Yun Heezy, to tell you the truth, I just sent a message to inform my sect master, and he is on his way here now. Brother Zhou, nothing will happen today. Qifeng looked at Yun Heezy indifferently and said, if you know what's good for you, take your people and leave quickly. Don't make pointless struggles. Well, your Luo Yun sect actually went so far as to invite your sect master for the sake of this kid? After hearing this, Yun Heezy immediately felt a wave of nausea. He looked at Zhou Luo with eyes full of extreme confusion and jealousy. Before the sword intent trial began, Zhou Luo was nothing more than an unknown nobody. But now, not only has the Celestial Master stepped forward to protect him, even the Falling Cloud sect, which only has a peak fragmentation realm left within the sect, can invite the sect master to personally intervene. What makes this kid deserve such treatment? He glanced at the Hall Master Gu Qingfeng, who was fiercely exchanging blows with the Celestial Master not far away. Yun Heezy had already developed the intention to retreat. However, at this moment, Qifeng suddenly heard Zhou Luo's voice coming from behind. Sect Master Qi, could you step aside? Qifeng frowned, turned to look at Zhou Luo, and asked in confusion, Brother Zhou, what are you? Zhou Luo smiled and then said, my hands are itching right now, and I'm just looking for someone to fight. I think this old guy is quite suitable. Qifeng looked completely dumbfounded. Lien Yun Heezy, Shi Qing behind him, and even all the onlookers around were stunned. Itching hands, looking for someone to fight. Bro, don't you see what realm Yun Heezy is in? He's in the Shattered Realm, and you're merely in the Shackled Realm. The gap between the Shackled Realm and the Shattered Realm isn't something that can be explained in just a few words. Everyone felt that Zhou Luo had gone a bit mad. Even Tian Shuanglei Ho, who had long been standing beside Zhou Luo, was stunned at this moment. He hurriedly tugged at Zhou Luo's sleeve and whispered, Big brother, don't act impulsively. I know you're invincible in the Shackles Realm, but the gap between the Shattered Realm and the Shackles Realm is just too vast. Zhou Luo chuckled lightly. Little Hosey, do you think I look like a reckless person? Tian Shuanglei Ho carefully examined Zhou Luo. Finally, he slowly said, you didn't before, but now you kind of do. Zhou Luo's face darkened. Go to hell. Watch closely and see how I, your big brother, defeat this old guy. Zhou Luo laughed and cursed as he directly bypassed Qifeng and walked up to Yun Heezy. Brother Zhou, are you really planning to fight him? Qifeng was utterly shocked. Until just now, he had thought Zhou Luo was merely talking. Who would have expected that this kid actually intended to fight Yun Heezy? Can this really work? Brother Zhou, don't act impulsively. Shi Qing on the ground also became anxious and quickly urged. The gap between the Shackled Realm and the Shattered Realm cannot be bridged by a sacred weapon or a peerless spiritual treasure. With your talent, if you are willing to focus on cultivation for a few years, you will reach the Shattered Realm sooner or later. Why rush to show bravery now? Shi Qing was truly anxious. As the runner-up, the insights into sword intent he gained from the sword intent trial surpassed what he could achieve in 10 years of hard practice. All of this progress was entirely brought to him by Zhou Luo. He had long regarded Zhou Luo as a great benefactor, but now, why had this great benefactor suddenly gone mad, wanting to risk his life against Yun Heezy? Must be stopped. However, Zhou Luo's reaction left Shi Qing feeling disheartened. Zhou Luo showed no hesitation and instead walked straight up to Yun Heezy. I have decided, I must win this battle today. Zhou Luo's face was full of confidence, with not a trace of fear in his tone. Even Yun Heezy was completely stunned by his unexpected move. A pair of wrinkled old eyes looked at Zhou Luo in utter disbelief, tentatively asking, are you serious? He was, of course, serious. Just now, he had just finished refining the Misty Emerald Tide Sword and the Heavenly Tempered Divine Iron. At that moment, he sensed that his strength seemed to have far surpassed the limits of the Shackled Realm. Although the misty emerald tide sword was an external object, its perceptive power was not particularly strong. But when Zhou Luo completed the refinement of the heavenly tempered divine iron, the powers of the four peerless spiritual treasures within him interlinked, ultimately forging his current incredibly formidable body, along with an endless, supremely pure, and terrifying spiritual energy. Zhou Luo felt it clearly. Now, even if a master of the fifth level of the Shackles realm were to attack, he could easily kill them with a mere wave of his hand. Although his realm still remained at the Shackles realm, his true strength had already far surpassed it. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Luo wants to fight Yun Heezy to verify whether his conjecture is correct. If that is truly the case, then when he returns to Blue Star, he will have to start settling accounts with the Brahma Lotus sect, the Luofu Hall, and the Heaven's Ash Crusaders. Upon hearing Zhou Luo's words, the previously somewhat bewildered Yun Heezy suddenly burst into wild laughter. Fine, since you are so eager to court death, I shall grant your wish. However, don't think I will hold back and spare you a few moves. Today, this old man will show you, arrogant brat, what the shackled realm is and what the forbidden realm means. Yun Heezy's entire aura suddenly erupted, and the oppressive force of the shattering realm poured out like a flood, incomparably powerful. Seeing this, Chi Feng was about to step in front of Zhou Luo, intending to stop him from making such an irrational move. But then Zhou Luo's body trembled, and an aura no less imposing than Yun Heezy's suddenly emerged. Chi Feng was so stunned that he was almost dumbfounded. To confirm that he hadn't seen it wrong, he quickly focused and sensed carefully again. This time, his belief grew even firmer. A practitioner at the Shackle realm can actually display the strength of the shattered realm? How could there be such a perverse person in this world? Chi Feng was dumbfounded. Even Yun Heezy, Shi Cheng, and the surrounding crowd, including the Frost Thunder Howl, were all standing frozen in place at this moment, utterly shocked. Yun Heezy's old face was full of shock. From Zhou Luo, he felt a terrifying power that was in no way inferior to his own. Zhou Luo, isn't he supposed to be in the Shackles realm? What are you standing there for, old geezer? Standing still like that. Are you waiting for me to draw my sword and chop off your head? Zhou Luo drew the misty azure tide sword, and under the light, the indigo blade gradually became transparent. To others, it seemed as if he wasn't holding anything in his hand at all. Yun Heezy's heart tightened. He naturally sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the sword in Zhou Luo's hand. Before he could react, Zhou Luo was already charging at him with the sword. The misty emerald tide sword unleashed a barely visible swordlight, while layers of vision-obscuring mist appeared out of thin air. Trapped within the mist, Yun Heezy, who already struggled to see the misty emerald tide sword, now couldn't see the sword's shadow at all. In contrast, Zhou Luo, wrapped in the water mist, the view became even broader, and the water droplets forming the mist now seemed like his watchful eyes. Wielding the mist-concealing jade tide sword, he transformed into the king of all waters. Zhou Luo was secretly delighted, never expecting this sacred weapon to have such a marvelous effect. Yun Heezy's vision turned completely dark. At the critical moment, he raised the tiger-headed staff in his hand and held it horizontally in front of him, just in time to block the sword's radiance. Gassed it! A trace of joy had just appeared on Yun Heezy's face, but the next moment, he felt a powerful force emanating from the tiger-headed cane, as if his palm was about to be shattered. Zhou Luo gave him no chance to catch his breath, swinging several sword beams straight at Yun Heezy's throat. Yun Heezy tried to raise the tiger-head cane to block again, but this time, after the cane blocked the first swordlight, it was directly cut in half. After refining the heavenly tempered divine blade iron, every strike Zhou Luo made carried the power of the divine blade. However, with every step he retreated, the surrounding mist clung to him like maggots on a bone, refusing to let go. You, an old man at the fragmented realm, actually want to run away and fight me, someone at the shackled realm? Zhou Luo sneered coldly, raising the misty jade tide sword and slashing forward once again. Having lost the tiger-headed cane, Yun Heezy could only summon a Heartguard lock, and a faint golden shield instantly appeared. This Heartguard lock is also an innate treasure-level divine artifact of high grade, serving as Yun Heezy's crucial means of survival. The sword's radiance struck the shield, shattering it instantly. At the same time, cracks appeared on the heart-protecting pendant hanging on Yun Heezy's chest. Yun Heezy's face revealed endless despair. His eyes were filled with deep humiliation. As a broken realm expert, when had he ever suffered such a loss at the hands of a shackled realm cultivator? What's your next move? Zhou Luo, seeing the Heartguard lock shattered, immediately swung his sword again, vowing to take Yun Heezy's life. This time, he simultaneously harnessed the ferocious power of the mystic thunder purple gold bamboo, combined with the divine sharpness brought by the heaven-tempered divine blade iron. With the combined might of these two peerless spiritual treasures, if Yun Heezy were struck by the sword, he would undoubtedly perish on the spot. Master, save me! Yun Heezy also felt the terrifying sharpness of the sword and immediately disregarded his dignity, loudly calling for help from Gu Qingfeng, who was battling in the sky with Sangqiang Shangren. Gu Qingfeng, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Sangqiang Shangren, heard the call and quickly forced his opponent back with a strike, preparing to head toward Yun Heezy. But Sangqiang Shangren was no pushover. Gu Qingfeng, it's one thing for your people to bully bully those in the Shackles realm with their broken realm strength, but now you want to intervene as well? He sneered, his figure suddenly darting forward, blocking Gu Qingfeng's path. A fierce sword aura slashed out, forcing Gu Qingfeng to retreat repeatedly. Sangqiong, make that boy stop. Today's matter ends here. If you want to take him away, I won't stop you. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened as he angrily reprimanded Sangqiong Shangren in a low voice. Just as they said. Where in the world is it that easy? Your people can't win, so now you want to settle things peacefully? Sangqiong Shangren smirked, his eyes full of mockery. Besides, that boy isn't my disciple. I can't control him. If you want him to stop, go persuade him yourself. He was both shocked and delighted by Zhou Luo's strength. A duel between the Shackled Realm and the Shattered Realm, though it has happened before, seeing the Shackled Realm defeat the Shattered Realm is a first for him. He observed the entire battle between Zhou Luo and Yun Heezy just now. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Luo's overwhelming dominance over Yun Heezy was incredibly obvious. He could sense that Zhou Luo hadn't even used his full strength. This is truly wonderful. This is the most perfect successor to swordsmanship in his heart. He even feels that as long as Zhou Luo is willing to learn his sword techniques, it wouldn't matter if he doesn't formally acknowledge him as his master. This thought had crossed his mind before. His own end is approaching, and the purpose of accepting disciples is merely to ensure the inheritance of the swordsmanship he created. In this way, even if he ascends and departs, traces of him will still remain in the world. He only fears that after thousands of years, the name Sangqiong Shangren will gradually be forgotten by the people. Sangqiong Shangren's gaze toward Gu Qingfeng grew sharper. No matter what, he must stop Gu Qingfeng and prevent him from interfering with Zhou Luo. Skyvault, do you really want to be irreconcilable with my Luofu Hall? Gu Qingfeng's face grew increasingly grim as he saw Skyvault's resolute attitude. Yun Heezy, as an elder of the Shattered Realm, is also a pillar of strength in Luofu Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, if he were to perish, it would be a tremendous loss for Luofu Hall. What's more, it's the critical moment when the universal treasure is about to emerge. The two formidable rivals of the Luofu Palace, the Heavenly Scorch Crusade and the Brahma Lotus Sect, are certainly no ordinary forces. Losing a Fragmentation Realm Elder means losing a significant advantage in the fight for the universal treasure. Think whatever you want. The Celestial Master sneered. As long as I'm here today, don't even think about getting through. Who told you your skills are inferior to others? Gu Qingfeng's face turned cold, ready to use his trump card. Rescuing Yun Heezy is the key. However, just as he was about to make his move, in the distance, another figure at the peak of the Broken Realm suddenly appeared. Gu Qingfeng, I'll say the words of the firmament once more. As long as I, Du Changsheng, am here, don't even think about passing. Gu Qingfeng's expression immediately turned even darker, because this person is none other than the sect master of Luo Yun sect, Du Changsheng. At this moment, Luofu Hall has completely fallen into a disadvantage. Two peak experts of the Shattered Realm stood together in front of Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng looked at the retreating figure of Yun Heezy, his heart filled with helplessness. If earlier he had used his trump card, perhaps he could have helped Yun Heezy escape, but now, everything is already too late. I'm sorry, Elder Yun Heezy, he silently murmured in his heart. Immediately, an unparalleled aura erupted from his entire body. The expressions of Sangqiong Shangren and Du Changsheng froze, thinking he was about to unleash a finishing move, and hurriedly prepared their defenses. But Gu Qingfeng suddenly trembled, swiftly retreated, and reached out to grab. The disciples of the Luofu Hall in Sword Valley, including Shu Yun, were instantly taken away by him at high speed. The movement was as fast as lightning, and before the people around could react, the members of the Luofu Hall had vanished without a trace. In the entire Sword Valley, the once massive Luofu Hall team was now reduced to only Yun Heezy. Poof, sect master. Seeing this, Yun Heezy couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. He had already been beaten to the brink of death by Zhou Luo, and now, with injuries piling on, his body plummeted to the ground. Is it over just like that? A trace of boredom flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, and without hesitation, he struck downward, ending Yun Heezy's life with a single sword slash. Elder Yun Heezy of the Luofu Hall thus met his demise. Sword Valley instantly fell into dead silence. Countless shocked and incredulous gazes fixed tightly on Zhou Luo, not moving for a long time. Big brother, you really are my big brother, simply amazing. At this moment, Tian Xuanlei Ho ran over excitedly, his face full of admiration. I take back what I just said, big brother, you're the real deal. What is the Shattering Realm? It's nothing in front of you. Zhou Luo quickly interrupted. Alright, stop flattering me, or I'll slap you. Yes, I'll follow big brother's orders completely. Tian Xuanlei Ho immediately stood upright, adopting a soldier's posture. At this moment, Zhou Luo rolled his eyes helplessly. Sangqiong Shangren and Du Changsheng, along with others, also walked up to Zhou Luo. Du Changsheng stepped forward first, smiling as he looked at Zhou Luo. Little brother, you truly have unparalleled talent. To crush and slay someone in the Shattered Realm with cultivation at the Shackled Realm, such a feat is rare throughout history. If there's an opportunity in the future, you're welcome to visit my Luo Yun sect. For today, we shall take our leave. Du Changsheng praised Zhou Luo and then quickly left with Qifeng, Qicheng, and others. He knew very well that if he stayed here he would instead become an unnecessary eyesore. After all, the desire of the Supreme of the Firmament to urgently take on disciples was already well known throughout the entire Jin Feng star. Who are you? After the few people from Luo Yun sect left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Soon, only Zhou Luo, Tianshuang Leiho, and Sangqiang Shangren remained in Sword Valley. Looking at Sangqiang Shangren in front of him, whose face was full of smiles and who stared at him as if discovering a treasure, Zhou Luo understood his intentions, but he had no intention of becoming a disciple. Even though the Celestial Master had already reached the peak of the Shattered Realm, Zhou Luo still had no intention of becoming his disciple. Celestial Master, Zhou Luo was about to speak and express his thoughts, but the Celestial Master interrupted first, saying, "You probably aren't locals of Jin Feng Star, are you?" Zhou Luo frowned slightly, a trace of surprise in his eyes. "How did you know?" Over the past few hundred years, I have almost scoured the entire Jin Feng Star," the Celestial Master said with a smile. "To be honest, I know exactly where all the sword cultivation geniuses are. But this is the first time I've seen someone like you." He smiled meaningfully. Then, waving his hand with a relaxed tone, he said, "I know what you're thinking. You're just not that interested in the idea of becoming my disciple, right? But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't formally acknowledge me as your master, I will still teach you all my swordsmanship. It all depends on whether you're willing to learn." The person above the firmament looked at Zhou Luo with great anticipation. As for Zhou Luo, he felt even more surprised at this moment. He hadn't expected the person above the firmament to be so open-minded, willing to teach swordsmanship even if Zhou Luo did not formally become his disciple. Since that's the case, Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts and asked, "Master of the Firmament, I don't quite understand. What exactly is this sword technique?" "You actually don't understand sword techniques?" Upon hearing this, the originally smiling face of the Master of the Firmament instantly froze. Could it be that you come from a planet where the path of cultivation has been severed, or where swordsmanship has declined? What a waste, truly a waste. Such a genius in the way of the sword, yet doesn't even know what sword techniques are. It's truly a pity. The figure in the sky was so furious that they slapped their thigh repeatedly. After sighing for a moment, he turned to Zhou Luo again and asked, "Since you don't understand sword techniques, you should at least know breathing techniques, right?" "I know this." "Good to know." A hint of joy appeared on Sangqiang Shangren's face, and he immediately began to explain, "Sword techniques are essentially the same in nature as breathing techniques. The path of sword cultivation, sword intent represents Tao, while sword techniques represent skill. If a sword cultivator possesses only sword intent but lacks sword techniques, they can only exert less than half of their strength. However, if one masters sword techniques that match their realm, they can unleash most, or even all, of their strength. Yet within the same realm, sword techniques are further divided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. By cultivating to the middle grade, the sword intent can be fully unleashed. Reaching the upper grade allows one to challenge opponents of higher levels. If perfected to the supreme grade, it can exert double the strength. My swordsmanship is the supreme grade swordsmanship of the Shattered Realm." The face of the Celestial Master was full of pride and self-satisfaction. Hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. After all, the path of cultivation on Blue Star has been severed for a long time. Such knowledge, he only just learned now. "So, the sword intent I'm using now hasn't even reached half of its potential? If I can master the sword technique, wouldn't my combat power rise to another level?" The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhou Luo became. Even the way he looked at the person from the firmament changed. How about it? Do you want to learn?" The person from the firmament saw Zhou Luo like this and was overjoyed. He is not afraid that Zhou Luo doesn't want to learn, but only fears that after speaking, Zhou Luo would still refuse. Now it seems all the worry was unnecessary. Suddenly, a faint white halo appeared around Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Howl. "Not good, we've stayed here too long. We need to return to Blue Star." Zhou Luo immediately understood what had happened. "You came to Golden Peak Star through the teleportation array? If that's the case, quick, take this book on the sky sword technique. With your comprehension, you shouldn't need me to teach you to grasp it." Noticing the anomaly in Zhou Luo, the Supreme Sky Master quickly took out a swordsmanship manual with golden silk edges from his chest. Without hesitation, he stuffed it into Zhou Luo's hands. Zhou Luo hurriedly expressed his gratitude. A platinum-colored halo rapidly spread, enveloping Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Hall within. In an instant, the figures of the two disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty courtyard before him, a trace of loneliness flashed across the face of the man under the sky. But there was more relief than anything else. My swordsmanship finally has an heir. The remaining 100 years can be spent freely and leisurely." He laughed heartily and slowly walked into the distance. Zhou Luo stood in the courtyard, holding the Taiye sword, his wrist swiftly turning, creating an incredibly fierce sword energy in mid-air. Subsequently, the sword energy slashed vertically, shattering the airflow within 100 feet around. With an invincible momentum, it slashed toward the sky. The trajectory of the sword energy energy was like a ravine carved out in a vacuum, striking awe into the heart. First move of the Sky Sword technique, Cloud Collapse style. Zhou Luo sheathed his sword, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Ever since returning to Blue Star from Jean Foam Star, he had been meditating and practicing the Celestial Sword technique every day for the past 3 days. Although he did not have the personal guidance of the Celestial Master, but his comprehension of the 9 nether chaos was exceptional. Even without guidance, he managed to achieve minor success with the Cloud Collapse style on the first day. 2 days passed, and the Cloud Collapse style had already reached perfection. If this sword strike were used against an enemy, it could probably kill a 5th Pathlock Realm expert in one blow. And I'm only using the Tai sword, not even the Misty Hidden Azure Tide sword, to unleash such power with just the first move. The words of Celestial Master Tsengxiong are indeed true. Cultivating a supreme sword technique has far exceeded my previous expectations of strength. It seems that the so-called doubling might still appear conservative. The actual improvement is even greater. Zhou Luo's heart was filled with joy and excitement. Unlike the 5 Peaks Sutra, the Sky Sword technique consists of only 3 moves. Though few in number, they embody simplicity and perfection. The first move is called Cloud Collapse, the second Falling Star, and the third Breaking Sky. The difficulty of each move increases exponentially, and the power doubles as well. When the 3 moves are combined, the sword shatters the firmament. According to previous intelligence, the leading figures of the 3 major forces, Luo Fu Hall, Brahma Lotus Sect, and the Heaven Scorch Crusaders outside of Blue Star are all heaven-level experts in the Shattered Realm. In that case, I can now eliminate them one by one, without mercy. However, we still need to stay vigilant. Who knows if they secretly have experts who have broken through the Earth stage of the Fragmented Realm, or even mastered all 3 stages of Heaven, Earth, and Man. The allure of the Universal Supreme Treasure is truly not to be underestimated. Zhou Luo took a deep breath. He then took out the Celestial Sword technique and began to comprehend the second form on the ground. He wants to master all 3 forms of the Sky Sword technique at the fastest speed. By then, even when facing a Earth-level expert, he will have more than enough to fight. One word, steady. In the blink of an eye, 13 days quietly passed. The Celestial Sword technique, Zhou Luo has fully mastered it. If the Celestial Master were to learn of this, he might spit out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. This sword technique was perfected by the Celestial Master over hundreds of years, exhausting his life's efforts. Even the top swordsmanship prodigies of Golden Blade Star would need over 100 years to master the Celestial Sword technique. But Zhou Luo only took 16 days. This speed is truly astonishing. He rose with a flick of his sleeve. Zhou Luo's gaze fixed on the deep void, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Today is the moment for him to settle accounts with these 3 major forces. Blue Star, which has been eyed covetously for over 2,000 years, deserves a breather. Big brother, are you about to set off? Tian Xuan Leiho approached and looked at Zhou Luo, whose face was full of killing intent, and asked. He was clear about Zhou Luo's plan. Originally, he wanted to follow along, but Zhou Luo had no intention of letting him accompany him. For such matters, it was most convenient for him to act alone. If he wanted to fight, he could strike at any time. He truly has a way to quickly return to Blue Star when facing formidable opponents at the Earth level or even the human level. Little Hosey, remember, before I return, you must keep a close watch on Blue Star. If a situation arises that you can't handle, take everyone and hide first, then wait for my return. Understand? Before departing, Zhou Luo reminded the Frost Thunder Ho. The Frost Thunder Ho nodded, its expression solemn. This operation is extremely risky. After all, deep space is currently the territory of the 3 major forces. Whether they have hidden cards, no one knows. Alright, then I shall leave. Zhou Luo did not hesitate. A surge of majestic spiritual power surrounded him, lifting him swiftly toward the sky. Zhou Luo had already arrived beyond Blue Star. Is this the absolute heaven-sealing grand formation? Standing on the outskirts of Blue Star, Zhou Luo clearly felt an immensely vast formation slowly revolving around Blue Star. Perhaps because he was a Blue Star native, he encountered no obstruction when attempting to pass through the absolute heaven barrier formation. Zhou Luo officially stepped into deep space. Logically speaking, only those at the Shattered Realm level can rely on their powerful bodies to walk in deep space. But I possess the support of 4 unparalleled spiritual treasures within me, and the strength of my body has long surpassed the Shackles realm level. After adapting to the deep space environment, Zhou Luo's gaze shifted to the distant, cratered planet. Vantian Lotus Sect, you're the first, let's start with you. He was completely enveloped in spiritual energy, swiftly flying toward Moonstar. In the Brahma Lotus Sect, within the sacred temple. Who are you? Garrosh sat at the chief seat, his gaze sweeping over the empty Guardian Lotus platforms, his eyes filled with uncontrollable resentment and unwillingness. Only 10 days left, and the absolute sky barrier will completely lose its effect. 10 days, too long, I can't wait any longer. That brat nearly slaughtered all the protectors of my Lotus sect. This blood feud must be repaid in kind. Garrosh muttered to himself like a madman, wishing desperately for the absolute sky seal to immediately lose its its effect so he could personally lead his forces to conquer Blue Star and tear Zhou Luo to pieces. Beside him sat a monk with long whiskers and eyes as slender as willow leaves. Seeing Garrosh in extreme anger, the monk shook his head slightly and said calmly, "Elder Garrosh, you need to temper your temper. Otherwise, before the absolute heaven-sealing array dissipates, you will fall into inner demons and find it hard to extricate yourself." The madness on Garrosh's face finally subsided slightly. He took a few deep breaths and turned his gaze to the man. "Elder Sata, what you said is very true. I have fallen into delusion." Sata nodded slightly. "Headquarters sent me here. Since there are two of us at the heaven level of the Shattered Realm, once the absolute heaven ceiling dissipates, no matter how strong the natives are, they will not be our match. Time is running out. He won't be able to jump around for much longer." Suddenly, an abrupt voice came from outside the sanctuary. "Well said." The sanctuary's main door was kicked open in response. Outside the door, Zhou Luo held a strange long sword with only the hilt visible and the blade unseen, stepping on the shattered door panel as he slowly entered the hall. "However, there seems to be some misunderstanding here. The ones who shouldn't be jumping around should actually be you. Dead people indeed can't jump around." Zhou Luo grinned, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. His voice was like a soul-reaping demon from hell, causing an involuntary chill in the hearts of the two people in the hall. "It's you, bastard." The moment Garrosh saw Zhou Luo, the madness that had just subsided on his face erupted once again. He suddenly leapt from his seat, and countless blood-stained golden lotuses emerged around him, exuding divine might as they pressed toward Zhou Luo. "Such a mere shackles realm, yet you dare step into the territory of my Lotus sect. Quite bold." "Perfect. Killing you will ensure that no one on Blue Star can stop my Lotus sect." Garrosh grinned widely, as if he could already see Zhou Luo's tragic death. "Indeed, it's the heaven gate of the Shattered Realm. At least your Lotus sect people are honest and didn't deceive me." Looking at Garrosh before him, Zhou Luo felt completely at ease. Immediately, a purple gold thunder serpent emerged on his body, accompanied by an unparalleled sword intent of utmost strength and ferocity, erupting from within. The misty jade-tied sword in his hand instantly unleashed a towering sword radiance, carving out a light shadow that seemed to split everything and reverse the starry river. The sword radiance swept across the void, directly targeting Garrosh. Countless blood-stained golden lotuses shattered before even touching the sword radiance. "What is this thing?" Garrosh's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly controlled his posture, dodging to the side just before the sword light reached him. The sword light swept past behind him, starting from the chief seat where he had been sitting earlier. The lotus platform shattered inch by inch, and the entire sanctuary collapsed into ruin. Even so, the sword light did not stop, slicing through the deep void for tens of millions of meters before gradually dissipating. The second move of the sky sword technique, Falling Star. With one strike, it can sever the stars. Such a powerful sword technique. How have you improved so quickly? Garrosh's face was filled with fear after narrowly escaping disaster. He clearly felt that if he hadn't dodged in time, he would likely be gravely injured by now. This sword technique has far surpassed the limits of the Shackles realm. What puzzled him was, some time ago, he secretly observed Zhou Luo's battle with the three major forces outside Blue Star. Although he saw Zhou Luo's formidable strength, it was still within the scope of the Shackles realm. How could Zhou Luo become so powerful in just a dozen days? What exactly happened during this time? "You don't need to worry about these," Zhou Luo sneered coldly. Countless purple gold thunder serpents erupted once again. At this moment, Zhou Luo's entire sword intent gradually converged toward the misty jade-tied sword, and his spiritual energy also began to gather slowly on his arm in a unique manner. "Let me see just how powerful the full-force strike of the perfected celestial sword technique truly is." Zhou Luo grinned. His body seemed to transform into a colossal blade that could split the heavens, unleashing a sword force that was vast, heavy, fierce, and domineering. Wherever the sword force passed, the surrounding void crumbled like shattered tiles. Even the moon star beneath his feet could not withstand it, with cracks appearing one after another, and the astral winds surging from within the star's core gushing out uncontrollably. Garrosh's face was frozen in an indescribable expression, his entire being standing there in a daze. "Garrosh, stop dazing off. Fight back with all your might. Otherwise, both of us will die here." Shadow roared angrily, abruptly pulling the dazed Garrosh back to reality. The two exerted all their strength, unleashing several innate supreme treasures for protection, their spiritual power pouring out as if inexhaustible. However, the unstoppable sword momentum was unmatched, slashing forward relentlessly. At this moment, their protective treasures seemed like a joke. As soon as they touched the sword's force, they shattered one after another with a deafening crash, until the final barrier broke apart. The overwhelming sword aura engulfed the two figures. Along with the entire sanctuary, it gradually vanished within the sword aura. The sword aura slowly dissipated. The far side of the moon was now in complete disarray. The originally towering Lotus Sect sanctuary seemed to have vanished as if erased, leaving not a single fragment behind. All the disciples of the Lotus Sect, including the two elders, Garrosh and Shada, had been utterly shattered, reduced to dust. Only the devastated ground remained, riddled with cracks resembling mountain ravines. Zhou Luo slowly exhaled a breath of of turbid air, then slowly descended on the far side of Moonstar. The sword strike just now had almost drained all the spiritual power in his body, but its power was truly astonishing. Even he himself felt somewhat shaken. This perfected celestial sword technique seems far more powerful than I had anticipated, he thought to himself in astonishment. This won't do. I absolutely can't use this move lightly in the future. After all, I haven't reached the shattering realm yet, and the spiritual energy consumption is truly overwhelming. Zhou Luo felt the depletion of spiritual energy within him and couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. This move combines the cloud collapse, falling star, and celestial styles, and can only be executed after the celestial sword technique has been perfected as its ultimate strike. With the addition of the support from the thunder purple gold bamboo within his body, its power has already reached an extremely terrifying level. Zhou Luo even felt that even a Earth Realm expert might find it difficult to resist. He glanced at the shattered and devastated Moonstar beneath his feet, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. Fortunately, I'm in the Shackles realm, otherwise, with this strike, the entire Moonstar might have been destroyed. That wouldn't be ideal. After sighing, Zhou Luo made some slight adjustments on the spot. Thanks to the blessing of the 9 Nether Chaos Body, his recovery speed was extremely fast, and in less than 10 minutes, the spiritual power within his body was fully restored. The branch of the Brahma Lotus sect has already been annihilated. Next, it's the turn of the Luo Fu Hall. Immediately, he took a step forward, his entire being like a sharp sword, flying toward the endless deep space. The direction he was heading towards, if observed closely, revealed a majestic and ancient grand hall floating in the nearby deep space. Luofu Hall, within the branch hall. King Mingzi stood beside a spiritual pool surrounded by a halo of rosy light, watching the leisurely cranes foraging by the pool, yet his heart remained restless for a long time. What could be the reason that I'd been so uneasy since just now? Could it be that something happened at headquarters? No, it shouldn't be like that. Headquarters has been stable all these years, and the two major forces, Jolie Island and Luo Yun sect, could never pose a threat to it. Then what exactly is the reason? Qing Mingzi paced back and forth by the pool. No matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't figure it out. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. He shook his head slightly, then turned and left the spiritual pool, preparing to return to the main hall. Just as he took a step, a deafening roar sounded outside the great hall. Accompanying it was the violent shaking and trembling of the entire hall, as if someone were wielding a massive object, repeatedly striking it. Could it be that the Lotus sect and the Legion have joined forces specifically to trouble the Luo Fu Hall? Qing Mingzi frowned deeply, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, reappearing the next moment in the depths of space. The old, wrinkled face of Qing Mingzi instantly turned so gloomy that it sent a chill down one's spine. Outside the great hall, countless corpses of Luo Fu Hall disciples were drifting with the wind in the vast emptiness of deep space, and before him, a strikingly familiar figure appeared. It's you! Qing Mingzi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, staring at Zhou Luo, his tone filled with intense killing intent. Kill Chong Ming, this bizarre legion. Looking around at the scattered corpses of disciples, Qing Mingzi's anger was already uncontrollable. Although this was merely a branch of the Luofu Hall's external division, the universal treasure was of great importance, and every disciple sent here was a gifted and powerful elite. Such heavy losses in such a short time are simply an unbearable blow to the Luofu Hall. You were actually able to leave Blue Star and step into deep space on your own. This truly caught me off guard. But for you to take the initiative to come to us, to provoke our Luofu Hall, this action is utterly foolish. All your talents and opportunities will ultimately be buried because of your wrong choice. Qing Mingzi did not lose his composure to anger like Garrosh. Instead, he stared at Zhou Luo coldly, like a venomous snake, and spoke in a low voice. He observed Zhou Luo, who, despite not having reached the shattering realm, could walk freely in deep space, something absolutely impossible for someone in the Shackles realm. He attributed all of this to the few peerless spiritual treasures Zhou Luo possessed. In his heart, he thought to himself that once Zhou Luo was slain, he would seize those peerless spiritual treasures and bring them back to headquarters. This would surely strengthen the power of the Luofu Hall and slightly compensate for today's losses. Zhou Luo listened to Qing Mingzi's words, which carried a mix of astonishment and arrogance, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. What if I told you that before I came here, I had already completely annihilated the Brahma Lotus sect? What? Qing Mingzi's pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately after, a beam of golden light burst from his eyes, shooting straight toward the direction of Moonstar. It was then he discovered that the Brahma Lotus sect, stationed on the far side of Moonstar, had long since vanished without a trace. Even the grand sanctuary had turned into nothingness. Qing Mingzi's heart rang with alarm. He didn't have time to ponder how Zhou Luo had managed it and immediately summoned a small purple-black flag. As soon as the flag appeared, Qing Mingzi vanished entirely, as if he had never existed in this world. However, all of this could not escape Zhou Luo's magical eyes, which instantly saw through his trick. This small flag merely completely concealed Qing Mingzi's figure, making others mistakenly believe he had fled. Zhou Luo condensed a surge of profound thunder spiritual celestial energy, infused it into his sword, transforming it into an unstoppable sword radiance capable of tearing through the heavens, and slashed toward Qingmingzi. Impossible. This formation flag is an innate supreme treasure. How did you see through it? Qingmingzi was utterly shocked. His expression changed drastically, and he pushed his spiritual energy to the limit. Suddenly, a 3-foot azure blade appeared in his hand, which he swung fiercely. A sword light capable of cutting through mountains and shattering cloud seas suddenly emerged. If it were an ordinary day, Qingmingzi's sword strike would have been enough to make those of the same realm retreat 3 steps. But at this moment, his sword light seemed utterly insignificant before Zhou Luo's sword radiance, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. When the two swords clashed, Qingmingzi's sword light lasted no more than a moment before it began to collapse and disintegrate. The unstoppable sword radiance tore through the void like a savage ripping apart silk, distorting and deforming every inch of space it passed. Seeing the sword's radiance about to approach, Qingmingzi's expression turned stern as he suddenly waved his hand, causing countless 7-colored rays of light to emerge from the deep void and instantly shoot toward the sword's radiance. Intense explosions erupted one after another in the void. These 7-colored rays of light indeed weakened Zhou Luo's sword radiance significantly, but it was merely weakened. After the radiance of Qingmingzi's full-force attack completely vanished, the sword light still advanced with unstoppable momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Qingmingzi, enveloping his entire body within it. The sword light dissipated. Qingmingzi appeared slowly, covered in wounds. At this moment, his body was in a state of utter disrepair, with severe injuries that could lead to his demise at any time. But even so, it still couldn't hide the intense shock and confusion in Qingmingzi's eyes as he looked at Zhou Luo. The firmament sword technique. You, how could you possibly know this sword technique? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Zhou Luo. Qingmingzi had already recognized it. The sword Zhou Luo had just executed was precisely the peerless sword technique of the renowned firmament master from Jin Fengstar. Before he was dispatched to Blue Star by headquarters, he had the rare opportunity to witness from afar the fierce battle between the Celestial and their mortal enemy, a scene that was deeply etched into his memory. With just one glance, the Celestial sword technique was forever imprinted in the depths of his mind. That kind of unstoppable, overwhelmingly powerful sword technique, capable of ignoring everything and destroying everything, was incredibly shocking. Moreover, it represented the pinnacle of sword techniques on Golden Edge Star. How could he possibly forget? This is indeed the Sky Sword technique. Zhou Luo heard this and a strong interest flashed in his eyes. However, you don't need to know how I learned it. Dead men don't need to know too much. Zhou Luo spoke no further, decisively swung his sword again, and killed Qingmingzi, who was no longer able to resist. On Qingmingzi's face, there still lingered a trace of confusion and unwillingness. Next, it's your turn, Heaven's Ash Crusaders. Zhou Luo sheathed his sword, did not linger, and turned to fly toward the distance. The large battleship of the Tianjin Crusaders was not far from the Luofu Hall, and Zhou Luo arrived outside the battleship in less than half an hour. Seemingly aware of his arrival, several interstellar cannons on the battleship slowly turned, their pitch-black barrels all aimed at Zhou Luo. Relying on these to stop me? Zhou Luo let out a cold laugh, casually swung his sword, and slashed a massive gap in the battleship, exposing its internal structure. Before the cannon could fire, he had already slipped into the battleship. However, when he stepped inside the battleship, Zhou Luo paused slightly. Why is there not a single person here? Looking at the empty corridor, Zhou Luo frowned deeply. He grew vigilant and began searching inside the warship. Kicking open the command room door, the Legion members inside had no time to react before a cold gleam flashed, and they all met their demise. Only the deputy commander of the warship, Tishio, stood trembling in place. Tell me, who are you? Zhou Luo pressed the sword's edge against Tishio's neck, his gaze cold as a blade. Along the way, he had almost searched the entire battleship, yet encountered hardly anyone. The few people he did come across were merely at the Forbidden Realm, not even reaching the Shackles realm. The Heavenly Ash Crusaders would never be this fragile. I am the deputy commander of this battleship. Tixia felt the coldness emanating from the sword's edge, his eyes filled with fear. He had never seen Zhou Luo before, nor did he know that he was a native of Blue Star, only regarding him as a terrifying swordsman wandering the deep space. Thus, he confessed his identity. Deputy Commander, where is your commander then? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone stern. What exactly happened that made the Supreme Commander of the Heavenly Embers Crusaders leave the battleship? Commander Maxim, he left with his men some time ago. Tixu answered cautiously while keeping a close eye on Zhou Luo's expression. Before leaving, Maxim gave a simple task: protect the battleship and wait for his return. Strong individuals like Zhou Luo, who roamed the deep space, are not uncommon. In the past, when encountering such figures, Maxim would always handle them personally. After all, with a broken realm expert in charge, others would naturally steer clear. Maxim is no longer here. Tishio must first stabilize Zhou Luo and secure the battleship. Sir, whatever you need, just say the word. We, the Ash Crusaders, will do our best to fulfill it. Kill me, and you'll gain nothing. Why not calm down and have a proper discussion instead? Tikshaw tentatively tentatively said. Zhou Luo, however, showed no appreciation and coldly asked, "Tell me, where did he go? Why did he leave?" Tixiao's heart tightened. This tone, it seems a bit off. Time passed slowly. The person in front of them, why does it feel like they came specifically for their legion, or even, just for Maxim? Lord Maxim received a last-minute notice from headquarters and took people back there. He said he would return after some time. Tixio had no intention of hiding anything. He told everything exactly as it was. Better you than me. We'll have to inconvenience the Grand Army Commander a little. Heading back to headquarters? Hearing this, Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, and he immediately continued to ask, "Tell me, why did your headquarters suddenly recall him?" "I don't know about this." Taichu shook his head. "All communication with headquarters has always been handled solely by Lord Maxim. The rest of us, including myself, are not qualified to know." He looked at Zhou Luo with a hopeful gaze. "I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you let me go now?" Looking at Taichu's pleading expression, Zhou Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. A flash of cold light, Tixio's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with an expression of utter unwillingness. After finishing all this, Zhou Luo left the damaged warship straight away. What exactly happened at the headquarters of the Heaven's Ash Crusaders? The absolute celestial isolation is about to fail, and this concerns the universal treasure, such an important matter. Why summon Maxim back at this critical moment? On the way back to Blue Star, Zhou Luo pondered for a long time and concluded that something major must have happened at the Legion headquarters. Unfortunately, this time I only managed to eliminate the Brahma Lotus sect in the Luofu Hall, but couldn't take down the Legion as well. Still, it counts as a gain. Let's head back. Zhou Luo stopped dwelling on it and swiftly flew toward the position of Blue Star. Brahma Lotus sect, within an extremely luxurious temple shrine. An elderly monk without a beard sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, his eyes naturally drooping, his face showing no sign of joy or anger, as if he had long transcended the mortal world. In front of him sat rows of monks at the fragmented realm, respectfully seated upright on meditation stools. "Garash and Shada are dead." The old monk spoke calmly, his tone serene. But these words fell on the ears of the other monks like a bolt from the blue, exploding loudly. How could this happen? What exactly happened on Blue Star for the two great elders to fall one after another? Master of the sect, this matter is of great importance. Why not quickly send two more elders to investigate? Voices rose one after another, filled with urgency. The treasure of the universe is of great significance. Once obtained, the Lotus sect will instantly become the true overlord of the Tsanglong star. But this is not the most important thing. Able to forge the strongest golden core, it is truly unique even across the entire deep space. In the future, the name of the Lotus sect will surely resonate throughout the deep space. They will also benefit from it. Who among you is willing to go? The leader of the Lotus sect, Zhu Xian, slowly glanced at everyone and asked, "Leader, let me go. I am willing to brave fire and water for the Lotus sect." The monks below the stage responded one after another, but Xian just silently shook his head. "This matter has already exceeded our control. Sending Broken Realm Heaven or even Earth-level reinforcements will be futile and will only severely weaken the Lotus sect. Bei Yizun, Prajnale, you two shall go." All the monks were startled. Their gazes simultaneously focused on the two half-naked monks. These two were the two great venerables under the sect leader. Among them, Venerable Bei possessed formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the Earth stage. Prajnale is truly a person who has completely broken through the heaven, earth, and human three barriers. Although not as powerful as sect master Zhu Xian, who has reached the peak of the shattering realm, he is by no means an ordinary individual. The two, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and immediately rose from their meditation stools. In an instant, the two figures vanished without a trace. After returning to Blue Star, Zhou Luo had just stepped into Jiangnan Villa when he saw Tian Shuanglei rushing over hurriedly. "Big brother, you're finally back." Looking at his anxious expression, Zhou Luo couldn't help but curiously ask, "How long has it been since I left this time?" In the deep space without sun or moon, he hadn't deliberately kept track of time, so he had no idea how much time had passed. As soon as Tian Shuanglei finished speaking, he immediately added, "Big brother, just the day after you left, the Federation discovered another advanced secret realm about to open. The location is at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, with an extremely violent aura. Even Gu Qianhua and I find it difficult to approach." Zhou Luo's expression couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. The next advanced secret realm was finally about to open. Over the past 10 days, he had been diligently practicing the celestial sword technique day and night. Besides preparing for the deep space expedition, another important goal was to get ready for the next advanced secret realm. After all, he still lacked the final shackle, the last peerless spiritual treasure, to completely refine the 5 foundations within his body into supreme foundations forged from peerless spiritual treasures. This moment was the breakthrough he had long awaited. "Let's go and check out the situation." Zhou Luo, accompanied by Tian Shuanglei, flew together toward the direction of Mount Kunlun. He also asked, "How is that secret realm now? Has it officially opened?" "Yes, this time the secret realm opened very quickly. quickly. The rift appeared on the same day and has remained open until now without closing. I was in such a hurry just now because I was afraid you'd come back late and the secret realm would close on its own. That would be a huge loss. Tianquan Lei Ho showed a trace of fear on his face. Luckily, big brother, you returned in time. If you had been any later, I wouldn't know what might have happened. Zhou Luo and Tianquan Lei Ho arrived together at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Due to the extremely violent aura released by the secret realm, this vast area at the foot of Kunlun Mountain was almost devoid of any signs of living creatures. Looking at the pitch-black crack not far ahead, Zhou Luo slowly extended his right arm forward and indeed felt a strong tearing sensation. However, with the support of the four supreme foundations within his body, his physique was exceptionally resilient, and this tearing sensation was of no consequence to him. Little Hosey, can you go in? Zhou Luo looked at the Tianquan Lei Ho beside him and asked. Tianquan Lei Ho shook his head and said, Big brother, my level is still too low. If I could reach the fourth stage of the Shackles realm, perhaps I could accompany you inside. But for now, I'll stay on Blue Star and continue cultivating. Zhou Luo also nodded in response. Alright, focus on your cultivation, I'll be back soon. During this period, the realm of the Frost Thunder Hull had already advanced from the first stage of the Shackles realm to the second stage. This progress speed is quite good, but compared to Zhou Luo, there is still a considerable gap. It seems I need to find a way to get this kid some higher level Beast King pills or other treasures to enhance his realm. After bidding farewell to Tianquan Lei Ho, Zhou Luo walked alone to the fissure and then stepped in. A familiar sense of guidance surged forth. He relaxed his mind, offering no resistance. His figure gradually vanished without a trace. Under the gloomy sky, amidst a mountain range almost blending into the color of the sky, a black light suddenly flashed, and Zhou Luo's figure reappeared. What is this aura? As soon as he landed, Zhou Luo frowned deeply. He sensed an extremely eerie aura. After carefully perceiving it, his expression turned grave. Coldness, slaughter, destruction. The elements contained within this aura sent a chill through his heart. Even a top-tier expert like Sangxiang Shangren, who has reached the peak of the Shattering Realm, had never experienced such a strange aura. First, figure out what kind of place this is. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, then immediately chose a direction and proceeded forward slowly. He left the dark, oppressive mountains and arrived at a scorched plain. In the distance, a vague black shadow resembling a city could be faintly seen. Soon, Zhou Luo reached the outskirts of the city. Looking around, he saw many men and women clad in armor and carrying weapons walking outside the city gates. Almost the same expression was on their faces. Gloomy, dull, with vacant eyes. As if this world had already lost its last hope. Zhou Luo was filled with doubt in his heart. When he first descended upon that mountain range, he felt an intensely oppressive aura. Now, arriving at this relatively grand human settlement, the sense of oppression had only grown stronger. That chilling and eerie aura seemed omnipresent, permeating every corner of this land. Zhou Luo tried hard to suppress his curiosity. Immediately, he, like everyone else, joined the long queue, preparing to enter the city. When he reached the city gate, Zhou Luo noticed that the soldiers guarding the city had expressions so numb it seemed as if they had lost all hope. They didn't even glance at Zhou Luo, simply waved him through without any intention of checking his identity. After entering the city, only then did faint murmurs of conversation rarely come from the surroundings. The court entry battle, when will this finally come to an end? Every time the court entry battle starts, so many people on Rolling Stone Star end up dead. All the benefits are taken by the Tri-Elder Council, so why do we have to bear all the suffering? Sho, are you crazy? Daring to speak ill of the Three Elders Council, be careful not to get taken away for trial. In an old-fashioned tavern with a sense of history, three middle-aged men with scruffy beards were drinking and chatting. Zhou Luo had excellent hearing and caught every word they said without missing a single one. This naturally piqued his curiosity. The Battle of the Courtyard, Rolling Stone Star, Council of Three Elders. He pretended to be nonchalant, stepped into the tavern, casually ordered a specialty beer, and then found a seat in the center of the tavern. Sitting here, he could almost hear all the conversations in the tavern. While savoring the dark, distinctly local beer, he focused intently on listening. This sitting lasted for an hour. The Triarch Council, Ash Apostles, Thorn Conclave, Heaven's Scorched Crusade. Ha, I didn't expect this to truly be the territory of Heaven's Scorched Crusade. Moreover, Heaven's Scorched Crusade seems to be the most powerful faction within the Triarch Council. Zhou Luo stood up, took out the gold coins he carried with him, and paid for the drink. Under the shocked gazes of the tavern owner and numerous patrons, he left the tavern. Although the beer on Rolling Stone Star was sour and bitter, hard to swallow, Zhou Luo was quite satisfied. Of course, what he was satisfied with wasn't the beer itself, but the intelligence he had gathered over the past hour. This land is called Rolling Stone Star. The Three Elders Council is an alliance of three major forces led by the Heavenly Scorched Crusaders. The most crucial thing is, this battle for entry to the court made Zhou Luo feel very intrigued. The so-called battle for entry to the court is a competition jointly initiated by the Three Elders Council to vie for spots to enter the Star Court. And the Star Court is a dominant force in the deep space of the universe, with the entire Milky Way under its sphere of influence. Every 1,000 years, the Star Court sends an emissary to Rolling Stone Star to initiate the Battle of Entry, allowing only those who have reached the heaven level of the Shattered Realm or below to participate. The method of initiating the Battle of Entry is extremely violent and bloody. The Star Court emissary releases terrifying creatures called Void Beasts onto Rolling Stone Star. Whoever kills the most and the strongest Void Beasts earns the entry spot and a generous reward. And the Void Beasts were the source of that spine-chilling aura Joe Luo had just sensed. These creatures possess intelligence, with their eyes fixated solely on slaughter and destruction. Every time the Battle of the Court begins, countless people on Rolling Stone Star fall victim to them. Massacring cities and annihilating villages are mere routine for the Void Beasts. No wonder the people on this planet all have gloomy expressions. Void Beasts are extremely powerful, and it's almost impossible to kill them relying solely on individual strength. Even the strong members of the Three Elders Council can only join forces, using the power of the heaven level in the Shattered Realm to hunt Void Beasts. Therefore, ordinary people on this planet are simply incapable of participating in the court entry battle. No wonder this place is filled with whales. Speaking so terrifyingly, I really want to see what this Void Beast looks like. Moreover, I heard that killing a Void Beast might even drop some strange treasures. Joe Luo stroked his chin with great interest. Then, he turned around and walked toward the outskirts of the city. According to the people in the tavern, this city, called Black Hawk City, had a phantom beast appear on a northern plain the day before. Moreover, the Council of Elders seemed to have taken action and was heading there. Joe Luo decided to join the fun, leaving Black Eagle City. After traveling north for about several dozen miles, Joe Luo finally saw the true form of the legendary Void Beast. Not only that, there was also a group of people wearing heavy armor there. The leader of this group was holding a large flag high in his hand, with a vivid black and red thorn pattern printed on its surface. Blown by the fierce wind, it seemed to come alive. The phantom beast resembled a gibbon in shape, but its body was as pitch black as obsidian, completely absorbing sunlight, making it impossible to discern its true appearance. The most striking feature was its pair of crimson eyes. This feeling is absolutely unmistakable. Joe Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the phantom beast in the distance, confirming that the source of the evil aura was indeed it. Just by gazing at this phantom beast from afar, Joe Luo felt an indescribable sense of oppression in his heart. The strength of this phantom beast is probably at the Shattered Realm, the peak of the heaven stage, not yet reaching the earth stage, but definitely not an ordinary being. Looking at these people's attire, they should be members of the Thorn Secret Society. Let's observe how they deal with this Void Beast. Joe Luo concealed his presence and decided to quietly watch from the sidelines. The leader of the Thorn Secret Society's team envoy Rod faced the fearsome Void Beast directly, unable to stop himself from swallowing nervously. This was his first time truly confronting a Void Beast. In the past, he had only heard about it in legends. At this moment, seeing it with his own eyes, Rod felt that all the legends he had heard before were simply nonsense. This sense of oppression could not be described in just a few simple words, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Comrades, follow me to battle. He raised the banner symbolizing the Thorny Secret Society, his roar deafening. The thorny pattern on the banner gradually revealed a mystical aura. Strands of black and red thorny vines extended from the banner, transforming into countless long whips that lashed fiercely at the Void Beasts. Crack, crack, crack. The thorny long whip swung swiftly, its shadow slicing through the air with a crisp sound, followed by a fierce strike on the body of the phantom beast. Although these thorny long whips seemed to lack significant power, each strike unleashed a terrifying momentum, forcing the towering phantom beast, as tall as half a city wall, to retreat several steps. The mages led by Rhodes also launched their attack simultaneously, unleashing countless Shackles realm forces toward the phantom beast, with power enough to destroy a city. A deafening explosion rang out. As the dust settled, the phantom beast still stood tall and firm. Its body surface remained as smooth as ever, without a single scratch. So strong. Rod clenched his teeth and immediately channeled all his spiritual power into the great flag, preparing to unleash a full-force strike. However, at that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. The crimson eyes of the phantom beast slowly turned toward him. Immediately, the Void Beast opened a pitch-black mouth, resembling the void, and revealed a chilling smile toward Rod. The figure of the Void Beast vanished from its original spot. Everyone, stay on alert. Rod was shocked and shouted angrily. The surrounding members also showed expressions of terror on their faces, quickly setting up defensive formations to prepare for the onslaught of the Void Beast. However, everything seemed to come too late. When the Void Beast reappeared in front of everyone, it reached out and firmly grabbed Rod, who was holding the thorny banner high. Rod saw the smile at the corner of the Void Beast's mouth grow increasingly sinister. A burst of blood mist exploded in the Void Beast's hand. Blood splattered everywhere, staining almost all the mages who followed Rod. But when the blood landed on the Void Beast, it was as if swallowed by boundless darkness, leaving no trace. At this moment, all the members of the Thorn secret meeting were almost scared out of their wits. Lord Rod actually just died? Damn it! Damn it! What on earth is this void beast? How can it be so powerful? Voices of fear rose one after another among the crowd. However, this panicked scene did not last long. After the void beast crushed Rod, its face, full of an eerie smile, once again turned to the envoys beside it. Run! Run quickly! Return to the secret meeting! Return to the secret meeting! This void beast is not something we can handle. The crowd was preparing to flee. Suddenly, a black light flashed in the mouth of the phantom beast. In an instant, the black light erupted, and a beam of energy filled with a deathly aura surged straight out of its mouth. The members of the Thorn's secret meeting were instantly enveloped by the black light, their bodies rapidly disintegrating until they completely vanished without a trace. The previously aggressive Thorny secret meeting has now completely vanished into the world. The entire process took only a few minutes. In the distance, Zhou Luo witnessed this scene, his pupils suddenly contracting. The strength of this phantom beast is truly terrifying. On the surface, it seems to be at the fragmented realm of the heaven level. However, the strength displayed in just a few minutes far exceeded this level. It has at least reached the earth level realm. Moreover, breaking through all three levels is by no means impossible. That leader of the Thorny secret meeting, who was also at the heaven level of the shattered realm, was easily crushed like an ant in front of the void beast. There was no chance to resist at all. No wonder the legends say void beasts are incredibly powerful, impossible to kill individually. Impossible. The battle of entry only allows participants at the heaven level of the shattered realm at most. If it's truly a one-on-one fight, wouldn't it be a death sentence? What kind of force is Star Court? Just the qualification to enter the court has such a high threshold? Zhou Luo was filled with doubt. In the distance, the void beast finished slaughtering the members of the Thorny secret meeting but did not leave. Its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings and then locked onto the location where Zhou Luo was. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Have you discovered me? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, but his face showed no fear. This phantom beast could kill those people from the Thorny secret meeting, but it didn't mean it could kill him. He also wanted to personally test how strong this void beast truly was. He was even more eager to see if slaying the void beast would indeed yield treasures. Thus, Zhou Luo no longer concealed himself and walked straight toward the void beast. The misty emerald-tied sword in his hand was already poised to strike. The phantom beast saw him not fleeing but approaching instead, and the smile at the corner of its mouth became even more sinister. Its right arm swiftly reached out, directly grabbing toward Zhou Luo. This move was enough to easily crush Rod to death. Just as it was about to touch Zhou Luo, his figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared without a trace. The phantom beast grabbed at empty air, seemingly stunned in disbelief, then its scarlet eyes quickly darted around, searching for Zhou Luo's whereabouts. A streak of purple-gold sword light suddenly slashed down from behind. Caught off guard, the phantom beast had no time to evade, and the sword light fiercely cut into its back, accompanied by a loud bang. The indestructible body of the phantom beast was unexpectedly torn open by the sword's light. Black liquid slowly flowed out from the crack, and the smile on the phantom beast's face instantly vanished, replaced by anger. How could mere ants possibly harm it? The phantom beast spoke in human tongue, its voice hoarse and deep, like a murmur, yet chilling to the bone. Black gas began to emerge on its body, and in an instant, countless black fumes suddenly trembled and spread out, completely enveloping Zhou Luo. This gas can actually obscure perception? Within the black fumes, Zhou Luo suddenly felt his vision blocked, as if plunged into an endless night, unable to see his own hand in front of him. A trace of golden light flashed in his eyes, and his vision instantly became incomparably bright. If an ordinary person encountered this, they would likely find it difficult to handle. However, unfortunately, this is useless against me. Zhou Luo smiled indifferently. The eye of law not only can see through various formations and traps but also instantly sees through methods that obscure perception. The higher his cultivation level, the more Zhou Luo secretly marveled at the talent bestowed upon him by the Nine Nether Chaos Body. The black giant hand of the phantom beast once again reached for Zhou Luo. It was unaware that the black aura was ineffective against Zhou Luo. Seeing him standing still, seemingly oblivious to the impending attack, a smile appeared on its face once more. The phantom beast missed again. Zhou Luo merely shifted his posture slightly and easily evaded its attack. This time, Zhou Luo did not circle around to the back of the void beast. He chose to gather strength on the spot, with streams of purple-gold lightning surging within him, while unleashing a sword momentum like a falling star, slashing directly at the void beast. As the purple-gold sword light appeared, the surrounding dark aura seemed to encounter its nemesis and quickly dispersed. The already gloomy sky was also illuminated with streaks of purple-gold brilliance by the sword light. Not far from here in Black Hawk City, many people witnessed this scene. That's the direction of the void beast. Could it be that the three elders are taking action? What kind of technique is this? Such an overwhelming aura, it can even affect celestial phenomena. Probably the Heaven's Ash Crusaders. Their breathing techniques are so grand during battle. Just like this, countless people gazed up at the horizon, speculating about the identity of the one who acted. At the highest point of Black Eagle City, atop the clock tower, a short-haired man dressed in fitted attire, with a clean and sharp appearance, stared at the location of the void beast, a trace of interest flashing in his eyes. A mere rolling stone star, and yet someone can single-handedly contend with a void beast? Quite intriguing. He squinted slightly, his tone unable to hide his joy. The once imposing and ruthless void beast, which had casually slaughtered members during secret meetings in the Thorns, now lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. On its massive body, a huge sword mark stretched from its chest all the way down to its lower torso. Black blood slowly oozed from the wound, pooling into a small river filled with the aura of death, leaving no grass alive in its wake. Those scarlet pupils seemed to lose their luster, staring fixedly in the direction of Zhou Luo, filled with an unrelenting unwillingness. Zhou Luo swung his sword again, severing the life of the phantom beast. Its massive body gradually shrank, eventually solidifying into a dark, irregularly shaped crystal block, which fell into Zhou Luo's palm. Zhou Luo carefully examined the crystal block in his hand. The crystal contains an extremely terrifying energy, somewhat similar to the Beast King pill he obtained earlier. What exactly is this thing used for? His heart was filled with doubt. However, he did not delve into it further, planning to ask the people on Rolling Stone Star about it later. After all, the natives here have long dealt with void beasts, they must know something. It seems my strength has already surpassed the earth level of the Shattered Realm. The strength of this void beast is at the earth level, yet I was able to slay it with a single falling star move. Perhaps I really can earn a spot in this court entry battle, Zhou Luo murmured to himself. Although he did not specifically kill the void beast for the star court qualification, but he knew that every time the cosmic supreme treasure transported him somewhere, a peerless spiritual treasure would always appear there. According to the locals in Black Eagle City, those who obtain the star court qualification will receive rewards from the star court, and these rewards might be peerless spiritual treasures. Whether to join the star court is another matter for now. That peerless spiritual treasure, he had coveted it for a long time. After all, he was only one peerless spiritual treasure away from forging the 5 supreme foundations. Each time he forged a foundation before, Zhou Luo felt his strength surge. What would happen if all 5 foundations were completed? His heart was filled with anticipation. After properly storing the black crystal block, Zhou Luo did not linger and turned to walk toward the west. Just now in Black Hawk City, he learned that besides a void beast in this wasteland, there was another void beast in the canyon to the west of the wasteland. Just as Zhou Luo was about to set off, the perpetually dark sky to the west suddenly roared with thunder. Jets of pitch-black flames shot up into the sky, creating an incredibly stunning scene. Zhou Luo was very familiar with these pitch-black flames. Heaven's Ash Crusaders? A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. It seems highly likely that the Heaven's Ash Crusaders have clashed with the void beast in the west. Since that's the case, I definitely can't miss this spectacle. Coincidentally, I've almost witnessed the strength of the Brahma Lotus sect and the Luofu Hall headquarters. Only the Heaven's Scorch Crusaders remain. Don't let me down. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Rumor has it that the Heaven's Scorch Crusaders are the strongest presence among the 3 Elders Council. Since that's the case, their fight against the void beast is highly likely to end in its defeat. This is precisely the situation Zhou Luo does not want to see. If the void beast is defeated by the Heavenly Embers Crusade, then Zhou Luo will have no choice but to add another difficulty for his old friend. He quickly walked westward. Rolling Stone Star, Black Cloud Canyon. A virtual beast with a body towering over 10 meters was roaring furiously at the sky, black energy surging on its surface, transforming into sharp arrows that frantically shot in all directions. Maxim and 2 Grand Legion commanders stood at the front holding weapons. Seeing countless black energy arrows flying toward them, they immediately gave orders, and other Legion members swiftly dodged. Despite the swift action, many were still struck by the black energy arrows, dying instantly as their bodies dissolved as if corroded, creating a horrifying scene. All together. Witnessing this, Maxim shouted sharply, his spiritual power erupting instantly as the black flame thunder in the sky seemed to be summoned, converging above the void beast's head. Heaven's ashes, dark flames, slash. The 2 Grand Legion commanders, Stott and Jones, upon hearing the command, also fully unleashed the black flame thunder in the sky. The thunder converged into a massive black flame sword capable of destroying a city, slashing down towards the head of the void beast. The black flame sword roared as it descended, the thunderous sound shaking the heavens and earth, creating a scene as terrifying as the apocalypse. The phantom beast seemed to be restrained by some force. Seeing the giant sword slashing down, it wanted to dodge but couldn't move. However, it did not give up. Black mist surged continuously over its body, eventually condensing into a smooth-surfaced armor outside its form. The black flame giant's sword unsurprisingly struck the armor. A deafening explosion echoed through the center of the canyon. The entire canyon seemed unable to withstand the impact. Boulders tumbled, the earth trembled, as if wailing. Towering black flames swept across the surroundings, mixed with raging thunder, turning the entire canyon into a forbidden zone. This sword strike was jointly unleashed by Maxim, Starr, and Jones, the 3 Legion commanders of the Shattered Realm. The smooth armor had long since turned to dust, disappearing without a trace. A huge gash was slashed into the shoulder of the phantom beast, with half of of its arm hanging like a broken thread, ready to fall off at any moment. Its eyes were filled with rage and brutality. At this moment, it only wanted to destroy everything in front of it. A hoarse and deep voice echoed all around. The phantom beast suddenly rose, abandoning the precarious half of its right arm, and swung its intact left arm, punching towards Maxim and the others. This punch seemed simple and unpretentious, compared to the combined sword strike of the three earlier, like a firefly against the bright moon. But Maxim and the others did not dare to be careless in the slightest. They knew that although the attack of the phantom beast didn't appear powerful, it actually contained astonishing energy. If this punch hit any one of them, it would either kill or cripple. Without hesitation, the three simultaneously dodged in three different directions, narrowly avoiding the punch. All members, heed my command. After dodging an attack, Maxim immediately shouted to the numerous Legion members behind him, concentrate all your power on the Celestial Ember Gloom Flame and form the Celestial Ember Gloom Cross. The Legion members reacted swiftly. As soon as the words fell, everyone channeled the spiritual energy within their bodies with full force. Countless pitch-black Celestial Ember Gloom Flames erupted from within them, sweeping across the sky. The sky was once again shrouded in black clouds formed by the dim flames of celestial embers. Seeing this scene before them, Maxim and the other two showed expressions of delight. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Maxim's mouth. Three people exerted their strength simultaneously, and the dark flames of the sky gradually coalesced into a massive black flame cross. At this moment, the phantom beast, weakened by its earlier explosive punch, could only watch helplessly as the dark flame cross slowly took shape. A trace of unwillingness flashed in its eyes. Clearly, it was incomparably powerful, capable of effortlessly crushing beings like Maxim, who were at the fragmented realm heaven stage. But now, this group of ant-like humans has come together, causing it to suffer setbacks and repeated defeats. Void Beast, die! Maxim snorted coldly. Immediately, as the initiator of the spell, he fully activated the Tenebrous Cross of Heavenly Embers, preparing to suppress the Void Beast. Heaven's Ash Cross, fall! The Heaven's Ash Cross responded and descended, striking the Void Beast vertically. From afar, it seemed as if a deity stood at the horizon, wielding divine power to punish the Void Beast. A sword light entwined with purple gold lightning suddenly flashed from a hidden location, slashing directly at the Heaven's Ash Cross. The sword's light swept through, instantly shattering the already formed Tenebrous Cross of Heaven's Embers. Countless black flames suddenly dispersed, transforming into a rain of fire that scattered onto the ground. What is going on? Maxim was completely stunned. Star, Jones, and dozens of Legion members in the rear all displayed equally incredulous expressions on their faces. Even the Void Beast's eyes flashed with rare surprise. Who is it? Who dares to oppose my Heavenly Cinder Crusade? Maxim quickly regained his composure. His gaze urgently searched the surroundings for the one who had acted, but in the end, it disappointed him. The position where the sword light appeared was extremely tricky, precisely striking the critical note of their activation of the Heavenly Embers Cross. No one could see where the sword light came from. He was about to continue searching. The Void Beast, however, gave him no chance to catch his breath. Taking advantage of this gap, the originally weakened Phantom Beast has almost fully recovered. Black energy surged again across its body, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth as its gaze locked firmly onto Maxim and the others, although it was unclear who had saved it. At this moment, it only wanted to tear Maxim, Star, Jones, and all the Legion members in front of it into pieces one by one. Only in this way can the anger deep within be vented. Die! The hoarse, deep voice sounded once again. This time, the Void Beast's black hole-like mouth instantly gathered a black radiance filled with a destructive aura. Not good, it's the Void Beast death ray. Maxim and the others' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Immediately after, Jones spoke. Quickly try to condense the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven's Embers again. I'll hold off that mysterious figure. As soon as the words fell, Maxim and Star also nodded in agreement. Faced with the death ray of the Void Beast, only the Tenebrous Cross of Heavenly Embers can withstand it. Everyone, listen up. Gather the Tenebrous Flames of Heavenly Embers once more. Maxim issued the command. All the Legion members drained the last trace of spiritual power within them, once again forming a vast expanse of Tenebrous Flames of Heavenly Embers. Just wait for Maxim and Star to act as guides, transforming the Celestial Ember Obscure Flame into the Celestial Ember Obscure Cross, and the danger will be averted. Jones stood in the sky, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Whoever you are, this time, I will never let you succeed. The Void Beast death ray is about to be fired. Maxim's face was solemn as he focused entirely on completing the condensation of the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven's Ash, keeping a close eye on the Void Beast's movements. As soon as the Void Beast unleashed its deadly light, he would position the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven's Ash in front. Jones, tasked with blocking the mysterious figure, was also tense at this moment, his gaze constantly shifting, ready to act at any time. A glimmer flashed in Jones's eyes. His gaze fell on a corner outside the canyon. There, a figure was slowly emerging from the shadows. Jones saw the person flash him a meaningful smile. Purple gold lightning serpents surged out from the person's body, and Jones' pupils contracted sharply. What a formidable incredible thunder energy. His expression instantly became extremely solemn. With just one glance, he determined that the terrifying power of this purple gold thunder serpent could only be unleashed by a heaven-level expert of the Shattered Realm at full strength. Who exactly is this person, and why must they oppose my Heavenly Ash Crusaders? Jones was filled with doubt, but he did not pause to think, immediately channeling all the spiritual power within him to summon streams of pitch-black heavenly embers, ready to block it. I admit this purple lightning is extremely powerful, but you only succeeded earlier because of a sneak attack. Now that I'm here, don't even think about sabotaging our plan again, Jones murmured softly to himself. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the mysterious figure erupting with supreme sword intent, their body seemingly transforming into a colossal sword capable of splitting the heavens, carrying purple gold destructive lightning, slashing toward him. A series of violent and thunderous explosions echoed in everyone's ears. An unstoppable sword light, powerful enough to annihilate the firmament, swept toward the position of the Heaven's Ash Crusaders. Jones's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly gathered all the summoned ashen flames into a thick wall of fire, striving to block the sword light. However, as soon as the sword light touched the wall of fire, it crumbled inch by inch under the pressure. How can it be this strong? Wrong, this person is definitely not a heaven-level expert of the Shattered Realm. Someone must be breaking the rules. Jones suddenly awakened, roaring in anger. But it was already too late. The sword light was incredibly fast, enveloping his entire body in the blink of an eye. Jones's body instantly turned into a mist of blood. Eventually, even the blood mist was completely obliterated, vanishing entirely from the world. Like crushing an ant, Jones was slain. The sword light's target remained clear, carrying terrifying energy as it continued to strike at all members of the Heaven's Ash Crusade. Maxim and Star saw Jones fall, their eyes instantly turning red with urgency in their hearts. This terrifying sword light must not be allowed to penetrate the Legion. Otherwise, all of them will perish here. The two immediately made a decision. They decided to temporarily abandon dealing with the still-charging Void Beast Death Ray and prioritize using the Tenebrous Cross of Heavenly Embers to counter this sword light, because they understood that the Void Beast Death Ray required time to accumulate. Moreover, the Void Beast had just suffered heavy damage and was only beginning to recover, making this Void Beast Death Ray even slower this time. Dealing with this sword light first was the most urgent task at hand. Under the command of the two, the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven suddenly stood tall in front of the Legion's army. Sword light and the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven swiftly intertwined and clashed. Maxim, Star, and all the accompanying members of the army watched the direction of the battle with tense expressions, their eyes fixed unblinkingly. That sword light was extremely terrifying, and the power that just instantly killed Jones made people doubtful. Can the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven really withstand it? Just as everyone was growing increasingly anxious, Maxim suddenly noticed that the Phantom Beast behind him had abandoned fully condensing the Phantom Beast Death Ray and instead directly fired the remaining Phantom Beast Death Ray. Star, hold the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven. I'll go block the Phantom Beast. Maxim reacted swiftly and decisively issued the order. The defective Void Beast's Death Ray had already been fired. Maxim gritted his teeth and unleashed several protective treasures, vowing to block it. The Void Beast's Death Ray fiercely struck the protective treasures. The Twilight Crusaders are currently besieged from both sides, with the sword light of the firmament ahead and the Death Ray of the Void Beasts behind, two terrifyingly powerful attacks closing in. If even one link goes wrong, they will face total annihilation. At this moment, everyone is pouring out their last ounce of strength. Magical artifacts, weapons, spells, everything was unleashed as if at any cost, all to block these two deadly attacks. However, soon, despair appeared on everyone's faces, because the Heavenly Ash Gloom Cross, which had almost drained all their spiritual power to form, showed signs of crumbling before the sword light. The Heavenly Ash Gloom Cross emitted a thunderous roar, suddenly burst open, scattering like a rain of fire. With the obstruction of the Tenebrous Cross of Heaven's embers gone, the sword light of the firmament effortlessly enveloped everyone. The Legion members in the Shackles realm couldn't even resist for a second, their bodies instantly obliterated under the sword light. And as for STA, who was responsible for maintaining the Tenebrous Cross of Tianjin, his end was not optimistic either. He lasted only a few seconds before letting out a piercing scream, then vanished beneath the sword's radiance. Hearing STA's wail from behind, Maxim's face instantly darkened to the extreme, and his heart was filled with utter despair. He understood that he would not survive today. Maxim turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the sword's radiance was striking. He wanted to confirm who had killed them before he died. Apart from these two major forces, he couldn't think of anyone else. However, when he saw the face of the figure within the sword's light, he was completely stunned, standing motionless in place. How is it possible? It's actually him? That native. Maxim's expression became incredibly complex, with despair, regret, and unwillingness intertwining in his heart. In the end, even the several magical artifacts surrounding him could no longer hold on and shattered one after another. The Void Beast's Death Ray shot straight at him. At the same time, the celestial sword swordlight unleashed by Zhou Luo enveloped it. Maxim was instantly obliterated from the world. Subsequently, the Void Beast's death ray fiercely clashed with the celestial swordlight. After a brief stalemate, the Void Beast's death ray was ultimately outmatched and defeated by the swordlight. The swordlight of the firmament, carrying an unstoppable momentum, continued to advance until it annihilated the Void Beast, then slowly dissipated. In the vast canyon, only Zhou Luo remained alone. The once mighty Heavenly Embers Crusade, along with the terrifying Void Beast, had all turned to dust. Zhou Luo let out a long breath of turbid air. My cultivation level is still too low. Just unleashing a single sky-shattering swordlight consumed half of the spiritual energy in my body. But its power is indeed astonishing. As expected, it's a top-tier sword technique at the shattering realm level. After silently marveling for a moment, Zhou Luo slowly stepped forward, approaching the fallen Void Beast. He wanted to see what the Void Beast would transform into after its death. As Zhou Luo approached the Void Beast, its massive body began to gradually shrink. Finally, it condensed into a smooth, glossy black gem floating in midair. Zhou Luo reached out and took the gem into his palm. "Ha, is this a top-grade spiritual treasure? Not bad at all." His eyes lit up. The pearl in his hand was clearly a grade higher than the celestial azure dragon bone gold, but it was slightly inferior compared to peerless spiritual treasures like the Kunlun dragon vein. According to what the Frost Thunder Howl mentioned earlier, the grade of this pearl should belong to the top-tier spiritual treasures, just below the peerless ones. This type of spiritual treasure is also extremely precious. Anyone who obtains one will often regard it as a heaven-sent opportunity. Alright, I'll take this back to little Hosey. He should start using some good stuff too. Zhou Luo put the gem into his pouch. Afterward, he changed direction, preparing to continue searching for the next city on this rolling stone star to delve deeper into news about the court entry battle. After all, up to now, he had consecutively slain 2 Void Beasts. Yet the so-called Star Court envoy had still not appeared. If they overlooked him, that would be disastrous. After all, the purpose of coming this time was precisely for the extra reward of court entry qualification. After Zhou Luoyuan left, the canyon fell into a deathly silence. The short-haired man who had once observed Zhou Luo from the clock tower appeared again, this time accompanied by a man who seemed to be a guard. "Lord Solon, have you taken a liking to this person?" the guard asked respectfully. "Yes, I didn't expect such a genius to emerge from this small rolling stone star." The short-haired man gazed at the marks left by the celestial swordlight within the canyon, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. To be able to surpass levels and slay 2 Void Beasts with a Shackles realm cultivation, such an achievement is difficult even for some of the geniuses within the court. "Lord Solon, then about this court entry quota. If nothing unexpected happens, it should undoubtedly be him." Zuolong looked in the direction Zhou Luo had left, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Unless another genius capable of rivaling him appears, I won't change this decision." "Heh, but such a thing is simply impossible." Hearing this, the guard asked again, "Should the court entry battle continue this time? Should we retrieve the virtual beasts that have already been deployed?" Zuolong shook his head slightly, a hint of interest flashing across his face. "The court entry battle will proceed, and there's no need to retrieve the deployed virtual beasts. On the contrary, I even plan to add some catalysts to this court entry battle. Otherwise, with his strength, this trial battle would be meaningless. I'm curious to see the highest level of Void Beast he can slay." The guard's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, "Do you mean to release that second-level Void Beast onto Rolling Stone Star as well? Can he handle it? What harm is there in trying? With me here, are you still worried something will happen to him?" Solon let out a cold laugh, then said no more as his figure instantly vanished into the canyon. The guard saw this and couldn't help but let out a long sigh, then quickly followed. Headquarters of the Heavenly Scorch Crusaders. A deafening roar suddenly echoed from within the Great Hall. What exactly happened? Maxim, STA, and Jones, how did all 3 of them end up in trouble? The entire Void Beast extermination squad was wiped out. This is definitely not something ordinary Void Beasts could achieve. Someone must be sabotaging us in secret. Inside the hall, the deputy commander of the Heavenly Embers Crusaders, Kashi, was furious, his tone filled with intense anger. Among the 3 Void Beast extermination squads they dispatched this time, the one led by Maxim was the most formidable team. Among them, not only were there 3 heaven-level powerhouses of the Shattered Realm stationed, but also dozens of core forces above the 3rd stage of the Shackles realm. Yet such a powerful team was completely annihilated in a short time. This is unprecedented. After venting his anger, Kashi immediately summoned a subordinate and ordered, "Notify the other 2 Void Beast hunting teams at once. They are not allowed to act alone, everyone must regroup. I suspect someone is secretly targeting the Ashen Crusade. Before the Battle of the Courtyard ends, everyone must enter the highest state of alert. Of course, if anyone finds out who those rats hiding in the shadows are, report immediately. I will make sure they pay the price." Kahi lowered his voice as he spoke, his anger barely contained. The subordinate accepted the order, not daring to linger, and quickly left the Great Hall. Zhou Luo walked on the bustling street. The sounds of laughter and chatter in the crowd rose and fell, and Zhou Luo took in all these noises. Most people were discussing the recent battle in the court. In particular, news about the void beasts around the three major cities, Swiftwind City, Blackhawk City, and Fury Sea City, was the most talked about. The Three Elders Society acted so quickly this time. In just 3 days, 5 void beasts nearby were all slain. Isn't this efficiency astonishing? Indeed. My grandfather told me that during the last court entry battle, the Three Elders Society had to expend a great deal of manpower and time to kill even one void beast at least half a day, and sometimes even several days weren't enough. Why has it suddenly sped up this time? Is it because the void beasts have weakened, or have the fragmented realm heaven-level experts of the Three Elders Society grown stronger? Many people felt puzzled about this. 3 days ago, 5 void beasts were released near 3 cities surrounding Blackhawk City. The residents of the small towns within the release range had long abandoned their homes and fled for their lives. But after 3 days, these 5 void beasts showed no signs of activity. Daring adventurers went out to investigate and brought back a shocking piece of news. 5 void beasts have disappeared. Even more coincidentally, they found traces of intense battles in all 5 locations. Combining these 2 points, the only conclusion is, all 5 void beasts have been slain. But on the Rolling Stone Star, apart from the powerful Three Elders Council, no other force can compare. All 5 void beasts are dead. The outcome of this court entry battle should already be decided, right? In previous battles, only about 6 void beasts were deployed. Yeah, this court entry battle ended too quickly. I thought it would last at least a month. Everyone was discussing, each offering their own opinions. Hearing this, Zhou Luo frowned slightly. So, there are only a few void beasts in total? Doesn't that mean I've already won the championship? Zhou Luo touched his chin, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. These 5 void beasts were all killed by him personally. As for the so-called Council of Three Elders, perhaps his speed in killing void beasts was too fast. Ever since he annihilated the Heavenly Ash Crusaders, he hadn't encountered them again. However, at this very moment, the sky outside Gale City suddenly turned pitch black. A massive black crack tore open in midair. Immediately afterward, a pair of enormous obsidian-like hands reached out from the crack, forcefully ripping it wider. Zhou Luo saw this scene, and his pupils suddenly contracted. After the crack was torn open, a gigantic void beast, as massive as a small mountain and a whole size larger than any void beast Zhou Luo had seen before, suddenly appeared before everyone. Moreover, the appearance of this void beast was completely different from those Zhou Luo had encountered previously. Most of the previous void beasts resembled long-armed apes, almost indistinguishable from human forms. But this colossal creature before them had the head of a dog and the body of a human, with a slender figure and limbs so proportionate that it evoked an unsettling discomfort. Originally, their scarlet eyes had turned into eyes flickering with gray-white light on this void beast. What is that? A void beast? How could there be a void beast that looks like this? It's enormous. Weren't the void beasts already deployed? Why has the Star Court released them again? Could this be the legendary level 2 void beast? Run, run. Gale City is doomed. For a moment, the crowd fell into panic, scattering in all directions. A large number of people surged toward the entrances and exits of Gale City, clogging the streets completely. The natives of Rolling Stone Star are well aware of how terrifying the void beasts are. What's more, this is an unprecedented new type of void beast. Just from its size, which is significantly larger than other void beasts, everyone knows that the power of this void beast is undoubtedly more horrifying than ever before. At this moment, staying in Gale City instead of fleeing is tantamount to courting death. The strength of this void beast. Zhou Luo stared intently at the dog-headed void beast, his gaze growing heavy. The 5 void beasts he had slain earlier all had fairly balanced strength, each falling within the realm of the fragmentation stage earth level. But this one before him, just from the aura it unintentionally leaked, was far stronger than those 5. Zhou Luo felt troubled. If it were only slightly stronger than those 5 void beasts, he could still fight. But if this dog-headed void beast had already stepped into the human threshold realm, he could only wait for the right moment. After all, Zhou Luo's current realm is merely the Shackles realm. Using the strength of the Shackled realm to face the terrifying existence of the human gate is truly too much of a stretch. Retreat for now. Zhou Luo made a decisive decision. He planned to first find a safe place, observe in secret for a while, and then decide whether to take action. After all, after he slew those 5 fragmented realm earth-level void beasts, he gained quite a few treasures. If he can slay the void beast before him, the rewards will likely be even greater. After speaking, Zhou Luo quietly blended into the crowd. Inside the headquarters of the Rolling Stone Star Three Elders Association, the 3 major forces almost simultaneously received the news of the appearance of the canine-headed void beast. Within the Heavenly Ash Crusaders, Kahi's face immediately lit up with joy after hearing the subordinates' report. This time in the court invasion battle, the Star Court actually deployed a level 2 void beast? Good news, good news. Kashi paced in the courtyard, his tone brimming with joy. Over the past few days, members of their legion had been searching for traces of void beasts across Rolling Stone Star. But wherever they found them, those void beasts had almost almost always been slain by others. This caused Caxi great distress. It should be noted that in a single court entry battle, the Star Court envoys usually release 6 void beasts, at most no more than 7. Under this number, among the 3 elder councils, whichever faction manages to slay 4 void beasts will almost certainly secure the Star Court entry qualification. But now, after searching for 5 void beasts in a row, they have been repeatedly defeated. As for the last void beast, Kahi had long known it was eliminated by the Ash Apostle. This means that their legion, in this battle to enter the court, failed to slay even a single void beast. It is truly disgraceful. I originally thought the outcome of this courtroom battle was already predetermined. Unexpectedly, Star Court has released a second-level void beast. This is not the first time such an occurrence has happened. In previous competitions, the 2 major forces, the Sky Ash Crusaders and the Ash Apostles, once simultaneously slew 3 void beasts, resulting in a tied score. To break the deadlock, the envoy of the Star Court deliberately released a level 2 void beast. Whichever faction can slay it will directly secure a spot in the battle to enter the court. Even the Thorny Conclave, which has yet to slay a single void beast, can claim victory as long as they manage to kill this level 2 void beast. Looks like the Thorny Conclave and the Ash Apostles ended in a tie. Otherwise, the envoy wouldn't have released a level 2 void beast. Damn it, how did they even end up in a tie? Kahi was puzzled by the speed at which the 6 first-level void beasts perished, but he didn't think much of it. He waved his hand grandly, passed the order. All heaven-level members of the Shattered Realm and the Legion, assemble immediately, target Gale City. The second-level void beast is crucial to whether our Legion can turn the tide of the battle. At all costs, it must be slain. Between the Thorn Council and the Ash Apostles, the leaders of the 2 major forces also made the same decision as Kashi. The 3 elders took action together. 3 powerful armies charged aggressively toward Gale City. Their speed was extremely fast. The people who had not yet fled from Gale City also witnessed this breathtaking scene. The 3 major legions, like dense storm clouds, quickly enveloped the skies over Gale City. Each unit was composed of all the qualified Heaven-tier fragmentation realm experts from the 3 major forces, along with countless shackled realm warriors. Such combat power usually formed the backbone of the Council of Elders. Now, the entire team is mobilized. The 3 Elders Council has finally taken action. This void beast is indeed the legendary level 2 void beast. My goodness, I've only read about level 2 void beasts in ancient texts. I never thought I'd witness one with my own eyes during this court entry battle. Don't talk about being lucky. I only feel unlucky. I don't want to die. People's reactions vary. Some, upon confirming that this dog-headed humanoid phantom beast is a second-level phantom beast, are filled with excitement and exhilaration. Others, with faces full of melancholy, wish they had more legs to quickly escape this place of trouble. The terror of second-level phantom beasts is documented in great detail in ancient texts. Its strength is equivalent to the early stage of the 3rd level of the Shattering Realm, capable of destroying a city with a casual strike, and its full power is enough to make the entire continent wail. Such a terrifying existence is undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster for ordinary people like them. Listening to the surrounding people's discussions, filled with both excitement and fear, Zhou Luo gazed at the army of the 3 Elders Association, a hint of joy unconsciously appearing in his eyes. He was secretly calculating, waiting for an opportunity to kill this second-level void beast. Unexpectedly, the 3 elders launched a full-scale attack. Then it wouldn't be surprising if he secretly took advantage of the situation. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, then quietly left the crowded crowd and headed toward a narrow, deserted alley in Gale City. After the arrival of the 3 major forces, their leaders acted in perfect unison, launching an attack on the void beast simultaneously. They were well aware that the strength of a level 2 void beast was incredibly formidable, and the rules of the court entry battle prohibited experts above the heaven level from participating. Relying solely on the power of their respective forces to eliminate the void beast was nothing short of wishful thinking. Only by temporarily joining forces can the 3 parties significantly weaken the combat power of the void beasts, allowing them to fight individually. This tactic was already established during the appearance of the level 2 void beast last time. After many years, it has now reappeared. Boom! Countless powerful attacks struck the body of the dog-headed void beast, causing shockwaves that trembled the earth. In the nearby Gale City, buildings swayed one after another, with the less stable ones collapsing outright. Fortunately, most of the people in the city had already evacuated, otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhou Luo silently climbed onto the city wall near the void beast battlefield. At this moment, there were no soldiers guarding the city wall. They had all fled for their lives. Zhou Luo moved unimpeded, facing no obstacles. He could clearly see every detail happening on the battlefield. Most importantly, there was no obstruction here. As soon as the time was right, Zhou Luo could strike at any moment. Let me have you work for me first. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a smile, then he leisurely leaned against the city wall, his gaze fixed on the location of the void beast. Another round of attacks rained down. Heaven's scorching dim flame, thorn magic, ashen secret arts. The The army of the Three Elders Council almost exerted their full strength, launching one powerful offensive after another at the Void Beast as if their spiritual energy was inexhaustible. The once imposing Tier 2 Void Beast, under the relentless bombardment of attacks, now had deep dents marring its obsidian-like skin. In some places, even pitch-black blood had begun to seep out. A bunch of ants, and you dare join forces against me? The dog-headed Void Beast scanned its surroundings, its tone brimming with undisguised fury. A second-level Void Beast, compared to a first-level one, not only has enhanced strength but also increased intelligence, allowing it to easily articulate such complete sentences. At this moment, it had been thoroughly enraged by the Tri-Elder Council. Let me show you my true power. The dog-headed Void Beast growled in a low voice. The next moment, its palms began to gather clusters of mysterious black energy spheres. It's the Void Beast Death Ray. The members of the Elder Council immediately recognized the origin of these spheres. It was another form of the Void Beast Death Ray. However, the energy intensity contained within the deathlight of these two Void Beasts far surpasses that released by Void Beasts in the past. Everyone, listen up. Form a defensive array. The leaders of the three major factions commanded in unison. Immediately afterward, the previously distinct teams of the three major factions unexpectedly converged into one. Everyone worked together, and a massive defensive shield enveloped them all. At this critical moment, the unity of the three major forces far surpasses what it was before. Interesting. In the distance, Zhou Luo saw this scene and secretly admired it. It seems the Three Elders Association has indeed got some skills to dominate Rolling Stone Star for so long. At least in such times when unity is needed, not a single person will falter. This won't do. Zhou Luo shook his head, stood upright, and the misty jade-tide sword appeared in his hand. The fact that the three elders could join forces to face the enemy was undoubtedly a good thing for them. But this was absolutely not what Zhou Luo wanted to see. If the three elders could effortlessly join forces to deal with this Void Beast, what meaning would there be for him to stay here? Was he just supposed to wait for them to take the reward? Absolutely not. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in his dantian suddenly burst forth, continuously pouring into the misty jade-tide sword, the Kunlun Dragon Vein, the mystic thunder purple gold bamboo, and the heaven-tempered divine edge iron. Three peerless spiritual treasures capable of carrying sword intent were simultaneously activated by him with full force. Zhou Luo's aura surged wildly, his loose hair danced without wind, and his eyes emitted a burst of purple gold light as he suddenly swung his sword toward the direction of the Three Elders Council. An extremely violent sword light erupted abruptly, changing the colors of heaven and earth in an instant, slashing straight toward the Three Elders Council. As this sword was unleashed, even the Void Beast Death Ray being condensed in the hands of the dog-headed Void Beast seemed to pale in comparison. What is that? The faces of all the members of the Three Elders Association changed drastically. They saw that terrifying sword light, at an extremely fast speed, directly slash onto their defensive shield. The defense formed by over a dozen heaven-tier experts at the Shattered Realm and hundreds of chain-tier powerhouses shattered instantly the moment it was touched by the sword light. The sword light seemed to be deliberately controlled, dissipating into the heavens and earth after breaking through the defense. Who made the move? Not good. There's an external enemy. An external enemy. Who dares to launch a sneak attack on our Three Elders Association? Seeing this situation, the members of the Three Elders Association were burning with rage. Heh, mere ants, how dare you cause internal strife in my presence? However, the expression of the dog-headed phantom beast was entirely different. It looked at the bewildered and helpless members of the Three Elders Council, its face full of mockery, and its eyes brimming with ridicule. The two beams of virtual beast death light in its hands had already been completely formed. In that case, you shall all be destroyed. The dog-headed virtual beast grinned and laughed wildly, unrestrained and maniacal. Two beams of phantom beast death rays shot out instantly from his hands. The two deep, black hole-like spheres of light steadily flew toward the direction of the Tri-Elder Council. In a panic, the leaders of the Tri-Elder Council simultaneously issued orders again, attempting to regroup the defenses. However, it was already too late. A thunderous explosion echoed across the rolling stone planet. The area spanning thousands of miles was affected, the earth emitted mournful cries, and the already dim sky was now shrouded by massive thunderclouds as a storm suddenly struck. The previously not so severely damaged Gale City was instantly leveled in the explosion. Many residents who failed to escape in time were reduced to dust in an instant. Only those whose realm surpasses the Shackles realm can barely withstand this devastating explosion. The explosion gradually subsided. The ranks of the Tri-Elder Council also began to emerge. The once orderly and imposing army of the Tri-Elder Council was now in complete disarray and devastation. Countless experts in the Shackled realm suffered heavy casualties, with most losing their ability to fight. Only those who had reached the Shattered realm fared slightly better, with their injuries not being severe. Zhou Luo took in the entire scene. This is more like it. The balance of power has evened out a bit. It was too unfair before, practically bullying this Void Beast. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly. If the people of the Three Elders Association heard his words at this moment, they would probably be furious. darkness. After completing this good deed, Zhou Luo quickly concealed his figure and hid in the darkness. Until their side suffered heavy losses, the three elders' council still did not know who was secretly taking action. Someone is causing trouble behind the scenes. Ceasefire for now and find that guy, or all three of our families will suffer. They wanted to temporarily halt their offensive against the canine head void beast to first uncover the mastermind, but how could the canine head void beast agree? Seeing the three elders' council suffer heavy losses, to the point where even their original formation was difficult to maintain, the killing intent in the canine head void beast's eyes grew even stronger. Destruction, let everything be destroyed. The grayish-white pupils of the dog-headed void beast were now filled with intense killing intent. Its movements were extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, it quickly arrived in front of the army of the three elders' council, casually grabbing a few members in the shackles realm and holding them firmly. With a gentle exertion, these unlucky souls instantly burst into a mist of blood. With another wave of his hand, several pitch-black blades of light tore through the void, whistling as they slashed into the ranks of the Three Elders Association, taking the lives of 5 more experts in the shackles realm. The already heavily wounded and battered Three Elders Association was now facing even greater calamity. The original group of over 100 shackles realm members had dwindled to just a few dozen. Stop it! Don't let it kill again! The leaders of the three major forces roared their orders. Immediately, the broken realm experts from each faction took action together, engaging in fierce combat with the canine-headed void beast. The heavens and earth changed color, and the aftermath of the battle spread outward from the canine-headed void beast as the center. The gray clouds in the surrounding sky were scattered by the aftermath. The vast plains beneath trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing everywhere, as if on the verge of collapse. The battle continued. This scene lasted for several hours before gradually coming to an end. The fragmented realm experts of the Three Elders Association were now battered and broken, with hardly any member in good condition. In contrast, the canine-headed void beast, though injured, had wounds that were negligible compared to those of the Three Elders Association. Huff! Everyone, give it your all. Stop holding back and go all out. Only by fighting with everything we've got can we kill this void beast. As for who will ultimately slay it, that will depend on luck. If anyone keeps hiding things, we'll all die here today. In the Council of Elders, the leader of the Heaven's End Crusaders gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding broken realm powerhouses as he spoke loudly. He knew very well that although most of his side had been injured, as long as everyone truly joined forces and fought without holding back, dealing with this canine-headed void beast wouldn't be difficult. After all, while their individual strength was much weaker than its own, they had the advantage in numbers. Quantitative changes can indeed sometimes lead to qualitative changes. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes sparkled with light. However, they quickly figured it out. At this point, if they keep hiding it, they might end up taking it to the grave. Alright, let's do as you said. I have no objections. The members of the Thorny Secret Meeting and the Ash Apostles all nodded in agreement. In the camps of the three major forces, waves of overwhelming auras erupted instantly, layer upon layer, unstoppable. As expected, they all have hidden moves. The leader of the Heavenly Scourge Crusaders saw the situation and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Then his own aura suddenly erupted, struggling in vain. The dog-headed phantom beast witnessed the scene before it, a trace of solemnity flashing in its eyes, but its tone still carried mockery. Do you think you're the only ones hiding a trump card? Suddenly, a layer of black film spread from the chest of the canine-headed void beast, covering its entire body. This was a technique that only second-level void beasts could perform, void beast coating. This layer of coating had extremely strong defensive power, comparable to an innate treasure unleashed with full force by a fragmentation realm expert. Not only that, the coating can also significantly enhance the physical strength of the void beast, making it faster and its attacks more powerful. It can be said to be an all-around enhancement. Don't hold back. Within the Tri-Elder Council, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless terrifyingly powerful attacks were launched simultaneously, striking straight at the canine-headed void beast. The canine-headed void beast did not back down, its fists covered in void beast plating continuously swung out, the shadows of its punches falling like a torrential storm. Deafening explosions echoed, turning the entire plain sky into a forbidden zone. Very good, that's how it should be. Zhou Luo watched the scene before him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving into a slight smile. What he was waiting for was this very moment. Both sides clashed with full force, fighting fiercely, and this was precisely his opportunity to reap the benefits. However, the time was not yet right. He had to patiently wait a little longer. 2 more hours passed. At this point, the doghead void beast and the Three Elders Association had reached their limits. The members of the Three Elders Association used all their techniques, with some even bringing out their most treasured life-saving items, all in an effort to end this chaotic battle as quickly as possible. But the doghead void beast was no pushover either. With the enhancement of the void beast coating, its combat power seemed to have risen to another level, plunging deep into the Three Elders faction and wreaking havoc. At this moment, the remaining Shackles realm experts of the Three Elders had all fallen one after another, leaving none behind. Even several fragmentation Broken Realm experts met their end at the hands of the Void Beast with the canine head. However, correspondingly, the Void Beast coating on the surface of the canine-headed Void Beast had been shattered. Its aura is extremely unstable at the moment, with injuries all over its body, clearly gravely wounded and on the verge of death. Brothers, let's give it one last shot. It's barely holding on. Let's attack together and kill it. Suddenly, someone from the Three Elders Association roared angrily. The next moment, everyone dragged their battered bodies and forcibly struck, vowing to end the life of the canine-headed Void Beast. The canine-headed Void Beast saw this, and the expression on its face gradually turned manic. A bunch of ants. Do you really think killing me is that easy? Today, you will all be buried with me. Strange black aura surged across its body, as if preparing to unleash a final deadly move. However, just as both sides were about to make their move, no one noticed a figure suddenly appearing in the distant sky, standing with a sword. After working for me for so long, how should I repay you? How about using this sword to thank you all? Zhou Luo cracked a smile. Suddenly, waves surged forth from the misty green tide sword. At the same time, Zhou Luo struck out with a single slash. The sword's light split the heavens and earth, transforming into towering waves as it surged toward the battlefield like a mountain-crushing tide. The canine-headed Phantom Beast and the Three Elders were preparing their final fierce attack. At that moment, towering waves suddenly appeared out of nowhere beyond the battlefield, surging toward them like an overwhelming tide. Everyone was stunned at the sight. What kind of magic is this? This overwhelming power, could it be a peak-level expert of the Shattered Realm? Who is breaking the rules? There's no escape, no way to escape anymore. We can only give it our all to block this attack. Within the Council of Three Elders, the atmosphere of panic spread rapidly, but soon, everyone adjusted their mindset again. Countless scarlet gazes locked onto the towering waves, unleashing their full attacks toward them. The quota for the canine-headed Void Beasts and the court entry battle was completely cast aside by them. After all, at this moment, they were facing a life-and-death decision. If they continue to confront the canine-headed Void Beast, even if they manage to slay it, they will be instantly engulfed by the surging waves, ultimately leading to a dead end. The only way to change the situation now is to launch a full-scale attack on these towering waves. At the same time, it depends on how the canine-headed Void Beast will respond. If the canine-headed Void Beast ignores the waves and continues to attack them, they will be powerless to fight back and can only await death. But if the canine-head Void Beast figured it out and temporarily joined forces with them to resist the enemy, there would still be a chance to turn the situation around. The leaders of the three major forces simultaneously turned their gaze toward the canine-head Void Beast, their faces full of tension. They let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, upon seeing this, the canine-head Void Beast did not continue attacking them. Instead, like them, aimed the spearhead at the towering waves. Several beams of virtual beast death rays burst forth from its four limbs, together with all the attacks from the Three Elders assembly converging at one point. A heaven-shattering and earth-destroying roar reverberated all around. After the explosion dissipated, the towering waves remained completely unscathed, still surging forward with crushing momentum towards the battlefield. The members of the Three Elders Association all showed expressions of shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was an attack they had unleashed with all their might. Though it was their last desperate effort, their combined strength was equivalent to the power of the Earth level in the Shattered Realm. Although the Void Beast with a canine head was severely injured, several beams of Void Beast death rays still carried the terrifying momentum of the Shattered Realm Earth Barrier. Two powerful attacks from the Shattered Realm Earth Barrier struck this wave, yet it remained completely unscathed. Before everyone could react, the roaring tide swept into the battlefield like an unstoppable force, instantly engulfing everyone. All the Broken Realm powerhouses of the Three Elders Association swept up by the tide felt waves of piercing pain coursing through their bodies, and their consciousnesses were completely extinguished. In Zhou Luo's eyes, their bodies seemed to be entirely dissolved within the tide, leaving not even a trace of residue. In just a brief moment, the leaders of the Three Elders Association and the three major forces were all swallowed and annihilated by the tide, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Only the canine-headed Void Beast struggled for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the tide. Its gray-white pupils gradually dimmed, eventually turning as dark as its body, losing the last trace of its consciousness. But its body did not dissolve like the members of the Three Elders Association, it remained intact. Truly worthy of being the heavenly true water, using it for the first time has already given me such a great surprise. Looking at the gradually calming battlefield before him, Zhou Luo's lips slightly curved upward, his heart extremely satisfied. The Three Elders Association and the canine-headed Void Beast temporarily joined forces to deal with him. This was something he had anticipated long ago. Therefore, with this sword, he truly exerted all his strength, even summoning the heavenly true water from the misty green tide sword. The heavenly true water can engulf everything. These words are indeed not baseless. With one sword strike, he slew all the Broken Realm heaven-level experts sent by the Three Elders Association this time, and even the Void Beast with a dog's head was not spared. Although they are mostly in a weakened state, this is enough to prove the terrifying power of Tiani true water. Suddenly, the body of the dog-headed Void Beast beast began to shrink slowly. Seeing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. Based on his previous experience of slaying 5 void beasts, he knew very well that this meant the dog-headed void beast was about to transform into a treasure. As for what treasure it will turn into, Zhou Luo quickly leaned over. Afterward, the body of the dog-headed phantom beast gradually condensed into a black diamond-shaped crystal under Zhou Luo's gaze. This phantom beast actually transformed into a phantom crystal. Quite interesting. Just as Zhou Luo was wondering what this rhombus-shaped crystal could be, suddenly, a voice full of interest emerged from beside him. "Who are you?" Zhou Luo gripped the virtual crystal in his hand tightly, quickly stepped back, his face full of vigilance, staring intently at the two people who had suddenly appeared. One of them had clean and neat short hair, dressed in an extremely tailored outfit with a style Zhou Luo had never seen before, faintly exuding a sense of technological sophistication. The other person stood silently beside the short-haired man with a serious expression, gazing at Zhou Luo indifferently. Although the other party showed no signs of aggression and emitted no aura from his body, Zhou Luo could clearly sense that this serious man was extremely dangerous. Even, it is very likely to be on the same level as the celestial above. "Don't be afraid." Seeing Zhou Luo's nervous expression, the short-haired man smiled faintly and explained calmly, "The void crystal in your hand is a rare treasure, formed with an extremely small probability after a level 2 void beast dies. Absorbing it can directly elevate your realm to the shattered realm. And I am the envoy sent by the Star Court this time. You can call me Solon." Hearing this, the vigilance in Zhou Luo's eyes slightly relaxed, but it did not completely dissipate. He was always ready to activate the aura of the cosmic treasure within him, so that he could immediately teleport back to Blue Star if the situation turned unfavorable. "So, you are an envoy of the Star Court. My apologies for the disturbance." Zhou Luo spoke calmly, his tone steady. Solon noticed the lingering wariness in his eyes but said no more, continuing, "You killed the level 2 void beast I sent out. For this Rolling Stone Stars entry battle, you are the champion. According to the rules, the champion earns the qualification to join our Star Court and will also receive an additional gift. 13. Give me the item." The short-haired man turned to the stern man beside him and said. The man known as 13 nodded respectfully and then took out a pale green wooden strip. The wooden strip emitted a refreshing aura, and even though Zhou Luo and Solon were 100 meters apart, he could still smell the faint fragrance, which instantly soothed his body and mind. "This item is called Taiching Wood, a peerless spiritual treasure that is extremely rare in our Star Court. Take it." Solon gently tossed it, and the Taiching Wood seemed to be lifted by a mysterious force, steadily floating in front of Zhou Luo. Taiching Wood. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He reached out, took the Taiching Wood, and held it in his hand. The moment it was acquired, a gentle and warm aura slowly flowed out from the Taiching Wood. "It seems this is a peerless spiritual treasure of the healing type," Zhou Luo silently assessed in his heart. It perfectly made up for the shortcomings of the 4 peerless spiritual treasures with extremely strong destructive power he had refined earlier. "Once I refine it, to what level will my strength break through?" A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as Zhou Luo tucked the Taiching Wood into his arms. The 5th peerless spiritual treasure was finally in his grasp. Coupled with the virtual crystals obtained from just slaying the 2nd level void beast, once this Taiching Wood is refined, his realm will surely soar to the shattering realm. At that time, the Luofu Palace, the Heaven Scorch Crusaders, and even the headquarters of the Brahma Lotus sect would no longer pose a threat to him. Watching Zhou Luo take the Taiching Wood, Solon suddenly spoke. "You're not a native of Rolling Stone Star, are you?" Zhou Luo's expression remained calm as he nodded. "Indeed, I'm not a local." He had long anticipated that Solon would see through his identity. After all, even the celestial sovereign could tell that he was not a native. Given the powerful strength of the so-called Star Court as described by the natives of Rolling Stone Star, it would be strange if Solon, as an envoy of the Star Court, couldn't see through it. Previously, Zhou Luo was worried that his non-native identity might affect his eligibility to claim the rewards from the battle of entry. But just now, Solon, fully aware of his identity, still handed the Supreme Purity Wood to him without hesitation. This concern is completely unnecessary. Well, actually, according to the rules, the court battle of Rolling Stone Star only allows locals to participate. This was something our Star Court promised to a strong individual who once emerged from Rolling Stone Star. However, your appearance is an exception. Solon stared at Zhou Luo with great interest, his tone revealing obvious admiration. Rolling Stone Star is located in a remote area, with thin spiritual energy within the planet. Generally, it wouldn't produce a genius like you. If your performance in this court battle is mediocre, merely scraping by to win the championship like the Rolling Stone people usually do, I will revoke your championship title. But your performance this time truly shocked me. Not only did you single-handedly slay 5 first-level void beasts, but you also snatched the 2nd-level void beast I had specially released from the hands of the Tri-Elders. This is something the Rolling Stone people have never achieved. In fact, among the geniuses in the history of our Star Court, almost no one has been able to accomplish this. In Solon's hand, a pale blue card had appeared at some unknown moment. Take it. This is the identity card for new new members of Star Court. 2 months from now, Star Court will officially recruit new members, and with this card, you can receive guidance. As the words fell, he tossed the light blue card into Zhou Luo's hand. After receiving the card, Zhou Luo looked at Solon and asked, "What benefits are there to joining Star Court?" Solon couldn't help but laugh. "What, others would fight tooth and nail just to get into our Star Court, and here you are, still hesitating? Well, of course, it might also be because the planet you were on before was too remote, so you haven't heard of our Star Court. That would be understandable. Let me give you a brief explanation. Our Star Court is the largest power in this star system, responsible for maintaining order in the system while controlling the most important resources. You might not be aware, but after reaching the Shattered Realm, each of the three barriers, heaven, earth, and human, is like an insurmountable chasm. Without sufficient cultivation resources, no matter how talented you are, breaking through even one barrier would take 100 years. But after joining our Star Court, you can freely exchange countless cultivation resources, saving you hundreds or even thousands of times the effort, all for just a few points that can be earned. And these points, the stronger you are, the faster you can earn them. In short, joining the Star Court is only beneficial for you, with no drawbacks whatsoever. As long as you understand that, I won't bother explaining further. In 2 months, you'll naturally understand. Solon spoke word by word, his tone calm, lacking the patience for detailed persuasion, and even carrying a hint of impatience. But the more this was the case, the more Zhou Luo's interest in this Star Court grew. "Lord Solon, the Rolling Stone Stars entry battle has ended. We should leave now." At this moment, 13 suddenly reminded from the side. "Alright, it seems we have to part for now. See you at the Star Court in 2 months. Solon listened and did not linger any longer. He left only this sentence and disappeared from the spot together with 13. After they had gone far away, Zhou Luo examined the light blue card in his hand, lost in thought. According to Solon, this Star Court seemed to be extremely vast, with strict systems and regulations. Just couldn't figure out how many resources this Star Court is hiding to make Solon so confident. "Just keep it for now." Zhou Luo shook his head and tucked the card into his chest. "Anyway, there are still 2 months before the Star Court opens, so there's no rush." At this moment, what he needed most was to quickly refine the Tai Ching wood, then absorb the void crystal, and break through to the Shattering Realm in one go. Time was running out. Zhou Luo knew clearly in his heart that before coming to Rolling Stone Star, he had already cleared out the branches of the 3 major forces, including the Lotus Sect. Their headquarters would definitely receive the news at the first opportunity. But when it comes to the treasure of the universe, the headquarters might send a true army to Blue Star, rather than just a vanguard like Garrosh, who only has the heaven realm of the shattered boundary. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering, suddenly, the sky above began to darken gradually. In the distance, 3 figures appeared faintly. Although blurry, Zhou Luo could already sense 3 extremely powerful auras. Peak of the Shattered Realm. "Hey, it seems a leader-level figure from the 3 Elders Association has arrived. I need to leave quickly." The aura of the supreme treasure within his body was instantly activated, and he was immediately teleported away. He had just left not long ago. A giant sword shrouded in the dim flames of celestial ashes slammed fiercely into the ground. The destructive force nearly tore the entire plane apart. "Damn it, he actually got away. Who is this man? How could he single-handedly defeat my 3 armies? Even the envoy of the Star Court broke the rules for him and granted him entry. I refuse to accept this. I absolutely refuse." 3 figures let out roars filled with unwillingness. But no matter how angry they were, they could only watch helplessly at the now empty plane, powerless to do anything. Even though they were powerful, they failed to notice that 10,000 meters above them, Zoro was standing in midair with 13, coldly observing the situation below. Instant teleportation, quite interesting. I was really worried he wouldn't be able to escape. Zoro glanced at the spot where Zhou Luo had been and couldn't help but shake his head. "Lord Zoro, this kid clearly doesn't even know about our Star Court, yet he managed to forge 4 supreme foundations. Isn't there something fishy about this?" 13, standing nearby, asked in a grave tone. "Strange? What's so strange about it?" Solon glanced at him. "You only saw his 4 foundations, but you didn't notice his physique. Isn't this courting death? Pure and flawless, practically born for cultivation. Over all these years, I've hardly ever seen a physique of this caliber. A genius of this level. If there weren't something unusual about him, that would truly be unusual." 13 lowered his head and murmured, "It seems I was overthinking. Alright, it's time for us to leave." Zoro waved his hand, and the figures of the 2 completely vanished from Rolling Stone Star. At the entrance of the rift, Zhou Luo was teleported out. The next moment, the crack instantly closed. "Big brother, you're back." Tianchuan Lei Ho, who had been waiting at the crack's entrance for a long time, immediately approached. "How was it, big brother? How was the harvest this time?" His round, honest-looking eyes stared intently at Zhou Luo, full of anticipation. "Harvest? Ha, when your big brother takes action, is there anything he can't handle?" Zhou Luo smiled and then took out a piece of Tai Ching wood from his chest, waving it in front of the Frost Thunder Howl. Upon seeing this, the Frost Thunder Howl's eyes immediately lit up. "Sure enough, it's a peerless spiritual treasure. treasure. That means, big brother, all 5 of your foundations are forged from peerless spiritual treasures? Tianquan Leiho's face was full of excitement. Even on his ancestral star, he had never heard of anyone achieving such a feat. Zhou Luo nodded and then took out a smooth black pearl from his pocket. Take another look. What is this? As soon as Tianquan Leiho saw the pearl, his breathing immediately became rapid. Supreme spiritual treasure? Zhou Luo's 5th foundation had already been constructed using Taiching wood as the material. As for who this pearl was intended for next, Tianquan Leiho easily guessed based on intuition. Here you go, look at you drooling over it, Zhou Luo said with a smile, casually tossing the black orb into the air. Tianquan Leiho quickly reached out to catch it. Oh my, such a precious thing, don't let it get damaged. Come on, even if you tried, you couldn't break it. This is a supreme spiritual treasure. If it were truly damaged, he would have to seriously consider whether there might be some top-tier treasure hidden on the surface of this blue star that he had yet to discover. Alright, I'm going to enter seclusion for a while. If anything happens outside, inform me immediately. With that, he left a single sentence and directly entered the Kunlun secret realm to begin his seclusion. Refining the Taiching wood would take at least a day or two. Apart from this, Zhou Luo also needed to absorb void crystals to break through the shackles realm and aim for the shattered realm. How long this would take, Zhou Luo was still uncertain. It would be safer to enter the Kunlun secret realm. Yes, big brother, rest assured, I will definitely guard this place well. Tianquan Leiho straightened up immediately, with an expression of I'm the most reliable, until he watched Zhou Luo step into the Kunlun secret realm. Gu Qingfeng arrived at the door of a secret chamber, knocked on it, and after a while, an aged and deep voice came from inside. Come in, he responded and entered. Walking into the secret chamber, one saw an elderly man with graying hair and a thin frame sitting cross-legged in the center, breathing in and out the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his aura profound and mysterious. Ha ha ha, Grand Elder, Cheng Mingzi, who was sent to Blue Star, has already fallen. Along with all the disciples of the entire branch, they have all perished as well. Gu Qingfeng reported softly, his tone filled with sorrow. Elder Supreme of Luofu Hall, Situ Nan's body trembled violently. In an instant, everyone in Luofu Hall felt a surge of anger, their hair standing on end and cold sweat dripping down their backs. This anger lasted for several hours. In the secret chamber, Situ Nan's fury gradually subsided. The supreme treasure of the universe must not go wrong. We have waited for over 2,000 years just to use this to achieve the strongest golden core and lead the Luofu Hall to dominate this galaxy. Absolutely no mistakes can happen at this critical moment. He opened his withered eyes and stared intently at Gu Qingfeng, a trace of anger in his tone. Gu Qingfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly said, Grand Elder, I naturally understand this, but the situation on Jinfeng Star is complex right now. Recently, during the battle at Sword Valley, that guy Tsangxiang actually joined the Luoyun sect. Not only that, they've also been secretly contacting Zholi Island lately, seemingly preparing to target our Luofu Hall. At this moment, the hall's top combat power absolutely cannot be easily depleted. Situnan closed his eyes, and after a long while, opened them again. Then, he took out a blood-red pill from somewhere and swallowed it directly. Grand Elder, you are. Upon seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, it's too dangerous. Grand Elder, quickly expel the medicinal power of the burning blood pill from your body. What? But no matter how anxiously he shouted, Situnan remained completely unmoved. In just a moment, the medicinal power of the pill had been fully absorbed. Immediately afterward, his body seemed to come alive like a withered tree encountering spring. His previously gaunt figure quickly became robust, and the wrinkles on his skin gradually smoothed out and restored. The emaciated and haggard old man had completely vanished without a trace. Only a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and jet-black hair remained. I told you, the supreme treasure of the universe is of utmost importance. It is the key to whether the Luofu Hall can take another step forward. For this mere blood ignition pill, what does it matter if I take it? Situnan stood up from the ground, his face full of determination and resolve. But this, Gu Qingfeng saw this and understood that the situation was beyond redemption. He could only sigh inwardly, you should have had 500 years of lifespan left. Although the blood ignition pill can help you regain your peak, your lifespan will be reduced to just 50 years. For that elusive treasure of the universe, is it worth it? Why wouldn't it be worth it? Situnan's gaze was resolute. As long as I can obtain the treasure of the universe and refine the strongest golden pill, not to mention 500 years, even 5,000 or 50,000 years would be within reach. I, an old man, will not resign myself to wasting my life on Jinfeng Star. With that, he stopped hesitating and waved his hand. From now on, I will guard the headquarters. You can freely mobilize any other top-tier Broken Realm experts within the headquarters, including yourself. Rest assured, with me here, the headquarters will not encounter any mishaps. Even if Tsangqiang joins forces with Luoyun sect in Zholi Island, I have ways to deal with them. Your goal is only one, the universal supreme treasure. Did you hear clearly? How is this possible? Situnan's sharp gaze fixed on Gu Qingfeng, his tone resolute and unquestionable. powerful. Since 3 days ago, with the peak of Kunlun Mountain as the center, an extremely powerful and oppressive aura has enveloped an area spanning dozens of miles. This aura is gradually converging toward the center, finally dissipated completely. Tianxuan Leiho paced anxiously outside the secret realm, his expression filled with worry, his gaze frequently turning toward the direction of the secret realm. It's been 3 days, why is there still no movement from Big Brother? Normally, breaking through to the shattered realm shouldn't take this long to complete. Moreover, it's said that there's a risk of failure when breaking through to the shattered realm. Big Brother's aura suddenly withdrew. Could something really have gone wrong? Tianxuan Leiho couldn't help but mutter softly. As if responding to his speculation, crisp sounds echoed from the secret realm. Crack, crack. The rhythm of the sound was extremely fast, like thousands of shards of glass shattering simultaneously, crisp yet melodious. But Tianxuan Leiho could sense an extremely terrifying aura was brewing within the secret realm. Just as Solon said, by absorbing this piece of void crystal, I can break through to the shattered realm. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, restraining the aura within his body, his face unable to hide his joy. At this moment, he had leaped from the shackles realm to the first level of the shattered realm, the heaven stage. It took only 1 day to refine the Taiching wood, while breaking through to the shattered realm took 3 days. This time is not considered short. In the morning, Tianxuan Leiho once said that it usually takes ordinary people 1 or 2 days to break through the shattering realm, and there is a possibility of failure. For him, failure is absolutely impossible because he is protected by the 9 nether chaos body within. But the time taken is actually longer than that of ordinary people. Zhou Luo speculated that this was most likely due to the 5 supreme foundations hidden within his body. The power is truly immense. After a brief sensation, Zhou Luo's eyes grew even brighter. His current strength was at least 10 times greater than that of top experts at the heaven level in the shattered realm, such as Qing Mingzi and Garrosh. He even felt that he could fight against someone at the peak of the shattered realm. I've long sensed that once the 5 supreme foundations are forged, they seem to resonate with each other. Now, with the support of these 5 supreme foundations, I've just reached the shattered realm, yet my strength has doubled. It's truly terrifying. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. With the level of the heaven threshold in the shattered realm, being able to contend with the peak of the shattered realm, if word got out, no one would believe it. Zhou Luo quickly left the Kunlun secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Tianxuan Leiho saw him and immediately showed a look of joy. Big Brother, congratulations on breaking through to the shattered realm. He grinned, his face full of joy as he spoke to Zhou Luo. Seeing his fierce beast-like face now showing a shy and attentive expression, Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. You've worked hard during this time. Zhou Luo patted his shoulder and then said, take these things and quickly improve your realm. Speaking, he then stuffed a pile of scattered treasures to Tianxuan Leiho. Among them were several items he obtained when slaying 5 void beasts, greatly benefiting the Tianxuan Leiho and the Shackles realm. Now Zhou Luo has already broken through to the shattered realm. These treasures, though less useful to him, but it can bring out the maximum effectiveness for Tianxuan Leiho. Thank you, Big Brother, for your gift. Tianxuan Leiho's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing the dazzling array of treasures. Then, under Zhou Luo's urging, he excitedly ran to the side with the treasures in his arms, ready to break through his realm. Zhou Luo looked up at the sky and stroked his chin. Why hasn't the Brahma Lotus sect arrived yet? It's been so long. Could it be that I need to take the initiative to find them? According to his prediction, by the time he completed his breakthrough, the Lotus sect and other forces should have already sent their troops. He was planning to use this opportunity to eliminate them in one fell swoop, and then head to their headquarters to completely eradicate the threat. After all, the supreme treasure of the universe is of great importance. Now that he is powerful, he can contend with the 3 major forces. But this does not mean the 3 major forces won't spread the news to others. Weeds must be eradicated at the root. As long as the 3 major forces survive another day, Zhou Luo's unease grows stronger. If they don't make a move, I can't act recklessly either. I'll wait a little longer. Zhou Luo shook his head inside. How he wished he could go to the headquarters of the 3 major forces right now and annihilate them completely. After reaching the shattered realm, he was already able to travel freely through deep space, and had visited the 3 planets where they were located. Finding them in the vast expanse of deep space would only take a bit more effort. But he knew in his heart that if he left first, and the members of the 3 major forces arrived shortly after, the situation would be completely ruined. Zhou Luo then returned to the Kunlun secret realm. Back when he was in the Shackles realm, he could already use the Kunlun dragon vein to activate the universal treasure. Now that he has broken through to the shattered realm, might there be new discoveries? Carrying this anticipation, Zhou Luo quickened his pace and in the blink of an eye stood atop the stone platform. After breaking through the shattered realm, Zhou Luo clearly felt that the oppressive force brought by the universal treasure, which had previously prevented him from approaching the canyon, had significantly diminished. He descended from above the canyon and returned to the stone platform. Eyes turned toward the entrance of the secret chamber. Zhou Luo slowly stepped into the dark passage, arriving at the secret chamber. Gazing at the door that sealed the supreme treasure of the universe, Zhou Luo's thoughts stirred as he mobilized the power of the Kunlun dragon vein within him, attempting to activate it once more. It seemed that the presence of the Kunlun dragon vein was sensed within the door. A faint buzzing sound came from inside the door. Although the sound was subtle, Zhou Luo caught it. Did it work? His expression lit up with joy. However, the silence inside the gate quickly returned. The oppressive feeling that had originally lingered all around also vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Zhou Luo frowned deeply. He noticed that not only had the oppressive feeling completely disappeared, but even the faint aura of the supreme treasure within the gate had vanished as well. No matter how he tried to sense it, he couldn't capture the slightest trace of breath. Could it be the supreme treasure of the universe has concealed its aura? This thought flashed through his mind. After repeated contemplation, this situation seemed to have only one explanation. Master Gigu once said, before reaching the peak of the shattered realm, one must not enter the gate. But although I am currently only at the early stage of the shattered realm, my strength has already reached its peak. Could I break this prohibition? Zhou Luo licked his lips, his heart eager to give it a try. He longed to uncover what this universal treasure, which the three great powers had waited 2,000 years to seize, truly was. Once this idea emerged, it could not be suppressed. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, then activated all the spiritual power within him, preparing comprehensive defenses. He walked to the front of the door, reaching out to push it open. The universal treasure within the door, which had long fallen silent, suddenly emitted a hum at this moment. Immediately, an extremely terrifying, profound, and incomparably powerful force directly transmitted from the gate into Zhou Luo's arms. Zhou Luo's entire body was sent flying by this force, slamming heavily against the wall of the secret chamber. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes showed no fear. Instead, they were filled with excitement. This supreme treasure of the universe, merely releasing a casual breath of aura, was enough to injure him. It is truly terrifying. You must know, he now possesses the peak strength of the shattered realm. Even if the celestial sovereign were to come, they couldn't guarantee injuring him with a single strike. This is truly a treasure, indeed a treasure. Since you are unwilling to let me glimpse your true form now, I will wait until I reach the peak of the shattered realm and then take you into my embrace. You will ultimately be my treasure. Zhou Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With the support of the nine nether chaos body and the Tai Ching wood, his internal injuries healed within a few breaths. Just as he was about to leave the secret room, suddenly, a series of urgent shouts came from outside. Big brother, where are you? Something's happened. Big brother. Zhou Luo frowned deeply, his figure instantly disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing above the secret realm's sky, in front of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Howl. Looking at the extremely anxious Heavenly Frost Thunder Howl before him, Zhou Luo asked in confusion. Big brother, the observation department of our Blue Star Federation has discovered two bald monks rapidly approaching from deep space. Judging by the attire, they are most likely from the Brahma Lotus sect. I rushed over immediately to report to you. Seeing Zhou Luo appear, Tian Xuan Lei Ho quickly explained the entire situation. Afterward, he nervously speculated, based on their speed, big brother, they are most likely a powerhouse who has simultaneously broken through the three stages of the shattered realm. Just in time. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. He had been worrying about when this group of people would show up. Now, isn't it perfect timing? What? Just in time? Seeing Zhou Luo so happy, Tian Xuan Lei Ho was instantly a bit confused, staring at him with a face full of doubt. Isn't this supposed to be bad news? Those are two broken realm experts highly likely to simultaneously break through three barriers, and now the absolute heaven seal has long since failed, leaving no power to stop them from entering Blue Star. This is undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster for Blue Star. Although Zhou Luo is strong, he is just one person. Two fists can't fight against four hands. That's right, it came at just the right time. Zhou Luo smiled faintly. Did you rush over to tell me before you had a chance to refine those things? Tianxuan Lei Ho quickly nodded upon hearing this. Yes, as soon as I heard the news, I immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and rushed over. Alright, you can continue refining now. Zhou Luo patted his shoulder and said. Tianxuan Lei Ho was completely puzzled. Oh, by the way, before that, go and inform Chui Lingfei and the others to stay in the alliance and carry on with their tasks. I can easily handle these two on my own. Zhou Luo smiled. After speaking, without waiting for Tianxuan Lei Ho's reaction, he directly left the Kunlun secret realm and flew into the deep space. So confident? Whoa, big brother, how much has your combat power increased after breaking through the shattered realm? No matter what, Tianxuan Lei Ho was filled with curiosity, but it still followed Zhou Luo's instructions, first flying toward the Blue Star Federation to inform Chui Lingfei and the others. Zhou Luo had already left Blue Star and stepped into deep space. So this is what it feels like to enter deep space in the fragmented realm. His face was full of excitement. Previously, when he forcibly entered deep space with a body in the shackled realm, he clearly felt an inexplicable sense of rejection. Now that he has reached the shattered realm, this sense of rejection has completely disappeared. Entering deep space is like a fish in water, moving freely and effortlessly. It's over. over there. Zhou Luo's gaze locked onto the distance. There, two burly monks were leisurely strolling through the deep space, seemingly slow, but in reality, their speed had already surpassed the speed of light, with each step spanning several light years. Two bald donkeys of the Lotus sect, let me see their level. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes as his mystical vision instantly activated. Sent by the Lotus sect to Blue Star, Beizun and Prajna Lei were immediately seen through by Zhou Luo. Perfected Earth stage of the Shattered Realm, and one with all three stages of Heaven, Earth, and Man broken through. Not too weak. The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth lifted slightly. If these two had arrived on Blue Star before he broke through the Shattered Realm, they would indeed have been a bit troublesome. Nowadays, it is completely insignificant. Zhou Luo did not stop and stepped into the air at the same swift speed toward the direction the two had come from. Beizun and Prajna Lei advanced for a moment, their expressions suddenly tensing. Someone is ahead, Beizun reminded in a low voice. Prajna Lei nodded slightly. Ahead is Blue Star, and this person should be the one who destroyed our Lotus sect branch. Hearing this, Beizun sneered disdainfully. So arrogant, instead of avoiding us upon our arrival, he comes straight at us. Could it be that he thinks we are like Garrosh, a fragmented realm-heaven barrier? As soon as Beizun finished speaking, Banruo Lei shook his head. Don't underestimate him. I can't quite discern his level. Beizun was greatly surprised. He had only glanced briefly earlier and hadn't probed Zhou Luo's true strength. He originally thought that this remote place on Blue Star would not have any top-tier experts appear. Coupled with the information previously sent back by Garrosh, they speculated that Zhou Luo was merely at the level of the first or second stage of the Shattered Realm. But now, even Prajna Lei, who had simultaneously broken through the three stages of the Shattered Realm, couldn't see through him. This caused Beizun's heart to jolt violently, feeling an extreme sense of horror. Could it be that on this tiny Blue Star, there is another top-tier expert capable of breaking through three barriers like Prajna Lei? The distance between the three quickly closed, and in the blink of an eye, they were face to face. The three stopped in unison. Zhou Luo looked at Beizun and Prajna Lei before him, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of disdain. You two, you're sent by the Brahma Lotus sect, aren't you? Besides you, are there others? As he spoke, he glanced around, seemingly considering the two before him as no threat at all. This tone inadvertently ignited the fury in Beizun's heart. He angrily rebuked in a low voice, the two of you are already enough. Want our Lotus sect to send a third person? You're not worthy. Beizun stared intently at Zhou Luo, burning with rage. Looking at his furious appearance, Zhou Luo instead showed a relieved expression. Just the two of you, huh? That's good, that's good. Seeing Zhou Luo's attitude, Beizun mistakenly thought he was already intimidated and let out a cold snort, about to retort. However, in the next moment, his words got stuck in his throat. Since it's just the two of you, it'll be much easier for me to deal with, saving me a lot of trouble. Zhou Luo rubbed his forehead, his tone leisurely and carefree, completely disregarding the two of them. This caused Beizun, who had just calmed his anger slightly, to flush red with rage once more, his fury reigniting as an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from him. The overwhelming aura of the Earth stage at the peak of the Shattered Realm surged forth, and behind him appeared a golden lotus. Arhot Phantom. He unleashed a series of fist shadows powerful enough to destroy asteroids, fiercely striking toward Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo remained relaxed, casually swinging the misty jade-tied sword in his hand, and the sword light effortlessly severed Beizun's countless fist shadows. You two come at me together, don't come one by one, I'm in a hurry. Zhou Luo stood with his sword, his eyes full of disdain. Such arrogance. Even the calm and composed Banruo Lei couldn't help but frown. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Prajna Lei no longer held back, joining forces with Beizun as the two launched a fierce attack on Zhou Luo. A golden lotus Arhat Phantom and a blood lotus venerable figure intertwined with countless attacks, overwhelming Zhou Luo like a tidal wave. Zhou Luo swung his sword once again. A vast surge of azure waves rose from the void, instantly engulfing and swallowing all these attacks, leaving not even a sound behind. Is this the power of breaking through all three stages of the Shattered Realm? Tisk, it's somewhat different from what I expected. A trace of boredom flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He had thought that his current strength should be at the level of breaking through all three stages of the Shattered Realm. Unexpectedly, after facing off against Prajna Thunder, he discovered that he was far more powerful than he had imagined. Before the words were finished, after all, the five supreme foundations were too formidable. With these foundations reaching the shattering realm, even Zhou Luo himself underestimated his strength. Let's end this. Zhou Luo spoke calmly. In an instant, the misty jade-tied sword in his hand erupted with a torrential surge of water, combined with the mystic thunder purple bamboo, intertwining lightning and water to unleash a massive wave filled with densely packed purple thunder serpents. The massive wave roared like a ferocious beast, irresistibly crashing toward the two. Beizun and Prajna Lei's expressions changed drastically as they exerted all their strength to resist. Yet, even after using all their life-saving treasures and channeling their inner spiritual power, they couldn't last a second before being engulfed by the massive wave, completely vanishing. Not even a trace of the bodies was left behind. That was way too easy. After dealing with the two, Zhou Luo sheathed his sword and turned his gaze toward the deep void. Before slaying Bei Zun and Ban Ruolei, he had Tianyi True Water leave a trace of aura within their bodies. With this aura, Zhou Luo can trace their origin. This aura is the clue leading to the Tsong Wolf Star, the headquarters of the Lotus Sect. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. I hope your sect master at the peak of the Shattered Realm can withstand my sword. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Luo's figure instantly disappeared into the deep space. The headquarters of the Brahma Lotus Sect. The sect leader of the Lotus Sect, Zhou Xian, remained seated cross-legged on a meditation mat, eyes closed, continuously deducing formations with his hands. Wrong, still wrong. Why did I use the power of the sacred lotus to deduce thousands of outcomes? Yet without exception, I saw Bei Zun and Prajna Lei perish. How could such a small blue star conceal such an enormous crisis? Zhou Xian tightly closed his eyes, but his heart was filled with uncontrollable shock. Even cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Fortunately, there was no one in the hall at this moment. Otherwise, if someone saw Zhou Xian in this state, the heavens of the Lotus Sect would surely collapse. The strongest figure of the Tsonglong Star, the sect master of the Brahma Lotus Sect, a peak expert of the Shattered Realm, such a mighty being would actually reveal such a wretched appearance. What kind of terrifying matter could bring someone to this extent? No, this won't do. I must bring them back. Zhou Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to use the communication technique to inform Bei Zun and Ban Ruolei to return to the sect quickly, a disciple suddenly rushed into the main hall. The disciple's face was full of shock and fear. Sect master, something terrible has happened. Bei Zun and Ban Ruolei, the soul lotuses of the two venerable ones have extinguished. Zhou Xian was greatly shocked upon hearing this. He couldn't bother maintaining his image and immediately rose from the mat, disappearing from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared by the pool where the soul lotuses of important members of the Lotus Sect were kept. He glanced into the pool. Sure enough, the two lotuses, the golden lotus and the blood lotus, which had originally bloomed around him, had already withered completely. Zhou Xian's vision instantly went black. Two revered masters, the strongest combat power of our Lotus Sect, have fallen so easily? Who on earth committed such a heinous act? How could such a peerless fiend appear on Blue Star? Zhou Xian roared furiously beside the soul lotus pool. He had lived for over 2,000 years, yet he had never been this angry. When others died, he remained indifferent. Even when Garrosh and the others sent to Blue Star were completely wiped out, he felt not a shred of pity. They were nothing more than cannon fodder, at most capable of breaking through the heaven barrier of the fragmented realm. Such people were never scarce in the Lotus Sect. But Bei Zun and Prajna Lei, especially Prajna Lei, are the most terrifying. Breaking through the three realms of heaven, earth, and man undoubtedly makes them top-tier experts in the Shattered Realm. Although not at the peak of the Shattered Realm like him, they are still the strongest combat power in the Lotus Sect aside from him. The Lotus Sect has numerous cultivators below the human realm of the Shattered Realm, far surpassing Luofu Hall and the Heavenly Ash Crusaders. However, top-tier experts at the peak of the Shattered Realm are as rare as phoenix feathers. Originally, there was another great elder who had reached this realm, but he passed away 200 years ago, leaving only Zhou Xian. He once planned to carefully train Ban Ruolei in the future, making him the top expert of the next generation in the Lotus Sect. It seems, in the end, I will have to take action myself. A peculiar glint flashed in Zhou Xian's eyes. That universal treasure is his only hope for breaking through to the golden core. Even if Bei Zun and Prajna Lei fall, he will never give up easily. But this matter cannot be rushed. That person was able to simultaneously kill Bei Zun and Prajna Lei. Their strength must be no less than the peak of the Shattered Realm, likely at the same level as mine. My strength alone is far from enough to confront them. Zhou Xian's resolve is unwavering. He immediately formed a hand seal to perform the communication technique, sending it straight into the deep void. This spell will directly reach the Luofu Hall and the headquarters of the Heavenly Scorch Crusade. Having cooperated for a long time, he naturally knows the lairs of these two temporary allies. The situation has now far exceeded his control. The three parties must join forces to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, Zhou Xian heard an angry shout coming from outside the hall. Where is the sect master of the Brahma Lotus Sect? Come out. If you don't show yourself, I won't spare a single one of your disciples. Zhou Xian was instantly filled with both shock and fury. Who dares to be so arrogant and reckless? He shouted loudly, his figure swiftly darting out of the soul lotus pool, heading straight for the sect's entrance. As soon as he appeared, the scene before him made his anger surge. He saw that the surrounding mountain peaks were covered in water stains, and some buildings had completely vanished. Of the many disciples originally in the sect, almost none had survived, erased by some unknown means. Only the disciple who had just sent the message remained, tightly gripped in the hand of a sword-wielding man, like a chick being caught. Master, save me. Seeing Zhou Xian appear, the disciple immediately cried out as if grasping at a life-saving straw. Master, this demon is truly terrifying. With just one swing of his sword, he summoned a monstrous wave that instantly engulfed all the senior and junior brothers, leaving no trace of their bodies. The disciple seemed to recall the horrific scene just moments ago, and his face immediately showed an intense expression of fear. Who exactly are you? Zhu Xian listened, his heart shaken, but his expression remained calm as he stared intently at Zhou Luo and asked coldly. He did not associate Zhou Luo with Blue Star. After all, the distance was vast, and with Beizun and Prajna Lei having just died not long ago, the person who killed them must have expended a great deal of effort and could not possibly appear so quickly. Of course, the one who will kill you. Zhou Luo did not answer directly, only let out a cold laugh, then crushed the terrified disciple who had lost his wits. With a loud bang, the disciple exploded into a mist of blood. Countless droplets of blood scattered and splashed everywhere, with many shooting straight toward Zhu Xian's position. But Zhu Xian merely trembled slightly, and a five-colored lotus immediately bloomed around him, enveloping him. All the blood droplets vanished the instant they touched the lotus. However, looking at the mottled bloodstains around him, Zhu Xian's eyes surged with uncontrollable anger. Even his fingers were trembling slightly. Very well, very well. I personally intervened, yet you dared to kill the last disciple of my lotus sect right in front of me. Whoever you are, today you won't leave Songlong Star. Countless multicolored lotus flowers instantly bloomed around Zhu Xian, almost covering the entire lotus sect. Even the sky above was painted with dazzling multicolored hues. This is the opponent I've been looking for. Zhou Luo looked at the scene before him, his face showing no trace of tension, but rather brimming with fighting spirit. With a single glance, he saw through the countless multicolored lotus flowers, each containing the terrifying energy that only the peak of the Shattered Realm could possess. Such a technique could only be executed by someone at the peak of the Shattered Realm. Before Zhou Luo could think further, Zhu Xian waved his hands, and dozens of multicolored lotus flowers shot toward him like sharp arrows. Zhou Luo did not back down, his misty jade-tied sword transforming into a blurred sword shadow, slicing apart each incoming lotus in mid-air. The shattered lotuses immediately exploded, and deafening sound waves instantly engulfed the entire Songlong Star. The attack was neutralized. Zhu Xian's movements did not stop, and lotus flowers surged one after another. Zhou Luo's sword shadows in his hand were equally formidable, cutting down every flying colorful lotus with a single strike. For a moment, the two were locked in an evenly matched battle. However, the power of this fight had already shaken the entire Songlong Star. 8 Extremes Valley and Tianbao Pavilion, the two major forces alongside the Lotus sect, were in complete turmoil internally at this moment. The top experts of the two factions almost simultaneously flew out of their abodes. Even those who had been in secluded cultivation couldn't help but look toward the direction of the Lotus sect. The Lotus sect, what happened? To be fighting so fiercely, could it be that two peak Shattered Realm experts are clashing? Look at the vision of the five-colored lotus flower. One of them must be that bald monk Zhu Xian, but who is the other? Various speculations came flooding in, but no one dared to approach and investigate lightly. A battle at the peak of the Shattered Realm is not something anyone can casually spectate. Even if you are also in the Fragmented Realm, as long as your level has not reached the Earth threshold, you could still be killed by the aftermath of the explosion at any time. The phenomenon continues. Above the Lotus sect, countless multicolored lotus flowers of various sizes, driven by Zhu Xian's spiritual power, quickly coalesce into a vast lotus formation that spreads across the sky. Each lotus draws upon the others, forming a terrifying offensive capable of destroying large swaths of asteroids. If not for the massive mass of the Songlong Star, this strike would likely have caused it to explode violently. Let me use the supreme secret technique of the Lotus sect to slay you, and with your blood, honor the countless heroic souls of my Lotus sect. Zhu Xian roared angrily. The colorful lotus formation surged toward Zhou Luo like a mountain collapsing and the sea overturning. Supreme secret technique? Ha, sorry, this level is far from enough to catch my eye. Zhou Luo sneered coldly, mocking. He then stopped hiding, his spiritual energy rapidly circulating within, unleashing the power of 5 supreme foundational forces. His body transformed into a heaven-opening sword, and an overwhelming sword intent capable of splitting the heavens erupted instantly. Zhou Luo swung his sword in one swift motion. The sword's intent tore through the firmament, and with a single swing, it seemed as if countless stars fell, directly slicing into the colorful lotus formation. Countless deafening explosions erupted instantly. The ground of the entire Songlong Star began to tremble violently, as if wailing in agony. Centered on this point, everything within a radius of several thousand kilometers was affected. Mountain peaks were leveled, trees turned to dust one by one, and even the massive Lotus sect was reduced to ashes under this single strike. After the dust settled, the place where Zhou Luo and Zhu Xian were located had already become desolate. A sense of deathly silence permeated the surroundings. Only Zhu Xian's face was filled with shock and confusion. How can you possibly withstand this strike of mine? His trembling finger pointed at Zhou Luo, his bloodshot eyes devoid of the composure of a once enlightened monk, now resembling a madman instead. This colored lotus grand formation is the supreme technique of the Lotus sect, only cultivable by successive sect leaders. A single sword strike, capable of destroying heaven and earth, is difficult even for a peak fragmentation realm master to resist. This is also the key secret weapon reason that allows the Lotus sect to dominate the Tsanglong star for so long. However, even such a terrifying fatal strike, which almost exhausted all of Zhuo Xian's strength, was easily countered by Zhou Luo. Zhuo Xian looked at Zhou Luo's expression and found that he was much more relaxed and at ease, as if he hadn't exerted his full strength at all. What's the matter? Judging by your stance, are you already out of moves? Thank you, senior. Zhou Luo looked at Zhu Xian's complex expression and slightly raised the corner of his mouth, speaking with a hint of amusement. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Luo's figure flickered and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared beside Zhu Xian, the sword's edge aimed at the neck, swiftly slicing through. Before the voice had faded, with his internal energy depleted and no strength to fight back, Zhu Xian's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. Finally, the body fell with a thunderous crash. From then on, the Brahma Lotus sect was completely annihilated. Zhou Luo looked in the direction where Zhuo Xian had fallen, his face full of satisfaction. He waved the misty jade-tied sword in the air, drawing an elegant sword flourish, then sheathed the blade. The Lotus sect is gone. Next, it's the Luo Fu Hall. Zhou Luo did not linger long on Tsanglong star. He flew directly into deep space, beginning his search for traces of Jinfeng star. When the universal treasure transported him to these 3 planets, it had already quietly left behind 3 strands of aura. Once Zhou Luo broke through to the shattered realm, he would be able to sense their locations along these auras. Without these 3 strands of aura, searching for these 3 planets in the vast expanse of deep space would likely consume an enormous amount of time. Zhou Luo stepped into the void, moving forward swiftly. Previously, he had speculated that the planets of the 3 major forces were not far from Blue Star. Since breaking through to the shattered realm and sensing those 3 strands of energy, this speculation was confirmed. Sanlong star, Jinfeng star, and Gunshur star, these 3 planets are all located within the Orion Minor galaxy where Blue Star resides. The distance is extremely close, no wonder these 3 major forces can sense the aura of the universal treasure on Blue Star. After traveling a certain distance, Zhou Luo's expression suddenly turned grave. He sensed that not far ahead, a group of people was heading in the direction of Blue Star. He quickly concealed his presence and hid behind a nearby asteroid. It wasn't until the group slowly approached that Zhou Luo could clearly see their attire and faces. He frowned slightly. The leader was none other than Gu Qingfeng, the master of the Luo Fu Hall, whom he had briefly encountered earlier on Jinfeng Star. They are heading to Blue Star. It seems they have already learned about the destruction of the branch. The Luofu Hall is indeed decisive. Even the Hall Master is personally leading the team. It seems they are determined to obtain the universal treasure. However, inwardly, there was a sense of relief. Fortunately, he was about to head to Golden Peak Star at this moment and happened to encounter Gu Qingfeng. If they were to directly arrive at Blue Star, the situation would likely become extremely dire. The absolute celestial ban on Blue Star has already failed. Without Zhou Luo's protection, no matter how hard Cui Lingfei and the others tried, they could hardly contend with Gu Qingfeng, who was at the peak of the shattered realm. Since we've run into them, don't let them leave so easily. In the next moment, he had vanished from where he stood. Within the Luo Fu Palace team, Gu Qingfeng led the disciples, his heart filled with anxiety and worry. Can the Supreme Elder really hold up the entire headquarters alone? Although the blood ignition pill can help him regain his peak state, if Jiuli Island and Luoyun sect join forces, coupled with the sudden addition of Sangxiong, it might be difficult for him to resist alone. Damn it, I should have wiped out that bunch of scum from Luoyun sect earlier. Leaving them until now is simply asking for trouble. Gu Qingfeng was filled with regret. Forget it, the most urgent task right now is to hurry to Blue Star and get hold of the universal treasure. Once the thing is in my hands, Jiuli Island and Luoyun sect will be nothing more than ants. Gu Qingfeng's gaze became as sharp as a knife. His pace also quickened accordingly. The disciples of the Luofu Hall behind him were instantly left behind by some distance. Seeing this, the disciples in the rear hurriedly quickened their steps, trying to catch up with Gu Qingfeng. In the depths of the void, a cold gleam suddenly flashed. A sword light, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart, instantly enveloped the group of disciples. What's happening? Gu Qingfeng sensed the intense fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him and immediately turned to look. With just one glance, he was stunned. The sword's radiance was awe-inspiring, cutting through the endless darkness of the deep void and illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. As the white light faded, the disciples who had been following closely behind were all dead, their paths extinguished, leaving not even a trace of ash. Firmament. Gu Qingfeng roared furiously at the sky, his eyes suddenly turning red, his entire being erupting completely. He recognized that sword, the unique sword technique of the Supreme of the Firmament. Zhou Luo also slowly emerged from the darkness. Gu Qingfeng saw Zhou Luo's face and was instantly shocked, cold sweat breaking out on his back. You're not Sangxiong, you're that guy with the surname Zhou. Gu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Sangxiong only taught you that Sangxiong sword technique a dozen hours ago. How could you have mastered it so quickly? This was simply unbelievable to Gu Qingfeng. Having reached the peak of the shattered realm, he was already a genius among geniuses on Golden Edge Star. Even so, it would still take several several years to cultivate a supreme sword technique of the Shattered Realm to perfection. Yet Zhou Luo managed to do it in such a short time? This is simply too shocking. Shock is no longer enough to describe it. It's simply chilling. But after a moment, Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt enlightened. I understand now. You're not from Jin Fengstar. Of course, I've been on Jin Fengstar for years. How could such a genius suddenly appear? You are the one Chang Mingzi mentioned earlier, that kid from Blue Star. Gu Qingfeng's lips revealed a greedy smile. You must have relied on the power of that universal treasure to possess such astonishing talent. Truly living up to its reputation, the universal treasure can nurture a peerless genius like you with just a trace of its power. Gu Qingfeng burst into laughter. At this moment, his desire for the universal treasure had reached its peak. I wish I could seize it for myself immediately. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly as he looked at Gu Qingfeng and said indifferently, regardless of whether I relied on the power of the universal supreme treasure, I want to tell you, you will never have the chance to see that treasure with your own eyes in this lifetime. Countless sword lights suddenly burst forth, shimmering like countless stars, completely enveloping Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately drew his sword to counter. No matter what, Zhou Luo was using the top-tier celestial sword technique of Jin Fengstar, and he had already mastered it. Facing him at this moment was akin to confronting a celestial master. Gu Qingfeng repeatedly struck with his sword. The sword wind reversed, fiercely clashing with the countless sword lights unleashed by Zhou Luo, exhausting all efforts to neutralize them. Just after neutralizing them, Zhou Luo struck again, and the two engaged in an intense battle. Countless sword energies surged and scattered in all directions, slicing through the void, leaving it shattered and restored, resembling fragments of decayed wood. Gu Qingfeng's strength is remarkable, but compared to Zhu Xian, he is still a notch below. After struggling for dozens of rounds, his spiritual energy gradually ran dry, and he finally revealed a flaw. Zhou Luo summoned the heavenly One True Water, and surging waves engulfed all the sword energy unleashed by Gu Qingfeng. Even as the sword energy was completely submerged, a trace of terror still lingered in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. The supreme treasure of the universe. Gu Qingfeng's lips parted slightly, letting out one final unwilling moan, and was then completely engulfed by the heavenly True Water. Gu Qingfeng has already fallen. Is there still a need to go to the Luo Fu Hall? If the headquarters only has some disciples left, they wouldn't know the secret of the supreme treasure of the universe at all. This level of treasure, Gu Qingfeng will only inform the higher-ups and those involved. Witnessing Gu Qingfeng completely submerged by Tianyi True Water, Zhou Luo frowned deeply, pondering silently. But soon, he made up his mind. I still have to go personally. This guy, as the palace master, actually dared to temporarily abandon the headquarters of the Luofu Palace and go to Blue Star to compete for the universal treasure. There must be top-tier forces left to guard the headquarters. Anyway, the journey isn't far. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Luo's thoughts shifted, and his figure swiftly darted toward the direction of Jin Fengstar. On Jin Fengstar, the headquarters of the Luofu Palace, Situnan paced back and forth alone in the sect master's hall, his expression grave. He had just received a message from Zhu Xian. A powerful enemy has appeared on Blue Star? Even experts from the second and third stages of the Shattered Realm joining forces were slain. Could it be that another faction has discovered the whereabouts of the universal supreme treasure and immediately intervened? Situnan did not believe that such a terrifying existence could emerge on Blue Star, where spiritual energy had only recently recovered. If this is really the case, then it's troublesome. I must notify Qingfeng and have him be more vigilant. His heart stirred, and he was about to send a message to Gu Qingfeng, but just as he formed the communication spell, his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely grim. Why can't we reach Qingfeng Sunin? Situnan's mood instantly sank to rock bottom. The disappearance of Sunin leaves only two possibilities. One is that Gu Qingfeng has entered a secret realm capable of shielding all traces, making communication impossible at this time. Another possibility is that Gu Qingfeng has already fallen. Combining the news just sent by Zhu Xian, Situnan felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He quickly left the main hall and entered the secret chamber where the life plaques were stored. Gazing at Gu Qingfeng's life plaque, his expression was as cold and grim as a frozen water surface. Adding to that, all the disciples brought by Gu Qingfeng perished. Damn it! Damn it! Who on earth is it? Who dares to be so audacious? Situnan was almost driven mad with rage. At the beginning, Gu Qingfeng led his group to Blue Star precisely to compete for the supreme treasure of the universe. This supreme treasure of the universe was his last hope to break through to the golden core stage. Once he obtained it, he could instantly rise to become one of the top powerhouses in this galaxy. This was the most conservative estimate. With the terrifying power of that supreme treasure, he could go even further. Now, Gu Qingfeng and his group, who went to Blue Star to compete for the supreme treasure of the universe, have all perished. It just so happens that Jiuli Island and Luo Yun sect have been making frequent moves recently, seemingly intending to attack the gate of Luofu Hall, making it impossible for him to get away for the time being. It's all because you forced me. Situnan's gaze gradually turned cold. The supreme treasure of the universe must not be let go. Luo can only temporarily abandon the Luofu Hall headquarters. Don't blame me, once I get that treasure, I will definitely avenge you. In an instant, he cast his gaze outside the door, his mind already made up. He once again performed the incantation, preparing to send a message to Juexian to join forces and head to Blue Star. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. Why has Juexian's signal also disappeared? Has he fallen too? Situnan trembled all over, utterly horrified, as if falling into an ice cave. Just now, he could still receive Juexian's message. In the blink of an eye, Juexian's signal completely disappeared. In such a short time, the mighty peak of the shattered realm, Juexian, actually perished. Adding the news of Gu Qingfeng's death, a guess he couldn't accept instantly surged in his mind. That's right, there must be another force that found that treasure. This thunderous method, could it be the Star Court? No, it shouldn't be them, otherwise I wouldn't still be alive now. Who could it be? Situnan's heart was pounding like a drum. At this moment, he had lost the confidence he had earlier to fight for the supreme treasure of the universe. Instead, his heart was filled with fear. To be able to consecutively kill Zhu Xian and Gu Qingfeng in such a short time, this undoubtedly indicates that the force that acted is extremely terrifying. In their eyes, even a peak fragmentation realm expert is nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. The Lotus sect has already been destroyed, and Qingfeng has also fallen. Could it be that the next target is our Luofu Hall headquarters? Situnan's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly. What about the Legion? Will the Legion also be affected? He tried hard to suppress the fear in his heart, clasped his hands again to form a seal, and attempted to send a message to Mel, the supreme commander of the Skyash Crusaders. This time, it actually worked. The Legion is still here. It seems that their second target is indeed my Luofu Hall. No, I can't stay here for long. I must hurry to the Legion and inform Mel of the situation. We're already in the same boat. If something happens to Luofu Hall and the Lotus sect, the Legion won't escape either. He must save me. Situnan's decision was exceptionally resolute. As the thought flashed through his mind, his entire being shot toward the direction of Rolling Stone Star like a meteor. Several hours later, Situnan had just left. Above Golden Peak Star, an unexpected visitor suddenly appeared. Zhou Luo broke through the clouds and descended above the headquarters of the Luofu Hall. He surveyed the Luofu Hall standing amidst the fairyland-like mountains below, feeling that something was amiss. Narrowing his eyes slightly and furrowing his brows, he muttered, "Why can't I detect the aura of a peak fragmentation realm? Could it be that Gu Qingfeng is the only peak fragmentation realm in the Luofu Hall? And for the sake of the universal treasure, he is actually willing to abandon the sect?" Zhou Luo still found this explanation hard to believe. Immediately afterward, he moved and directly entered the interior of the Luofu Hall. He quickly found a disciple of the Luofu Hall who was cultivating in a hidden corner and suddenly grabbed him. Who are you?" The disciple was instantly startled and was about to shout, but he found a sharp sword already pressed against his neck. The voice immediately softened, swallowing hard, and cautiously asked, What do you want to do? Let's talk this over." Zhou Luo ignored his timid appearance. "That's good," and spoke coldly, "I'll just ask you a few questions. Answer honestly, and I'll let you go." Of course, ask away. I'll answer everything I know." The disciple quickly replied. "Where is your hall master?" "Hall master? Shouldn't he be in the sect master's hall? What do you need him for?" "I just went to check, he's not there." "Do you know where he went?" How would I know the whereabouts of the elder?" Zhou Luo's heart stirred slightly, and he continued to ask, "Has there been anything unusual within the sect recently?" The disciple thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up, and said, "There really is something strange. Just recently, the senior brother of the sect left with a group of people, claiming to have discovered an extremely dangerous secret realm outside and was taking people to explore it. But I know that senior brother has been in seclusion for the past few months and hasn't left the sect at all. How could he have discovered a secret realm? He must be lying to us." Zhou Luo's suspicions were confirmed upon hearing this. Sure enough, the Luofu Hall had tightly concealed the matter regarding the supreme treasure of the universe. The senior brother and others mentioned by the disciple were probably the group who went to Blue Star with Gu Qingfeng. "I'll ask you one last question." Zhou Luo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed on the disciple as he slowly asked, "Tell me, besides the hall master, who is the strongest in the Luofu Hall?" Feeling the piercing killing intent in Zhou Luo's eyes, the disciple's voice trembled slightly. "In our Luofu Hall, apart from the hall master being at the peak of the shattered realm, there is also a supreme elder at the peak of the shattered realm. But the supreme elder hasn't appeared for a long time, so I don't know the specifics." Zhou Luo said no more, suddenly striking with a palm and directly killing him. "Indeed, there is still a peak broken realm cultivator, but why can't I sense his aura? Is he hiding, or?" Zhou Luo furrowed his brows, pondering silently in his heart. "It seems I still need to ask someone higher up. Ordinary disciples can't uncover anything." He made up his mind. Afterward, he concealed his aura and searched within the Luofu Hall. Soon, he found an elder-level figure in a slightly more luxurious residence. After some friendly inquiries, Zhou Luo finally got the news he wanted. Immediately, he struck struck out with a palm, and that elder instantly perished. Supreme Elder Situnan, is he still in the hall today? But as soon as I got here, I couldn't find him. Could it be that he has already fled? Filled with doubt, Zhou Luo immediately searched every corner of the Luo Fu Hall, yet he still couldn't find any trace of Situnan. It seems that Situnan probably sensed the news of Gu Qingfeng's death when I arrived and chose to hide temporarily. Since you're so afraid of me, I will force you to show yourself. Zhou Luo's expression turned cold. His figure suddenly moved, instantly appearing above the Luo Fu Hall. The power of Mount Tai within him erupted, and a towering phantom of Mount Tai enveloped the entire Luo Fu Hall. All the disciples of Luo Fu Hall felt suppressed by an extremely powerful force, freezing in place and unable to move. Even exerting all their strength was to no avail. Situnan, you have 10 breaths to appear, or today will be the day Luo Fu Hall is destroyed. Zhou Luo channeled his spiritual power and let out a loud shout. That powerful and vigorous voice instantly roared out, enveloping the entire Golden Peak Star. All living beings on Golden Peak Star clearly heard Zhou Luo's shout, and everyone was utterly shocked. Bang, bang, bang. This was especially true for the two major forces, Luo Yun sect and Jiuli Island. Others might not know the reason, but they are well aware that Situnan is the Grand Elder of the Luofu Hall, once a prodigy with outstanding talent and a legendary powerhouse of his generation who suppressed the Jinfeng Star. He was also hailed as the top genius of Jinfeng Star with the greatest hope of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. However, for some unknown reason, news about Situnan became increasingly scarce, and he almost never appeared in public until he completely disappeared hundreds of years ago. Everyone assumed that his time had come, and he had fallen into obscurity. But now, his name is heard once again. Moreover, this person is so arrogant that he dares to claim he will destroy the Luo Fu Hall? Quick, send someone to Luo Fu Hall to investigate the situation. The major forces on Jinfeng Star all dispatched spies, preparing to head to Luo Fu Hall to uncover the truth. At this moment, within the Luo Yun sect, the Celestial Master, who had been drinking and discussing the Tao with the sect leader Du Changsheng, was suddenly startled upon hearing this voice. This voice? Could it be him? The Celestial Master was both shocked and delighted, having already recognized the owner of the voice. Who else could it be but Zhou Luo? The sound above the Luofu Hall had already counted down to the last few beats. Zhou Luo still hadn't seen Tunan's figure, and doubt arose in his heart. Is he really so heartless? Can he actually watch his own sect be destroyed without lifting a finger? Though filled with doubt, Zhou Luo acted swiftly and decisively, immediately summoning the misty jade tide sword. The spiritual power within erupted suddenly, and the third move of the celestial sword technique, celestial form, directly slashed toward the Luo Fu Hall. The devastating sword light split the heavens and earth. As the sword descended, the mountain gate of Luo Fu Hall instantly vanished without a trace. In the end, on this fairyland-like mountain peak, a glaringly massive sword mark was left behind, resembling a heavenly chasm. From beginning to end, no one came to stop me. Situnan is powerful enough to reach the peak of the Shattered Realm, and it is said he was once a peerless genius of the Jinfeng Star generation. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? Perhaps he has already left Jinfeng Star? A trace of doubt rose in Zhou Luo's heart. This matter will be set aside for now. It's time to head to Rolling Stone Star. He doesn't plan to stay here. With a thought, his figure instantly disappeared, stepping into the void and heading toward Rolling Stone Star. He had only been gone for a few minutes when waves of people arrived near the entrance of the Luofu Hall. Looking at the sword mark before them, like a heavenly chasm splitting the entire mountain peak in two, everyone's expressions changed drastically. After a long while, someone murmured in disbelief, "The Luofu Hall is gone? Destroyed by a single sword strike?" As soon as the words fell, the scene instantly plunged into a deathly silence. They simply could not believe the reality before their eyes. The Luofu Palace, which had ruled over Jinfeng Star for many years with great prestige, was unexpectedly destroyed by a single sword today. Even more terrifying is that the person seems to be looking for Situnan, yet no one dares to step forward. What kind of formidable figure could make Situnan, a peak-level broken realm expert, afraid to show himself? The forces of Jiuli Island and Luo Yun sect have also rushed over. Among those who came along with Luo Yun sect were Sangqiang Shangren and Du Changsheng. After the two arrived and saw the sword mark, they were initially stunned. Immediately afterward, Sangqiang Shangren's face lit up with an ecstatic smile. Ha ha ha, this is the perfected Sangqiang sword technique. In just over 10 days, the celestial sword technique has already reached perfection. I really didn't misjudge you. The celestial master couldn't contain his composure and burst into hearty laughter. Seeing this, Du Changsheng quickly congratulated the celestial master. Congratulations, brother celestial, on having such an exceptional disciple. The reputation of the celestial sword technique will surely resound across the world and shake the deep cosmos in the future. As he spoke, Du Changsheng's tone was filled with envy. He really didn't expect that Zhou Luo, whom he had only met once, would possess such astonishing talent. In just a short period, his strength had suddenly risen to such a terrifying level, destroying the Luo Fu Hall with a single sword strike. This was truly shocking. Hey, Brother Du, you can't say that. The Celestial Master shook his head and said, that kid didn't formally become my disciple. I forced the Celestial Sword technique onto him. Despite saying this, the joy on the Celestial Master's face did not diminish in the slightest. He cared little for the formalities of a master-disciple relationship. As long as his sword technique could be passed down, he was content. Now, seeing Zhou Luo mastering the Celestial Sword technique to perfection and unleashing such a heaven-defying strike, his heart was filled with immense satisfaction. Listening to the conversation between the two, the gazes of other forces around turned extremely complex when directed at the Celestial Master. Everyone secretly made up their minds that no matter who they might offend in the future, they must never offend the Celestial Master. The news of the destruction of the Luo Fu Hall continued to ferment on Golden Peak Star. Zhou Luo hurried on his way and had already returned to Rolling Stone Star. After arriving at Rolling Stone Star, Zhou Luo had a clear goal and headed straight toward the headquarters of the Heaven's Ash Crusaders. Before long, he reached the skies above the sanctuary of the Heaven's Ash Crusaders headquarters. As soon as he arrived, Zhou Luo frowned deeply. Two peak Shattered Realm experts? He clearly sensed two extremely intense peak ori of the Shattered Realm within the temple. Which esteemed guest has arrived at my legion's territory? Why not enter the temple for a discussion? At this moment, a majestic voice came from within the temple. Zhou Luo did not hesitate. With a movement, he stepped into the temple in the next instant. As soon as he entered, he saw a square-faced man with a full beard, dressed in a commander's uniform, sitting on the commander's throne. Beside him stood another person, wearing a blue and white long robe, whose style was vastly different from that of the Rolling Stone people. Zhou Luo immediately recognized that it was undoubtedly the attire of the Jin Feng Star. A name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Situ Nan? Zhou Luo stared intently at the person, testing the waters as he spoke. Who are you? How do you know my name? Situ Nan was suddenly startled. After leaving Jin Feng Star, he hurried all the way to Rolling Stone Star. Upon arrival, Situ Nan went straight to Mel and informed him of the recent events and his own speculations. After listening, Mel also found Situ Nan's deductions to be highly reasonable. The three major forces were eliminated one after another with swift and decisive methods, indicating that another powerful force must have set its sights on the universal treasure. But that force is definitely not the Star Court, otherwise, they would not still exist in the world. The battle for entry into the court held by Rolling Stone Star a few days ago would not have proceeded as planned. He and Mel ultimately decided to offer the news of the universal treasure to the Star Court in exchange for its protection. After all, the opposing side is extremely powerful, and with the Star Court backing them, there is no way they could lay a hand on the universal treasure. Since you won't let me take it, then don't even think about getting it yourselves. This was the thought in Mel and Situ Nan's minds. But just as they sent a message to the Star Court and had yet to receive a response, they sensed the arrival of a powerful presence no weaker than theirs above the temple. What followed was the scene where Mel invited Zhou Luo inside. However, what Situ Nan never expected was, as soon as Zhou Luo entered, he directly called out his name. Judging by Zhou Luo's attire, he didn't seem to be from Rolling Stone Star either. A terrifying speculation instantly surfaced in his mind. Hadn't waited for him to speak. After confirming his identity, Zhou Luo first revealed a smile. It really is you. I thought you were hiding in some corner of Jin Feng Star, able to watch me destroy the Luo Fu Hall without showing yourself. Unexpectedly, you actually abandoned Luo Fu Hall and fled directly, haha, but that's fine. With the two of you together, it saves me a lot of trouble. It's the perfect opportunity to wipe you out in one go. After today, your Luo Fu Hall and the Tianjin Crusaders will vanish completely from this world, just like the Lotus Sect. Zhou Luo's tone was icy and resolute. Upon hearing this, Mel and Situ Nan couldn't help but feel a chill rise in their hearts, especially Situ Nan. When he learned that the Luo Fu Hall had already been destroyed by Zhou Luo, the grief in his eyes was particularly intense, and the killing intent toward Zhou Luo in his gaze became even more evident. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly. Sure enough, you are the one who killed Juexian and Qingfeng. Situ Nan gritted his teeth and said, although I don't know exactly what kind of force you belong to, let me tell you this, we will never let you get the universal treasure. We have already reported the existence of the universal treasure to the Star Court. It won't be long before the Star Court emissaries arrive. By then, no matter how powerful you are, in the face of the Star Court, you will have no choice but to obediently hand over the universal treasure. Situ Nan's words gradually turned into loud laughter. Although the laughter carried a trace of desolation, it was more filled with schadenfreude. Zhou Luo's heart sank instantly upon hearing this. If the Star Court truly knows that a universal treasure is hidden on Blue Star, then Blue Star might not escape a catastrophic disaster. This is no joke. The power of the Star Court surpasses the combined strength of the three major forces, Luofu Hall, Brahma Lotus Sect, and the Ashen Crusade, by far. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering a strategy, Situ Nan laughed heartily, then revealed a look of relief. I have coveted that treasure for 2,000 years, yet in the end, I don't even know what it looks like, and now it is about to fall into someone else's hands. Even the Luo Fu Hall has been destroyed. The strongest golden core, what a waste waste of my life. Situnan brought his two fingers together into a sword shape, and in the next moment, he intended to stab his own heart, preparing to end his life. In his eyes, Zhou Luo must possess astonishing strength to have killed Zhu Xian and Gu Qingfeng in such a short time and easily destroyed the Luo Fu Hall. Wanting to kill him and Mel would likely be effortless. Rather than being humiliated and slain, it would be more dignified to take one's own life. But at this critical moment, Mel suddenly struck, slapping away Situnan's right hand. The sword energy at his fingertips fiercely pierced the air beside him, erupting with terrifying sword intent that instantly obliterated everything ahead. Situnan, you can't die now. Have you forgotten? Mel's expression was serious, his tone carrying an unmistakable panic as he hurriedly spoke in a voice only Situnan could hear. We only informed the Star Court envoy about the existence of the universal treasure, but we didn't reveal its exact location. If we die like this, it's one thing if the Star Court finds the universal treasure, but if they don't, wouldn't it just benefit these people? This was like a bolt from the blue, directly waking the grief-stricken Situnan. He had just been immersed in the pain of the destruction of the Luofu Hall and the hopelessness of his own golden core, almost forgetting this point. Yes, I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. I must hold on until the envoy arrives. Situnan's aura suddenly changed. His gaze toward Zhou Luo also became incredibly resolute. Seeing Situnan's drastic transformation, a trace of doubt flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. What exactly did Mel say to Situnan that could instantly reverse the thoughts of someone intent on ending their own life? He heard Situnan say that he must stay alive and hold on until the envoy from the Star Court arrives? Suddenly, Zhou Luo had an epiphany. His anxious heart finally settled, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I understand now. Earlier, you only told the Star Court about the existence of the universal treasure, but didn't mention its exact location, right? In that case, don't even think about having a second chance. I thought Blue Star was about to face disaster, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding? As long as I kill the two of you, all problems will be solved. A misty jade-tied sword suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's hand, and his aura erupted sharply. Let this secret remain buried deep in your hearts until your demise. He sneered coldly at the two, the sword energy surging like a reversed heavenly river, slashing out in an instant. The sword energy swept across. Situnan and Mel struck simultaneously, expending tremendous effort to neutralize the sword energy. How is this possible? You clearly only have the heaven realm. How can your strength be this powerful? Situnan was utterly astonished, his gaze filled with disbelief as he stared at Zhou Luo. Just now, Zhou Luo hadn't made a move, and merely from his aura, Situnan couldn't perceive Zhou Luo's true level of cultivation. He only felt an inexplicable sense of oppression emanating from Zhou Luo, guessing in his heart that Zhou Luo's level should be above the shattered realm, yet his golden core was not yet complete. The so-called incomplete golden core refers to a state where one's internal cultivation has broken through the shattered realm but has yet to refine a star-like golden core. This time, when Zhou Luo drew his sword, his aura was fully exposed, allowing him to clearly discern Zhou Luo's realm. It was obviously the first stage of the shattered realm, also known as the heaven stage. However, the power of this sword energy was absolutely beyond what someone at the heaven stage could unleash. Seeing Situnan so shocked, Zhou Luo said no more, his sword movements continuous, and before long, he unleashed the same three sword energies again. The celestial sword technique? Situnan was shocked once more, but the sword energy swept in too quickly for him to think further. He hurriedly defended with all his might. Meyer assisted from the side, and together, the two managed to block the three sword energies once again. Situnan, who exactly is he? Mel saw that Situnan seemed to recognize the sword technique used by Zhou Luo and hurriedly asked. To fend off these few strikes, he and Situnan had expended quite a bit of effort. In contrast, Zhou Luo, his complexion was normal, his breathing steady, as if there was an endless stream of spiritual energy within him, solid as a rock. Such an astonishing reserve of spiritual energy is something even a peak expert of the shattered realm would find hard to achieve. One could even say, it's simply impossible. Are you a person from Golden Edge Star? How could it be? How could someone like you appear on Golden Edge Star, and I know nothing about it? Situnan's face was full of confusion. Before leaving the pass, he did not concern himself with worldly matters, so he naturally was unaware of the incident in Sword Valley that day, and Gu Qingfeng had not mentioned it either. This matter, you don't need to know. Immediately, spiritual energy within his body erupted suddenly, and he struck with full force. The celestial sword technique was executed to perfection, unleashing the three consecutive strikes of the celestial trio, imbued with the sharpness of the heaven-tempered divine iron and the thunderous might of the mystic thunder purple gold bamboo. The enhancement of the two divine weapons made the power of these three strikes exceptionally terrifying. Upon seeing this, Situnan and Mel's expressions changed drastically. They dared not show the slightest negligence and immediately fought back with all their might. The area surrounding the Crusaders' sanctuary of Heaven's Ashes instantly turned into a death zone. The fierce aftermath spread far and wide, flattening all buildings within a radius of several thousand kilometers, leaving no survivors among the members of the Sky Ash Crusaders. The earth trembled, and the natives of Rolling Stone stone star turned pale with fear. The brutal battle lasted for a full hour before gradually subsiding. Zhou Luo executed Mei and Situnan, who had already lost the strength to resist. Plunder all the treasures from them, then leave Rolling Stone Star without lingering. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The people from the Star Court had received the news some time ago and would probably arrive soon. If he didn't leave now, the trouble would be immense. The three major forces have been completely eradicated, and the secret of the universe's supreme treasure hidden on Blue Star is now probably known only to me. Finally safe. In the deep space, Zhou Luo sped towards Blue Star, stepping through the void, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when Situnan conveyed the message, he didn't reveal the exact location of the universal treasure. But I still can't let my guard down. If the Star Court sends people to Rolling Stone Star and finds Situnan and Mel dead, they will never let it go easily. Must remain vigilant. Zhou Luo pondered silently. The location of the original Tianjin Crusader sanctuary had now been razed to the ground, with traces of sword energy scattered all around. These sword marks were his, some left by Situnan, while the rest were covered in the burning Tianjin dark flames. A meteor-like shooting star suddenly crashed onto the ground. This impact almost shook the entire Rolling Stone Star. Situnan, Mel, come out and see me. Two figures, one tall and one short, landed at the site where the meteor had fallen, followed by a vigorous and powerful male voice. As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings fell silent for a moment, with no response. Lord Saman, Situnan and Mel, it seems these two have already perished. The short man glanced around and soon discovered the bodies of Situnan and Mel not far away, promptly reporting. The tall and imposing Saman frowned deeply, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing fiercely at the two corpses. He turned his body and instantly appeared in front of the fallen pair, grabbing them mid-air with one swift motion. You sent me a message saying this galaxy hides a treasure of the universe, and before I even arrived, you two are already dead? How dare you die so easily? Saman's left hand instantly surged with a dark green halo, and then he struck out with his palm. The halo split into two streams and directly entered the bodies of the two. The corpses of the two began to tremble continuously, and their eyelids slightly lifted. However, just moments later, they returned to lifeless stillness. They're completely cold, their souls have long since dissipated into ashes. Saman angrily spat on the ground, then tossed the two aside as if discarding trash. Lord Saman, it seems someone else has their eyes on this universal treasure. What should we do? The short man beside him asked. What should we do? Saman narrowed his eyes, brimming with murderous intent. Since this treasure has been discovered by the Star Court, it belongs to the Star Court. No one can take it away. These two guys said before they died that the treasure is within this Orion system. Isn't it simple? Just search every planet in this star system one by one. Let's go. Follow me back to Star Court. I still remember, Thrawn came to Rolling Stone Star not long ago and didn't notice anything unusual about Mel. Report this matter, it'll surely give that guy a hard time. Saman sneered coldly, said nothing, and led the short man to charge into the sky once again. At this moment, Solon, along with 13, had just concluded the court entry battle on another planet, which was also the last planet under his responsibility this time. It's time to return to the court, Solon said softly, preparing to take 13 back to the headquarters of the Star Court. However, a sudden message came from headquarters. After reading it, Zoran's expression immediately turned serious. Headquarters is planning to establish a branch in the Orion system? This remote place, what qualifies it to have a branch? His heart was filled with doubt. Could it be that the headquarters discovered valuable resources in this galaxy? No, during this time, no one has been here except me. Thrawn frowned deeply. Upon hearing the news, a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. The Star Court has always been extremely cautious in establishing branches. After all, each branch costs an astonishing amount, consuming enormous resources. Moreover, the Orion galaxy is remote and quiet within the Milky Way, lacking resources, and people from the Star Court usually don't bother to come. Now suddenly building a branch here is definitely a sign of something major about to happen. What's more, as the supervisor of the Orion galaxy, he hasn't received the slightest hint, which is truly strange. As Zoran was deep in thought, 13's expression suddenly changed. Lord Zoran, headquarters has sent another message. They plan to dispatch Saman to the Orion system as the deputy envoy. What? That guy Saman. Upon hearing the name Saman, Zoran's face instantly darkened. He had always been at odds with Saman, and the latter had long been the overseer of the Sagittarius system near the Orion system, but now he was suddenly transferred to the Orion system. After a brief moment of thought, he found the reason quite unusual. Let's wait and see for now. Thrawn shook his head, unwilling to delve deeper. He couldn't figure out the headquarters' intentions. Since a branch is to be established here, the Star Court seeds I brought back this time can directly report to the branch. Notify them one by one first. Solon immediately began sending messages to all the Star Court seeds who passed the court entry battle using the issued Star Court identity cards. It wasn't until he reached Zhou Luo that Solon hesitated for a moment. After so much time has passed, that kid should have already returned to his home planet, right? If that's the case, I'll go there there myself. Solon pondered for a moment, then used the aura emitted by the Star Court identity card to lead 13 toward Zhou Luo's location. Zhou Luo was the most terrifying genius he had encountered since taking charge of the Orion arm. He really couldn't resist wanting to see with his own eyes what kind of planet could nurture such a genius. After hours of traveling, Zhou Luo finally returned to Blue Star from Rolling Stone Star. As soon as he got back, Tian Shuang-Lei-Ho gave Zhou Luo a surprise. After devouring and refining the large number of treasures Zhou Luo had sent, Tian Shuang-Lei-Ho's realm finally broke through to the third shackle. Although there is still a considerable gap compared to Zhou Luo, the progress has been rapid compared to others. Little Hosey, go and inform Cui Lingfei and the others. Zhou Luo called over the Frost Thunder Ho and solemnly instructed, the three major forces, Brahma Lotus Sect, Luofu Hall, and the Heavenly Scorch Crusaders, have been completely annihilated. But in the coming period, there may still be other extraterrestrial visitors arriving on Blue Star. Absolutely no one can be allowed to know that these three major forces once set foot here. Remember, this matter could very likely concern the survival of Blue Star. Zhou Luo's tone was unusually serious. Upon hearing this, the smile that had originally appeared on Tian Shuang-Lei-Ho's face due to Zhou Luo's return instantly faded significantly. He then nodded earnestly, "Alright, big brother, I will make sure to convey your words exactly as they are." After speaking, he went straight to the Blue Star Federation headquarters. Zhou Luo let out a long breath, a trace of worry in his eyes. The aura of the universal treasure has completely dissipated, and the concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star has decreased significantly because of it. When the people from Star Court arrive here, they shouldn't be able to spot any flaws, right? Although Situnan and the others did not reveal the exact location of the universal treasure to the Star Court, Zhou Luo knew in his heart that as long as the Star Court was aware of its existence, they would never let it go easily. They might very well turn the entire Orion galaxy upside down, and Blue Star would certainly not escape their notice. Since it cannot be avoided, the only option is to prepare countermeasures in advance. When the Star Court arrives, not a single flaw can be exposed. As soon as he returned to Blue Star, Zhou Luo decisively closed the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. He also almost completely erased the traces left by the three major forces, Luofu Palace, Brahma Lotus Sect, and the Heavenly Scorch Crusaders, when they had visited Blue Star. Fortunately, the initial knowledge of the extraterrestrial forces invading Blue Star was limited to these three major forces, and only a few high-ranking members of the Blue Star Federation, including Cui Lingfei, Gu Qianhua, and Lu Feiyu, were aware of it. Just a handful of people. Zhou Luo took out the Star Court identity card that Soren had handed him back then, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The day when the Star Court opens its doors wide isn't far off. When the time comes, I'll go and see what exactly these points in the Star Court can be exchanged for. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's expression changed, and he alertly cast his gaze toward midair. There, at some unknown point, two figures had appeared out of thin air. Long time no see. Solon hovered in midair, his gaze falling on Zhou Luo, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Luo's heart immediately sounded the alarm, secretly pushing his spiritual power to the limit, ready to act at any moment. Found so quickly? How is that possible? I clearly moved swiftly and cleaned up thoroughly. Could it be that Star Court has special methods? Of course, as such a massive force, possessing some extraordinary means of tracking people wouldn't be surprising. How could I have overlooked this? Zhou Luo was preparing to summon the Misty Jade Tide Sword, intending to take advantage of the situation and catch Zoro and 13 off guard with a strike. But Zoro's next words immediately made him abandon the idea. I came here to tell you one thing. The Star Court is about to establish a branch in your Orion galaxy. The whole process will take only a few days. Once the branch is completed, you can come with me, and you won't have to wait another 2 months, Zoro said with a faint smile. Establish a branch? Zhou Luo was momentarily stunned. What? Surprised? Seeing Zhou Luo remain silent for a long time, Solon continued, this matter is indeed sudden, even I just found out about it. But don't worry, whether you join the headquarters or the branch, the treatment will be the same. You won't be shortchanged in any way. Moreover, the branch's functions are almost identical to those of the headquarters, so you don't need to worry about any differences. By then, I will be one of the deputy envoys at the branch, and since you're personally recruited by me, you can come directly to me if there's anything. Solon spoke to himself, but he didn't notice the hint of uncontrollable joy that had already flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. It turned out he had overthought it. He almost believed that Solon already knew about the universal treasure being connected to him and had come specifically to find him. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly, or a good thing would have turned into a bad one. This is your home planet? The spiritual energy isn't particularly dense, and the resources aren't abundant either. It barely qualifies as a mid-level planet. After speaking, Solon glanced around and then sighed. This barren planet was actually able to nurture a genius like you. Truly, it's its good fortune. Mid-level planet? Zhou Luo looked at him in confusion. This is the planetary rating system established by our Star Court based on the two standards of spiritual energy and resources. A mid-level planet represents adequate spiritual spiritual energy and resources, capable of producing experts at the Shattered Realm at most. Your home planet, as well as the Rolling Stone planet you visited earlier, both belong to mid-level planets. Solon patiently explained. Throughout the entire Orion galaxy, low-level planets make up the vast majority, capable of producing experts at the Shackled Realm at most. Next are mid-level planets. And as for those that meet the standards of high-level planets, capable of producing experts at the Golden Core Realm, there is only one in the entire Orion galaxy, called White Ape Planet. Logically speaking, the winner of this courtroom battle should have come from the White Ape Star, with exceptional talent and the strongest abilities, but your appearance has broken this pattern. At this point, Solon looked at Zhou Luo with an unmistakable sense of admiration in his eyes. Even Burke, the winner from the White Ape Star this time, could not defeat a level 2 void beast on his own. Yet the Zhou Luo before him had done it. At first, Solon thought Zhou Luo's home planet was an advanced planet, just located in a remote area and had escaped his notice. It was only after personally coming to Blue Star to investigate that he discovered it was merely a mid-level planet and even on the lower middle tier. This, however, only highlighted Zhou Luo's talent even more. With your talent, your growth rate after entering the Star Court will definitely be several times faster than it is now. Keep it up. I'm looking forward to the day you break through to the Golden Core stage. Solon patted Zhou Luo's shoulder, offering heartfelt encouragement. He was speaking sincerely. As the guide who brought Zhou Luo into Star Court, the faster Zhou Luo grew, the more generous the rewards Star Court would give him. By the way, what level is the breathing technique you're practicing? Solon suddenly thought of something and asked. Level? I'm not too sure. Zhou Luo shook his head. He only knew that the Five Peaks Sutra was the top-tier breathing technique on Blue Star, but whether it was considered advanced in the well-informed eyes of Solon was uncertain. Try to show me your breathing technique, Thrawn said indifferently. Zhou Luo responded by activating the Five Peaks Sutra, completing a small cycle within his body. Indeed, it's just a low-level breathing method. Solon glanced at it once and shook his head slightly, his tone openly revealing disdain. However, he had no intention of mocking and, fearing it might affect Zhou Luo's mood, quickly comforted him, saying, the highest breathing technique that can be born on an average mid-level planet is usually low tier, so don't lose heart. When you officially join the Star Court, you can choose a mid-tier breathing technique at any time for your Shattering Realm cultivation. Hearing this, Zhou Luo curiously asked, what's the difference between low-tier and mid-tier breathing techniques? Solon remained patient and said, the difference is significant. Low-level breathing techniques can only support you in cultivating to the heaven stage of perfection, after which they can no longer provide any benefits. If you want to progress smoothly in the Shattered Realm, only mid-level breathing techniques can achieve that. Zhou Luo's mind was instantly filled with a wealth of new knowledge. He hadn't expected that the top-tier breathing technique, the Five Peaks Sutra, which had accompanied him until now, would only be considered low-level in deep space. What about the advanced breathing technique? Zhou Luo asked again. The advanced breathing technique, which is the Golden Core level breathing technique, is still too far away for you. I won't say much about it for now. Solon shook his head. If you manage to break through to the Golden Core stage in the future, you can exchange contribution points for it, and you'll naturally understand then. At this moment, 13, who had come along with him, suddenly interjected, Lord Sauron, could we begin the search for star mineral resources? We've never explored this planet before, perhaps it contains. Sauron directly interrupted. No need, just add this planet to the whitelist. Directly report it to the whitelist? Lord Sauron, isn't this approach a bit inappropriate? 13 hesitated. Am I the Star Patrol envoy or are you the Star Patrol envoy? I said report it, so report it. Solon impatiently glanced at him. 13 immediately responded, yes, I'll register and report it right away. With that, he busied himself with the operation. Seeing this, Zhou Luo frowned slightly and turned to Solon, asking, Star Mine Resource Search, what exactly does this mean? Solon also looked at Zhou Luo, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, literal meaning. As a senior Star Patroller, my duty is to search for various rare minerals within the star systems under my management. Usually, a mid-level planet will have some rare minerals. Once discovered, the Star Court will enslave the intelligent beings there as miners, extracting day and night until the minerals are exhausted. Solon's tone was relaxed and casual, but these words fell into Zhou Luo's ears, making him feel a chilling sense of coldness. This method is too ruthless. No wonder that back on Rolling Stone Star, whenever Star Court was mentioned, fear from the depths of their hearts would flash in the eyes of Situnan and Mel. Seeing Zhou Luo remain silent, Solon continued to laugh and said, I understand your thoughts. Back then, when Star Court discovered my home planet, the Star Patrol envoy responsible for guiding me also gave me special treatment because of my talent. But that's only temporary. At most, I can help you gain 1 year. After a year, if your position in the Star Court hasn't been promoted to Star Patrol envoy, resource exploration will still proceed on this planet. Do your best. If you want to protect your home planet, you must become a Star Patrol envoy within this year. Hearing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but ask, what are the requirements to become a Star Patrol envoy? It's very simple, just break through to the Golden Core stage. Solon Solon glanced at Zhou Luo. That shouldn't be too difficult for you. Zhou Luo suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Breaking through to the golden core within a year is indeed not difficult for him. He even feels the time is somewhat ample. However, he doesn't like the feeling of being pressured. It's still a matter of insufficient strength. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. If his strength were strong enough to rival the Star Court, who would dare target Blue Star? A few days ago, when he had just broken through to the Shattered Realm, Zhou Luo actually felt a sense of relief, because reaching the Shattered Realm was enough to deal with the three major forces eyeing Blue Star, the Luo Fu Hall, the Brahma Lotus Sect, and the Heaven's Scorching Crusade. When these three major forces were truly dealt with, Zhou Luo's desire for power began to wane. Even he himself hadn't noticed this. It wasn't until Solon's words just now that Zhou Luo suddenly realized he had unknowingly become complacent about the potential threats in deep space. No matter where you are, the world is always survival of the fittest. If you don't strengthen yourself, you'll only be torn apart bit by bit and devoured by others. Mr. Solon, when will the branch be completed? Zhou Luo looked at Solon and asked. Not bad, your mindset has shifted quite quickly. It seems you're already eager to get the intermediate breathing technique? Solon said with a smile, it won't take too long. The Star Court is very efficient. The branch will be positioned at the center of the Orion constellation within 3 days. Wait here for these 3 days. I'll stay with you for a while to rest. You don't mind, do you? Of course, suit yourself. Zhou Luo nodded slowly. The aura of the universal treasure had long been completely concealed, and the Federation had specifically emphasized that there were only 3 short days. Solon would never discover that this seemingly inconspicuous planet was hiding a universal treasure capable of shaking the depths of space. Seeing Zhou Luo nod in agreement, Solon did not linger long at Jiangnan Villa, taking 13, who had been following him, and disappearing from Zhou Luo's sight. As for where he went, Zhou Luo had no idea. However, according to Zoro's statement, this period of time, apart from the duties of a star envoy, can also be considered a rare moment of leisure. Hope he doesn't act recklessly. But he did just promise not to interfere with the natives, so he should keep his word, right? Zhou Luo let out a light sigh. But immediately, he frowned tightly. When I first met Zoro, I thought he had discovered the whereabouts of the universal treasure, but it turned out he was just here to inform me about the Star Court branch. Xingting suddenly wants to establish a branch in our remote Orion galaxy. It must be because of Situnan's message. Setting up the branch is probably just to facilitate the search. It seems the time left for me is running out. Although Thrawn said he could help me protect Blue Star for a year, whether there will be any changes midway, no one can say for sure. I must quickly strive to reach the peak of the Shattered Realm and refine the universal supreme treasure. Zhou Luo's chest burned with fierce determination. Without further ado, he went straight into the quiet room to begin his cultivation. Since the 5 Peaks scripture can only support me in cultivating to the heaven stage perfection, I'll use these 3 days to elevate my cultivation to perfection. Once I enter the Star Court and choose a mid-level breathing technique, I can continue cultivating. Inside the quiet room, the vast and dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged continuously, and unusual phenomena gradually appeared above Jiangnan Manor. You have already reached the late stage of the heaven realm? Solon stared at Zhou Luo in front of him, his previously calm eyes suddenly filled with shock. He knew Zhou Luo's talent was exceptionally strong, but this speed is simply astonishing. 3 days ago when we met, Zhou Luo had just stepped into the Shattered Realm. In the blink of an eye, he has already reached the late stage of the heaven level, just 1 step away from perfection? This is simply an astonishingly rapid advancement. Freak, truly a freak. Solon couldn't help but exclaim, I really misjudged again. Your talent far exceeds my expectations. At this rate, it probably won't even take a year to break through to the golden core stage. Indeed, it's incredible. Solon marveled as he walked around. Zhou Luo remained focused, paying no attention to his praise, and simply asked, has the branch been established? It's ready. I came here today to take you with me. Solon nodded. The branch has just opened, and new members from the entire Orion galaxy and the neighboring Sagittarius galaxy will be entering the branch ahead of schedule in the coming days. It's getting late. Let's go. I'll take you there. Zhou Luo immediately agreed. Beside him, the Frost Thunder Howl was already prepared. Every new member joining the Star Court is granted a quota to bring someone along. Zhou Luo's quota was naturally given to the Frost Thunder Howl. Take care, General Zhou. Behind him, the members of the Blue Star Federation, led by Cui Lingfei, Lu Feiyu, and Gu Qianhua, bid farewell to Zhou Luo reluctantly. Zhou Luo turned back to look at everyone, said nothing, and simply nodded lightly before following Sauron's steps with Tian Xuan Lei Ho. He had already mentally prepared himself. He must break through the peak of the fragmented realm as quickly as possible, refine the universal treasure, and achieve the golden core. Only in this way can one be qualified to protect Blue Star. After leaving Blue Star, Zhou Luo and his group headed straight toward the center of the Orion constellation at an extremely fast speed, resembling 4 comets streaking across the sky. Since Tian Xuan Lei Ho was still in the shackled realm, Zhou Luo had to allocate part of his strength to assist its progress, making his speed slightly slower slower than that of Sua Long and the other. Solon seemed to have noticed this and deliberately slowed down to ensure Zhou Luo wouldn't fall too far behind. Mr. Solon, is there anything I must pay attention to after arriving at Star Court? Zhou Luo wanted to take the opportunity before arriving to learn more from Solon about some taboos within Star Court. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place and only wanted to quietly cultivate until reaching the Golden Core, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Something to pay attention to? In my opinion, just one thing. Thrawn didn't think much and said casually, the Star Court allows internal conflicts, so if you don't like someone, you can go straight up and beat them up, as long as you don't kill them. Of course, if someone targets you, you have to fight back with all your might, or the consequences won't be good. After hearing this, Zhou Luo's expression froze slightly. He immediately asked, if not to death, then crippled? No problem. Zoran spoke with a hint of malicious amusement. The Star Court doesn't take in the weak, nor does it accept the crippled. Anyone who gets crippled, unless their family has strong resources to help them recover, will be expelled from the Star Court. A sharp glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. This rule suits him perfectly. He fears the kind of rule in the Star Court that says members of the court cannot fight each other. If someone provokes him but he can't land a solid punch on their face, it would be unbearably frustrating. I just want to cultivate quietly, don't force me to act. Zhou Luo warned himself inwardly. Stop first. Suddenly, Solon and 13 slowed their pace, and Zhou Luo quickly stopped with Tian Xuan Lei Ho upon seeing this. What's going on? He looked at Solon. Solon did not answer, his gaze fixed on a certain direction in the dark, deep sky. Nothing, just spotted a few rats. He stared in that direction for a moment, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then casually waved his hand forward as if it were nothing. Several differently colored planets countless light years away in front of Zoran instantly exploded without any resistance. During the explosion, Zhou Luo saw through his mystical eyes a few blurry black figures desperately fleeing from the center of the blast, but before they could escape the explosion's range, their bodies turned to dust. This scene left the Frost Thunder Howl utterly dumbfounded. Its honest face was filled with shock and awe. Is this the power of the Golden Core realm? Tianquan Thunderhound couldn't help but mutter softly. Zhou Luo was equally shaken in his heart. This was the first time he had seen a Golden Core expert take action with his own eyes. With a casual wave, it could trigger the explosion of stars. Those few shadows didn't even have time to resist before they were directly turned to dust. It's done, let's go. Solon withdrew his gaze, paying no attention to the few planets still violently exploding, and continued leading the group forward. What are those dark shadows? On the road, Zhou Luo couldn't help but ask curiously. Just a few level 3 void beasts. Level 3 void beasts. Zhou Luo secretly clicked his tongue. The secondary void beast he dealt with earlier at Rolling Stone Star had already cost him quite a bit of effort, yet the stronger tertiary void beast was effortlessly slain by Solon with a single strike. A Golden Core expert is truly terrifying to the extreme. If only I had such power, how great would that be? Zhou Luo couldn't help but imagine, if he had already reached the Golden Core stage, would he truly be able to protect Blue Star? Moreover, with the assistance of the Universal Supreme Treasure, the Golden Core he refined was rumored to be the strongest. It could make even a powerful force like the Star Court covet it. Although he had yet to see the Universal Supreme Treasure with his own eyes, his heart was filled with anticipation. Before long, the group arrived at the center of the Orion Galaxy. What appeared before Zhou Luo's eyes was a massive white sphere floating in the depths of the universe. The sphere was enormous, no different from a star, resembling a giant beast in the cosmos, making everyone seem as insignificant as ants in its presence. This is the Star Court branch. Solon was the first to approach the white sphere, and suddenly a fissure opened on its surface. White halos swirled within the gap, obscuring the view of its interior. Solon didn't offer much explanation and took the lead with 13 to step into the rift. Zhou Luo also didn't hesitate, following closely behind with the Frost Thunder Howl. After entering the rift, Zhou Luo first felt a vast expanse of whiteness before his eyes. Moments later, a world gradually emerged before him. Towering mountains reaching into the clouds, sprawling giant cities, vast green plains. Every imaginable scene is astonishingly displayed within this white sphere. This is the Star Court branch. Solon turned to look at Zhou Luo and said with a smile. Solon led Zhou Luo into the most magnificent city. At this moment, a considerable number of people had already gathered in the city. According to Solon, most of these people came from nearby star systems and were newcomers joining the Star Court this time. Of course, there were also a few senior members dispatched from headquarters to handle some important matters. Lord Solon has arrived. Some people in the city, upon seeing Solon, showed expressions of awe in their eyes. They are all newcomers from the Orion Galaxy selected by Thrawn this time. However, when they saw Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Lei Ho arriving together with Thrawn, their eyes inevitably showed confusion. Who are those two? Lord Thrawn actually arrived so late. Could it be that he specifically went to pick up these two? Could it be a top genius from that advanced planet? Our Orion Galaxy, apart from White Ape Planet, has no other advanced planets. Besides, the people from White Ape Planet arrived long ago. The crowd buzzed with with noise. Especially when White Ape Planet was mentioned, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward two tall, thin, white-haired elders. Being watched by so many eyes, they were completely indifferent, merely staring deeply at Zhou Luo with exceptionally profound gazes. Zoro, you're late. After Zoro and Zhou Luo's group landed, a tall and upright figure stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. I just arrived a bit late. That doesn't count as being late, does it? Saman, don't casually pin labels on me. Solon coldly glanced at the other party. We've been waiting here for so long with so many people, and it turns out it's just to pick up these two kids? Saman's gaze shifted from Solon to Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Leiho, openly scrutinizing them. This blatant examination made Zhou Luo frown slightly. Broken Realm Heaven Barrier. There are actually no less than two peerless spiritual treasures hidden within the body. The potential is indeed extraordinary. Saman stared for a moment, almost seeing through Zhou Luo's strength. To possess more than two peerless spiritual treasures, such resources. Solon, has your Orion galaxy discovered another advanced planet? Saman's eyes were filled with curiosity, along with a faintly discernible emotion. As an old neighbor, he was well aware of the number of advanced planets within the Orion galaxy and had only discovered the White Ape Star over the years. The people of the White Ape Star had already arrived, but Zhou Luo was specially brought by Solon, clearly not from the White Ape Star. Suddenly, a place with resources comparable to advanced planets emerged, naturally attracting Saman's keen attention. After all, he was on a secret mission to search for the ultimate treasure of the universe. The headquarters established a branch in the Orion constellation precisely for this matter. No, his home planet is nothing more than a mid-level planet. Fran's expression remained calm. Mid-level planet? You say a mid-level planet can produce so many peerless spiritual treasures. Do you think I would believe that? Saman stood his ground, pressing forward step by step, his gaze fixed firmly on Zoro. Believe it or not, what I said is the truth. Zoro was equally unyielding, standing tall and meeting Saman's eyes. Zhou Luo pondered to himself. A strong sense of tension instantly filled the air. Zhou Luo quietly observed from the side, his face expressionless, but his heart alert. The Saman before him was extremely dangerous. Moreover, this danger was completely undisguised, like a sharp venomous snake ready to strike at any moment. The two stared at each other for a long time. After a while, Saman finally shifted his gaze away. After so many years, your strength has improved quite a bit. You're actually worthy of being my opponent. Saman's lips curled into a chilling smile. Solon remained silent, a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin the court entry ceremony. Saman gestured with a wave, and several individuals carrying special instruments stepped forward. The instrument activated, and beams of blue light swept over everyone present. Zhou Luo was among them. As the blue light passed over him, he felt an indescribable force attempting to probe his consciousness. However, as soon as that force entered his mind, it was swiftly suppressed by Zhou Luo's spirit and dissipated instantly. Except for Zhou Luo, the rest were swept by the blue light, most showing no reaction. However, a few, upon being touched by the light, suddenly clutched their heads, their faces contorted as they let out agonizing screams, clearly enduring immense pain. Seeing this, Saman did not hesitate. He raised his hand and waved. The bodies of those afflicted instantly exploded, not even leaving behind a mist of blood, disintegrating directly into dust. There are quite a few spies from the Star Tower among us. Listen to my command, send people to immediately destroy the home planets of those who just showed abnormalities. Saman's tone was as cold as ice. At his command, several elders of the Star Court immediately responded, taking orders to carry out the purge mission. The entire process was as swift as lightning, as if it had long become routine. Star Tower? Zhou Luo's expression remained calm, but he secretly committed this name to memory. When that blue light swept over me just now, my soul severed that force. He shouldn't have noticed, right? Zhou Luo lowered his head to observe Saman and Solon on the stage. Seeing their normal expressions and no suspicion towards him, he felt relieved. This Star Tower, it seems to be an opposing force to the Star Court. The Star Court is not invincible after all. It appears they also have people they fear. Just recruiting newcomers is already so strict. How could the universal treasures within Blue Star possibly escape their eyes? I must break through to the peak of the Shattered Realm as soon as possible and refine that treasure. Time is running out. Zhou Luo took a deep breath. After the entrance ceremony ended, the people of Xingtian moved the equipment away, and staff members soon arrived to register the newcomers' information and assign accommodations. Before long, everything was arranged. Zhou Luo's assigned accommodation was not far from here, located in a highly futuristic building within the city. Everyone, those who want to choose the intermediate breathing technique, can go to the Martial Pavilion to select. Salong called out loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately showed excited expressions and rushed toward a certain direction in the city. Zhou Luo also prepared to follow, having long anticipated the intermediate breathing technique. Now that he could finally obtain it, he couldn't wait to go. Just as he took a step, Solon walked up to him. Come with me, I'll help you choose a breathing technique. Zhou Luo nodded in understanding, knowing that Solon valued him. At this moment, with the other party willing to personally help him choose, how could he refuse? With the frost thunder howl, Zhou Luo quickly followed Solon's pace. This scene also caught the attention of many people. What background does that kid have for Lord Sauron to value him so much and personally help him choose a breathing technique? Didn't you hear? Lord Sauron said his home planet is just a mid-level planet, probably because he has outstanding talent. Humph, that mid-level planet really hit the jackpot, producing such a genius. Among them, 2 white ape aliens looked somewhat sullen, especially the rugged-faced man, staring at Zhou Luo's back, his eyes filled with undisguised jealousy. In the past, only those of us from White Ape Star could enjoy such treatment. What does that kid think he is? What exactly happened? A mere native from a mid-level planet, and he dares to ride over me. Burke muttered under his breath, his tone full of bitterness. The person next to him clenched his fist tightly. I don't believe an intermediate planet can produce a top-tier genius. Just wait and see, Lord Solon will know who he should truly nurture. The two laughed angrily. They did not head to the Martial Pavilion, as residents of advanced planets already practiced mid-level breathing techniques and had no need to switch. In the distance, after Solon announced that breathing techniques could be collected at the Martial Pavilion, Saman walked alone toward a well-proportioned man. Lord Saman. The man saw this and bowed respectfully. Kamer, what do you think of that boy? Saman clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the direction where Solon and Zhou Luo had departed. His talent is fairly decent. Kamer spoke in a calm tone. Oh, he was personally recruited by Solon. Even those 2 guys from White Ape Star were sidelined by Solon, yet you only think his talent is just decent? Saman looked at him with a meaningful smile. If compared to others, he might be a peerless genius, but in front of me, he's just passable. Kamer's tone was full of confidence, without the slightest hint of concealment. Haha, as expected of the genius from my Centaur galaxy, I like it. Saman let out a hearty laugh, then patted Kamer on the shoulder. I see that kid really gets on your nerves. Making Lord Saman uncomfortable is just making myself suffer. Kamer's expression remained calm. I look forward to your next performance. Saman's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Zhou Luo followed Solon into the towering and oppressive building, and the group arrived at a high-tech secret chamber. Breathing techniques are divided into high-level, mid-level, and low-level. Similarly, each level is further subdivided by strength. With a wave of Solon's hand, a light screen unfolded before him, displaying a clear and dazzling array of breathing technique classifications. Zhou Luo glanced briefly, and the names of over 100 breathing techniques came into view. If he were to choose by himself, he would probably be dazzled. Given your talent, practicing those trashy mid-level breathing techniques would be a complete waste of time. Therefore, I only recommend these few to you. Solon spoke unhurriedly, his right hand swiftly moving across the light screen, ultimately selecting 5 breathing techniques. These 5 are top-tier intermediate breathing techniques. Choose the one that best suits your own path. Let me remind you, intermediate breathing techniques will accompany you throughout your cultivation in the Shattered Realm. Make sure not to choose the wrong one, or you'll face frequent obstacles along the way. Solon stepped aside to make room. The detailed introductions of the 5 breathing techniques were displayed one by one in front of Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo glanced around. The first thing that caught his eye was a mid-level breathing technique book titled Stellar Swirl Internal Breathing Method. Stellar Swirl Internal Breathing Method, based on the Tianshu star, mimicking its operational patterns. Once mastered, a strand of Tianshu energy will be born in the Dantian, indestructible. When cultivation is perfected, lethal intent follows the heart, capable of shattering stars with a single strike. Scanning through the introduction, Zhou Luo felt a slight stir in his heart, thinking that the characteristics of this star swirl inner breath technique suited him well. He had originally taken the path of breaking all techniques with sheer force, countering any opponent's moves with overwhelming strength. If he could integrate this Tianxian Qi into his sword intent, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly become even more formidable. For now, I'll settle on this one, but I still need to check the ones after it. Zhou Luo's gaze shifted to the 4 breathing techniques behind him. Tidal breathing technique, Glazed Treasure Art, Greenwood Star Nourishing Method, Heavenly One Marrow Cleansing Skill. He browsed through the detailed introductions of these 4 breathing techniques one by one. In the end, he still shook his head. These 4 books each have their own characteristics, far surpassing my 5 Peaks manual in strength, but they are still not as suitable for me as the Starry Swirl Internal Breathing Technique. Among these 4, the Tidal breathing technique emphasizes the control of spiritual energy. When mastered, it can ensure a continuous flow of spiritual power within, making it ideal for prolonged battles. The Glazed Treasure Technique and the Greenwood Star Cultivation Method, on the other hand, are techniques for transforming one's spiritual power, which are of no use to Zhou Luo. The last one, the Heavenly One Marrow Cleansing Technique, did catch Zhou Luo's attention for a few extra moments. After achieving perfection, it can cleanse all impurities within the body, making oneself a pure vessel, with unobstructed progress below the Golden Core stage. This characteristic is somewhat similar to my 9 Nether Chaos body. However, my 9 Nether Chaos body is stronger. It allows unobstructed progress at all stages, whereas this technique only ensures smooth progress below the Golden Core stage. stage. Zhou Luo felt that although he couldn't use this Tianyi cleansing technique himself, it was worth paying attention to. If he could obtain a copy in the future, it might be useful for the Heavenly Frost Thunder Howl. It's decided, the Star Swirl Inner Breath Technique. Zhou Luo quickly made a decision, choosing the Star Swirl Inner Breath Technique without hesitation as the one most suitable for him. Oh, you chose this one? Seeing Zhou Luo select this breathing technique, Solon raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Is there something wrong with this breathing technique? Hee, when I first joined Star Court, I chose this very same Star Swirl internal breathing technique. I didn't expect you to pick exactly the same one as I did back then. A trace of nostalgia flashed across Solon's face. Then, without saying much more, he stepped forward and operated on the light screen again. A platinum-colored, illusory book appeared out of thin air, floating in front of Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo reached out to touch, and in an instant, the Star Swirl internal breathing technique was imprinted perfectly into his memory. No wonder it's a mid-level breathing technique. Zhou Luo merely glanced at it and immediately felt that the Star Swirl internal breathing technique was far more profound than the Five Peaks Sutra. Transitioning from a low-level breathing technique to a mid-level one requires a process. Generally, a genius would need at least a week to adapt, while the more exceptional ones could master it in 3 days. Even I back then also used. Zoro's face was full of pride, just about to speak. But at that moment, a surge of Tianqian energy suddenly erupted from Zhou Luo's body, filling the entire room. It's a success. Zhou Luo's face lit up with joy, then he turned to look at Solon, who was frozen in place without moving, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Mr. Solon, why aren't you speaking? How long did it take you back then? 3 breaths. Back then, it only took me 3 breaths to cultivate this breathing technique to the minor achievement stage. Solon's eyelid twitched slightly. He quickly adjusted his mindset, adopting the demeanor of someone with experience, and patted Zhou Luo on the shoulder. You reached the minor achievement stage in just 5 breaths. That speed is quite decent. Keep it up. Hearing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He, possessing the 9 nether chaos body, thought it was already very fast to cultivate the Star Swirl breathing technique in 5 breaths, yet Solon had only taken 3 breaths back then. No wonder they are capable of breaking through to the golden core. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly, realizing he still had a long way to go and must not slack off. Alright, I've guided you through the breathing technique. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. If needed, I'll come find you again. Solon said expressionlessly and quickly left the special transmission chamber. Until he completely walked out of the martial pavilion, the calm and composed expression finally showed a slight crack. Mastering the Star Swirl inner breath technique in just 5 breaths, what kind of monster is this guy? Back then, I spent an entire day and thought I was a peerless genius. But compared to him, he turned back to glance in the direction of the martial pavilion, his eyes filled with shock. Being able to become a star patroller, Solon himself is an exceptional genius, and he has also encountered many prodigies far more talented than himself. But encountering someone as freakishly talented as Zhou Luo, this was a first. Mastering an intermediate breathing technique in just 5 breaths, if such a feat were spread around, who wouldn't think it was a joke? Zhou Luo shook his head silently. If this kid can truly grow, he might just take that position in the future. Solon couldn't help but sigh, his eyes gradually revealing a hint of brilliance. After obtaining the Star Swirl breathing technique, Zhou Luo did not linger in the transmission chamber for long. Walking out of the transmission chamber's door, he greeted Tian Shuang Leiho, who had been waiting outside for a long time, and then prepared to return to his assigned residence with him. His time was extremely precious, not a single second could be wasted. He had to quickly cultivate to the peak of the Shattered Realm and refine the universal supreme treasure. Only in this way can Zhou Luo truly feel at ease. Big brother, when you were in the cultivation room just now, I saw 2 sneaky guys wandering around outside. Tianshuan Leiho whispered in Zhou Luo's ear. Oh, where are they? Zhou Luo's gaze swept around, people coming and going. Today was the day for newcomers to report in, and the martial pavilion was filled with people coming to receive the intermediate breathing technique. They're very cunning. After realizing I had discovered them, they took the opportunity to slip away. Tianshuan Leiho shook his head and said helplessly, forget about them, let's head back first. Hearing this, Zhou Luo didn't dwell on it much. He just wanted to return quickly to cultivate. As for those 2 sneaky guys, Zhou Luo knew the reason they were targeting him. It was simply because Solon had shown him too much favor, which provoked jealousy. Zhou Luo was neither surprised by this nor afraid of anyone causing trouble. During the entry ceremony, he carefully observed this group of newcomers and had a thorough understanding of their abilities. Zhou Luo unhesitatingly asserted that none of them were a match for him. After all, he was someone who could easily slay even peak-level Broken Realm experts. Dealing with this group of rookies was simply effortless. My current status is just an ordinary member. A week from now, the court will hold a competition specifically for newcomers, and the one who takes first place will be promoted to senior member. After the grand competition within the court, if one remains an ordinary member, they will be sent out to carry out missions until they accumulate enough contribution points to be promoted to a senior member, only then earning the right to return to the Star Court for peaceful cultivation. So, I must take first place. Among this group of newcomers, there isn't anyone who can threaten me, but I still can't afford to be careless. Zhou Luo was extremely cautious. Even though he hadn't yet encountered a genius stronger than himself, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The status of a senior member holds great significance for him. After the promotion, not only will he receive a large amount of contribution points to exchange for abundant cultivation resources, but he will also be exempt from tedious tasks, allowing him to focus solely on cultivating in the Star Court. Every aspect of this perfectly meets Zhou Luo's needs. Unfortunately, the Star Court acted too quickly. If they could have delayed a bit longer, allowing the universal treasure to further catalyze the natural treasures on Blue Star, I would definitely have more cultivation resources in hand now. Soren said that Blue Star is just an ordinary mid-level planet, but that's only on the surface. After being catalyzed by the universal treasure, Blue Star might be able to rival high-level planets. Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. His talent was exceptional, and even without external assistance, his cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. But who would ever complain about having too many cultivation resources at hand? While Zhou Luo was deep in thought, he walked together with Tianshuan Lei Ho toward their residence. Suddenly, two hunched, short-statured dwarves emerged ahead. Both of them exuded the aura of the fifth level of the Shackles realm and walked straight toward Zhou Luo and Tianshuan Lei Ho. "Big brother, it's them. Those two sneaky guys." Tianshuan Lei Ho immediately exclaimed excitedly upon seeing them. "Burke wants you to go over and have a chat." Two dwarves walked up to Zhou Luo, and one of them spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sorry, I don't have time," Zhou Luo responded coldly, preparing to leave with the Frost Thunder Howl. But the two refused to let him go, blocking his way again. "Burke said you must go. Otherwise, he'll consider you an enemy of White Ape Star." "White Ape Star? That advanced planet?" Zhou Luo's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the name. Seeing this, the two assumed he understood and continued. "That's right. White Ape Star is the only advanced planet in the Orion system. You'd better not anger Burke, or the wrath of White Ape Star is not something someone from a mid-level planet like you can withstand." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth. "In that case, please take me there." Noticing his change in attitude, the two dwarves immediately felt a sense of relief. They were forcibly brought here by Burke to help, and due to Burke's backing from the White Ape Star's forces, they didn't dare to resist. Moreover, Zhou Luo was someone favored by Solon, so naturally, they didn't want to provoke him. At this moment, seeing Zhou Luo willing to follow, they couldn't be happier. The two looked at the smile on Zhou Luo's face, but deep down, they felt a faint sense of unease. Could it be an illusion? Forget it, I don't want to overthink. The important thing is to quickly take him to Burke. The group quickly left the place. "Burke, do you think that guy will come?" Outside the residence assigned by White Ape Star, Bo-shan stared intently into the distance. Following Burke to the Star Court, he asked. "He will come." The tall, lean, and rugged Burke narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a faint sense of oppression. As the strongest contemporary genius of White Ape Star and the victor of the court entry battle, he consumed a large amount of family resources afterward, successfully breaking through to the heaven level of the Shattered Realm. With such strength, he is undoubtedly a top-tier presence among the newcomers entering the Star Court this time. Moreover, he has the powerful backing of White Ape Star, and his cultivation resources are extremely abundant. A week before the grand competition in the court begins, he is absolutely confident that he can directly break through to the peak of the heaven level, and even has a chance to challenge the earth level. Therefore, Burke is extremely confident. In his view, his only competitor is none other than Kamor, who is also a native of an advanced planet. Burke has to admit that Zhou Luo being favored by Solon must mean he has exceptional qualities. But after all, he is just a native of a mid-level planet, without any powerful background to support his cultivation. Before the grand competition in the courtyard begins, Zhou Luo can at most reach the mid-stage of the heaven level, which is still far behind compared to himself. This time, sending the dwarf brothers to call Zhou Luo over was precisely to use the cultivation resources in hand to persuade him to become his underling. In this way, when Solon sees that Zhou Luo, whom he values so highly, has actually become his subordinate, he will surely feel disappointed. When the grand competition in the hall begins, I will reveal my peak heaven level strength and perform well in front of Solon, naturally regaining his attention. This is Burke's plan. As a Golden Core level Star Patrol envoy, Solon is currently also serving as the deputy envoy of this branch. Gaining his favor will undoubtedly bring countless benefits in the future. He wouldn't dare not come. Just a native from a mere mid-level planet, how could he possibly dare to oppose us from White Ape Star? What's the use of talent? In the vast depths of the universe, there are countless geniuses with great talent. Those who truly manage to break through to the Golden Core stage are basically natives of advanced planets like us. Without resources, trying to break through to the Golden Core is nothing but a dream. Bo-shan sneered. As a native of an advanced planet, he looked down on Zhou Luo, a poor and rustic native from a mid-level planet. Don't be fooled by the fact that mid-level planets and advanced planets are only one rank apart. The gap between these these levels is like an insurmountable chasm. The resources of advanced planets are sufficient to nurture several golden core realm experts. As for intermediate planets, the peak of the shattered realm is the limit. To establish a foothold in the deep space of the universe, a planet must have golden core experts stationed. Otherwise, the entire planet becomes a lamb to be slaughtered at will. Once targeted by cruel forces, a planet without a golden core expert will quickly become a living hell. For this reason, many intermediate-level planets seek the protection of stronger beings, such as relying on White Ape Star. This is also why those two dwarf brothers dare not defy Burke. In Bo Shan's view, only natives of advanced planets are worthy of standing on equal footing with them. Zhou Luo is naturally not among them. I hope he doesn't get too arrogant and knows when to stop, or else I'll have to teach him a lesson. A trace of coldness flashed in Burke's eyes. Not far away, 4 figures suddenly approached. Burke, the person has been brought. 2 dwarf brothers were the first to appear in Burke and Borshan's line of sight. Well done, you may step back now. Burke waved his hand to signal them to leave, and the dwarf brothers didn't dare linger, quickly slipping to the side. But they did not leave completely. Instead, they hid in the distance, wanting to see what would happen. You're quite sensible, not rejecting my invitation. It seems we have much to discuss. Burke revealed a smug smile, slowly walked up to Zhou Luo, and fixed his gaze on him as he said, "You came to the Star Court from a mid-level planet, so you probably don't have many cultivation resources, do you? I'll give you a chance to become just ahead in the distance." The words were not yet finished. Zhou Luo directly interrupted, "Become your underling, help you with tasks, and in return exchange for cultivation resources? It seems you overheard our conversation just now." Burke was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, silently staring at Zhou Luo and asking, "So, do you agree or not?" Zhou Luo did not answer immediately. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Do you think there might be other possibilities for this matter?" "What possibilities?" Burke's eyes narrowed slightly. "Well, I could beat you into submission first, then you become my underling, and finally hand over your cultivation resources obediently. Do you think this might work?" Zhou Luo grinned. The 5 supreme foundations within his body erupted simultaneously, and a newly formed strand of Tianxian energy in his dantian instantly attached itself to his fist. A lightning-fast punch, surpassing the speed of light, slammed fiercely into Burke's face. Burke only felt an overwhelming force strike his left cheek, and a piercing pain instantly surged into his mind, distorting his facial features. His entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the outer wall of his residence. The outer wall, made of some unknown material, withstood a blow powerful enough to shatter mountains on Blue Star, yet remained completely unscathed. The house was fine, but Burke was in a miserable state. He was first punched hard, then slammed into the incredibly hard outer wall, worsening his internal injuries instantly, and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. You dare to make a move?" Bo Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock, and his tone carried intense anger. "It seems you're ready to become an enemy of my White Ape Star." A loud and crisp slap landed directly on Bo Shan's face. That furious face was slapped hard to the side, completely dumbfounded. Zhou Luo shook his right hand and stared at Bo Shan with a smile on his lips. Seeing that smile, the latter instantly felt a chill in his heart. "Madman, you lunatic!" Bo Shan shouted loudly, never having seen a native of a mid-level planet dare to be so arrogant, actually daring to lay hands on him. "The key is not just taking action. The person in front of me is not only brutal but also seems a bit perverted. Laughing while slapping someone's face, can a human even do such a thing?" Smack, smack, smack. Just as Basan had this thought flash through his mind, Zhou Luo had somehow already appeared in front of him, slapping his face back and forth with both hands several times. By the end, Basan's cheeks on both sides were swollen, resembling a pig's head. Zhou Luo's face still carried that same smile. Basan was on the verge of tears but dared not make a sound. His gaze at Zhou Luo was as if he had seen a demon. Even Burke, lying on the ground and barely breathing, secretly felt fortunate when he saw this scene. Luckily, he was the one punched and sent flying. Otherwise, if he had been slapped so many times, he would have completely lost face. In comparison, his current situation seemed somewhat bearable. "Have you surrendered?" Seeing Bo Shan remain silent, Zhou Luo grabbed his collar and lifted him up. I yield. Please stop hitting me." Bo Shan quickly admitted defeat, but although he said he yielded, there was still malice hidden in his eyes. Daring to make him so humiliated today, he would surely seek revenge in the future. The thought just popped up. Slap, slap, slap. Another series of slaps landed hard on his face. "Still daring to shout? Looks like you're still not convinced." Zhou Luo smiled, his arm swinging continuously, and with each swing, another bright red handprint appeared on Bo Shan's face. Bo Shan was beaten until his head spun, his eyes filled with tears of grievance. "Boom! Wasn't it you who told me to convince you if I wasn't convinced? I said it, why are you still hitting me?" He slapped him over a dozen times in a row until Bo Shan was almost on the verge of fainting, and only then did Zhou Luo stop. As if throwing away trash, he directly tossed him to the ground and casually patted off the non-existent dust on his hands. Zhou Luo felt a wave of satisfaction reaction in his heart. Haven't slapped someone so heartily in a long time. The last time I did this, it seemed to be on young Tianying's face. After letting out a sigh, Zhou Luo turned his gaze to Burke. Burke had been trying his best to minimize his presence, but the moment he saw Zhou Luo's gaze turn toward him, he instantly shuddered. What do you want to do? Watching Zhou Luo gradually approach him, Burke's heart sounded the alarm, and he hurriedly crawled backward on the ground. I told you, I'm going to beat you into submission, and then you'll obediently hand over all the resources to me. Zhou Luo grinned. Among the group of newcomers, Burke and Borshen's strength was undoubtedly top-notch. But in front of Zhou Luo, who could kill peak fragmentation realm experts, they were like two little chicks, completely powerless to fight back. Burke looked at Zhou Luo's kind smile, and suddenly felt something was off. He simply couldn't understand why, even though everyone was at the heaven level of the fragmented realm, Zhou Luo was so powerful. Even though he had refined two peerless spiritual treasures as his foundation during the Shackles realm, he was still completely powerless before Zhou Luo. Watching Zhou Luo approach step by step, Burke finally couldn't hold back and immediately shouted, "Don't hit me, don't hit me, I surrender. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Hee, it seems you're quite sensible, much more so than your little underling. Zhou Luo extended his hand. Come on, hand over all the cultivation resources you have on you, remember, all of them. If I find out you secretly kept even a bit, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll give it to you, all of it. Burke didn't dare to hold anything back. Without hesitation, he took out all the rare treasures he had brought from his home planet. The dying boss Han ahead heard Zhou Luo's words. His mind, which was still somewhat clear, suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to his heart. Reasonable? Did you ever give me a chance to be reasonable? Clearly, you're the one who wouldn't let me speak, aren't you? His eyes rolled back, and he instantly fainted from anger. After taking all the cultivation resources from Burke, Zhou Luo left contentedly with the Frost Thunder Howl. He also casually took the spiritual treasure storage bag, a specialty of White Ape Star, which almost made Burke lose his temper. However, looking at Zhou Luo's kind expression and the miserable state of Bo Shan, he forcibly held back. Well, there really is quite a lot. As expected of a high-level planet, the resources are indeed much richer. Counting the various rare treasures in the storage bag, Zhou Luo's eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with joy. With so many treasures, it was enough to support him in breaking through the Earth barrier and striving toward the human barrier. Come, little Hosey, let me share some with you. Zhou Luo picked out a few treasures that were extremely effective for the Shackles realm and unhesitatingly handed them to the Frost Thunder Ho. Big brother, you're so bold. The two round eyes of Tian Xuan Lei Ho immediately sparkled brightly. It reverently took the treasure, wagging its tail even more vigorously. The two walked toward their residence with an air of confidence. Big brother, that guy is way too freakish. He actually managed to pin Burke and the others to the ground and beat them up. Near Burke's residence, the younger of the dwarf brothers looked terrified. Will he hold a grudge against us? After all, it was Burke who asked us to bring him here. The elder dwarf couldn't help but swallow nervously, his mind repeatedly replaying the scene of Zhou Luo mercilessly beating Bo Shan. His strikes were both swift and fierce. Even though he was far away, he felt a burning sensation on his own face, as if it wasn't Bo Shan being hit, but himself. This guy is truly terrifying beyond belief. No wonder Lord Zoro is so fond of him. Shouldn't be, right? After all, we were forced into it, and after taking him there, we left and didn't join Burke and the others in threatening him. The dwarf elder said somewhat uncertainly. Just afraid he'll hold a grudge. The dwarf's face was filled with fear. The two were chatting when suddenly a cold, icy voice came from beside them. You're only afraid of him holding a grudge, but not me? Turning their heads, they saw Burke had silently appeared beside them at some point, nearly scaring the two out of their wits. Today's matter, if anyone dares to leak a single word, you can forget about your planet existing. Got it? Burke stared coldly at the dwarf brothers, his killing intent undisguised. Understood. Understood. The dwarf brothers immediately straightened up and nodded repeatedly. Burke let out a furious roar, and the two hurriedly scurried away. Filled with endless regret, I shouldn't have stayed here to watch the commotion, almost bringing trouble upon myself. After driving away the dwarf brothers, Burke returned to the entrance of his residence and dragged the severely swollen-faced Borshen, whose face was several times larger than usual, back into the room. Borshen remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. Looking at the miserable state of his face, Burke couldn't help but swallow hard, filled with lingering fear. Luckily, it wasn't me who got beaten this time. At this moment. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't dare to step outside for the next few days. This guy, what on earth is his background? Is he really from a mid-level planet? I didn't even have a chance to fight back in front of him. After calming down, Burke sat on the sofa, his mind racing with various thoughts. He was the undisputed overlord of White Ape Star, the heir to the current palace master of the Divine Steel Giant Ape Palace. In the Divine Steel Giant Ape Palace, there were more than a dozen peak-level fragmentation realm experts, and as many as 3 top-tier Golden Core realm masters. Backed by such a powerful force, Burke had never experienced humiliation like today. Under the nurturing of the abundant resources in the Divine Ape Palace, coupled with his exceptional talent, he was already able to contend evenly with ordinary heaven-level experts of the Shattered Realm when he was at the 5th stage of the Shackles realm. What's more, he has now broken through to the Shattered Realm, fully capable of challenging opponents at the Earth level of the Shattered Realm. Yet, despite being such a formidable individual, in front of Zhou Luo, he was beaten like a helpless chick, completely at the mercy of others, unable to even fight back. Even now, Burke still vividly remembers the oppressive aura emanating from Zhou Luo just moments ago. It was as if a peak expert of the Shattered Realm stood before him. How could someone like this possibly be nurtured by an intermediate-level planet? No, there must be something fishy. I need to find an opportunity to figure out exactly where his home planet is and personally send someone to investigate. Burke secretly made up his mind. Just as he was deep in thought, suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. "Brother Burke, are you home?" Cromwell's voice came from outside the door. "Is it him? What is he here for?" Burke frowned, glanced at the other end of the sofa where Borshen's face was swollen like a pig's head and he was still unconscious, then walked over and dragged Borshen back into the room. Afterward, he walked to the door and opened it. "Brother Burke, what happened to you? Why is there such a large bruise on your face?" Kemmer was stunned the moment he saw Burke. Burke's expression was calm. "Oh, just now my little brother Borshen was a bit unconvinced, so I had a fight with him." Kemmer looked puzzled. "And where is brother Borshen?" "He was knocked out by me, in the room." Alright." Kemmer reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, he felt a bit strange in his heart. This white 8-star being, Wu Feng, was so formidable that even his own people often fought among themselves. "Let's get to the point. Why did you come to see us?" Seeing that Kemmer had no doubts, Burke felt slightly relieved and then stared at Kemmer as he asked. "I came to see you, naturally, because of that guy named Zhou Luo." Kemmer straightforwardly stated his purpose. "Because of Zhou Luo, Brother Burke, you were supposed to receive Sauron's favor, but you lost that opportunity. I know you must hate him. Why don't we join forces and find a way to get rid of that guy? What do you say?" Kemmer didn't beat around the bush. Burke raised his eyebrows slightly, his heart wavering, but the violent image of Zhou Luo just now immediately flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but shiver. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if Kemmer and I join forces now, we are no match for Zhou Luo." Burke was well aware of this. The image of Zhou Luo hanging him and Bo Shan up and beating them mercilessly was still vivid in his mind. Even with 2 Kemmers added, there was no chance of victory, and he and Kemmer happened to be the 2 strongest among this batch of newcomers to the Star Court. Even they couldn't defeat him, which means that in the upcoming internal competition, Zhou Luo is bound to win the championship and become a senior member. After becoming a senior member, Zhou Luo's status in Star Court will be greatly elevated. Even if one holds a grudge against him, they can only plan slowly and act when the opportunity arises. Since it is impossible to pose a threat to Zhou Luo in the short term, even teaming up with Kimura would be futile. Burke gradually conceived a plan in his mind. His expression immediately turned serious as he stared at Kimura and said earnestly, "Kimura, you're here at just the right time. I was already planning to find an opportunity to teach Zhou Luo a lesson, but that kid Borshen really has no sense. He just had to pick this moment to challenge me to a fight, so I had no choice but to knock him out first. Now I really need a helper. Since you're interested in working together, why don't we start right away?" Hearing this, Kimura's face lit up with joy. "Of course. What do you have in mind?" "Heh, come over here, and I'll tell you in detail." Burke's lips curled into a harmless smile, then he pulled Cromwell to sit together on the sofa. The moment Zhou Luo returned to his residence, he immediately began preparing to break through the fragmented realm's Earth stage. In fact, before practicing the Star Swirl Inner Breath technique, he was already just one step away from the Earth stage. Now that the Star Swirl Inner Breath technique has reached minor mastery, and he has conveniently obtained so many cultivation resources from Burke, now is the best time to start breaking through. Enter the training room specifically designed for cultivation. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged without hesitation, took out Burke's storage bag, and poured out all the cultivation resources inside. Instantly, a pair of rare and exotic fruits appeared in front of him. Each one greatly aids in breaking through the fragmentation realm and is incredibly valuable. Even back on Blue Star, Zhou Luo had never seen spiritual fruits of this caliber. TSK, the natives of advanced planets are really wealthy. Should I find a chance to bring more back in the future? He stroked his chin and muttered softly. If Burke heard this, he probably wouldn't dare carry so many treasures on him in the future. Zhou Luo casually picked up a few fruits and swallowed them in one bite. Vast spiritual energy quickly spread from his abdomen throughout his body, eventually converging in his dantian. This extremely pure spiritual energy cleansed every inch of his meridians. He dared not delay and immediately activated the newly learned Star Swirl internal breathing technique to convert this energy into cultivation. In the practice room, a powerful aura was brewing and swirling, until it reached a certain critical point. The aura suddenly dissipated, no longer leaking even the slightest trace. Zhou Luo, seated in the center of the practice room, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Broken through. He let out a long breath, unable to hide the joy in his heart. Everything felt like it fell into place. After refining the spiritual energy provided by the spiritual fruit, the breakthrough happened naturally. If it were someone else, they'd probably get stuck at this point for a while, maybe weeks, or even months. Thinking of this, another question arose in his heart. What exactly is that universal treasure? Just a single leaked power was enough to create my 9-nether chaos body. How strong must it truly be? Recalling what Gaguzi had said earlier, the era of mutation on Blue Star was the result of the universal treasure erupting after being suppressed for 2,000 years. What is this? And his 9-nether chaos body was precisely obtained because of the era of mutation. Even now, with his cultivation reaching the shattered realm and his knowledge greatly expanded after entering the Star Court, Zhou Luo still felt this physique was somewhat abnormal. He did not continue to dwell on it. After all, his realm had already reached the Earth level, and he was not far from uncovering the truth of the cosmic treasure. Glancing at the storage pouch in his hand, after the earlier devouring and refining, half of the spiritual fruits remained. A rough estimate suggests that these spiritual fruits are not enough to support him in breaking through the human stage. Although Zhou Luo could still break through the human stage without the aid of spiritual fruits, the time required would increase several-fold. Time is the thing he lacks the most at the moment. Where else can I get these spiritual fruits? Burke's place? I just took so much from him. He probably doesn't have much left. Even if we wait for the forces behind them to send it, it will still take some time. Zhou Luo shook his head, dismissing the idea of continuing to chat about life with Burke. He sighed inwardly. If only another rich fool like Burke would show up. Just as he was thinking this, the door of the training room was suddenly knocked on, and Tian Shuangleiho's voice came from outside. Big brother, someone is here to see you. At this time, who would come to see me? Could it be those two people from earlier? Zhou Luo felt puzzled, then left the training room and followed Tian Shuangleiho to the main entrance, only to see a somewhat familiar face standing outside the door. Isn't this that guy, one of Saman's subordinates? Seems like one of the only two newcomers from advanced planets in this batch? Standing outside the door was none other than Kamor. The door opened, and Zhou Luo walked out. Upon seeing him appear, Kamor's face immediately revealed a meaningful smile. Mr. Zhou Luo, we have something we'd like to discuss with you, Kamor said with a fake smile. Zhou Luo scrutinized him for a few moments, then glanced behind Kamor, discovering that the other party was actually alone. A flash of doubt appeared in his eyes. You said you all, aren't you here alone? Kamor's smile instantly froze. He hurriedly turned to look behind him, and sure enough, there was no one there. His heart sank immediately, and he felt extremely awkward. Just a moment ago, Burke had clearly accompanied him here. How was it that when he knocked on the door and turned around, Burke had disappeared? Kamor reacted immediately. A trace of shame and anger flashed in his eyes. You good-for-nothing Burke, how dare you trick me? Burke? Oh, so it was Burke who sent you here. This muttered remark was overheard by Zhou Luo, and Zhou Luo's gaze toward Kamor instantly changed. Since Burke sent you, why didn't you say so earlier? Come, let's go inside and have a good chat. Zhou Luo's lips curved into a warm smile as he opened the door, grabbed Cromwell's arm, and prepared to pull him inside. Cromwell looked completely bewildered. It was bad enough that Burke had sold him out, but why did Zhou Luo become so enthusiastic after hearing that Burke had sent him? Could it be that the relationship between these two is unusual? Zhou Luo stole Burke's spotlight in front of Solon. Logically, they should be rivals, shouldn't they? Before Cromwell could figure it out, he was pulled into the room by Zhou Luo. Muffled sounds soon came from inside the room. Bruised and battered, gasping for breath, Kamor was dragged directly out of the house and thrown heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Go back and tell Burke to bring more people next time. It's always livelier when everyone's together, isn't it? Zhou Luo smiled and tossed a remark to Kamor, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Only Kamor was left lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky with lifeless eyes. Beast. My cultivation resources, the top-grade spiritual fruits I brought from Cape Star. Kamor roared furiously in his heart, but the pain on his face and chest made him grimace uncontrollably with even the slightest movement. Only then did he understand why Zhou Luo became so enthusiastic as soon as he learned that Burke had sent him. He also finally understood the reason for the large bruise on Burke's face and even Bishan's unconscious state. Damn Burke, how dare he set me up? I won't let this go with you. Kamor's eyes were filled with hatred. And Zhou Luo, the debt from today, one day I will personally settle it. He looked toward the door of Zhou Luo's residence, his gaze full of unwillingness and fury. But at this moment, he was powerless. How can this guy be so strong? I can't even fight back in front of him. After lying on the ground outside the door for quite a while, Kamor finally stood up and silently walked toward his residence. Seeing many people on the road, he deliberately avoided them, preferring to take the small path rather than the main road. There was no other way. His current state was simply too embarrassing. A top genius of Cape Star, the newcomer most valued by Saman, had actually been beaten black and blue. If word got out, it would definitely be a huge disgrace. Quietly returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Kamor noticed an extra figure in the house. Lord Saman? Kamor exclaimed in surprise. A trace of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. How did you end up like this? Who hit you? Saman looked at his bruised face, his brows furrowing tightly. Joe Luo. Cromwell's expression was aggrieved, and his tone was filled with shame. He had just agreed to help Saman deal with Joe Luo, but within a day, he was beaten into this state by Joe Luo, leaving Cromwell so ashamed that his cheeks turned red. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Saman's eyes. Joe Luo? You went to confront him? Hearing it was Joe Luo, Saman's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he immediately asked, how was it? Judging by your current state, the battle seems to have been quite intense. What about Joe Luo? How badly did you beat him? In Saman's eyes, Kemer's strength should be on par with Joe Luo. Since Kemer ended up in such a miserable state, Joe Luo must not be much better off. Joe Luo. Looking at Saman's expectant expression, the heat on Kemer's face rose a few degrees. Seeing this, Saman suddenly felt a surge of ominous foreboding. In front of him, I have absolutely no power to fight back. Kemer hesitated for a long time before finally revealing the truth. When he told Saman everything that had just happened in detail, Saman's face immediately darkened. Is that kid really that strong? Saman was so furious he almost ground his teeth. Kemer was his strongest warrior, a top genius from the advanced planet Capestar, with two peerless spiritual treasures refined within his body as a foundation, possessing profound strength. Although he was currently only at the heaven level of the Shattered Realm, he was already capable of contending with experts at the Earth level. But even so, he couldn't last a single round in front of Joe Luo. Not just a single round, he didn't even have the chance to make a move before being completely overwhelmed. How could someone from a mid-level planet be this powerful? Could it be that Guy's home planet is actually a high-level planet, and Solon has just been hiding it from us? Saman felt a trace of doubt rising in his heart. The more I think about it, the more I feel this possibility is highly likely. Lord Saman, what should I do now? Looking at the silent Saman, Kemer's heart pounded like thunder, his gaze fixed on the other's expression, fearing to see disappointment and annoyance. After finally breaking into the Star Court and being noticed by Saman, he absolutely did not want his future to be ruined because of Joe Luo. Wait here for now. His thoughts interrupted. Saman did not get angry. He simply left this sentence behind and walked away. The core building within the division hall, the Sky Tower. Saman pushed open the door to Solon's office, walked up to Solon with a stern expression, and said, where is Joe Luo's home planet? Tell me now. Rumble. Saman, this is my office. Please leave. Solon remained expressionless, completely ignoring Saman's question. Seeing this, Saman suddenly laughed. You really are helping him cover it up. Tell me, is Joe Luo's home planet a newly discovered advanced planet? You want to claim that advanced planet for yourself, which is why you refuse to reveal it, right? Saman's smile was arrogant and unrestrained. His tone was filled with impatient excitement. Solon, I've finally caught you red-handed. Should I go and inform the Grand Arbiter right now? Your position as a Star Inspector might not be secure anymore. What are you crazy about? A rare trace of annoyance appeared on Zoro's face. Joe Luo's home planet is undoubtedly a mid-level planet. There's no need for me to hide that. As for why I won't tell you the location of that planet, I simply don't want to tell you. So what? If you've got the skills, go ahead and search for it one by one in the Orion system yourself. Solon's tone was full of mockery. There are countless planets in the Orion galaxy. If Saman doesn't know the location of Blue Star, it would take him months to find it on his own. Nonsense. You must be hiding something. Saman's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. If you have nothing to hide, why are you protecting that boy so much, covering for him at every turn? The less Zoro spoke, the stronger his curiosity grew. Moreover, he was tasked with the important mission of finding that treasure, making everyone seem suspicious to him at the moment. Today, he must get some truth out of Zoro's mouth. I already told you, I just don't want to tell you, that's all. Solon's lips revealed an even stronger playful expression. Since you think I'm hiding something, then call the Grand Arbiter here, and I'll speak to him face to face. That should work, right? Of course, if you can't call the Grand Arbiter, then don't expect to get any information out of me. Alright, I'm busy right now, please leave. Solon made a gesture of invitation. The meaning is already clear and unmistakable. After all these years, you're still so good at making people angry. Saman's smile gradually faded, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge intensely. Are you sure you want to make a move here? Solon leaned back in his chair, his tone still indifferent and unconcerned. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the entire Star Court branch. Almost all the members in the branch saw dazzling and brilliant radiance blooming from the top of the Sky Tower. Waves of terrifying energy spread outward from the tower's peak. Is there a battle at the Sky Tower? Inside the residence, Joe Luo, who had just looted Kemer and was preparing to count his spoils, suddenly looked out the window. He instructed Tian Shuang-Lei to guard the treasures at home, while he stepped out of the residence and through the door, noticing that many newcomers were also emerging from their houses, all eyes fixed on the direction of the Sky Tower. Terrifying sounds of attacks, as if shaking the heavens and earth, continuously erupted at the top of the Sky Tower. Is that a battle between Golden Core stage experts? Joe Luo only glanced briefly before quickly determining the combatants' cultivation level. level. A peak-shattered realm cultivator could never unleash such a level of power. The battle atop the Tongtian Tower grew increasingly intense. The aftermath of the clash between the two triggered a storm that swept across thousands of kilometers, making it difficult for everyone to even stand steadily. At this moment, everyone finally recognized the two sides of the battle. It was the two deputy envoys of the division, Solon and Saman. I heard that Lord Solon and Lord Saman are old rivals. I never expected their resentment to run so deep, starting a fight on the very first day at the division. The confrontation between two golden core experts is truly terrifying. I wish I could possess such power too. Why did the two adults suddenly stop? Wait, it seems someone has blocked them. The crowd was watching the commotion when they suddenly noticed a figure draped in a wide cloak standing between Zoro and Saman. That person had dark golden shoulder-length hair, with blue-gray pupils faintly exuding a sense of indifferent authority. Her delicate features carried a sharpness that didn't match her overall demeanor. Have you had enough? Madeline stood in midair, her long, fair hands extending from beneath her wide sleeves, effortlessly blocking the attacks from Solon and Saman without any difficulty. As soon as she appeared, Solon and Saman immediately restrained their previous relentless stance, their faces full of respect. Master Chief Steward. The two spoke in unison, their tone extremely reverent. The Star Court branch has not been fully constructed yet, and you chose this moment to fight within the branch. If this delays the schedule, who will take responsibility? Madeline coldly swept her gaze over them, withdrawing her hands into her sleeves. Speak, why did you start fighting? It's Solon, he's hiding something from the Star Court. Saman spoke up first, pointing at Solon. He discovered a new advanced planet but refused to report it. He must be planning to monopolize some of the resources on that planet. Lord Chief Justice, you must investigate him. It's over. After speaking, Saman's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes filled with schadenfreude as he stared at Solon. Madeline's appearance was exactly what he had hoped for. He had already been vexed by his inability to learn the location of Zhou Luo's home planet from Solon, and now with Madeline's arrival, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with Solon. In front of Madeline, Solon would never have room for concealment. After listening to Saman's words, Madeline's gaze turned to Solon. Although she did not speak, those blue-gray eyes, seemingly holding the stars, exuded a strong sense of pressure. Lord Chief Arbiter, what Saman just said is merely his speculation. Facing Madeline, Solon felt tense but showed no sign of panic on his face, replying calmly, that planet is merely a mid-level planet, and even among mid-level planets, it belongs to the lowest tier. Moreover, I did not fail to report it. On the day you arrived at the branch, my report clearly stated the location of that planet. Please verify. I have read your report. Madeline withdrew her gaze. It indeed recorded a newly discovered mid-level planet. Saman, who had originally been smiling, suddenly froze, his expression stiffening. Zhou Luo's home planet is actually a mid-level planet? How is that possible? How could a mid-level planet nurture a genius as terrifying as Zhou Luo? With his own strength alone, he was able to utterly defeat the top geniuses of the advanced planets Burke and Kamor. This is simply absurd. No, Lord Chief Envoy, Zoro must be hiding something. Listen to me, if that planet is truly a mid-level planet, why wouldn't he reveal its exact location when I asked him? There's definitely something fishy about this. Saman still wanted to argue, but Madeline gently gave him a glance. With just that one glance, it made Saman sweat like rain on the spot, hesitating to speak. Do you think, as the Chief Arbiter, I wouldn't verify thoroughly when a new planet is discovered in the star systems under my jurisdiction? Madeline spoke calmly, her tone steady and unruffled, yet Saman's back was already drenched in cold sweat. The losses caused by your battle today will all be counted against you. You'll be fined 100,000 contribution points. Any objections? I'll follow the arrangements of the Grand Court Envoy. At this moment, Saman didn't dare to argue and quickly agreed, though a trace of heartache was hard to conceal in his eyes. 100,000 contribution points, it's no small amount for him. He would need to complete at least 10 extremely dangerous advanced missions to earn that. Even if he now possesses the strength of the Golden Core stage, it would still take several years to accumulate these 100,000 contribution points. Since there are no objections, you two may leave now. As soon as Madeline finished speaking, she was about to leave. At this moment, Saman hesitated for a while before tentatively asking, Lord Chief Steward, could you tell me the number of that planet? Go find it yourself in the database. Madeline ignored him, left a remark, and her figure vanished like a phantom, leaving no trace. On the Sky Tower, only Zoro and Saman were left. 100,000 contribution points, tisk tsk, that's no small amount. Solon looked at Saman, his eyes full of mockery, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Saman was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move. He could only snort coldly and leave without looking back. He was heading to the database to thoroughly investigate the location of Zhou Luo's home planet. Then he would personally conduct an investigation. He couldn't believe it. To have nurtured someone as perverse as Zhou Luo, could that planet really be a mid-level planet? The clamor on the Sky Tower gradually faded away. In the branch hall, the lingering shock on people's faces had yet to dissipate. participate. Is that the chief arbiter, Lady Madeline? So terrifying, even though she's so far away from me, I can still feel an intense sense of oppression. I didn't even dare to make a sound just now. She's so beautiful. The three words chief arbiter represent the supreme authority within the Star Court division, and at the same time, they are a symbol of the strongest power. Being able to become a chief arbiter without exception means being a top figure holding the position of governor of the stars in the Star Court. There are 5 levels of positions in the Star Court. From lowest to highest, they are member, senior member, star patroller, governor of the stars, and exalted one. Solon and Saman are both currently in the position of star patroller. Further up is the governor of the stars, followed by the exalted. Above the exalted is the sole master of the Star Court, the Lord of the Star Court. Apart from the Lord of the Star Court, advancing one level from Star Patrol Envoy becomes exponentially more difficult, even dozens of times harder. Correspondingly, the power in hand also rises accordingly. At the stage of the governor of the stars, one can even independently allocate all top-tier resources within a small star system. The chief court envoy? But that doesn't matter. Among the crowd, Zhou Luo looked toward the direction of the sky tower, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. On the way to the Xingting branch, he had already heard Zoro mention the division of positions in Xingting. Right now, he was nothing more than the most ordinary member. Membership in Xingting belongs to the lowest level. In other words, they are specifically recruited by Xingting to handle the dirty and exhausting work. Only by being promoted to a senior member can one be considered to have gained preliminary power within Xingting. The threshold for promotion to senior member is extremely strict. After newcomers join Star Court, they must not only win first place in the court's grand competition but also accumulate 10,000 contribution points by completing tasks to qualify for promotion to senior member. Earning 10,000 contribution points is no easy feat. It requires completing 1,000 low-level tasks, a process that is long and arduous. From ordinary member to senior member, the required contribution points amount to 10,000. To be promoted from a senior member to a star patroller, one must not only break through to the Golden Core realm but also complete tasks worth 1 million contribution points. As for being promoted from a star patroller to a governor of the stars, that is far beyond the scope determined by contribution points. That was too far away for him. Zhou Luo shook his head and suppressed the longing in his heart. His hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. Therefore, the conversation between Solon, Saman, and Madeline just now was heard by him loud and clear. He knew that Solon and Saman fought because Saman wanted to extract the location of his home planet from Solon. But Solon refused him, which led to this fight. This Saman is really persistent. A trace of killing intent flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He was now certain. The person who had previously received the message from Situnan was none other than Saman. The reason he cared so much about his home planet must be because he suspected that the universal treasure was hidden on Blue Star. The aura of the universal treasure has completely dissipated. If he goes looking for it, he probably won't find anything. But the fear is that if he can't find it, he might fly into a rage and take other actions against Blue Star. Based on his observation of Saman's personality, this guy is like a venomous and cunning snake. His concerns are highly likely to come true. Still too weak. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. In fact, his growth rate was already very fast. From the beginning of his cultivation until now, it had only been a few months. But all these changes came too suddenly, leaving him little room to grow. Just as Zhou Luo felt troubled, Thrawn suddenly descended from the sky, under everyone's gaze, and walked up to Zhou Luo. "Let's talk inside." Without saying much, he quickly stepped into the residence behind Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo saw this and quickly followed inside. "You saw what just happened, didn't you?" After entering the room, Solon turned to look at Zhou Luo. "That guy Saman has completely set his sights on your home planet. A mid-level planet being able to produce a monster like you is indeed unbelievable. You must be hiding a secret." When saying this, Solon paused slightly. Zhou Luo immediately felt a hint of vigilance in his heart. But Solon quickly continued, "Everyone has secrets, especially geniuses. It's perfectly normal. That Saman guy, I don't know if he's gone mad or what, but he's so fixated on your home planet. Once he finishes investigating and confirms it's a mid-level planet, he'll probably be furious. With his personality, he's bound to do something unpleasant, which you can probably guess. But don't worry, you're mine, and I won't let him act recklessly." Thrawn's lips curved into a faint smile. "For the next few days, just focus on preparing for the court competition. As for Saman, if he really sets out, I'll accompany him. You can rest assured." Zhou Luo looked at Solon, his expression immediately becoming complex. He clasped his hands together and sincerely thanked Solon. "No need to be so polite." The smile on Solon's lips grew wider. "I heard you took the resources of Burke and Cromwell. That's understandable. The two of them are no match for you. But don't let your guard down. The top-tier geniuses participating in this internal competition are not limited to just those two. In a few days, a new group of recruits will arrive at the division. They come from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster. The Perseus Galaxy Cluster is far more powerful powerful than our Orion and Sagittarius galaxies. You'd better prepare with all your might. Listening to Zoro's reminder, Zhou Luo became even more vigilant. Zhou Luo nodded solemnly. I will give it my all. Even though Zoro didn't explicitly say it, he must give his utmost effort. The first place in the courtyard competition, the qualification to advance to senior membership, is of utmost importance to him. If he fails to obtain the qualification, he will have to spend a great deal of time completing the tasks, and the day he becomes a senior member will be far off. By then, no one can predict what the situation on Blue Star will be like. After ensuring Zhou Luo could prepare for the internal competition with peace of mind, Solon left. Saman had already set off for the database to locate the exact position of Zhou Luo's home planet, a process that wouldn't take much time. Moreover, Saman has a clear goal. As long as he finds the coordinates of Blue Star, he will undoubtedly head there immediately. Therefore, Solon cannot afford to waste time elsewhere and must keep a close watch on Saman to prevent him from reaching Blue Star first. After Solon left, Zhou Luo temporarily suppressed the worries in his heart and stepped directly into the training room, preparing to start utilizing some of the cultivation resources obtained from Kemer. Tianxuan Leiho stood guard outside the training room, took out the pile of spiritual fruits handed to him by Zhou Luo, and focused on cultivating the Shackles realm. The strength of both man and beast was steadily improving. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Today, all the members of the Star Court in the Orion Arm Division received a message. New members from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster have gradually arrived at the branch. There are quite a few new faces in the branch. Rumble. But strangely, newcomers from the Orion Galaxy and Sagittarius Galaxy who wanted to investigate the whereabouts of the top experts in the Perseus Galaxy Cluster all returned empty-handed. They only obtained some scattered information. Apparently, those top geniuses from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster immediately went into seclusion upon arriving at the branch. This peculiar behavior left the newcomers from the Orion and Sagittarius galaxies quite puzzled. After all, the top powerhouses of their two major galaxies, Burke, Borshan, Kemer, and others, had shown their faces when they first arrived at the branch. But this group acted in a mysterious and unpredictable manner. This atmosphere of suspicion did not linger long at the branch. Soon, everyone was drawn to another shocking piece of news. The newcomer personally brought to the division by Zoro, Zhou Luo, had single-handedly taught Burke, Borshan, and Cromwell a lesson. No one knew how the news leaked out. At first, due to a lack of evidence, people treated it as mere gossip. But just last night, someone personally witnessed Burke and Kemer leaving the division, seemingly preparing to return to their home planet. More importantly, their faces were covered in bruises, their spirits were dispirited, and they had completely lost the pride and confidence they had when they first arrived at the division. As soon as this news spread, everyone immediately believed the rumor. Everyone was utterly shocked. Zhou Luo, a newcomer from a mid-level planet, was actually able to beat Burke and Kemer into such a state. Some curious individuals even secretly lurked near Zhou Luo's residence, attempting to observe his movements in secret. But they were soon disappointed, as during this period, Zhou Luo, like those top geniuses of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster, stayed behind closed doors, seemingly entering a state of seclusion. Though Zhou Luo himself was nowhere to be seen. This explosive news continued to ferment within the division. Even the veteran members of the Star Court sent by headquarters had almost all heard of this matter. Meanwhile, Saman, accompanied by his subordinate Chui Shui, was rushing swiftly toward Blue Star. What a remote location, Saman remarked as he flew, glancing around. No wonder no one discovered this intermediate-level planet before. It turns out it's hidden in the Forbidden Zone. Deep in the universe, where stars twinkle, the number of planets harboring life is beyond count. But most planets are ordinary and unremarkable. Being able to nurture a technological civilization is already considered good. Only 1 in 10,000 planets can give rise to cultivators, and among these planets, most are still low-level planets. The probability of a mid-level planet is even rarer, about 1 in 10,000. As for high-level planets, they are even more scarce. In the Orion Galaxy Cluster, there is only one single exception, the White Ape Star. The area where Blue Star is located is a forbidden zone where even low-level planets are extremely rare, often referred to by the people of Starcourt as the land of absolute spirit. Resources are extremely scarce, and almost no one is willing to spare it a second glance. Although this is the land of absolute spirit, it's not too far from Rolling Stone Star. Saman narrowed his eyes slightly, filled with doubt in his heart. Could it be that the treasure is really hidden on this planet? Beside him, Chui Shui suddenly spoke. Lord Saman, we are almost there. Hearing this, Saman slowed his steps, his gaze fixed ahead. In the distance, an orange-red star was radiating dazzling light, surrounded by several planets of varying sizes. The planet he was searching for was precisely that blue planet among them. Is it really a mid-level planet? A trace of disbelief flashed in Saman's eyes. Years of experience as a star scout have made his ability to identify planetary levels exceptionally accurate. Without needing to enter the planet's interior, he can make a judgment with just a distant glance. The blue planet before him is clearly a standard mid-level planet. It is even considered a lower-tier level among mid-level planets. Complete completely consistent with what Solon said. No, I don't believe it. A surge of hostility appeared in Saman's eyes. There must be something fishy about this. That kid Zhou Luo has at least 3 peerless spiritual treasures on him. Such precious resources could never come from a mid-level planet. We must go in and investigate thoroughly. Saman quickened his pace, and Cui Shui followed closely behind. The two soon arrived at the outskirts of Blue Star, passing through the atmosphere. Setting foot on the land of the Blue Star, Saman eagerly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy. Messy and chaotic, barely meeting the standards of a mid-level planet. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. Lord Saman, I think this place couldn't possibly produce that treasure. Cui Shui observed the surroundings, his gaze falling on the distant city, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. The possibility is indeed slim. Saman did not refute. But soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. However, slim doesn't mean non-existent. Since I'm here, I must turn this planet upside down to make the journey worthwhile. Cui Shui, prepare to start planetary excavation. Cui Shui immediately responded, and a strange device appeared in his hand. He began to channel the spiritual energy within his body, continuously infusing it into the device. Saman crossed his arms and watched quietly. This device was specifically designed by the Star Court to detect hidden mineral deposits on planets. Once fully charged, it only takes 3 minutes to destroy the entire planetary surface rock layer. At that time, the planet's climate and environment will undergo drastic changes, almost like the end of the world. If rare minerals are discovered, the Star Court will quickly establish a massive mining system, transform the environment, and leave the natives struggling to survive while laboring for the Star Court. But if there are no minerals, the only thing awaiting the natives is death. The device is charged to 80%, almost fully loaded. Cui Shui accelerated the infusion of spiritual energy, attempting to speed up. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. Saman, what are you trying to do? Sauron and 13 appeared at the same time. Before the voice had faded, I have already applied to the Grand Arbiter for Blue Star to temporarily enjoy exemption from exploitation rights. By doing this, are you not defying the rules? Sauron's gaze locked onto Saman, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Why are you here? Seeing Sauron appear, Saman's expression changed drastically, his eyes full of shock. That kid, is he really worth such an effort from you? In an instant, he understood in his heart that Sauron had been watching him all along. For Zhou Luo, this Star Patrol envoy actually stepped forward to protect the mother planet himself. Take it back. Thrawn turned to Cui Shui, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, Cui Shui's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation. Ignore him, keep charging. Until Saman spoke, Cui Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued injecting energy into the device. Saman, I'm warning you for the last time, Blue Star enjoys mining immunity. Before the deadline expires, you have no right to conduct any mining activities here. Solon's tone was as cold as ice. Saman sneered, you might not know, but some days ago, I already obtained mining rights for all planets in the Orion Galaxy from headquarters. As long as I give the order, no one can stop it, including you. And even if the Grand Arbiter himself were to come, it would still be ineffective. As he spoke, Saman pulled out a pale golden card from his hand. The moment Solon saw the card, his expression changed drastically. It's actually real. How is this possible? This level of authority is usually only granted to those at the rank of Galactic Governor. But how did someone like Saman manage to obtain such authority? Well, what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? Saman's lips curled into a smug smile. Watching Thrawn caught in an awkward situation, he couldn't be happier. The resentment accumulated from the 100,000 contribution points previously deducted by Madeline was now completely dispelled. Lord Saman, the charging is complete. Immediately after. At this moment, the mining device in Cui Shui's hand was fully charged. Just waiting for Saman's command, the device could be activated, turning Blue Star into a purgatory. Saman ordered without hesitation. Cui Shui was preparing to activate the device. Suddenly, Solon's left hand reached out of thin air, grabbing at Cui Shui. Cui Shui felt as if an invisible large hand was gripping his neck tightly. His breath was instantly cut off, and his face turned purple-blue. Today, none of you should even think about touching this planet. Thrawn's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone as cold as ice. Are you insane? Saman frowned deeply. Do you know that halting the excavation is a major taboo in the court? If I report your actions to headquarters, you might not die, but you'll definitely suffer. So what? I told you, before the mining rights on Blue Star expire, you can't touch it no matter what. Solon was fearless. Saman, if you insist on mining, I wouldn't mind fighting a real tough battle with you. Our grievances should be properly settled. Saman stared at Solon, full of confusion. Solon was so obsessed over Zhou Luo that he even disregarded the mining rights in his own hands. Cui Shui, put the device away. After a moment of contemplation, Saman still decided to have Cui Shui retract the mining device. Solon's strength was on par with his own. If a battle were to break out, it would inevitably end in mutual destruction. Moreover, he was currently burdened with the secret mission of finding that treasure, and there was a time limit imposed from above. He couldn't afford to waste energy on such trivial trivial matters. Temporarily sparing this planet is quite a fair deal. Thrawn, you might be able to protect this kid for a short while, but can you protect him forever? Saman snorted coldly. In a year, if he hasn't broken through to the Golden Core stage and become a star patroller like you and me, won't this planet still end up being mined? A year? Ha, even for a genius, it's impossible to reach the Golden Core stage. Saman spoke firmly. As a Star Patrol envoy, he had encountered many geniuses. Even those born on advanced planets with exceptional talent rarely break through to the Golden Core stage within a year. Most people stagnate at the peak of the fragmentation realm for a few years at the shortest, or decades at the longest, before they can grasp the true essence of the Golden Core stage. This matter is none of your concern. Solon responded with a blank expression, but a sense of anticipation had already ignited within him. Saman was unaware of Zhou Luo's talent, but he understood it very clearly. Let alone breaking through to the Golden Core in a year, he believed Zhou Luo could achieve it even within half a year. I wonder what Saman's reaction will be once Zhou Luo breaks through to the Golden Core and is promoted to Star Patrol envoy in half a year. Suishue, let's go. Since mining on Blue Star seems hopeless and this place doesn't appear to be a planet capable of nurturing universal treasures, Saman decided not to waste any more time. Taking Suishue along, the two quickly disappeared from Solon's sight. Lord Solon, is it really worth protecting Zhou Luo like this? 13 walked over at this moment, feeling that Solon, in order to stop him from mining Blue Star, disregarded Saman's planetary mining rights, which undoubtedly brought great risk to Solon. Solon's expression turned slightly solemn upon hearing this. In my view, it is absolutely worth it. Orion Galaxy, Star Court Division. At this moment, all the rookies participating in this grand internal competition of the court were gathered on a vast plain paved with unknown black rocks. This was precisely the venue for the grand internal competition. Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Hull had naturally arrived here as well. After some inquiries, it was discovered that the black rock beneath their feet was a special type of mineral with extremely high strength called Dark Star Rock, capable of withstanding the power unleashed by a fragmentation realm expert with terrifying might. The grand competition within the court has already begun, yet there's still no news from Solon. Zhou Luo stood among the crowd, unable to put his mind at ease. In the past few days, Solon and Saman seemed to have vanished in the blink of an eye, with no one in the entire Star Court branch having seen any trace of them. This inevitably caused rumors to spread within the division, with gossip flying everywhere. But only Zhou Luo knew that it was Saman who had found the location of Blue Star and was rushing eagerly toward it, and Solon followed closely behind. What would happen during this time, Zhou Luo had no idea at all. Big brother, look over there. Lost in thought, Tian Xuan Lei Ho suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Looking in the direction pointed out, he saw a group of unfamiliar faces approaching from afar. The people from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster have arrived. Someone nearby had sharp eyes and immediately recognized the origins of this group. The top powerhouses of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster chose to go into seclusion as soon as they arrived at the headquarters, but some ordinary talents did not and instead mingled with the crowd. Through them, everyone learned the identities of those mysterious geniuses who went into seclusion as soon as they arrived at the branch. Zlolan, AI1, Garcia. These three individuals are the strongest geniuses of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster. Before arriving at the division, their cultivation had already reached the heaven level of the Shattered Realm, and they were about to break through to the earth level. After several days of seclusion, their strength advanced further. Among them, Garcia was the most powerful, leading a group of newcomers from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster toward this place, with the imposing aura of the earth level of the Shattered Realm completely unrestrained. Lanzuo and AI1, who followed closely behind, were slightly inferior, only at the peak of the heaven stage. Truly worthy of being from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster, they're so powerful. I remember the strongest on our side, Burke and Kamor, are only at the late heaven stage, right? Brother, you forgot, the strongest on our side might not be Burke and Kamor, but Zhou Luo. Hiss, I almost forgot. Zhou Luo is a tough character who even gives Burke and Kamor headaches. But he hasn't shown up much these past few days, who knows what level he's advanced to. Burke and Kamor, who were mentioned, heard the commotion around them, and their cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. They glanced at Zhou Luo, intentionally or unintentionally, with even more shame. According to the plan, they should have already reached the peak of the Heavenly Gate realm by now. However, they had not yet begun their cultivation, and their resources were taken by Zhou Luo, forcing them to return to their home planet to retrieve more cultivation resources. This is how it ended up in the late stage of the Heavenly Barrier. It's simply disgraceful. In contrast, Zhou Luo paid no attention to the surrounding discussions. When he saw people from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster approaching, he merely glanced at them casually before shifting his gaze away. What Zwolan and AI1, in the eyes of others, might be geniuses difficult to surpass. In his view, they are nothing more than stepping stones for himself. Even Garcia, who has already broken through to the earth level, is merely a slightly larger stepping stone. These two guys have actually advanced to the late stage of the heaven level. It seems they've brought quite a few good things from their family again. The cultivation cultivation resources I got from them last time supported me in breaking through to the late stage of the current realm, but I used them up much faster than I expected. They're almost running out. Once the competition ends, I'll become a senior member. As a senior member, it shouldn't be too difficult to make them offer a bit more, right? Zhou Luo's gaze suddenly swept toward Burke and Kemmer in the distance. The two would occasionally glance at Zhou Luo from time to time. At this moment, seeing him staring at them, they were so startled that they trembled, quickly withdrawing their gazes and pretending to look calmly at the referee's platform in the sky, feigning nonchalance. But in reality, the two were already in a state of panic. That look in his eyes, it seemed somewhat familiar. Burke swallowed hard, a disturbing memory flashing through his mind. Cromwell felt even more parched, firmly deciding in his heart, once the court competition ends one by one, he must quickly return to his residence to hide those cultivation resources. There's no time to delay. If he's late, it might be too late. Well, it seems these two really are hiding something. Seeing the reactions of the two, a trace of excitement flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, and he decided to have a good chat with them after the competition ended. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, four figures suddenly appeared in the sky one after another. It's Lord Solon and Lord Saman. They've finally shown up. These four people were none other than Solon and Saman, the two-star patrol envoys who had hurriedly returned from Blue Star, along with their guards, Cui Shui and 13. Upon seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. However, he quickly noticed that after Solon arrived near the judge's stand, he glanced in his direction with an expression that conveyed a reassuring sense of calm, allowing Zhou Luo to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Afterward, Solon and Saman entered the judge's stand together. There are 3 seats in total on the judge's bench. 2 people are seated on the left and right sides, while the middle seat remains empty, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Suddenly, the space in front of the judge's bench rippled, and a graceful woman slowly stepped forward. Lord Chief Arbiter. Upon seeing Madeline, Zoro and Saman immediately stood up and respectfully bowed in greeting. Please have a seat. Madeline nodded lightly and gracefully walked to the center seat, sitting down neatly and decisively. Seeing this, Solon and Saman also returned to their respective seats. With Madeline's arrival, the grand court competition finally officially began. Madeline extended her slender fingers and drew several dashed lines on the ground covered with dark star rock. Half an hour later, the entire plain instantly shook violently, dividing into dozens of equally sized areas, resembling pillars rooted deep into the earth's veins. At the same time, a string of numbers suddenly appeared on each newcomer's identity card. Each string of numbers represents 10 people, and contestants with the same number must all enter the corresponding area to participate in the competition. For every person defeated, 1 point is earned. At the end of the first round, the person with the highest score in each area wins and advances to the next round. These are the rules for the first round of the court competition, simple and straightforward. It's over. I ended up in the same group as Garcia. No chance, advancing is hopeless. Ha, everyone in my group hasn't reached the Shattering Realm yet, and I just broke through to the Shattering Realm yesterday. Advancing is guaranteed. Look at District 9, Zhou Luo, Burke, and Zhuolan. These 3 were all assigned to District 9. I kind of don't want to compete anymore. Can I forfeit and just be a spectator? After checking their respective numbers, everyone quickly realized that District 9 was going to be exceptionally exciting. Burke is undoubtedly the top genius of White Ape Star. Even before Zhou Luo appeared, he was already one of the most outstanding newcomers in the entire Orion galaxy. Although there were rumors that Burke seemed to have been severely taught a lesson by Zhou Luo, rumors are ultimately just rumors, and it's still different from seeing it with your own eyes. Zhuolan, on the other hand, is a top-tier genius of the Perseus galaxy cluster who has recently garnered much attention. Upon arriving at the branch, he immediately went into seclusion for cultivation, and when he emerged, his realm had already reached the peak of the heavenly barrier. With such strength, he is undoubtedly one of the elites in the first echelon. Everyone just felt that he was enigmatic and unfathomable. Ever since he was personally brought to the division by Zoro, he had been hiding from everyone's sight. Originally, everyone was ready to forget this name, but later, news spread in the division that Burke and Cromwell had been reprimanded by Zhou Luo, which instantly made Zhou Luo a hot topic within the division again. Now, with Zhou Luo himself appearing, no one could discern his level. He is not like Burke, Cromwell, and Garcia, who openly display their strength without reservation. He seems to deliberately conceal his level, and unless the opponent's level is significantly higher than his, they cannot see through him at all. Even so, no one dares to underestimate him. Being personally mentored by Solon is enough to prove that his talent is truly extraordinary. It's just that when it comes to a real confrontation, his true strength remains a mystery. Everyone, quickly head to your assigned areas. At this moment, Saman from the referee's seat spoke loudly, urging everyone to act swiftly. No one dared to delay and promptly followed their assigned numbers, climbing onto their designated dark star stone pillars. Once everyone had arrived at their respective pillars according to their numbers, the first round of the grand competition within the courtyard is officially announced to begin. In the 9th area, as soon as everyone landed, their expressions immediately turned vigilant, point, and they stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from the center of the stone pillar. They did this to avoid being besieged by the crowd. Standing in the center, danger could be lurking in all directions, and no one wants to remain in peril for long. However, it didn't take long for the people in Zone 9 to notice a strange individual. Someone was actually standing foolishly in the center, completely motionless. Not only that, he even crossed his arms and leisurely scanned them one by one. Is this Zhou Luo? How could he make such a rookie mistake? Daring to stand in the middle right away, isn't he afraid we'll all gang up on him? I heard Burke lost to him, but why does this kid look like a reckless fool? Can he really beat Burke? Could it be just a rumor? He's really arrogant. The other 9 people besides Zhou Luo couldn't help but secretly curse in their hearts. Only Burke was an exception. He stared at Zhou Luo, who stood motionless in the center, his eyes full of seriousness and vigilance. Burke had long been intimidated. The others had never seen Zhou Luo in action and did not understand his strength, but he knows. This guy's strength is at least above the earth level of the Shattered Realm. With his current heaven level of the Shattered Realm, he is simply no match. When Burke discovered he had been assigned to the same area as Zhou Luo, he was already in despair and even considered forfeiting the competition directly. But for the sake of his pride, he still forced himself to walk in. Does he really think he can take on all of us alone? That's way too arrogant. Burke furrowed his brows tightly, scanning the surroundings. The strength of everyone in the 9th zone instantly imprinted in his mind. Aside from me and Zuolan, there are 2 others at the Shattered Realm Heavenly Barrier, while the remaining 5 are just small fry at the Shackled Realm. For Heaven's connection experts joining forces, even a ground connection expert would have to avoid their edge, let alone Zuolan, who is at the peak of Heaven's connection. Those 5 Shackled Realm fighters can barely count as half a Heaven's connection combat strength. If we join forces, can we defeat him? Burke looked at Zhou Luo, his eyes full of doubt. He was well aware that Zhou Luo's strength definitely surpassed the Earth Gate, otherwise, he wouldn't have been crushed so miserably back then. But given the current situation, if the 9 of them joined forces against Zhou Luo, there might still be a chance of victory. He wanted to give it a try. If Zhou Luo could be defeated in the first round and lose the chance to compete for senior membership, it would greatly benefit his future revenge plans. Burke pondered, beginning to think about how to get the other 9 to join forces. He scanned the surroundings and noticed that Zuolan, who was also from an advanced planet, was currently watching him warily. The others were on guard against each other. This situation was truly tricky. Standing at the center, Zhou Luo slowly spoke, "The 9 of you, come at me together." Everyone was suddenly stunned. 9 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to Zhou Luo, filled with shock and disbelief. "You, what did you say?" One of them tentatively spoke, their voice filled with disbelief at what they had just heard. "I said, all 9 of you, come at me together." Zhou Luo still had his arms crossed, his gaze not even landing on the person who had just spoken. He simply responded lightly, "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Arrogant. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately ignited everyone's anger. They were all top talents on their respective planets. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? "I admit you're very strong, and Burke and Kemmer are highly likely to lose to you, but that's just 2 people. Now, there are as many as 9 people standing here, apart from Zhou Luo. Among these 9 people, 4 are experts in the Shattered Realm, especially Burke and Zuolan, who come from advanced planets and each possess at least one peerless spiritual treasure as their foundation, enabling them to fight across levels. You're still so arrogant, isn't that a bit too much?" Among them, Zuolan's anger was the most intense, with a hint of mockery on her face. She was practically laughing out of rage. He had been following Garcia in seclusion these past few days, completely unaware of the changes and turmoil in the division, and naturally did not recognize Zhou Luo as a figure. "Are you sure you want us to go together?" Zuolan narrowed her eyes slightly and asked with a cold smile. "Of course, hurry up, I said I'm in a rush." Zhou Luo said nonchalantly, "If this drags on any longer, I'll have to come find each of you. Fighting a group, I might still hold back, but if I have to take you on one by one, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zuolan finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. When the laughter subsided, he looked at Zhou Luo, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. "This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to court death. In that case, everyone, why not fulfill his wish?" "No problem." The others all expressed their agreement. The way they looked at Zhou Luo instantly carried a hint of amusement. They simply didn't believe that Zhou Luo could defeat all of them alone. Among them, Burke's gaze was the most fervent. He was pondering how to incite public anger and rally everyone to attack together. But unexpectedly, Zhou Luo actually took the initiative to challenge all of them. "This is arrogance to the extreme. 9 against 1, I don't believe you can win." Burke licked his lips, his mind already made up. During the chaos later, he would secretly strike hard and settle the score from that day. What happened in Zone 9 was naturally observed by Zaro and Saman in the referee's stand. "Solon, are all the people from your Orion arm this arrogant? Daring to fight 9 opponents alone? Don't just talk big, it'll be troublesome if you can't back it up," Saman said with a playful expression. "If you have the capital to be arrogant, why not be arrogant? As long as you're not like some people who only use a tiger's skin as as a banner but cower and dare not step forward when it comes to real combat. Solon glanced at him coldly, his voice icy. The temperature on Saman's face instantly rose by a few degrees. If it weren't for the important mission I have, who would be afraid of you? Once the mission is complete, I get that treasure, receive the Lord's reward, and get promoted to Governor of the Stars. Let's see how I won't be arrogant then. Every Governor of the Stars gets to choose their subordinates. When the time comes, I'll make you serve under me and see how I torment you. Saman glared fiercely at Zoro. Then, he put on a smile and turned to Madeline beside him. Lord Chief Arbiter, do you think this person can take on 9 opponents alone? Madeline, seated upright in the judge's main seat, nearly glanced at the 9th zone before quickly looking away. Her face always bore that extremely indifferent expression, one so cold it sent chills to the heart, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. She was even too lazy to answer Saman's question. Saman immediately felt humiliated and silently shut his mouth. In the audience seats outside the competition area, standing here were all the companions brought by the newcomers from their home planets. The companions of the contestants from Zone 9 couldn't help but burst into laughter at Zhou Luo's arrogant demeanor. Is Zhou Luo out of his mind? He actually dares to face 9 people alone. He must be tired of living. I heard that Burke and Kimura were both defeated by him. I thought he was really something, but it turns out he's just this foolish. How many moves do you think he can last? At most 2 moves. He definitely won't hold out. After all, it's 9 people attacking him. A series of mocking voices rose one after another. No one believed Zhou Luo could fend off 9 people alone. This was normal, as everyone participating in this internal competition was a top genius from various planets. That is, whether in terms of resources or equipment, they far surpass ordinary people. It can be said that everyone here has the ability to fight across levels. And Zhou Luo, daring to challenge 9 such monsters alone, if not arrogance, then what is it? Suddenly, a contemptuous sneer came from the crowd. Everyone immediately glared angrily, staring at the beast-headed youth who had spoken, and coldly asked, "What did you just say?" Tianquan Leiho remained expressionless and repeated word by word, "I said, you are all a bunch of fools. Is there a problem? If your eyes have issues, go get them treated. Stop talking nonsense here. My big brother is obviously much stronger than those 9 useless ones. If you can't see that, aren't you all fools?" These 2 sentences immediately made everyone's faces flush red. Your big brother? Zhou Luo? Who else could it be? Tianquan Leiho stood tall and proud, his face full of arrogance. Zhou Luo being arrogant is one thing, but his lackeys are even more arrogant. It's really unbearable. Can we give him a beating? No way, this is the competition venue. Lord Zoro, Lord Saman, and even Lady Madeline are up ahead. Do you dare make a move? Then what should I do? I'm absolutely furious. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with rage. They wished they could beat him up right now. What? Getting anxious? Tianquan Leiho provocatively scanned the crowd, his eyes darting around twice before continuing. Let me make this clear. Once the fight starts, my big brother can take care of those 9 weaklings within a minute. The crowd couldn't help but retort, take care of them in a minute? Why don't you go to heaven? Absolutely impossible. You don't believe me? Tianquan Leiho sneered. If you don't believe it, let's make a bet. Alright, who's afraid of whom? What are we betting on? I'm in. I must teach you a lesson, you scoundrel. The crowd outside instantly became lively. Within the 9th district, after Zhou Luo's provocation, everyone quickly reached a consensus. First, join forces to take down Zhou Luo, then the 9 of them will determine the final winner. There's no other way. Zhou Luo is just too arrogant. If we don't show him some consequences, does he really think he's invincible? Hurry up, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? Zhou Luo stood in the center, his gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd as he impatiently urged them. These words further enraged the crowd, and Burke couldn't hold back any longer, launching an attack on Zhou Luo first. Seeing this, the other 8 people, including Zuolan, also revealed their ultimate moves. One by one, an 8 treasure-level divine weapons appeared, among which Zuolan and Burke even wielded saint-level weapons. 9 powerful auras erupted simultaneously, pressing toward Zhou Luo. 9 attacks almost struck Zhou Luo at the same time. Each attack was powerful enough to pose a challenge to a Broken Realm Heavenly Gate expert, not to mention dealing with 9 paths at the same time. A violent explosion erupted in the center of the 9th area. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings, obscuring the view of Zhou Luo's location, but everyone in the 9th area still widened their eyes, desperately trying to see clearly. Could he have been killed? It seems the rules of the competition forbid taking lives. If we really kill him, will we be held responsible? He brought it on himself. Why should we take the blame? Some people began to worry whether Zhou Luo could withstand this blow. Only Burke remained particularly cautious, his eyes fixed firmly on Zhou Luo's direction, not daring to look away for even a moment. Just killing him outright is absolutely impossible, but the 9 of us working together should at least make him suffer a bit, right? He thought silently to himself. However, at that moment, Burke's expression suddenly changed drastically. The whole person instinctively took a few steps back, trying to retreat to the edge of the stone pillar. Just as he made the move, the smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion explosion were instantly dispersed with a sudden shock. Zhou Luo extended his right hand and lightly pointed in the direction of the 9 people. 9 sword beams infused with the energy of Tianxian shot out, tearing through the air at a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, madly targeting the 9 individuals. Except for Burke, the other 8 were not spared. All were struck in the chest by the sword beams. Accompanied by a few muffled sounds, the 8, including Zuolan, were sent flying backward, blood gushing from their mouths. Only Burke was prepared in advance and hurriedly tried to dodge the strike, but his speed was still half a beat too slow. The sword's radiance missed his chest but slashed his left arm. In an instant, the once formidable physique capable of tearing mountains and rivers apart with bare hands on a mid-level planet emitted a crisp sound of tendons snapping and bones breaking. It was accompanied by his heart-wrenching scream. With one strike, all 9 were utterly defeated. At this moment, throughout the entire 9th area, only Zhou Luo remained standing. Zhou Luo, advance. The voice of Solon came from the referee's stand. Zhou Luo looked up and found the other party watching him, a smile of approval on his face. You may leave the competition area and wait for the next round to begin. Zhou Luo said nothing more, merely glanced at the 9 people lying on the ground wailing, then leapt out of the 9th area and returned to the waiting zone where the Frost Thunder Hull was located. At this moment, the waiting zone was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze toward Zhou Luo seemed as if they were staring at a monster. They had long guessed that Zhou Luo's strength was extraordinary. Can't be this strong, right? It's already impressive enough that you won 1 against 9. How the heck did you win with just 1 move, not even giving others a chance to fight back? Among these 9 people, 2 are top-tier geniuses from advanced planets. In this group of newcomers, they are all figures who can dominate wherever they go. But in front of Zhou Luo, they were like helpless little chicks, flicked away with a single snap of his fingers. Ha ha ha, scream. Why aren't you screaming anymore? I said my big brother is stronger than those 9 useless guys, but you didn't believe me. Now you've seen it clearly, right? Come on, hand over everything. Don't try to renege on the bet. Among the onlookers, Tian Shuanglei Ho cheerfully approached each person who had just made a bet with him, collecting every single piece of the spoils without missing a thing. Those people showed expressions of pain, as they hadn't believed Zhou Luo could win and had placed very large bets. They had almost exhausted all the cultivation resources they brought from their home planet. They absolutely did not want to hand them over, but as they watched Zhou Luo step closer and closer, the terrifying scene from earlier flashed through their minds. In the end, they could only obediently offer the wager with both hands. Tian Shuanglei Ho profited immensely this time, so much that the cultivation resources on its body couldn't be carried anymore, and it still held a large pile in its hands. He walked excitedly toward Zhou Luo, smiling and saying, "Big brother, look, these are all our spoils of war." Well done. Zhou Luo looked at the pile of cultivation resources in front of him. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Earlier, when he said he would take on 9 opponents alone, it was all premeditated. Intentionally provoking the Frost Thunder Howl among this group of people and leading them to bet against it was also part of the plan. The goal was to effortlessly extract the cultivation resources from these people. You keep a portion, and I'll take the rest. After allocating a portion of resources suitable for the Frost Thunder Howl's shackled realm, Zhou Luo pocketed the remainder. A simple inspection revealed that these resources were of decent quality, but still not as good as the treasures snatched from Burke and Cromwell. However, this was understandable, as Burke and Cromwell hailed from advanced planets, and it was only natural for them to possess numerous treasures. Somehow, I feel like we've been played? The surrounding victims couldn't help but blush as they looked at Zhou Luo and the Skyfrost Thunderhound's smug expressions, but they didn't dare to say much and could only swallow their anger, then hurriedly rushed to the 9th area to bring back their injured companion. The competition in the 9th area finally came to an end. Meanwhile, the competitions in other areas were still in full swing. However, on the judges' panel, someone was no longer paying attention to the battles in other areas. Just how strong is Zhou Luo this week? In the referee's seat, Saman's gaze was firmly fixed in Zhou Luo's direction, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. With just one move, he instantly defeated 9 people, including Burke and Zuolan. Facing 9 opponents alone, such a record was not uncommon in previous court competitions. If it were just a simple 1 versus 9, Saman would never be so shocked. The key is, Zhou Luo only made one move. With just one move, he rendered the 9 completely powerless to fight back. Such a method is simply unheard of. Moreover, Saman clearly noticed that was still Zhou Luo deliberately holding back. If it had been a true life and death battle rather than a competition, those 9 people would likely have already perished. Thinking of this, Saman immediately turned to observe Zoro's expression beside him. Seeing that the other party's face showed little reaction, Saman instantly gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I knew Zoro valued Zhou Luo so much because his talent is extraordinary. But he can't be this freakish, can he? This isn't just extraordinary talent, it's downright monstrous. This is absolutely off, way too abnormal. How could someone from a mid-level planet be this freakish? Could it be that the ancestral graves of that planet are emitting green smoke? Saman was filled with unwillingness. He simply couldn't believe that Zhou Luo, being so abnormal, normal, could have been nurtured by a mid-level planet. Even a high-level planet couldn't produce a monster of this caliber. He must be hiding at least 3 peerless spiritual treasures on him, otherwise there's no way he could be this powerful. This kid is truly extraordinary. How can he come across so many peerless spiritual treasures? Saman's heart was filled with uncontrollable jealousy. One must know that peerless spiritual treasures are not something one can encounter casually. The appearance of treasures of this level depends entirely on fate. Some mid-level planets, even at the end of their life cycle, may struggle to produce a single peerless spiritual treasure. No, I still need to investigate his home planet. I just feel something's off. Saman narrowed his eyes slightly, starting to calculate in secret. But he didn't notice. Sitting beside him in the chief's seat, Madeline, whose blue-gray eyes usually seemed completely indifferent to the world, now showed a faint ripple of emotion. But this ripple was extremely subtle and fleeting. The first round of the competition quickly approached its end. Winners were successively determined in each area. Apart from the 9th area where Zhou Luo was located, the most attention-grabbing was undoubtedly the 3rd area where Garcia was. Since arriving at the division and retreating for cultivation, Garcia has broken through to the Shattered Realm and is almost invincible in the 3rd region. He also accomplished the feat of defeating 9 opponents alone. However, the process was much slower compared to Zhou Luo. Moreover, this was only because the last 3 people in the 3rd region admitted defeat and surrendered, allowing Garcia to advance smoothly. All the contestants who advanced in the first round have returned to the waiting area. Among the newcomers in the Perseus Galaxy Cluster, Garcia slowly walked toward his companion and asked, "Is there anyone in this group who can compete with me?" He had just been fighting in the 3rd zone and was unaware of the specific situation in other zones. The companion's expression changed slightly upon hearing this and replied in a low voice, "In the Orion Galaxy, there's someone named Zhou Luo, very powerful." "Stronger than me?" Garcia noticed the companion's unusual expression, and his tone involuntarily deepened. "He defeated 9 people, including Zuolan, with just 1 move." The companion responded briefly. As soon as these words were spoken, Garcia immediately understood the gravity of the situation. 1 move defeated Zuolan and the others? Garcia's expression instantly turned serious, and his fists clenched involuntarily. This time, the Perseus Galaxy Cluster came with a firm belief in victory. This victory holds extraordinary significance for him, and even for the entire Perseus Galaxy Cluster. That's why he went into seclusion immediately upon arriving at the branch. He had thought that with his strength at the Shattered Realm level, he could secure an assured victory in this competition. Unexpectedly, Zhou Luo appeared halfway. "Huff, no matter how strong he is, I have to give it a try." Garcia's gaze locked onto Zhou Luo's figure not far ahead, his eyes unusually resolute. "Garcia." At this moment, Iwan and Zuolan, both top geniuses of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster, walked over simultaneously. "This time, all our hopes for the court competition rest solely on you. You absolutely cannot lose." Iwan took a deep breath, and a ruler-shaped object, entirely silver and gleaming, suddenly appeared in his hand. Its material was completely indiscernible to the naked eye. "Thousand Blades, it's in your hands now." Avon's mind moved, instantly severing the connection with Thousand Blades, and the backlash immediately brought a sweet taste to his throat. "My Forbidden God Shield is also yours now." "Ha, in that last battle, it couldn't even play its role. I hope you can use it to secure the final victory for the Perseus Galaxy Cluster." Beside him, Zuolan just as decisively handed the small, exquisitely crafted round shield in her hand to Garcia. The people of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster around them, upon witnessing this scene, all displayed complex expressions on their faces. These 2 treasures are both weapons and magical artifacts of the holy weapon level. Garcia is not the type to hesitate. Without saying a word, after obtaining these 2 holy weapons, he immediately refined them into his own treasures. In the court competition, the use of methods that can temporarily enhance combat power is not allowed. So, if they want to defeat Zhou Luo, this is the only path they can take. Zhou Luo is completely unaware of these matters within the Perseus Galaxy Cluster. At this moment, he, like everyone else around him, is intently focused on the position of the judges' stand. There, Thrawn and Saman have already risen from the judges' stand. As the chief arbiter and the main judge for this event, Madeline also stood up. She glanced over the newcomers who advanced in the first round and slowly spoke, "All first-round winners, leave the waiting area." At her command, all participants who advanced to the second round promptly left the spectator seats. Then everyone saw Madeline extend her right hand once more, her delicate hand gently waving in the air, and the dark starstone ground, which had been divided into countless sections, gathered back together. In the end, the entire competition area transformed into 10 massive dark starstone platforms. All the contestants who advanced to the second round each had an identification token with an assigned number. The rules were similar to the first round. 2 people with the same number would compete on stage, and the winner would advance to the next round. After 4 rounds, the final 2 contestants will be determined to enter the ultimate finals. The winner will become the champion of this internal competition, be directly promoted to a senior member, and receive generous rewards. Zhou Zhou Luo glanced at the number on the identity card in his hand and headed straight to stone platform number 6. The other contestants also proceeded to their assigned stone platforms one after another. The 20 contestants who advanced to the second round are all top-tier geniuses from the 3 major star systems. Their strength has undoubtedly surpassed the Shattering Realm, and they possess numerous treasures. Although divine weapons are extremely rare, each of them has at least a few innate supreme treasures. The contestant with the same number as Zhou Luo is a genius from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster, with light blue long hair and a realm at the Shattering Realm Heavenly Barrier. Their strength is fairly decent. Although not as renowned as Garcia, Zualan, and AI1, they are still considered outstanding among the newcomers. As soon as this person entered the scene, they fixed an aggressive gaze on Zhou Luo and declared firmly, "Zhou Luo, this time the championship of the court competition will definitely be claimed by our Perseus Galaxy Cluster." Oh, and then? Zhou Luo felt somewhat baffled. "Although I can't defeat you, before your match with Garcia, I will do my best to exhaust your strength." The long-haired man spoke firmly. "Come on." 2 innate supreme treasures for attack and kill instantly appeared in his hands. He activated them with all his might and charged toward Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo, seeing this, remained calm and unhurried. He simply raised a finger, and a sword aura infused with the divine power of several peerless spiritual treasures and the energy of Tianxian shot forth. The sword aura, unstoppable and seamless, shattered all the opponent's attacks and struck the long-haired man squarely in the chest. The long-haired man had no power to fight back. His entire body was sent flying backward, a mouthful of fresh blood tracing an arc as it splattered through the air, and he was ultimately defeated on the spot. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, so fast it left people stunned. With this level of strength, it seems it's still not enough to truly wear me out. Zhou Luo shook his head lightly. Just now, he used less than 20% of his strength in that move, which was also due to the competition rules prohibiting killing on the stage, so he held back. The long-haired man stood up in embarrassment, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. He had thought that with his own strength, he could at least hold off Zhou Luo for a while, making it easier for Garcia to face Zhou Luo. But who would have thought that he would be defeated by Zhou Luo in just one move? Moreover, he saw it clearly. When Zhou Luo made his move, that seemingly casual posture didn't look like it was deliberately put on. In fact, he hadn't even used half of his strength. What level has this person actually reached? Can Garcia really beat him? The long-haired man couldn't help but feel suspicious. No matter how his mood fluctuated, he could only limp off the stage and silently return to the audience. Up to this point, less than a minute had passed since the start of the second round. Within a minute, the outcome of Table 6 had already been decided. This speed is truly astonishing. In the audience, everyone was shocked to see the long-haired man return covered in dust and dirt. They had never expected this battle to end so quickly. People from the same Perseus Galaxy Cluster gathered around, helping the long-haired man stabilize his injuries, creating an unusually united scene. What is going on with this group of people? Zhou Luo also noticed this scene. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He always felt that the people from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster were somewhat different from those from the Orion and Sagittarius galaxies. After winning the first match, Zhou Luo did not immediately step off the stage. He chose to stay on the stage, waiting for the allocation of the next opponent. At the same time, he took advantage of this gap to quietly observe the battles on the other stages. Unlike the lightning-fast conclusion on his side, the other 9 stone platforms were currently engaged in fierce combat, sparks flying everywhere. 3 minutes passed, and the second stone platform also determined its winner, who was none other than Garcia. Having already broken through to the Shattered Realm, Garcia's strength was undeniable. Within 5 moves, he had defeated his opponent from the Centaur Galaxy, leaving them utterly disheartened. Garcia glanced at the 6th stone platform where Zhou Luo was located, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Sure enough, even faster than me. It doesn't matter, I didn't even use a single holy weapon just now. If I had, perhaps the outcome could have been decided in one move. What's more, I have 3 holy weapons in my possession." Garcia silently cheered himself on in his heart. After a while longer, 9 out of 10 stone platforms have already decided the outcome. Only the 8th stone platform remains, where Iwan from the Perseus Galaxy is locked in an intense battle with a man from the Centaurus Galaxy. The man from the Centaurus Galaxy is retreating step by step, while Iwan grows more and more courageous in battle, making the situation on the field increasingly clear. Iwan seized an opening, delivering a blow that broke through the opponent's defense, rendering him incapable of fighting on the spot. The first round of the competition has officially ended. As soon as the results were announced, Madeline, seated at the judges' table, gracefully waved her hand again. The 10 stone platforms on the field instantly merged into 5. On each stone platform, there happened to be 2 contestants standing. This time, there's no need to reassign the numbers. "Oh, it's you?" Zhou Luo glanced at his opponent, who turned out to be Kemer, someone he had taught a lesson to before. A trace of delight instantly flashed in his eyes. "Hey, what a coincidence. Just now, I was wondering if I could get some cultivation resources from this guy, but I didn't expect him to deliver them voluntarily. However, doing this kind of of thing in the competition arena, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Kemer looked at Zhou Luo's eyes, which were gleaming with light, and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, sensing something was amiss. That kind of look, he was all too familiar with it. It's simply a harbinger of a nightmare. I heard that you seem to have returned to your home planet some time ago. Zhou Luo's lips curved into a gentle smile as he slowly approached Kemer. I wonder if you brought me any specialties from your home planet? This is a competition. The rules clearly state that nothing is allowed except fighting. Cromwell was rendered speechless with anger on the spot, letting out a furious roar. Just as he had expected, this guy was eyeing the cultivation resources in his hands. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhou Luo pretended to have a sudden realization, though in reality he had no idea such a rule existed. However, this is not important. Since he can't have a good chat with Kemer, this old friend, during the competition, it's not too late to talk after the match. Although winning the championship not only allows promotion to senior member status but also comes with a generous reward. But Zhou Luo doesn't mind having fewer resources. After all, his goal is to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. The resources required on this path are simply astronomical, not to mention the demands after breaking through to the golden core stage. Consider yourself sensible. Kemer saw Zhou Luo put this thought aside and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as the words fell, Zhou Luo's expression suddenly turned cold. Since you're useless now, hurry up and get out of the way. Kemer saw an incredibly terrifying sword aura slashing straight toward him. His whole body bristled, his pupils contracted sharply, and an intense sense of impending death surged in his heart. He wanted to raise his hand to block, but found his body completely unresponsive, leaving him no choice but to let the sword aura strike him. On the stage, the earlier scene replayed. Kemer was sent flying, blood spraying into the air, defeated without suspense. However, this time his injuries were far more severe than those of the long-haired man earlier. How could it be so fast? Burke in the audience widened his eyes, staring intently at the fallen Kemer, deeply shocked. He even thought that Cromwell could at least withstand 2 moves from Zhou Luo. Unexpectedly, just like the long-haired man earlier, he was defeated without any resistance. How much strength is he still hiding? Or could it be? A ridiculous yet extremely realistic thought suddenly emerged in Burke's mind. Could it be that Zhou Luo doesn't actually have any hidden strength, and someone of Cromwell's level only managed to make him display this much power? Looks like we'll have to wait for Garcia to fight him. Burke's gaze turned to the stone platform where Garcia was. At this moment, the outcome on Garcia's side was also decided, and unsurprisingly, Garcia emerged victorious again. However, this time he used sacred weapons, unlike earlier when he won barehanded. With 3 sacred weapons in hand, Garcia shouldn't have any chance of losing, right? Burke swallowed nervously, calculating in his mind. The second round quickly came to an end. In the third round, one of the 5 participants had a bye, and it happened to be Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo was naturally happy to take it easy. After watching the battles of the other 4, the third round also quickly concluded. Among the last 3 remaining, besides Zhou Luo and Garcia, there was only Iwan, who belonged to the same Perseus Galaxy group as Garcia. The result of the final draw, however, was unexpected. The 2 drawn were Garcia and Zhou Luo. The weakest among the 3, Iwan, was instead lucky enough to get a bye. Damn, how could this happen? But Elvin didn't feel lucky. On the contrary, he was extremely annoyed. He wished he could have drawn a match against Zhou Luo, allowing Garcia to have a bye. That way, at least Zhou Luo's strength could be somewhat depleted. Garcia's chances of winning would increase slightly. You people from the Perseus Galaxy cluster are quite united. Looking at Iwan's regretful expression, Zhou Luo turned to Garcia, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Garcia stared at him coldly, saying nothing, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Zhou Luo saw this and his curiosity grew even stronger. Under Madeline's control, several stone platforms on the field merged into one, transforming into a vast dark star rock plain. On the plain, Zhou Luo and Garcia stood facing each other. In their eyes, the same thought was reflected, a strong desire for victory. Although Zhou Luo didn't understand why Garcia and the others were so obsessed with winning the championship in this internal competition. But isn't he the same? The universal treasure is hidden on Blue Star, and that Summon guy is pressing step by step. Only by quickly improving his strength and advancing to Star Court as a Star Patrol envoy can Zhou Luo have the power to protect Blue Star. This time, he must win. Zhou Luo spoke calmly. This time, he held nothing back. The misty emerald tide sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and the pressure of a sacred weapon instantly enveloped the entire plane. This guy actually has a sacred weapon in his hand. As soon as the misty emerald tide sword appeared, the spectators outside the field widened their eyes in astonishment, especially Burke and Cromwell. Sacred-level weapons and magical treasures are almost as rare as peerless spiritual treasures. Previously, they had never seen Zhou Luo use the misty emerald tide sword. Everyone assumed that Zhou Luo didn't have any truly powerful treasures in his possession. Unexpectedly, this guy was hiding a sacred weapon. Does this mean that when Zhou Luo dealt with the 2 of them earlier, he didn't even use 30% of his strength? Burke muttered to himself, and and a sense of despair instantly welled up in his heart. In the first round, when Zhou Luo faced 10 people alone, he had thought that was already half of Zhou Luo's strength. And now, the misty emerald tide sword has appeared, completely shattering his speculation. How could he possibly seek revenge now? A monster of this caliber will likely soon rise to a height that he can only look up to. If Zhou Luo can ascend beyond the Star Patrol envoy and become the governor of the stars, don't even mention himself. Even his home planet, the entire White Ape Star, will have its fate tied to his words. Amidst the swirling thoughts, a sudden loud noise erupted on the Dark Star Rock platform. Garcia looked at the misty jade tide sword in Zhou Luo's hand, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. He formed a seal with one hand, and boundless spiritual energy instantly poured into the 3 sacred weapons on his body. In an instant, the 3 sacred weapons, each with a unique form, soared into the air and hovered mid-air. Each sacred weapon emitted a resonant hum, exuding a combative aura. The momentum generated by the 3 immediately overwhelmed the misty emerald tide sword. They sensed the unyielding flame of determination in Garcia's heart and responded with a resounding roar. You really are willing to go all out, aren't you? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard from Tian Shuangleiho that the people of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster had directly handed their sacred weapons to Garcia in order to ensure he won the championship of this grand competition. This action left Zhou Luo quite surprised. Sacred weapons possess a spirit and require time to harmonize. Once the connection with the sacred weapon is severed, all previous efforts are rendered futile. Even if contact is re-established in the future, it will still take a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, those two were still willing to entrust the sacred weapon to Garcia. It shows just how important this victory is to them. At this moment, the misty emerald tide sword in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Can't wait any longer? Feeling the tremor of the sword, Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly. This is by no means the misty green tide sword showing fear. On the contrary, it is excitement. Then let's fight. Zhou Luo flipped the blade, unleashing the power of 5 foundational forces within his body simultaneously. He exhaled through his mouth and nose as a dark star gradually rose behind him. A faint, almost imperceptible trace of Tianqian energy quietly merged into the misty jade tide sword. A terrifyingly powerful sword beam shot violently toward Garcia. Garcia's expression was solemn, not daring to relax in the slightest, as he simultaneously activated 3 sacred weapons to defend. The 3 sacred weapons each displayed their divine powers. The forbidden god shield bestowed by Zuolan suddenly appeared in front of Garcia, its body expanding hundreds of times, transforming into an ancient and massive sky-covering shield, almost enveloping the half of the dark star rock where Garcia stood. Elvin's 1,000 blades, on the other hand, continuously split in midair, transforming from a single short blade into countless short blades radiating a piercingly cold light. In an instant, the short blades stirred up a storm of sword blades around the shield of divine suppression, destroying everything nearby. The sword light unleashed by Zhou Luo happened to enter the range of the sword blade storm. Countless short blades seemed to have found their target, swiftly changing direction and whistling toward the sword light. The first short blade that touched the sword light was utterly powerless and was directly shattered by it. But then came the second blade, the third blade, even thousands upon thousands of blades. Countless short blades charged forward one after another, fearless and unyielding, rushing toward the sword's radiance. The crisp sound of the short blades shattering was like a stirring symphony. The tens of thousands of short blades split from the 1,000 blades were all completely shattered by the sword's radiance without exception. However, the sword light condensed by Zhou Luo seemed completely unaffected, still resolutely piercing toward Garcia's direction. The scattered fragments of short blades on the ground, accompanied by a series of buzzing sounds, gradually began to restore themselves. Immediately afterward, they fearlessly charged toward the sword light once again. With each charge, the short blades were shattered into pieces by the sword light, but they tirelessly recover, stubbornly blocking the sword's radiance. After several clashes, the power of the sword's radiance remained undiminished. Until there was nowhere left to block, the razor-sharp sword's radiance pierced straight into the ancient and heavy shield of divine restriction. The impenetrable shield of forbidden gods, which obscures the sky and sun, stood fearless against the sword's radiance. However, as time passed, everyone present witnessed the heavy shield of forbidden gods begin to tremble slightly. It seemed as though it might fail to withstand at any moment. With a crisp shattering sound, the shield of forbidden gods, like pierced window paper, was torn open by the sword's radiance. The shield of forbidden gods has fallen. It failed to block Zhou Luo's sword. How is that possible? Zuolan's pupils in the audience suddenly contracted, filled with disbelief. As the owner of the shield of forbidden gods, he was well aware of the terrifying defensive power of this sacred weapon. Back when he was still in the Shackles realm, he wielded the shield of forbidden gods, and even experts in the Shattered realm found it difficult to shake. Now holding the shield is Garcia, a true powerhouse of the Shattered realm. The defense of this forbidden god shield is so strong that even top-tier Shattered realm experts find it hard to break through. Yet at this moment, it has been forcibly shattered by the sword strike unleashed by Zhou Luo. What's more, there were countless obstructions instructions from Qian Ren before. Equally shocked was Garcia, but he reacted quickly. The moment the shield of divine prohibition broke open, he had already raised the giant axe in his hand. This was his exclusive holy grade weapon. The axe lives up to its name. With one strike, it can shatter stars. This is a holy weapon with extremely powerful destructive force. 1,000 blades, attack. Garcia fully activated the star-splitting axe while summoning back 1,000 blades. A storm of sword blades unfolded before him, joining the star-splitting axe to attack the sword light. The sword's radiance remained unstoppable, carrying an overwhelming aura of terror as it advanced relentlessly within the blade storm. Countless blades were shattered, and the scene from earlier played out once again. But this time, it was different. Within the blade storm stood Garcia, wielding the star axe. He radiated dazzling light, wielding the star-splitting axe to strike directly at the sword's radiance. It was as if two great mountains collided, or like two small asteroids crashing into each other. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The star-splitting axe clashed against the sword's radiance, as Garcia's spiritual power continuously poured forth, unleashing the foundation forged by the peerless spiritual treasure. A crimson halo gradually emerged on the blade of the star axe. This was a sign of being pushed to the extreme. Enough to shatter mountains, sever rivers, split clouds, and break stars. Yet in the face of Zhou Luo's sword light, it appeared exceptionally strained. At some point, Garcia suddenly heard a faint sound coming from his hand. It was like the omen before glass shatters. He looked closely and was instantly shocked. The blade of the star-splitting axe, capable of severing stars, had been deeply notched by the sword's radiance. It was precisely this momentary lapse of focus that made Garcia completely unable to block the sword light. The star-cleaving axe in his hand trembled and flew out, while the sword light aimed straight for his heart. However, when the sword light was less than an inch away from Garcia's heart, it suddenly stopped and then dissipated. Garcia, frozen in place, felt his back drenched in cold sweat. For a moment, he thought he had fallen. In a daze, Garcia heard a voice coming from not far ahead. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he said self-mockingly, "Yes, I lost. The entire Perseus galaxy cluster has lost." He seemed to have lost all his strength. Garcia silently picked up the star-splitting axe, carrying the 1,000 blades and the shield of forbidden gods, and slowly left the Dark Star Rock platform. Even after he left, the scene outside remained in dead silence. The audience was almost entirely speechless, stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. What was thought to be a closely matched final battle ended unexpectedly quickly. Garcia, wielding 3 sacred weapons, was effortlessly defeated by Zhou Luo. He didn't even make a second move. With just a single sword light, he broke through the massive protective net formed by 3 sacred weapons in succession. What kind of heaven-defying power is this? The winner of this inner court competition has been decided. Everyone, the newcomer protection period has also ended. Please proceed to the Star Patrol Pavilion within 7 days to receive your tasks. With Thrawn's loud announcement from the judge's seat, the grand court competition officially came to an end. Madeline seemed very busy and hurriedly left after Thrawn finished his announcement. Before leaving, her blue-gray eyes swept deeply over Zhou Luo with a meaningful look, and then she disappeared into the crowd. At this point, only Zoro and Saman remained on the judge's bench. Zoro grinned, revealing a satisfied smile without any attempt to hide it. Meanwhile, Saman's face was gloomy as he stared intently at Zhou Luo, his thoughts unknown. "Saman, let me remind you of something." Solon saw this and sneered. "From now on, Zhou Luo is a senior member of our Star Court, one of us. Don't harbor dark thoughts about your own life, otherwise, you should be well aware of the rules of the Star Court." Saman's expression grew even heavier. He cast a cold glance at Solon, then remained silent and turned to leave. Zoro didn't mind at all, merely restraining the coldness on his face before leaving the judge's seat together and blending into the crowd, until he arrived in front of Zhou Luo. "Congratulations, kid. From today onwards, you are a senior member of Star Court. Come on, let's go get the champion's reward for this competition," Solon said with a smile. Zhou Luo naturally did not refuse. "Then I'll trouble Mr. Solon." With Tian Shuangleiho, the three of them walked under the gaze of many envious eyes, slowly heading toward the Tontian Tower. "Your contribution point account has been credited, 10,000 points. Bidding farewell to Solon, Zhou Luo glanced at the prompt that popped up on his identity card while returning to his residence with Tian Shuangleiho, his heart slightly stirred. This was the champion reward for the courtyard competition, 10,000 contribution points. Initially, he thought the Star Court would provide some cultivation resources or treasures of some kind. Unexpectedly, they directly issued contribution points. "This reward is quite generous, 10,000 points. With my current late-stage Guan realm, I can only take on beginner-level tasks worth 100 contribution points each. It would take completing a full 100 of such tasks to accumulate that much. Even for intermediate tasks that only Tianguan realm cultivators can take, it would still require completing 20 of them." Earlier, when Suo Long took him to claim the reward, he also explained the methods of accumulating contribution points within the Star Court. "The most straightforward way is to complete the tasks issued by Star Court. Tasks are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beginner tasks reward 100 contribution points, while intermediate tasks offer 500 contribution points. As for advanced tasks, which can only be accepted by those at the golden core stage, the rewards are even more astonishing. Each task grants at least 3,000 contribution points. However, the corresponding difficulty is extremely high, and there is even a risk of losing one's life. Little Hosey, you go and cultivate first, Zhou Luo instructed, urging Tian Xuan Lei Ho to quickly go and cultivate to break through. During the recent competition in the court, Tian Xuan Lei Ho won cultivation resources through a bet, and Zhou Luo also gave him 30%. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be enough to help him break through to the Shattered Realm. Tian Xuan Lei Ho could no longer hold back. Upon hearing Zhou Luo's words, he immediately ran excitedly into another cultivation room. Let's see what these contribution points can exchange for. Zhou Luo sat on the sofa, opened the Star Court contribution points mall in his identity card, and wanted to explore the purchasing power of these 10,000 contribution points. As soon as the mall opened, Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. A high-grade spiritual fruit only costs 10 contribution points? He was so shocked that he found it hard to believe. He never expected the purchasing power of contribution points to be so strong. Advanced spiritual fruits were the cultivation resources he had obtained from Burke and others during these days. The natural treasures nurtured on Blue Star also belonged to the category of advanced spiritual fruits. In the Star Court, this high-grade spiritual fruit only costs 10 contribution points. It's unbelievably cheap. But when Zhou Luo browsed through other items in the contribution point store, he suddenly felt that everything made sense again. Even sacred weapons can be bought here, requiring 50,000 contribution points. A congenital supreme treasure is only worth 1,000 contribution points? The gap between it and a sacred weapon is just too vast. But thinking about it carefully, it does make sense. After a careful examination, Zhou Luo's gaze finally settled on an item called Star Pill. Primary Star Pill, 10,000 contribution points per pill. Intermediate Star Pill, 1 for 100,000 contribution points. Advanced Star Pill, 1 for 1 million? What exactly is this Star Pill? Isn't the price of this thing a bit too high? However, when he saw the function description of the Star Pill, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Cultivation resources at the Lingba level. Can a single basic Star Pill provide the spiritual energy needed for a major realm breakthrough in the fragmentation stage? This thing. Zhou Luo couldn't help but rub his hands together, feeling eager to give it a try. Right now, he doesn't lack magical tools or breathing techniques. What he lacks are cultivation resources that can help him rapidly advance his realm. And this Star Pill happened to meet his needs. Although the price is expensive, as long as it can help him quickly break through to the golden core stage, it is absolutely worth it. Don't rush. Let's see if there's anything else good first. Zhou Luo temporarily suppressed the impulse in his heart, and continued to carefully browse around the mall. Apart from the Star Pill, there were other spirit treasure level cultivation resources for sale in the mall, but their prices made Zhou Luo hesitate to proceed. The cheapest one costs 30,000 contribution points? Can't afford it. Simply can't afford it. In comparison, the beginner Star Pill has the best value for money. He decisively chose to purchase a beginner Star Pill. At the moment the contribution points were deducted, the identity card in his hand suddenly emitted a flash of blue light, followed by a round, earth-yellow pill floating in midair. Zhou Luo reached out and grabbed the pill in his palm. What immense spiritual energy! With just a slight sense, he could perceive the incomparably pure and terrifyingly intense spiritual energy within this Star Pill. Sure enough, it is enough to provide a treasure for a complete major realm of the Shattered Realm. Refining it, could I perhaps reach the late stage of the human pass? Zhou Luo's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he swallowed the Star Pill. An immense surge of spiritual energy, more vast than the ocean, erupted instantly within his body. Zhou Luo was overjoyed and immediately activated the 9 Nether Chaos body at full speed, devouring the spiritual energy like a ravenous wolf. 3 days passed. On the sofa, Zhou Luo, who appeared as calm as a meditating monk, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the aura emanating from his body had completely transformed. Human lock, late stage. Only one last step away from the golden core realm. The spiritual energy contained within this star core is truly immense. It actually took me 3 whole days to completely absorb it. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. At the same time, he developed a strong desire for this treasure, the Star Pellet. The efficiency of this thing is simply astonishing, far surpassing the effects of those spiritual fruits he refined before. 10,000 contribution points per pellet, TSK. The item is good, but it's too expensive. With his current level, he has already qualified to take on intermediate tasks. But even with intermediate tasks, he would need to complete as many as 20 to afford a single Star Pill. I wonder how difficult the intermediate tasks are. Zhou Luo felt eager to give it a try. In Star Court, every regular member must complete at least 2 basic tasks per month to maintain their membership status. Otherwise, not only will they be expelled from Star Court, but their home planet will also face disaster. Seems Senior members, on the other hand, have much more leniency, needing only to complete one intermediate task within 6 months. Compared to regular members, this time frame is already very generous. In any case, I have to complete an intermediate task sooner or later, so I might as well go now. Zhou Luo glanced at the cultivation room where the Frost Thunder Hull was located, then got up, ready to leave his residence and head to the Tongtian Tower to receive a task. He had just refined a star pill, and at this moment, there was still a trace of residual energy in his body. Zhou Luo could feel that if he were to consume high-grade spiritual fruits lower in level than the star pill at this time, their energy would likely be dispersed by the residual power of the star pill. Why not take advantage of this period of residual energy after digestion to complete the semi-annual intermediate task? He did not disturb the Tian Shuang Lei Ho, who was focused on cultivation, and left his residence alone, heading to the base of the Tongtian Tower. After entering the Tongtian Tower, he went straight to the Xixing Pavilion, which was responsible for issuing tasks, and began browsing the task list. Zhou Luo directly selected the intermediate task tag, filtering out all beginner tasks. Perhaps because the branch was newly established, there weren't many intermediate tasks, almost visible at a glance. Capture void beasts, investigate star mines, recover star pills. After scanning around, Zhou Luo's gaze finally settled on the intermediate task of recovering star pills. He immediately checked the task details. Recycle star pill, intermediate. Number of participants, 2. Mission objective, travel to Shaka Star and recover the star pill. The mission content is very straightforward, with no excessive explanations. This aroused Zhou Luo's curiosity. He had just taken a primary star pill, so he was naturally very interested in star pills. Zhou Luo accepted the task without hesitation. The moment he accepted it, he felt a change in his identity card, as if some kind of connection had been established with the Star Pavilion. At this moment, a staff member from the Star Division Pavilion approached. The intermediate mission you accepted already has 2 participants. Please wait for your other teammate inside the Star Division Pavilion. Zhou Luo nodded and found a seat in the waiting hall, sitting down quietly. Upon arriving at the waiting hall, he unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces. Garcia, Swalan, and AI-1 from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster, along with several other geniuses, were sitting not far from Zhou Luo. Garcia saw Zhou Luo, and a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. He then silently nodded at Zhou Luo, as a form of greeting. Zhou Luo nodded back, while feeling secretly surprised. These people are so eager for the championship title, yet they show no resentment after I took it? Zhou Luo could tell that Garcia's gaze toward him was filled with complexity and unwillingness, completely different from the resentment in the eyes of Burke, Kemmer, and the others. Clearly, these people from the Perseus Galaxy Cluster were extremely eager for the championship. To win, they even lent sacred weapons to Garcia. A well-proportioned young man with short gray hair suddenly walked up to Zhou Luo. Hello, you must be the one who accepted the mission to recover the star pills, right? The man smiled and extended his hand. My name is Quan. I'm your partner for this mission. Zhou Luo reached out and shook his hand. Quan immediately said, I remember you. You were the champion of the internal competition among the newcomers this time, right? I really didn't expect your level to have already reached Tianguan, able to take on intermediate missions. No wonder you could win the championship. Quan's words carried a hint of surprise. Newcomers to the Broken Realm's Heavenly Pass are not often seen in such situations. Can you tell me more about the details of this star pill recovery mission? Zhou Luo didn't explain much, merely asked out of curiosity. He just arrived at Star Court and hasn't taken on any tasks yet. The understanding of Star Court on Blue Star is almost non-existent, so he is currently quite confused. As a veteran of Star Court, Quan is undoubtedly more knowledgeable about this than him. Well, you're a newcomer, and this is your first time taking on a task, right? No problem. Quan didn't refuse either. Let's set off first. Shaka Star isn't close to here, so I'll explain everything to you in detail on the way. Shaka Star, located at the junction of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster and the Orion Galaxy, is a mid-level planet. Our goal is to reach Shaka Star and retrieve the star core. These 2 primordial artifacts are the tools we must use for this mission. Quan introduced to Zhou Luo while pointing at the 2 treasures hanging from his waist. Primordial artifact? Zhou Luo's expression shifted slightly. Since arriving at the Star Court, he had learned quite a bit about cultivation knowledge. For instance, he had only recently learned about the 3 realms above the Golden Core: seeing the divine, manifesting the divine, and disrupting the divine. The cultivation methods for these 3 realms are entirely different from the realms before the Golden Core and are closely tied to spiritual power. In addition, the primordial artifact is a top-tier magical treasure above the holy weapon, possessing extraordinary power. The birth of each Hunyuan artifact is extremely difficult. In smaller galaxies like the Orion Galaxy, Sagittarius Galaxy, and Perseus Galaxy Cluster, at most only one can be born. Aside from natural formation, Hunyuan artifacts can only be painstakingly forged by a Chaos Realm expert, a process that is both intricate and demanding, requiring at least 1,000 years to complete. Seemingly noticing Zhou Luo's astonishment, Inquan smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. These two are merely replicas of Hunyuan artifacts with limited usage. Treasures of this level could hardly fall into our hands so easily. However, even though these two are replicas, they still possess 20% of the original's power, which is enough to support us in completing this mission." Zhou Luo asked curiously, "Will the people of Shaka Star stop us from recovering the Star Core?" What Inquan said earlier seemed to suggest that their journey would encounter fierce battles, and without these two imitation primordial artifacts, they wouldn't stand a chance. The entire galaxy is under the jurisdiction of the Star Court, and Shaka Star is located at the junction of the Perseus Galaxy Cluster and the Orion Galaxy. How could anyone dare to defy the Star Court? Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do so, Inquan sneered disdainfully. These two primordial artifacts have other uses. As for how to use them, you'll find out when we get there. Seeing his enigmatic demeanor, Zhou Luo suppressed the questions in his heart and refrained from asking further. In the pitch-black depths of the universe, the two of them streaked through the darkness like comets at incredible speed, leaving behind a long trail of light. Inquan, who had been leading the way ahead, finally slowed down. "We're here." Hearing this, Zhou Luo also slowed down, his gaze fixed ahead. A massive blue star shone exceptionally brightly in the deep space, emitting a dazzling light. Surrounding it were more than a dozen planets of varying sizes. Among them, a lush green planet was their destination for this trip, Shaka Star. Although he had not yet entered the atmosphere, he saw through his vision many massive mechanical devices standing on the planet's surface. The ground was uneven, full of pits and hollows, as if it had just experienced a great catastrophe. "Is this mining star minerals?" he couldn't help but say. "That's right." Inquan nodded slowly. 3 years ago, the Star Court's Star Envoy discovered an A-grade rare mineral Tsangshin iron on Shaka Star and immediately launched large-scale mining operations. Now that the mining work is complete, it's time to reclaim this mid-level planet. Inquan reached out and took from his waist one of the imitation Hunyuan devices, the one shaped like a small gourd. Zhou Luo's pupils contracted as he looked at Inquan with doubt. "Did you just say you want to reclaim this mid-level planet?" "That's right," Inquan explained. "All mine star mineral planets can never restore their spiritual energy to its original level. In order to avoid resource waste, Xingting will recycle them and refine them into star pills." Inquan's smile was gentle and kind, but his words made Zhou Luo feel a chill in his heart. Inquan lightly tossed the small gourd and then infused it with a stream of spiritual power. "Please, Lord Taishu Mustard Seed Gourd, take action," Inquan shouted. The small gourd instantly pointed its mouth at Shaka Star, then unleashed an incredibly strong suction force. On Shaka Star, all the native inhabitants, or rather miners, who were working had not yet understood what was happening when they felt their bodies lose control, their feet leaving the ground, being pulled toward the deep void. Even the massive mechanical structures, mountains, forests, lakes, lava, and everything else all flew toward the gourd's mouth. In an instant, Shaka Star was almost emptied of everything. Meanwhile, the Taishu Mustard Seed Gourd still seemed insatiably hungry, with its terrifying suction showing no signs of stopping. Zhou Luo clearly saw that the land of Shaka Star appeared to be trembling. This Taishu Mustard Seed Gourd seemed determined to suck the entire Shaka Star into the gourd before it would relent. "Master Taishu Mustard Seed Gourd, please hold your hand." Inquan also noticed this and immediately addressed the gourd respectfully. The terrifying suction force gradually weakened and began to show signs of stopping. At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly turned his head to look at a corner of Shaka Star, his eyes slightly narrowed. "The lackeys of Xingting, you destroyed my homeland. None of you will leave here alive today." A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. The ground of Shaka Star suddenly surged and then cracked open. A native over 3 meters tall, whose appearance was strikingly similar to the Shaka Star miners Zhou Luo had seen earlier, burst out from the earth. This person moved with incredible speed, surrounded by several innate treasure-level artifacts, which shot directly toward Zhou Luo's location. An extremely intense killing intent instantly locked onto Zhou Luo. Peak of the Shattered Realm. Zhou Luo immediately discerned this person's cultivation level. He remained calm and composed, as the misty emerald tide sword materialized in his hand, and he immediately struck a blow toward the native of Shaka Star. The fierce sword light pierced through the air like a cold moon, reaching the native in an instant. The native's face changed drastically upon seeing the sword light approaching. He fully unleashed the spiritual power within him, pushing the few innate treasures surrounding him to their limits in an attempt to block the strike. The sword light clashed with the innate treasures, but within moments, signs of fragmentation appeared on the treasures, accompanied by a crisp crack sound. Several innate treasures exploded simultaneously, yet that sword light remained unstoppable, directly slashing toward the native. The native of Shaka Star gritted his teeth, his entire body turning crimson, with strands of blood energy surging from within, as if he had unleashed some secret technique. Then, he crossed his arms in front of him, and the sword light struck fiercely on his arms. Persisted for a while. His mortal body ultimately failed to block Zhou Luo's fatal strike. The defense was broken, his arms were severed on the spot, but the sword's light dissipated immediately afterward. "Not bad, you managed to withstand my strike." Zhou Luo did not expect expect to kill the opponent with a single strike, as the opponent was truly at the peak of the Shattered Realm and had several innate treasures for protection. Although the native had lost both arms, the hatred in his eyes toward Zhou Luo and Yin Quan did not diminish in the slightest. Lapdogs of the Star Court, beasts, you will die a horrible death, enslaving my kin, destroying my home planet. Even if you kill me, I will curse you from hell. He clenched his teeth tightly, the hatred in his tone almost tangible. Before the words were finished, Yin Quan raised a finger, and in an instant, the native's head exploded like a watermelon. Next, the lifeless body fell like a broken kite, plummeting straight back onto Shaka Star. Yin Quan's gaze was icy, his tone indifferent, as if he had just swatted an annoying fly. He turned to look at Zhou Luo, a gentle smile on his face. Well done. I originally thought that since you had just broken through the human barrier, your strength would be far inferior to us veterans. I didn't expect I was wrong. That sword strike of yours just now, if it were me facing it, I fear it would have taken a great deal of effort. Yin Quan shook his head and sighed. Was that person just now the strongest on Shaka Star? Zhou Luo looked in the direction where the native had fallen and asked. Probably. Yin Quan nodded slightly. The most dangerous part of missions like recovering star cores is dealing with natives like him. Although the Star Court conducts a sweep of the mining star before the extraction process begins to prevent hidden threats, but there are simply too many ways to conceal one's presence and evade the sweep, so occasionally one or two might slip through. Killing him would mean this mission is more than halfway complete. Yin Quan's tone was calm. While speaking, he carefully placed the replica of the Taishu mustard seed gourd into his waist and casually took out another miniature version of the scepter artifact. Watch closely, this second Hunyuan artifact is the key to recovering the star pill. Yin Quan's expression darkened as he gripped the scepter and lightly pointed it toward the void of Shaka Star. Lord Star-Shaping Scepter, I must trouble you to take action. His voice was even more respectful than before, slowly emerging from his mouth. Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. Before his eyes, the massive Shaka Star, after being lightly tapped by the imitation Hunyuan artifact named Star-Shaping Staff, rapidly collapsed, contracted, and shattered. During the process, it released an immense amount of energy, which ultimately condensed into a pill emitting a green halo. TSK, the potential of this Shaka Star is really impressive. Even after being hollowed out, it can still transform into a mid-level star core. Yin Quan reached out his hand, and the star core was immediately taken into his palm, as he sighed with emotion. A mid-level star core. Zhou Luo stared at the greenish pill in his hand, feeling quite shocked in his heart. Although it was not in his hands, just by a glance from afar, he could sense that its spiritual energy far surpassed the primary star pill he had consumed last time, at least 10 times more concentrated. As expected, it truly lived up to its price of 100,000 contribution points for an intermediate star pill. However, what shocked Zhou Luo was far more than just this. That stellar shaping staff lightly tapped in the air can condense such a massive intermediate planet into a thumb-sized star core. Its power is truly astonishing. This is a terrifying existence that has never even been seen on Blue Star. However, even so, Zhou Luo clearly remembers that Yin Quan once said these two items are merely imitations of Hunyuan artifacts. The true power is only about 1/2 to 1/3 of the genuine Hunyuan device. Since even the imitation Hunyuan device is so powerful, then what kind of unparalleled might would the universal treasure on Blue Star, which makes the entire Star Court coveted, possess? Mission accomplished, let's prepare to return. Yin Quan's words interrupted Zhou Luo's thoughts. Zhou Luo nodded slightly, and the two immediately changed direction, rushing swiftly toward the location of the Hunter Division. Yin Quan asked with great interest, so, how does it feel to complete a Star Court mission for the first time? Zhou Luo replied with a complicated expression. I realize that the Star Court doesn't seem to be quite what I originally imagined. Really? Ha ha ha. Yin Quan laughed, his laughter carrying a hint of meaning. When I first completed a Star Court mission, I had the same thoughts as you, thinking that the Star Court might be too cruel, too cold, and heartless. But after staying here long enough, such thoughts naturally fade away. Yin Quan's tone gradually turned icy. After all, the deep space has always been this way. The weak have no right to occupy resources, an unchanging law since ancient times. Zhou Luo responded casually without saying much. This principle was very clear to him. If he didn't improve his strength quickly, Blue Star's fate might be even more tragic than that of Shaka Star. After all, what Blue Star was hiding wasn't just an ordinary star mine, but it is a treasure of the universe. Zhou Luo and Yin Quan returned to the Star Court. After handing over the star pill to the Star Court, both of them received rewards for this mission, 500 contribution points. Afterward, Zhou Luo continued to take on tasks in the Star Court to earn contribution points while focusing on cultivation. During a mission not long after, Saman's subordinate Chui Shui intervened but was counter-killed by Zhou Luo. Saman was extremely furious upon learning this and threatened to take action against Zhou Luo. However, Solan stepped in once again to protect Zhou Luo, forcing Saman to back down. Later, Saman reported to his superior Dacre, claiming that Solan was preventing him from seeking the universal treasure and intended to eliminate Solan. Dacre, a revered figure of the Star Court, immediately immediately ordered Solon to leave the Orion galaxy upon learning of the matter. Solon had no choice but to comply. Before leaving, Solon sought out the chief court envoy, Madeline, and asked her to protect Zhou Luo in the future. Madeline readily agreed, allowing Solon to leave with peace of mind. Afterward, Madeline saved Zhou Luo from Summon multiple times, and Zhou Luo felt deeply grateful to her. Until Zhou Luo's cultivation reached the peak of the Shattering Realm, he finally found an opportunity to return to Blue Star, standing before the stone gate sealing the supreme treasure of the universe. Pushing open the stone gate, the true form of the supreme treasure of the universe finally revealed itself. It was a constantly collapsing cosmic core. It is the remnant left behind after the complete destruction of the previous cosmic era. The so-called golden core realm is the process of refining a star into a golden core. And the reason this supreme treasure of the universe can create the strongest golden core is precisely because it refines this cosmic core and integrates it into the golden core within the body. Stars are as insignificant as dust compared to the vast universe. After refining the ultimate treasure of the cosmos, the core of the universe, Zhou Luo's cultivation level instantly soared to the peak of the golden core stage. Since the seeing God, manifesting God, and disrupting God stages primarily rely on spiritual power, and Zhou Luo's 9 nether chaos body inherently possesses the characteristic of spiritual transformation, this allowed his strength to rival even experts at the manifesting God stage, granting him the ability to protect Blue Star. However, merely reaching the peak of the golden core stage was far from enough. Zhou Luo understood that the strength of the Star Quartz Master was terrifyingly immense, belonging to the disrupting God stage, and extremely powerful. To completely eliminate potential threats, he had to continue lying low and quietly amassing power. Afterward, Zhou Luo returned to the Star Court branch. As soon as she returned, Madeline noticed that Zhou Luo's strength had reached the peak of the golden core stage, which delighted her immensely. Immediately, she attacked Zhou Luo, attempting to restrain him. This sudden strike caught Zhou Luo off guard, but thanks to the characteristics of his spirit transformation ability, Madeline, whose realm and strength were only at the seeing God stage, was no match for him. As a result, her ambush turned into her own undoing. After subduing her, Zhou Luo used the soul-searching technique he had obtained from the Star Court on Madeline, uncovering the truth of her betrayal. It turned out that after Madeline reached the peak of the Divine Vision realm, she was unable to progress further due to the limitations of her talent. Thus, she turned to practicing a forbidden technique, one that allowed her to devour other prodigies and convert their talents into her own. As early as the grand competition within the court, Zhou Luo's outstanding performance had already amazed her. It was at that moment that she marked Zhou Luo as her target for devouring. This secret was something she had never disclosed to anyone, and out of caution, she had not actively approached Zhou Luo. Later, when Solon came to her, requesting her to protect Zhou Luo, it provided her with an excellent opportunity to get close. She gladly agreed, secretly overjoyed. However, this dark art also has side effects. While it can devour others, one might also be devoured in return. Zhou Luo did not hesitate and directly refined all of Madeline's cultivation for himself, ultimately breaking through to the Chaos God realm in one leap, with strength sufficient to rival the Lord of the Star Court. After gaining immense power, Zhou Luo naturally no longer lingered in the Star Court and prepared to leave, returning to Blue Star. But before leaving, he specifically went to the Andromeda Galaxy cluster where Solon was stationed, intending to repay him for the many times he had protected him. However, when Zhou Luo arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy cluster, he learned that Thrawn had already perished. After an investigation, Zhou Luo discovered that behind this lay the conspiracy of Saman's superior, Dacre. On the surface, Dacre had Thrawn transferred from the Orion Galaxy to the Andromeda Galaxy cluster, but in reality, he never intended for him to return alive. As soon as Thrawn arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy cluster, he was framed with false charges and ultimately executed through the joint efforts of the Star Court. Upon learning the truth, Zhou Luo was furious and immediately located the Star Court branch in the Andromeda Galaxy cluster, wiping it out completely. Then he returned to the Orion division and dealt with Saman as well. Finally, Zhou Luo directly stormed the Star Court headquarters. Inside the headquarters, 5 celestial lords, including Dacre, joined forces to attack but were no match for Zhou Luo and were slain one by one. It wasn't until the Lord of the Star Court personally appeared and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Luo. This great war almost turned the entire galaxy upside down. In the end, Zhou Luo engaged in a fierce battle with the Lord of the Star Court within the spiritual world constructed in the Chaos realm. Relying on the power of the Divine Soul's transformation, he directly annihilated the consciousness of the Lord of the Star Court. From then on, the Star Court was completely destroyed. However, Zhou Luo did not let the Star Court vanish entirely. Instead, he personally ascended to the throne of the Lord of the Star Court, becoming the true ruler of the galaxy.